The female protagonist possesses a rare celestial root, yet she is burdened with the lowest grade of 5 elemental roots. In her previous life, she became the maid of the true protagonist, enduring a series of unfortunate events, reprimanded when the protagonist wept, punished when she was wounded, and ultimately meeting a tragic end when romance blossomed. Enough of this. The supporting character will no longer be a mere pawn. Upon returning to the beginning of her life, Yun-jin, now equipped with a simplified super system, declares war on the conventions of male and female leads alike. The entry requirement for the Qinglian Sword Classic, an innate sword body, exceptional comprehension, and celestial root aptitude. After system simplification, the Yun-jin version of the Qinglian Sword Classic, simply swing a sword 100 times each day. The entry requirement for the yin-yang secret art, possessing a supreme yin-yang root and understanding the essence of yin and yang. Post-simplification, the Yun-jin version of the yin-yang secret art. Remember to bask in the moonlight after sunbathing. As Yun-jin lounges in serenity, her cultivation surges exponentially. The protagonist, looking down from her lofty position, remarks, "Yun-jin, your laziness will hinder your progress. Why not serve as my maid, and I shall reward you with some elixirs." To rid herself of the protagonist's incessant nagging, Yun-jin is compelled to send the male and female leads, along with their entourage of favored characters, flying away. In this life, she is determined to ascend and will not allow anyone to obstruct her path. On the day of Yun-jin's ascension, radiant light fills the heavens, heralding her rise. The onlookers are left in disbelief. How could the once marginalized supporting character become so formidable? At the Tianqing sect, the biannual recruitment event unfolds, teeming with new disciples filling the square. Yun-jin stands at the center, her expression indifferent. Years have passed thousands, perhaps millions, but today's events remain vivid in her memory. "Shout Jin," a voice tinged with concern calls out. Yun-jin glances sideways, her lips curling into a faint smile. Yi Danxia, a long-lost acquaintance. Xiao Jin, Yi Danxia continues anxiously, "I just completed the first round of root testing, revealing that I possess a celestial root, while you were deemed the lowest grade of 5 elemental roots. At this rate, you will surely fail the sect entrance examination." "Oh," Yun-jin responds nonchalantly. "Do you have any suggestions?" Yi Danxia's eyes glimmer with a hint of mischief as she smiles. "You saw my exceptional talent had the process not been interrupted. The sect leader would have welcomed me as a disciple right away. Though your aptitude is lacking, it matters not, for we are good friends." I inquired, "and formal disciples are allowed to bring a servant. I shall introduce you as my maid, allowing you to remain with me." As these words escape her lips, a glimmer of triumph dances in Yi Danxia's gaze. Yun-jin, the eldest daughter of the Yun family, while she is merely an orphan taken in by them. For years, she lived in trepidation, her fate precariously hanging by a thread. Perhaps the heavens could no longer bear to watch, leading to this unexpected twist of fate. When the Yun family faced calamity, leaving them in ruin, only Yun-jin and Yi Danxia escaped, fortuitously arriving at Tianqing sect, hoping for a stroke of luck. Who could have foreseen that both would pass the initial root test, yet Yun-jin would be labeled as the lowest grade? Meanwhile, Yi Danxia emerged as a rare celestial root. In this moment, Yi Danxia felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. What significance did being the daughter of a Yun family hold? The riches of mere mortals pale in comparison to the pursuit of immortality. Furthermore, with the Yun family in shambles, Yun-jin possessed little more than an ancestral ring. From this point forward, their destinies would diverge entirely. Yet, Yi Danxia, with a benevolent heart, was willing to take Yun-jin as her maid, acknowledging the Yun family's past kindness. Observing Yi Danxia, Yun-jin suddenly bursts into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Danxia frowns, unable to restrain herself. "Xiao Jin, this is hardly the time for such frivolity. The realm of cultivation does not acknowledge the status of the mortal world. I only made this suggestion because I feared you would fail the test and be expelled. If you are unwilling, consider my words unspoken." Yun-jin's smile grows brighter. In her previous life, Yi Danxia had voiced similar sentiments. Yet, back then, Yun-jin, timid and inept, believed her every word, choosing to remain as her maid. What was the outcome? Yi Danxia became a disciple of the sect leader, cherished and protected by her master and fellow disciples, never suffering a moment of hardship. Meanwhile, Yun-jin endured the brunt of their misfortunes. If Yi Danxia suffered a scratch, she would be reprimanded for failing to protect her mistress. Should Yi Danxia be in a foul mood, Yunjin would face a barrage of accusations, the conclusion always pointing to her as the source of Yi Dangxia's displeasure. Time after time, Yunjin bore these tribulations in silence. She recalled Yi Dangxia's promise to aid her in cultivation. After a year of diligent care, she finally mustered the courage to request some elixirs to assist her practice. Yi Dangxia initially agreed wholeheartedly, leading Yunjin to believe her efforts would finally yield rewards. Yet, the very next day, she was abducted by Yi Dangxia's obsessive admirer. The man chastised her for her audacity, claiming she had no right to request such unreasonable demands of Yi Dangxia, who had nearly wept in her desperation to procure elixirs. Yi Dangxia has already granted you a haven. You ought to be grateful and content. What she sought was merely the most basic elixirs for qi refining. For Yi Dangxia, this was hardly a challenge. Yet, her tears and grievances inexplicably turned the tide, painting Yunjin as the one causing her distress. Yunjin attempted to explain, but the obsessive admirer offered no opportunity for clarification, unleashing soul-eating ants that tormented her throughout the night. By the time Yi Dangxia discovered her, Yunjin was on the brink of death. Yi Dangxia feigned sorrow for a moment, then a crowd gathered to comfort her, while Yunjin was left entirely neglected. Fortuitously, her resilience allowed her to survive. Afterward, she realized that Yi Dangxia would never assist her in cultivation, prompting her to express a desire to depart. But Yi Dangxia feigned distress, questioning why Yunjin would leave, insisting she had been so kind to her. Before Yunjin could respond, Yi Dangxia's followers swarmed, labeling her as ungrateful, greedy, and oblivious to her blessings. Ultimately, she was placed under house arrest by the sect leader. At that time, Yunjin had not yet surrendered, her thoughts consumed with finding an opportunity to escape. However, fate took a dark turn when Yi Dangxia's true boyfriend, the Demon Lord, covertly sought her out at Tianqing's sect, inadvertently revealing their whereabouts and attracting enemies. That night, the demon clan assaulted Tianqing's sect. Devastation ensued, leaving casualties in their wake. The attackers, adversaries of the Demon Lord, were aware of his beloved residing within the sect and sought to inflict profound pain by eliminating her. Yet, for reasons unknown, they mistook Yunjin for Yi Dangxia, denying her any chance to defend herself, and subjected her to unspeakable torment. In death, her soul bore witness to the tumultuous love between Yi Dangxia and the Demon Lord, as chaos ensued around them. Yet their passion remained unwavering. Even Yi Dangxia's suitors met grim fates, while she ascended alongside the Demon Lord. Such a narrative is indeed absurd. Even in the form of a ghost, Yunjin could not comprehend what she had done to deserve such a fate. Eventually, she found herself bound to a quick transmission system, which revealed that her world was merely the realm of a book, with Yi Dangxia and the Demon Lord as the male and female protagonists, respectively. As for her, she was not even a supporting character, merely a minor expendable in the early stages. As the protagonists, they were destined to reign supreme, while she was fated to be nothing more than a stepping stone for the heroine. But why should it be so? She was unwilling to accept this fate. Determined, Yunjin unhesitatingly accepted the tasks set by the system, traversing countless worlds and aiding numerous clients in fulfilling their missions. Upon completing 100 tasks, she would earn her freedom and the choice of a magical boon to return to her original world. This time, she would not follow the narrative of the book. "Xiao Jin, what on earth is going on with you?" Yi Dangxia exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. "I meant well by sharing this with you. I understand that being a maid might be beneath your dignity, but at least it offers the chance to cultivate. Given our friendship, I will certainly assist you in the future. Isn't that better than living as an ordinary mortal with a mere 100 years of lifespan? Besides, with the Yun family facing calamity, didn't you say you wanted to uncover the truth and avenge your family? Only through cultivation can you gain the power for revenge." Yunjin regarded Yi Dangxia as one would a jester, smiling gently. "I appreciate your kindness, but I would prefer to try on my own." Yi Dangxia's anger flared. "With your pitiful 5 spiritual roots, what do you have to try?" "Yunjin, if you continue to be so obstinate, I may truly cease to care about you." Yunjin nodded. "Very well, you may ignore me." Yi Dangxia was taken aback. Chapter 2. The Super Simplification System. Yi Dangxia took a deep breath, gritting her teeth as she said, "Fine, we've grown up together, and I know you are speaking out of anger. This time, I won't hold it against you." Her gaze drifted to the ring in Yunjin's hand. "I am still willing to help you, but you must grant me a favor. I find your ring quite appealing. Would you consider giving it to me?" The ring appeared quite ordinary, yet for some inexplicable reason, Yi Danxia felt a strong desire to possess it. She trusted her instincts this ring must be hers. Yunjin glanced at Yi Danxia, who was growing impatient. Have you made a decision yet? Yunjin smiled, her voice utterly indifferent. I acknowledge your good intentions, but it is unnecessary. Why are you so ungrateful? Yi Danxia fumed, nearly hopping in frustration. Indeed, so you may leave now. Yunjin replied bluntly before turning to walk away. As Yi Danxia watched her retreating figure, a flicker of resentment crossed her eyes. Just wait. This woman still believed she was the esteemed young lady of the Yun family? One day, she would realize that in this world of cultivation, she was nothing. Yi Danxia took a deep breath, her emotions settling. There was no need for her to rush. Once Yunjin failed the test and was expelled from the sect, she could revisit her previous proposal. Would Yunjin dare to refuse her then? Once she became her maid, how could she deny her request for a ring? With this thought, Yi Danxia felt completely at ease. She would ensure Yunjin understood the vast difference between heavenly spiritual roots and 5 spiritual roots. Just then, a commanding voice resonated. The sect leader, Zhao Wujia, declared, 96 individuals have passed the first test. For the second test, we will assess comprehension. Distribute the attribute-free cultivation technique, Xianju. The disciples of the Tianqing sect quickly handed out small booklets to everyone. Xianju is a foundational enlightenment technique. This technique is attribute-free and can be cultivated by any spiritual root. Memorize the content of the booklet and begin cultivating immediately. The sooner you cultivate qi, the higher your comprehension. Anyone who cultivates qi within the top 10, regardless of their spiritual root attributes, will be unconditionally accepted into the sect. The timer begins now. As the sect leader concluded, he turned his gaze to Yi Danxia, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Regardless of how many disciples they eventually recruited, having this heavenly spiritual root would be a tremendous gain. On the plaza, a stick of incense began to burn slowly. The timer had commenced. Yunjin opened her booklet and casually flipped through the pages. Yi Danxia cast a glance at Yunjin, a mocking smile forming on her lips. Was Yunjin truly hoping to break into the top 10 and secure a place in the sect? What comprehension could such a sheltered young lady possess? This time, she would ensure Yunjin was left in utter despair. As Yunjin perused the booklet, she silently chanted in her mind, activate the golden finger. In the next instant, a notification chimed, ding, the golden finger has been activated. The super simplification system is now operational. System objective. The world is too complex, and I merely wish to live a simpler life. This system is dedicated to simplifying everything, assisting the host in leading a carefree life without competition. Free simplification opportunities, 10 times. After 10 uses, emotional value must be exchanged for additional opportunities. Generating emotions in others will yield varying amounts of emotional value. Though this golden finger was chosen by Yunjin, she only had a vague understanding of the emotional value concept, which she had only just learned. Yunjin raised an eyebrow, not overly concerned. Rest assured, she would ensure others felt emotional. Yunjin silently commanded, scan Xianju. Scanning. Scan result, Xianju, enlightenment level cultivation technique. Cultivation requirement, must have spiritual roots. Cultivation method, sit in a fixed posture, sense the spiritual energy of the world, draw the energy into the body, and complete a cycle within 3 breaths to cultivate the first wisp of qi. Can be simplified. In truth, this technique was not difficult. With thousands of years of experience, she could likely master it in no time. Yet, having labored so long, why should she not utilize this golden finger to ease her burden? Calmly, Yunjin issued the command, simplify, beginning simplification. Simplified to sit in a fixed posture to absorb spiritual energy and complete the cycle. Must she sit in that awkward position? Yunjin grimaced at the thought, continue simplifying. Beginning simplification. Simplified to, as long as one consumes food, the entire process will be completed automatically. The more one eats, the more spiritual energy is obtained. Now that was more like it. Yunjin felt satisfied. She was a bit hungry, and eating was certainly within her capabilities. Yunjin resumed rummaging through her belongings, searching for something to eat. On the high platform, the 10 peak masters of Tianqing sect observed the disciples below. Each peak had its rivalries, vying to recruit the most promising talents. The heavenly spiritual root was a coveted prize for all peak masters, but the sect leader had already deemed it his possession they could not compete for it. Instead, they would sift through the remaining disciples. Though they would undoubtedly be inferior to the heavenly spiritual root, a lesser talent was better than none. The peak master of the spirit weapon peak, Master Yang Hui, gazed enviously at Yi Danxia. Look at that heavenly spiritual root, she appears so confident. Heavenly spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. Regardless of talent or comprehension, they are naturally top tier. Such an enlightenment technique could hardly pose a challenge for her, sighed Master Huolai of the Divine Pill Peak. Each peak of Tianxing sect had its strengths, and the most talented disciples typically focused on their training, while those inclined towards refining weapons or concocting pills were few and far between. For a talent like the heavenly spiritual root, they need not entertain such thoughts for a century. Both peak masters sighed in unison. The fiery elder glanced at a figure in the corner and suddenly chuckled. We might still recruit a few disciples, but that drunkard is likely to come up empty-handed once again. The radiant elder joined in the laughter. With him as a fallback, I can rest easy. In the corner, an unkempt old man lay sprawled on a chair, soundly asleep. A wine gourd hung from his waist, its surface worn down, a testament to its frequent use. Meanwhile, the disciples began to settle into meditation, striving to attune themselves to the spiritual energy. Yi Danxia was no exception. She meticulously followed the prescribed movements, executing them with the utmost precision among the new disciples. Zhao Wuji nodded in approval. Excellent. Truly worthy of a celestial root. This time, the first place will undoubtedly be claimed by Yi Danxia. Yet, who might take the second place? Zhao Wuji's gaze wandered among the disciples. Then, his attention halted. While all the other disciples had settled into a cross-legged position, one person remained conspicuously standing out. There stood Yunjin, rummaging through the belongings in his pack. Chapter 3. With a disgraceful attitude, expelled from the Celestial Star Sect. Emotional Value 5. Emotional Value 1. Emotional Value 2. Cloud Brocade was bewildered as she received notifications of accumulating emotional value. What had she done to earn this? Regardless, she decided to continue her search for food. After providing Cloud Brocade with a few points of emotional value, Zhao Wujing furrowed his brows tightly. Since Cloud Brocade had arrived with Yi Danxia, he had some recollection of her. He only remembered that she seemed to have a good rapport with Danxia. However, Cloud Brocade possessed the weakest of the 5 spiritual roots and appeared somewhat dim-witted. Such a person, even considering Yi Danxia and Apos' reputation, could not be accepted into the sect. If Cloud Brocade were to be rejected, he would likely have to console Yi Danxia afterward. Just as he was lost in thought, Cloud Brocade made a move. Zhao Wujing assumed she was finally going to follow the plan, so he glanced over. To his astonishment, Cloud Brocade joyfully pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from her bundle, leaned lazily against a pillar, and sat down. She shifted a few times, seemingly searching for the most comfortable position. Once settled, she began to crack the seeds leisurely. Crack, crack. In the quiet square, the sound of her cracking seeds resonated distinctly. Zhao Wujing abruptly stood up, his face darkening with anger. How brazen! How infuriating! The opportunity to enter the Celestial Star Sect was exceedingly rare. Yet this Cloud Brocade showed no semblance of cherishing it. She was essentially slapping the entire sect in the face. The disciples who were diligently sensing spiritual energy were also disturbed by the noise, turning their gazes towards her. Upon realizing what Cloud Brocade was doing, they were momentarily stunned. In such an important setting, it was one thing not to sense spiritual energy, but to disregard the situation entirely. Was she truly giving up on herself? Emotional Value 10. Emotional Value 5. Emotional Value 20. Emotional Value 5. In Cloud Brocade's mind, the emotional value surged dramatically, skyrocketing to 500 in mere seconds. As she munched on the sunflower seeds, her spirits soared. It seemed that acquiring emotional value was not as difficult as she had anticipated. In the square, a flicker of satisfaction flashed in Yi Danxia and Apos' eyes. She had thought Cloud Brocade would amount to something, but it turned out she was merely putting on a brave front. After all, with 5 spiritual roots being so convoluted, it was inherently challenging to sense spiritual energy. Cloud Brocade must have realized her fate and simply given up. Yi Danxia and Apos' gaze flickered with concern as she spoke. Cloud Brocade, please don't act this way. Although you possess only 5 spiritual roots and can hardly sense spiritual energy, I have already promised to take you as my maid and bring you into the sect. Please don't give up on yourself, all right? Cloud Brocade glanced at her, then continued cracking seeds nonchalantly. Not receiving a response, Yi Danxia felt her composure slipping. Gritting her teeth, she approached Cloud Brocade and reached out to pull her. Little Brocade, please stop this. We are sisters. Seeing you like this pains me. Yi Danxia was still playing the role of the benevolent one. In the next moment, however, She felt a sharp pain on her face. As she grasped at the air, she had inadvertently caught a sunflower seed shell. Stunned. Cloud Brocade and Amp. Oppos. eyes sparkled with delight as a notification chimed in her mind. Emotional value 50. This was the highest single emotional value she had received since the system and Oppos' activation. Could it be that the protagonist of this realm could provide more emotional value than others? Without hesitation, Cloud Brocade cracked another seed and spat the shell directly onto Yi Danxia's face. The scene was somewhat comical, prompting low chuckles to ripple through the crowd. Emotional value 80. Cloud Brocade and Oppos' smile broadened. I apologize. It seems this sunflower seed shell has taken a particular liking to your face. Barely finishing her sentence, another sunflower seed shell flew towards Yi Danxia. This time, Yi Danxia made a deliberate effort to dodge, yet the shell seemed to possess a will of its own, curving and landing right in her hair. Emotional value 90. Cloud Brocade smiled sweetly. This shell could be considered a unique hair accessory. Did you come here for this? If so, do let me know next time. Yi Danxia's expression darkened significantly, and she stamped her foot. Little Brocade, I meant well. How can you be so ungrateful? Cloud Brocade rolled her eyes. Your good intentions are too much for me. Since you know I'm ungrateful, why don't you just leave? Or do you wish for more sunflower seed accessories? Yi Danxia's eyes reddened. Little Brocade, what on earth has happened for you to treat me this way? At the elevated platform, Zhao Wujing felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. His eldest disciple, Ruan Jun, glared at Cloud Brocade in frustration. This Cloud Brocade was truly excessive. Danxia was such a good girl. How dare she make her cry? Unable to intervene personally, Zhao Wujing's tone turned icy. Ruan Jun. This Cloud Brocade is utterly arrogant and obstructing the test. Go and expel her on my behalf. Zhao Wujing's command met with agreement from the other peak masters. Only the seemingly inebriated elder opened his eyes and languidly remarked, Sect leader, is there a rule that prohibits eating during the sect's test? Zhao Wujing and Oppos' voice was cold. The elder who established the rules could not have anticipated such a brazen individual. The elder replied, then there is no rule against it. Zhao Wujing's expression hardened. Yet how do we address her interference with others' cultivation? The elder stated, from what I observed, she did not approach anyone. It was that woman who sought her out. Zhao Wujing glared at the elder for a moment before retorting coldly, Elder Lin. You are of advanced age and a veteran within our sect. I have given you due respect. Have I perhaps given you too much face? Causing you to lose sight of your own standing? Since when did I, as the sect leader, lose the right to expel a disciple? Zhao Wujing and Oppos' words were unreserved. The elder's expression shifted slightly, but he fell silent. Zhao Wujing then snorted coldly. Ruan Jun, why are you still dawdling? Ruan Jun snapped to attention and approached. He stood before Yi Danxia, a flicker of pity in his eyes. Junior sister Yi, do not stoop to the level of such a trivial person. You are destined to soar above the heavens, while she is but a clown seeking attention. I know you value your feelings, but someone like her is simply not your kind. Ignore her. Leave everything here to your senior brother. Though he had not yet entered the sect. Ruan Jun was already addressing Yi Danxia as junior sister, effectively claiming her as his own. A sense of pride swelled within Yi Danxia as she glanced at Cloud Brocade, who remained unabashedly indifferent. Her eyes narrowed with resolve. Well then, let her truly understand the consequences. Yi Danxia fell silent, and Ruan Jun and Oppos' expression darkened as he turned his gaze to Cloud Brocade. Do you recognize your mistakes, Cloud Brocade? Cloud Brocade, still cracking seeds, observed Ruan Jun's expression with a hint of amusement. Oh, the supporting character. In her past life, when Yi Danxia had entered under the sect leader's tutelage, he had taken 5 male disciples. As the youngest and the only female among them, coupled with her exceptional talent, she had quickly become the darling of the sect. With her master's affection and her senior brother's admiration, Yi Danxia basked in glory at the Celestial Star sect. Yet alas, Ruan Jun and the others ultimately remained mere supporting characters. The true male lead was still in the demon realm, reigning as the demon lord. Yunjin blinked and smiled. Senior brother, I must admit my mistake. Ruan Jun squinted, realizing she acknowledged her fault. Unfortunately, recognizing it now was far too late. With an earnest expression, Yunjin continued. My error lay in indulging alone. Come, let us all partake a bit. Emotional value increased by 20. Yunjin exhibited a hint of disdain. The emotional value this male counterpart provided was evidently inferior to that of the female lead. This Ruan Jun was lacking. Ruan Jun's face darkened. Do I truly desire your meager few melon seeds? Yunjin, your attitude towards the test is utterly unacceptable. By the command of our master, I hereby expel you from the Tianqing sect. You are to leave at once. Yunjin raised an eyebrow. Unacceptable attitude? What prompts such a statement? Senior brother Ruan. You must not slander. Infuriated, Ruanjun pointed an accusing finger at Yunjin. Your laziness is evident. Given a decade, you would still fail to grasp the most fundamental of mystic arts. Our sect cannot afford to squander opportunities on someone as worthless as you. Heaven. Yunjin was taken aback. Senior brother Ruan, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that such a trivial technique as the mystic arts requires diligence to master? Chapter 4. Is this difficult? Emotional value 50. Ruanjun and Amp. Oppos. Chest heaved with indignation. Although the Xuanjue was a fundamental technique for disciples unacquainted with qi cultivation, mastering it could take anywhere from a few days to several months. It was by no means a simple feat. With your already inferior aptitude, coupled with your lazy demeanor, if you manage to cultivate any qi, I might as well dash my head against this square. Senior brother Ruan, your words have piqued my anticipation. Yunjin replied with a radiant smile. Anticipation for what? Do you still believe Ruanjun was about to mock her when Yunjin suddenly grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and stuffed them into her mouth? Well, you see, the simplified version of the Yunju allows for greater consumption to absorb more spiritual energy. Earlier, my leisurely munching yielded minimal energy condensation. But now, that's a different story. Seeing Yunjin's audacity, Ruanjun's fury escalated. He was about to forcibly expel her. At that moment, multicolored spiritual energy converged, forming luminescent dots that danced at her fingertips. Ruanjun's eyes widened in disbelief. Yidanxia was also taken aback. She had only just begun her own cultivation and had yet to perceive the so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yet, during her spiritual root assessment, the sect leader had declared her a heavenly spiritual root, the pinnacle of talent. If she couldn't sense any spiritual energy, how could Yunjin? No, this was impossible. She must be employing some sort of trick. Yi Danxiao fixed her gaze on Yunjin, unwilling to accept the reality. Senior brother Ruan, does this mean I have officially entered the threshold? Yunjin smiled as she manipulated the multicolored spiritual energy, coalescing it into a vibrant flower. Emotional value surged once more. With the previous contributions from Yi Danxia and Ruanjun, it broke through 1,000. Ruanjun and Oppos' complexion darkened ominously. What is this? The manifestation of spiritual energy. And with such precision, this is no mere novice. Yunjin is evidently a seasoned practitioner of the Xuanjue. Yet how could this be? It had only been a brief incense stick's worth of time since the master had handed down the manual. Could someone cultivate to such an extent in half that time? Does such a person exist in this world? Isn't this enough? Yunjin raised an eyebrow, continuing to command the spiritual energy as it danced through the air. Ruanjun was utterly frozen. On the high platform, Zhao Wujie and the other peak masters observed the commotion surrounding Yunjin, their expressions subtly shifting. Spiritual energy fluctuations. Within half an incense stick and Oppos' time, a disciple had already manifested spiritual energy? No, not only manifested, but she had evidently mastered the manipulation of five-colored spiritual energy to perfection. This was the very girl whom the sect leader had ordered to be expelled. What a terrifying aptitude. The elder turned his gaze toward Yunjin, revealing an intrigued expression. How fascinating. The points of spiritual energy that Yunjin controlled ultimately settled in midair, forming a painting. Ruanjun stared blankly at it. This painting was unmistakably the entrance of the Tianqing sect. She had created an artwork using points of spiritual energy. Is this truly the work of a mere mortal? The other disciples participating in the assessment were utterly devoid of motivation to continue. The square erupted in uproar. With this display of prowess, Yunjin garnered a substantial wave of emotional value. On the high platform, everyone exchanged glances. Such comprehension, combined with this extraordinary ability to manipulate spiritual energy, what kind of monster was this Yunjin? Amidst their admiration, they shared a common lament. Alas, she possessed a 5 spiritual root. Indeed, what a pity that she bore a 5 spiritual root. No matter how exceptional her talent, if her cultivation level cannot keep pace, all is in vain. Noticing the astonished gazes of those on the high platform, Yi Danxia felt a wave of anxiety. She instinctively glanced at Ruanjun. Upon meeting Yi Danxia and Oppos' gaze, felt an influx of courage. Regardless of Yunjin's aptitude, she had upset her junior sister, and thus she ought not to remain. It was her duty to protect her junior sister and to drive away this troublemaker. Ruanjun proclaimed loudly, Yunjin, is the Tianqing sect a place for your antics? What I am expressing now is a matter of attitude. With such a lackadaisical demeanor, it is only right that I expel you. Yunjin chuckled. The next moment, the entire arena resonated with her clear, melodious voice. However, the Xuanjue is something one can master at a glance. Eating and drinking can lead to advancement. Does it require much effort? My heavens, senior brother Ruan, did you take a long time to enter the threshold back in the day? Ruanjun was on the verge of madness. I spent 3 days to enter. That was already a testament to my genius. 3 days? Yunjin was even more astonished. What kind of fool takes 3 days to learn? Look at me. I can just eat a little in advance. Demonstrating. Yunjin popped a few more sunflower seeds into her mouth. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward her, naturally completing its cycle and obediently settling in her dantian. What exactly posed such difficulty for you that it took you 3 days to learn? After her demonstration, Yunjin looked at Ruanjun with genuine confusion. Emotional value 100. Yunjin cast a surprised glance at Ruanjun. Oh, his emotional fluctuations have suddenly intensified. It seems this male counterpart has some potential to be tapped into. I shall seek him out more often for my gains. Ruanjun trembled with fury. Earlier, he hadn't paid much attention to Yunjin, but now, as he focused on her, he realized not only had she cultivated spiritual energy, but she was also perilously close to the first level of qi cultivation. How long had it been? What manner of monster is this woman? A 5 spiritual root? Does such a 5 spiritual root truly exist in this world? Ruanjun desperately glanced towards Zhao Wujie for assistance. Yunjin, meanwhile, turned her gaze towards the exalted sect leader, raising her eyes, when the sect leader announced the rules. Did he not state that one could lean against the pillar or munch on sunflower seeds? Zhao Wujie narrowed his eyes. He did not specify. Yunjin met his gaze unwaveringly. Then according to the rules, I am the first to complete the assessment and thus rightfully deserve the opportunity to enter the sect. This was indeed the regulation. The elder suddenly chuckled, speaking up. He was beginning to appreciate Yunjin. A flicker of displeasure crossed Zhao Wujie and Appo's eyes. Prior to assessing the spiritual roots of this batch of disciples, he had taken a particular liking to Yi Danxia. In contrast, Yunjin's strikingly beautiful appearance was wholly unbefitting of a disciple from the immortal sect. Her rapid mastery of the Xuanjue indicated her superior comprehension. Yet a 5 spiritual root is still a 5 spiritual root. The higher one cultivates, the more challenging it becomes. Throughout history, no 5 spiritual root has ever broken through to the yuaning stage. This disciple, no matter what, he did not wish to accept. However, the rules of the Tianqing sect were not to be violated. Zhao Wujie maintained a stern expression. You may remain in the Tianqing sect. But if none of the peak masters wish to accept you, you must go to the outer gate and become an outer disciple. The disparity between the resources available to outer and inner disciples is astronomical. For an outer disciple to rise to prominence is akin to scaling the heavens. Several peak masters also sensed Zhao Wujie's apparent disfavor toward Yunjin. Initially inclined to appreciate her talent, they now felt trepidation. The girl's aptitude was undeniably subpar. Accepting her would yield little benefit, and offending the sect leader for her sake would be exceedingly unwise. In that moment, no peak master spoke up. Zhao Wujie said indifferently, You see, no one wishes to accept you. If you insist on staying, then Yunjin ignored him. Turning directly to the elder, Will you accept me? The elder was startled, nearly choking on his wine, and he struggled several times before managing to swallow it. Such fine wine must not be wasted. Every drop deserves to reach his belly. Girl, do you wish to become my disciple? Are you aware of my identity? The elder inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. I see you have quite an affinity for wine, Yunjin replied with calmness. I possess a secret ancestral recipe for brewing. A skill that is unparalleled. Gulp. The elder swallowed hard. He struggled to refuse, saying, Managing my 3 disciples is already quite challenging. Adding you to the mix, that would be overwhelming. I can brew the long-lost 100 flowers wine, Yunjin asserted. Gulp. The sound of swallowing became more pronounced. The elder Kuden and Appo's helped but ask, If it is truly lost, how can you possibly recreate it? Irritated, Yunjin replied, I have my own methods. Just tell me, will you accept me as your disciple? The elder wrestled with his cravings for alcohol and his rationality. After a lengthy pause, he resolved to speak candidly. If you truly wish to apprentice under me, there are a few matters you must be aware of. First, I sustained severe injuries in my youth, and my cultivation has stagnated for many years. It is unlikely that it will progress further. Second, I am the master of the 10th peak, the sword peak, of the celestial star sect. However, the position of master is not permanent. Every 3 years, a competition among the 10 peaks is held. The one who finishes last for 10 consecutive times will lose their position. I have been at the bottom for 9 consecutive rounds, and in 3 months. During the sect's competition, I will most likely lose my title, which means I will no longer be able to offer you protection. If you find no issue with these conditions, you may proceed to become my disciple. Chapter 5. No more relations. As the old man finished speaking, he felt an undeniable sense of helplessness, shaking his head in resignation. He had articulated his thoughts so clearly. How could anyone still wish to descend into the abyss alongside him at Tianjin Peak? His words were merely an attempt to dissuade Yunjin from her unwavering resolve. Yet, Her expression remained unchanged. She stepped forward and bowed deeply before the old man, performing a formal apprenticeship gesture. Disciple Yunjin, paying respects to master. The old man was momentarily taken aback by the resoluteness in her voice. He opened his mouth to respond, but the words eluded him. He had made it abundantly clear that accepting him as a master would yield no benefits, and might even lead to repercussions. Even joining the outer sect would be more advantageous than being his disciple. Why did Yunjin choose this path? His emotions were a tangled web of complexity. He spoke softly. Well, since you are so insistent, I, Linya, shall accept you as my disciple. Sighing, he thought that perhaps risking his life could help a few disciples find their way. Thank you, Master. Yunjin straightened up. To her, most of the members of the Tianqing sect could be described with a single word, distasteful. However, this elder named Linya was different. The Yun family had a secret brewing technique passed down through generations, and in her past life, she had crossed paths with Linya due to her skill in crafting fine wine. Their interactions had been limited, mostly consisting of her occasionally gifting him some of her brew, which was nothing extraordinary, and she had never sought anything in return. However, after she was brutally slain by the demon clan, the others in the Tianqing sect acted as if nothing had happened. The sect leader even celebrated with the demon lord. Only Linya, wielding his treasured sword, had charged at the demon lord in a desperate attack. Yet, his diminished powers rendered him no match for the demon lord, and he ultimately met his demise. In his final moments, Yunjin and Appo's spirit saw him glance at the wooden hut where she had lived. In that moment, Linya appeared desolate and tormented, murmuring, "In the end, I cannot protect anyone." This scene had left a lasting impression on Yunjin, instilling within her a flicker of warmth. Although she and Linya had not known each other well, the few cups of ordinary wine they shared were insignificant. It seemed he had glimpsed the truth, prompting him to confront the demon lord. Indeed, it was only after her death that Yunjin recognized her mistaken identity, as Yidanxia was no mere coincidence. The demon lord had sought to avenge Yidanxia, believing that she had been wronged, and had intentionally spread rumors to lure her enemies into the abyss. The demon lord, on one hand, eliminated her adversaries while, on the other, avenging the sorrow of Yidanxia, achieving a dual purpose. The life of a mere maid was of no concern to anyone, except for Linya. Thus, fully aware of the impending doom, he had still charged at the demon lord. Such an elder was undoubtedly deserving of her reverence as a master in this life. In her previous existence, Linya had lost several disciples to treachery and had ultimately lost his will to live. In this life, Yunjin believed she could alter the course of fate. Yunjin stepped forward and stood calmly beside Linya. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes, a hint of derision flashing in his gaze. Choosing Tianjin Peak? How fortuitous. Linya was a person he despised, and he held no affection for Yunjin either. He could deal with them both in one fell swoop. Xiaojin, Yidanxia, witnessing the exchange, grew anxious. Did you not hear? In 3 months, the position of the Peak Master at Tianjin Peak will change hands. You cannot pursue a path with no future simply out of spite. Yidanxia continued. We are the best of sisters. How can we part ways? Did we not agree? You would serve as my maid, and I would take you into the sect. In name, we would be master and servant, but in reality, we would remain sisters. As she spoke, Yidanxia looked pleadingly at the sect leader. Master, I beg you, do not let me be separated from Xiaojin. I cannot bear to see her go astray. With tears brimming in her eyes, Wanjun felt a pang of sympathy and shot an angry glare at Yunjin. How ungrateful you are. Junior sister has been advocating for you all along. Yunjin, do not be so ungrateful, Wanjun exclaimed. Brother, please do not speak like that, Yidanxia interjected hastily. In the Yun family, I am merely an orphan. They claim to have taken me in, but I have always been treated as a maid. Now, they wish for Xiaojin to serve me, and she cannot accept such a disparity. However, as she possesses only 5 spiritual roots, this is her only way to join the inner sect. She looked earnestly at Yunjin. Xiaojin, rest assured, whatever I have in the future, you will surely have a portion as well. I implore you, do not remain angry with me. Yunjin remained unresponsive, while Wanjun appeared moved. Junior sister, how can you be so kind to someone so ungrateful? Brother, although the Yun family has not treated me well, they have nevertheless taken me in. Xiaojin and I share a bond from childhood, and I cannot abandon her, Yidanxia declared resolutely. Zhao Wuji listened intently, a flicker of emotion crossing his cold features. Though your behavior is despicable, you possess a good sister. Since Danxia has spoken up, I shall grant you another chance. From now on, remain by Danxia and Appo's side. If you care for her well, I shall ensure a future for you. Yidanxia and Appo's expression brightened as she readily agreed. Thank you, master. Zhao Wuji nodded, saying matter-of-factly, Yunjin, do not forget to express your gratitude to Danxia. With joy illuminating her face, Yudanxia exclaimed, Xiaojin, we need not part ways. Yunjin regarded the unfolding drama with a smile creeping onto her lips. She slowly began to clap. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Yi Danxia's expression shifted. Xiaojin, what is the matter with you? Yunjin replied with a smile. Yi Danxia, you claim that the Yun family has wronged you by treating you as a mere maid. But do you truly understand what a true maid must endure? Yi Danxia's complexion altered slightly. Xiaojin, why do you say such things? In times of war, you were but an orphan. My father, with a kind heart, took you in and raised you as his daughter. And now, you dare to speak such words? Yunjin's expression remained impassive. If you believe you have suffered in the Yun family, do you dare to extend your hand and show everyone whether it bears the roughness of a maid or the smoothness of a lady? Yi Danxia froze. Instinctively hiding her hands behind her back, she forced a smile. Xiaojin, why are you so fixated on this? Ignoring her, Yunjin addressed the crowd. Had it not been for my father and Appo's intervention, Yi Danxia would not be here today to distort the truth. Let us not forget that she has been raised with love and care, treated as a daughter, even if the Yun family had indeed treated her as a maid. What wrong would that entail? Is not the debt of gratitude owed for saving her life worthy of a mere token of acknowledgement? Yet now she, as a once-in-a-century spiritual root, presumes herself noble and feels wronged by the Yun family. Very well, the Yun family no longer requires her gratitude. I simply wish to ask everyone to bear witness. From this moment forth, Yunjin and Yi Danxia shall have no further ties. From now on, we shall go our separate ways, and even if we meet again, there is no need for pleasantries. With a cold demeanor, Yunjin extended her hand, channeling a surge of spiritual energy towards Yi Danxia's wrist. The bracelet adorning Yi Danxia's wrist shattered instantly. This bracelet was originally a pair. One adorns my wrist, while the other graces yours. At that time, we vowed to remain lifelong sisters. Yunjin coldly remarked, yet now, you are unworthy to wear that bracelet. There is no longer any affection between us. Upon finishing her words, Yunjin removed the bracelet from her wrist and, with an impassive expression, cast it to the ground. The bracelet shattered. For reasons unknown, Yi Danxia felt her heart suddenly tremble. Chapter 6. The Right Master Xiaojin. Yi Danxia and Appo's lips trembled. Why would you say that? I, at a loss for words. She simply covered her face and began to cry softly. No further explanation was necessary. Her tears instantly changed Zhao Wuji and Appo's expression, while an indescribable heartache etched itself onto Ruan Jun's face. Yunjin, Ruan Jun, somewhat angrily, shielded Yi Danxia behind him. Apologize. I demand you apologize at once. A faint smile danced at the corners of Yunjin and Appo's lips. Oh, and what should I apologize for? For stating an undeniable truth that leaves some with no words but tears to veil their own ungrateful and despicable nature? Very well. Let that be my apology. Yi Danxia and Appo's heart jolted. She wiped her tears and, with reddened eyes, exclaimed, Xiaojin, after all these years of friendship, how could you think so poorly of me? Friendship? Yunjin scoffed. Did you not declare that you were merely a servant in my Yun family, and that the family treats you poorly? As a mere servant. What right do you have to consider me a friend? Yi Danxia's words were utterly contradictory. If the Yun family had mistreated her, how could she claim to be a longtime friend of Yunjin? If the family had saved her and treated her well, then her earlier statements would be. The gazes of those present turned toward Yi Danxia, their expressions tinged with subtle complexity. She struggled to articulate a defense, her face flushing a deep crimson. Ruan Jun, feeling nothing but sympathy, exclaimed in anger, Yunjin, my junior sister merely spoke a few words. Why do you cling to it so? Besides, did she not say she was willing to take you in? Is that not a form of repaying the Yun family and Appo's kindness? Or do you covet more? Yunjin regarded him with an impassive look. So, you cannot comprehend human speech? I have no need for her charity. Why would I abandon my dignity to serve her like a dog? Perhaps you enjoy being a dog yourself. After all, you appear quite the part of a devoted lapdog. Ruan Jun was baffled by the term lapdog, but it certainly did not sound like a compliment. His face began to flush with indignation. You speak nonsense. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. Linya, your disciple is exceedingly rude. Will you not discipline her? Linya leisurely sipped his drink. I see no fault in what Xiaojin has said. Rising to his feet, he continued. My disciple has mastered the profound arts and secured a place in the sect. Yet, Yi Danxia has yet to enter the sect and audaciously demands my disciple serve her as a maid. Does she truly believe she is worthy? Linya and Appo's expression was one of disdain, causing Yi Danxia to pale slightly. My junior sister possesses a heavenly root. It is only natural she enters the sect. Ruan Jun contended. Is that so? Then why the need for a second round of tests? If I were in her place, I would focus solely on comprehending the profound arts. If a person with a heavenly root cannot even make it into the top 10, they might as well end their life here in the Great Hall. Linya glanced slyly at Wanjun. By the way, did you not say earlier that if my disciple could cultivate the profound arts, you would take your own life? Perhaps you two should arrange to end it together? Yunjin cast a glance at her newly recognized master, her lips curving into a slight smile. It seemed she had indeed chosen the right master. Yi Danxia glanced back at the square. While she was entangled with Yunjin, the other disciples were diligently blocking out distractions and focusing on their cultivation. A sense of urgency surged within her. As a heavenly root, she was destined to reach the pinnacle. How could she allow herself to be overshadowed by others? Noticing Wanjun's discontent, Yi Danxia quickly tugged at him. Senior brother, thank you for your support. However, what Master Lin said is correct. I have yet to enter the sect. I believe Xiaojin's distrust stems from this. She turned to Yunjin. Xiaojin, rest assured. I will cultivate my abilities as swiftly as possible. I will show you that my intentions are truly for your benefit. With that, fearing another humiliation, Yi Danxia hastily returned to the square and sat down to begin her cultivation. As Yi Danxia quieted her ambitions, Yunjin cast a detached glance her way. Yi Danxia would not easily concede, not even for the ancestral ring she held. Yet, Yunjin remained indifferent. If Yi Danxia did not seek her out, she would have to find Yi Danxia herself. Without the protagonist and her entourage, alongside the future male lead's contributions, where would her emotional value stem from? Ultimately, her emotional value settled at 1,500 points, marking a commendable start. Master, I have received my disciple. I shall no longer observe the upcoming tests. For now, I will take Xiaojin back to the Heavenly Sword Peak, Linya announced. Zhao Wuji cast a cold glance at him. Suit yourself, Linya. Seemingly unfazed by Zhao Wuji and Appo's displeasure, turned to Yunjin. Come, let me introduce you to your inept senior brothers and sisters. Yes, Yunjin replied cheerfully. Thus, the master and disciple departed with great confidence. Zhao Wuji watched their retreating figures, his expression darkening. After a lengthy pause, he let out a cold laugh. A mere 5-element root, even with a modicum of understanding, what waves can they create? Currently, bound by sect regulations and Linya's injuries sustained for the Qinglian sect. I cannot directly act against him. However, after 3 months, when he loses his position as peak master, both Linya and his newly admitted disciple will be at my mercy. In Zhao Wuji's mind, Linya and Yunjin were nothing more than grasshoppers after autumn. Unable to hop for long, he quickly returned his gaze, dismissing them from his thoughts. On a flying sword, Linya leisurely guided Yunjin, saying today, the Qinglian sect is recruiting new disciples, and some have been assigned to assist. The remaining disciples should be diligently cultivating. Now that the afternoon has passed, it is just the right time. Your senior brothers and sisters are likely training in the martial arts arena. I shall take you to meet them. As Linya introduced her to her seniors, he remarked, you have 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister. Your eldest brother, Yu Zhao, is honest and dependable, embodying the qualities of a true elder brother. Your second sister, Si Wan Ning, can be somewhat temperamental, but she is very protective of her own. Your third brother, Yu Song Nian, is rather introverted and prefers to avoid interactions with outsiders. With time, you will grow familiar with him. Yunjin diligently noted down the details. Linya soon led Yunjin to the Heavenly Sword Peak. Presently, only Linya, his 3 disciples, and Yunjin made a total of 5 individuals. There was no need to check elsewhere. They were certainly in the martial arts arena. Linya stated, your senior brothers and sisters are quite diligent. However, upon reaching the arena, they found it devoid of life. Not even an ant could be found. Linya, feeling embarrassed, he muttered, they must have gone to the back mountain to practice their swordplay. Yunjin blinked in surprise. Really? Chapter 7. Sincere, honest, mature. And steady in a bid to make amends, Linya took Yunjin to the back mountain at the swiftest pace. As anticipated, the area was devoid of any presence. Linya inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. Do not misunderstand. They are diligent, perhaps engaged in their own cultivation at their residences. Come, let us visit your senior brother. Yunjin nodded obediently. The bamboo house of senior brother Yu Zhao is nestled by the river, shrouded in mist and surrounded by lush greenery, exuding an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a celestial dwelling. Your senior brother is the epitome of steadiness, Linya introduced. You should seek his guidance frequently. It will be beneficial. Regardless of his true character, this senior brother was renowned for his pretentious demeanor, so Linya and Appo's advice was likely sound. Understood, Yunjin replied with a nod. As they approached the bamboo house, Linya and Appo's expression shifted increasingly. It is your turn to play, junior sister. Do hurry. Why the rush? It is rare to have a good hand. I must ponder. Isn't it merely a flush? Yu Zhao, are you spying on my hand? Ha. I could guess that without peeking. Hurry and play a card. Yunjin glanced at Linya. That voice. Is this truly the legendary senior brother, sincere, honest, mature, and steady? Linya's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as he kicked open the bamboo door. Yusonian was frowning over his paigao tiles and was startled to meet Linya's grim countenance. Stammering, he uttered, as senior. What senior? Third junior brother. You aren't trying to back out, are you? Do you think you can scare us with master? He has gone to assess the new disciples and has no time for us. Linya's voice was filled with urgency. Siwan Ning looked up, and upon seeing Linya, her expression shifted. Master, junior sister, you too. I must inform you both. You are not leaving until you lose everything today. Yu Zhao shouted, nearly hoarse. Yunjin cast another glance at Linya. Sincere and honest. Mature and steady. Yu Zhao. A thunderous rebuke echoed. Linya, furious, drew his sword and charged at Yu Zhao. The latter and Appo's expression changed, and he swiftly dodged, wailing, Master. Why have you come so suddenly? Let me explain. You may explain to the king of hell once you descend. Linya retorted angrily. Siwan Ning. Feigning concern, interjected, Master, please, cease your attack. If you continue, senior brother will lose his life, and we shall be without him. Her words, however, only earned her a chilling glance from Linya. Siwan Ning. I see you're enjoying yourself. Linya unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate strikes. Yusonian, momentarily untouched, attempted to shrink his presence and stealthily maneuvered to Yunjin and Appo's side. He paused, casting a perplexed look at her. Who is this? I and Appo's never seen her before. Is it possible to encounter a stranger at Tianjin Peak? How rare. Should he inquire if she was a lost soul? Perhaps not. It seemed troublesome and slightly awkward. He chose to pretend he hadn't seen her, lowering his head. Yunjin's lips twitched slightly. She was aware that Linya's disciples did not meet favorable fates in her past life, yet she had little interaction with them. Today's encounter was perhaps better left unmade. Linya pursued Yu Zhao and Siwan Ning for a while before suddenly recalling that he had gained a new disciple. He came to an abrupt halt, sheathed his sword, and straightened his attire. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he said, Little Jean, they are not usually like this. It's a misunderstanding. All of this is a misunderstanding. I understand. Yunjin nodded earnestly. Linya sighed with relief and couldn't help but kick Yu Zhao again. I instructed you to look after your junior siblings. Is this how you attend to them? I was wrong. Master, please do not strike me, Yu Zhao replied. His face contorted. Master, who is this? Siwan Ning inquired curiously. This is my newly accepted disciple, your junior sister, named Yunjin. She has just entered the sect and has much to learn. Please take her under your wing, Linya instructed. Junior sister? Yu Zhao's eyes widened. Master, how could you misguide her so? Is Tianjin Peak a place for ordinary folk? Linya's face darkened as he kicked Yu Zhao once more. Who permitted you to speak such blatant truths? Yu Zhao felt aggrieved, but dared not respond. Humph, Linya scoffed. Your junior sister is a prodigy who cultivated her qi in merely half a stick of incense. You are all far beneath her. Half a stick of incense to cultivate qi? Yunjin garnered an array of astonished glances. Siwan Ning regarded her with an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, Junior sister. How did such a genius fall into the old man and Appo's clutches? Do not heed his flattery. Our Tianjin Peak is impoverished and lacks any prospects. You should leave while you still can. Linya's indignation was palpable as he puffed and glared. Siwan Ning. I have worked hard to establish a good image before Yunjin, and you all have just ruined it. Yunjin found her senior brothers and sisters rather amusing. Smiling faintly. Senior sister, I merely had a stroke of luck in cultivating my qi. However, my aptitude is merely of 5 spiritual roots, outside of this place. I would be unwanted. 5 spiritual roots? Siwan Ning gasped, her gaze shifting to Yunjin with a hint of pity. A high aptitude paired with such low foundational roots, the path ahead for the junior sister would be fraught with difficulty. You 3 now have a junior sister. Act like proper senior brothers and sisters. The day was waning, Linya instructed. Take little Jean on a tour of Tianjin Peak and allow her some rest. Once the new disciples are selected, remember to take her to collect her storage bag. Yu Zhao suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, looking at Yunjin with a smile as warm as a spring breeze. Fear not, junior sister. Your senior brother will ensure you are comfortable. This was somewhat of a senior brother's demeanor. Linya nodded in satisfaction. Become acquainted with each other. I have matters to attend to and must leave for a while. The group responded in unison. Once Linya departed, Yu Zhao swiftly leaned in. Junior sister, do you know how to play Pai Gao? His enthusiasm was palpable. Heavens! We were always one short before. Now we finally have a complete set. Yunjin smiled mysteriously. I have a slight understanding. Yu Zhao was instantly exhilarated. Let us play a few rounds. As you are a novice, today's losses do not count. Should you win, you may keep the winnings. Thank you, senior brother. Yunjin beamed with an innocent smile. Chapter 8. Is this scientific? Yu Zhao urged Yunjin to sit down and brewed a pot of tea. Come, junior sister. This is a rare spirit tea. Drinking it can nourish your meridians and is quite beneficial for cultivation. Yu Zhao enthusiastically poured a cup for Yunjin. Recalling Black Forest Cliff, our master is fond of wine, always either drunken or on the verge of drunkenness. We should not emulate his lack of taste. Savoring tea suits our refinement much better. Yunjin glanced at the scattered pai gao tiles and thought to herself. It seemed there was not much refinement to be found there. Thank you, senior brother. She blinked innocently, resembling a little rabbit as she obediently took a sip. As the tea entered her system, Yunjin felt a subtle shift within her. It seemed as if her cultivation technique had suddenly intensified. She took another hearty sip, and the sensation of gathering spiritual energy became even more pronounced. A thought crossed her mind. Could drinking tea be akin to consuming food? The sunflower seeds she had previously snacked on were mere mundane seeds and had not contributed significantly to her progress. This spirit tea, however, was naturally infused with spiritual energy, and one sip equated to all the seeds she had just consumed. In that fleeting moment, Yunjin directly broke through to the first level of qi refinement, steadily progressing toward the second. This tea is remarkable, senior brother. Is there more? She inquired, lifting her gaze to find the trio of her senior brothers and sisters staring at her in disbelief. What happened? Yunjin asked, puzzled. You just broke through to the first level of qi refinement? Si Wanning stammered. Yunjin naturally nodded. It's due to senior brother and Appo's tea. Senior brother's tea has such an effect? Si Wanning was incredulous. She had consumed this tea multiple times and had only experienced a slight nourishing effect on her meridians, which required prolonged consumption to yield any results. How much had Yunjin drunk? 1 sip? 2 sips? And yet, the change was visibly apparent? Is this scientific? Indeed. It is, Yunjin earnestly affirmed. Yu Zhao and the others exchanged glances, then simultaneously raised their cups to take a sip of the tea. There was no reaction at all. At this moment, the way they looked at Yunjin transformed entirely. Was this junior sister truly a 5-element root? Surely. Their master had not brought in some anomaly this time. Senior brother, could I have another cup? Yunjin asked. Yu Zhao pushed the entire pot of tea towards her. It's all yours. Thank you, senior brother. Yunjin accepted without hesitation, leisurely sipping. Shall we start playing pai gao? Yu Zhao, still somewhat dazed, nodded immediately at the mention of pai gao. He had been immersed in the game for years, yet this was the first time he found himself unable to concentrate. The main reason was that spiritual energy fluctuations emanated from Yunjin. Within just a single hour of playing, she leisurely sipped tea while her spiritual energy surged to the 3rd level of qi refinement. This was utterly unscientific. Could it be that his tea had such hidden effects on newcomers? That was impossible. As they played, the group was distracted, their gazes frequently drifting toward Yunjin. Seeing her spiritual power rapidly increase, Yu Zhao could hardly bear the blow. Let us call it a day for now. But the tea is not finished, Yunjin said, somewhat reluctant. Yu Zhao's lips twitched slightly as he produced a large jar of tea leaves and handed it to Yunjin. Take it, drink as much as you like. Thank you, senior brother. Yunjin and Appo's gratitude was particularly sincere. She then turned to Si Wanning and Yu Songyan. Senior sister, 3rd senior brother. I didn't prepare a gift for my first visit. Si Wanning replied. How can I let junior sister prepare? It should be I who presents a gift to you. Yunjin's intentions were clear as she gazed at her. Si Wanning found herself both amused and helpless. After considering, she realized that Yunjin could not utilize much else at the moment, but spirit tea, with its spiritual energy, would be particularly beneficial. Once we choose a dwelling, I'll gift you a piece of beast meat. You lack a storage bag now, making it inconvenient to carry. Thank you, senior sister. Yunjin beamed. She then looked at Yu Songyan. Yu Songyan felt suddenly pressured under her gaze. No, he was a senior brother. He had to remain composed. His expression stiffened as he spoke coldly. I'll give you some spiritual herbs. Yunjin glanced at him, thinking that this 3rd senior brother was rather aloof. Yu Songyan felt a bit anxious. Why was this junior sister still looking at him? He was quite nervous. Thank you, 3rd senior brother. Yunjin and Appo's eyes sparkled. To cultivate her technique to the foundation establishment stage, she needed to rely on consuming such resources, so she intended to borrow no. Acquire some from her senior brothers and sisters. Come, junior sister. You'll sleep with senior sister tonight, and tomorrow I will take you to choose a dwelling. Si Wanning said. Thank you, 2nd senior sister. Yunjin complied obediently. Si Wanning summoned her sword and flew off with Yunjin. Her residence was not far, resembling Yu Zhao's, comprising only 2 or 3 bamboo houses, looking quite simple. Junior sister, feel free to choose any room to rest, Si Wanning instructed. Yunjin agreed, and casually selected a room. Si Ning set up a bamboo bed from her storage bag, creating a resting place. Once Si Ning left, Yunjin glanced at her system panel. Yunjin, cultivation level, 3rd level of Qi refinement, 89, cultivation technique. Xinju, proficient, can operate autonomously through consumption. Her panel was still relatively simple, aside from Xinju. She had no other skills. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. In a single day, she had progressed from entry level to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. This pace was acceptable. If she continued to consume foods rich in spiritual energy, her cultivation could rapidly advance. She aimed to reach the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. In the realm of cultivation, the Qi refinement stage was merely a starting point. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could one wield magical artifacts, fly with swords, and extend their lifespan to 200 years. That would be the true departure from the mundane realm and the beginning of the path of cultivation. Furthermore, her ancestral ring could only be opened at the foundation establishment stage. Inside the ring lay a space that contained numerous valuable items. In her previous life, Yidanxia had initially relied on the treasures within that ring to cultivate at such an astonishing speed. That night, Yunjin brewed tea and consumed an entire pot in one go before collapsing into bed. As she slept, spiritual energy continued to gather within her. The following morning, upon waking, Yunjin checked her panel and found her cultivation had already reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, 30. The progress was quite satisfactory. Outside, there seemed to be some commotion. Upon opening the door, Yunjin saw Si Ning practicing swordplay in the open space before the bamboo house. The sword technique appeared exceptionally intricate. Yunjin and Amp, Oppos, eyes flickered. System, analyzed the sword technique. The system responded, analyzed as a mystical level technique, Lotus Blossom. This sword technique has 9 levels. Upon full mastery, it enables the practitioner to form the Lotus Sword domain. Training requirements. A certain level of comprehension of sword techniques is necessary. To practice at higher levels, one must grasp the essence of the Lotus Blossom. Yunjin raised an eyebrow and silently recited, Simplify. After 3 attempts at simplification, she finally obtained a version that was barely satisfactory. Simplified version. The host can enter the basics of the Lotus Blossom sword technique by observing others practice it 10 times. Once initiated, the more observations made, the faster the proficiency increases. Note, the maximum proficiency cannot exceed that of the observed practitioner. This was quite promising. Yunjin turned around to fetch a small stool, then brewed herself a cup of tea. As she sipped the tea to enhance her spiritual essence, she observed her senior sister practicing swordplay, thereby improving her own swordsmanship. Engaging in both pursuits simultaneously, she left no aspect unattended. Chapter 9. An introduction to swordplay. As Yunjin emerged, Si Ning sensed her presence immediately. She contemplated pausing her sword practice to greet Yunjin, but to her surprise, Yunjin turned around and returned. In the next moment, Si Ning found herself astonished as her junior sister casually brought out a chair and a table, leisurely preparing a pot of tea for herself. Beside the tea, there was a bag of sunflower seeds. Sipping tea and munching seeds seemed delightfully refreshing. Emotional value 20. Yunjin blinked, realizing she had been discovered by her second senior sister. However, she was audacious and unfazed. With a bold demeanor, Yunjin continued to observe Si Ning's sword practice. After Si Ning completed a round of practice, she was about to speak when Yunjin eagerly offered her a cup of tea, saying, Second senior sister, sword practice must be exhausting. Wood and Amp, Oppos, do you like to quench your thirst with some tea? Si Ning, feeling appreciated, leisurely took a sip before asking, Do you enjoy watching me practice swordplay? Your swordsmanship is truly exquisite. I find it utterly captivating, Yunjin replied, eyes gleaming with admiration. Senior sister, could you demonstrate it for me once more? Si Ning, feeling a sense of pride, responded, My master is the head of this sword peak, renowned for her sword techniques. As her disciple, it is essential that I master the art of the sword. However, sword techniques are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The heavenly techniques exist solely in the 4 great sacred lands, unattainable for us ordinary sections. Earth tier techniques are treasures of a sect, and our Tianxing sect possesses only one earth tier manual, known as the Qinglian Sword Technique. Unfortunately, its difficulty is so great that no one in our sect has been able to master it. As disciples, the highest level we can access is the profound tier techniques. My technique, the Lianhua Sword Technique, is a moderately difficult profound tier manual. As you are just beginning and lack any foundational skills, you should first focus on mastering the basics of swordplay. Once your proficiency increases, you can then begin to engage with the lowest yellow tier techniques. Only upon perfecting the yellow tier techniques can you consider progressing to the profound tier. Si Ning was merely imparting some fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world to Yunjin. Yunjin, familiar with this concept, understood that under normal circumstances, Si Ning and Amp Oppos S approach was indeed the correct one. However, her current cultivation methods were far from conventional. Yunjin smiled and said, "Senior sister, I never intended to master it. I simply find it beautiful and wish to observe." Si Ning chuckled, "All right then. I shall demonstrate it once more for you." Leaping gracefully, Si Ning brandished her azure frost sword, its brilliance shimmering as if surrounded by 6 petals of lotus. Yunjin understood that this indicated Si Ning's mastery of the Lianhua sword technique had reached the 6th level. This also implied that by merely watching Si Ning practice, Yunjin could ascend to a maximum of the 6th level. Beyond that, she would either need to observe practitioners of higher levels or simplify her approach further. For now, Yunjin felt no urgency. She would first aim to grasp the fundamentals of the Lianhua sword technique. Her senior sister, possessing both beauty and elegance, executed her swordplay with such grace that one could not help but be entranced. The beauty of the technique was only eclipsed by the beauty of the practitioner. To have a second senior sister like Si Ning was a blessing that Yunjin felt she must have accumulated over several lifetimes. "Ah, second senior sister. I am utterly in awe of you. How did you master such profound swordplay? If it were me, I would surely be lost in confusion." Yunjin lavished compliments upon Si Ning, who, flattered by the praise, became increasingly engrossed in her practice. Initially, Si Ning felt quite pleased. After all, her swordplay had not been appreciated for many years. With her junior sister's admiration, her talents were finally recognized. However, after 5 repetitions, Si Ning began to feel some strain in her wrist and hesitated, wondering if she should continue. "Should I keep going?" she pondered, her arms growing weary. After 10 repetitions, she started to question her own abilities. Was her swordplay truly as marvelous and captivating as her junior sister claimed? Despite Yunjin's evident enthusiasm, Si Ning felt the toll of her exertion. Meanwhile, Yunjin sat nearby, sipping tea and snacking on sunflower seeds, which was somewhat irksome. Si Ning bravely completed the 10th demonstration but resolved that if Yunjin requested more, she would firmly decline. "Yunjin." Si Ning seized the opportunity to speak first. "Senior sister, I truly appreciate your efforts. You have practiced so many times, and it must be exhausting. It is my fault for being unable to look away. I now realize my mistake. Please rest and enjoy some tea and sunflower seeds," Yunjin said with a sweet smile. Just at that moment, Si Ning and Oppos' mind was filled with relief. 10 repetitions were sufficient. A notification rang in Yunjin and Amp Oppos' mind. "Having watched 10 demonstrations of swordplay, you have attained entry-level proficiency in the Lianhua sword technique." On her panel, a new skill appeared, Lianhua sword technique level 1, entry level 1. Yunjin raised an eyebrow. To further enhance her proficiency, she would need to continue observing swordplay. However, Si Ning appeared exhausted, so it would be wise to take a moment to recuperate. As Si Ning accepted the tea from Yunjin, she felt a wave of gratitude. "Oh, this junior sister is so thoughtful. She must realize I am tired, so even though she longs to watch, she is holding back. Is this what it feels like to have a junior sister?" Si Ning thought, taking a hearty sip. "Junior sister, there is no need to be concerned about my fatigue. As long as you enjoy it, I shall demonstrate 10 more times for you." "Thank you, senior sister," Yunjin replied eagerly. Si Ning, however, instantly regretted her words. Before she could retract her statement, Yunjin had already agreed. Si Ning's expression shifted, her lips forcing a smile as she stammered, "There is no need to thank me." In truth, she had been coasting for years, unable to change her circumstances. With their master's situation deteriorating, their resources had been stripped bare. Any display of exceptional talent would lead to covert repercussions, and they dared not inform their master of these troubles, merely biding their time in hopes that once their master relinquished the position of Sword Peak leader, they might find some reprieve. After languishing for so long, suddenly performing 10 repetitions of swordplay made Si Ning feel as if she were at her limit. Yet, she could not go back on her promise to her junior sister. Just then, a nonchalant voice broke the tension. "Second senior sister, junior sister." Si Ning's eyes lit up as if she had seen a beacon of hope. "Senior brother, I have missed you dearly." Si Ning's words were filled with genuine warmth. Yu Zhao, caught off guard, instinctively held his collar tightly. "Though I am indeed charming and dashing, my sole focus is on cultivation. There is no possibility for us." Si Ning. Chapter 10. What is going on? Si Ning gazed at the infuriating expression on Yu Zhao's face, her lips twitching slightly. With a fierce shout, she brandished her sword. "You scoundrel, Behold my blade. Yu Zhao. Has love turned to hate? With his sharp tongue, he swiftly dodged her attack. Yu Songnian, accustomed to the commotion, quietly retreated to the corner, granting space to the two. Yunjin observed the chaotic scene and couldn't help but exclaim, everyone is so full of life. Siwan Ning's grip on her sword suddenly froze midair. She turned, her expression stiffening. Junior sister, I actually feel utterly drained. I'm suddenly so tired. This wretched hand can barely lift the sword. Siwan Ning's hand hung limply, as though the sword weighed 1,000 pounds. Yu Zhao eyed her suspiciously. What are you pretending for, you fierce woman? Siwan Ning felt her fists beginning to itch. Why must Yu Zhao always speak so provocatively? Yunjin blinked and gently said, Sister, you practiced your swordplay for me this morning. You must be a bit fatigued. It's all my fault. You should rest well. Siwan Ning was nearly moved to tears. Good heavens! How did that old man Linya manage to attract such a sweet and considerate junior sister? Overwhelmed with emotion, she immediately replied, Junior sister, I'll demonstrate for you later. If you enjoy watching sword practice, you can have Brother Master perform for you first. His broken void swordplay, though not as exquisite as my Lotus Blossom swordplay, is still worth a glance. Yu Zhao was instantly incensed. What do you mean it's not as good as yours? What do you mean it's barely worth looking at? Second junior sister, I won't stand for such nonsense. Yunjin hastily intervened. Different sword techniques each possess their own merits. Brother Master, I eagerly anticipate your swordplay. Yu Zhao, seeing Yunjin's expectant face, pounded his chest confidently. Fear not. Junior sister, unlike your delicate sister, I won't tire easily. I assure you, as long as you wish to watch, I will practice for you endlessly. Yunjin's eyes sparkled. Thank you, Brother Master. Yu Zhao, filled with pride, cast a provocative glance at Siwan Ning. However, he saw not anger on her face, but pity? Pity? Yu Zhao suddenly felt that something was amiss. Meanwhile, Yunjin had already set up the tea and snacks, calling for Siwan Ning and Yu Songnian to join her. Seeing Yu Zhao remain still, Yunjin offered him an encouraging look. Yu Zhao, what if I suddenly want to back out? But the arrow is already knocked. There is no turning back now. Gritting his teeth, Yu Zhao began his demonstration from the top. As he practiced, the system completed its assessment. Assessment complete. Advanced mystical level, broken void swordplay. This technique requires a profound understanding of swordplay as its foundation. At its peak, a single strike can shatter myriad laws. Yunjin noted that she had 10 opportunities for simplification. Having used 2 during the entrance test and 3 for the intermediate level Lotus Blossom swordplay, 5 remained. This time, she exhausted all 5 chances and achieved a training condition identical to that of the Lotus Blossom swordplay. Both require 10 viewings for entry, and further viewings can enhance swordplay proficiency, capped at the level of the practitioner being observed. Junior sister, how is it? After completing the demonstration, Yu Zhao still exuded vitality. Absolutely splendid. Yunjin's eyes sparkled. Brother Master, you are already handsome and charming. With your swordplay, you are truly breathtaking, deserving of after a flurry of compliments. Yu Zhao cheerfully began his second demonstration. One led to another, and soon he was on his fourth. By the time Yunjin completed her entry task, Yu Zhao began questioning his sanity. Why had he agreed to this? Had he lost his mind? Broken void swordplay, entry level 1. Yunjin's smile radiated brilliance. 2 entry-level sword techniques achieved. Now, she must hasten to increase her proficiency. She realized that the disciples at Tianjian Peak were rather complacent. As sword cultivators, shouldn't they practice for at least 7 or 8 hours daily? None had even practiced for an hour and already looked overwhelmed. This simply wouldn't do. They must all intensify their efforts. Yunjin's smile was sweet. Thank you, Brother Master. After expressing her gratitude, she turned to Yu Songnian. By the way, third brother. Yu Songnian's expression turned to one of horror. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Yunjin. He ran away that quickly? Junior sister. Your third brother is simply elusive. He targets everyone, not just you, Siwan Ning explained. Yunjin nodded, about to say something more when Yu Zhao quickly interjected. Junior sister, since you've just arrived at Tianxing's sect, you haven't had the chance to explore yet, right? How about we take you on a little tour? As long as it keeps him from practicing more swordplay. Siwan Ning was equally enthusiastic. Where would you like to go, junior sister? I'll guide you. Having been a mere maid in her past life, Yunjin had spent the majority of her time on the peak of Yidan Xia, rarely wandering around. Now, she felt genuinely interested. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly declared, Brother Master, sister, I wish to go to the dining hall. I'm hungry. Yu Zhao was momentarily taken aback. I recall that disciples passing the first round of tests are given a pill of fasting, which sustains them for half a month without hunger. Did you not receive yours? I did, Yunjin replied, patting her stomach, but I'm still hungry. Though Tianxing sect is a celestial sect, practitioners below the golden core stage still require sustenance. Some practitioners, finding it bothersome, might consume the pill of fasting, but its effect merely suppresses hunger. The food at the dining hall, aside from being delicious, also possesses various benefits, such as enhancing spiritual energy and nourishing the meridians, making it highly favored among the sect and Apos' disciples. Yunjin was not merely seeking to satiate her appetite, consuming food would also enhance her spiritual energy. Now, with Yudan Xia still undergoing the entrance test, given her exceptional talent, she would soon complete the trial. Before she was approached, Yunjin planned to seize the opportunity to cultivate more spiritual energy. Let us head to the dining hall. Si Wanning cheerfully agreed. Didn't Ti promise to bring you some beast meat? We can have the dining hall prepare it into a portable meat floss for you to snack on. Thank you. Sister, Yunjin said sweetly. As Yunjin had yet to master sword flight, she clung to Si Wanning's flying sword. Si Wanning chuckled, Junior sister. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you'll be able to fly on a sword. However, as you've just begun and are only at the third layer of Qi refinement, it'll take at least another year or two to reach foundation establishment. At that time, while Si Wanning spoke, she took a moment to check Yunjin and Apos' current spiritual energy. A series of question marks appeared on her forehead. What is going on? Reaching the third layer of Qi refinement in just one day is already outrageous. How is she on the verge of the fifth layer? It's common knowledge that the spiritual energy required to ascend through the layers of Qi refinement increases exponentially. For Yunjin to advance 3 layers in one day is somewhat acceptable, but to reach the 5th layer in a single night? Could this legendary celestial root truly possess such speed? Si Wanning was momentarily dazed, almost losing her balance on the flying sword. Chapter 11. The eating contest. Yunjin hurriedly embraced Si Wanning tightly. Yu Zhao Kuden and Apos. T help but mockingly comment. If you wear an Apos, T a woman, I might think you were intentionally trying to take advantage of our junior sister. Second junior sister, do you know what the most terrifying thing in the world is? Someone like you, who can directly wield a sword without passing the test. I propose that all disciples must pass the sword-wielding test before learning to fly. The first round will be a knowledge quiz, the second round will involve sheathing the sword and flying around corners, and the third round. Yu Zhao rambled on. Yunjin couldn't help but glance at her elder brother. After traversing through many worlds, she felt that something was amiss with Yu Zhao. His words seemed reminiscent of someone from another realm. Si Wanning and Apos' eyes were already red with anger, if not for Yunjin and Apos' presence. She would have rushed at Yu Zhao in a fit of rage. Yu Zhao continued his banter until they reached their destination. Upon landing in front of the dining hall, he abruptly fell silent and donned a smile as warm as a spring breeze. In front of them, 2 disciples in the Qi refining stage were engaged in a heated argument, seemingly on the verge of a fight. Yu Zhao quickly stepped forward, patiently mediating. We are all fellow disciples. Why resort to violence? You may not mind fighting, but what if you frighten the surrounding flowers and plants? As the saying goes, Yunjin cast a glance at Si Wanning, who whispered, he always puts on this act in public. Yunjin nodded in understanding. It was all about maintaining an image. While Yu Zhao played the peacemaker, several disciples nearby expressed their admiration. This is the senior brother of Tianjin Peak, Yu Zhao. Among the disciples of our generation, only he is willing to associate with us lower-ranked disciples. Senior brother is truly a good person, honest, steady, and kind-hearted. However, the unspoken words hung in the air, as everyone fell silent upon seeing Si Wanning awkwardly dispersing. Si Wanning seemed oblivious to their unvoiced thoughts and said, forget about senior brother, let us find something to eat. The dining hall was open for 12 hours and was already bustling with disciples. One table was surrounded by eager disciples, with excited shouts erupting from time to time. Yunjin glanced in that direction, and Si Wanning, following her gaze, explained, that is the new eating contest package introduced by the dining hall. This package is only available for disciples below the 7th level of Qi refining. If one can finish all the food within half an hour, the meal is free. If not, they must pay. Si Wanning lowered her voice. This idea came from your senior brother, that rascal. Keep this a secret for now. The eating contest. Yunjin's eyes sparkled with excitement. If there was anything she excelled at, it was eating. The cultivation of this profound technique had been simplified to the act of consuming food. Before changing her method, she could instantly transform any amount of food into spiritual energy. Her stomach was like a bottomless pit. Second senior sister. I'll have one too. Yunjin declared without hesitation. Si Wanning was taken aback. Junior sister, don't be impulsive. This package is enormous, and so far, no one has succeeded in the challenge. Although using spiritual energy to aid digestion is not prohibited, due to the restrictions on cultivation level and time, even disciples at the 7th level of qi refining have yet to succeed. Yunjin chuckled. No worries, I'm really hungry. Siwan Ning hesitated, then felt her storage bag. Well, she had enough spirit stones. All right, let us get a portion for you. Siwan Ning gritted her teeth and called out. One big eater package, please. The dining hall fell silent for a moment. The other disciples stared in shock, and the spirit chef preparing the meal froze momentarily. This package is restricted to disciples below the 7th level of qi refining. Your cultivation level may not qualify. Siwan Ning snorted. Who said it was for me? I am ordering it for my junior sister. Is that a problem? She stepped aside to reveal Yunjin, who waved her hand naturally. It's for me. The unfamiliar face of Yunjin puzzled the other disciples. News of the disciple tests hadn't and Oppos, T reached the sect yet. They looked at Yunjin with curiosity. When did Tianjin Peak accept a new disciple? Peak Qi refining at the 4th level, the spirit chef checked and confirmed. You may place your order. As a stick of incense passed, the challenge ended in failure. A voice echoed from the corner. The disciple who had challenged clutched his stomach in agony, unable to speak as he desperately refined the food within him using spiritual energy. TSK. Lin's senior brother has also failed. It seems this package is impossible to conquer. Come over here, we have a 4th level disciple ready to challenge. What? Lin's senior brother is already at the 7th level and failed so miserably. How could a mere 4th level disciple dare to try? I heard this is a new disciple of Tianjin Peak. I never expected anyone to join Tianjin Peak. She must have been deceived into coming here. This new disciple is quite unfortunate. Amid the whispers, plates of meat began to pile in front of Yunjin. Each plate was stacked like a small mountain, and she felt almost buried beneath the mound of meat. Siwan Ning whispered, this is just the first batch of 5 plates. The entire package contains 50 plates of meat. Junior sister, if you can't handle it, don't force yourself. Overeating can be uncomfortable. Yunjin gazed at the sea of meat, nearly moved to tears. She was in dire need of food, and here it was, delivered right to her. There are still many kind-hearted souls in the Tianqing sect. Seeing Yunjin's reddened eyes, Siwan Ning felt a pang of sympathy and said, if it gets too much, we can. Before she could finish, Yunjin had already grabbed a massive chicken leg and began devouring it. The moment the chicken leg entered her mouth, it transformed into spiritual energy, replenishing her dantian. The sensation was incredibly refreshing, and Yunjin couldn't help but display an expression of pure enjoyment. Siwan Ning, sitting beside her, felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Yunjin, leaving her utterly astonished. What is happening with this junior sister? Eating a chicken leg, and her spiritual power is increasing again. By the time Yunjin finished the first plate of meat, Siwan Ning was horrified to discover that Yunjin's spiritual energy had actually broken through to the 5th level. She hurriedly concealed Yunjin's energy fluctuations to prevent others from noticing anything unusual. Wow, she finished the first plate rather quickly. She must have been starving for several days. Previously, there were others who tried this hunger tactic, but after consuming 1 plate, they were usually full. This newcomer is likely to reach her limit after 2 plates. I bet she won't finish the 2nd plate. Yunjin ignored the murmurs around her. Her focus was solely on the meat. The 2nd plate quickly transformed into spiritual energy, followed by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th plates. Was Yunjin actually eating meat? No. She was consuming spiritual power. The meat provided by this eating contest contained a hint of spiritual energy, far surpassing the nourishment offered by mundane food. However, now that she was at the 5th level of qi refining, the energy she required exceeded the sum of the previous levels, causing her progress to slow. Yunjin initially thought that finishing these 5 plates would allow her to break through to the 6th level, but to her dismay, she remained stuck at the peak of the 5th level. Where and Oppos, that's the next batch of meat. Hurry, Yunjin urged eagerly, waiting for her advancement. Chapter 12. A satiated state. The expressions of the onlookers subtly shifted. Many had devoured 5 plates of meat, yet none had exhibited such eagerness as Yunjin. The culinary master raised an eyebrow and promptly ordered 10 plates of meat to be served. With a gleeful grin, Yunjin resumed her hearty feast. While others gradually appeared pained as they ate, Yunjin only grew more joyful, drawing quiet laughter from the crowd who observed her as if she were indulging in a rare delicacy. However, it was evident that the meat had merely been boiled, and those who had tasted it knew it was far from delectable. Siwan Ning watched with a mix of trepidation and delight. But upon witnessing the astonished gazes around her, she couldn't and Oppos, help but feel a sense of pride. Are you impressed? My junior sister simply has a remarkable appetite. Indeed, Yunjin waved her hand, calling for another batch. To everyone's astonishment, the 10 plates were soon emptied once more. Siwan Ning investigated Yunjin and Oppos, prowess and confirmed that she had indeed broken through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. The initial shock she felt had morphed into a sense of urgency. It had only been a day since her junior sister's initiation, and she had ascended from the 1st to the 6th level in such a brief span. Was this pace truly sustainable? Regardless, she could only assist in maintaining appearances. Yunjin's rapid and effortless challenges soon drew the attention of the entire dining hall. Others even began to keep count. 18 plates. 19 plates. The speed at which she consumed was astonishing. They had not seen her chew. Could she truly digest all that meat? The limits of an ordinary person, after all, were around 5 plates. To continue this challenge, she would need to employ her spiritual energy for digestion. The culinary master had mentioned that her cultivation was at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Was it realistic for someone at that level to have such digestive prowess? It seemed she had reached her limit. But Yunjin showed no signs of slowing down. Could she possibly challenge 30 plates? Unthinkable. The last senior brother at the 7th level had barely managed 30 plates. If Yunjin succeeded, it would imply that her ability to harness spiritual energy was, to some extent, on par with disciples of the 7th level. How could that be? 30 plates. Surely this time she would falter. Yet her pace remained unyielding. After a moment of silence, someone trembled and spoke. Could she actually succeed? No one responded. They were reluctant to believe it, but the truth appeared undeniable. When Yunjin finished 40 plates and robustly called for 10 more, skepticism dissipated entirely. It was only halfway through the allotted time, and she seemed remarkably unperturbed. Could she truly succeed? The culinary master was taken aback, but nonetheless delivered the final 10 plates. All right, if you need anything next time, just let me know. Yu Zhao cheerfully waved at a disciple before stepping into the dining hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Yunjin surrounded by admirers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The crowd excitedly counted down. Yu Zhao was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? The next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted. The challenge was complete. How is this possible? I am at the 5th level of Qi refinement, yet I have never dared to try. If a 4th level can accomplish this, perhaps I could too. Yu Zhao observed as Yunjin rose slowly, her hands raised in triumph, exuding an aura reminiscent of royalty. Question marks floated above his head. He had merely assisted a few unfortunate souls outside. What had transpired here? According to the rules, this meal was complimentary. The culinary master regarded Yunjin with a complex expression. You truly are impressive, she said. Next time you dine here, I shall offer you a discount. However, regarding this challenge, I kindly ask that you show some restraint. Being able to enjoy a hearty meal is already a great satisfaction for me. Yunjin seized the moment to add, Sister Muhua, could you help me process this piece of meat into meat floss? Si Wanning produced a chunk of beast meat and handed it over. The culinary master Muhua glanced at it, preparing to quote a price. Si Wanning interjected. This is for my junior sister. Just this once, consider it a welcoming gift. Her tone was shamelessly persuasive. Muhua regarded her with a blank expression and replied. Very well, for your junior sister's sake. Si Wanning's face lit up with delight, akin to a fox that had stolen a hen. Yu Zhao approached. Having inquired about the situation and grasped the essence of it, his gaze towards Yunjin was now tinged with nuances. Junior sister, did you truly complete the challenge? He asked. Yunjin patted her belly and replied. Yes, I am about 70% full. 70% full. This revelation silenced not just Yu Zhao, but the entire hall. What manner of prodigy had the Tianjin Peak discovered? To consume such copious amounts of food and still be only 70% full, how much would it take to reach complete fullness? Emotion points surged. 20, 10, 20. Another wave of emotion points flowed in, and Yunjin beamed brighter than ever. Each bite had yielded increasing emotion points, and this time, it culminated in a small crescendo. From this grand feast, she had amassed 900 emotion points, bringing her total to just over 3,000. Having exhausted her free simplification opportunities, she would need to exchange 1,000 emotion points for 10 more. With this new total, she could redeem 30 times. Yunjin was in no rush to exchange. She would wait until it was necessary. Soon, Muhua had processed the meat, and Yunjin received a substantial bag of meat floss. Come, let me show you around elsewhere, Si Wanning said, leading Yunjin away. Muhua glanced at Yu Zhao and lowered her voice. Can you truly support this junior sister? Yu Zhao replied, I shall try. I've already deceived my master. I cannot allow my sister to go hungry. Muhua looked at him with pity. Good luck. Yu Zhao could only wear a pained expression. Over the years, he had diligently built his reserves. But if Yunjin continued this voracious appetite, his resources would soon be depleted. He sighed, this life is not easy. Prepare more meat floss on my tab. When my sister needs it, I shall come for it, Yu Zhao stated. Additionally, Her successful challenge will likely make this feast more popular, potentially boosting sales. However, if others continue to fail, their spirits may dampen. In business, it is wise to allow some to taste success. I suggest extending the time limit or reducing the quantity of food, allowing a select few to succeed, thus ensuring longevity in our approach. Mu Hua nodded, understood. After a brief conversation, Yu Zhao hurriedly departed. Mu Hua watched him leave, reflecting on their long-standing partnership. Many of the fresh items and marketing strategies in the dining hall were his ideas, and she would often share profits with him, making them business partners. Yu Zhao was undoubtedly capable. It was unfortunate he had such a burdensome master. Now, with an additional junior sister to support, one could only wonder how he would manage. Mu Hua shook his head, choosing not to intervene any further. Chapter 13. A reunion with Yudanxia after leaving the dining hall. Si Wanning did not linger long with Yunjin, and the two soon returned to Tianjin Peak. Si Wanning assisted Yunjin in selecting a residence and helped her arrange her frequently used items. In this way, Yunjin had found a semblance of home at Tianjin Peak. Si Wanning gazed at Yunjin, hesitating to speak. After a moment, she inquired, "Junior sister, has your cultivation broken through to the 7th level?" The advancement in cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Yunjin had managed to reach the 6th level after consuming numerous servings of meat, yet the subsequent efforts barely allowed her to ascend to the 7th level. Yunjin nodded, "It seems so." Si Wanning expressed her concern, "Your cultivation is growing remarkably fast. Is that not worrisome?" Yunjin blinked innocently, "I am not sure. It seems that whenever I eat, my cultivation increases. Growing in cultivation just by eating." Si Wanning was taken aback. Is this method of cultivation scientifically sound? Can you truly control such rapid influx of spiritual energy? We must avoid any potential backlash. In response, Yunjin summoned her spiritual energy, effortlessly shaping it into various forms before Si Wanning's eyes. Backlash? She quipped. Si Wanning sighed in relief. "I suppose I have no more concerns. Junior sister, do eat more." Tears of relief streamed down Si Wanning and Appo's face. If only Linya were present, she would shake him vigorously by the collar. Was this truly her junior sister, or had she unwittingly befriended a voracious beast? Yunjin's unique cultivation method surely promised better prospects elsewhere than at their humble Tianjin Peak. Coming here would only hinder her potential. "By the way, senior sister, please take me to any more eye-catching events in the future," Yunjin suddenly suggested. Si Wanning appeared perplexed. With a mischievous grin, Yunjin added, "Senior sister, I relish showcasing my talents before others. The more attention I receive, the more joy it brings me. In essence, it is all about ostentation." Yunjin had no choice. Only through public display could she garner emotional value, exchange it for simplification opportunities, and accelerate her growth. She was determined to rise swiftly, knowing that achieving the foundation establishment stage was merely the beginning. Once there, her foremost mission would be to aid Linya in regaining his strength. The crisis looming over Tianjin Peak was imminent, and the only solution lay in restoring Linya to his former glory, thereby ensuring their protection. Yunjin had a plan in mind. In her previous life, she had heard that to heal Linya's injuries, a special pill known as the Bu Tian Dan was necessary. Within the Tianqing sect, a formula for this pill existed. However, the rarity of the required spiritual herbs posed a significant challenge, as many had become extinct, making it difficult to gather them all. Additionally, the skill required to concoct the Bu Tian Dan was exceptionally high. Even if the esteemed Master Huolai were to attempt it, the success rate would be dismally low. With scarce herbs and elusive alchemists, Linya's injuries would continue to linger. Yet, with the super simplification system at her disposal, Yunjin felt a glimmer of confidence in her ability to produce the Bu Tian Dan. To achieve this goal within 3 months, she needed to accumulate emotional value rapidly. Therefore, she must remain conspicuous, and the more ostentatious, the better. "Junior sister," Si Wanning cautioned, visibly alarmed, "you may not realize that Tianjin Peak is rather weak. Being too ostentatious could invite resentment." Yunjin chuckled, "Senior sister, does being low-key truly shield one from animosity?" Si Wanning fell silent. The current sect master of Tianqing, Zhao Wuji, held a long-standing grudge against their master. While their master suffered grievous injuries, others merely observed without intervening. However, the sect master actively sought to complicate their lives, both overtly and covertly. For instance, disciples of Tianqing were entitled to receive resources monthly according to their cultivation levels, yet the meager resources allocated to them were utterly useless. Were it not for their elder brother and Appo's business acumen within the sect, their lives would be even more arduous. Knowing the sect master and Appo's petty nature, it was likely he would never relent, regardless of whether they acted discreetly or flamboyantly. Yunjin smiled slyly, senior sister, since being low-key proves futile. Why should we continue to restrict ourselves? Si Ning looked at Yunjin and Amp, Oppos, S determined expression and couldn't help but smile. Very well, we shall heed your wishes. Junior sister. In the days that followed, to expedite her progression to the foundation establishment stage, Yunjin refrained from aimless wandering and instead dedicated herself to her training at Tianjin Peak. Each day comprised 2 tasks, consuming meat and overseeing Yu Zhao and Si Ning as they practiced their swordsmanship. She had intended to include Yu Song Nian in her supervision, but the third brother and Oppos' agility was remarkable. He often vanished before she could utter a word. After 3 days, both Yu Zhao and Si Ning trembled instinctively upon catching sight of Yunjin. Over these 3 days, she had polished off the meat Si Ning provided, and Yu Zhao had generously brought her another large bag, ensuring that he frequently delivered more. Though he appeared unreliable, this elder brother was remarkably responsible, and Yunjin resolved to find a way to repay his kindness in the future. 3 days later, Yunjin's prowess had ascended once more, reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement. Furthermore, her sword techniques were on the verge of breaking through to proficiency, with her skills advancing to the 2nd level. The rapidity of her growth was nothing short of astonishing. One day, as usual, Yunjin practiced her swordsmanship with Yu Zhao and Si Ning. But Yu Zhao swiftly disappeared early in the morning. Left without an alternative, Yunjin turned her attention to the unfortunate second sister. While Si Ning practiced with a pained expression, she found solace in the notion that her intensive training had yielded some progress. Perhaps, in misfortune, there was a glimmer of fortune. Second sister, you are doing remarkably well, Yunjin remarked, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. I wish to see it once more. Si Ning and Oppos' lips twitched when suddenly, she spotted someone approaching Tianjin Peak from afar. Her eyes lit up. Junior sister. It seems we have guests. Yunjin turned to look as well, and indeed, a few figures were making their way toward them. As they drew nearer, Yunjin could discern the features of one of the visitors and raised an eyebrow. Yidanxia. After waiting for 3 days, the heroine had finally arrived. Her emotional value was about to soar with this new opportunity. Xiaojin, I finally found you. Yi Danxiao exclaimed with delight upon spotting Yunjin. I heard you were at Tianjin Peak, and after inquiring everywhere, I begged the senior brothers for quite some time before they agreed to bring me to see you. Xiaojin, have you been mistreated here? As she spoke, Yi Danxiao glanced at Si Ning and remarked, so you are the second disciple of Tianjin Peak. Si Ning, I have heard tales of your fiery temperament. A girl with such a volatile disposition is unlikely to attract admirers. Si Ning was taken aback. Who is this woman? Surely she must be mistaken. Chapter 14. The straightforward disciple. Yi shimmy Si Ning's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of her sword. As the saying goes, the one who strikes first is the lesser. Teaching this woman a lesson should be a trivial matter, right? However, as soon as Si Ning made a move, the sycophantic entourage that had accompanied Yi Danxiao immediately shielded her. The first sycophant let out a cold chuckle. Sister Si, you shimmy merely spoke a truth, and you are already flustered? Your composure leaves much to be desired. The second sycophant chimed in with unabashed praise. Yi shimmy is refreshingly candid. She speaks her mind, which is a delightful quality. Sister Si, you startled Yi shimmy, and it would be appropriate for you to apologize. Si Ning was taken aback. She had done nothing to provoke the inexplicable reaction of this entity. Her temper flared, and she could no longer contain it. Sister Si. Yunjin's sweet voice suddenly broke in. Are you familiar with an animal from the mortal realm known as a duck? The abrupt shift in conversation momentarily bewildered Si Ning, who nodded in confusion. This duck, you see, is a quintessentially straightforward creature. Do you know what the most distinctive trait of such beings is? They eat and excrete simultaneously, unable to retain anything within their bellies. Thus, do you now comprehend why our Yushimi is so straightforward? Do you realize what she has just spewed forth? Yunjin's lips curled into a smile. Wait, what? Si Ning burst into laughter. Her little junior sister was truly a remarkable talent. She realized, with astonishment, I see now. Straightforward creatures expel from their rear. Yet I never expected someone could expel from their mouth. Yushimi, after all, is not an ordinary being. Yunji nodded in agreement. As the two exchanged banter, Yi Danxia and Oppos' face turned an ashen hue. What nonsense are you both spouting? The protagonist, as expected, needed no defense. Her entourage began to seethe with indignation. Yunjin, observing them with a faint smile, continued, Now I understand. Yushimi enjoys spewing words, so why do you all surround her? Sister Air. There is a saying, a dog cannot change its nature. Do you comprehend now? Si Ning nodded fervently. I understand. I truly understand. These people are nothing but dogs. Sister Air, one should see through but not speak out. By saying this, you have embarrassed several of our brothers. Yun Jin feigned a laugh. It is my fault. Si Ning offered her apologies. I apologize. I shall be more tactful next time I refer to you as dogs. Yun Jin praised Sister Air. Your ability to recognize your mistakes is commendable. At that moment, not only Yi Danxia, but also the faces of the others began to turn green. Yun Jin listened to the sweet sound of her emotion points accumulating, her smile widening. The protagonist truly excelled. In such a brief span, she had garnered 300 emotion points. In an instant, Yun Jin's gaze upon Yi Danxia grew fervent. She even encouraged, Yi Shimi, what exactly brings you here? Speak freely. Yi Danxia forced a strained smile, gritting her teeth as she said, Xiao Jin, I merely came to ensure you were not wronged, yet you speak such words to me. Do you know how much it pains my heart? Yun Jin scoffed. When my bracelets were severed that day, I made my stance quite clear. From henceforth, we are unrelated. I am thriving at Tianjian Peak. If you refrain from being a nuisance, my life will only improve. Si Ning's eyes flickered, her gaze toward Yi Danxia growing colder. It appeared this individual bore a grudge against her little junior sister. This visit was clearly aimed at her. Her dear little junior sister, so soft and endearing, pure and kind, must not be bullied. Si Ning subtly stepped forward, discreetly obstructing Yi Danxia's line of sight. Yi Danxia appeared increasingly aggrieved. Xiao Jin, I know you spoke in anger that day. How can we sever our bond after so many years? If we are to part, it should be after I have received the ring. Fearing Yun Jin might utter something that would put her in a compromising position, Yi Danxia quickly added, Xiao Jin, I have learned that resources at Tianjian Peak are scarce. The disciples there do not fare well. I have taken the master as my mentor, and he has treated me exceptionally well. Upon my initiation, he gifted me a Bailing Dan, which enhances spiritual power for those in the Qi refining stage. As a spirit root of the highest caliber, my cultivation progresses swiftly, while yours, as a 5 spirit root, is exceedingly challenging without the aid of pills. Yi Danxia regarded Yun Jin with a slightly condescending expression. Thus, I have come to bestow this Bailing Dan upon you. Yi Danxia's intentions were clear. Yun Jin, with her 5 spirit root, would undoubtedly require the Bailing Dan. However, given her disposition, she would likely resist accepting it for free. At that point, Yi Danxia would propose an exchange, hoping to acquire the coveted ring. Although the ring currently bore no apparent value, Yi Danxia was determined to possess it. She had heard tales of Yun Jin's ancestors rescuing a fallen cultivator, and this ring was a relic from that very individual. Years passed, and the ring had been handed down through generations of the Yun family, never revealing any extraordinary qualities. Yet, Yi Danxia was convinced that this relic held secrets yet to be uncovered. She intended to procure it first and then explore its mysteries at her leisure. Yun Jin saw through Yi Danxia's scheming thoughts and instantly broke into a smile. So you intend to gift this Bailing Dan to me? Very well. Let us consider it a token of gratitude for the nurturing my family has provided you over the years. Yun Jin stepped forward and directly accepted the elixir. Yi Danxia. She had expected Yun Jin to feel embarrassed. Instead, she appeared completely unfazed. Yun Jin stored the pill and looked at Yi Danxia with a hint of curiosity. Aren't you leaving? Do you have more treasures to present to me? If you wish to repay my family, I would not mind at all. Yi Danxia forced a strained smile. Xiao Jin, this elixir is exceedingly precious for new disciples. And then, Yun Jin raised an eyebrow. Yi Danxia could no longer contain herself and finally stated her purpose. I can give you this elixir, but I would like your ring in return, as a memento. Yun Jin scoffed. The Yun family has not treated you poorly. This ring is a treasured heirloom. What do you wish to keep it for? Yi Danxia grew anxious. Previously, consider it a slip of the tongue. Xiao Jin, this ring is merely an object from the mortal realm. I offer you a Bailing Dan in exchange. You have already profited. Exchange? Did you not initially state it was a gift? Yun Jin chuckled. Yi Danxia, I was uncertain whether this ring held any significance. But your relentless scheming has confirmed my suspicions. Yun Jin intentionally spoke this way, and indeed, Yi Danxia's expression soured further. She feigned nonchalance. It is merely a ring. What significance could it possibly hold? I just wish to keep a keepsake. Simply a keepsake? Is that so? Yun Jin bent down, plucking a handful of grass, and nonchalantly wove it into a grass ring. Here, this is a handmade keepsake for you. Yi Danxia? Chapter 15. The dual agreement. In a moment of uncertainty, Yi Danxia found herself at a loss for words. Yun Jin, with effusive enthusiasm, had already adorned her finger with a ring woven from grass. Junior sister Yi, since you hold our Yun family in such high regard, you must take good care of this ring and ensure it is not lost. Otherwise, I might begin to question your true intentions for coming here today. Yi Danxia gazed at the crude grass ring on her finger, her lips twitching in dismay. You expect me to wear this? It's utterly hideous. Xiao Jin. What I mean is Yi Danxiao persisted, undeterred. Are you implying that one ring is insufficient, and that you desire one for each finger? Yun Jin responded with unabated enthusiasm. I shall weave you a few more right away. That one tea be necessary. One is more than enough. Yi Danxiao exclaimed in haste. Yun Jin acknowledged her with a hint of regret on her face. Yi Danxiao's expression grew increasingly sour. She aspired to uphold a benevolent reputation. Forcibly taking Yun Jin and Appo's ring would surely lead to public scorn. The ring must be hers, but she could not tarnish her own image. Yi Danxia cast a pleading glance at her accompanying senior brothers. The moment they met her gaze, their spirits ignited with fervor. Yun Jin, is it? The most skilled among them stepped forward with an air of arrogance. My junior sister desires the ring you wear. Hand it over willingly. If you attempt any tricks, I shall ensure you regret it. Senior brother Qin, please refrain from such declarations, Yi Danxiao interjected hurriedly. Though I offered a precious Bai Ling Dan in exchange. If Xiao Jin is reluctant, then so be it. Having already presented the Bai Ling Dan, she felt entitled to the ring. It was unacceptable for her to be denied. Senior brother Qin sneered in response. Si Wanning stepped forward, her demeanor icy. What is this? Do you wish to resort to force? Come then, let us see if you can match my skills. Senior brother Chun and Appo's expression stiffened. Among them, he was indeed the most accomplished. Yet he had only reached the peak of Qi training. They had come, fully aware that Yi Danxiao would undoubtedly achieve greatness, seeking to curry favor with someone of such potential. In terms of cultivation, Si Wanning had long since attained the golden core stage and was but a step away from the nascent soul stage. How could he dare to challenge her? Yet, he was unwilling to let go of such a splendid opportunity to impress Yi Danxia. Thus, senior brother Qin raised his chin defiantly. Sister C, you are already at the golden core stage while I am merely at Qi training. If you wish to strike me, I cannot resist. However, you are rather bullying me. Aren't you? Si Wanning let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Today, I shall indeed take advantage of my superior position. Though the Tianjin peak had fallen into decline, it was hardly the case that a mere handful of Qi training disciples could brazenly confront them. With a stern expression, she advanced. The faces of senior brother Chun and his companions paled slightly. Should Si Wanning truly choose to act, they would find themselves at a loss. Second sister, Yun Jin and Appo's languid voice broke through the tension. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Why should sister take the trouble to deal with mere Qi training disciples? Si Wanning paused, taken aback. Yun Jin stepped forward, her expression devoid of emotion as she addressed senior brother Qin. You desire my ring, is that correct? Very well. Let us settle this in the arena. If you win, I shall personally hand the ring to you. If you lose, I shall require no more than 3 foundation establishment pills. In this realm of cultivation, the methods to achieve foundation establishment were collectively scarce. Thus, one could only rely on foundation establishment pills. Some with good aptitude could establish their foundation with just 1 pill, while others of lesser quality might require 8 or 10. Senior brother Chun, already at the peak of Qi training, would undoubtedly seek such pills for his own advancement. Coincidentally, Yun Jin also required these pills for her approaching foundation establishment. Therefore, she thought, let us have them, shall we? Hearing Yun Jin's proposition, senior brother Qin burst into laughter. You wish to duel me? Are you certain? He had been in the sect for 3 years and was on the verge of breaking through to foundation establishment. While Yun Jin, according to junior sister Yi, had only just entered the sect 3 days prior. A mere novice, with a reputation as a waste of 5 spiritual roots. Dared to challenge him? Was this not akin to offering oneself up for slaughter? Senior brother Chun Yi Danxia spoke softly. 3 foundation establishment pills is too steep a wager. Perhaps we should reconsider. Upon hearing this, senior brother Qin straightened his posture. Junior sister Yi, do not worry. For your sake, I would willingly stake my life. Let alone 3 foundation establishment pills. Moreover, I have no doubt of my victory in this match. I will personally deliver the ring to you. Yi Danxia responded with a small smile, and senior brother Qin beamed with renewed confidence, gazing at Yun Jin with a commanding presence. If you desire a battle, then let us engage. However, to prevent any disputes, we must draft a contract and have it notarized by the sect and Appo's law enforcement hall. A notarized contract would ensure that any breach would be enforced by the law enforcement hall. Upon hearing this, Yun Jin smiled. That suits me perfectly. Yi Danxia's eyes flickered as she feigned concern. Xiao Jin, do not act impulsively. Senior brother Qin is quite formidable. Oh, then perhaps we shall not compete. Yun Jin replied directly. Yi Danxia was taken aback, quickly adding, but I believe, Xiao Jin, that you should not shy away from a challenge. Yun Jin regarded her with a bemused expression. In that moment, Yi Danxiao felt as though her fade of virtue was being unraveled. Fortunately, Yunjin seemed uninterested in prolonging the discourse and turned to senior brother Chun. Let us set the date for tomorrow to avoid any unnecessary delays. Senior brother Chun sneered, eagerly agreeing. I would not have it any other way. You truly are a good person, Yunjin remarked with genuine admiration, contemplating where to procure the foundation establishment pills. To her surprise, someone had offered them on a silver platter. Was this not the mark of a true benefactor? At this moment, senior brother Chun failed to grasp the depth of Yunjin's words, merely snorting in response as he produced a sheet of silver contract paper. Yunjin and senior brother Chun inscribed the terms of their duel upon the contract, and with a flash of silver light, it was sealed. Yi Danxiao observed with a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yunjin was foolish enough. The ring would soon be in her possession. The group departed as swiftly as they had arrived. Beneath a tree along the roadside, Yu Songyan gazed down with a heavy expression. How dare they bully his junior sister? With the absence of the eldest brother, it fell upon him to intervene. A fine powder materialized in his hand, cascading down to envelop all but senior brother Chun. He refrained from targeting Chin, as this was a prize for his junior sister to claim. Yet, he wondered, did she truly possess the confidence to prevail? A rare flicker of concern crossed Yu Songyan and Appo's typically stoic visage. Chapter 16. Anticipation at Sword Peak. Si Wanning gazed intently at Yunjin, who returned her stare with an expression of innocence. After a prolonged silence, Si Wanning sighed helplessly. Junior sister, are you being foolish? Although Yunjin and Appo's cultivation method was rather unorthodox, and her rapid increase in strength was astonishing, she had only been training for 3 days. Even with such acceleration, she had merely reached the 8th level of Qi training. In contrast, senior brother Chun had already attained the pinnacle of the 10th level and was on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. He was deliberately delaying his breakthrough to accumulate more foundation establishment pills for a single decisive leap. Facing someone at the peak of the 10th level with her 8th level cultivation, the odds were not in her favor. Yunjin blinked. Senior sister, has that senior brother Chin perhaps mastered any advanced secret techniques? Si Wanning was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. It's rare for even foundation establishment disciples to access advanced techniques. Only those with exceptional talent can even come into contact with them. Generally, one must reach at least the golden core stage to engage with such methods. In the Qi training stage, the primary competition lies in the depth of one and Appo's spiritual energy. Junior sister, in this regard, you are undoubtedly lacking compared to senior brother Chen. Yunjin smiled. That and Appo's fine, as long as he doesn't and Appo's no. Holding 2 proficient advanced sword techniques, she felt confident that even if her spiritual energy paled in comparison to senior brother Chen's, a single strike would be sufficient to secure victory. Si Wanning was left in a state of confusion, unable to suppress her curiosity. He doesn't know, but you do? Yunjin nodded earnestly. I have a bit of understanding. Senior sister, could you lend me a sword during the competition? Si Wanning was even more exasperated. Lending a sword is not an issue. However, junior sister, you do not think that just because you saw me and your senior brother practice for a few days, you have learned it too, do you? It was amusing to see Wanning, but Yunjin responded with utmost seriousness. I feel like I have grasped a bit of it. Si Wanning was momentarily speechless at Yunjin and Appo's confidence. This was an advanced technique. If one could learn it merely by observation, what would be the need for manuals? Yet, seeing Yunjin's self-assured demeanor, Si Wanning refrained from voicing her doubts, thinking that fortunately, the stakes this time were merely a ring. If junior sister hesitated, she could simply offer some spirit stones to help her retrieve it. Junior sister, Yu Zhao entered with a stern expression. I just encountered several individuals at the law enforcement hall who wish to notarize a contract. Can you guess the contents of this contract? Si Wanning, who often sparred playfully with Yu Zhao, felt a twinge of anxiety at his grim demeanor and reluctantly said, Senior brother, those individuals have gone too far. Junior sister was merely acting out of anger when she signed the contract. Yu Zhao glanced at Yunjin. She cleared her throat. Senior brother, I actually have some confidence in my abilities. Yu Zhao narrowed his eyes. A contract is a contract. What I wish to know is how a few Qi training disciples could brazenly come here to bully you, and yet you allowed them to leave unscathed. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his gaze. After years of hard work within the sect, his aim was to ensure that his junior siblings could live better lives. Now, his junior sister, having just entered, had been bullied right at their doorstep. How could he, Yu Zhao, still face his role as the elder brother? Suddenly, Yu Songyan appeared silently in the room and whispered a few words to Yu Zhao. His expression finally softened somewhat as he coldly remarked, Let them suffer for an entire night. That should suffice. He looked at Si Wanning with a mix of disappointment and reproach. Junior sister. Reflect on yourself. You always act fearless, yet you allowed junior sister to be bullied right before you. If it weren't for third junior brother, wouldn't she have been bullied for nothing? Si Wanning responded meekly, but in her heart, she thought, the key was, junior sister didn't he actually suffer any loss? Senior brother and the others had not witnessed how fiercely junior sister could retaliate with words. Yu Zhao turned to Yunjin, instantly donning a gentle smile. Junior sister. This competition is unfair to you. Although a contract has been established, you need not worry. I have ways to have that person voluntarily rescind it. Yunjin found this quite intriguing. This senior brother seemed quite remarkable. In her previous life, the eldest disciple of Master Lin Yo was infamous for being weak and easily bullied, ultimately meeting a tragic end due to relentless persecution. However, this senior brother was entirely different from the rumors of her past life. Either the past was mere hearsay, or this version of Yu Zhao was entirely a different person. Reflecting on Yu Zhao's actions and words over the past few days, Yunjin began to entertain a notion. Could this Yu Zhao be a transmigrator? Having traversed countless worlds, including modern realms, his demeanor resembled that of people from such a world. If he truly was a transmigrator, then the stark contrast in his character from her previous life would be easily explained. Furthermore, with such an elder brother present, Sword Peak might not be as easily bullied as outsiders presumed. With a sweet smile, Yunjin declared, Senior brother, I took the initiative to sign this contract. I believe I can win. Her tone was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Yu Zhao studied her for a moment and, seeing her unwavering determination, although he was perplexed by her confidence, he finally said, Since junior sister is confident, I shall support your decision. However, I do wish to request a favor from my brothers and sisters, Yunjin added. Please, do not hesitate to ask, Si Wanning urged eagerly. Yunjin revealed a shy smile. I thrive in the presence of many. The more spectators, the stronger I become in battle. Therefore, could you help me promote this duel? Ideally, I would like to gather a large crowd. Upon hearing this, the group at Sword Peak fell silent. How should they interpret this? Their junior sister and Appo's personality seemed a bit ostentatious. No, that Kuden and Appo's be right. They Kuden and Appo's view their innocent and endearing junior sister in such a light. After all, she was still a child. And what child did not enjoy a lively gathering? After a lengthy pause, Yu Zhao reluctantly nodded. All right, I will assist in promoting it. Over the years, he had accomplished much within the Tianqing sect, though most of it was concealed. Subtly garnering support for this was quite manageable. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. Yunjin beamed. Just thinking of the many spectators for tomorrow's duel makes me so excited. The others at Sword Peak exchanged glances, feeling a strange sense of unease. Something about junior sister seemed amiss. Yet, surely this must be their misperception, right? Chapter 17. Utterly amusing, have you heard? A novice who has only been initiated for 3 days dares to challenge Chen Hao, the peak cultivator of the Qi refinement stage. ISN and Appo's. Chen Hao already at the pinnacle of Qi refinement? I recall he has been stockpiling foundation establishment pills, so he should be on the verge of advancement. A mere 3-day novice dares to confront him? Indeed, it is that disciple from the Tianjin Peak. I heard she possesses a 5 spiritual root and was almost cast away to the outer sect, but was picked up by the peak master of Tianjin Peak. Frankly, joining Tianjin Peak is not as advantageous as going to the outer sect. Moreover, who isn't aware that the leadership of Tianjin Peak will change hands in 3 months? Come, let us not dwell on that. Let us go witness the commotion. I've heard that a betting pool has been set up. Betting on Chen Hao offers a payout of 2 to 1, while betting on the new disciple, Yunjin, provides 5 to 1. 5 to 1. If that bet pays off, the returns would be quite substantial. The question is, does Yunjin stand a chance of winning? It seems wiser to bet on Chen Hao for a guaranteed profit. Let us go, let us place our bets. It's practically free spirit stones. At the martial arts arena, a contest among Qi refinement stage disciples has garnered immense attention, with the entire arena crowded beyond capacity. Yunjin surveyed the scene, thoroughly pleased. Such a multitude of onlookers could furnish her with an abundance of emotional value. Everyone, we are soaring high. Junior sister, hold your sword properly. Si Wanning worriedly handed her a sword, saying, Your current cultivation is insufficient. This sword is a low-grade spiritual weapon, and you can barely wield it. Thank you. Second senior sister, Yunjin sweetly replied as she accepted the sword and awkwardly attempted to perform a sword flourish. Unfortunately, she lost her grip, and the sword clattered to the ground. Si Wanning immediately covered her forehead in exasperation. Yu Zhao, feeling a mix of anxiety and fear, inquired, Junior sister, are you truly all right? It's not a big deal, Yunjin reassured, picking up the sword. I was merely observing your practices before. I've never wielded a sword myself. so it slipped my grasp momentarily. However, you must believe that a prodigy like me will adapt swiftly. The trio from Tianjin Peak could only exchange worried glances. Junior sister. You must give it your all, Yu Zhao implored, his face filled with tension. Yunjin blinked playfully and lowered her voice. Senior brother. You didn't place a bet on me, did you? Yu Zhao looked at Yunjin in shock. How could you think that? Gambling is wrong. I never participate. Really? Yunjin was skeptical. Yu Zhao nodded. Yes, I always act as the house. I take all bets. Yunjin responded. Ah, splendid. What a clever maneuver. Yu Zhao whispered. If you manage to win, we will undoubtedly reap great rewards together, splitting it 50-50. If Yunjin were to lose, he would likely face financial ruin. Though he refrained from voicing such thoughts. Deal. With unwavering confidence, Yunjin leaped onto the stage. Chun Hao followed suit, mounting the platform with an air of confidence. Below, Yi Danxia, despite her frail state, stood resolutely. Last night, she endured relentless stomach pains, running to the restroom so frequently that she nearly collapsed. Yet, for the sake of the ring, she crawled her way here. The other disciples who accompanied her to Tianjin Peak also bore pallid expressions. Upon inquiry, she learned they too had suffered the same ordeal. If not for the fact that Chen Hao appeared unscathed, Yi Danxiao might have suspected foul play from those at Tianjin Peak. It seemed they had consumed something ill-advised, resulting in their current state. Do not worry, junior sister. One disciple assured. Chen senior brother will surely win. That ring is virtually yours. Moreover, I have placed all my wealth on Chen senior brother's victory, another added. Yi Danxia's heart fluttered at the prospect, and she promptly presented the gifts she received from Zhao Wuji and others, 10 by Ling pills and a low-grade spiritual weapon, asking, Senior brothers, can these be wagered? The disciple replied, they must first be converted into spirit stones. Thus, you should keep these items. They are worth about 100 low-grade spirit stones. I will place the bet for you and return the winnings afterward. With her eyes sparkling, Yi Danxia sweetly agreed. Thank you, senior brother. The disciple, overjoyed, rushed to place her bet, while the others felt a twinge of regret. Why hadn't they thought of such a move? Had they spoken up sooner, they could have reaped the benefits. This junior sister is destined for greatness. Establishing a good rapport now would certainly be wise. As they pondered, they gravitated closer to Yi Danxia. Several disciples offered her water, fanned her, and even fetched a chair, showering her with attention. Thank you all. You were so kind to me, Yi Danxia expressed her gratitude, basking in the royal treatment. Meanwhile, Chen Hao cast a disdainful glance at the crowd below. How pathetic their attempts to curry favor with the junior sister are. As for him, he would soon secure the coveted ring for her, which was the true way to win her favor. Furthermore, this Yunjin was completely ungrateful, having dared to speak arrogantly to the junior sister. He resolved to publicly humiliate her in front of everyone today. With a cold stare, Chen Hao addressed Yunjin as a new disciple. Do not claim that I am bullying you. You may strike first. Really? Yunjin responded, a hint of surprise in her voice. Chen Hao sneered. I will allow you 3 moves. Yunjin accepted earnestly, nodding. All right, I will use this opportunity to practice my swordsmanship. Practicing swordsmanship on the arena? What an absurd notion. In an instant, the stakes on Chen Hao skyrocketed. Yu Zhao felt a rush of anxiety. This was a risky game, and he feared how it would conclude. On stage, Yunjin picked up the sword and swung it about haphazardly. Her so-called swordsmanship lacked any form or finesse, provoking laughter among the onlookers. Quickly, bet on Chen Hao. It's a surefire victory. Everyone rush in. As Yi Danxiao observed Yunjin and Appo's clumsy antics, a smirk of derision formed on her lips. Having spent so much time with Yunjin, she had never heard of her expertise in swordplay. Now, Yunjin was merely playing the fool on stage. Chen Hao chuckled derisively. Junior sister Yin, do you truly believe you possess swordsmanship? From my vantage point, you likely won't even be able to touch me. Yunjin nodded, appearing somewhat distressed. I think so too. Thus, Chen senior brother, you stand still, do not move. I am about to attack. With an awkward flourish, Yunjin charged towards Chen Hao, shouting loudly as if to bolster her own courage. Chen Hao, unimpressed, casually surrounded himself with a layer of protective energy, plotting how to make Yunjin's defeat as humiliating as possible. He intended to reclaim every ounce of grievance the junior sister had endured at her hands today. Chen senior brother, I am about to unleash my sword technique. Yunjin called out. Chen Hao nearly laughed aloud. A sword technique? Did she believe that mere flailing would constitute a technique? How utterly ridiculous. Chapter 18 Yunjin. How have you become such a person? Yunjin deliberately reminded him. And Jiansong casually advanced. Chen Hao had no intention of evading. He was lost in contemplation, pondering what posture would be sufficiently handsome. After all, defeating a Yunjin was simple. The challenge lay in doing so with style. A light smile graced the corners of Chen Hao's lips as he elegantly waved his sleeve. his movements exuding nonchalance. With that graceful gesture, he imagined Yunjin's embarrassed figure being flung away, secretly reveling in triumph while struggling to maintain a facade of calmness. However, in the next moment, a faint shattering sound echoed. The aura shield he had carelessly released shattered instantaneously. Chun Hao and Appo's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively retreated. Yet, it was too late. Yunjin's sword was already upon him. As he attempted to dodge, a flurry of lotus petals suddenly appeared before his eyes. In that moment of distraction, the clash of sword light ensued, and Chun Hao was forcefully propelled backward, crashing heavily into a corner of the arena. Senior brother Chun, are you all right? Was my first attempt at wielding a sword too forceful? Yunjin asked innocently. The entire training ground fell into an eerie silence. All eyes wide in astonishment, unable to react. Except for Yu Zhao, who immediately turned to instruct Yu Songyan, third junior brother. Hurry and inform the bookmakers to stop the betting. Yu Songyan responded with great composure and swiftly vanished from sight. After a brief silence, the arena erupted into a cacophony of voices. Some cunning individuals attempted to place their bets on Yunjin on the spot. Unfortunately, Yu Zhao was quicker. They were already a step too late. Those who had wagered heavily on Chun Hao felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Could it be true? A seasoned disciple at the peak of the Qi refinement stage truly being defeated by a new disciple? Wasn't the one with the best talent this generation the innate spiritual root, Yi Danxia? Surely she couldn't accomplish such a feat. This new disciple had only reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. Terrified murmurs began to rise from the crowd. Yunjin had employed spiritual power in that last strike, and those with keen observation quickly sensed it. Just 3 days into her initiation, she had progressed from an ordinary person to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Had she lost her mind? Or had they? Junior sister, what on earth is going on with Yunjin? Several disciples turned to Yi Danxia, who appeared to be well acquainted with Yunjin. Yi Danxia, bewildered, responded, I don't know either. Don't panic. Senior brother Chun can still stand. He hasn't lost yet. The crowd turned their gaze back to the stage. Indeed, Chun Hao, with unwavering determination, struggled to rise. Yunjin. Chun Hao's expression darkened. I admit, I underestimated you. But now I am serious. I declare, this is where it ends for you. He clapped his storage bag, and a circular spirit tool floated before him. With a cold snort, Chun Hao commanded, Go. The circular disc surged towards Yunjin's dantian. A sinister expression crossed Chun Hao's face. This disc had cost him a fortune to acquire. While Yunjin reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement was unexpected, what did it matter? His circular spirit tool was invincible at this level. He could not fathom how Yunjin had cultivated so swiftly. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his intent to cripple this woman on the arena. Once he shattered her dantian, no matter her circumstances, she would never cultivate again. This time, Chun Hao held nothing back, unleashing his full power. Below, Yu Zhao and Appo's expression shifted, and he conjured a talisman, contemplating that even if it meant breaking the rules, he would save his junior sister if she truly faltered. The circular spirit tool was impressive, but it might not be effective against his junior sister. Siwan Ning appeared hesitant, unsure if she had misjudged the situation. That fleeting moment of brilliance from Yunjin's sword. Could it be the Lotus Sword Technique? Moreover, it seemed more than just a beginner and Appo's grasp. It appeared as if she had practiced for years, displaying a level of skill that was astonishing. Yet, the only exposure the junior sister had to the Lotus Sword Technique was from watching her practice. Could she have learned it without a teacher? Was that even possible? Siwan Ning herself struggled to believe it, even though she had indeed witnessed it. Yu Zhao and Appo's expression also shifted slightly. This spirit tool is impressive, he noted. Yunjin regarded the incoming spirit tool with a glint of coldness in her eyes, yet her lips curled into a faint smile. She raised her hand, and another flash of sword light erupted. Chun Hao scoffed. Do you think my spirit tool is so easily dealt with? It is. Before he could finish, his words caught in his throat. A crisp sound resonated, and the formidable spirit tool was effortlessly struck down by Yunjin, rendered immobile. Chun Hao and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Could it be? No, this woman's sword technique is flawed. Her seemingly casual swordplay concealed profound intent, resembling that of a legitimate secret technique. Thus, in just 3 days of initiation, she not only reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, but also mastered a sword technique? Was that even conceivable? Yunjin smiled as she approached Chun Hao. Senior brother Chun, it seems you intended to cripple my dantian? Chun Hao gazed at the softly smiling woman, a wave of sheer terror washing over him. Trembling, he stammered, I. Yunjin chuckled lightly. A true man must take responsibility for his actions. Fear flickered in Chun Hao's eyes as he saw Yunjin raise her sword. Unable to bear the overwhelming dread any longer, he shouted, "I admit." However, before he could utter the word defeat, a surge of pain shot through his dantian. With a mix of fear and disbelief, he lowered his gaze. A beam of sword light pierced straight through his dantian. Defeated, Jinhao struggled to utter the word, collapsing onto the arena floor. Yunjin smiled gently. "You concede? Apologies, senior brother, but I only just heard you." Jinhao's lips trembled, unable to form words. His complexion turned pale. He had lost. Not only had he lost, but his dantian had been destroyed. His path to immortality had come to an end. "Senior brother, the Foundation establishment pill," Yunjin approached. Looking down at him with a hint of superiority. Still smiling, Jinhao gazed at her as if she were a devil. Trembling, he handed her a porcelain vial. Yunjin accepted it, her smile radiant. "We are even now." Just as she was about to step down, a clear voice rang out. Yidanxia, astonished, looked at Yunjin. "Little Jin, when did you become this kind of person?" Yunjin turned her head, intrigued by Yidanxia and Appo's comment. Due to the large audience, she had accumulated 5,000 emotional points from this match alone, with several entries clearly contributed by Yidanxia. Considering Yidanxia and Appo's significant contribution, Yunjin was willing to entertain her remarks. After all, who knows, it might bring in even more emotional points. "Little Jin, how could you be so ruthless? I cannot allow you to continue down this path. Apologize to senior brother Qin and return the Foundation establishment pill," Yidanxia stated with conviction. Chapter 19. The bald little darling Yidanxia stood there with righteous fervor, her aura almost glowing with a golden light. Yunjin tilted her head and suddenly burst into laughter. Yidanxia, puzzled, raised her voice. "Xiao Jin, you truly cannot continue down this misguided path. As your good sister, it is my duty to guide you onto the right road." Surrounding onlookers turned their attention to Yidanxia, and under her radiant presence, her male disciples were visibly moved. Is this really our little junior sister? So just, so fearless, so kind. In stark contrast to that Yunjin and Appo's smile widened as she asked, "Come now. Enlighten me on where I have erred." Upon hearing this, Yidanxia felt a surge of pride and declared, "Is it not obvious? You were merely supposed to engage in a contest, yet you have crippled Brother Chun and Appo's cultivation. Such ruthless action is unbecoming of us, the righteous. This behavior is no different from that of the demonic sect." Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Yidanxia grew louder. Relishing the moment as if she were the center of the universe, Yunjin couldn't help but chuckle. Demonic sect? Who could rival Yidanxia in that regard? She had directly chosen to be with a demon lord, a figure notorious for countless killings, yet after their union, all it took was a simple claim from her. "He has reformed." Suddenly, all past transgressions were rendered inconsequential. Yunjin's eyes darkened as she softly replied, "Yidanxia, did you not see that he intended to cripple me first? That disc was aimed directly at my cultivation." Yidanxia dismissed her concern. "But you are unscathed, are you not? Xiao Jin, one must not be so petty." No sooner had she finished speaking than Yunjin swiftly drew her sword, its light flashing toward Yidanxia. Yidanxia and Appo's pupils constricted in shock, and she instinctively screamed. The sword light passed, and Yidanxia found herself momentarily dazed. She was unharmed? Then, she touched her head, her expression turning to one of horror. Her hair, part of it had been shorn away by Yunjin's sword, and when she felt her scalp, she discovered it bare. Surrounding disciples watched, struggling to suppress their laughter. Yidanxia's hair had been clipped in a perfect circular patch, leaving her with a bald spot that resembled a disc. Yunjin couldn't and Appo's help but find amusement in the situation. She thought it fitting to give Yidanxia a moniker, debut as the bald little darling. As laughter erupted around her, Yidanxia felt herself teetering on the edge of madness. She screamed frantically, "Yunjin, I will kill you." Losing all rationality, she charged at Yunjin, who nimbly dodged the attack. Yidanxia stumbled and fell to the ground. "Junior sister, are you all right?" A throng of male disciples rushed to her side. Suddenly, one of them caught sight of her bald patch and couldn't and Appo's suppress a chuckle. Yidanxia, now utterly distraught, shot a murderous glare at Yunjin. Feigning innocence, Yunjin replied, "Danxia, why are you so upset? I merely trimmed a bit of your hair. I thought we were just playing." Yunjin echoed Yidanxia's earlier words. Yidanxia's lips trembled, her eyes burning with fury. She was determined to eliminate Yunjin. With the heroine's resentment directed at her, Yunjin felt no urgency. What a delightful turn of events. In this contest, surrounded by so many, she had only garnered 5,000 emotional points. Yet, from this one encounter, Yidanxia alone had provided her with 800. This heroine was truly reliable. It seemed that during the sect entrance examination, She should not have declared her intention to sever ties with Yi Danxia. Such a wonderful friend was worth keeping. No matter, she could still mend their relationship starting now. Yun Jin looked at Yi Danxia with deep affection. After all, she was her bald little darling. Yun Jin. Yi Danxia gritted her teeth, forcing a smile. I don't hold it against you. I was merely impulsive. I forgive you now. Well, thank you, Yun Jin replied insincerely. Yi Danxia continued through clenched teeth. Now that I've forgiven you, what about Brother Chen? Oh, I suppose I should forgive him as well, Yun Jin stated calmly. After all, she had already avenged herself. Yi Danxia's expression faltered as she spoke softly. What I meant was that you should apologize to Brother Chen and return the foundational pill to him. The ring you possess should also be given to him as compensation. Is that so? Yun Jin replied. Well, if you think about it, I only trimmed your hair, yet you threatened my life. That deeply wounded my tender spirit. So, you should compensate me first. I don and amp. Oppose. T asked for much. Just 10,000 low-grade spirit stones will suffice. Yun Jin was speaking nonsense. Yi Danxia nearly lost her mind. Xiao Jin. Your demands are unreasonable. Yun Jin and Oppose. S expression hardened as she looked at Yi Danxia blankly. Oh? And your demands are reasonable? The one who challenged me was Brother Chen. The one who went to the law hall to authenticate the contract was Brother Chen. The one who sought to cripple my cultivation was Brother Chen. And now I am to apologize and provide compensation? Let us be clear, Brother Chen only engaged me for your sake. Danxia, if you want my ring, you should come for it yourself. Why use others as pawns? Your brothers care for you so much, yet you exploit them so. Does your conscience not ache? And furthermore, while you claim to stand up for Brother Chen, have you ever considered offering him assistance as he lies injured on the cold arena? I doubt your intentions are truly for him, but rather to bolster your own image while plotting to obtain my ring. Yun Jin articulated her points with clarity. Yi Danxia's face paled as she instinctively glanced at Chun Hao, whose condition appeared dire, his complexion pale, and a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes as he regarded Yi Danxia. Brother Chen, I did not mean to exploit you, Yi Danxia hurriedly clarified. We all understand. Yun Jin raised an eyebrow. Even if he were to die for you, it would be of his own volition. What does it have to do with you? And these brothers of yours, with each use, you diminish their worth. How many more times can they be of service to you? At this, the expressions of those surrounding Yun Jin shifted slightly. Yi Danxia felt drained. I absolutely did not mean it that way. If I were you, I would replace the foundational pill Brother Chen lost, then seek a rejuvenation pill from the sect leader. Brother Chen's cultivation is still in its infancy. If he takes it in time, his cultivation could be restored. Yun Jin quickly interjected. This was meant both for Yi Danxia and for Chun Hao. Chun Hao indeed took her words to heart, his gaze flickering with hope. I have just started my journey. How could I ask for such things? Yi Danxia felt helpless. Oh, then let us consider Brother Chen's sacrifice to be in vain. What a pity that his goodwill has not been rewarded. Yun Jin feigned regret. Yi Danxia snapped. You injured my brother. Yun Jin retorted defiantly. He has a grudge against me. What of it? You and he share a close bond. Do you not? Shouldn't you be helping him? If you do not assist, it would be rather cold-hearted of you. Such selfishness bears no difference from the demonic clan. Danxia, you truly disappoint me. Chapter 20. I held back my cards. Yun Jin's words resonated powerfully, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. How should one respond to such a statement? It seemed devoid of logic, yet there was an unmistakable hint of twisted reasoning. More importantly, hadn't an Oppose, Yi Danxia just uttered something remarkably similar? Yu Zhao listened in astonishment. His junior sister, if she were to traverse into the realm of demigods and semi-devils, would undoubtedly embody a character akin to Murong Fu, employing the adversary's tactics against them with unparalleled finesse. Initially, he had contemplated offering support to his junior sister, but given the current circumstances, it appeared unnecessary for him to step in. The role of the senior brother seemed to lack any significance. Yu Zhao stroked his chin, feeling a sense of melancholy. In this moment, all gazes converged upon Yi Danxia. Pray tell, esteemed one, how would you respond if we were to use your own words against you? The intensity of their stares made Yi Danxia and Oppose's scalp tingle, particularly the male disciples near her, who, under Yun Jin and Oppose's provocation, regarded her with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. This was unacceptable. If this matter were not handled delicately, it could tarnish her reputation. Yi Danxia, with a pitiful demeanor, declared, regardless of the circumstances, Brother Chen was indeed injured because of me. I shall beseech our master for assistance. Should our master refuse, I will kneel before him indefinitely. Even if I incur his wrath, I am prepared to bear the consequences. Brother Chen, rest assured, even at the risk of incurring our master and Oppose's displeasure, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, presenting a vulnerable image. Junior sister, Chunhao interjected suddenly. A flicker of anticipation ignited in Yi Danxia's gaze. Given her declarations, a proper sycophant would now decline her offer. It would then appear as if she was unwilling to help, but rather that Chunhao had rejected her assistance. With a little more maneuvering, this issue could be resolved amicably. Then it is settled. Chunhao hesitated briefly before continuing. Given our master's affection for you, he would hardly wish to see you disappointed. He had directly acquiesced. Yi Danxia was momentarily taken aback, forcing a faint smile. I will do my best. Internally, she loathed Chunhao to the core. This individual was utterly lacking in awareness. Just wait. One day she would make Chunhao realize that he should not claim benefits that were not rightfully his. Applause erupted from Yunjin. Behold, the matter has been splendidly resolved. Danxia, hurry and take Brother Chen back for treatment. Was this truly a resolution? Yi Danxia cast a resentful glance at Yunjin. It seemed that only Yunjin was truly satisfied. A smile danced on Yunjin and Appo's lips. Danxia, as such good sisters. Remember to come find me once you are finished here. I have much to discuss with you. I still have a plethora of emotional value I wish to glean from you. Yi Danxia gritted her teeth in frustration. Previously, she had pursued Yunjin in the hope of establishing a sisterly bond, but now that Yunjin had unexpectedly acknowledged her, Yi Danxia felt an inexplicable chill. She offered a vague response, and, along with several male disciples, hurriedly assisted Chunhao away. Yunjin observed their departing figures, a subtle arch of her brow betraying her thoughts. This time, she had deliberately left them a handle to grasp. Yet, it appeared that Yi Danxia remained oblivious for the moment. No matter. Those under the sect's guidance would inevitably notice. Her system required a grand display. However, such prominence would inevitably attract envy. Until Linya's injuries were healed, she needed to secure a formidable ally for herself and for Tianjin Peak. Once word spread, that ally would likely come knocking. She Wuden and Appo's need to rely on this ally for long. Just 3 months would suffice to transform everything. Yi Danxia, do not disappoint me. Yunjin and Appo's gaze deepened. Tianjin Peak. Wanting scrutinized Yunjin, her gaze unwavering. Yunjin, feeling the weight of her stare, could not help but remark, second senior sister, I am aware that I am that astonishing. Peerless genius. Yet, your gaze is making me blush. Wanting, Yu Zhao, and Yu Songnian exchanged glances, pondering the gravity of the junior sister's words. They recognized the truth in what she said, yet it felt oddly dissonant to their ears. Wanting inhaled deeply, gathering her composure before inquiring, Little Jane, did you just utilize the Lotus Blossom Sword Technique in the arena? Upon voicing the question, Wanting sensed its absurdity and instinctively shook her head. Yet Yunjin responded nonchalantly. You noticed? Indeed, it was the Lotus Blossom Sword Technique. Wanting numbly replied. Oh, it merely resembled it somewhat. Suddenly, her expression shifted. This was not right. Yunjin seemed to imply that it truly was the Lotus Blossom Sword Technique. Wanting and Appo's lips quivered. I recall not having taught you that technique. The swordplay encompasses not only the movements but also the flow of spiritual energy and various force application techniques. Such intricacies require a systematic study of the scriptures. Yunjin raised an eyebrow. There was no need for instruction. Second senior sister, I have observed your sword practice numerous times. Through mere observation, I naturally acquired it. Wanting felt a wave of disorientation. Through observation, it just came to you? Indeed, Yunjin confirmed. The manipulation of spiritual energy and the methods of force application are slightly more challenging than the sword moves themselves. Hence, I diligently watched it 10 times before grasping a fragment of its essence. More challenging, and you managed to learn it after merely 10 viewings? Silence enveloped the room. Silence reigned in the evening's tranquility. Wanting pondered the duration it took her to master the sword technique. It seemed that only after reaching the golden core stage, where she gained superior control over her spiritual energy, and after 3 months of instruction from their master, did she barely manage to grasp it. Yet Yunjin, she merely observed 10 times? She learned it. I am a failure. I am a failure. Wanting muttered softly. Yu Zhao cast a sympathetic glance at his second junior sister, then smugly remarked, Junior sister, you are indeed a prodigy. However, the sword technique of the second senior sister is merely a mid-level mystical scripture. You might indeed learn it through observation. Yet, my own broken void sword technique is a high-level mystical scripture. Such a tier of scripture is second only to the earth-level techniques. And mastering it will not be so simple. Yunjin gazed at Yu Zhao with an unusual intensity, believing Yunjin to be disheartened. Yu Zhao chuckled and sought to console her. You are already an extraordinary talent. If you wish to learn my sword technique, you may apply for the scripture once you reach the golden core stage. At that time, your senior brother will personally instruct you. Yunjin regarded Yu Zhao, words unspoken. At this moment, Yu Zhao was reclaiming his role as the senior brother, offering sage advice. Additionally, regarding today's events, I must advise you on a few points. Even if you can defeat Shen Hao, you must not make it so decisive and expose the Lotus Blossom Sword Technique and Oppo's secrets. Remember, at all times, you must retain a hidden card for counterattacks. Only then can you maintain an invincible stance. Yunjin nodded. Senior brother, I have indeed held back my cards. Oh? Yu Zhao looked at her with encouragement. Yunjin, feeling somewhat bashful, confessed, I have actually learned your broken void sword technique as well. However, I refrained from using it, preserving it as my hidden card. Yu Zhao? Chapter 21. The innate sword body. Yu Zhao's lips trembled. Oh. He had chosen his sword technique as a trump card. Should he thank Yunjin for that? What is there to be thankful for? He simply wanted to seize Yunjin and inquire how she had managed it. This broken void sword technique. She watched it 10 times and just grasped it? Yu Zhao's voice quivered. Almost. Yunjin responded modestly. Isn't that a bit slow? Yu Zhao merely chuckled. Gu Songnian observed his two nearly collapsing senior brothers and sisters, a hint of relief flickering in his gaze. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly. Junior sister, please demonstrate these two sword techniques. I wish to observe closely. Yu Zhao gritted his teeth and declared. He remained somewhat skeptical. Yunjin readily agreed. She grasped her sword and began to practice effortlessly. First, the Lotus Blossom Sword Technique. Then the Broken Void Sword Technique. The expressions of Si Wanning and Yu Zhao shifted from shock to complete numbness. Oh, isn't this just a genius? They had encountered many such individuals. Calmness. They must maintain their composure. As Yunjin effortlessly completed both sword techniques and was about to say something, suddenly, a voice rang out. When did you learn the sword technique? Yunjin turned to see Linya, her master, who had slipped away after tossing her to her brothers and sisters. At that moment, Linya's eyes brimmed with astonishment, gazing at Yunjin as if she were a rare treasure. A set of intermediate Xuan-level sword techniques and a set of advanced Xuan-level techniques. She had just grasped them, and her proficiency was quite high. Could Yunjin be an innate sword body? Several thousand years ago, an unparalleled swordsman emerged in this realm. His spiritual roots were average, yet he possessed an extraordinary comprehension of sword techniques. Whatever sword technique he encountered, he could master it at a glance, progressing rapidly. Before his ascension, that predecessor established the Qinglian Sword Sect. Within Qinglian, there existed a sacred codex of heavenly-level sword techniques, said to be left by that elder, who claimed that only one with an innate sword body could practice it. For many years, Qinglian had sought those with innate sword bodies, hoping to continue the legacy of this codex. The last found innate sword body is now the sect master of Qinglian, one of the continent's mightiest. Could this casually picked disciple possess such a remarkable talent? No, that remains uncertain. An innate sword body is exceedingly rare. Whether Yunjin has reached such a level is still unknown. Calm down, he must remain calm. Linya meticulously inquired about Yunjin's sword training, repeatedly confirming that she had merely watched others practice before becoming self-taught. His gaze on Yunjin grew even more peculiar. He couldn't Oppo's help but exclaim, I have delayed your progress by accepting you as my disciple. Yunjin honestly shook her head. Not at all. I am a genius. It would be the same wherever I go. Linya and Oppo's lips twitched slightly, and after a long pause, he said, You all wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a delightful surprise upon his arrival. Of course, whether Xiao Jin is indeed an innate sword body still requires verification. In the hall of the sect leader, Yi Danxiao wore a troubled expression as she wandered outside. Currently, Chun Hao was receiving treatment, but this treatment could only address the symptoms. To restore his dantian, he would require a returning essence pill. Should she really approach her master for such a precious pill for a chi refinement stage brother? Yi Danxiao had initially intended to uphold her selfless persona, but now, having just begun her journey, she was asking for such a valuable medicinal pill. What would her master think of her? What would her 5 senior brothers think of her? Among the many ordinary disciples under the sect leader, only 6 were true disciples, including her, and the previous few were all male disciples. As her other senior brothers were out on missions, at that moment, Yi Danxia had only seen her eldest brother, Ruanjun. He had always been quite kind to her. Perhaps she should consult Ruanjun about this matter first? Just as Yi Danxia was pondering this, a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. Junior sister. Why are you lingering here? Are you looking to see the master? He is currently occupied with matters concerning new disciples and is not present. Yi Danxiao instinctively shook her head. I am not here to find the master. Ruanjun raised an eyebrow in slight confusion. Yi Danxiao's eyes flickered, and she softly said, Eldest brother, I am here to find you. Oh. Ruanjun gazed at Yi Danxiao's bashful demeanor. His heart stirred. Did his little sister miss him? It was indeed his fault. As a capable assistant to the sect leader, he had numerous affairs to handle. Recently, with new disciples passing their tests, he had to personally attend to all matters regarding their entry into the sect. He could only temporarily entrust his little sister to a few Qi refinement stage junior brothers. Though these junior brothers were not highly skilled, their mature and steady personalities should have been able to take good care of her. As he thought of this, Ruanjun and Apos' expression shifted slightly. How could these individuals disregard his instructions and leave his little sister unattended? Observing Yi Danxia and Apos' timid demeanor, Ruanjun felt a pang of sympathy. Little sister, has something happened? With slightly reddened eyes, Yi Danxia recounted the situation in a fragmented manner. Eldest brother, I don't know why, but Xiao Jin was so ruthless. Now, Brother Chen is asking me for a returning essence pill. I genuinely don't know what to do, she said. Looking up at Ruanjun with tear-filled eyes. Ruanjun's heart ached at the sight. How long had he entrusted his little sister to these individuals? Only to have her suffer such grievances. With a heart full of concern, Ruanjun said, "It is my fault for not looking after you these past few days. Rest assured, I will handle this matter." Eldest brother, you are so kind to me, Yi Danxia said softly. And Ruanjun felt as though his heart was completely filled by her words. He led Yi Danxia aside and patiently inquired about the details. Yi Danxia explained meticulously, and Ruanjun's expression changed repeatedly. He had sensed something off about Yunjin for quite some time, but he had not anticipated it to be this serious. A disciple who had just entered 3 days ago, advancing directly from a mortal to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Moreover, her sword techniques were remarkably exquisite. Yi Danxia hadn't elaborated too much, but Ruanjun was aware of Chunhao's circular spiritual weapon. That weapon was no ordinary item. Under conditions of insufficient spiritual power, it was remarkable for a single sword strike to knock it down. Yunjin and Apos' sword techniques were undoubtedly extraordinary. Could it be that Yunjin has consumed some rare heavenly materials? Ruanjun inquired. Otherwise, her progress would be implausibly exaggerated. Yi Danxia first shook her head, but then recalled the ring, her expression changing slightly. Could it be that ring holds some secret? Yunjin had adamantly refused to give it to her. Had she already discovered something? The more Yi Danxia thought about it, the more convinced she became, her complexion altering. She should have snatched that ring. Ruanjun, perceptive to her thoughts, asked, "Have you thought of something?" Yi Danxia replied softly, "The Yun family is affluent locally. Perhaps they truly possess some rare heavenly materials. However, she has never regarded me as one of her own, so I cannot be certain." Upon hearing this, Ruanjun couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "It is most likely the case. Junior sister, you need not concern yourself. The effects of rare heavenly materials are finite, while your extraordinary talents will forever belong to you. She will inevitably find herself beneath your feet." Yi Danxia's heart felt a soothing warmth upon hearing this. She had thought so. How could Yunjin be so formidable? It turned out she had secretly consumed some rare heavenly materials, but she only possessed 5 spiritual roots. No matter how pleased she was, it would only be for a fleeting moment. Ruanjun narrowed his eyes and continued, "Moreover, the sect has issued an edict, without formal application. No one is permitted to privately impart secret techniques. This Yunjin's swordsmanship is undoubtedly suspect. She must have been clandestinely taught something by those individuals from Tianjin Peak. Based solely on this matter, I could expel her from the sect." Yi Danxia's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 22. A pledge in haste. Despite the elation swirling within her, Yi Danxia feigned hesitation. Senior brother, Jiner isn't inherently wicked. As a mortal, she barely grasped the chance to cultivate immortality. To banish her so abruptly, is it not excessively cruel? Ruanjun, his heart aching, gazed at Yi Danxia. "Junior sister, you are too compassionate. Even after her actions against you, you still speak in her defense. I am at a loss for words. Senior brother, though she has been unkind to me, I cannot reciprocate in kind," Yi Danxia declared, radiating an air of profound sentimentality. "Ah, you," Ruanjun responded with indulgence. "I would concede to your wishes in all other matters, but this is an exception. Yunjin harbors a devious nature and must not remain. Leave this to me." Yi Danxia reluctantly acquiesced. "I shall venture to Sky Sword Peak," Ruanjun announced. "Junior sister, await my return." "Senior brother, temper your actions," Yi Danxia implored, following him, uttering words of leniency while inwardly reveling in triumph. Yunjin, she had repeatedly humiliated her, daring to embarrass her before so many. She had overestimated her abilities. In the end, she had merely consumed some rare treasures. The thought ignited further resentment within Yi Danxia. During their journey to the Heavenly Star sect, Yunjin had incessantly spoken of their sisterly bond, vowing to weather trials together. Yet, She had secretly consumed delicacies, never considering sharing a morsel. Yun-jin was, indeed, as duplicitous as she had been in the Yun household. Yi Danxia and Amp, Appo's longing for the ring intensified. This time, she would seize it. It must contain invaluable treasures. Sky Sword Peak. Yun-jin was conversing with her fellow disciples when a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Yu Zhao, summon your little junior sister. Yu Zhao furrowed his brow and stepped outside. Ruan Jun approached, his expression devoid of emotion. Senior brother, things may not be as they appear, Yi Danxia pleaded, trailing behind. Feigning concern. Wan Jun merely regarded Yu Zhao, a hint of smugness in his eyes. Yu Zhao, your junior sister Yun-jin seems rather pleased with herself today. What? Does she now lack the courage to emerge? As the foremost disciple under the sect leader, Wan Jun was widely recognized for his excellence. However, within the Heavenly Star sect, he harbored a nemesis, Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao's master had become a laughingstock, unable to provide him with any support. Yet, Yu Zhao inexplicably enjoyed a stellar reputation within the sect, with disciples rallying to his cause. Despite the absence of sect resources, his cultivation had not waned. And he had consistently surpassed Wan Jun. Wan Jun concealed his animosity, but his heart seethed with resentment towards Yu Zhao. Now, he had finally discovered Yun-jin's transgression, effectively gaining leverage over Sky Sword Peak and Yu Zhao. This time, he would witness Yu Zhao begging for mercy. Yun-jin, clutching a bag of dried meat, curiously peeked out. Upon spotting Wan Jun, she smiled. The flaw she had intentionally left behind had finally served its purpose. Senior brother Wan, would you care for some dried meat? Yun-jin asked, her eyes crinkling with amusement. Wan Jun scoffed, appeasing me now is futile. Yun-jin, you have not yet formally entered the sect, yet you have illicitly learned secret sect techniques. Do you confess your guilt? Your Sky Sword Peak has committed a grave offense by privately imparting swordplay secrets. All of you shall face punishment. Yun-jin blinked. Senior brother Wan, I have perused the sect rules. They stipulate that one must not privately impart secret techniques, but they do not forbid one from learning them independently. Wan Jun nearly chuckled. Are you implying that you learned this swordplay without instruction? What preposterousness! Yun-jin nodded with earnestness. Indeed, it is not difficult. After observing my senior brothers and sisters practice a few times, I grasped it. Wan Jun burst into laughter, his gaze upon Yun-jin akin to that of one watching a jester. Yun-jin, did you not consume rare treasures that accelerated your progress during the Qi training stage? In essence, you are merely a 5-elemental root. Do you truly believe yourself to be a peerless genius? Learning swordplay after a few glances? Do you fancy yourself as having a congenital sword physique? Wan Jun's expression grew increasingly derisive. Yi Danxia's eyes darted about, and she could not resist chiming in. Jiner, I only recently learned that your cultivation advanced so rapidly because you consumed rare treasures. You must understand that such items should not be consumed indiscriminately. Otherwise, while one may experience rapid progress in the early stages, it may ultimately impede one and Appo's foundation. You are too eager for quick success. Yi Danxia spoke with a didactic tone. This was the first time in days that she had found a sense of superiority over Yun-jin, and she was somewhat elated. Yun-jin glanced at Yi Danxia and smiled. Danxia, you have been quite swift. Have you replenished your hair? Yi Danxia and Appo's face stiffened. She had snipped some hair from the back of her head to cover the bald patch, making it virtually undetectable. However, Yun-jin and Appo's mention of it still grated on her nerves. What hair? Wan Jun, unaware of Yi Danxia and Appo's predicament, cast a puzzled glance at her. Before Yi Danxia could respond, Yu Songyan subtly flicked his fingers. A bird swooped down, snatching the wig, exposing a large bald patch. Wan Jun stared in disbelief. Yi Danxia, oblivious to the mishap, explained in a gentle voice, Senior brother, I shall discuss this matter with you later. Her demeanor was delicate, and her smile shy. Wan Jun wore a ghastly expression. It would have been fine if she wasn't Appo's bald, but with the bald spot, talking to him with this expression was really scary. Wan Jun instinctively recoiled. Senior brother, what is amiss? Yi Danxia inquired, perplexed. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. She frantically touched the top of her head. The wig she had painstakingly crafted was gone, revealing a large expanse of bare scalp. Yi Danxia clutched her head, shrieking in panic. Wan Jun averted his gaze, gritting his teeth. You dare bully junior sister in such a manner. All of you, accompany me to the enforcement hall immediately. Yun-jin smiled. This was the flaw she had intentionally left behind. She had no objections to going to the enforcement hall. Yun-jin raised an eyebrow and inquired, what if I truly learned this swordplay on my own? Wan Jun sneered. Then I shall sever my head and offer it to you. Yun-jin regarded him with pity. I wonder if one can survive without a head? Wan Jun? Lunatic. Could she truly have learned it on her own? Humph. It was merely a show of bravado. Chapter 23. What's wrong with direct acknowledgement? Wan Jun let out a cold laugh, saying, once we reach the enforcement hall, let's see how arrogant you can still be. His expression remained impassive as he scrutinized the group from Tianjin Peak, searching for any evidence of their bluster. Yet, it was not only Yun Jin who appeared unfazed. Even Yu Zhao and Si Wan Ning wore expressions of ease, and as for Yu Song Nian, his perpetual expression left no doubt. Wan Jun squinted his eyes in confusion. What was going on? What gave them such confidence? Could it be that Yun Jin truly learned the skills herself? No, this was utterly impossible. Wan Jun recalled Yu Zhao and Appo's cunning nature. They likely intended to intimidate him into retreating. Did they think him so easily deceived? The enforcement hall was a certainty for them. At that moment, Yi Danxia, in a flurry, finally retrieved the wig that had been carelessly tossed into the bushes. With trembling hands, she secured the wig back in place. Only after confirming that her head was no longer bare did she manage to calm herself somewhat. She approached Wan Jun again, ready to speak, but Wan Jun, reminded of her earlier baldness, averted his gaze, despite her now wearing the wig. Yi Danxiao felt a mix of grievance and anger, leaving her momentarily speechless. Observing her state, Wan Jun felt a pang of sympathy and gently reassured her, there is no need for concern, junior sister. Once we resolve this matter with Yun Jin, I will find someone to concoct a hair growth pill for you. Such trivial matters are easily addressed. Yi Danxia and Appo's eyes sparkled, her expression brightening as she sweetly replied, thank you, senior brother. Wan Jun made an effort to keep his gaze away from her wig and nodded with a smile, adding a taunt. Some individuals, lacking talent, can only resort to such petty tactics. It is a pity that no matter how scheming they are, a 5-spirit root will never soar to great heights. He cast a deliberate glance at Yun Jin. Unexpectedly, Yun Jin nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct, senior brother Wan. Those who take 3 days to learn a profound technique are the true geniuses. What can I, who grasp it in an instant, be but a mere jester? Her words were delivered with utmost sincerity, as if they flowed directly from her heart. Yu Zhao and Si Wan Ning could no longer contain their laughter. Yu Zhao chimed in, oh dear, if my junior sister's talent is lacking, then what does that make you? Si Wan Ning pondered for a moment. That might just qualify as true garbage. Wan Jun and Appo's face darkened, and he coldly retorted, what does it matter if you can talk back? Once we arrive at the enforcement hall, we shall see if you can still maintain such sharp tongues. Yun Jin and Appo's eyes sparkled as she replied, do look forward to it. Yi Danxia pressed her lips together, falling into an unusual silence, her thoughts consumed by her hair, fearing the return of her baldness. The world of cultivation categorizes practitioners into various realms: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, body fusion, tribulation passing, and the exalted ascension. The Tianqing sect is considered a mid-tier sect on the continent, with the highest-ranking members only reaching the body fusion stage. Those who attain the spirit transformation stage can become elders, overseeing significant territories, while those at the body fusion stage are qualified to manage various peaks and compete for the position of peak master. Currently, the sect leader Zhao Wujia is at the body fusion mid-stage, slightly ahead of other peak masters. The highest authority in the enforcement hall, Yulin, is at the late spirit transformation stage. Appointed personally by Zhao Wujia, Yulin is a trusted confidant. Thus, when Wan Jun presented Yun Jin before Yulin, he couldn't suppress a sense of pride. Yulin would surely side with him. Yun Jin was about to meet her doom. Hall Master, Wan Jun proclaimed loudly upon investigation. It has been found that Yun Jin, as a new disciple, utilized exquisite sword techniques during the competition. This is a clear violation of sect rules, as she must have been taught by a disciple of Tianjin Peak. Such actions contravene our sect's regulations, and according to the rules, Yun Jin should be immediately expelled from the sect, and those from Tianjin Peak who taught her the techniques should also face punishment. I request the Hall Master to issue the order. As the chief disciple under the sect leader, Wan Jun and Appo's cultivation was on par with Yu Zhao, both just a step away from the spirit transformation stage. Given the sect leader and Appo's high regard for him, it was not unfathomable for him to succeed Zhao Wujia in the future. Thus, Yulin treated Wan Jun with great courtesy, smiling faintly as he readily agreed. Since this has been verified, then let it be so. Yun Jin is to be expelled from the sect. Yu Zhao, Si Wan Ning, and Yu Song Nian will each have their resource shares deducted for a year. The proceedings unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated, a smile creeping onto Wan Jun's lips. Yi Danxia and Appo's gaze flickered as she began to scheme. Once Yun Jin was expelled, she would become a lost dog. At that time, she could demand that Yun Jin serve as her maid, and Yun Jin would likely not dare to refuse. Moreover, the the ring would remain under her control. As Yu Danxia contemplated how to broach the subject again, Yunjin chuckled softly, addressing Yulin. Is it the enforcement hall and Apos' style to make a hasty judgment based solely on one side and Apos' account? If the enforcement hall dispenses justice so capriciously, what need do we have for your presence? You might as well just post a notice stating, the enforcement hall is a mere facade. Whatever Ruan Jun says is the truth, and Apos, Yunjin and Apos' expression was filled with disdain. Ruan Jun and Apos' face darkened. What do you mean, Yunjin? Yunjin replied with a cold laugh. The literal meaning. Yu Zhao calmly added, if Hall Master is so quick to believe a single narrative, should this information circulate, everyone will surely commend your sagacity and keen insight. Yu Zhao's sarcastic remarks turned Yulin's face a shade of green. He dismissed Yunjin, a new disciple. But Yu Zhao was a different matter. Despite the sect leader and Apos' subtle hints to suppress Tianjin Peak, one would think that anyone with a modicum of intelligence would steer clear. Yet, there was Yu Zhao. No matter the attempts to undermine him, he commanded great respect among the lower disciples. Should he speak out publicly, it could indeed cause significant trouble. With a stern expression, Yulin inquired, since you all rely on one-sided accounts, what is your explanation for this matter? Yunjin was about to respond when Ruan Jun interjected ominously. That day at the training ground, many witnessed you employing exquisite sword techniques. I could easily find witnesses from that day to testify against you. I advise you not to harbor any false hopes. Yu Danxia softly added, little Jean, wrong is wrong. It's no big deal. We are good sisters, and even if you cannot remain a disciple, I will still keep you by my side, though you may have to endure the indignity of serving as a maid. Yunjin, uninterested in engaging with this erratic person, responded coolly. I have never denied my familiarity with sword techniques. Yulin was momentarily speechless. Was she admitting it just like that? What had she been fussing over before? Yulin coldly asked, which yellow level technique did you learn? The only techniques you could master in just a few days would be the lowest tier yellow level ones. Yunjin smiled. The sword technique I employ is the Lotus Blossom Sword Technique. Yulin furrowed his brow. Was there such a technique among the yellow level sword techniques? No, wait. His pupils dilated in shock. This was not a yellow level sword technique at all. The Lotus Blossom Sword Technique is a mid-level mysterious technique. Among all the disciples of Tianqing sect, only a handful could master it. A new disciple, having entered the sect for merely 3 days, claimed she had learned it? Yulin couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was about to mock her, Yunjin casually drew a sword, lightly swinging it as a cascade of lotus petals gracefully appeared. Chapter 24. Exposing in public. Yulin's scornful words were caught in his throat. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at the blooming lotus. The sword blooming lotus was the definitive sign that the lotus sword technique had officially reached the first tier. Could it be that Yunjin had genuinely mastered the intermediate sword technique of the mysterious rank? No, that was inconceivable. There must be some trickery involved. Ruan Jun shared similar thoughts, bellowing, Si Wanning, have you been secretly manipulating things? Have you fabricated the illusion of the blooming lotus? Si Wanning shrugged. Her hands empty. Come on, tell me how I supposedly manipulated anything. Ruan Jun was uncertain, yet that did not hinder his conviction. With a cold tone, he remarked, a disciple who has only been initiated for 3 days has learned the intermediate sword technique of the mysterious rank. Do you take me for a fool? Yunjin let out a soft sigh. Brother Ruan, I bear you no ill will for your actions today. Ruan Jun was baffled. Previously, he would have thought Yunjin was attempting to curry favor with him, but now he sensed that this woman was about to utter something outrageous. Indeed. In the next moment, Yunjin compassionately stated, how can a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? Summer insects cannot speak of ice, and fools are oblivious to the limits of genius. Ruan Jun and Apos' face turned ashen, yet deep inside, he felt an inexplicable sense of validation. This Yunjin truly had a knack for provoking others. Casting him a sidelong glance, Yunjin quipped, well, you did say it yourself that you are a fool, which indicates you possess some self-awareness. That is commendable. Here, have a little red flower. The tip of her sword trembled, and the floating lotus indeed approached Ruan Jun. Humiliation. Utter disgrace. Ruan Jun waved his sleeve, causing the lotus to vanish instantly. Unperturbed, Yunjin laughed lightly. If you wish for another little red flower next time, do remember to ask me. Ruan Jun and Apos' expression darkened, and he turned to Yulin. Master Yu, this matter is undoubtedly suspicious. Even if she truly learned the mysterious rank sword technique, it still violates sect rules, warranting her immediate expulsion. Her actions just now only solidify this accusation. Dawn and Amp, Apos, Tive? Yulin regained his composure and nodded vigorously. Indeed. Yunjin, what do you have to say for yourself? Yunjin raised an eyebrow. Of course. I have something to say. My second sister did not impart any secret manuals to me. I learned the lotus sword technique simply by observing her practice. Yulin? Wanjun? The two exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Wanjun regarded Yunjin with a bemused expression. Such a preposterous claim might have sufficed in front of me before, but now you dare to spout such nonsense before the master? You are only exacerbating your own guilt. Fools should refrain from speaking, Yunjin retorted directly. Wanjun gritted his teeth, vowing to destroy Yunjin sooner or later. Yu Zhao observed with surprise. How intriguing. He had previously occupied the top spot on Wanjun's list of most disliked individuals, yet now, he found himself overtaken by the younger sister. This feeling was unexpectedly lonely. Was it necessary to consult a manual for the intermediate sword technique? Yunjin continued her audacious proclamations, whether in the method of circulating spiritual energy or in other intricate aspects. Merely observing a few times allows one to learn naturally. Who needs a manual? This was plain arrogance. Yulin could hardly bear to listen any longer. This matter is absurd. Do you think I would believe you? It appears you and Brother Ruan share the same level of intellect. Yunjin expressed her regret. Yulin was infuriated. Was she implying he too was a fool? Regardless of how Yulin and Wanjun felt, Yunjin was quite pleased. Her emotional value was significantly boosted. With a smile, Yunjin proposed. If you wish to test whether I possess such capability, it is simple. Just gather disciples from the sect to demonstrate their sword techniques before me. We shall see if I can learn on the spot. Since you suspect I used underhanded means, let the disciples be chosen by you. In this way, I cannot possibly resort to any trickery. Upon hearing this, Yulin narrowed his eyes. This was indeed a viable approach. Wanjun eagerly declared, in that case, I shall personally seek out someone. He was unaware of Yunjin's true abilities, but he was certain she could not accomplish such an absurd feat. This time, he would publicly expose her. Then, he would expel her from the sect with great fanfare. Do you have any objections? Yulin glanced at Yunjin. Naturally, even if she did object, he would not heed her. Yunjin smiled and readily agreed. Then I shall comply with Brother Ruan's arrangements. Wanjun felt invigorated, looking at Yunjin with utter disdain. This woman might be sharp-tongued, but alas, her intellect was sorely lacking. Did she truly believe she could deceive them? He promptly sought out 5 disciples. These disciples ranged from foundation establishment to nascent soul stage, all specializing in sword techniques. Though they practiced only the advanced yellow rank sword techniques, Wanjun did not seek out practitioners of the mysterious rank sword techniques because Yunjin had already mastered the lotus sword technique flawlessly. And the void-breaking sword technique was Yu Zhao and Appo's forte. He could not risk her having any means to cheat. In the entire Tianqing sect, there were only 3 manuals for the mysterious rank sword techniques, and the disciples who practiced them were all exceptionally gifted, not individuals he could summon at will. However, the advanced yellow rank sword techniques would suffice to unmask Yunjin's facade. In the martial arts arena, Wanjun looked at Yunjin with a smug expression. You may regret this now, but it is too late. His earlier grand display of gathering people had drawn many curious disciples to the arena. Some had witnessed the previous competition and were now even more intrigued. They recalled that on that day, it seemed Yunjin had employed some sword technique, though it was merely a fleeting moment, and they could not be certain. Now, Yunjin boldly claimed that she had utilized the lotus sword technique and was challenging them to prove she could learn a sword technique without a manual. Was this scientifically plausible? It was decidedly not. Thus, more and more onlookers gathered. With a grin, Yunjin leaped onto the platform, casually pointing at one disciple. You, come up here. The disciple glanced at Wanjun, who subtly nodded in approval. Only then did the disciple ascend the stage. He immediately demonstrated his sword technique. Once he finished, the system completed its scan. Langia's sword technique. Advanced yellow rank. Yunjin hardly bothered to read the description and simply instructed the system to simplify it. She was brimming with emotional value and felt no trepidation about using her simplification attempts. Indeed, there was no comparison between the yellow rank and mysterious rank sword techniques. After only 2 simplifications, she obtained a satisfactory result. Observing 3 times is sufficient to get started. Already observed once. Yunjin smiled and began to showcase her talents once more. That day, I watched my sister practice the sword for a full 10 times before I could grasp it. As for you, let us make it 3 times. Chapter 25. Bring forth your head. 3 times? To master a yellow tier sword technique? The disciple Kuden and Appos helped but scoff. He had begun learning this sword technique during his foundation establishment stage and had struggled for 3 years just to grasp the basics. Even so, he had managed to stand out among his peers. Now, a newly initiated disciple claimed that she could learn a yellow tier sword technique after merely 3 readings. If she truly succeeded, what did that say about his own arduous 3-year journey? The disciple sneered. Anyone can boast. If you truly learn it, I shall offer my head as tribute. Yunjin raised an eyebrow at Ruanjun, silently concerned. Another one wanting to wager heads. If this continued, she would have nowhere to put them all. With a sigh, she remarked, honestly, I could master such a low-tier sword technique after just one reading. However, your proficiency is too lacking. This technique has 5 layers, and you've barely grasped the first. Brother, you are truly weak. If someone at the 3rd layer were to demonstrate, they could learn it in one go. Yet here we are, wasting my time with 3 attempts. The disciple was enraged by Yunjin's dismissive gaze, ready to retort, but she had grown impatient. Make haste. My time is far more precious than yours. Gritting his teeth, the disciple begrudgingly practiced the sword technique 2 more times before shooting her a cold stare, taunting. So, have you learned it? Yunjin remained silent, swiftly executing the initial movement of the technique, and surprisingly, it appeared quite impressive. The disciple and Appos' eyes widened slightly. Could she truly have learned it after just 3 readings? Impossible. Surely, she had only replicated the form without the essence. Yunjin casually unfolded the sword technique. The disciple scrutinized her, intent on uncovering any flaws. Yet, there were none. Not only had she perfected the sword movements, but she had also completely mastered the flow of spiritual energy. Upon completing the demonstration, Yunjin pointed her sword towards a nearby tree, unleashing a gust of sword energy that caused the tree to tremble violently, its leaves cascading down. As everyone focused, the fallen leaves arranged themselves into 3 words, bring forth your head. Instinctively, the onlookers turned to the disciple, who seemed to be struck by an overwhelming blow. Clutching his chest tightly, gazing at the 3 words, his face flushed crimson, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing, knocked unconscious by sheer rage. Someone rushed to check on him, noting the chaotic spiritual energy within him, and quickly took him for treatment. Yunjin coolly regarded the remaining 4. You 4. Come at me together. Such a simple sword technique, I learned it all at once. The 4 exchanged glances, their expressions grim. The first disciple's fate was still fresh in their minds. None had anticipated that Yunjin was not merely boasting. She had indeed mastered a high-level yellow-tier sword technique after just 3 readings. Such terrifying talent, the phrase innate sword body floated in their minds. Only a legendary innate sword body could achieve such feats. Did Yunjin truly possess such extraordinary gifts? Unease spread among them. Ruanjun's expression darkened. Yunjin was proving to be beyond his expectations. The more she showcased her talents, the more he felt compelled to eliminate her. Brother. Yidanxia timidly tugged at Ruanjun's sleeve, saying, Xiaojin is truly impressive. I feel utterly overshadowed by her. She sensed the gravity of Yunjin and Appos' gifts and feared what would happen if Ruanjun withdrew his support. Seeing Yidanxia and Appos' apprehension stirred a protective instinct within Ruanjun. She must be using some underhanded trick. He resolved to eliminate this woman who threatened to overshadow his junior sister. This time, he would expel her from the Tianqing sect. Once she lost her backing, he would secretly pursue her and eradicate her completely. With this plan in mind, Ruanjun transmitted a message to the 4 disciples. Concede to her. You 4 practice together, but deliberately make a mistake or 2. Let us see how she learns then. Of course, they could feign errors. The strategy should not be too obvious, but minor discrepancies could be introduced. If Yunjin learned from incorrect techniques, how could she possibly restore the correct form? It was absurd to think she could. Confident in their scheme, one disciple stepped forward. Since it's your request, don't say we're bullying you. Yunjin raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. If I succeed again, will you truly offer me your heads? The disciples exchanged glances. Taken aback, one of them barked, quit the nonsense. Focus. This time, we practiced just 3 times. Fearing Yunjin might utter something outrageous again, they immediately began their practice. 4 sword techniques commenced simultaneously, their lights intertwining and interfering with one another. Meanwhile, Yunjin remained unperturbed. She leisurely sat cross-legged and pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds. Notably, these seeds were spiritual seeds given by her elder brother, far superior in taste to mundane ones, infused with a touch of spiritual energy. Savoring her snack, she thought to herself that some tea would complement the seeds nicely. After all, the seeds were rather dry, and a soothing drink was essential. Surely, everyone could understand that. As the sword lights clashed, the sound of cracking seeds filled the air. Initially, the audience focused on the disciples practicing their sword techniques. But soon their attention shifted to Yunjin. Hadn't this oddity been munching on seeds during the entrance test? Now she was at it again? Were these seeds truly that appealing? Yu Zhao and Si Ning lowered their heads, having been humiliated by Yunjin before. They had grown accustomed to her antics. Yet in this moment, they wished to pretend they didn't know her. The disciples, panting from their first round of practice, glanced at Yunjin, who had already devoured a pile of seeds. Their faces fell. Yunjin raised an eyebrow. The system had completed its assessment, identifying 9 discrepancies in the 4 yellow-tier high-level sword techniques. Would she like to rectify them? With a knowing smile, Yunjin set down the seeds, a meaningful expression crossing her face. Correct them, she quietly instructed, consuming 3 simplification opportunities to amend all the mistakes. In the next moment, the 9 discrepancies were laid out before her. Brothers, have you truly mastered this sword technique? Yunjin said nonchalantly, such a simple technique. And the 4 of you combined managed to make 9 mistakes? If I were you, I would never practice swordsmanship again. It's simply too embarrassing. Her disdainful demeanor caused the disciples' expressions to shift dramatically. They had believed their efforts were subtle, only to be seen through by Yunjin, who even specified the exact number of errors. While they were unsure if her count was mere bluster, her confidence was undeniably unsettling. This woman must be some kind of demon. Though astonished, they could not concede. One of them retorted, "You're talking nonsense. There are no mistakes in our practice. Don't blame your inability to learn on us." Yunjin chuckled, "Is that so? Perhaps it's merely that your skills are so lacking you cannot even practice a yellow-tier sword technique properly." Without waiting for these individuals to refute, Yunjin calmly pointed to the first person on the left. "You, during the 10th breath, why did your spiritual power suddenly come to a halt for a moment? At the 50th breath, are you certain that the sword strike was executed in that manner?" The disciple was taken aback. He had only employed these 2 tricks in total. How could Yunjin discern them at her first glance? And in front of so many people, she had revealed them. He instinctively glanced towards Ruanjun. Chapter 26. Assimilation. Ruanjun's expression was somewhat grim, his face betraying no emotion as he offered no response. Fool. What did he mean by that at this moment? Was he insinuating that he was the instigator? Noticing Ruanjun's silence, the disciple finally reacted, his face paling as he stubbornly retorted, "You speak nonsense." However, Yunjin had no intention of engaging him further. Instead, she pointed towards another individual. "And you are the most foolish of all, having erred in 3 places alone. Let me ask you, what about the 2 consecutive moves starting from the 10th breath? And at the 50th breath?" Yunjin continued to highlight the flaws succinctly. Following that, she methodically pointed out each of the 9 mistakes. The faces of the disciples grew increasingly ashen, yet none dared to admit their errors. Their expressions were so dire that the other disciples began to murmur among themselves. Had these individuals truly tampered with their practice? Moreover, Yunjin's arguments were logical and well-founded, not mere fabrications. Ruanjun spoke in a low voice. "Yunjin, just tell me whether you can learn it. Are you merely seeking an excuse with these words? You claim they've practiced incorrectly, so they must have?" As Ruanjun spoke, the 4 disciples echoed him, vehemently denying any wrongdoing. Yunjin raised an eyebrow, poised to respond when Yu Zhao interjected with a smile, producing a recording stone. "Ruanjun, do you think I would come unprepared when facing a despicable person like you? I recorded the entire incident. If they have any objections, we can present the recording to the elders of the sect for verification. Let us see if my junior sister is indeed speaking nonsense." Yunjin blinked, amused. She could resolve this matter herself, but having a capable senior brother felt splendid. Ruanjun's countenance darkened further as he glared at the recording stone, while the 4 disciples began to sweat profusely. Yu Zhao placed the stone prominently on the stage. "You have 2 more chances. Now, you may continue your practice." Though small, the recording stone loomed over the 4 like a sword ready to fall. They dared not act recklessly again, instead practicing correctly for 2 more rounds. Meanwhile, Yunjin leisurely finished a small bag of sunflower seeds. "It's your turn." Ruanjun glared at her intensely. Even if she could not deliberately practice incorrectly, how could she possibly master all 4 sword techniques after merely watching them 3 times? Ruanjun remained unconvinced. Yunjin clapped her hands and stood up slowly. "Wind blade technique," she stated calmly. "As the wind rises, so does the sword." "Thunder blade technique." The sword style shifted, swift as thunder. "Phantom blade technique." The sword and amp, Appos, S movements were unpredictable, appearing from the most unexpected angles. In succession, she executed 3 sword techniques, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. She turned to the 4th disciple. Lastly, the starfall blade technique. The sword light disperses like twinkling stars. For techniques, for styles, and Yunjin executed them seamlessly. As the final glimmer of sword light descended, the tip of her sword pointed directly at Ruanjun. "Where is your head?" The arena fell silent, and Ruanjun and amp, Appos, S face was a mask of fury. Yu Zhao regarded his junior sister with astonishment, pondering if she was truly a natural-born swordsman. However, typically, such innate talent would be accompanied by exceptional spiritual roots. His junior sister possessed merely 5 spiritual roots. There seemed to be considerable trouble ahead. Yu Zhao and Appos, S eyes flickered with concern but quickly transformed into resolve. Master Lin Yu and sect leader Zhao Wuji once competed for the position of sect leader. Later, Master withdrew from the contention for certain reasons, allowing Zhao Wuji to ascend. Since then, the sect leader had viewed Master as a thorn in his side. Yet, Master's cultivation still subtly surpassed Zhao Wuji's, leaving him at a standstill. Until that one time when Master returned heavily injured from a mission. His strength had been in constant decline over the years. Zhao Wuji finally found his opportunity, continuously suppressing Master. Had it not been for Master's injuries being for the sect's sake, Zhao Wuji might have acted far more ruthlessly. Over the years, Zhao Wuji had secretly plotted against the Tianjin Peak. Apart from Lin Yu, Yu Zhao prided himself as an older brother, putting forth considerable effort to support them. Yet he could not alter the fact that Tianjin Peak was losing its disciples in droves. Thankfully, the three true disciples remained steadfast, and now, they had gained a junior sister. Yu Zhao harbored a singular thought: as long as his junior sister chose to stay with them, he would do everything in his power to protect her. It was his duty as the eldest brother, given his junior sister and amp, Appos, as astonishing talent. As long as her spiritual energy could keep pace, coupled with her innate sword physique, it might just be the opportunity for their sect's resurgence. He resolved to earn more money. If progress through cultivation was too slow, he would procure elixirs to bolster his junior sister's growth. As Yu Zhao contemplated the future, Wan Jun glared at the sword directed at him, his gaze icy. With a sneer, he suddenly flicked his finger, unleashing a bolt of spiritual energy aimed directly at Yunjin. This strike was fierce and swift, and since he was already in the nascent soul stage, while Yunjin was merely at the chi refining stage, a direct hit would spell her doom. Wan Jun was resolute. Even if he faced severe punishment later, Yunjin, as a hidden threat, had to be eliminated. Moreover, with Master present, he believed he would be protected. Yu Danxia's eyes gleamed with excitement. If Yunjin perished, the ring would rightfully belong to her. Yet, the spiritual energy did not reach Yunjin. Yu Zhao stood before her, expressionless, blocking the attack with his sword. Then, Siwan Ning and Yu Songyan swiftly flanked him, forming a protective barrier around Yunjin. Yunjin gazed at her senior brothers and sisters, biting her lip. In this new life, she could have distanced herself from the protagonist and developed in another sect. However, she chose to remain here. Initially, her intention was to rise again from where she had fallen, and she also wished to repay Master Lin Yu for his kindness in her past life, aspiring to change the fate of Tianjin Peak. Of course, the protagonist and their companion would conveniently help her gather emotional value. Yet, at this moment, witnessing Yu Zhao and the others standing protectively in front of her, she truly felt a sense of belonging. It was not merely about repaying debts or seeking vengeance. She simply liked it here. Wan Jun, Yu Zhao's voice was cold. Do you understand the crime of attacking a true disciple of our sect without provocation? The sect rules state that killing a fellow disciple is a capital offense. Siwan Ning added, indeed. Damn it, Yu Songyan succinctly expressed. Master Yu. You witnessed the entire process. What do you have to say? Yu Zhao directed his gaze at Yu Lin, the tip of his sword gleaming coldly. They had already shown enough forbearance. Yet if they were to endure such bullying, they would truly never lift their heads again. Yu Lin and Appos' expression shifted as he contemplated the situation. As a direct disciple of the sect leader, Wan Jun was favored as a successor. He felt hesitant to punish Wan Jun. However, Wan Jun had openly attacked Yunjin, with numerous disciples witnessing the act. If he did nothing, the sect and amp, Appos' laws would be rendered meaningless. Although Zhao Wuji was the sect leader, he still had to answer to the elder council above him. Should the situation escalate excessively, forcing the elders to intervene, resolution would not be easily attained. I merely intended to teach Yunjin a small lesson for her disrespect towards me. I never wished for her life, Wan Jun retorted, his demeanor dark and stormy. Chapter 27. A chance for a fresh choice. Yi Danxia, perceptive and observant, could not help but exclaim, Yunjin, we have only just entered the sect, and you already wish to create such chaos? This matter began with your disrespect towards senior brother Wan. You should offer an apology. Yi Danxia spoke with unwavering conviction. Before Yunjin could respond, Siwan Ning scoffed derisively. What nonsense. The shadow stone is still present. Let the elders of the sect discern whether Wan Jun truly intended to harm. I refuse to believe this sect operates without law. She continued contemptuously. It's like a piece of dung that falls into a golden basin, thinking itself to be gold. Junior sister, refrain from foul language, Yu Zhao interjected, casting a glance at Siwan Ning. It lowers our standing. If there is to be a confrontation, let us engage directly next time. He then turned his gaze to Wan Jun, declaring, bullying my junior sister is hardly an impressive feat if you believe yourself formidable. Let us spar in the martial arena. Before the gathered crowd, Yu Zhao boldly issued a challenge. Countless eyes turned towards Ruanjun. A twinge of unease crept over him. He had always felt overshadowed by Yu Zhao. There was little chance of victory against him. Sign a life and death contract, Yu Zhao continued coldly. This duel will be without regard for life. It is either your death or my survival. Ruanjun stammered. ISN and amp. Oppos. T it always your death? If you dare accept, I shall cease pursuing the matter of your assault on my junior sister. Should you refuse, I call for all elders to gather and scrutinize this issue. Yu Zhao and Oppos. S voice was ice cold. He offered Ruanjun but two paths, either perish at his hands in the arena or face execution according to sect laws. Ruanjun's expression darkened as he retorted angrily, Yu Zhao, do not go too far. Do you dare to fight? Yu Zhao pressed. Ruanjun's countenance shifted, hesitating to respond. If the elders were to adjudicate, he would be safe under the protection of his master. Yet, signing a life and death contract could lead to his demise at Yu Zhao's hands. Coward, Yu Zhao scoffed, raising an eyebrow. The disciples below began to murmur amongst themselves. Previously, there had been some debate over who was stronger, Yu Zhao or Ruanjun. After today, that doubt would surely vanish. Ruanjun could sense the shift in the gazes cast upon him, biting his teeth in frustration, yet still too afraid to accept the challenge. Yidanxia regarded Ruanjun with disappointment, having expected much from the senior brother. It appeared he was not as formidable as she had believed. Reduced to such cowardice, she would need to devise other plans. It seems you lack the courage. Yu Zhao remarked, turning to Yulin, Master Yu, please summon the elders for a collective review. Yulin gritted his teeth, harboring deep resentment. How dare a mere disciple pressure him so? As the head of the law enforcement hall, he was meant to be entirely neutral. If this matter was not handled properly, it could tarnish the sect leader's reputation. Yulin began to speak when suddenly the atmosphere shifted. What is this commotion? Have you all turned the world upside down in my brief absence? The voice belonged to Zhao Wuji. Yulin's expression brightened, and he quickly stepped aside respectfully. Ruanjun breathed a sigh of relief. He had hastily informed Zhao Wuji of the situation, and now his master had arrived. With his master present, Ruanjun felt secure, knowing he would face no repercussions. Zhao Wuji approached slowly, exuding an air of authority. His gaze swept over Yu Zhao and the others before settling upon Yunjin. According to Ruanjun, Yunjin might possess a natural sword body. It seems I misjudged, Zhao Wuji mused, narrowing his eyes. Yunjin, I present you with an opportunity to re-choose your path. I see potential in you. You may join my sect as a true disciple, Zhao Wuji declared, unexpectedly offering Yunjin a position instead of chastising her. This took everyone, including the ever-vigilant Yu Zhao, by surprise. He bit his lip, from any perspective. Joining the sect leader was a superior choice compared to Tianjian Peak. They had all been courted by the sect leader previously but had chosen to remain, making them thorns in his side. However, Yunjin was different, having received little favor from the master. If she chose to leave, Yu Zhao thought he would not obstruct her. Yet to wish her well, he doubted he could muster such grace. Yu Zhao fell silent, sheathing his sword. He felt no certainty regarding Yunjin's decision to stay. Any rational person would likely choose to follow the sect leader. Observing Yu Zhao's actions, a slight smile graced Zhao Wuji's lips. This one understands their place, he thought, feeling somewhat pleased. Yunjin, although Ruanjun's actions were not intended to offend, they were indeed reckless. Joining my sect will serve as recompense. In the future, you and Ruanjun, along with Danxia, will be of the same lineage. Your past grievances will, in time, transform into cherished stories. Zhao Wuji spoke with an air of authority, confident that such a grand offer would not be refused. Does Master wish to take in Yunjin? Ruanjun and Amp, Oppos, S expression shifted, discomfort evident. However, having acted impulsively and left himself vulnerable, he could only concede this opportunity to Yunjin. Once she joined the sect, he would find ways to deal with her. Yidanxia was the most unable to accept this. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Yunjin, how dare she presume to stand on the same level as me? Yet, given Zhao Wuji's decision, as a new disciple, she had no authority to object. Thus, Yidanxia was left with no choice but to remain silent. Now, kneel and bow 3 times, Zhao Wuji commanded, looking down at Yunjin from his lofty position. He had never considered the possibility of rejection. On one side stood a feckless master, on the other, the sect leader. Surely she would know how to choose. Even Yu Zhao and the others had resigned themselves to silence, unable to prevent Yunjin from pursuing a brighter future rather than forcing her to remain aboard their sinking vessel. Yunjin regarded Zhao Wuji, a faint smile gracing her lips. To become your disciple? Zhao Wuji raised an eyebrow. Indeed. No, thank you, Yunjin replied lazily. I have been quite content on Tianjian Peak and have never contemplated leaving, even if I were to depart. It would be alongside my master and senior brothers and sisters to establish our own sect. Yu Zhao and the others stared at Yunjin in shock. Their junior sister. Had she truly refused? Zhao Wuji and Amp, Apos, S expression soured. Are you rejecting my offer? Yunjin frowned slightly. Is there a sect rule stating I cannot refuse? A flicker of pure rage ignited in Zhao Wuji and Apos' eyes. He let out a cold laugh. You wish to spurn my invitation, do you? Very well. Let us see if you can withstand the consequences. Without hesitation, Zhao Wuji unleashed his spiritual pressure upon Yunjin. The expressions of Yu Zhao and the others shifted dramatically, and beads of sweat instantly formed on Yunjin's forehead. Chapter 1. A dire situation. Zhao Wuji had already reached the mid-stage of the fusion realm, making him a formidable expert, while Yunjin was merely at the Qi refinement stage. This time, Zhao Wuji was resolute in his intention to teach Yunjin a lesson. He certainly did not wish to take her life, as that would tarnish his reputation as the sect leader. However, inflicting a measure of suffering upon her to ensure her compliance was entirely acceptable. The pressure Zhao Wuji exerted was undoubtedly beyond Yunjin's threshold for endurance, and he watched her intently, anticipating her writhing in agony. Sect leader, Yu Zhao exclaimed angrily. What wrong has my junior sister committed to warrant such cruelty? Disrespect towards this seat is her transgression, Zhao Wuji replied coldly. Disrespect? How has she disrespected you? She merely wished to remain at Tianjin Peak. Is that a fault? Yu Zhao seethed. The situation had escalated beyond his capacity to rectify, and he had discreetly informed their master. Now, he could only hope Linya would arrive swiftly. Simultaneously, a profound sense of helplessness surged within Yu Zhao. He was indeed too weak. It was his inadequacy that allowed his junior sister to suffer such humiliation in his presence. Zhao Wuji, with an impassive expression, stated, I am not unreasonable. Yunjin, apologize, and I shall overlook your disrespect. Gradually intensifying his pressure, he was determined to make Yunjin yield. It was intolerable for a new disciple to rise above him. Yunjin, drenched in sweat, managed a subtle smile. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Having traversed endless worlds, she could not bring her immense power into this body, yet the terrifying strength of her soul accompanied her. As Zhao Wuji's pressure descended, she felt pain, but the latent energy within her soul began to awaken. The greater the pressure, the more energy was activated. Yunjin was confident that even if Zhao Wuji unleashed all his strength, she could endure. In fact, this could prove beneficial for her. The strength of her soul energy determined the heights she could currently attain. Just from Zhao Wuji's initial pressure, her soul strength surged to the foundation establishment stage. This meant there were no more bottlenecks from the Qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage. She merely needed to accumulate spiritual energy to break through effortlessly. It would take time for her soul energy to grow stronger on its own. As sweat dripped from her brow, she calmly regarded Zhao Wuji. I do not comprehend your words, sect leader. Should I be grateful and change my allegiance simply because you demand it? Would that not render me a despicable traitor, devoid of integrity? Or do you prefer to collect such disciples under your wing? With a deliberate glance at Yudanxia and Wan Jun, the implication in her gaze was unmistakable. Everyone was bewildered. Given the circumstances, was Yunjin truly provoking the sect leader? Zhao Wuji's expression darkened ominously. He fixed his cold gaze upon Yunjin and increased his power once more. Very well, I shall see how sharp your tongue remains. Junior sister. Yu Zhao and the others watched anxiously, yet felt utterly powerless. As sweat poured down Yunjin's forehead, Zhao Wuji's calculation suggested she was now beyond her limits. Yet, amidst the pressure, a brilliant smile graced Yunjin and Amp, Apos' lips as she spoke loudly. Everyone, bear witness. This is our Tianqing sect and Amp, Apos' leader, who would resort to such heavy-handedness to protect his favored disciple even against a mere newcomer. Today, it is Tianjin Peak, but tomorrow, it could just as easily be you. With her hair flowing gracefully, she appeared unwavering, her spine straight despite the overwhelming strain. Those from Tianjin Peak stood beside her, worry etched on their faces. Yet they felt utterly despondent. They could not protect their junior sister. Before Zhao Wuji, they were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. The sect was aware of the plight of Tianjin Peak, but this was the first time they witnessed it so starkly. In a scenario where Yunjin had only been passively defending herself and striving to clear her name, the sect leader still struck without discernment. Yunjin's words rang true. Today, the sect leader targeted Tianjin Peak, but who was to say they would not be next? Meanwhile, the other peak masters observed from afar. Would they allow the sect leader to proceed unchallenged? Fang Mingwei, the master of Mingwei Peak, wished to voice her dissent but swallowed her words. The other peak masters remained silent. Were they truly powerless to intervene against the disciples' punishment? Master, Yunjin addressed Zhao Wuji, I have done no wrong today, and I shall not admit fault. Zhao Wuji's expression turned even colder. Yun Jin's obstinacy left him in a quandary. If she refused to apologize, his dignity would be at stake. Yet, if he escalated the spiritual pressure further, he risked truly harming her. The young disciple certainly had a fierce spirit. Frustrated, Zhao Wuji clenched his teeth and once again intensified his energy. This time, it was the spiritual pressure of the late foundation establishment stage. He would not relent until Yun Jin begged for mercy. As the pressure surged, Yun Jin felt exhilarated. Come, maintain this pressure, she thought. The longer it persisted, the faster her soul level would ascend. The sect leader was indeed a benevolent figure, inadvertently offering her a means to enhance her soul's capabilities. Where else could she find such a generous benefactor? With a resolute expression of defiance, she gazed at Zhao Wuji, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet her voice rang clear. If you wish to kill me, then do so. I am a child of Tianjin Peak in life and a ghost of Tianjin Peak in death. Junior sister, came the heart-wrenching calls from Yu Zhao and the others. The plight of Tianjin Peak was indeed dire. The onlookers could scarcely bear it. Even the distant peak masters felt a shift in their expressions. Just as one of them was about to speak, a furious voice erupted. Zhao Wuji, what are you doing to my disciple? Linya arrived in haste, accompanied by an elderly man. Upon seeing the elder, Zhao Wuji instinctively withdrew his pressure. Ah, it has ceased? It seems my attempt to assert dominance has come to an end. Yun Jin, feeling a pang of regret, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yun Jin, Linya and Apos' expression changed dramatically as he rushed to her side, supporting her. Yun Jin and Apos' face was pale, her expression pitiful. Master, the sect leader forced me to pledge my allegiance to him, and when I refused, As she spoke, she coughed up more blood, appearing utterly wretched. However, Linya and Apos' expression grew oddly complex. How to put it? He had just anxiously probed into Yun Jin and Apos' condition. She is utterly unscathed. Everything is as perfect as it could possibly be. Master, allow me to be your disciple once more in my next life. Yun Jin coughed up another mouthful of blood. Linya suddenly came to his senses, embracing Yun Jin and weeping bitterly. My poor Jin, you have suffered so much. It is all the fault of the master. He is utterly useless. At that time, the sect and Apos' mission was perilous, and he should not have volunteered. Although the mission was a success, I have now become a mere shell of a person, unable even to protect my own disciple. I should never have risked my life for the sect. Chapter 2. A flair for acting. As Linya spoke, sorrow welled up within him, and his tears flowed with increasing sincerity. The others, unaware of the situation, assumed that Yun Jin was gravely injured, and their expressions turned mournful. Yu Zhao fought back tears, yet his eyes were tinged with red. Siwan Ning, unable to contain herself, began to wipe away her tears incessantly. Even Yu Song Nian emanated an aura of despair. Yun Jin, witnessing the scene, was taken aback. What was happening? She had merely initiated a minor performance, yet her master and senior brothers and sisters were now engaged in a dramatic display. In comparison, she felt somewhat diminished. This simply wouldn't do. A competitive spirit ignited within her as she tightly grasped Linya and Apos' sleeve, her expression one of anguish. Master, it is all the disciple's fault. Although you have diminished your cultivation for the sake of the sect, what good does it do? In the world of cultivation, strength is paramount. Now that the sect leader wishes to harm the disciples, what can you do? Please, do not worry about me. Let the disciple perish here. With that, Yun Jin struggled to rise, exclaiming, Sect leader, the disciple has erred. I shall take my own life right here. I implore you to spare my master and senior brothers and sisters. She made a desperate lunge towards the ground. Linya gasped in horror. His disciple was truly overacting. He quickly seized Yun Jin, his expression filled with sorrow. You are my disciple. I must take responsibility for you. If the sect leader wishes to kill, let it be me first, for I am already a broken man. No, let it be me first. Yu Zhao and the others stepped forward, witnessing this tragic scene. And some in the audience began to wipe their tears. Zhao Wuji pondered, had he truly been so severe? Could it be that Yun Jin had only pretended to endure and had already reached her limit? As Zhao Wuji grappled with self-doubt, an elder who had accompanied Linya shot him a disapproving glance. Wuji, she is merely a new disciple. As sect leader, is it not beneath you to personally intervene? Zhao Wuji's expression shifted slightly as he replied, Elder Jian, that new disciple spoke out of turn. I merely gave her a lesson. Otherwise, will any disciple dare to speak so recklessly to their sect leader? This elder, known as Elder Jian, was not one to meddle in affairs, having devoted himself to mastering sword techniques. In terms of strength, he surpassed even the sect leader. More importantly, although he hailed from Tianqing's sect, he was later chosen by Qinglian Sword sect, where he practiced the most orthodox swordsmanship. Even if they were at the same level, His piercing sword techniques were not something Zhao Wuji could contend with. Zhao Wuji had a father in the sacred land, and thus understood its formidable nature. His position as sect leader was secured by his father's influence, which commanded a degree of respect even from the Elder Council. Yet Elder Jian, also from the sacred land, felt no obligation to fear him. What reckless words! Si Wanning interjected, her face filled with righteous indignation. The sect leader, seeing my junior sister's extraordinary talent, seeks to forcibly recruit her. When my junior sister refused, she suffered such a cruel fate, we cannot even ascertain whether she will survive. If Tianqing sect has no place for us at Tianjin Peak, the sect leader need only say the word, and we will follow our master without hesitation. The events had been witnessed and heard by countless disciples. While the sect leader wielded authority within the sect, can he truly silence the murmurs of the masses? Yu Zhao spoke out in anger. Enough! Zhao Wuji and Appo's voice boomed. Is this how your master instructs you? To speak so insolently to me? Linya, supporting Yunjin, replied sorrowfully, Sect leader, there is no need for further words. If you resent me for competing for the position of sect leader, then strike me down with a single blow, but I beg you to spare my disciples. No, this is all my fault. If punishment is due, let it fall upon me. Yunjin grasped Linya's arm. I am the eldest brother. It is my place to take the lead. Sect leader, do as you will. Yu Zhao declared, prepared to face the consequences. Eldest brother, did you not say that ladies should go first? Si Wanning insisted, her determination unwavering. Yu Songnian stood silently beside them. Zhao Wuji glanced around, exasperated. Again? Is this never-ending? He truly felt as though he might be driven to eliminate them all. Elder Jian regarded him with disdain. As the leader of a sect, with several elders granting you authority to manage, this is how you choose to govern? Linya has suffered for the sect, and instead of providing support, you choose to kick him while he is down. Such conduct will not earn you the respect of your followers. While others may fear Zhao Wuji, Elder Jian did not. In terms of combat prowess, he was the foremost swordsman in the land. Even the Qinxiao Pavilion would hesitate to engage Qinglian Sword sect in conflict. As Elder Jian berated him, Zhao Wuji and Appo's face darkened. Elder Jian, your words are harsh. I have always been fair and just. Today and Appo's events were merely an accident. If I truly wished to harm a new disciple, would she have had time to wait for you to arrive? I have heard that this girl, Yunjin, upon entering the sect, dared to steal the sect and Appo's secret techniques and spoke insolently to her superiors. Such a disciple is wholly unfit for Tianqing sect. What nonsense! Si Wanning retorted. My junior sister's sword techniques are all self-taught. We have not instructed her in the slightest. Brother Wan, who did not believe her capabilities, even sought verification. She can master high-level yellow-tier sword techniques after just a few viewings. Were these brothers secretly teaching her? Si Wanning and Appo's words were clear and concise. Zhao Wuji and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. Elder Jian and Appo's interest peaked. Is it true that she can learn high-level yellow-tier sword techniques in just 3 attempts? Yunjin, having coughed up blood, replied, I can manage, albeit with difficulty. Elder Jian and Appo's excitement grew. If this were true, he might have encountered a prodigious talent in swordsmanship. If he were to discover this generation and Appo's innate sword body, his own status would soar. Elder Jian, do not listen to the ramblings of these juniors. They may have employed some underhanded tactics, Zhao Wuji interjected, attempting to regain control. Elder Jian ignored him. Retrieving a yellowed scroll and tossing it to Yunjin, this technique was obtained by chance. The moves are rather unconventional and of a low tier, yet still within the high yellow level. Without a manual, you would need to view it 3 times to learn it. With a manual, give yourself an incense stick and Appo's time. Could you possibly master it? Zhao Wuji's complexion darkened further. He had been wary of Yunjin's swordsmanship talent, which was why he sought to bring her under his wing. Now, with Elder Jian present, if Yunjin truly possessed such talent, she might soon be registered with Qinglian Sword sect. If she truly possessed the fabled innate sword body, it would be even more terrifying. Historically, only those with the innate sword body could become the leader of Qinglian Sword sect. If Yunjin possessed such a constitution, she might even vie for the position of sect leader. Zhao Wuji's gaze bore down on Yunjin, insisting to himself that a mere 5-element root could not possibly be an innate sword body. Such a notion was inconceivable. Chapter 3. Once again the center of attention, Elder Jian. The secret manual is simple to comprehend, yet, as Yunjin spoke, she painfully coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Elder Jian, I fear my disciple's body cannot withstand this, Linya exclaimed in sorrowful realization. It's all right. My disciple is still capable. Yunjin struggled to reach for the manual. But as she moved, more blood spilled from her lips, a scene too tragic to behold. Elder Jian's heart filled with fury as he cast a fierce glare at Zhao Wuji. If such a promising talent were to be ruined by Zhao Wuji, he would surely confront him. My disciple has suffered damage to her meridians. If only we had 10 Huanyuan pills, she could recover, Linyu stated. Upon hearing this, Elder Jian glanced at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Zhangjiao, you still have 10 Huanyuan pills, do you not? Zhao Wuji's expression darkened as he coldly responded. What kind of injury warrants 10 Huanyuan pills? Master, if the Zhangji refuses, then so be it, Yunjin replied bitterly. This is my life. Even if everyone witnesses the Zhangjiao ruining my future, who can challenge his authority? In public, no one dares to speak out. Zhao Wuji. Yunjin was clearly fanning the flames. Yet, he recognized that this incident was indeed mishandled, and this younger generation had seized the opportunity against him. If he continued to entangle himself, it would tarnish his reputation. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji realized that Yunjin and Appo's reluctance to consult the manual stemmed not from inability, but from fear. Previously, she may have employed some means to cultivate her genius reputation. Now, faced with learning anew, she feared revealing her shortcomings and sought to delay. It had to be this way. 10 Huanyuan pills, is it? Very well. I shall provide them. He was eager to see what further excuses Yunjin could conjure. Once Elder Jian discovered she was merely a false genius, he would be at her mercy. Perhaps I was too harsh earlier, Zhao Wuji remarked. A cold smile gracing his lips. Huanyuan pills are not precious, yet even for the foundation establishment stage, they are more than sufficient. Though you are still in the qi refining stage and should not require Huanyuan pills, since you have asked, and given my prior severity, I shall grant you these 10 Huanyuan pills. He tossed a porcelain vial. Yi Danxiao looked on with envy. Huanyuan pills. I still owe Chun Hao one. How wonderful it would be to have one for myself. Linyu pretended not to hear Zhao Wuji's sarcastic tone as he hurriedly took the vial and extracted a pill, winking at Yunjin. Disciple. This pill has been refined for you by the master. Yunjin nodded and scanned the Huanyuan pill. This time, merely scanning cost her 3 simplification chances, which she promptly utilized. Huanyuan pill, second-grade pill, capable of repairing meridians and reshaping the dantian. Extremely effective for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and below. Nearly ineffective for those above the foundation establishment stage. Formula: 3 liang of firegrass, 2 liang of orchid grass. The critical aspect of refining this pill is the control of fire. Begin with firegrass, then immediately add ice essence. After utilizing her simplification opportunity, the system directly revealed the formula and refining steps. More importantly, a simplification button appeared at the end of the formula and refining steps. This indicated that both could be further simplified. With a few more simplifications, the formula would optimize, and the difficulty of refinement would plummet. Starting with the Huanyuan pill was perfect preparation for refining the Butian pill for Linyu later. After all, the Huanyuan pill was merely a second-grade pill and would only be effective for those at the foundation establishment stage, while the Butian pill, a 7th-grade elixir, would significantly benefit even those at the core formation stage. The challenges of the two were not comparable, even with the system at her disposal. Yunjin faced a daunting timeline to refine the Butian pill within 3 months. With the Huanyuan pill entering her system, and under Linyu's guidance, Yunjin began to cultivate. She soon discovered that the Huanyuan pill had a dual effect on her. Firstly, the system determined that the Huanyuan pill was a food infused with spiritual energy. Upon consumption, it transformed into pure spiritual energy, propelling her cultivation forward with remarkable speed. Secondly, as a sacred elixir for repairing meridians, she felt her meridians strengthening. While the second effect was not immediately apparent, the first was unmistakably potent. As Yunjin refined the Huanyuan pill, Linyu was astonished to see her internal spiritual energy surge dramatically. After digesting a portion of the medicinal effect, Yunjin had already reached the 9th level of the qi refining stage. Once the effect was fully absorbed, she would be very close to the 10th level. The onlookers were left speechless, witnessing her rapid breakthrough. How long has it been since she began? Approaching the 10th level of qi refining? Is this achievable for an ordinary person? Does she possess 5 spirit roots? Could it be some mutated spirit root? Terrifying. Whispers filled the air. Yi Danxia's expression shifted, and she suddenly exclaimed, Xiaojin, what heavenly treasure did you consume that allowed you to leap to the 10th level of qi refining so swiftly? However, the effects of the medicine must be waning soon, right? Yunjin glanced at Yi Danxiao but remained silent. The crowd, however, began to understand. She had consumed a treasure in advance, which explained her rapid initial progress. Alas, it was inevitable that the effects would eventually wane. With 5 spirit roots, she would ultimately struggle to achieve greatness. Elder Jian, may I begin now? Yunjin addressed Elder Jian directly. Elder Jian focused intently. Very well. Yunjin seized the manual and rapidly flipped through its pages. As she perused, she hardly paused, seeming less like a reader and more like someone merely turning pages. In no time, she closed the manual, her scanning complete. Advanced Yellow Tier Sword Technique Manual, Qinglian Sword Technique. Yunjin immediately commenced simplification, with the manual at hand. The process was far more convenient. After 5 uses of her chances, the final simplification result was 50 somersaults. Yunjin felt somewhat speechless. This result was nonsensical. She had initially intended to continue simplifying, but there were far too many areas requiring simplification ahead. Somersaults would have to suffice. With a sigh, she wore a bitter smile. Was this the sensation of public humiliation? Seeing Yunjin and Appo's displeasure, Elder Jian could not help but inquire, "There is still time. You may look again." Yet, he felt a twinge of disappointment within. If she truly possessed a natural sword physique, mastering a mere yellow tier manual should have been effortless. No need. Yunjin sighed and casually tossed her sword aside. Then, before the expectant, disdainful, or anxious gazes of the crowd, she executed a graceful backflip. The crowd. Emotion value 10. Emotion value 10. Emotion value 5. As Yunjin completed her somersaults, her emotion value accumulated. She could only endure the pain while reveling in her predicament. After all, her dignity had already been lost, and now she was the center of attention. Let the emotion value surge even more, especially from the female lead and male supporting character. You too, don't just stand there. Contribute more emotion value. Stop with the meager 5s and 10s. This doesn't suit your status. Chapter 4. No one shall be left behind in light of emotional value. Yunjin executed 50 somersaults, showcasing a plethora of acrobatics. Front flips, continuous flips, one-handed flips, and side flips. She performed them all. She even deliberately made an error once. Regrettably, it appeared that her emotional value did not increase significantly. A sense of disappointment washed over her. It seemed that extracting emotional value from people had become increasingly difficult. Was it possible that her flamboyant maneuvers had become too familiar to them? This was rather unfortunate. Soon, Yunjin completed her acrobatics. She had taken it quite seriously. And at the conclusion, an influx of swordsmanship experience surged within her, nearly causing her to stumble. The onlookers were left speechless. Zhao Wuji chuckled. "So, after your acrobatics, have you mastered the sword technique?" His voice dripped with mockery. Yunjin, however, nodded earnestly. "Yes, it seems I have learned." "Still trying to be stubborn?" Zhao Wuji sneered. "Then proceed." Unfazed, Yunjin walked over to retrieve the sword she had carelessly tossed aside earlier. The sword technique was rather intriguing. With a subtle smile, she swiftly struck with the sword. Yet, in an instant, her figure had already moved to another location. Her body and the sword, at times separated, at times united, exuded a mesmerizing beauty. Ding! The system chimed. Advanced Yellow Tier Sword Technique has reached the 6th level. Upon reaching the 10th level, it may be simplified, integrating into 10 levels of techniques, upgrading to a low-level Profound Tier Sword Technique. Yunjin's gaze flickered. Oh? Mastering 10 levels of the Advanced Yellow Tier Sword Technique could indeed lead to an upgrade to the Profound Tier. Although it was merely a low-level Profound Tier, it represented a significant leap across an entire tier. In the Tianqing sect, there were countless Yellow Tier Sword Techniques, yet only 3 manuals for Profound Tier techniques existed. Transitioning from Yellow Tier to Profound Tier was a qualitative transformation. With the Simplification System at her disposal, it seemed she could mass-produce Profound Tier manuals. The system's notifications did not deter Yunjin. She continued to practice the sword technique relentlessly. The sword elder observed her performance, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He had also practiced this sword technique, and even with his current swordsmanship level, mastering it had taken him several hours. Yet Yunjin, she had merely glanced at it, and had genuinely learned it. The peculiar flips she performed earlier suddenly made sense. She must have recognized the unique requirements of this technique, which necessitated a certain physical aptitude. Thus, she had employed somersaults to loosen her muscles, facilitating her practice. The sword elder regarded Yunjin with profound appreciation. She was indeed extraordinary. His visit had been worthwhile. Upon completing her sword practice, Yunjin sheathed her sword, her expression serene. Glancing swiftly at her emotional value, she muttered in dismay. The combination of somersaults and sword practice had only yielded an increase of 800 points. While this was partially due to the emotional contributions made earlier, it still fell short of her expectations. As the old saying goes, we shall reap as much wool as we can. And another wise saying, to leave even a single strand of wool behind is a crime. Yunjin calmly remarked, "Sword elder, such a simplistic sword technique should not be presented again. Only the heavenly tier sword techniques pose any real challenge for me. Unfortunately, the Tianqing sect is a mere trivial sect with no heavenly tier techniques available. If there are no alternatives, I could at least manage with the Earth-tier Qinglian Sword Technique. Standing there, she exuded an air of unrivaled confidence. The crowd gaped in astonishment. They had seen arrogance, but never to this extent. To audaciously request a heavenly tier sword technique was nothing short of outrageous. Such techniques were the pinnacle of sword manuals, reserved solely for sacred lands. Earth-tier techniques were merely a last resort. In fact, within the entire Qinglian sect, no one had mastered an Earth-tier technique, not even the once-renowned sword genius Linya, nor the current sect leader Zhao Wuji. The sword elder was taken aback by Yunjin's boldness, yet he soon chuckled. Yunjin, you wish to learn the Earth-tier sword technique? Before she could respond, Zhao Wuji interjected, unable to contain himself. Sword elder, this individual is arrogant. She has merely grasped a few advanced yellow-tier sword techniques and dares to covet the Earth-tier. Such hubris will lead her nowhere on the path of immortality. At this, Yunjin began to display her brilliance, lifting her chin defiantly, her expression brimming with arrogance. Mediocre individuals cannot fathom the terror of a genius. Emotional value 200. Looking at Zhao Wuji, Yunjin smiled, for the sect leader appeared to be a veritable source of emotional value. She continued, my life is destined for invincibility. Every step I take in this realm will mark me as the strongest. I shall gradually surpass each of you. And those I surpass shall be encouraged to pursue me until one day, you can no longer see my figure. Emotional value 200. Emotional value 50. Emotional value 10. Incredible. It seemed she could still extract more. It appeared the audience had grown immune to the emotional value derived from sword practice but remained susceptible to her dramatic declarations. Yunjin immediately declared, I demand that the heavens no longer obscure my vision. I demand that the earth no longer conceal my heart. I demand that all beings understand my intentions. I demand that even gods and Buddhas dissipate into thin air. The entire venue fell silent, an oppressive stillness enveloping the atmosphere. Linya stared at Yunjin in bewilderment. What sort of eccentricity had he taken on as a disciple? The others could overlook it. But to demand that gods and Buddhas vanish? Did she truly fear their retribution? Emotional value 300. Emotional value 100. Emotional value 100. Yunjin blinked, feeling amused. Friends, who could understand her plight? After her arduous efforts of practicing sword techniques and executing flips, her emotional value had crawled up incrementally. Yet, with a few whimsical proclamations, her emotional value skyrocketed. She resolved at that moment to engrave her dramatic declarations into her very essence, reciting them each time she made an entrance. A lofty ambition indeed. The sword elder stuttered, the first to regain his composure. Well then, Yunjin smiled slightly. Zhao Wuji, unable to contain his derision, retorted. You should pray that the gods and Buddhas do not take offense. If they do, a single bolt of lightning could end your life. Yunjin replied with a wicked grin. Is that so? I believe it is the gods and Buddhas who should pray that I do not seek retribution upon them. Otherwise, I shall turn heaven and earth upside down. The crowd was left speechless. The sword elder, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, Yunjin, back to the subject. You do wish to practice the Earth-tier manual, do you not? Before she could respond, Zhao Wuji and Appos' expression shifted. Sword elder, you see. This individual is indeed reckless and unfit for serious matters. Though she may possess some talent for swordsmanship, she is merely a 5-spirit root. A 5-spirit root cannot cultivate to the infant transformation stage. A cultivator confined to the golden core stage, even if born with a sword body, what can they achieve? Zhao Wuji felt an overwhelming sense of relief, grateful that Yunjin was only a 5-spirit root. Otherwise, with her temperament, the Qinglian sect would surely be thrown into chaos. This assertion held some truth, prompting the sword elder to ponder deeply. Yunjin raised an eyebrow. Who says a 5-spirit root cannot reach the infant transformation stage? I have declared it. I am a genius. Can a genius be measured by conventional standards? Zhao Wuji sneered. Whether she was a genius remained to be seen, but her audacity and shamelessness were indeed unparalleled. Chapter 5. The Celestial Steps. The Azure Lotus Sword Technique. The sword elder scrutinized Yunjin with great attention. Were it anyone else speaking such words, he would undoubtedly find it utterly ridiculous. Yet, Yunjin, she was a remarkable woman who had left him in awe since her first appearance. What was most astonishing was her ability to deliver even the most humiliating statements with a serious demeanor, as if they were the utmost truth. At this moment, when discussing the formidable barrier of the 5 spiritual roots in the nascent soul stage, she exhibited no trace of worry. Her confidence suggested she was certain of her impending breakthrough. The sword elder watched her and chuckled. Zhao Wuji, sensing something amiss, could not help but speak up in alarm. However, the sword elder calmly remarked, Yunjin, since you are a genius, you ought to accomplish what ordinary people cannot. Do you agree? Yunjin nodded. Naturally. Good. The Sword Elder said, his voice gentle. Listen carefully. Within the Tianqing sect, there exists indeed a terrestrial-level technique known as the Azure Lotus Sword Technique. This technique originates from the Qinglian Sword sect and was left here in search of a fated individual. Moreover, this terrestrial-level Azure Lotus Sword Technique is merely a fragment of the true Azure Lotus Sword Technique. The complete version is of celestial rank. The Sword Elder gazed at Yunjin, his expression laden with significance. Oh, celestial rank? Yunjin mused. That seems worthy of practice. The Sword Elder, I see I cannot expect her to utter anything conventional. Continuing, he stated, as a disciple of the Qinglian Sword sect, I bear the responsibility of finding a successor for the sect. I can permit you to cultivate the Azure Lotus Sword Technique. That would be splendid, Yunjin replied. The Sword Elder narrowed his eyes. Whether you possess a natural sword body can only be assessed by your speed of learning the sword. Therefore, Yunjin, I have conditions for you to learn the Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Yunjin adopted a serious demeanor. Please, go on. In 1 year, the Sword Elder said softly, I require you to grasp the fundamentals of this sword technique. If you can achieve this, then the true Azure Lotus Sword Technique may not be beyond your reach in the future. If you cannot, his expression remained impassive. Then you may not be the person I seek. A natural sword body holds immense significance for the Qinglian Sword sect. If Yunjin's talent for swordsmanship is indeed as extraordinary as it appears, then while the cultivation of ordinary 5 spiritual roots poses challenges, with the full support of a sacred ground, overcoming the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage should not be insurmountable. However, to garner the unwavering support of a sacred ground, Yunjin must demonstrate value that captivates the entirety of the sect. To master the Azure Lotus Sword Technique within a year, this was the Sword Elder and Appo's stipulation. A year? Yunjin and Appo's eyes widened. Zhao Wuji, relieved, even managed to smile. He had feared the Sword Elder had truly lost his senses, yet it appeared he was quite composed. They had all attempted the Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Not only had they failed to breach its teachings in a year, but even in a decade. They had made no headway. For a mere new disciple like Yunjin to master it in a year was an impossible task. Are you afraid? The Sword Elder raised an eyebrow. Not at all. Yunjin honestly shook her head. I merely find you surprisingly agreeable. I had thought 3 months would suffice. Yet you granted a full year. The Sword Elder. Haha. He needed to remain calm. This was merely Yunjin's unique manner of speaking. She surely did not think that way. Taking a deep breath, the Sword Elder asked, So, do you agree? I agree. Yunjin nodded decisively. However, what if someone maliciously disrupts my sword practice during this year? The Sword Elder glanced meaningfully at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Such occurrences will not transpire within the Tianqing sect. This was merely a misunderstanding. The Sword Elder assured her, with my presence, I guarantee you a year of peace. Yunjin added, and my master and senior brothers and sisters must also remain unharmed. The Sword Elder did not refuse. Very well. In front of Zhao Wuji, he presented Yunjin with a jade pendant. This pendant allows you to communicate directly with me. If you suffer any grievances, simply inform me. Thank you, Sword Elder. Yunjin sweetly expressed her gratitude, happily accepting the pendant. Her original plan was to draw out the Sword Elder and through him ensure the safety of the Sword Peak for 3 months. With the Sword Elder now granting her a year, it was even better. Zhao Wuji and Appo's gaze flickered. A year. Huh. With the Sword Elder's words, it would be difficult for him to act during this time. However, should Linya lose in 3 months, he would undoubtedly lose his position as the Peak Master. This was the sect and Appo's rule. He was merely acting in accordance with it, and no one could fault him. When that time came, even if he did not harm Linya's life, undermining him through subtle means would not be difficult at all. Thus, Zhao Wuji merely lowered his gaze, choosing not to elaborate further. The Sword Elder looked at Yunjin and produced a book with a golden cover. He spoke softly. Upon returning, immerse your spiritual energy into the pages of this book, and you shall obtain what you seek. Yunjin accepted it and inquired, Sword Elder, you trust me with this? Aran and Appo's, do you concerned I might leak it? The Sword Elder replied calmly, if anyone else could master it, I would welcome it. However, I must caution you, the Azure Lotus Sword Technique is fraught with peril. To practice it recklessly may result in injury or, at worst, damage to your very soul. Yunjin observed that others gazing at the golden pages showed no greed, only trepidation. It dawned on her that this terrestrial-level sword technique was indeed formidable. Yet, she remained unperturbed. No matter how complex, with step-by-step simplification, it could be rendered manageable. Having already simplified the technique over 150 times, could she not uncover an uncomplicated method of cultivation? Since the Sword Elder had spoken, Zhao Wuji declared, let us heed the Sword Elder's counsel. Yunjin, Devote yourself to the practice of this sword technique. The rest of you may disperse. Yun Jin frowned and protested. Disperse? Master, this matter is not right. Zhao Wuji raised an eyebrow. Yun Jin, with an impassive expression, pointed at Wan Jun. This individual has slandered me for stealing techniques and attempted to take my life. How shall we address this? All is documented by the recording stone. Yu Zhao immediately stood in support. Master, you cannot overlook this just because he is your prized disciple. The sword elder also cast a neutral glance in their direction. Wan Jun, tense and anxious, looked at Zhao Wuji. Master, I did not intend to. If everyone could escape punishment by claiming no ill intent, then what purpose would the sect's rules serve? Yun Jin's voice was cold. According to sect regulations, slander and attempts to harm fellow disciples result in the forfeiture of 1 and amp, oppos, s techniques and expulsion from the sect. In severe cases, direct punishment is warranted. The rules are clear. And I hope the master will act justly. Wan Jun turned pale, fear evident in his eyes as he gazed at Zhao Wuji. He had previously engaged in similar actions without consequence, for he was the master's top disciple, and none had dared to challenge him. This time, however, with the sword elder's involvement, he felt a tremor of dread. Chapter 6. Finding death not in this manner. Zhao Wuji glanced at Wan Jun, pondered for a moment, and spoke in a measured tone. Firstly, Wan Jun did not act with malice. Secondly, Yun Jin has not sustained any substantial harm. To impose overly severe consequences would be equally unjust. I, Zhao Wuji, shall never sacrifice the life of my disciple for the sake of my own reputation. His words resonated with conviction, yet in essence, they merely reframed his protective stance. Nonetheless, this rhetoric proved effective. Wan Jun and amp, oppos, s expression shifted to one of gratitude. Yun Jin narrowed her eyes. Oh? The lack of real harm was due to his intent, or was it because he was incapable? If the sect leader were to let this slide so easily, would that not also be a form of bias? Zhao Wuji replied nonchalantly. Wan Jun's recklessness indeed warrants a minor punishment to serve as a lesson. Thus, to rectify my disciple's error. The resources of Tianjin Peak will triple for the next year, all drawn from my personal treasury. Would this satisfy your concerns? While he proclaimed a tripling of resources, the potential for manipulation was abundant. Even if the quantity remained unchanged, the quality could easily be adjusted with a mere flick of the wrist. Yun Jin squinted. Zhao Wuji's audacity was truly shameless, and he wore it as a badge of honor. In truth, he relied upon his father's influence in the Qingxiao Pavilion. As a native of this world, Yun Jin understood the formidable reputation of the 4 sacred grounds. Beyond their borders, the pinnacle of strength was the integration stage, while within, even the powerful sword elder was merely a disciple dispatched for missions. The disciples of the sacred grounds were each endowed with extraordinary talents. In the original narrative, Yidanxia later passed the Qingxiao Pavilion and Oppos' assessment and became one of its disciples. Initially, the Qinglian Sword sect held the leading position among the 4 sacred grounds. But with the female protagonist's ascent to Qingxiao Pavilion, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Subsequently, amidst turmoil in the demon realm, valiant sword cultivators vanquished demons, even bringing an end to the demon lord by the hand of the Qinglian Sword sect's master. However, during that time, the demon lord was in the midst of cultivating a secret technique, which allowed him to undergo a rebirth, shedding his demonic form to become a cultivator of the human race. Ultimately, when the demon lord confronted the Qinglian Sword sect, he thrust his sword into the sect master and amp, oppos' chest, whispering, "Did you ever consider this day when you took my life?" In his final moments, the sect master recognized him as the infamous demon lord, yet he could not articulate his realization, meeting a death devoid of peace. As for the demon lord, he implicated the Qinglian Sword sect in collusion with demonic cultivators and thus positioned himself as a paragon of righteousness. For Yidanxia, he eradicated the demon race, and together they emerged as heroes against the demonic forces, earning the admiration of the world. Yun Jin's return to this world has a singular purpose: to protect her friends from the enemies of the protagonists. Those they seek to eliminate are whom she must save. Furthermore, in her eyes, neither Linya nor the sword cultivators who later descended to slay demons had done anything wrong. They merely obstructed the protagonists and were thus labeled as the great villains. In this unjust world, if fairness is desired, one must strive to attain it. Yun Jin was destined to confront the Qinglian Sword sect eventually. As for now, her objective was not to hide in the shadows, but rather to rapidly demonstrate her worth. Presently, the sword elder may hold her in some regard, but this esteem extended only to ensuring her safety and perhaps voicing a few just words on her behalf. It was unrealistic to expect the sword elder to confront Zhao Wuji on her behalf. Though he was unafraid of Zhao Wuji, he had no reason to seek out conflict. Even if he gifted Yun Jin a jade pendant, should she continually rely on him for assistance, he would eventually feel inadequate. Thus, this matter must be resolved by Yunjin herself, without solely depending on the Sword Elder's influence. At this moment, the Sword Elder watched the unfolding events with keen interest. Those aware of the circumstances understood that the outcome of Zhao Wuji and Appo's handling was tantamount to absolving Ruan Jun, which was deeply unfair to Yunjin. However, in a world governed by the law of the jungle, where could one find true equity? If she sought fairness, it would have to be earned through her own efforts. Should she appeal for help, he would assist her this time, but her reputation might suffer as a consequence. Without sparing a glance at the Sword Elder, Yunjin calmly addressed Ruan Jun, "Senior brother Ruan, today as events are witnessed by many eyes, right and wrong will find their own resolution in people's hearts. However, I am aware that justice only extends as far as the sword can reach, and it is strength that constitutes the ultimate truth. Today, my senior brother has invited you to a life-and-death duel. If you dare not accept, then what of my invitation? Will you dare to face me in a life-and-death battle?" Ruan Jun, initially taken aback, soon laughed at her audacity. 3 months hence, during the 10 Peaks ranking battle, disciples will contest amongst themselves. I shall take the field, and then we shall settle this once and for all. Little junior sister, Siwan Ning and Appo's pupils constricted in alarm. Little Jean, she must be out of her mind. Though her cultivation method is somewhat unorthodox, she is still merely at the Qi refinement stage, while Ruan Jun has already reached the nascent soul stage. Even if she were to break through to the foundation establishment stage in 3 months, facing a nascent soul cultivator would still spell certain doom. How so? Yunjin's expression remained serene as she reiterated her challenge. Ruan Jun, recovering from his shock, found her determination amusing. "You intend to challenge me, a nascent soul cultivator, to a duel? You must be joking. Wait, little junior sister." Su Zhao opened his mouth to dissuade her, but Ruan Jun could hardly contain his excitement. "Since you are so confident, as your senior brother, I cannot let you down. I accept your challenge." The expressions of the Tianjin Peak disciples shifted instantly. Siwan Ning glared furiously at Ruan Jun. Even if little junior sister had acted impulsively, Ruan Jun's acceptance was utterly shameless. "What are you all staring at?" Ruan Jun laughed brightly. "It was not I who proposed this. She challenged me herself, and I merely obliged." Yunjin nodded. "Indeed, I was the one who initiated this. I am pleased that you accepted." She raised an eyebrow, however. "You previously mentioned offering your head to me, yet you failed to keep that promise. What if you change your mind again in 3 months? Change my mind? Is there any need for that?" Ruan Jun chuckled. "I wish to forge a contract with you, and it must be on golden parchment." Yunjin enunciated each word with precision. Chapter 7. Do not mess with Yunjin. Previously, during the competition between Yunjin and Chen Hao, they established a contract. However, they utilized merely silver contract paper, which required supervision from the Law Enforcement Hall for enforcement. If they had employed gold contract paper, it would have been certified under the celestial laws, and should one party renege, they would face divine retribution. Yunjin was assertive, provoking Ruan Jun to the point of laughter. "Do you truly believe I will be unable to defeat you in 3 months? It is not a matter of belief. It is an inevitable outcome," Yunjin replied earnestly. With the Qinglian Sword Technique at her disposal, she was capable of contending against superior opponents. In these 3 months, if she could ascend to the Golden Core stage, her chances of victory would significantly increase. For others, the notion of achieving the Golden Core stage in 3 months might seem legendary. Yet for Yunjin, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Even for the purpose of concocting the heavenly repairing pill, reaching the Golden Core stage was imperative. "Gold contract paper, you say?" Zhao Wuji suddenly chuckled, revealing a shimmering sheet of golden contract paper in his hand. "Both parties can establish the contract by probing their spiritual energy into it." Zhao Wuji did not doubt Ruan Jun and Appo's ability to win. Since there was a legitimate opportunity to eliminate Yunjin, why not seize it? He glanced at Sword Elder. "Elder, while you have promised to ensure her safety for a year, she is now the one wishing to establish this life and death contract. What do you think?" Sword Elder and Appo's expression was somewhat complex, yet he replied, "With the contract in place, I shall not interfere." "Little Jean, you are being overly reckless," Linya urged, secretly transmitting a message to Yunjin. "If you truly harbor resentment towards Ruan Jun, I can devise a plan to discreetly eliminate him." Yunjin, not yet adept at transmitting messages, calmly stated, "Senior brother Ruan, you promised to give me your head. Since you do not intend to honor your commitment, I shall personally retrieve it." Without hesitation, Yunjin directed her spiritual energy into the golden contract paper. "Since you have said so, I can only acquiesce." Ruan Jun replied helplessly, fearing that Yunjin might suddenly have a change of heart, and promptly followed suit by probing his spiritual energy in as well. Subsequently, Both Yunjin and Wanjun closed their eyes simultaneously. They jointly established the contract, which was simple in content. In 3 months, the victor would live, and the vanquished would perish. The contract was formed, and the heavenly laws descended. The golden contract paper vanished into thin air, solidifying the agreement. The expressions of the few at Tianjian Peak were tinged with worry, yet given Yunjin and Apos' resolute stance, they could only remain silent. Thus, the matter concluded. Zhao Wuji smiled. Now, can we disperse? Wait, Yunjin nodded, suddenly turning her gaze to another disciple who had also claimed he would give her his head. The disciple instinctively recoiled. Yunjin inquired, you also stated you would give me your head. So now, shall we engage in a life and death duel, or settle this with compensation? The disciple hesitated. Compensation? He mused. Is that an option? He was merely at the foundation establishment stage, and with Yunjin's extraordinary swordsmanship, he felt a sense of trepidation. I will settle with compensation, he said timidly, weakly offering a storage bag. Is this sufficient? Oh, a storage bag, Yunjin remarked, taking it for the first time in this lifetime. She examined it and reluctantly nodded. Very well, let this be the end of it. We are even. The disciple unexpectedly let out a sigh of relief. Yunjin then turned her attention to the other practitioners. The others panicked. Junior Sister Yun. We never said we would give you our heads. Yunjin nodded. Indeed, you did not. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, she added. However, it is evident that you intentionally practiced incorrect techniques with ill intent. I believe you should also pay some price. If you disagree, that is fine. I shall challenge each of you one by one once I reach the foundation establishment stage. Yunjin spoke nonchalantly. The disciples and Apos' expressions shifted. I will also settle with compensation, one of them said. Yunjin was clearly not a person to be trifled with. Remember, do not provoke a madwoman. The others nodded in agreement. In an instant, Yunjin acquired 4 additional storage bags. Junior sister, can you take the items? Can we have the storage bags back? One of them could not help but ask. These low-grade storage bags were quite common, yet Yunjin's nonchalant appropriation of them was oddly irksome. Are the disciples of Tianqing sect so impoverished? Yunjin queried, surprised. The others stammered. It's not that. Then I thank you, senior brothers. Yunjin replied, promptly storing the bags away. Although these low-grade storage bags held little value, one should not pass up free items. The disciples could only watch silently. Their thoughts aligned. It would be wise to steer clear of any matters involving Yunjin in the future. This woman harbored a remarkable grudge. Those who had crossed her, from Qinhao to themselves, had not escaped her wrath. Even Wanjun was now engaged in a deadly duel with her. Had their cultivation levels not been so disparate, they would suspect she might even confront the sect leader directly. It would be prudent to maintain a distance from such a vindictive woman. Sect leader, can we disperse now? Yunjin asked. Zhao Wuji, somewhat speechless, coldly replied, then let us disperse. Let her frolic for 3 months, Zhao Wuji remarked, turning to leave. Yudanxia followed closely behind him, casting a hurried glance back at Yunjin, not forgetting to maintain her persona. Little Jean, why would you establish a life and death contract? If you were to die, I would be heartbroken. Yunjin retorted immediately, then tell senior brother Ruan to take his own life. We are good sisters, and he is merely a convenient senior brother. You know which is of greater significance, Danxia. You Danxia? Wanjun. Danxia, I leave it to you. Yunjin encouraged. Senior brother Ruan is so fond of you. He might even be willing to sacrifice himself for you. Little Jean, you jest. Yudanxia replied weakly. She dared not listen to more of Yunjin's words, and hastily departed with a parting remark. Heaven knows what else Yunjin might say if the conversation continued. Yunjin revealed a somewhat reluctant expression. In truth, she truly enjoyed conversing with Yudanxia. After all, she was at the top of her emotional value leaderboard. Such a relationship must be nurtured. Perhaps she would seek her out privately next time to strengthen their bond. Sword Elder glanced at Yunjin, perplexed. Child, do you truly have confidence? Yunjin smiled. The path of the sword is an unwavering advance. Who but I shall prevail? In this new life, she possessed her own path. That path entailed exacting revenge on foes and being invincible. She would tread her path step by step until no adversary remained. An unwavering advance. Who but I shall prevail? Sword Elder was momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized that the words the young girl had spoken were not mere ramblings. She genuinely harbored an indomitable spirit. Such a person, yet merely possessing 5 spiritual roots. He was eager to see the heights she would reach in the future. I shall witness the competition 3 months hence, Sword Elder declared. Rest assured, Yunjin replied, her expression indifferent. You will watch me triumph and then cheer for me. Sword Elder's lips twitched slightly as he departed gracefully. While Yunjin maintained her ostentatious demeanor, suddenly, bang, she touched her forehead, the fade crumbling. her expression one of grievance. Master, why did you hit me? Chapter 8. The market. Linya gazed at Yunjin, his lips twitching with suppressed irritation. Finally, he glared at her and said, what do you think I want to do? Yunjin pondered for a moment and confidently replied, today, I have brought great honor to our Tianjin peak. Master, you must be eager to commend me. Please, express your praise. I can handle it. Linya gritted his teeth and raised the gourd of wine in his hand, swinging it towards Yunjin. Stunned, she ran while exclaiming, Master, what are you doing? You are being unreasonable. You do not know what is good for you. You are about to hurt the heart of a benefactor. Benefactor. She still considered herself a benefactor. This only fueled Linya and Apos' anger further. An incense stick and Apos' time later, at Tianjin Peak, Yunjin sat there with a defiant expression. Linya glared at her. 3 months. You dare to challenge someone at the nascent soul stage in just 3 months? Yunjin, this is not how one seeks death. Linya was genuinely furious. This little disciple had a bright future ahead. If she could gain recognition from the Qinglian Sword sect, she would escape the mire of the Tianqing sect. Yet, she arrogantly chose to gamble her life against others. Zhao Wuji and his disciples were indeed infuriating. Linya had been grinding his teeth in frustration, but now, he could only remain dormant. Master, the matter is settled. Being angry now is futile. Yu Zhao, with a calm demeanor, added, that Ruan Jun and Apos' strength is slightly inferior to mine, but not by much. Henceforth, I will conduct special training for my junior sister every day, giving her a few hundred beatings, and she will surely make some progress. Yunjin, are you speaking human language? She strongly suspected Yu Zhao was plotting some form of retaliation. Big senior brother, if you are tired, I can help. Siwan Ning, ever so considerate, chimed in. Yunjin? Even second senior sister. This idea is quite good. Linya sneered, then it is settled. Wait a moment. Yunjin hurriedly interjected. I understand that everyone is concerned for me, but I truly have confidence. Is it possible that we simply wish to beat you? Yu Zhao smiled. Yunjin blinked her large, mesmerizing eyes. I don't believe it. I am pure and beautiful. You wouldn't dare. That audacity left the others momentarily speechless. After a long pause, Linya sighed, let us discuss serious matters. Your junior sister has a life and death battle in 3 months, so in these 3 months, all resources must be directed towards her. If she must fall, let her fall beautifully. Do you have any objections? Yu Zhao and the others shook their heads. Yu Zhao said, Master, I have stored quite a few crystal stones here. I will exchange them for pills in the coming days to boost my junior sister's cultivation. I will find appropriate treasures for her, Siwan Ning added. Yu Songyin, feeling anxious, wondered what he could do. Third junior brother. Your task is to keep an eye on her and prevent her from flaunting her talents in public, Yu Zhao instructed. That task is acceptable. Yu Songyin sighed in relief and agreed. Linya fixed his gaze on Yunjin. In these 3 months, I will personally oversee you. However, your most important task remains mastering the Qinglian sword art. Should you manage to grasp it within 3 months, then I can win. Yunjin asked. Linya replied, then you will die with the reputation of a swordsmanship genius. Are you joking? Even if a ground-level sword technique could transcend levels, you would at least need to reach the golden core stage. 3 months, golden core stage. Dreaming is indeed faster. Yunjin felt disheartened and couldn't help but mutter, do you all have so little faith in me? I am, after all, a once-in-a-millennium super talent. Not only am I gifted in swordsmanship, but I excel in other areas as well. Yes, we all know. Yu Zhao stood up, Master. I will go to the market to acquire pills. Linya nodded. Go ahead. The market? Acquiring pills? Yunjin quickly stood up. Big senior brother. I have never experienced the world. If you are going to the market, please take me along. In truth, Yunjin felt that exchanging for pills directly was somewhat of a loss. She could easily purchase herbs and refine them herself, merely incurring some simplification costs. It was a perfect opportunity to showcase her astonishing alchemical talent once more. Sword cultivator? This was far from her ultimate goal. Yu Zhao hesitated. Yunjin gazed at him with eager eyes, though Yu Zhao had seen her childish demeanor before. Being looked at in such a soft and adorable manner made him feel a pang of sympathy. He reluctantly said, fine, you may come along, but you must follow my instructions, no wandering off. Understood, Yunjin readily agreed. Yu Zhao looked at her with skepticism, but, seeing her sincerity, reluctantly accepted. The area where the Tianqing sect resided was located within the territory of the Qinglian kingdom. In Qinglian, there was only 1 super sect, 10 upper-grade sects, and 5 middle-grade sects, while the number of smaller sects was countless. The Tianqing sect currently belonged to a middle-grade sect. And in the mountain range extending over 100 miles, there was another middle-grade sect, the Huangshaizan. Several smaller sects clung to the 2 middle-grade sects for survival. The market was situated in a clearing between the Tianqing sect and the Huangshaizan. as Yu Zhao flew his sword near the market. He retracted the flying sword and tossed a mask to Yun Jin. Wear this mask, it can alter your appearance. He then donned one himself, transforming into a middle-aged man. Yun Jin contemplated for a moment and changed into the guise of an ordinary young woman. Walking alongside Yu Zhao, they resembled a father and daughter. I have some business in the market. I will take care of some accounts. You may follow me, Yu Zhao stated. Yun Jin obediently complied. She watched as Yu Zhao busily navigated through various shops. He seemed quite popular. Wherever he went, people greeted him warmly. Yu Zhao reciprocated each greeting. I have offered advice to some of these shops, hold shares in others, and some require my connections. Thus, I make regular visits to collect my dues. Yu Zhao briefly explained to Yun Jin. Yun Jin marveled, realizing her senior brother must be an extraordinary individual from another world. Moreover, he likely had an aptitude for business before his arrival. Yun Jin chose not to expose Yu Zhao just yet. Instead, she gazed at him with admiration. Big senior brother. You are truly impressive. However, contrary to Yun Jin's expectations, Yu Zhao did not display a sense of pride. Instead, he sighed, little Jin, in the world of cultivation, it ultimately comes down to strength. If I did not possess the strength of the late nascent soul stage, they would not engage in business with me. If I cannot advance further, my life may remain stagnated like this. As he spoke, a sense of melancholy crept onto Yu Zhao and Apos' face. He had come to this world seeking longevity and the path to immortality, yet every individual and Apos' talent had its limits, and it seemed to have reached its peak. Yun Jin fell silent for a moment before saying, Big senior brother, do not be anxious. Everything will turn out well. With me around, things are bound to improve. Let us not dwell on this. Come, I will take you to Baichao Pavilion to find some pills suitable for the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. Yu Zhao, not overly concerned, promptly arrived at their next destination. Inside Baichao Pavilion, as Yu Zhao inspected the pills, Yun Jin and Apos' gaze wandered to another counter. Chapter 9, Can she truly guess? Yun Jin found herself drawn towards the counter, where an array of herbs lay displayed, each varying in price according to its type and age. The herbalist behind the counter, noticing Yun Jin's youth, couldn't help but exhibit a hint of impatience. Little sister, if you wish to examine the herbs, please fetch an adult from your family. Do not obstruct my business. Although there were no other customers present, Yun Jin felt compelled to step aside. With an innocent demeanor, she replied, Sister, I understand my mistake. May I just stand here and observe? I feel a deep affection for these herbs. Sister, do you recognize all these herbs? You and Apos, quite impressive. The herbalist, taken aback, pondered her words. How could such a sweet girl evoke her ire? She mused that she would likely regret her behavior later that night. Softening her expression, the herbalist spoke gently. As a herbalist, the fundamental skill is to identify herbs. I am currently a level 5 herbalist, and next year I will be eligible to take the alchemist's examination. A glimmer of aspiration appeared on her face as she continued. If I could become an alchemist, even if only a first-tier one, it would be a monumental achievement. Oh, must one be a herbalist first to become an alchemist? Yun Jin eagerly inquired. The woman smiled. For the most part, yes. However, if you can successfully refine a batch of ordinary first-tier elixirs, you may directly qualify as an alchemist. Those from noble families have access to the finest resources from birth. They begin training early, and even if they fail 100 times, one success elevates them to the next level. Yet for ordinary individuals like us, lacking resources and guidance, the path to becoming an alchemist starts with being a herbalist, progressing through rigorous assessments. I spent 5 years advancing from a level 1 to a level 5 herbalist, which is considered quite a talent. However, the transition from herbalist to alchemist is the most challenging. With a sigh, she reflected on the harsh reality of the cultivation world, where those from prestigious families enjoyed a much easier path compared to ordinary folk. I see, Yun Jin responded. Where is the examination for alchemists held? The herbalist smiled again. To the east of the market stands a branch of the Alchemist Guild, where the assessments take place. The guild is a coalition of all alchemists, backed by one of the 4 great sacred places, the Xiandan sect. If an alchemist possesses extraordinary talent, they may even be recruited directly by the sect. Her face radiated with longing. Yun Jin nodded vigorously. Great. I shall prepare for the examination. I aim to refine a celestial restoration pill within 3 months. And acquiring the title of alchemist is essential. I must utilize all my simplification attempts, with aspirations of raising her alchemist rank while learning the Qinglian Sword Technique. Yun Jin felt that her 157 simplification attempts were indeed worth the investment. She resolved to find an opportunity to showcase her talents. Noticing the glint of mischief in Yun Jin and Apos' eyes, the herbalist chuckled, Little sister, do you wish to become an alchemist? It and Apos, wonderful to dream. But we must take it step by step. If you start working hard now, Perhaps in 10 years, you could become a herbalist like me, and who knows, maybe even an alchemist one day. Yunjin nodded earnestly. Sister, that's precisely it. Her obedient demeanor made the herbalist smile. I believe I am a genius. Yunjin declared with utmost seriousness. I think I could become an alchemist directly. The herbalist blinked in disbelief. Emotional value 30. Yunjin winked. When I become an alchemist, I will surely remember your guidance today. I will take you on a journey. The herbalist, caught between laughter and tears, could only respond. Very well, I shall wait for that day. Yunjin was about to speak again when suddenly, she was yanked by the collar, revealing a frowning Yu Zhao. Yunjin, what are you doing wandering around? Yunjin retorted, I'm not wandering. I'm examining the herbs. Master brother. Purchasing elixirs is not as cost-effective as buying herbs to refine them. There is a significant price difference, and I wish to save some money. Yu Zhao and Apos. S lips twitched in frustration. Who doesn't and Apos? T know that refining elixirs is more economical, but it requires someone willing to assist you. In the entire Tianqing sect, there was only one level 5 alchemist, the esteemed peak master of the divine Dan Peak, Huolai. Aside from him, there were merely a handful of alchemists within the sect. If it were Zhao Wuji asking, these alchemists would be eager to deliver elixirs. But who would pay heed to the Tianjin Peak? Why would they help? Confidently, Yunjin asserted, we will cultivate an alchemist ourselves. Yu Zhao scolded. Without any inheritance in that regard, how can we nurture one? On the continent, the most advanced alchemical techniques were monopolized by the Xin Dan sect, with the remainder passed down through generations. Those wishing to learn had to join them, and if one lacked extraordinary talent, they would not be accepted. For ordinary people, becoming an alchemist is akin to scaling the heavens. Yunjin unabashedly proclaimed, I am a genius. I believe I can give it a try. The herbalist Kuden and Apos, T helped but chuckle at her boldness. Yu Zhao felt a wave of embarrassment as he tightly gripped Yunjin, attempting to drag her away. I apologize. Please forgive my sister and Apos' antics. What is there to forgive? Yunjin clung to a pillar, refusing to budge. I am convinced that I possess the talent for this. Yu Zhao and Apos' face darkened further. He regretted bringing Yunjin along. Reflecting on their first meeting, he had thought her soft and adorably charming. What had led him to such a misconception? The herbalist chuckled softly. Little sister, having ideals is commendable, but we must take it step by step. To become an alchemist, the foundation lies in herb identification. It is not merely about recognizing them. Even the same herb can possess varying medicinal properties due to factors like growth, environment, and cultivation methods. A herbalist and Apos' essential task is to learn to resonate with herbs and sense their unique attributes. For instance, this Bailing grass here is the primary material for refining the Bailing pill. Why not attempt to sense its medicinal properties and attributes? The woman aimed to convey to Yunjin the immense challenge of becoming a herbalist, let alone an alchemist. All right, Yunjin eagerly accepted. Master brother, please let go of me. I wish to try. With gritted teeth, Yu Zhao reluctantly released her. It's fine. Children often believe everything in the world is simple. Once she tries, she will understand the difficulties involved. The herbalist smiled at this statement. Yu Zhao began to nod in agreement, but was interrupted by Yunjin and Apos' clear voice. Bailing grass. Age, 50 years. Remaining medicinal potency, 80%. This Bailing grass has grown in overly moist conditions, rendering its properties slightly cold. It is advisable to perform some neutralization before use. The herbalist and Apos' expression turned to one of astonishment as she regarded Yunjin. Yu Zhao chuckled. Please don't scare her. That expression. Could it be that Yunjin truly guessed correctly? Chapter 10, The Assessment of the First-Class Alchemist's Sister. Did I guess right? Yunjin smiled brightly at the woman. The female pharmacist was momentarily dazed, and after a while, she finally regained her voice. How? How did you know? Just a glance, and I could tell, Yunjin replied. The woman felt a sense of despair. After years of diligent study, gaining such detailed information required gradual perception. This little girl could discern it with a mere glance. What was this? A disparity in the world? The woman despaired as other patrons of the Baichao Pavilion gathered out of curiosity, drawn by the commotion. Lonson, what is happening? The owner of the pavilion, a middle-aged man, was also intrigued and approached. Master, Lonson said, still somewhat in disbelief, this little girl identified the medicinal properties with just one look. The owner was momentarily taken aback. Lonson, a fifth-level pharmacist, had been a challenge to invite. Yet, to his knowledge, even Lonson could not identify the properties at a glance. Could this little girl truly achieve such a feat? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in the owner and Apos' eyes. Child, would you mind identifying a few more herbs? I wouldn't mind at all, Yunjin replied directly. The attention of the patrons was now fully captured. This was an excellent opportunity for her to showcase her talents, and she would not let it pass. Very well, I shall retrieve a few herbs from the storeroom. Please assist me in identifying them, the owner said. Be quick. Yunjin waved her hand. Yu Zhao's lips twitched slightly. The owner was surprisingly good-natured and simply smiled in response. Once he left, Yu Zhao lowered his voice. The Baichao Pavilion is part of a chain brand. They control 50% of the herbal trade. The owner may seem amiable, but he is not someone to provoke. Yunjin looked at Yu Zhao in confusion. So what? So, if this was merely a coincidence, we should slip away while we can, Yu Zhao whispered even lower. Yunjin sighed. Master brother, have no worries. I am truly a genius in alchemy. Identifying herbs is a trivial matter for me. Yu Zhao sighed deeply. His anxiety only heightened, perhaps worried that they would flee. The owner returned shortly with 3 carefully arranged herbs in separate boxes. Your skills are still developing, so I shall not make it difficult for you. These 3 herbs are all below 3rd tier, the owner said with a smile. Take your time, even if it takes a while, as long as you can identify them. I will gift all 3 to you. Yunjin pondered for a moment. The owner thought she hesitated and was about to speak when Yunjin raised her head. If you were giving them away, could you possibly add a few more? Before opening her ring, she had been quite poor. Every little saving mattered. The owner was both amused and exasperated. Rest assured, if you truly possess such talent, I would not mind how many I gift you. All right then, Yunjin said, glancing at the 3 boxes and casually opening one. Inside was a red herb. Scanning. Fire herb. Detailed information requires 3 simplification attempts. Yunjin contemplated. Earlier, she had obtained the detailed information for the Bailing grass with just 1 simplification attempt because it was a 1st-tier herb. The fire herb, being a 3rd-tier herb, naturally required more attempts. This herb was one of the primary materials for refining the returning essence pill, making it a perfect addition to her collection. Without hesitation, she utilized her simplification attempts to acquire the detailed information. Then, in silence, she glanced at the remaining 2 herbs. In less than 10 breaths, she had assessed all 3 herbs and returned. The surrounding patrons were filled with curiosity. Had she really identified the properties so quickly? This girl must be just pretending. Mixed emotions began to coalesce. Yunjin smiled slightly and spoke softly. The first herb is the 3rd-tier fire herb, aged 95 years. Its medicinal potency is well preserved at 98%. However, this fire herb has been artificially ripened, and there is a slight risk of explosion during refinement. The owner's expression shifted dramatically. He knew the details of the herbs he had presented. With just one glance, this little girl had stated everything accurately. The second herb is the blood phantom fruit, a 2nd-tier herb. Age. The third herb is the 7-colored flower, also a 2nd-tier herb. Age. Yunjin continued without pause, delivering her assessment in one breath. Then, without waiting for the owner to confirm, she stuffed the 3 boxes into Yu Zhao and Amp. Appos, S-arms, master brother. Hold on to these, they are ours now. Yu Zhao was momentarily stunned and awkwardly smiled at the owner. Was he receiving them? Or was he receiving them? The owner regarded Yunjin with a knowing smile. She is correct. These 3 herbs are indeed yours. Thank you, master, Yu Zhao replied, securing the herbs while unable to take his eyes off Yunjin. Could it be that his young apprentice was truly a genius in alchemy? Child, you possess such abilities at such a young age. Surely you hail from a prominent family? The owner inquired cautiously. Yunjin sighed. Master uncle, do I look like I come from a distinguished family? If I did, with my talent, I would already be a 9th-tier alchemist. The owner and Appos, S lips twitched at her boldness. Such claims. It seems I am the first to discover your talent. How about an investment? Perhaps you could gift me 100 or so herbs. And once I refine them into pills, I shall repay you with the potions. Are you already an alchemist? The owner was taken aback. Not yet. Yunjin shook her head. The owner sighed in relief. A young alchemist would be too much to bear. But I shall be soon, Yunjin asserted. I am planning to participate in the assessment at the Dan Pavilion. Right, master brother? Yunjin glanced at Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao, is that so? Of course. With my talent, it would be a pity not to become an alchemist, Yunjin proclaimed with confidence. The owner could not help but ask, have you had any prior experience with alchemy? None, but I believe I can succeed on my first try, Yunjin stated, maintaining her overly confident demeanor. Without the preceding display of herb identification, the owner would surely consider her mad. Yet at this moment, observing Yunjin's confidence, he pondered for a moment and found himself smiling. The assessment requires 10 medium-grade spirit stones. I shall cover this cost for you. If you can pass, I hope you will collaborate with my Baichao Pavilion on the pills you refine. If not, consider it my investment. How does that sound? Given Yunjin's ability to identify herbs, he deemed it worthwhile to invest. Should she truly become an alchemist one day, the return on investment would be immeasurable. Is that really appropriate? Yunjin asked. It's nothing. The owner began, but Yunjin had already agreed. Thank you, master. Then it is settled. Very well. The owner replied. Master brother, I have saved us a sum of spirit stones. Yunjin exclaimed joyfully. Yu Zhao felt utterly dazed. The unfolding events had far surpassed his imagination, leaving him at a loss for how to conclude matters. Surely, Yunjin could not truly become a first-class alchemist. Chapter 11. The social ancient rhinoceros fearing that the master might change his mind, Yunjin enthusiastically exclaimed, Let us proceed to the Dan Pavilion at once. The master, curious to ascertain whether the little girl truly possessed such genius, readily agreed without hesitation. Sister Lan Qin, you must join us as well, Yunjin continued to urge. I promised I would help you soar in the future. Lan Qin, bewildered, consented. But that was not the end of it. With a sweeping gesture towards the other patrons in the shop, Yunjin declared, Everyone, come along. Join me in witnessing the birth of the youngest first-tier alchemist. Internally, the crowd scoffed at her audacity. Are you truly proclaiming yourself as the youngest first-tier alchemist? The results aren't and amp, oppos, to even in yet. As their emotional reactions began to register, Yunjin, undeterred, raised her voice even higher. Our gathering in this very establishment is fate. Come, come, no one shall be left behind. Although some found the little girl's demeanor rather peculiar, the prospect of the event was undeniably intriguing, and soon, a throng followed her out. As Yunjin exited, she found herself trailed by a procession of followers. Yu Zhao rubbed his forehead, contemplating the desire to feign ignorance of Yunjin and amp, oppos, antics. Elder brother, hurry up. Yunjin beckoned. With heavy footsteps, Yu Zhao reluctantly joined her. At that moment, he harbored a singular thought. Next time, he would rather not venture out with Yunjin, who had transformed from a social butterfly into a social ancient rhinoceros. How could he possibly compare? As Yu Zhao trudged along, Yunjin continued her invitations to passers-by in the marketplace. Sister, do you have matters to attend to? If not, join me. I am set to participate in the alchemist assessment. Brother, come along. Witness the birth of the youngest alchemist, an experience not to be missed. Ah, grandfather, are you here to collect eggs? Join our procession, Yunjin called out, her small stature appearing quite endearing, especially as a growing crowd began to form behind her. Observing the multitude, people speculated that something significant must be occurring. With each call, the line behind her grew longer. Not yet satisfied, Yunjin scanned the area until she spotted Yu Zhao hiding among the crowd. She approached him directly, and the procession promptly veered in his direction, resembling a serpentine creature. Poor Yu Zhao trembled. Little junior sister. What now? Big brother, my voice is hoarse from calling for so long. Do you have any magical artifact that could shout for me? Yunjin inquired. Trembling, Yu Zhao produced a stone. This is a sound stone. You can record your voice, and it will play automatically. Thank you. Yunjin gratefully accepted the stone, spun around, and the entire procession turned with her. Yu Zhao's expression morphed into one of desolation. Oh, divine powers, let me perish. After recording her voice, Yunjin blasted her announcement throughout the street, filling the marketplace with the proclamation of the youngest alchemist's impending birth. As the procession lengthened, Yu Zhao felt utterly numb. He had initially pondered how Yunjin's ostentatious behavior might be received if she failed the assessment, but now, he could only think of annihilation. Let it all be destroyed. I am exhausted. What's left for me to cherish in this world? Finally, Yunjin and her grand entourage arrived at the Dan Pavilion. The attendants, hearing the raucous proclamations from afar, stood in disbelief. In all their years, they had never encountered such brash declarations. Curiosity drew them to the entrance, eager to unearth the identity behind such audacity. Even Ming Hung, the sole third-tier alchemist stationed at the pavilion, emerged to investigate. Master Ming, the apprentices respectfully cleared a path upon seeing him. Ming Heng waved dismissively, eyeing the approaching crowd. Pay me no mind. I am merely curious to see what this youngest alchemist is all about. Surely it is merely a spectacle, he mused. Perhaps someone who revels in embarrassment? The apprentices whispered among themselves, aware that those who could apprentice at the Dan Pavilion typically hailed from influential backgrounds. They understood that to become an alchemist, one must endure decades of arduous toil for a slim chance of success. Despite the allure of becoming an alchemist, the reality remained that they were exceedingly rare in the continent. Success was not easily attained. Yunjin, however, paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding her. As the figurehead of the procession, she marched boldly to the entrance of the Dan Pavilion, her presence commanding attention. The apprentices grew tense, questioning whether they were truly there for the assessment or merely to stir trouble. Locking her gaze on the most prominent figure, Ming Hung, Yunjin flashed a sweet smile. Uncle, are you the one in charge? I am here to participate in the first-tier alchemist assessment. Ming Hung regarded her with interest. So, You aspire to be the youngest first-tier alchemist? Yunjin cautiously inquired. How old is the current youngest first-tier alchemist? Ming Hung pondered briefly before responding. There is a prodigious talent from the Xiandan sect who, at the age of 6, successfully concocted his first batch of first-tier elixirs. Yunjin replied, Oh, what about the second tier? Ming Hung contemplated again. That same prodigy ascended to the second tier at the age of 10. And the third tier? Yunjin pressed. Ming Hung, now smiling, responded. He attained the third tier at 18. Yunjin breathed a sigh of relief. I am currently 15. Rest assured, I shall leap 3 tiers in a single year and claim the title of the youngest third-tier alchemist. Before Ming Hung could respond, an apprentice interjected, unable to contain himself. Do not boast. A 3-tier leap in 1 year? Who do you think you are? Yunjin, serious in her demeanor, replied, My name holds little weight now. In due time, you will find ways to learn it. The apprentices exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions shifting. Ming Heng chuckled lightly. So? You are prepared to undertake the first-tier alchemist assessment? Please be aware that the evaluation consumes materials, and thus, a fee applies. Yunjin stepped aside, revealing the pavilion master behind her. Ming Hung raised an eyebrow in surprise. Master Qin? Qin Changrong's lips twitched slightly as he declared, Master Ming need not worry. I shall provide the crystal stones for this assessment. He produced 10 medium-grade crystal stones and handed them over. Ming Heng accepted them nonchalantly and stated, I will supervise the examination today. Since you are here for the assessment, follow me inside. Wait. Yunjin interjected suddenly. Ming Hung glanced at her. Yunjin quickly added, Master Ming, there are so many uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters accompanying me. I promised them they could witness this event. If possible, could you bring out the alchemy furnace? I wish to conduct the alchemy publicly. Chapter 12. Alchemy on the street, what a jest. She had painstakingly gathered such a crowd. If she retreated inside to concoct her elixir, only a handful would witness her efforts. A single Master Ming and a few apprentices could scarcely provide any emotional value. Emotional value must stem from the masses. However, Yunjin was resolute in not letting it drift back to the crowd. Master Ming furrowed his brow, his expression growing stern for the first time. He spoke softly, I understand your youth, perhaps accompanied by a hint of vanity, wishing to showcase your talents before others. Yet, the art of alchemy demands utmost focus and tranquility. Even a moment's distraction could spell disaster for the elixir. If you truly aspire to be an alchemist, such thoughts must be cast aside. Yunjin recognized Master Ming's good intentions, but what could she do? She needed emotional value. Thus, she replied calmly, I still wish to create the elixir in public. Master Ming appeared somewhat vexed, yet he inhaled deeply to contain his irritation. With a mocking chuckle, he said, Very well. As you wish. He pointed to an apprentice, instructing, Fetch the alchemical furnace from room 1. The apprentice cast a disdainful glance at Yunjin, but complied. If this girl desired to embarrass herself publicly, so be it. It was of no consequence to them. Once the apprentice departed, Master Ming inquired, What elixir do you intend to concoct? By Ling Dan, Yunjin replied directly. As a common elixir used during the qi refining stage to enhance spiritual energy. By Ling Dan is relatively easy to produce and often chosen by novice alchemists. Yet Yunjin had not considered these factors deeply. Primarily, it was the only first-tier elixir she possessed, a gift from Yidanxia. Having utilized several simplification opportunities, Yunjin had distilled the process of creating Bai Ling Dan to its most rudimentary form. Naturally, she intended to craft Bai Ling Dan for this assessment. Go and gather the ingredients for 3 doses of Bai Ling Dan. Master Ming instructed another apprentice. He then turned to Yunjin. You have 3 chances for the assessment. Any successful attempt counts as a pass. Yunjin's eyes sparkled with excitement. If I succeed on the first try, may I take the remaining 2 sets of ingredients with me? Master Ming replied. Yes. Yunjin was instantly elated. However, Master Ming had already relegated her to the role of a jester, granting her little further attention. Soon, the alchemical furnace and ingredients were brought forth, and the area was bustling with spectators, encircled in layers. After all, it was a rare occasion for an alchemist to demonstrate their craft publicly. Typically, alchemists prepared thoroughly beforehand, often engaging in rituals, bathing, fasting, and incensing for divine favor, all while ensuring no external disturbances during the process. It was exceedingly uncommon for one to concoct elixirs in such a public forum. Many in attendance had likely never witnessed it in their lives. Very well, you may begin, Master Ming stated coolly. Yunjin approached the furnace with renewed confidence. Having simplified the process, her method for creating Bai Ling Dan was straightforward. Ignite the flame, add Bai Ling grass, and pour in the washing spiritual liquid. After half an hour, the elixir would be complete. This method reduced the number of required ingredients by 3 and shortened the time significantly, almost foolproof. Yunjin contemplated further simplifications, and, while the method remained unchanged, the quality of the resulting elixir improved. Initially, she could only produce a premium grade by Lingdan, but now it emerged as flawless, the pinnacle of what a first-tier elixir could achieve. Content with her progress, Yunjin knew that with such a sizable audience, she must make a grand impression. The emotional value expended would be well worth it, as she was certain to recoup her losses. With unwavering confidence, Yunjin prepared to ignite the furnace. She examined its components, prompting curiosity among the onlookers. Rumors suggested that certain alchemists performed unique rituals before commencing their work. Was this girl, too, engaging in some form of ceremony? As the crowd watched with bated breath, Yunjin suddenly donned an awkward smile. She turned to Master Ming and asked, "Master Ming, how does one open this furnace?" A heavy silence fell over the gathering. Shen Changrong remained quiet, while Yu Zhao grew increasingly exasperated. He had harbored hopes for a miracle. Perhaps his junior sister had some experience with alchemy prior to joining the sect. Yet here she was, unable even to open the furnace. If she could produce an elixir under such circumstances, it would truly defy all logic. Shen Changrong sighed, recognizing her talent but lamenting her lack of preparation for becoming an alchemist. Still, he believed she could progress with time and cultivation. As for this attempt, it seemed futile. At last, Master Ming spoke. "Channel your spiritual energy into the red crystal atop the furnace to manipulate it freely." Yunjin tried his advice, and indeed, the furnace lit up, flames igniting spontaneously at its base. The flames responded to her will, adjustable to her desires, which pleased her greatly. After familiarizing herself with the furnace, she turned to retrieve the ingredients. Concocting by Ling Dan typically required 4 types of herbs along with a portion of washing spiritual liquid. However, the simplification system had streamlined the process. Yunjin inspected the 3 batches of Bailing grass, selecting those of similar quality. Master Ming observed her technique with surprise. Her ability to choose herbs was remarkable. It was important to note that in alchemy, higher quality ingredients do not always yield better results. If one herb's potency vastly exceeded the others, it could destabilize the mixture, leading to conflict during the refining process. Herbs of comparable potency were more likely to achieve balance. It seemed this girl was not entirely inexperienced. The next step would be to process the Bailing grass. Just as Master Ming pondered, he watched in astonishment as Yunjin tossed the selected herbs directly into the furnace without any preparation. She appeared fearful of being burned, promptly covering the furnace and retreating swiftly. Master Ming was taken aback. What is this madness? Who taught her that herbs could be thrown in without processing? Before he could react, Yunjin seized a portion of washing spiritual liquid, opened the furnace, and poured it in without hesitation before sealing it once more and darting away. Master Ming was now utterly numb. This girl was not merely attempting to become a first-tier alchemist. She was challenging the limits of her own heart's endurance. With her haphazard throwing of ingredients and lack of control over the flames, the elixir was bound to explode at any moment. Fortunately, as it was a first-tier elixir, he could manage the situation in case of an explosion. Yet, Master Ming felt a mix of irritation and disbelief. What was this girl truly attempting to achieve? Even if she was to be reckless, why not handle the remaining 3 ingredients with care? At that moment, a peculiar cracking sound echoed through the air. Master Ming felt a surge of anxiety. Was the furnace about to erupt? The cracking persisted. Suddenly, Master Ming sensed something was amiss. Turning, he saw Yunjin seated comfortably on a small stool, happily munching on sunflower seeds. Master Ming was left speechless. Chapter 13. A mature Dan furnace must learn to refine alchemy on its own. The scene fell silent once more. Lan Qin gazed vacantly at Yu Zhao and inquired, "Has your junior sister always been so exceptional?" Yu Zhao, equally entranced, earnestly asked, "If I were to say that I actually do not know her, would you believe me? Senior brother, do you have any of the spirit melon seeds you gave me last time?" "I'm running low," Yunjin suddenly exclaimed. Lan Qin silently regarded Yu Zhao. He tossed a bag of seeds towards her, but resolutely insisted, "She's just shouting nonsense. I truly do not know her." Lan Qin nodded, believing him. Why wouldn't she? The alchemical furnace diligently refined its elixir while the onlookers, devoid of any tasks, merely watched Yunjin crack seeds. She continued to munch one after another. They seemed rather delectable. As Yunjin snacked, she noticed everyone was watching her, particularly Ming Heng. His gaze was not merely observant. It contained a hint of bewilderment, a trace of anger, and even a desire to confront her. Yunjin was puzzled. Was she provoking animosity merely by cracking seeds? Observing the escalating emotional tension, she resolved to consume more seeds, determined to persist. "Is that all you're doing, cracking seeds?" Ming Heng gritted his teeth. Yunjin paused for a moment before comprehending. She offered him a handful of seeds, saying, "Aren't you quite bored as well? Let us snack together." Ming Heng inhaled deeply, clenching his teeth as he replied, "I meant, are you not going to control the alchemical fire?" In truth, the rules of the examination dictated that the evaluators were not permitted to provide any reminders. However, Ming Heng could no longer restrain himself. He was appalled that she carelessly tossed herbs into the furnace and even altered the recipe. What alchemist Wu and Ti remained vigilant during the refining process, every breath and moment requiring their utmost attention lest a miscalculation ruin an entire batch. And yet here was Yunjin, merely seated and snacking on seeds? This was a blatant affront to the profession of alchemy. Control it? There's no need. Yunjin replied confidently. This furnace is quite capable. It can ignite on its own. A mature furnace ought to refine alchemy independently. If it requires constant supervision from an alchemist, then what sort of furnace is that? Ming Heng prided himself on his composure. Yet at that moment, his chest heaved with agitation. If it weren't for the ongoing examination, he might have truly lost his temper. Clenching his teeth, he exclaimed, "There is no furnace in this world that can refine alchemy on its own. Your recklessness will lead to an explosion within moments." Yunjin, upon hearing this, took a deep breath. "What are you doing?" Ming Heng squeezed the words through clenched teeth. Feeling somewhat wronged, Yunjin replied, "Master Ming, I've taken several breaths already, and the furnace hasn't exploded." Ming Heng, exasperated to the point of dizziness, retorted, "That's because what?" Yunjin gazed at him with curiosity. Ming Heng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, he too was bewildered. Indeed, how could this furnace, amid such chaos, not have exploded? He couldn't help but glance over. There, the furnace was diligently rotating, and a faint medicinal aroma began to waft from within. Yunjin inquired, "Master Ming, what were you going to say?" Ming Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? This furnace can truly refine alchemy on its own. Was he losing his mind? Or was the furnace deranged? Or perhaps the world itself had gone mad? Ming Heng's gaze grew unfocused. After a century of diligent study, he had finally ascended to a third-grade alchemist, and now all his knowledge seemed to crumble before him. What have you done?" Ming Heng could not help but ask Yunjin. With a shrug, she replied, "What have I done? Everyone is watching." Ming Heng's lips quivered. Indeed, every action of Yunjin was under scrutiny. She was merely a girl in the qi refining stage, unable to perform any tricks in such plain sight. So, was it true that the furnace was refining alchemy on its own? Impossible. Ming Heng began to question his very existence. Yunjin sighed, "Indeed. It is more effective to rely on the furnace than on oneself. This furnace is remarkably dedicated." Ming Heng bit his lip. The art of alchemy is profound. Surely something unknown must have occurred during this process. He murmured, "Could it be that the true method for refining the Bailing Dan is to discard all other herbs and solely use Bailing grass and Qi Ling liquid?" He raised his gaze, fixated on the furnace. It was premature to speculate. The furnace merely had not exploded yet. Whether it could successfully produce an elixir remained uncertain. He could not believe that such a simplistic approach to alchemy could yield results. As Ming Heng waited, the medicinal fragrance intensified, becoming more potent and concentrated. Showing no signs of failure, Yunjin maintained her nonchalant demeanor, leisurely munching on seeds. Ming Heng stood, his eyes wide with anticipation. The aroma was richer than any ordinary Bailing Dan, wafting through the streets, causing the crowd to stir with excitement. What is happening? Can this chaotic method truly produce an elixir? The onlookers had witnessed Yunjin's earlier actions, concluding it could be summarized in 7 words. They could do it too. "Little brother, what exclusive alchemical technique is your junior sister employing?" Shen Changrong inquired. Yu Zhao hesitated. "Well, there might be some possibility." Shen Changrong pondered. If this furnace could indeed succeed, perhaps he should experiment with this unconventional method as well. For now, they would observe the final outcome of this furnace. Elixirs are categorized into 3 qualities: ordinary, elite, and perfect. The higher the quality, the more spiritual energy it contains, resulting in superior effects. Achieving even ordinary quality would deem this batch a success. As for elite and perfect qualities, Chen Changrong dared not even entertain the thought. Having engaged in the herbal business for many years, he possessed a deeper understanding of the art of alchemy than most. Not every alchemist succeeds in refining elixirs, especially those of lower rank, who face exceedingly high failure rates. Otherwise, the evaluators would not prepare 3 sets of herbs for the examination. Most participants could only manage to produce a successful elixir once within 3 attempts, which was already remarkable. The quality was typically ordinary. An aspiring lower-grade alchemist could hardly dream of producing higher-quality elixirs. For instance, Ming Heng, now a third-grade alchemist, often achieved only elite quality when refining first-grade elixirs. with perfect quality being nearly impossible. As seconds ticked by, the fragrance of the elixir grew even more potent. The atmosphere became increasingly charged. Ming Heng's expression turned grave. He sensed something unusual. This elixir seemed on the verge of completion. If the elixir truly succeeded, the final step would be to extinguish the fire and collect the elixir. This step was equally crucial, requiring the alchemist to gradually control the heat, ensuring the furnace cooled precisely when the elixir was completed. A moment too early or late could either ruin the elixir or the furnace itself. This delicate balance required experience to master. Did this girl possess such experience? Ming Heng felt a surge of urgency. If this elixir were to succeed, it would hold immense research value. Were it not for the examination, he would have eagerly offered to assist in the collection. It seems the time has come, Yunjin declared, setting down the seeds and approaching the furnace. Ming Heng watched with bated breath, feeling the tension rise. Those who were unaware might mistakenly believe that this is his assessment. Chapter 14. Will there really be no consequences? As Ming Heng and Appo's heart trembled, he observed Yunjin and Appo's nonchalant demeanor and felt a surge of anxiety. Could this truly succeed? The onlookers held their breath, their gazes fixed upon her. Conversely, Yunjin exhibited no signs of tension. With a sudden leap, she patted the Dan furnace amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, declaring, "All done. You performed splendidly." The flames extinguished, and the furnace ceased its rotation, settling into stillness. Ming Heng and Appo's heart leaped into his throat, and he felt as though he might lose his sanity. How could the collection of pills be so carelessly handled? To extinguish the flames so abruptly? Normally, one would gradually sense the state of the pills before slowly halting the process. To risk the destruction of such a valuable batch at the final moment was infuriating. The Bailing Dan had succeeded. Yunjin casually lifted the lid of the furnace. Ming Heng clutched his fragile heart, too terrified to move. Had the pills truly succeeded? He would need to investigate further. Just as he prepared to approach, a sudden explosion of golden light erupted from the furnace, accompanied by a fragrant aroma of herbs. What was happening? Ming Heng's steps faltered, disbelief flashing in his eyes. The fragrance wafted through the air, and the golden light illuminated the surroundings. This was a pill of perfect quality. Within the golden radiance, a translucent pill spun gracefully, its surface adorned with a distinct pattern, a hallmark of a first-tier Dan. Subsequently, this ethereal image, along with the golden light, entered the furnace, and the enticing aroma vanished in an instant, entirely sealed within the pill. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Ming Heng remained frozen, still clutching his heart. Yunjin blinked, puzzled. What was everyone else's reaction? Was there something wrong with her pill? Surely not. She reached for the jade vial to retrieve her pills. A total of 10 Bailing Dan had emerged. Each one met with the collective gaze of the crowd. As she placed the final pill into the porcelain bottle, an inexplicable sigh of relief washed over the onlookers. Some among them, still bewildered, were compelled to inquire, what was that golden light? And isn't the Bailing Dan supposed to be green? Why is this batch transparent? Was it a failure or a success? Many shared this confusion, and Chen Chongrong, hearing their murmurs, solemnly explained that golden light is a phenomenon unique to pills of perfect quality. When the essence of the pill fully integrates, it appears transparent. The mention of perfect quality ignited a stir among the crowd. Whispers filled the air. Was it truly so effortless to produce a perfect grade pill? Hadn't even Master Ming failed to achieve such a feat? Did I miss a crucial step? Could it be that the previously intricate process was unnecessary? Perhaps letting the furnace operate autonomously was the true path? I must purchase some Bailing grass and try it myself. The cacophony of discussion surged. Yunjin's emotional value skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. Depending on their cultivation and emotional fluctuations, each individual contributed differently to her emotional value. Although the collective quality was not as high as that from the disciples of the Tianqing sect, the sheer number compensated for it. Yunjin counted her emotional value, her face nearly contorting in delight. This marketplace was truly enchanting. She resolved to return and flaunt her skills again. Master Ming, have I passed? She inquired, handing the porcelain vial to Ming Heng. His hands trembled as he hesitated, then cautiously extracted a single pill. As the crystalline Bailing Dan rested in his palm, Ming Heng's heart fluttered. This was indeed a pill of perfect quality. Fearing that his appraisal might be erroneous, he scrutinized it multiple times before finally hoarsely declaring, "You have successfully produced a Bailing Dan of perfect quality. Thank you." Yunjin gleefully accepted the pill back. Ming Heng gazed at it with reluctance, only diverting his gaze once the pill was safely contained. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, "How on earth did you accomplish this?" Yunjin and Appo's expression suddenly turned serious. Ming Heng anticipated a profound revelation and leaned in closer. "It's quite simple," she declared with conviction. "I am a rare genius in alchemy. What takes ordinary mortals a lifetime to achieve is but a trivial endeavor for a talent such as myself. That is the distinction. Ming Hung was left speechless, as were the others. Yu Zhao, who was about to approach Yun Jin, silently retreated, fearing that following his junior sister would lead to his demise. Yun Jin blinked innocently, feeling both helpless and misunderstood. Everyone knew her to be inherently modest and averse to seeking the limelight. It was all the system's doing, compelling her to shine. In truth, she felt quite bashful when displaying her capabilities. Yes, that was it. Her true nature was not as ostentatious as it appeared. Ming Hing took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he produced a jade token. Record your aura in this token. It will serve as your unique identity as an alchemist. Remember to bring it for future assessments of rank. Relevant information will be directly updated within it. Yun Jin eagerly accepted the token, channeling a trace of spiritual energy into it. It shimmered briefly before returning to its normal state. Curiously, she inquired, "Is there no need to record my real name?" Ming Hung replied nonchalantly, "Not at all. Cultivators are ever-changing. Such details are unreliable. Only the unique aura remains eternal. By granting you this token, it binds to you. Whether you choose to conceal or reveal your identity is entirely up to you. The Dan Pavilion will not interfere." Yun Jin nodded, appreciating the freedom it afforded her. Moreover, Ming Heng's words suggested that he had recognized her concealed appearance, yet he seemed indifferent to it. "You are now a first-tier alchemist. With this token, you may freely enter the Dan Pavilion, where you can engage with other alchemists. This will facilitate your progress far more than solitary study," he instructed. Yun Jin nodded again, asking, "Will the other alchemist furnaces operate autonomously as well?" Emotional value 100. She glanced at Ming Heng, noting that this third-tier alchemist appeared rather fragile under pressure. Ming Heng responded gently, "Your method of alchemy diverges from the mainstream approach. Perhaps this represents a new path. I intend to explore this innovative technique further." Yun Jin was taken aback. "Master Ming, my method is not for the faint-hearted. It is best if you refrain from wasting your time." Though her words might seem irksome, Yun Jin and Apos' intent was genuine. Ming Heng gritted his teeth. "No matter, I have plenty of time." Unable to dissuade him, Yun Jin sighed. "It seems that being overly talented is also a burden. Countless individuals pursue me, only to discover that their efforts are in vain. Seeing the anguish etched on your faces after your attempts, I cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy. This is becoming increasingly exasperating." Yu Zhao, summoning his courage, seized an opportunity and fled with Yun Jin in tow. He feared that if they lingered any longer, Yun Jin might truly suffer harm. Chapter 15, Cooperation Master Brother. Wait. Where are you running off to? Yun Jin struggled to gather the remaining herbs from the assessment into her storage bag, feeling reassured only after being dragged away. She did not forget to wave at Ming Heng, saying, "I will return." Yu Zhao's expression darkened. Returning? Did she think she was the big bad wolf? Having witnessed the birth of a first-grade alchemist and the formation of a perfect quality elixir, the crowd was still a bit restless. Fortunately, Qin Changrong and Lan Qin helped to shield the two, allowing them to successfully escape the throng. Yu Zhaokuden and Apos' helped but breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, Yun Jin wore a face of regret. Next time, she must do something to attract such a gathering again. Originally, she could have lingered there, chatting with everyone, which would have added some emotional value to her account. How could Master Brother, a person from another world, be so timid? Yu Zhao cast a glance at Yun Jin, and she returned his gaze. In that moment, they silently echoed the same thought. Never come to the market with him again. Over here, you too. Upon breaking free from the crowd, Qin Changrong called out, as there were still pursuers behind them. Without hesitation, Yu Zhao pulled Yun Jin and followed Qin Changrong. They returned to the Baichao Pavilion through a narrow path and entered a secret chamber. Qin Changrong beamed, his wrinkles resembling blooming flowers. "Little girl, you are truly impressive." He regarded Yun Jin with a gaze akin to that of a treasure. "I never expected you to truly become a first-grade alchemist." Yun Jin remained composed. "A first-grade alchemist? This is merely the beginning. If you are shocked now, just wait for what is to come." Yu Zhao's lips twitched. "Master Chun, my little junior sister lacks social graces. Please do not take offense." Qin Changrong chuckled. "Not at all. I quite admire this confident demeanor of young ladies." "Yu Zhao? Indeed." "The pavilion master has a discerning eye for talent," Yun Jin affirmed. Qin Changrong cleared his throat and said, "Little girl, I was thinking, could we collaborate?" Yun Jin raised an eyebrow and pointed to Yu Zhao beside her. "For business matters, consult my master brother. My time is precious and cannot be squandered on mundane affairs." Yu Zhao gritted his teeth. "Is my time not valuable? Moreover, do you have any matters at hand?" "Indeed." Yun Jin nodded as if it were self-evident. "What matters?" Yu Zhao inquired with suspicion. "I have yet to explore the market. I plan to go shopping with Sister Lan Qin," Yun Jin declared with conviction. "Is that what you call a serious matter?" Yu Zhao found himself momentarily speechless. Yun Jin rummaged through her belongings and produced a bottle of perfect quality elixir, handing it to Yu Zhao in front of Qin Changrong. Master brother, feel free to handle this bottle of elixir as you wish. Do not treat it as something precious. It is merely a perfect quality elixir. I can refine one bottle. I can refine many more. Qin Changrong's gaze flickered slightly. The girl implied that her success in creating a perfect quality elixir was no coincidence. She was confident in her ability to produce more. An hour ago, he would not have believed such words. Yet, Yun Jin had already created too many miracles. In this moment, he inexplicably wished to believe. Qin Changrong even felt that the appearance of this girl might be the greatest opportunity he would encounter in his life. Seizing this chance could lead to soaring success. A warm smile crept onto Qin Changrong and Appo's face. Lan Qin, accompany the young lady for shopping. All expenses will be covered by Baichao Pavilion. Yes, Pavilion Master. Lan Qin quickly agreed. She gazed at the youthful and spirited Yun Jin, a hint of emotion flickering in her eyes. An hour ago, she had been discussing the challenges of becoming a first-grade alchemist with this little girl. An hour later, the one who had vowed to take her to great heights had indeed become a first-grade alchemist. The transformation felt like a dream. Sister Lan Qin, let us go. Yun Jin tugged at Lan Qin, and the two girls quickly departed. Yun Jin changed her appearance with her mask and happily set off to shop. Lan Qin observed Yun Jin's transformation without displaying any surprise. Cultivators were generally cautious, and such operations as Yun Jin's were quite common. In the secret chamber, Qin Changrong smiled and asked, "May I inquire how to address you, sir?" Yu Zhao replied with a smile, "Pavilion Master, you are too polite. You may simply call me Ren Wuxing." "So it is Mr. Ren," Qin Changrong said naturally. "Mr. Ren, may I ask if you would be interested in selling this bottle of perfect quality elixir? The spiritual energy contained within a perfect quality elixir is tenfold that of an ordinary one. So I am willing to offer 10 times the price of an ordinary elixir for it. What do you think?" Qin Changrong's eyes remained fixated on the elixir bottle. Reluctant to look away, a glimmer of insight flashed in Yu Zhao and Appo's eyes. 10 times? Perhaps Pavilion Master's sincerity was lacking. Qin Changrong, feeling anxious, asked, "Why do you say that, Mr. Ren?" Yu Zhao replied calmly, "Is the value of this elixir merely in its spiritual energy? The first-grade elixir produced in public holds far more than that in terms of collection value. Not to mention, for an alchemist, it carries immense research value. I dare say, even Master Ming would be willing to pay a handsome sum for it. Pavilion Master, my junior sister and sister Lan Qin have a good rapport, which is why we are willing to discuss this with you first. However, if you show such a lack of sincerity, there are other potential partners in this market." Yu Zhao tucked the porcelain bottle away and turned to leave. Qin Changrong grew anxious and hurriedly grabbed Yu Zhao and Appo's arm. "Mr. Ren, we can still negotiate on the price. Pavilion Master, we are all quite busy. For this bottle of elixir, I offer a flat price of 10 superior spirit stones. If you wish to acquire it, take it. If not, we shall seek other buyers." Yu Zhao stated directly. Qin Changrong's expression changed slightly. The materials Yun Jin used for refining were fewer than those of an ordinary alchemist, and with her single success, her cost for this bottle of Bailing Dan was likely just 3 medium spirit stones. Of course, those spirit stones were provided by him. A single superior spirit stone was equivalent to 100 medium spirit stones. Thus, 10 superior spirit stones equated to 1,000 medium spirit stones. Typically, a bottle of ordinary Bailing Dan was worth about 15 medium spirit stones. This was an increase of nearly 100-fold. Was it expensive? A bit. However, considering the research value of this Bailing Dan, Qin Changrong gritted his teeth. "Fine, I will buy it for 10 superior spirit stones." Yu Zhao smiled slightly and resumed her seat. "Pavilion Master, may our collaboration be fruitful." Qin Changrong wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Mr. Ren, you are quite the negotiator." Yu Zhao humbly replied, "I do what I can. Let us discuss the details of our collaboration moving forward. If your esteemed junior sister refines another perfect quality elixir, I am willing to continue purchasing at this price." "Agreed. We can prioritize collaboration with you. However, I require some rare herbs from Baichao Pavilion to be included in our partnership." The two engaged in an intense discussion. When Yun Jin returned from her outing with Lan Qin, she happened to see the two emerge from the secret chamber. However, Yu Zhao appeared tense, while Qin Changrong looked utterly exhausted. "Master brother, what did you do to the Pavilion Master?" Yun Jin asked, astonished. Qin Changrong waved his hand and chuckled bitterly. "This Mr. Ren is quite the negotiator." "Mr. Ren?" Yun Jin cast a glance at Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao, unabashed, replied solemnly, "Did you not know? My common name is Ren Wuxing." Yunjin. She wished to laugh, yet she restrained herself. Her curiosity was piqued when her senior brother eventually discovered that she had also read the smiling, proud wanderer, Would he not be so embarrassed that he might bash his head against the wall? Chapter 16. A lack of empathy. Yu Zhao observed that Yunjin seemed to be stifling a laugh, which left him somewhat perplexed. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. After all, his younger apprentice sister was rather eccentric, a fact to which he had reluctantly accustomed himself. Master Chen. It's settled then. I shall return in 7 days. I hope you will keep an eye out for the herbs on the list, Yu Zhao said. Chen Changrong agreed. Rest assured, these herbs are rare, but not entirely unattainable. I will enlist help to locate them, and once I have news, I will inform Mr. Ren. Thank you. Yu Zhao replied with a respectful gesture. It appeared that his senior brother was having a pleasant conversation with Master Chen. Yunjin, her eyes darting playfully, tugged at Yu Zhao's sleeve. Senior brother, I have a passion for cultivation. Please help me procure some seeds. Yu Zhao was taken aback. Cultivation? This is no trivial pursuit. Do you truly have the energy to delve into this? Yunjin immediately raised an eyebrow. Yu Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he had misspoken. He instinctively wanted to cover Yunjin's mouth, but it was too late. With an air of defiance, Yunjin proclaimed, Energy? What energy is required? If these herbs need tending, then they ought to learn to care for themselves at my command. Yu Zhao wore an expression of utter resignation. Thus, conversing with Yunjin necessitated the avoidance of any interrogative phrasing. Otherwise, her responses would surely lead one to question the very essence of existence. Chen Changrong, equally astounded, cleared his throat after a moment. Since your esteemed junior sister has this interest, it would be beneficial for her to explore it. How about this? I shall gift you some seeds. Should you succeed in cultivating them, I would be willing to acquire the herbs in return. In the realm of cultivation, the value of herbs increased with age. These seeds were not particularly valuable, and Chen Changrong generously offered dozens of varieties. Yunjin accepted them. Master, I shall not allow you to incur a loss. I will return a portion of the seeds and any herbs that grow from them. Chen Changrong waved his hand dismissively. Smiling, he had acquired these at a particularly low price. Cultivating them required specialized knowledge and considerable investment in time and resources. Were they fully matured herbs? He might have felt a pang of regret in giving them away. But seeds? They were inconsequential. As for Yunjin's promise to return the herbs, Chen Changrong merely regarded it as a source of amusement. She might be a genius at alchemy, yet cultivating herbs was a complex discipline. Could this young girl truly master it all? He dismissed it as a child's whim. Chen Changrong waved goodbye, cheerfully watching as the two departed. Upon their return to the Tianqing sect, the sky had darkened. Lin Yu and others had been waiting for them. Seeing the pair, Lin Yu expressed his concern. Why did you take so long? I was just about to go look for you. Yu Zhao and Apos. S expression was intricate as he replied, It and Apos. S a long story. Then take your time, Siwan Ning said nonchalantly. Yu Zhao took a deep breath. I fear that once I begin, you may find it hard to bear. At this, Lin Yu chuckled. What storms have we not weathered? Speak freely. I'm curious to hear what could possibly be too much for us to endure. Siwan Ning, cradling a cup of tea, appeared ready for a tale. Only Yu Songnian maintained his usual cool demeanor, seemingly unperturbed. Yu Zhao cast a sympathetic glance at his companions and began, Yunjin. She has caused some trouble? Has she gone off the rails again? Yu Zhao continued. She has passed the assessment to become a first-grade alchemist. The group was taken aback. Lin Yu instinctively checked his ears, convinced he had misheard. Siwan Ning sputtered. Tea unexpectedly exiting through her nose, a feat that left her perplexed. Yu Songnian remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Yu Zhao admired Yu Songnian's composure. His junior brother had truly reached a state of zen. He proceeded, Junior sister, show them your token. Yunjin grinned impudently as she produced a token and slammed it down on the table, causing it to tremble thrice. Lin Yu instinctively inspected it, then fell into a stupor. Wait, this is indeed a first-grade alchemist token. How curious. Not only that, but junior sister had also refined a perfect quality elixir. Yu Zhao continued, I have exchanged 1 vial of first-grade Bailan for 10 top-quality spirit stones. He placed the stones on the table. Junior sister, this is yours. Keep it safe. Yunjin gleefully examined the stones before handing them back to Yu Zhao. Senior brother, oversee the transactions with Baichao Pavilion. You can invest in something else with the funds. Just remember to share some of the profits with me. Yu Zhao was momentarily stunned. You want me to manage everything? Yunjin replied matter-of-factly, for a talent as unparalleled as myself, to waste time on such matters would be a tremendous loss to the entire cultivation world. It's best left in your capable hands. Yu Zhao gritted his teeth, yet felt an inexplicable warmth. Regardless, if Yunjin could continue refining elixirs, their future dealings with Baichao Pavilion would undoubtedly be fruitful. Her complete trust in him was a significant gesture. He gazed deeply at Yunjin. Very well. I shall safeguard these spirit stones for you. Once our business flourishes, He paused, not voicing the ambitious dreams that simmered beneath the surface. Before his transmigration, he had been a business prodigy, a billionaire at a young age. After traversing worlds, he had tread cautiously, slowly accumulating a modest fortune. However, that sum was scarcely sufficient for grand endeavors. If only he could amass a substantial starting capital, purchasing half the cultivation world would be well within his grasp. As Yu Zhao's thoughts ignited with fervor, Si Wanning timidly interjected, "Senior brother, your performance is a bit too convincing, don't you think? Those spirit stones appear to be quite real." Yu Zhao dismissively stored the stones in his spatial pouch. "What do we have to gain by deceiving you? This token. It is indeed authentic," Linya remarked, somewhat dazed. He suddenly turned his gaze to Yunjin. She truly was a first-grade alchemist. "Master, I am now a first-grade alchemist. Just wait, I will craft the Tian Tian Dan for you," Yunjin declared confidently. The mention of the Tian Tian Dan momentarily stunned Linya, evoking a wave of emotion. This child, in her relentless pursuit of becoming an alchemist, was determined to create a remedy for him? Linya felt a surge of paternal affection. "Alchemy is a demanding endeavor, little Jean. I still advise you to focus on mastering the Qinglian Sword Technique. Nothing is more crucial than enhancing your strength. If you devote all your energy to alchemy, where will you find the time to practice swordsmanship?" Yu Zhao interjected, "Master, junior sister's alchemy doesn't consume her energy as you might think." "Such nonsense," Linya retorted, his irritation palpable. "How can you not understand the toll that alchemy takes? It's no easy task." Half an hour later, as he observed the alchemical furnace in operation and Yunjin leisurely snacking on seeds and sipping tea, Linya fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 17. Reflecting on gains, Linya remained silent for a considerable time before turning to Yu Zhao and inquiring, "Is this how she assesses her candidates?" Yu Zhao nodded gravely. "Did no one strike her?" Linya pressed on. With a deep sigh, Yu Zhao replied, "One could only say that everyone here possesses quite a high level of integrity." Linya wholeheartedly agreed and patted Yu Zhao on the shoulder, saying, "You've worked hard." Tears welled up in Yu Zhao and Appo's eyes, for he felt that he had finally cleared his name. "Senior brother, this alchemy furnace you possess is quite impressive. Its quality seems superior to the one used for assessments at the Dan Pavilion," Yunjin interjected, feigning ignorance of their previous conversation. Yu Zhao explained, "Master Chen must ensure that this branch of the Baichao Pavilion is merely a subsidiary. Larger markets often feature Baichao Pavilions as well. Master Chen is merely the head of this branch, and to my knowledge, there is competition among the various branches. He is currently seeking to cultivate a favorable relationship with you to establish a long-term partnership in alchemy. Should the performance of his branch improve, so too will his standing within the Baichao Pavilion." Yunjin raised an eyebrow. "Am I really of such significant value as a mere first-grade alchemist?" Yu Zhao chuckled. "You underestimate the worth of an alchemist. They are not only rare, but the craft itself is exceptionally challenging. The effort required to produce each batch of elixirs is immense. And until the elixirs are fully refined, there is always the risk of failure. Consequently, the cost of employing an alchemist is quite high. Should an alchemist succeed, they would prefer to collaborate with the Dan Pavilion." Yunjin's curiosity deepened. "Does the Dan Pavilion also engage in the buying and selling of elixirs?" "Naturally," Yu Zhao affirmed. "However, if an alchemist chooses to sell to the Dan Pavilion, they will receive slightly fewer spirit stones in compensation. To offset this loss, the Dan Pavilion offers some points, which can be utilized for various purposes within the pavilion. Specifics, however, are for you to discover." He added, "Little junior sister, if you require points, you may opt to sell the elixirs you produce directly to the Dan Pavilion." Yunjin contemplated. "I will take a look next time." At that moment, the alchemy furnace emitted a humming sound. Linya tensed. "Xiao Jin, it seems the elixirs are ready." "Oh," Yunjin replied, extinguishing the furnace and lifting the lid. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light burst forth. Yu Zhao was momentarily stunned. Could it be that little junior sister's production of perfect quality elixirs was not mere coincidence, but rather an inevitability? His heart ignited with excitement. If little junior sister possessed such capabilities, the prospect of a future commercial empire was indeed no mere fantasy. "Senior brother, take this bottle for trading," Yunjin yawned. "In the future, I shall produce one for you each day. The quality should consistently be perfect. A perfect elixir every day." Yu Zhao was astonished and yearned to inquire how she accomplished this feat, yet he hesitated. He understood that such a question would likely elicit another round of her captivatingly audacious remarks, which he was no longer inclined to endure. It seemed that Si Wanning had not yet suffered enough. As she opened her mouth to ask something, Yu Zhao rushed over and covered her mouth. After a brief moment of muffled protests, Si Wanning relented. Only then did Yu Zhao breathe a sigh of relief. "Little junior sister, you've labored throughout the day. Please rest well. We shan't disturb you further," he stated. Yunjin blinked, pretending not to notice Yu Zhao's earlier antics. After all, their trifling presence hardly warranted her exerting herself to impress. Very well, Yunjin replied obediently. Just as the members of Tianjin Peak were departing, Yu Zhao suddenly recalled something. By the way, what of Yusong Nian? He glanced around, only to find Yusong Nian still in the corner, maintaining his cool demeanor. Yu Zhao's expression darkened as he approached and knocked on Yusong Nian. To his surprise, it produced a sound akin to knocking on wood. Yunjin was taken aback. Has third senior brother turned to stone? Not to worry, it's an old ailment of his. He occasionally has episodes, but he can be left alone. He'll recover in an hour or two, Yu Zhao explained, adeptly lifting Yusong Nian. No wonder third senior brother had maintained such a stoic facade. It seemed he had been unaware of his own condition. As he left, Yu Zhao made sure to close the door behind him. Yunjin couldn't shake the feeling that Tianjin Peak was rather peculiar. A senior brother who had traversed dimensions, and a third senior brother who turned to stone at intervals? Thankfully, the second senior sister appeared relatively normal. Now, she was left alone. Yunjin opened her system panel to assess the rewards from her recent displays of prowess. One could only say that a larger audience yields greater results. This recent exhibition had netted her a total of 10,478 emotional points, directly granting her 100 simplification opportunities. With the previous total, her simplification count had soared to an impressive 250. This figure was too favorable. She felt compelled to push its boundaries. After some contemplation, she retrieved the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Restoration Pill. Aside from the Bilan Pill, these were the only two elixirs remaining in her possession. Both the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Restoration Pill were second-grade elixirs. Yunjin attempted to simplify the Foundation Establishment Pill several times, but she discovered that producing it had a prerequisite: her spiritual energy needed to reach the Foundation Establishment level. If she continued to expend her simplification opportunities, perhaps she could eliminate this prerequisite, but as she was not far from the Foundation Establishment stage, she decided to conserve her opportunities for now. She could currently refine the Bilan Pill herself. With the dual effects combined, she would likely reach a breakthrough in a matter of days. Furthermore, she contemplated the Qinglian Sword Technique. Pulling out the golden paper, she began to scan it. Earth-level sword technique, Qinglian Sword Technique. It is a simplified version of the heavenly-level sword classic, Qinglian Sword Canon. Mastering the sword technique to perfection will grant access to the Qinglian Sword Canon. Requirements for practice: must comprehend at least 10 sword intents and possess extraordinary swordsmanship insight. The conditions were succinct, yet their simplicity was rather daunting. For instance, both senior brother and second senior sister had each mastered a sword intent: senior brother's void-breaking sword intent and second senior sister's lotus blossom sword intent. They were already exceptional in their fields, yet the Qinglian Sword Technique required the mastery of 10 sword intents. For those with average aptitude, it would likely take a lifetime to attain such a level. Moreover, although the Qinglian Sword Technique featured a simplification option, it was grayed out this first time, indicating that it could not currently be simplified. System: why can't the Qinglian Sword Technique be simplified? Yunjin inquired directly. Host's realm is too low to simplify. The minimum requirement for practicing Earth-level techniques is the Foundation Establishment stage. Yunjin nodded in understanding. The Foundation Establishment stage again. It seemed the heavens were compelling her to advance swiftly. Then let her hasten her progress to the Foundation Establishment stage. Rising from her seat, Yunjin promptly ignited the furnace and began her alchemical pursuits, determined to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage in one go. Chapter 18. Foundation. Tianjin Peak. Linya gazed at the golden light that began to illuminate the sky above Yunjin's dwelling once again. Startled, he swiftly arranged a formation in the void, enveloping Yunjin's small house. The radiance was instantly absorbed by the array, vanishing from sight. After observing for a while, Linya felt a sense of helplessness. Who exactly was this newly accepted disciple of his? As he pondered, he found himself unable to sleep. His gaze drifted to the wine gourd. Well, since sleep eluded him, he might as well indulge in a night of drinking. This burden, after all, was borne by Yunjin. Finding a justification, Linya felt a sense of ease wash over him. In the market, at the Pill Pavilion, late at night, Ming Hung suddenly sat up in bed. He slapped himself. Incredulous. Could alchemy truly be performed in such a manner? During the day, to stabilize the morale of the troops, he had uttered all sorts of nonsense to placate the junior alchemists. Yet now, he could no longer restrain himself. He had to attempt it personally. At this hour, everyone else should be resting. Ming Hung stealthily made his way to the alchemy room. To perfectly replicate the process, he utilized the first-grade alchemy furnace designated for assessments. With bilan grass and spirit-washing liquid prepared, he recalled Yunjin and Appo's method, selecting bilan grass with similar spiritual energy, and, without any processing, tossed it directly into the furnace. He then elegantly poured in the spirit-washing liquid. As for controlling the heat, he disregarded it entirely. After half an hour, he would possess a bottle of perfect quality Bailan pill. Lost in thought, Ming Heng suddenly changed expression, unhesitatingly placing several talismans on the furnace, allowing spiritual energy to envelop him instantly. The next moment, with a loud bang, the pills inside exploded, although he had prepared in advance to protect the furnace. Ming Heng and Apos' face darkened immediately. Where had he gone wrong? Why had that little girl succeeded while he failed so miserably? After mulling it over, he suddenly slapped his forehead. He remembered he had omitted a crucial step. Everything began anew. This time, after placing the Bailan grass and spirit-washing liquid, he sat beside the furnace and swiftly pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds. Yes, that little girl had been snacking on seeds. Perhaps this was the essence of her alchemical technique. To replicate it, he needed to replicate it perfectly, whether by coincidence or fate, this time. The furnace did not explode immediately. Ming Heng and Apos' eyes lit up. Could it be that munching on seeds possessed some mysterious energy? He began to snack with even more zeal. Suddenly, the sound of the alchemy room door opening reached his ears. Sure, be quiet. Master Ming told us not to experiment carelessly. If Master finds out, we might be expelled. Several alchemists crept in, carrying Bailan grass and spirit-washing liquid. Upon lifting their heads, they beheld Ming Heng, engrossed in his seeds. The two groups locked eyes for a moment. Boom. The pills exploded once more, providing an unexpected background score. Ming Heng stood up nonchalantly and said, I couldn't and Apos. Sleep. So I thought I'd practice refining some pills. The others glanced at the Bailan grass beside him and nodded in agreement. After all, the pills he was refining might not be Bailan pills. Ming Heng maintained a serious demeanor. All right, do not disturb my alchemy. You may leave. The group hurriedly complied. As soon as they departed, Ming Heng locked the door and fell into contemplation once more. Another failure. What could the reason be? Was his snacking posture incorrect? Should he cross his legs? As he repeatedly questioned his life choices, Yunjin had already refined 3 furnaces of Bailan pills in one go. 30 Bailan pills, along with 3 foundation pills. This time, she was determined to break through to the foundation establishment stage. She would not leave until she succeeded. The first Bailan pill consumed. A surge of spiritual energy flooded through her. Yunjin hurriedly absorbed it. The spiritual energy contained in her perfect quality Bailan pill was 10 times that of an ordinary Bailan pill, yet it was still a first-grade pill. And she was already close to the foundation establishment stage. The energy advanced, but did not reach the 10th level. Yunjin continued to consume. After 5 pills, her energy reached the peak of the Qi refinement stage, the 10th level. The next step was foundation establishment. Yunjin consumed the pills one by one. After finishing all 30, her energy was very close to the limit of the Qi refinement stage. Without hesitation, she consumed one of the foundation pills. Foundation pills were rare. Even Xinhao had only saved 3 after years of management. However, Yunjin was unconcerned. She had obtained the recipe and could refine them herself as long as she had the herbs. For her, these few foundation pills were not exceptionally precious. Upon ingesting the first foundation pill, it immediately transformed into a powerful medicinal force that engulfed her entire body. The potency of this second-grade pill was indeed much more vigorous than that of a first-grade pill. The energy that had previously been just shy of reaching its peak surged to its zenith upon consuming the foundation pill. The medicinal power of the foundation pill continued to radiate. Yunjin sensed she could handle it, so she directly consumed a second one. This time, the medicinal energy reaching the peak of the Qi refinement stage began to slowly condense. As it condensed to a certain extent, a strand of spiritual energy began to transform slowly into a liquid form. This process was exceedingly gradual, yet it persisted. There was no shortcut to this step. Yunjin patiently refined the foundation pill bit by bit. At Tianjin Peak, Yunjin had been in seclusion for 3 days and nights. Had it not been for Lin Yu's continuous sensing of the fluctuations of spiritual energy within, he would have been tempted to burst in and check. Master, what is the little junior sister cultivating? Si Wanning asked with some concern. Lin Yu hesitated, instinctively shaking his head. Master? Yu Zhao appeared puzzled. Lin Yu, conflicted, remarked. Little Jin's spiritual energy was on the verge of breaking through to the 10th level before her seclusion. She has been cultivating for quite some time. I wonder if she intends to break through to the foundation establishment stage? Break through to the foundation establishment stage? Yu Zhao was taken aback. How long has the little junior sister been practicing? Is that even possible? To break through to the foundation establishment stage, one must reach the peak of the Qi refinement stage in terms of spiritual energy, which is one aspect. More importantly, the soul and Apos' realm must also be elevated to the foundation establishment stage. The enhancement of the soul and Apos' realm requires specialized manuals only found in the four sacred lands. Disciples from mid-tier sects like ours can only refine themselves, waiting for their soul's realm to gradually improve, to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Both the spiritual and soul realms are indispensable. Regarding the spiritual realm, Yu Zhao was not overly concerned. Yun Jin was exceptionally talented, and with her alchemical skills, breaking through should be effortless. But what about the soul and Appo's realm? Had she already made a breakthrough? That seemed implausible. I too find it unlikely, Linya mused, somewhat dazed. However, I can and Appo's think of any other explanations. The commotion from Yun Jin clearly indicates she is on the verge of a breakthrough. Let us wait a bit longer. It has already been 3 days, and she should be emerging soon. Just as Si Wan Ning was speaking, the surging spiritual energy abruptly calmed, as if fully absorbed. Linya and Appo's pupils constricted sharply. He instinctively checked, and his expression became remarkably vivid. Foundation establishment stage. Yun Jin actually succeeded in her breakthrough. Chapter 19, The Azure Lotus Sword Technique. I have arrived. Yu Zhao vaguely sensed something, doubt creeping into his mind as he glanced at Linya. Linya, somewhat dazed, murmured, "Your junior sister has broken through to the foundation establishment stage." Moreover, judging by her aura, it was apparent that her foundation was not superficial. She had solidified her foundation establishment stage with remarkable stability, clearly having thoroughly consolidated her realm. So fast, the members of Tianjian Peak were left in a state of shock. Yu Zhao pondered how long it had taken him to break through to the foundation establishment stage. It seemed to have taken him a full 3 years. This was considered quite good within the sect. His second junior sister and third junior brother had taken a similar amount of time, which was already regarded as exceptional talent within their lineage. Yet here they were. Their master had taken in a little disciple who, within less than 10 days of entering, had leaped over an entire major realm from a mere mortal to the foundation establishment stage. Such occurrences were rare, only achievable by the top prodigies from the 4 great sacred lands, and now their junior sister had achieved it as well. In the bamboo hut, Yun Jin reveled in the power of the foundation establishment stage. Having traversed countless worlds, she had not only experienced the foundation establishment stage, but had also possessed the powers of immortals. For her, the notion of rapidly advancing through realms and struggling to control newfound power was utterly non-existent. The power of the foundation establishment stage was akin to a former doctoral student returning to the basics of arithmetic. It was trivially easy. The system's notification chimed. The host has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Please confirm whether to change the cultivation technique. If changed, please learn the new technique promptly. If not, 30 simplification opportunities can be used to elevate the current technique to the foundation establishment stage. Yun Jin narrowed her eyes, realizing she had 2 choices. She inquired, "If I choose to elevate the technique, will the current cultivation method change?" "If you choose to elevate the technique, the original cultivation method will remain. Consuming food will allow for the absorption of spiritual energy." Yun Jin quickly contemplated. The current technique was typically only used for testing disciples. Most would opt for a different cultivation method once formally initiated. The reason was simple. This technique is too balanced. It absorbs spiritual energy from all 5 elements simultaneously. Other disciples, except for Yun Jin, who possessed a wasteful 5-element root, did not require all 5 elemental energies. Cultivating with this technique would lead to inefficiency. For those with single or dual elemental roots, it was best to select techniques suited to their attributes. However, for Yun Jin, possessing a 5-element root made this technique perfectly suited for her, as it absorbed all 5 types of spiritual energy indiscriminately. On the other hand, the technique and Appo's drawback was its inefficiency in absorbing spiritual energy, making advancement difficult. But with the system, the ability to convert food into spiritual energy directly compensated for this flaw. After deliberating, Yun Jin concluded that this testing technique was, in fact, her optimal choice. "I will upgrade the technique," she declared resolutely. The system acknowledged her command and began to operate autonomously. Suddenly, a great book materialized before Yun Jin, slowly rotating as endless information flowed into her mind. This information continuously restructured and dispersed until it coalesced into a palm-sized book. The book transformed into a stream of light and entered Yun Jin's consciousness. After a moment of closed eyes to absorb the knowledge, she opened them again. The foundation establishment stage technique was complete. Moreover, she noted that the technique, previously classified as a low-grade yellow technique, had now advanced to a mid-grade yellow technique. At this rate, when she next broke through to the golden core stage, it was likely that this technique would evolve into a profound grade technique. If she continued to accumulate simplification opportunities, this once humble technique might one day ascend to A heavenly grade technique. Yunjin and Amp, Oppos, SI sparkled with anticipation. With over 200 simplification opportunities remaining, it seemed ample. However, they would likely dwindle quickly. First on her agenda were two types of pills, the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Recovery Pill. Both were second-tier pills, highly useful whether consumed or sold. When she simplified the Biling pill earlier, it took about 10 attempts to arrive at a satisfactory outcome. This time, she dedicated around 50 attempts to simplify both the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Recovery Pill to her liking. Yunjin mused that in a few days, it would be time to visit the market again to advance her alchemy skills to second tier. With her senior brother's prowess, they would undoubtedly earn more crystal stones by trading additional goods. Most importantly, this could replenish her emotional value after showcasing her abilities. Looking at her dwindling simplification opportunities, now just over 100, Yunjin felt a pang of distress. After all her hard work showcasing her talents, it seemed she might return to square one today. Yet, there was no alternative. Expenditures must be made. Taking a deep breath, she declared, Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Simplify. The Azure Lotus Sword Technique was imperative for her to master, and she was willing to exhaust her simplification opportunities for it. Yunjin initially tried simplifying 10 times, but the results were negligible. Thus, she persisted until she had expended 100 simplification opportunities. She paused briefly. The entry requirement for the Azure Lotus Sword Technique was to master 10 sword intents. Only this condition remained, and the method for acquiring sword intents also required simplification. Sword Intent Acquisition Method. Cultivating a sword technique to proficiency will automatically grant sword intent. Currently, the host has mastered the following sword intents: Void Breaking Sword Intent and Lotus Blossom Sword Intent. Typically, a sword technique has levels. The first level signifies entry. The second level signifies proficiency. Both of Yunjin's sword techniques had reached the second level of proficiency, and after the simplification, she had directly grasped the sword intents of these two techniques, not merely superficially, but comprehending their true meanings. Though her mastery was only at the beginner level, it was still mastery. An idea suddenly struck Yunjin. Sword intents are not exclusive to profound grade sword techniques. They are also present in yellow grade techniques. She had 5 yellow grade sword techniques at her disposal. If she observed her senior brothers practicing, she could effortlessly grasp their sword intents. That would yield 7 sword intents. Next, she only needed to find 3 more yellow grade sword techniques and rapidly cultivate them to the second level to fulfill the cultivation requirement. This should not pose a challenge for her. A radiant smile blossomed on Yunjin's face. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Here I come. After reveling in her excitement for a moment, she turned her gaze to the system panel and felt a wave of concern wash over her. Although she had been mentally prepared, seeing her simplification opportunities dwindle to just over 20 made her heart ache. Thus, it was evident to everyone that her desire to showcase her talents was not born of vanity. Necessity drove her actions. Let us go, the working soul calls. It is time for me to continue laboring for those emotional values. With this mindset, Yunjin stepped out the door, her brow furrowed in thought. At the entrance, several pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon her. Chapter 20. The emergence of the Yandere. Yunjin was startled. Master? Senior brother? Senior sister? What has happened to you? How come you all have dark circles under your eyes? It was pitiful. They were cultivators, yet they still bore such signs of fatigue. The group hastily circulated their spiritual energy, and the dark circles vanished in an instant. Linya observed Yunjin with a hint of confusion. This young disciple had just broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage, yet she wore a troubled expression. Had he misjudged her situation? Was there an underlying issue despite her seemingly good condition? As Linya continued to scrutinize her, anxiety began to creep in. Yunjin suddenly sighed again, heightening Linya's concern. He cautiously inquired, Little Jean, what troubles you? Has there been an issue with your cultivation? If there is, speak freely. Your master is here to assist you. Yunjin looked at Linya, hesitating to speak. Linya encouraged her with a reassuring gaze. This was the first time since her admission that he had seen Yunjin in such a state. His once defiant disciple was now facing a challenge for the first time. On one hand, Linya felt a sense of satisfaction that he could finally be of use. On the other, he worried that this sudden setback might affect her resolve. Under Linya's encouraging gaze, Yunjin reluctantly spoke. Master, I have no issues with my cultivation. I have just broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage, and my progress is quite stable. However, I am troubled by other matters. Linya breathed a sigh of relief, quickly asking, what is it? Speak your mind. With your master here, no matter how great the problem, we shall resolve it. Really? Yunjin's eyes sparkled with hope. For the first time, Linya felt a sense of significance as Yunjin's master and nodded vigorously. Yunjin hurriedly continued, Then, master, can you help me think of places where I can showcase my talents? I need somewhere with a large audience to maximize my impact, and then I. Before she could finish, Linya and Appo's expression darkened visibly. He gritted his teeth, interrupting her. I can't think of anything. Yunjin felt a wave of grievance. If he couldn't think of something, then why be so harsh? Hadn't he just promised to help her solve her problems? This was her most pressing concern. Linya and Appo's beard twitched as he grabbed Yu Zhao, stating, as the senior brother, it is your duty to look after your junior disciples. I leave little Jean in your hands. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Linya hurried off. Worried about Yunjin? That is completely unnecessary. Senior brother. Yunjin gazed at Yu Zhao innocently. Yu Zhao sighed in resignation, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, a voice, indistinguishable between yin and yang, echoed. Yu Zhao, long time no see. Yu Zhao frowned, his expression shifting. Turning, he saw a man in red approaching slowly. The man was strikingly handsome, his lips painted a blood-red hue, exuding an eerie beauty. As the man greeted Yu Zhao, his gaze landed directly on Yunjin, revealing a knowing smile. Oh, what a delightful young lady you are. Yu Zhao stood stoically in front of Yunjin. Gu Jingong, if you wish to be foolish, do so in your own quarters. You are not welcome to act recklessly on Sword Peak. Gu Jinghong's expression shifted subtly as he raised an eyebrow. Why must you be so hostile, senior brother you? I come on Master's orders to deliver a message to this young lady. I've heard that Yunjin is fearless, yet now she seems to shy away. Speak plainly, Yu Zhao replied coldly, blocking Gu Jinghong's gaze. Senior brother. Yunjin interjected, stepping forward with a radiant smile. If I'm as cute and beautiful as I am, then why not let the senior brother have a look? Yunjin boldly approached, locking eyes with Gu Jinghong and smiling. Gu Jinghong, she remembered him well. In the story, he was one of Yi Danxia's admirers. A mix of loyal puppy, yandere, and refined gentleman. Gu Jinghong was indeed Yi Danxia's second senior brother, an eccentric character. In the narrative, there was a more palatable term for him, yandere. In her previous life, he had taken her away without hesitation when Yi Danxia cried, torturing her with soul-devouring ants for an entire day and night. Though that suffering seemed far away, encountering him now made Yunjin feel it was still too close. The anguish she had endured in her past life was something that this yandere brother should experience in due time. Yunjin met Gu Jinghong and Appo's gaze without flinching. He paused. Then a manic smile crept onto his lips. What a brave young girl you are. Do you know? I have a habit of drinking human blood. And my favorite is the blood of charming young ladies like you. He licked his lips, appearing thoroughly deranged. Gu Jinghong you. Yu Zhao felt a surge of anger, fearing for Yunjin and Appo's safety, and was about to reprimand him. Yet Yunjin laughed, maintaining her steady gaze on Gu Jinghong. Do you know your senior brother? Gu Jinghong narrowed his eyes. In 3 months, he will die. Yunjin smiled, slowly placing her hand on her neck. I will wield my sword and with a swift stroke, his head will fall to the ground. If you enjoy drinking blood so much, I will collect it for you in a bowl afterwards. How does that sound? As she spoke, she suddenly burst into a strange, eerie laughter. Drinking the blood of ordinary people is dull. Drinking the blood of fellow disciples is far more thrilling. Don't you agree, senior brother Gu? Her demeanor was even more unsettling than Gu Jinghong and Appo's. Yu Zhao instinctively stepped back, feeling he should not be involved in such a twisted affair. After all, he was still a child. Gu Jinghong, hearing Yunjin's laughter, found himself unable to smile. He reined in his expression, his demeanor turning cold as he regarded Yunjin. Interesting. In 3 months, when your senior brother falls by your hand, I shall savor your blood with great delight. Oh? Yunjin replied with a smile. I fear you may not have that opportunity. Gu Jinghong fixed his gaze on Yunjin for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. Yun's sister. I am not here to engage in a war of words today. Master indeed sent me to convey a message. Yunjin raised an eyebrow. Spit it out. Gu Jinghong's expression darkened further as he controlled his emotions, stating, the new disciples entering the sect, including you and Danxia, total 15. Master has decreed that all disciples gather in the square at dawn tomorrow. At that time, Master will bestow tokens signifying our sect and Appo's identity to the new disciples. I hope you will arrive on time. He paused deliberately, as though hinting that Yunjin would encounter endless malice at that time. Yunjin appeared unfazed, merely raising her eyebrow. Understood. Her heart brimmed with joy. Did everyone hear that? All disciples are to gather in the square. All of them. What does that signify? It means a multitude of people. And what does a multitude imply? An abundance of emotional value. At this moment, Yunjin thought of Zhao Wuji and nearly burst into tears. What a wonderful person. He had pressured himself with his will to elevate his spiritual power to the foundation establishment stage. Now, knowing he lacked the emotional value, he was gathering all the disciples to provide it for her. Such a good person. she vowed to repay him generously in the future. Chapter 21. Induction ceremony. Depart at once. Now that you and Amp, Oppos, VE delivered the message, commanded sharply. Responded with a sardonic smile. Tomorrow, I shall be eagerly anticipating the spectacle. He cast a lingering, ominous glance at, miming the act of slitting a throat. Returning his gaze, contorted her face into a grotesque grimace, pulling at the corners of her eyes and mouth. As amusement faltered, he scoffed, then turned on his heel and departed. Trying to intimidate me? Retorted loudly. This lady specializes in dealing with perverts. If you and Oppos, re so fond of blood, perhaps you should sample the taste of your own for once. Even as receded into the distance, continued her relentless taunts. If you dare, come find me again. If I so much as flinch, I'll renounce the surname. Never before had encountered such an unyielding rogue. He clenched his teeth, his resolve hardening. Leaving so soon, are we? Why not linger a while longer? Let and Amp, Oppos, as continue our delightful conversation, persisted. His expression a mixture of concern and bewilderment, interjected, junior sister, he has already departed. Possessed a certain malevolence that made most people avoid his presence. And even himself preferred to keep his distance. Yet, seemed intent on provoking him, as if daring him to seek retribution. Knowing's nature, could only conclude that his junior sister had thoroughly cemented herself as his nemesis, allowing the other disciples of the sect to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Rest for a moment, and have some water, offered, handing her a cup. Took a sip, her thirst unquenched. Senior brother, senior sister. I feel as though my performance just now was somewhat lacking. Do you think senior brother will not seek me out again? She queried with genuine concern. She harbored a desire to play with further. S lips twitched involuntarily. Junior sister, I assure you, you need not harbor such anxieties. She remained blissfully unaware of her remarkable ability to attract animosity. That is a relief, replied, a dangerous smile slowly creeping across her lips. If we're to seek her out of his own volition, it would save her the trouble of having to hunt him down. The debts of her past life were long overdue for reckoning. Witnessing this smile, fell silent. For reasons he could not explain, he felt no apprehension for, but rather a growing concern for and Amp, Oppos, S well-being. It seemed as though and Amp, Oppos, S mental state was even more precarious than his. The thought barely registered before shook his head, dismissing it. As a responsible senior brother, how could he entertain such notions about his own junior sister? The induction ceremony tomorrow is sure to be fraught with complications. I must thoroughly caution, he thought. Junior sister, began, I suspect that intends to cause a disturbance at tomorrow and Amp, Oppos, S ceremony, with the entire sect present. I cannot foresee the nature of his machinations. Therefore, you must exercise extreme caution. I shall be vigilant, and should any untoward event occur, I will hasten to your aid. Added, I, too, shall be watchful. Nodded solemnly in agreement. He dares to cause trouble with the entire sect present. S voice rose in disbelief. You need not be overly concerned. I merely offer a conjecture, began to reassure her. But, her voice brimming with excitement, cut him off. That is simply splendid. Was at a loss for words. Very well, he thought. I shall simply redouble my own efforts. The following day, arose at the crack of dawn, her spirits high. And the others, however, appeared as though they were preparing for a siege, their expressions grave. In contrast, seemed to be setting off on a pleasant excursion. The central plaza bustled with activity. Upon the dais, the sect leader and the 10 peak lords had already taken their seats. Below them were the true disciples of each peak. Most of these disciples were away on various missions, with only a few remaining within the sect. This was not unusual. While initiates were granted the opportunity to exchange for manuals free of charge, any further acquisitions of manuals, elixirs, or magical artifacts beyond the initial allocation required the exchange of merit points. The most efficient method of accruing these points was through the completion of missions. Thus, the majority of true disciples spent most of the year diligently undertaking missions. Beneath the true disciples were the formal disciples of each peak and those under the direct tutelage of the sect leader. These disciples received significantly fewer benefits than their true disciple counterparts and were generally less gifted. However, occasionally, one or two would rise through the ranks. At the rear stood the outer disciples, the lowest echelon of the sect. They were afforded scant resources and were burdened with numerous menial tasks. For many, their status was akin to that of servants, and the path to advancement was exceedingly arduous. For these outer disciples, the risks associated with sect missions were too great. Most opted to perform menial tasks to secure basic necessities. Among and Oppos' cohort, only 2 were designated as true disciples, who had entered the peak, and who had become a disciple of the sect leader. 8 were designated as formal disciples and distributed among the various peaks. The remaining 5 were relegated to the outer sect. Thus, from the moment of their induction, the hierarchy was established. While it was common knowledge that the peak was soon to undergo a change in leadership, still held the title of true disciple, and she stood at the forefront. Behind them were the formal disciples, followed by the outer disciples. The class distinctions were stark. Once the assembly had gathered, his countenance serene, rose to his feet. For this recruitment, we have a total of 15 new disciples, including 2 true disciples, and Apos. Gaze swept over and stepped forward. Her face flushed with excitement, puffed out her chest, and took a step forward. Seeing also step forward, her expression subtly shifted. Although she knew that an Apos' moment of glory would be short-lived, the fact that stood on equal footing with her at this moment still grated on her nerves. She, a genius, was being equated with a mere 5-elemental root mediocrity. Did she even deserve to be in the same league? However, recalling the promise made by her second senior brother, a hint of schadenfreude flickered in her eyes. After the first senior brother was forced to make a pact with the sect leader, deeming the matter detrimental to his image, had ordered him to seclude himself for 3 months. Fortunately, her second senior brother had returned a few days prior. This second senior brother was more handsome than the first, and his protectiveness towards her was far more overt. This time, without her even uttering a word, her second senior brother, upon learning of Apos' actions, had immediately vowed to avenge her, had feigned dissuasion several times, but of course, to no avail. Her second senior brother seemed determined to take action today, glanced instinctively at, who returned her smile, instantly bolstering her confidence. Whatever her second senior brother intended to do, he would surely succeed. This time, would be thoroughly humiliated. Chapter 22. The malevolent individual Zhao Wuji appeared oblivious to the silent exchanges between the 2 disciples, calmly stating, "Bestow the true inheritance robes upon the disciples." A disciple stepped forward, presenting 2 garments, which were placed before Yunjin and Yi Danxia. The true inheritance robes were spiritual artifacts that, once infused with spiritual energy, could be donned immediately, as the disciples informed. Both Yunjin and Yi Danxiao infused their garments with spiritual energy, and in the next moment, the robes automatically adorned them. Gu Jinghong watched intently, and upon confirming that Yunjin had put on her robe, a sly smile crept onto his lips. With her new attire, Yunjin raised an eyebrow slightly. At that instant, a system notification echoed, beep, beep, beep. Harmful substances detected. Unfazed, Yunjin composedly commanded, conduct a detailed analysis. After deducting a simplification count, the results emerged, beast-attracting powder detected. This substance has a significant allure to beasts below the foundation establishment stage. If any such beasts are nearby, they are highly likely to attack the host. Yunjin smiled, realizing it was indeed the same tactic as in her previous life. Yi Danxia, her second senior brother, had some expertise in beast taming and pharmacology. In her past existence, she had suffered greatly due to this knowledge. However, in this lifetime, he would not succeed so easily. System, extract the beast-attracting powder, Yunjin instructed, incurring 5 simplification deductions. As the count decreased, a bottle containing the extracted powder silently appeared in her storage pouch. Meanwhile, the official ceremony of bestowing robes upon the formal and outer disciples was completed. Zhao Wuji continued, "Next, we shall grant the disciple tokens and an initial set of spiritual artifacts." Disciples approached with trays. Suddenly, a devious smile reappeared on Gu Jinghong's lips. It seemed the time was right. As disciples of the sect leader, they were expected to be exalted, since Yunjin dared to be so audacious. She must inevitably face the consequences. Wuden and Apos, Tishi? Just as Yunjin was about to speak, a distant, ominous roar echoed through the air. "What is happening? Is it the Spirit Beast Pavilion?" murmured the crowd, bewildered by the disturbance. How could this be? Arin and Apos, the Spirit Beasts under control? The tension escalated as Yu Zhao anxiously glanced towards the Spirit Beast Pavilion, sensing that this commotion was likely directed at his junior sister. "Go investigate the situation at the Spirit Beast Pavilion," Zhao Wuji commanded Gu Jinghong. The ceremony was temporarily halted. "Xiaojin, what do you think is happening?" Yi Danxia inquired, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she observed Yunjin. She was aware that this incident was aimed at Yunjin, and misfortune would certainly befall her. Unable to resist, she wished to taunt her early. Yunjin smiled. "I am uncertain. I am not one to provoke trouble. It should have nothing to do with me." As she spoke, her fingers subtly moved, causing the beast-attracting powder to scatter onto Yi Danxia. Oblivious, Yi Danxia continued, "Is that so? I hope it remains unrelated to us." Gu Jinghong soon returned, accompanied by an elderly guardian of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. "Elderling, what has transpired at the Spirit Beast Pavilion?" Zhao Wuji inquired politely. Elderling's strength was not particularly formidable, having only reached the peak of the transformation stage. However, he possessed a unique skill that allowed him to communicate with spirit beasts, making him essential for overseeing the pavilion especially concerning the guardian spirit beast from the Tianqing Pavilion, which was in the late integration stage. Ling Fei, being the only one able to converse with it, held a prominent position. Ling Fei stroked his beard, revealing a hint of confusion. The current upheaval involves only Qi refinement stage beasts and a few foundation establishment stage beasts. The others remain unperturbed. I attempted to communicate with the agitated spirit beasts, but they are in a frenzied state and cannot be reasoned with at the moment. I shall attempt to investigate the cause once they calm down. This unruly behavior cannot continue. Qi refinement stage beasts are quite fragile. Any misfortune could spell disaster. Gu Jinghong expressed his concerns. Elder Ling, we must devise a strategy to uncover the reason and alleviate this crisis. Ling Fei regarded Gu Jinghong kindly. Jinghong, do you have any solutions? Gu Jinghong, possessing a natural talent for beast taming and a penchant for adaptability, had always appeared as a docile disciple before Ling Fei, who held him in high esteem and had offered him guidance on numerous occasions. Now, Ling Fei was eager to see what this gifted disciple could propose. Gu Jinghong, his expression grave, remarked, these spirit beasts seem as though they have been cursed. Cursed? Ling Fei's gaze shifted, intrigued. I wonder if anyone has heard of a certain rumor. Gu Jinghong began, confidently elaborating. There are individuals in this world who are born as malevolent seeds. Such individuals exude an aura of malevolence that is imperceptible to humans but strikingly apparent to the inherently innocent spirit beasts. The presence of such a person nearby can significantly alter the temperament of spirit beasts, rendering them aggressive. Jinghong, is there truth to this? Zhao Wuji inquired sternly. Are you not speaking in jest? Ling Fei pondered, ultimately conceding. Jinghong's assertion holds some merit. Although rare, there have indeed been instances in the past. Furthermore, the higher the malevolent individual's cultivation, the greater the range of spirit beasts affected. If this is indeed due to malevolence, the individual's cultivation should be at the Qi refinement stage, with only a few foundation establishment beasts influenced, suggesting they are likely at a high Qi refinement level, while the majority of foundation establishment beasts remain unaffected, indicating the individual has yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. What a grave situation! Zhao Wuji exclaimed in alarm. If a person of such malevolence emerges within our Tianqing sect, their growth could pose a significant threat to the entire sect. Elder Ling, is there any method to identify this individual? As the situation unfolded, Linya and Apos' expression shifted subtly. How could he not perceive the implications? This incident was clearly directed at Yunjin. But what machinations had these individuals employed? Unable to contain himself, Linya interjected. The spirit beast upheaval may not solely stem from this cause. What if the spirit beast ingested something inappropriate? Ling Fei was momentarily taken aback, contemplating this possibility. Zhao Wuji and Apos' voice rose sharply. Linya, are you insinuating that Elder Ling has made an error in feeding them? Since Elder Ling has been in charge of the spirit beast pavilion, has there ever been such a lapse? The food provided to the spirit beasts has always been personally vetted by Elder Ling. How could there be an issue? The sudden upheaval of the spirit beasts, in my view, must be attributed to the presence of a malevolent individual. Furthermore, verifying this is quite straightforward. If there truly is a malevolent individual among us, we need only release the agitated spirit beasts. The first disciple they attack will likely be the one harboring malevolence. Gu Jinghong interjected without hesitation. This is utterly absurd. You are clearly. Linya struggled to articulate his thoughts. He understood that it was imperative to prevent these spirit beasts from being unleashed for identification. Xiao Jin could not possibly be a malevolent individual. However, if something had been done to her, she could easily be deemed cursed. Master, Yunjin blinked innocently, suddenly feigning concern. I believe Gu Shixiang's reasoning is quite sound. I too suspect that there is a malevolent individual within our sect. Chapter 23. The assault of the spirit beast. Yunjin's sudden remark left Linya momentarily stunned. He initially believed Yunjin was unaware of the gravity of the situation and was about to voice his concerns. However, Zhao Wuji spoke with a calm demeanor. Linya, even your own disciple holds reservations about that malevolent individual. Why do you persist in your opposition? Although the emergence of such dark energy is rare, should a malevolent being arise, it would not only pose a threat to our Tianqing sect but could also spell disaster for the entire realm of cultivation if allowed to cultivate unimpeded. Besides Yunjin, it is likely that others harbor similar trepidations. To alleviate these concerns, this assessment is imperative. Master's words ring true. If there truly exists a malevolent being, it will be fortuitous to expose them. Conversely, if none are found, we can all rest easy, Gu Jinghong added. Linya glanced at the other peak masters. Some hesitated, caught between words, yet ultimately remained silent. A few even exhibited a blatant sense of schadenfreude. Clearly, some were aware of the target of this ordeal. But what did it matter? Presently, Yunjin lacked the clout to confront Zhao Wuji directly. Linya's heart sank to the depths. The expressions of Yu Zhao and his companions also betrayed an undercurrent of anxiety. Only Yu Zhao, observing Yunjin and Appo's reckless demeanor, felt a flicker of peculiar sentiment. Given his little junior sister and Appo's character, could she truly be at a disadvantage? She had only just entered the sect and had already managed to offend the sect leader gravely. Yet throughout their exchanges, it seemed she had never truly suffered a setback. This time, could it be that she was prepared? Yu Zhao couldn't and Appo's help but glance at Yunjin. She feigned deep concern, exclaiming, "Brother Gu is absolutely right. Should that malevolent being reach maturity, they will undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the realm of cultivation. Such individuals must be identified and dealt with promptly. In my view, if such a person exists within our sect, we cannot simply expel them. Instead, we must strip them of their essence and reduce them to ashes in the alchemical furnace. Casting the remains into the abyssal sea, we must prevent their existence from tainting this pure world." Gu Jinghong nearly laughed at her declaration. He regarded Yunjin with a mocking gaze. Listening to her lament, he had assumed she was a formidable character. Instead, she appeared to be a complete fool. It was merely a lack of strategy that had led the elder brother to be bested by such a simpleton. This time, if given the chance, he would ensure Yunjin understood the consequences of offending the sect leader. Suppressing the derision in his eyes, Gu Jinghong replied with a smile, "Yunjin speaks wisely. If we indeed identify the malevolent being, we shall handle it as she suggests, casting them into the abyssal sea, ensuring there remains not a trace." "Indeed." Yunjin eagerly nodded. "Let us summon the spirit beasts for identification. The mere thought of such a vile person lurking among us terrifies me." A subtle smile graced Zhao Wuji and Appo's lips as he addressed Ling Fei, "Elderling. We must trouble you to bring forth some frenzied spirit beasts to ascertain the truth of the matter." "Very well," Ling Fei responded, turning to head back to the spirit beast pavilion. Yi Danxia observed Yunjin's expression of fear and concern, lowering her head to stifle a laugh that threatened to escape. She could hardly contain her anticipation for the moment when the spirit beasts would identify Yunjin as the malevolent individual. The expression on her face would surely be a sight to behold. Yi Danxia endeavored to mask her malicious glee. "Ah, Yunjin, even if you escape unscathed, I shall peel away a layer of your skin this time. The humiliation suffered these past days will finally be repaid." Soon, Ling Fei returned with 5 spirit beasts. One was at the foundation establishment stage, while the others were at the Qi refinement stage. For reasons unknown, these 5 spirit beasts were particularly agitated, their pupils glowing a strange crimson hue as they howled and writhed. Had they not been of lower cultivation, they might have proven troublesome even for Ling Fei to manage. As he led them closer to the square, their howls grew increasingly fervent. Gu Jinghong, wearing a worried expression, remarked, "The spirit beasts raised by Elderling are typically gentle. For many years, we have not witnessed such behavior. Given their unusual agitation, something must indeed be amiss in this square. Second brother, let us hasten the identification process." "It is becoming rather alarming," Yi Danxia interjected, her impatience palpable. "Indeed," Yunjin chimed in. "The thought of such a terrifying individual hiding among us fills me with dread. If we do not uncover their identity, I shall be too frightened to sleep tonight." Zhao Wuji's gaze shifted slightly as he said calmly, "Elderling, let us commence. Temporarily lift the restrictions on these spirit beasts and observe their reactions." Ling Fei nodded. These were merely low-tier spirit beasts, even if they lost control. He could easily subdue them. In the interest of uncovering the malevolent being, there was no alternative. Ling Fei pondered whether to release them one by one. Gu Jinghong hurriedly suggested, "Elder, release them all at once. If we only let out one at a time, the judgment may not be sufficiently accurate. Should multiple spirit beasts converge upon a single individual, we could decisively identify them." "That is a valid point. Let us proceed as you suggest," Zhao Wuji concurred. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Fei did not object. He reached out, calmly patting the heads of the 5 spirit beasts. The golden collars that had restrained them fell away. The eyes of the 5 spirit beasts turned a deeper shade of red, transforming into a blood-red hue. They seemed increasingly agitated, as if tormented by some unseen force. The foundation establishment stage beast fixated malevolently on the many low-tier disciples present, sensing the source of its agitation among them. "Where? Who is it?" The frenzied spirit beasts appeared quite fearsome. The Qi refinement stage disciples, under their intense gaze, felt a wave of trepidation. Though the beasts were of low cultivation, so too were the disciples. If they were to be inadvertently charged at, they would likely sustain injuries. Moreover, the idea of a malevolent being lurking among them was inherently terrifying. While they believed it unlikely to be themselves, an inexplicable sense of guilt gnawed at them. What if it truly was one of them? The anxiety was palpable. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, the foundation establishment stage spirit beast suddenly seemed to hone in on a target. It turned and glared fiercely in a specific direction before unleashing a furious roar and charging forward. The other Qi refinement stage spirit beasts followed suit, creating chaos in the square. Only Yi Danxia wore a self-satisfied smile. The direction of the spirit beast and Appo's charge was none other than where Yun Jin stood. Soon, as Yun Jin was identified as the malevolent being, she would have no words of defense left. As for herself, she could only offer her heartfelt consolation. Chapter 24. It should be Yun Jin. Oh no, why are these spirit beasts charging towards me? Yun Jin exclaimed in alarm. Yi Danxiao's smile grew ever more profound. Soon, Yun Jin would realize the gravity of the situation, but by then, it would be far too late. Run! Yun Jin shouted dramatically before darting away. Yi Danxiao's smile deepened with intrigue. What was the use of running? These spirit beasts had locked onto her. No matter where she fled, they would relentlessly pursue her. At that moment, the identity of Yun Jin as a person of malevolent aura would be further confirmed. Yi Danxia wore a look of leisurely anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Danxia, hurry and run. Yun Jin suddenly cried out again. Yi Danxia scoffed slightly. They're not after me, so why should I run? It's utterly ridiculous. These spirit beasts would follow Yun Jin. She need not worry at all. However, the next moment, a cacophony of screams erupted. Yi Danxia froze for a moment, her pupils contracting in shock. The Foundation establishment stage blazing tiger had already reached her, its massive jaws wide open, angrily lunging towards her. Yi Danxia was struck with terror. Impossible. Why are these spirit beasts coming after me? This doesn't make sense. She desperately attempted to evade, but it was too late. The blazing tiger had already sunk its teeth into her shoulder. A piercing scream escaped Yi Danxia's lips. Junior sister. Gu Jinghong's expression changed dramatically. What is happening? Have these spirit beasts gone mad? Why are they targeting Danxia? He rushed forward to rescue her, but Yu Zhao swiftly blocked his path. Gu Junior brother. It appears that Yi Danxia is very likely the one with malevolent aura. Is it necessary to save someone like her? Gu Jinghong and Appo's face turned ashen as he instinctively glanced at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's expression was grim. He was unaware of Gu Jinghong's specific actions. Nor did he inquire. However, his second disciple had always succeeded with such methods. Why was this situation turning awry now? Zhao Wuji spoke coldly. We must save her first. It's possible that there has been some misunderstanding, and these spirit beasts have mistaken the true person of malevolent aura. Master, you cannot say that. Linya raised an eyebrow, his tone animated. Spirit beasts are the most discerning. How could they mistake someone? Yi Danxia must indeed harbor some issues. In my opinion, we should not rush to save her. Let these spirit beasts investigate further. Zhao Wuji could barely contain himself. Ling Fei frowned, but also voiced his opinion. These spirit beasts have been nurtured by me. Even in a frenzied state, they would not take a life. The worst that might happen is they inflict some injuries. Observing a bit longer poses no harm. Due to his close relationship with the late-stage protector spirit beast, Ling Fei held a position of significance within the sect and did not need to fear Zhao Wuji. His agreement to let the spirit beasts test for malevolent aura was not to assist the leader, but out of genuine concern for the presence of a wicked individual. Now that they had gleaned some clues, he intended to see it through. Yi Danxia was already pinned to the ground, several spirit beasts furiously attacking her body. Her cries echoing like thunder. Yun Jin couldn't help but cover her eyes, then peek through her fingers. The frenzied spirit beasts were terrifying indeed. As a mere child, she hoped not to be haunted by nightmares. Yu Jinghong, held back by Yu Zhao, grew increasingly anxious. Senior Ling. The notion of a person with malevolent aura is merely recorded in texts. It may not be true. If we wrongfully accuse junior sister, wouldn't that cause her unnecessary suffering? Zhao Wuji gazed at Yi Danxia's pained expression, his heart aching. The moment he first saw her, before knowing she possessed a heavenly spirit root, he felt a peculiar affinity for this disciple. After joining the sect, Yi Danxia was obedient and sweet, always calling him master. Having previously taken 5 male disciples, none were as adorable as she was. Now, witnessing her in agony, Zhao Wuji clenched his teeth, momentarily disregarding everything else. He suddenly stepped forward, waving his sleeve. The spirit beast bore some injuries, yet they had lost their rationality and refused to retreat. Master. Ling Fei's face changed. Ready to object. Zhao Wuji's next strike was more forceful. The spirit beasts were sent flying, with the blazing tiger suffering the worst, letting out a wail before fainting. The others were not much better off, writhing in pain on the ground. Ling Fei's expression darkened as he rushed forward, administering pills to the spirit beasts and soothing them. However, their pitiful cries were unbearable, and Ling Fei could only use medication to temporarily put them to sleep. Gu Jinghong was the first to rush to Yi Danxia's side. She bore numerous bite wounds, her flesh and blood a gruesome sight, looking utterly pitiable. How could this happen? Gu Jinghong's heart ached so intensely he wished he could take her place. After calling a few disciples from the Spirit Beast Pavilion to take the Spirit Beast away, Ling Fei rose, his expression growing grim. He spoke coldly, "Master, I previously stated that I would wait until the Spirit Beasts calmed down before slowly investigating the cause. You insisted on letting them detect the person with malevolent aura. I complied, releasing the Spirit Beasts from their restraints. Now that they've identified the culprit, you wish to unleash wrath upon them. You must give me an explanation for this." Ling Fei's anger was palpable. Having spent his life dealing with spirit beasts, he held them closer than most humans. This time, the spirit beasts were innocent victims, which only fueled his rage. Under Ling Fei's accusatory glare, Zhao Wuji felt embarrassed and could not help but respond. "Senior Ling, the reason for the spirit beast frenzy is yet unclear. I know this child Danxia. She is the kindest and most filial. She could never be the so-called person of malevolent aura. Moreover, she possesses a heavenly spirit root. If she grows, she could one day enter the four sacred grounds, bringing glory to our sect." The issue of the heavenly spirit root posed an even greater dilemma. Lin Ye's voice was cold. If a person with malevolent aura were to grow with a heavenly spirit root, it would only lead to catastrophe. In my opinion, it is best to eliminate such a dangerous individual in their infancy. As Lin Ye spoke, several peak masters seemed to waver. If the spirit beasts had pointed a finger at Yunjin, they might have considered that she was being framed. But now, the spirit beasts had accused Yi Danxia. In the Tianqing sect, who could possibly manipulate the leader? Thus, could it be that Yi Danxia truly was the one with malevolent aura? If so, this disciple must not be spared. Yi Danxia, observing the expressions of those around her, felt a surge of fear. She clutched Gu Jinghong's sleeve tightly. "Second brother. It's not me. I am not a person of malevolent aura. The true one should be Yunjin. It is Yunjin." Yi Danxia was utterly frantic. She could not comprehend how matters had escalated to this point. Why had those wretched spirit beasts targeted her? They should be following Yunjin. The one who should be battered and bruised should be Yunjin, not her. How could this possibly be happening to her? Chapter 25, which to choose in a paroxysm of terror, Yi Danxia blurted out Yunjin and Amp, Apos, S name. Yunjin feigned complete ignorance, her expression one of utter astonishment. "Danxia, what are you saying? How could it possibly be me?" Yi Danxia, realizing her blunder, grew even more frantic. Gu Jinghong, clasping her hand, cast a frigid gaze upon Yunjin. "You were standing next to my junior sister at the time. Did you tamper with something?" Yunjin responded with a mien of perplexity. "What? Can someone tainted by malevolent energy simply tamper with things? Is it that easy?" Gu Jinghong and Amp, Apos, S countenance shifted subtly. His lips pursed as his mind raced. He had, without a doubt, prepared something on Yunjin's garments. Why, then, was his junior sister the one afflicted? Had he mistaken the garments? Gu Jinghong was consumed by vexation at his blunder. This Yunjin was indeed imbued with a certain deviousness. Lin Ye scoffed, declaring, "It was previously stated that if the source of malevolent energy were discovered, the consequences would range from expulsion from the sect to the agonizing torment of being flayed and cast into the abyss. Now that Yi Danxia is implicated, how does the sect leader propose to proceed?" "Master," Yi Danxia pleaded, her face ashen. She struggled to her feet, kowtowing fervently before Zhao Wuji. "This disciple is innocent. I am truly not tainted by malevolent energy. There must be some misunderstanding." Her entreaties were punctuated by sobs, creating a scene of profound distress. Zhao Wuji, his heart stirred with a pang of sympathy, was about to interject when Ling Fei interjected in a frigid tone. "My spiritual beasts cannot suffer harm without retribution. Since the beasts have identified her, I propose she be detained. Once the beasts regain consciousness, I will communicate with them individually. If no other explanation emerges, I advocate erring on the side of caution." Yi Danxia cannot be spared. Ling Fei's visage remained etched with indignation. Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow, poised to defend Yi Danxia. But Feng Mingwei, the peak master of Bright Moon Peak, asserted, "I concur that we must exercise vigilance with those tainted by malevolent energy. As a possessor of a heavenly spirit root, her growth is inherently rapid. Should she wreak havoc upon the mortal realm in the future, we would bear the culpability." Indeed. Several other peak masters echoed in unison. After all, individuals tainted by malevolent energy were profoundly unsettling. Zhao Wuji's expression grew increasingly somber. He was certain that Yi Danxia was not tainted by any malevolent energy. This incident was likely orchestrated by Gu Jinghong. However, if he were to expose this, Gu Jinghong and Amp, Apos, S future would be irrevocably shattered. If he remained silent, Yi Danxia would be the one to suffer. Which of these two disciples should he safeguard, and which should he abandon? Zhao Wuji was torn. "Actually," Yunjin began, "I believe Danxia is definitely not tainted by any malevolent energy. She merely possesses a few minor flaws, such as being adopted by my Yun family yet lacking gratitude, or instigating senior brother Chen to spar with me. only to abandon him afterward, or subtly prompting senior brother Ruan to falsely accuse me. However, these are merely minor flaws, utterly unrelated to heinous wickedness. While Yunjin claimed to believe that Yi Danxia was not tainted by malevolent energy, her subsequent words meticulously enumerated Yi Danxia's transgressions. Yi Danxia's face paled further, and she struggled to continue kowtowing. She fixed a gaze of anguish upon Yunjin. Little Jean, we are sisters. Why would you do this to me? Yunjin adopted an innocent demeanor. What? Danxia, I'm speaking on your behalf. I mean, even if you've done so many things, at most you could be described as ungrateful, duplicitous, and harboring ulterior motives. To accuse you of being tainted by malevolent energy is absolutely unwarranted. Yunjin's words were like a series of blows. Yet she maintained an air of righteous indignation, as if genuinely advocating for Yi Danxia. Many could not help but chuckle. This Yunjin was rather intriguing. Yi Danxia was consumed by rage, trembling as she pointed at Yunjin before spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Danxia, what's wrong? Yunjin inquired with concern. You must take care of yourself. I'm still trying my best to speak on your behalf, so you mustn't give up on yourself. Yi Danxia's vomiting intensified. Sect leader, another peak master interjected. Since Yi Danxia's arrival, she has been involved in numerous incidents. A thorough investigation is indeed warranted. Previously, when Zhao Wuji had coerced Yunjin, these peak masters had not openly intervened, but they had all been observing from the shadows, even if they dared not speak out directly. Justice resided in the hearts of the people. Aside from the sect leaders' staunch loyalists, others harbored reservations to varying degrees. Now that Yunjin had openly revealed that Ruan Jun's actions had been instigated by Yi Danxia, and that the sect leaders' subsequent actions had stemmed from this, was not Yi Danxia the root cause of everything? Could this woman truly be tainted by malevolent energy? If so, the sect leader could not be allowed to shield her. The fate of the sect was at stake. Even if the sect leader and Apos, father from Azure Firmament Pavilion, were to intervene, he would not condone harboring an individual tainted by malevolent energy. Voices of dissent arose from all quarters. Zhao Wuji's countenance darkened. Linya, witnessing Zhao Wuji's discomfiture for the first time, remarked, Sect leader, she is your disciple. You must decide how to proceed. For the sake of caution, I personally recommend that her cultivation be abolished and she be imprisoned. Master, Yi Danxia cried out in anguish. Although her cultivation was not yet advanced, the abolition of her cultivation could inflict irreparable damage to her Dantian, ruining her life. This matter was clearly orchestrated by her second senior brother. How could she be made to bear the consequences? Gu Jinghong, observing Yi Danxia and Apos' plight, bit his lip. He had orchestrated the events, and by stepping forward, he could clarify the situation. However, this would inevitably result in a charge of harming a fellow disciple. His future would be irrevocably ruined. Gu Jinghong was embroiled in a fierce internal conflict. He harbored affection for his gentle junior sister and was willing to advocate for her to some extent. However, gambling away his entire future was a step he could not bring himself to take, no matter how desperate. Zhao Wuji glanced at Yi Danxia, then back at Gu Jinghong, before biting his lip resolutely. Jinghong, do you have anything to say regarding your junior sister and Apos' situation? Gu Jinghong and Apos' heart's sake. The master intended to compel him to confess. Between his junior sister and himself, the master had chosen to abandon him. He was at fault, he admitted. However, he had acted only because his junior sister had constantly lamented to him, subtly urging him to target Yunjin. Senior brother, Yi Danxia turned, her gaze fixed upon Gu Jinghong with anticipation. She could no longer maintain her facade of a gentle junior sister. Her sole desire was to escape this predicament. Gu Jinghong was the only one who could help her exonerate herself. As for the consequences that Gu Jinghong would face, she neither knew nor cared. She had not taken any action herself. Who could possibly know that Gu Jinghong would resort to such measures? Jinghong, Zhao Wuji's voice grew increasingly stern. Gu Jinghong's heart plummeted. He understood that he was about to be sacrificed. Chapter 26. Selfishness and Coldness. Senior brother, do you truly have nothing to say? Yi Danxia urged, her voice laced with urgency. She had a bright future ahead and could not afford to bear such a stain on her reputation. The actions of the second senior brother must be shouldered by him alone. Gu Jinghong pressed his lips together, gazing at Yi Danxia and Apos' woeful expression. And a twinge of compassion stirred within him. After all, she was still so young, frightened by this turmoil. He took a step forward, poised to speak. However, observing Gu Jinghong's silence, Yi Danxia, impatient and eager, interjected, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was the second senior brother who insisted on teaching Yunjin a lesson. I advised him against it, but he refused to listen. The events that transpired today must surely be a result of his machinations. I implore you, master, to see the truth. Gu Jinghong's mouth, which had been poised to open, fell shut. He stared at Yi Danxia, bewildered. Innocent, kind-hearted junior sister? Simple, soft, and adorable junior sister? In that moment, as he witnessed her fervent accusations, an unsettling chill coursed through him. He had intended to confess, yet her urgent revelations left him with an inexplicable feeling. Jinghong, is this true? Zhao Wujing turned his gaze upon Gu Jinghong. Gu Jinghong's lips trembled, and for a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. This is rather intriguing. Linya interjected with a sudden chuckle. So this situation was originally aimed at my little disciple? Had it not been for an unexpected turn of events, the one branded as malevolent would have indeed been my disciple? Master, is this the implication? A glint of cold light flickered in Linya and Appos' eyes. This incident had been narrowly avoided thanks to Xiao Jin and Appos' cleverness. What if she had not managed to evade it? She would likely have had no opportunity to defend herself and would have faced dire consequences. Zhao Wujing spoke in a measured tone. I too am unaware of the full circumstances. Jinghong, you must clarify. Gu Jinghong glanced at his solemn master and then at the pitiable Yi Danxia, ultimately exhaling a resigned breath. It was my doing. Upon my return, I learned that Yun Jin had upset my junior sister and caused the first senior brother to be confined. In a fit of anger, I acted rashly. What have you done to my spirit beasts? Ling Fei and Appos' gaze bore into Gu Jinghong, devoid of its former warmth. Once, he had cherished Gu Jinghong and Appos' talent and beast mastery, treating him almost as his own disciple. Yet now, the reality had dawned upon him. This person he had regarded as a disciple had manipulated him and the spirit beast of the Spirit Beast Pavilion to orchestrate this trap. Had it not been for Gu Jinghong and Appos' unexpected blunder, he might have been led astray, wrongly condemning an innocent woman. Ling Fei and Appos' heart brimmed with indignation. Gu Jinghong was acutely aware that, at this juncture, any bond he had with Ling Fei was irreparably shattered. He managed a bitter smile, confessing it was beast confusion powder. This morning, I volunteered to feed the spirit beasts, but I mixed the powder into the food meant for the lower-tier spirit beasts. I timed it so that they would go berserk during the entrance ceremony. And then, Ling Fei pressed, you must have had other means. Merely inciting the spirit beast would not suffice to frame anyone. Gu Jinghong, no longer concealing the truth, replied. I also sprinkled some beast confusion powder on the clothes of the true disciples. Those garments were meant for Yun Jin, but somehow, they ended up on my junior sister. The blame lies entirely with me. She is not a malevolent individual. Everything was my doing. Ling Fei's countenance darkened considerably as he gritted his teeth. Do you realize that beast confusion powder causes unavoidable harm to spirit beasts? Gu Jinghong fell silent. He had frequented the Spirit Beast Pavilion and was well aware of this fundamental truth. Ling Fei and Appos' disappointment in him was palpable. You knew this, yet you chose to harm the spirit beasts to frame another. I am uncertain how the sect will punish you, but Gu Jinghong, from this moment forth, you are forbidden from stepping foot into the Spirit Beast Pavilion again. Upon hearing Gu Jinghong's confession, Yi Danxia sighed in relief and quickly added, now everyone has heard. I am not a malevolent person. It was all the doing of my second senior brother. Her impatience bordered on glee. The gazes of those present shifted, their perceptions of her changing. While Gu Jinghong was indeed the instigator, his actions were born from a desire to vindicate her. Reflecting on the earlier chaos with the spirit beasts, Yi Danxia had stood firm, seemingly undeterred. It was clear to all that, even if she was unaware of the specifics of Gu Jinghong and Appos' actions, she had surmised enough. At that moment, she had believed Yun Jin to be at a disadvantage, and her expression had been one of delight. Would she have considered exposing Gu Jinghong then? Unlikely, now that the consequences had inadvertently fallen upon her. She showed no hesitation in casting him aside, as if eager to see him plummet into despair to save herself. Such a woman, selfish and chillingly cruel. Many harbored a newfound wariness towards Yi Danxia. Yun Jin observed this all with a slight curve of her lips. In her past life, Yi Danxia had been doted upon by her master and senior brothers, adored by others in the sect, who regarded her as a celestial being, adorned with a string of flattering descriptors. But in this life, the fade of Yi Danxia was being methodically dismantled. Would anyone still view her as a celestial being? As the beloved one? Such notions were futile. Perhaps Yi Danxia's delighted demeanor was too pronounced, for Zhao Wujing momentarily faltered, a wave of inexplicable emotion stirring in his heart. My little disciple. Yi Danxia sensed the shift and hastily clarified. I meant no offense. I simply do not condone the actions of my second senior brother and wish to help him amend his ways. However, he ultimately acted out of concern for me. Danxia humbly requests the master to be lenient in his punishment. With that, she bowed her head. Her reaction was swift, Yet her previous demeanor had already left a mark in the eyes of the observers. At this moment, not only the others, but even Gu Jinghong regarded her with indifference. Gu Jinghong spoke calmly. All of this is my fault. I beseech the master to dispense punishment. He knelt, his demeanor serene. Master, how shall we address this matter? Lin Yi scoffed. I fail to see what grave misdeeds my little disciple has committed. First Chen Hao, then Ruan Jun, and now Gu Jinghong. Must you all seek her demise? Fortunately, Xiao Jin has always been blessed, turning misfortune into fortune. Had this matter escalated, I believe everyone understands the potential consequences for her. Gu Jinghong's actions amount to attempted murder. How you choose to punish this, master, is for you to deliberate. Gu Jinghong knelt there, his expression despondent. Zhao Wujing and Appo's countenance grew increasingly conflicted. He opened his mouth, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Just then, Yun Jin and Appo's voice broke through. The one Gu Jinghong aimed to ensnare was me. I am the true victim. Might I be permitted to voice a few words regarding the punishment? Chapter 27. I prefer to remain low-key. Zhao Wuji and Appo's expression subtly shifted. Given Yun Jin and Appo's character, it was unlikely she would utter any kind words. He feared she might incite the crowd to demand Gu Jinghong's execution on the spot. Although Zhao Wuji had allowed Gu Jinghong to present his case, he cherished the second disciple he had painstakingly nurtured and never intended for him to meet such a dire fate. The reason he had chosen to let Gu Jinghong speak was that if Yudanxia were indeed confirmed as a sinister figure, her fate would be sealed. In contrast, Gu Jinghong and Appo's situation still bore some room for negotiation. Zhao Wuji was about to counter the arguments when Ling Fei, for the first time, took the initiative to defend a disciple. He stated directly, what this young lady says is quite valid. Since she is the victim, it is only natural for her to decide the punishment, not to mention that she merely wishes to express a few words. My little disciple has endured countless grievances since joining the sect. Why is it that now, we do not even allow her the opportunity to speak? Lin Yi coldly interjected. Let it be known that Xiao Jin was nearly framed to death. Zhao Wuji and Appo's expression fluctuated repeatedly. At that moment, he felt as if events were slipping entirely from his grasp. Previously, his greatest rival had been Lin Yi, a genius of the sword path. Despite the various elixirs provided by his father over the years, Zhao Wuji had always found himself overshadowed by Lin Yi. Even several esteemed elders had proclaimed that the next sect leader could only be Lin Yi. Zhao Wuji, who held himself in high regard, found it intolerable to be consistently outdone by Lin Yi. Thankfully, he eventually ascended to the position of the new sect leader, while Lin Yi became a mere shadow of his former self. Although Zhao Wuji had suffered his injuries for the sake of the sect, it was unreasonable for the sect to support a broken man in the position of peak master. He waited patiently, knowing that in merely 3 months, should he lose the grand sect competition, Lin Yi would entirely forfeit his peak master status. At that time, he would effortlessly reclaim the honor that had once been sullied by Lin Yi. Over the years, Zhao Wuji had covertly undermined Lin Yi, actions that many had witnessed. He was aware that some had taken it upon themselves to assist Lin Yi from the shadows. However, this was of little consequence. A mere Lin Yi was not worth the risk of open defiance from those individuals. He would bide his time, ensuring that Lin Yi would have no opportunity to rise again. Yet, ever since the arrival of this 5-element root disciple, it seemed that everything had changed. First, it was Chen Hao, then Ruan Jun, and now Gu Jinghong. Even Danxia's reputation lay in ruins, though no one had publicly accused him yet. Zhao Wuji understood that seeds of dissent were beginning to sprout. The discontent within the hearts of others toward him was likely growing. Even Ling Fei, who had always maintained a neutral stance, had unexpectedly spoken up for Yun Jin. If this continued, would Yun Jin not become a force to be reckoned with? Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. No, he would not allow her to rise. The 5-element root cultivates at a slow pace, despite Yun Jin's cleverness. She would ultimately remain powerless in the face of absolute strength. In 3 months, Junair would personally see to her demise. Master, do not wear such a grim visage. Perhaps you should first hear what I have to say, Yun Jin languidly remarked. She was unwilling to see Gu Jinghong perish. Xiao Jin, speak your mind, Lin Yi urged. Yun Jin chuckled. While my time in the sect has been brief, I believe everyone has come to know me quite well. The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed. We know you well. You are the embodiment of the vengeful and pretentious. Yun Jin continued. I am a person of modesty, characterized by kindness and grace, and above all, I possess remarkable beauty. The crowd was taken aback, wondering what she was saying. Listen to yourself. The sounds of increasing emotional values chimed around. 50, 10, 30. Yun Jin beamed even brighter. As a person of virtue, I prefer to repay grievances with kindness. Since I have not suffered any harm, I believe Gu Shixiang should not face the death penalty. Jin's words astonished not only Zhao Wuji and Yi Danxia, but even Lin Ye. In the next moment, clarity dawned upon him. He realized that his young disciple must be harboring some ulterior motive. Could it be that she truly intends to repay kindness for malice? Gu Jinghong looked at Jin, bewildered. He had nearly caused her death, yet this woman was seeking to save him? Was this genuine? Zhao Wuji's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he inquired, "Oh? Are you suggesting?" Jin smiled sweetly. Death extinguishes life like a snuffed candle, and cannot adequately atone for wrongdoings. Only by living can one have the opportunity for restitution, correct? Indeed, indeed. Zhao Wuji nodded vigorously. I did not expect you to be so understanding. However, while the death penalty may be avoided, the consequences of living are inescapable. Jin gestured towards Gu Jinghong. I have but one request. Let him serve me as a servant for 3 months. I promise not to take his life. Beyond that, he must accept any punishment without resistance. Jin vividly recalled the torment Gu Jinghong had inflicted upon her in her past life. Now that he had fallen into her hands, it was time to repay him bit by bit. 3 months of servitude, and he must accept punishment. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted. This demand was undeniably humiliating for Gu Jinghong. Jin raised an eyebrow. This is my only condition. Otherwise, the accusations of me being a sinister figure, an attempt on my life, will loom large. According to sect rules, this is undoubtedly a capital offense. If you insist on shielding him, I am prepared to exhaust my connections to summon the Sword Elder and will not relent. Jin and Appo's mention of the Sword Elder only deepened Zhao Wuji and Appo's discontent. He felt frustrated, unable to do anything to counter Jin, the victim. Ultimately, it was Gu Jinghong's own recklessness that had led to this predicament. Now, Zhao Wuji found himself displeased with the disciple who had put him in such a difficult position. He turned to Gu Jinghong. Jinghong, what is your perspective on this matter? Gu Jinghong clenched his teeth, weighing death against the loss of dignity. After a lengthy pause, he straightened his posture, then suddenly hunched over. I am willing to serve Jin for 3 months. Zhao Wuji had anticipated this response. He glanced at the others. Jin is the victim, and she has proposed this request, which Jinghong has accepted. Does this resolution seem fair? Since it was Jin's demand, there was little room for objection. Lin Ye chose not to voice his opinion either. Zhao Wuji finally huffed. So be it. Wait, Jin interjected. What more do you have to say? Zhao Wuji asked irritably. It is too late to backtrack now. Backtrack? Why would I do that? Jin cackled mischievously. The thought of the proud Gu Shixiang becoming a dog on my leash brings me immense satisfaction. A dog on a leash. The crowd turned to look at Gu Jinghong, whose face had turned a ghastly shade. A sudden thought crossed their minds, given Jin and Appo's propensity for vengeance. He might be better off dead. However, Jin swiftly added, but my current cultivation is insufficient. How can I ensure that this esteemed Gu Shixiang will obediently follow my commands? I intend to establish a master-servant contract for 3 months. I shall be the master, and he the servant. Chapter 28. The Inappropriate Token Ahem. Lin Ye cleared his throat twice. It is rare for Xiao Jin to think so thoroughly. Given the disparity in their strengths, it is indeed prudent to establish a contract. Since it has come to this, Zhao Wuji could not be bothered to say much more and directly agreed. After the ceremony concludes, I will personally facilitate the contract for the two of you. Is that acceptable? Very well, very well. The esteemed sect master is indeed noble. Jin replied cheerfully. Ling Fei glanced at Jin and suddenly smiled, saying, You are called Jin, are you not? Today, I was manipulated and nearly caused you to suffer unjustly. After the ceremony, you may come to the Spirit Beast Pavilion to find me. You may choose any spirit beast there that you can contract. Ling Fei made a direct promise. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd turned green with envy. It is known that all spirit beasts of the Tianqing sect reside within the Spirit Beast Pavilion, and their number is significantly less than that of the disciples. Usually, Ling Fei treasures these spirit beasts greatly, and disciples must undergo rigorous assessments to contract one, leaving only a handful in the Tianqing sect who have succeeded. Yet now, he was offering to gift Jin one, with the freedom to choose. This was an unparalleled boon. After speaking, Ling Fei did not bother to observe the expressions of the crowd and returned to the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Immediately, a wave of envious and jealous gazes fell upon Jin. Feeling somewhat bashful, Jin responded, Please, do not look at me like that. I simply cannot help being so likable. It is a characteristic I cannot change. Emotional value 60. Emotional value 30. Emotional value 500. Emotional value 500? Jin's eye sparkled. The current simplified system is a basic one. Before the system upgrades, the fixed emotional value stands at 500. Who is so kind-hearted, knowing she is in need of emotional value, to present such a generous gift? Jin quickly pinpointed the source. She gazed gently at the envious Yi Danxiao and softly said, Danxiao, you have suffered today as well. You must not worry. This situation was not your doing. So why should you bear such a heavy loss? It is quite unfair. Yun Jin spoke with utmost sincerity, leaving Yi Danxiao momentarily stunned. Rest assured. Yun Jin patted her chest and promised, once I meet with Senior Ling Fei and contract a spirit beast, I will surely. Surely what? Hope flickered in Yi Danxiao's eyes. Could it be that Yun Jin intends to intercede on her behalf and persuade Senior Ling to grant her a spirit beast too? Then perhaps the suffering she endured today would not be in vain. However, if Yun Jin believed that such actions would appease her, she was mistaken. Yi Danxiao had meticulously recorded all the grievances she harbored, and in due time, she would exact her revenge. As Yi Danxiao simmered with resentment, she heard Yun Jin declare, I will definitely bring my spirit beast to showcase in front of you. To demonstrate. We are good sisters. As you watch me grow increasingly splendid, you will surely feel happy for me. By then, your pain may even dissipate. Yun Jin spoke with enthusiasm. Yi Danxiao felt a sudden urge to spit blood. Is this how one ought to converse? What troubles you, Danxiao? Why does your complexion appear so poor? Are you not happy for me? Yun Jin feigned concern. Yi Danxiao gritted her teeth. Happy? Oh, I am quite happy for you. Then I am relieved. I was worried you might envy me. From now on, I shall visit you daily with my spirit beast, Yun Jin declared. Indeed, one cannot avoid this. Just moments ago, Yi Danxiao had intermittently provided her with 500 emotional value. If she continued to engage with Yi Danxiao daily, her emotional value would surely stabilize. This transaction is most advantageous. Zhao Wuji observed Yi Danxiao, who was visibly distressed and trembling with anger, and felt a twinge of sympathy. He procured a healing elixir and had it handed to Yi Danxiao. She cast a grateful glance at Zhao Wuji before hastily consuming it. This elixir required no particular refinement and began to take effect gradually, bringing her immediate relief. Yi Danxiao managed to regain her footing. Zhao Wuji then announced, some disturbances occurred earlier, disrupting the entrance ceremony. Now that the matter is resolved, we shall continue. The next step is to present the disciple tokens and a set of basic spirit tools. The same disciple who previously approached returned, bearing a tray once more. On the tray lay 2 tokens inscribed with the words Tianqing Sect, along with 2 identical storage bags that likely contained basic spirit tools. Zhao Wuji stated, this token symbolizes your identity as a disciple. The white token represents the lowest rank, the Qi refinement stage. This token allows you to receive corresponding sect resources from the Elder Hall each month. Should your cultivation improve, remember to report to the Elder Hall in a timely manner. If you advance to the Foundation Establishment stage, your token will be exchanged for a green Foundation Establishment Disciple token, entitling you to greater rewards. Now, you too may collect your tokens and spirit tools. As Zhao Wuji and Apos, words fell, he instinctively glanced at Yun Jin, feeling a twinge of PTSD. Fearful she might once again call out, wait a moment. This time, however, Yun Jin seemed silent. Could he finally relax for a brief moment? Yun Jin looked at Zhao Wuji, revealing an apologetic expression. She truly was not one to stir up trouble. She genuinely was not. Yet this time, Yun Jin declared solemnly, wait a moment. Zhao Wuji stared at her vacantly, feeling both surprised and somewhat unsurprised. It was indeed the case. This token. I cannot accept it, Yun Jin stated. Why not? Zhao Wuji frowned. He was beginning to feel anger rising. This token is undoubtedly without issue. Could Yun Jin truly be making a fuss over this? This token is indeed unsuitable for my junior sister, Yu Zhao interjected. This color does not suit her at all. Si-Wan Ning smiled radiantly. Yu Song Nian. Likewise. Sect Master, perhaps it would be best to exchange it for a different token for Xiao Jin. Lin Ya's face was alight with delight. He had deliberately refrained from speaking earlier, having helped Yun Jin conceal her cultivation level, waiting for this very moment. What is your Tianjian peak attempting to do? Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes. The color of the disciple token is explicitly stated in the sect regulations. Are you now challenging the sect rules? My second disciple indeed erred, but has he not already faced punishment? Do you believe you can continue to hold this over me? Or even attempt to alter the sect rules? Zhao Wuji spoke loudly. The eyes of several peak masters subtly shifted. It seemed that Tianjin Peak had indeed overstepped its bounds. A matter must be dealt with accordingly. Attempting to intervene in the sect regulations was an overreach. Sect Master, your imagination is quite vivid. Lin Ya sighed, though a smile lingered in his eyes. What I mean is, Xiao Jin is not suited for a white token. She deserves a green token. The green token is reserved for disciples of the Foundation Establishment stage. She is merely a newcomer. Zhao Wuji was in the midst of reprimanding when suddenly his expression changed drastically, and immense spiritual energy surged toward Yun Jin for inspection. Yun Jin remained steadfast, allowing him to probe. In truth, It was not only the sect master's presence that was investigating her at this moment. Go ahead, search away. If anything, Yunjin was eager for this. She had been waiting for this moment to shine before everyone. Chapter 29. The library millennium merely made some superficial concealments, without careful investigation. One might not sense anything amiss. However, upon closer examination, Zhao Wuji, with his profound cultivation, immediately grasped the situation. His countenance shifted dramatically, akin to a vibrant dye shop. In just a few days, this Yunjin had remarkably entered the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, her cultivation was exceptionally stable. Devoid of any superficiality one might expect from hastily consumed elixirs. How had she, possessing a 5-element root, achieved this? While the same duration of training saw Yi Danxiao reach the second layer of qi refinement, attributed to her innate talent of a heavenly spiritual root, Yunjin had leaped a minor realm entirely, making a significant breakthrough. Was this even appropriate? Master, this token is indeed not suitable for me, Yunjin remarked with a smile. Many onlookers observed the shift in her demeanor, their expressions changing as well. Anyone with a cultivation level surpassing Yunjin's could discern the truth upon closer scrutiny. A prodigy entering the foundation establishment stage in less than 10 days, how could they remain calm? The degree of their unease was evident in Yunjin and Appo's delight. Yi Danxia, still inexperienced, was oblivious to the underlying circumstances but sensed the altered expressions around her. Anxiety crept into her heart. What had transpired? She harbored a vague suspicion but refused to accept it. As a proud possessor of a heavenly spiritual root, how could she possibly fall so far behind Yunjin? Even if she had secretly consumed some precious herbs? Absolutely impossible. Xiao Jin, you should refrain from being so reckless. Yi Danxia fixed her gaze on Yunjin, convinced that her friend was merely puffing herself up, not genuinely at the foundation establishment stage. Yunjin blinked, and in the next moment, she unleashed her full cultivation power, emanating the energy of the foundation establishment stage. Yi Danxia, closest to her, was momentarily stunned and stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Yi Danxia gazed at Yunjin in disbelief, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure. Danxia, I apologize. I lost control for a moment. Did I frighten you? Yunjin gently helped her up. I'm sorry, I've just entered the foundation establishment stage and am still mastering my strength. If you're unhappy, when you reach the foundation establishment stage, you can intimidate me in return. Yunjin and Appo's playful demeanor was almost infuriating. The members of Tianqing sect had grown accustomed to her eccentric style and now regarded Yi Danxia with a tinge of sympathy. Having such a friend was undoubtedly a boon for Yi Danxia. Yi Danxia, her lips quivering in anger, looked helplessly toward Zhao Wuji. His expression was no better. He coldly stated, Yunjin is indeed at the foundation establishment stage. With this declaration, the matter was settled. The gazes of the crowd transformed instantly. Less than 10 days. Foundation establishment. Extraordinary. Yunjin looked gratefully at Zhao Wuji, thinking to herself how kind he was. With his announcement, her emotional state surged. She had previously sunk to the lowest point, but now, she was once again a wealthy woman. Since the master has confirmed this today, let us exchange the tokens. Linda remarked, somewhat gleefully. Zhao Wuji, with a grim expression, instructed someone to retrieve the new token. Once the green token arrived, Yunjin did not hesitate. The ceremony was completed smoothly. This should have been a routine matter, yet Zhao Wuji felt an inexplicable sense of relief, akin to having successfully weathered a tribulation. Even a true tribulation would likely not have tested his patience as much as this day had. Soon, other disciples received their tokens and spiritual tools according to their ranks. Zhao Wuji spoke in a measured tone. Disciples at the Qi refinement stage have one free opportunity to select a yellow grade scripture. Disciples at the foundation establishment stage have one free chance to choose a yellow grade technique and a yellow grade scripture. I shall now lead you to the library. Please cherish this free opportunity. If you wish to learn scripture again, you will need to exchange it for sect points, which can only be obtained by completing sect tasks that are not suitable for new disciples. Yunjin's eyes sparkled at the mention of free exchange opportunities. Oh, free exchange? If you have any questions, you may ask now. Zhao Wuji paused before reluctantly adding. This was a standard procedure each year, but this time, he truly wished to avoid it, especially with a certain unpredictable Yunjin present. As expected, no sooner had he finished speaking than Yunjin eagerly interjected, Master, I have a question. Zhao Wuji sighed, speak. This time, Yunjin was serious. Master, I wish to know if, now that I am at the foundation establishment stage, I should also be eligible to claim the free scriptures for the Qi refinement stage? After a moment of silence, Zhao Wuji replied, yes. You have one opportunity to select a yellow grade technique and 2 opportunities to select yellow grade scriptures. Yunjin further inquired, if I do not require the yellow grade technique, May I exchange it for 3 opportunities to select yellow-grade scriptures instead? Her profound art had already advanced to the foundation establishment stage, rendering other techniques unnecessary. Before Zhao Wuji could respond, Linya interjected, the profound art can only be used in the Qi refinement stage. Once at the foundation establishment stage, you must switch to a technique. I believe the profound art is quite suitable, Yunjin replied earnestly. After all, it accommodates all attributes. And I happen to possess a 5-element root. However, before Linya could retort, Zhao Wuji smiled. Linya, your disciple is quite opinionated. In my view, allow her to proceed. Yunjin, I grant you permission. You may select 3 yellow-grade scriptures. Zhao Wuji felt a sense of relief. No technique changes? Excellent. He was eager to see how far a 5-element root with the weakest technique could progress. Thank you, Master. Yunjin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. She intended to select sword technique scriptures, quickly fulfilling the prerequisites for the Qinglian Sword Technique. Zhao Wuji had truly aided her significantly. With a faint smile, Zhao Wuji announced, the remaining disciples may disperse. New disciples, follow me. I will take you to the library to select scriptures. The crowd complied. A few, such as Yu Zhao, cast worried glances at Yunjin but had no choice but to depart. This trip to the library would only involve Zhao Wuji, the 10 peak masters, and these 15 new disciples. Chapter 30 today. I am the epitome of maturity and composure. After traversing a significant portion of the Tianqing sect, the group finally arrived at a building. This structure, a 3-story wooden edifice, appeared somewhat dilapidated from the outside. The golden sunlight bathed the entire building, evoking a profound sense of time's passage. Yunjin gazed upward, where the words Library Pavilion shimmered brilliantly at the pinnacle of the structure. This library housed the entire collection of texts belonging to the Tianqing sect, forming the very foundation of the sect, of utmost importance. In stark contrast to this significance was the guardian of the library, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, appearing quite frail. He casually pulled up a chair and reclined there, eyes closed in a leisurely manner, exuding an aura devoid of any threat. However, despite his apparent tranquility, none among the gathered leaders dared to move. Linya, fearing Yunjin might act impulsively, shot her a warning glance. Yunjin, what does that mean? She is not someone prone to madness at every turn. Her master's gaze was truly disheartening. Old Ming is resting and awaits us, Zhao Wuji stated. The others, too, dared not speak, maintaining their silence in obedient anticipation. The sun blazed down, and these newly initiated disciples bore little distinction from ordinary mortals. After standing for 1 or 2 hours, beads of sweat began to cascade down their brows. Yidanxia struggled to maintain her stance, casting a glance at Yunjin, hoping she might take the lead. Yunjin remained unperturbed. What a jest! As a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage, could she really fear standing a little longer? Moreover, the guardian of the library, Old Ming, was no ordinary figure. She relished her sanity and had no desire to provoke him unnecessarily. She had heard that Old Ming favored composed disciples. Today, she would embody that steadiness. No one would dare compete with her. After all, she looked forward to the texts housed within the library. Noticing Yunjin's calm demeanor, Yi Danxia persevered for a while longer. She had consumed healing elixirs earlier, but recovery took time. At this moment, she felt pain radiating throughout her body, making it nearly unbearable. Considering her master and amp, Appo's fondness for her, she thought it wouldn't hurt to inquire. She approached Zhao Wuji and whispered, Master, how much longer does Old Ming intend to sleep? If he doesn't awaken, must we continue to wait? Zhao Wuji glanced at Yidanxia, his brow furrowing slightly. Has it been so little time that you cannot endure? A hint of disappointment flickered in his expression. Yidanxia's heart trembled. She had merely asked casually and had not insisted on waking Old Ming. Why did her master's countenance appear so grim? Continue waiting, Zhao Wuji reprimanded. Yidanxia, feeling aggrieved, dared not speak further and could only retreat obediently. Just then, Old Ming stretched lazily and slowly opened his eyes. Although he appeared quite aged, upon opening his eyes, they sparkled with an astonishing brightness. It was now past noon, and they had stood in punishment for a full 3 hours. Many disciples' legs trembled uncontrollably, sustained only by sheer willpower. Upon seeing Old Ming finally awaken, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Old Ming, Zhao Wuji respectfully clasped his hands. These are the new disciples. Among them, my student Yi Danxia possesses a rare celestial root born once in a century. Although the others display average aptitude, they are diligent. Zhao Wuji specifically highlighted Yi Danxia's name. And while she was unaware of Old Ming's esteemed status, she understood that he must be of high standing. Otherwise, how could her master, the sect leader, willingly bow in greeting? Yi Danxia stepped forward, speaking respectfully. I am disciple Yi Danxia. However, Old Ming merely cast a cursory glance her way. his gaze intrigued by Yunjin. This girl possesses some interest. Despite being merely a 5-element root, she has already reached the foundation establishment stage. Did you attain this cultivation upon entering? Old Ming inquired of Yunjin. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted. Linya and Amp, Appo's face lit up with excitement as he desperately signaled Yunjin. Yunjin was no fool. She stepped forward and respectfully replied, "When I entered, I had no cultivation. However, it seems that the sect and Amp, Appo's profound techniques resonate harmoniously with my 5-element root, allowing for rapid progress in my training." Old Ming and Amp, Appo's interest was piqued. Oh, profound techniques? If I recall correctly, this attribute-less technique is typically employed to guide new disciples due to its simplicity. Yet its greatest flaw is the balanced absorption of 5 types of spiritual energy, resulting in inefficiency. But for a disciple with a 5-element root, this technique is indeed suitable. Yunjin responded respectfully. Indeed, while it may be a low-tier yellow technique, it is possible that it is inherently attuned to my disposition. She feigned nonchalance as she continued. For instance, during this occasion, I broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Inexplicably, I sensed that the profound technique has been refined to that stage. The profound technique has been refined to the foundation establishment stage? Linya was utterly astonished. How could he have been unaware of this? Zhao Wuji's expression darkened instantly, and he looked at Old Ming and Amp, Appo's astonished face, unable to suppress his reprimand. Refining techniques is not something an inexperienced disciple like you should undertake. Yunjin, cease your nonsense. Yunjin remained unfazed and composed. I too wonder if that inexplicable sensation holds any truth. Therefore, may I ask Old Ming to assist in verifying this new profound technique? To see if there are any issues. Old Ming and Appo's gaze flickered with interest. Come forth, with the varying expressions of her peers upon her. Yunjin strode with a mature and poised demeanor to Old Ming's side. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Old Ming's eyes, setting aside the reliability of her technique. Merely her composed demeanor was enough to endear her to him. It reminded him of Lin Ya's eldest disciple, Yu Zhao. That child too was quite endearing. Old Ming waved his hand, establishing a soundproof barrier, then regarded Yunjin kindly. Child, do you know Yu Zhao? Yunjin replied respectfully. He is my senior brother. Old Ming's eyes brightened instantly. Ah, so you are fellow disciples. No wonder both of you exhibit such maturity. Remember, maintain this humble and unassuming character. It will serve you well in the cultivation world. Do not be like some who, upon achieving minor success, boast indiscriminately. I will heed your counsel. And I shall never engage in such ostentation. Yunjin continued with utmost respect. Old Ming was satisfied. The Tianqing sect needed disciples like her. Now, please share the insights you have gleaned from the profound technique, Old Ming requested. He did not truly believe Yunjin could refine the technique to the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps she merely had a flicker of inspiration. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. He greatly admired this composed child and would gladly assist her in refining her understanding. Chapter 31. The Art of Cultivation. Yunjin respectfully bowed before Elder Ming and began to recite the foundational techniques he had derived from the system. Onlookers outside were left speechless, although they couldn't and Appo's hear the specifics. The theatrical demeanor of Yunjin and the approving gaze of Elder Ming were infuriating. Zhao Wuji's face darkened further. He understood Elder Ming's character well enough to know that a reckless individual like Yunjin would not impress him. In contrast, Danxia, with her sweet and obedient nature, seemed to fit the mold of Elder Ming and Appo's ideal disciple. Yet, unexpectedly, Yunjin mirrored her senior brother, excelling in the art of pretense rather than genuine talent. Zhao Wuji felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and reveal to Elder Ming the truth about Yunjin. But he knew that given Elder Ming and Appo's disposition, such claims would only make him appear petty. Thus, he gritted his teeth and endured, waiting for the moment Yunjin and Appo's facade would falter. She audaciously claimed to have devised foundational techniques, a boast Elder Ming detested. Surely, he would soon see through her charade. As Yunjin methodically recited her verses, Elder Ming and Appo's initial nonchalance shifted to intrigue. At first, it appeared she was competent, perhaps even gifted. However, as he listened further, he was struck by the brilliance of her insights, leading him to exclaim in delight at her unexpected ingenuity. He straightened, fully engrossed, unwilling to miss a single detail. The onlookers grew increasingly anxious. What had Yunjin said to elicit such a profound response from Elder Ming? Could it be that she truly had crafted foundational techniques? This seemed impossible. Soon, Yunjin concluded her recitation and stepped back with an expression of utmost respect, her eyes brimming with trust and anticipation. Elder Ming, I have only managed to derive this much. Surely, there are numerous flaws, and I humbly seek your guidance. Elder Ming's smile broadened. Not only was this disciple exceptionally talented, but her humility was commendable as well. Since you have expressed such sincerity, I shall point out a few areas for improvement. Your technique is indeed filled with creative insights, yet there are fundamental errors that stem from a lack of rigor in your foundations. I encourage you to visit often so I may guide you further in your cultivation. Yunjin and Apos' excitement was palpable. Thank you, Elder Ming. The supposed flaws were, in fact, intentional missteps on her part. Fellow disciples, take note. When addressing a superior, allowing them to identify even minor errors fosters their sense of accomplishment. By showcasing her abilities while leaving room for critique, she mastered the art of professional decorum. Elder Ming meticulously addressed her foundational issues, his admiration for her growing. Had she not been claimed by Linya, he would have eagerly taken her under his wing. After a lengthy discussion, Elder Ming, feeling parched, gratefully accepted a cup of tea that Yunjin had prepared in advance. His satisfaction deepened. What a considerate young woman. Little Jean, he began to address her more fondly. Your talent in crafting techniques is unparalleled. I possess some insights in this area as well. If you do not mind, I would be delighted to mentor you further. Yunjin, overwhelmed with emotion, replied, Elder Ming, your kindness touches me deeply. Elder Ming felt a swell of affection for her, struck by how his words could evoke such a response. Meanwhile, the onlookers were in a state of confusion. Why was Yunjin suddenly crying? It seemed unlikely she had been reprimanded, given Elder Ming's gentle demeanor. Zhao Wuji could no longer contain his curiosity and glanced at Linya, who merely rolled his eyes in response. Do I appear to be in the know? He retorted. Zhao Wuji remained unconvinced, suspecting that Linya had orchestrated this to mock him during the commencement ceremony. Could a master truly be unaware of his disciples' accomplishments? He mused, realizing he had underestimated Linya's cunning all these years. With the other disciples awaiting their turn, Elder Ming instructed, Today, do not linger. When seeking texts, you need not ascend the stairs. Simply wait by my side, and I shall procure what you desire. I seek several manuals on sword techniques, Yunjin said eagerly. Elder Ming nodded, unperturbed, recognizing Linya and Apos' prowess in swordsmanship. Very well, I shall personally find you some excellent ones. Thank you, Elder Ming, Yunjin continued. Though the foundational techniques are my own derivation, they ultimately stem from the sect's teachings. I wish to share this technique in the library for the benefit of my fellow disciples. You dear child, Elder Ming expressed, touched by her selflessness. Although this technique is tailored for those with 5 elemental roots and requires exceptional comprehension, that does not diminish its value. Should you choose to place it in the library, I shall ensure you are compensated with 1,000 merit points. 1,000 merit points. Yunjin beamed with delight. This was a fortuitous turn of events. However, she feigned modesty. Oh, what a dilemma. This technique owes much to your enhancements, Elder Ming. Not at all, he replied, his smile widening. Simply visit me often, and we shall enjoy our time together. I shall come daily. Do not find me bothersome. Yunjin professed with starry-eyed admiration, which delighted Elder Ming exceedingly. As the silence enveloped them, Yunjin stood obediently by Elder Ming, embodying the essence of a triumphant disciple. Elder, regarding my techniques, Linya inquired nervously. Elder Ming chuckled. Linya, you've acquired yet another remarkable disciple. Yunjin's techniques have reached an advanced stage. I have recorded them for future disciples with 5 elemental roots to cultivate. Thanks to Elder Ming for refining them, Yunjin said respectfully. I merely highlighted foundational matters. The majority is your own creation. Who does not recognize the significance of a solid foundation? Elder Ming modestly asserted. Your kindness shall forever be etched in my heart. Yunjin expressed with deep gratitude. Your words are overly generous, Elder Ming beamed, his smile brightening further. The crowd watched in disbelief. Must she continue this charade? Those familiar with Yunjin's true nature found it bewildering to witness such a transformation. Chapter 32. You, my dear girl, are simply too honest. Yudanxia clenched her teeth tightly, her eyes brimming with resentment. Once again, Yunjin had outshone her. This time, an intense premonition gripped her. Had it not been for Yunjin, she would have been the one favored by Elder Ming today, the one nurtured like a disciple. She could almost vividly envision such a scene in her mind. Yet, all of it had been shattered. Elder Ming had overlooked her, instead placing his esteem upon Yunjin. Yudanxia could not comprehend it. As a girl blessed with a heavenly root, how could she possibly fall short of this Yunjin? After all, she was merely a 5-element root. Observing Yunjin's coy demeanor, Yudanxia could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward with a smile and said, Little Jean, congratulations on gaining Elder Ming's favor. Yunjin glanced at her and replied calmly, Elder Ming always holds a special appreciation for diligent disciples. Yudanxia smiled sweetly, Little Jean, I am truly happy for you. After all, with your 5-element root, I had always worried that your cultivation, reliant on those heavenly materials, would eventually stagnate. Now, With Elder Ming's guidance, perhaps in a century, you too may ascend to the Golden Core stage. The expressions of those present became subtly charged. Both Yi Danxiao and Yun Jin were adept at veiled insults, and everyone was already aware of their unspoken rivalry. Yet, it seemed that Yi Danxiao always initiated these exchanges, only to find herself bested by Yun Jin. Now, everyone awaited Yun Jin's rebuttal. However, Yun Jin merely wore an expression that hinted at unsaid words, ultimately letting out a sigh, and softly stated, "Danxia, you possess a heavenly root. Your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine. I understand that my early entry into the foundation establishment stage may have caused you some discontent, but with my talent, I dare not aspire to the Golden Core stage. You will soon outstrip me." The crowd was taken aback. Yun Jin's humility was entirely out of character. Yi Danxia's expression flickered, misinterpreting Yun Jin's words as a sign of submission, and felt a surge of joy. Yet, Elder Ming let out a cold snort, casting a disapproving glance at Yi Danxia. He turned his attention to Zhao Wujie. "Is this how you guide your disciples? Completely ignorant of the basics? In the realm of cultivation, with an abundance of heavenly materials and various elixirs, if progression were so simple, wouldn't the offspring of great powers easily ascend? The elevation of one's realm is primarily about the spiritual level. The true challenge lies within the soul's realm. Without the corresponding soul level, no amount of heavenly materials will suffice. I have examined Yun Jin and Apos as cultivation. Though she has just entered the foundation establishment stage, her cultivation is remarkably stable, devoid of any superficiality. Her soul level has likely surpassed the early foundation establishment stage, possibly even entering the mid or late stages. Only with such mastery can she manipulate spiritual energy with such finesse. But your disciple," Elder Ming spoke without restraint, "her talent may indeed be commendable, but her temperament is volatile, riddled with jealousy. Even if she cultivates rapidly, without a matching soul realm, what use is it? Zhao Wujie, you have once again chosen poorly. Your little disciple is unlikely to stand in the spotlight." Elder Ming and Apos' words pierced through Yi Danxia and Apos' heart like daggers, rendering her face pale. It was merely a casual remark. She had not inflicted any real harm upon Yun Jin. Did Elder Ming truly have to treat her this way for Yun Jin and Apos' sake? Feeling somewhat wronged, Yi Danxia glanced at Zhao Wujie, only to find his expression equally grim. He dared not refute, but softly remarked, "I will properly guide my disciple." Elder Ming's words were directed at Yi Danxia, yet they also served as a slap to Zhao Wujie's face. He was reluctant to continue this topic, harboring a vague suspicion. Could it be that Yi Danxia, despite her heavenly root, would not reach the pinnacle? As Yi Danxia sensed Zhao Wujie's disregard, a flicker of panic surged within her. What was happening? Was her master abandoning her as well? No. Impossible. She was a heavenly root, a rare genius destined for a brilliant future. That mere Yun Jin could only revel in her temporary glory. Her future was bound to leave Yun Jin behind. Surely, her master understood this. Taking a deep breath, Yi Danxia forced herself to regain composure. She reassured herself that Elder Ming was simply blind. She was destined to ascend the path and soar to new heights. When that time came, Elder Ming would be nothing more than an ant in her eyes. Zhao Wujie softened his stance, prompting Elder Ming to coldly respond, "Very well. I have placed restrictions on the other areas of the library. New disciples may only select texts from the yellow rank section. The time allotted for selecting texts is limited to the duration of a single incense stick." As Elder Ming finished speaking, he lit an incense stick leisurely. The doors of the library slowly opened, and the new disciples, hesitant no longer, rushed inside. Yun Jin remained still, dutifully by Elder Ming's side. He cast a glance at her, saying, "You, my dear girl, are simply too honest. Had it not been for my intervention just now, you would have been oblivious to the mockery directed at you." Yun Jin, feeling somewhat aggrieved, responded, "Elder Ming, Danxia is my best friend. She would never mock me. Surely, you must be mistaken." Elder Ming and Apos' disappointment deepened. "How can you be so naive? Remember, keep your distance from such and Apos, friend and Apos, in the future." Yun Jin nodded, feeling wronged. Zhao Wujie, Linya, the crowd. Is this for real? Yun Jin, the one to suffer? She would be lucky if she didn't and Apos. Go mad. Is it acceptable for me to speak about your disciple in this manner? Elder Ming glanced at Zhao Wujie. What could Zhao Wujie say? He could only force a smile and shake his head. In the world of cultivation, character is of utmost importance. Only those grounded, like Yun Jin, could reach the end of the path. Otherwise, what is the worth of exceptional talent? Elder Ming, still unsatisfied, continued to lecture Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie could only bow his head and endure the reprimand. Each time Elder Ming became slightly parched from his tirade, Yun Jin would conveniently offer him a cup of tea, allowing him to wet his throat and continue his chastisement. After a stick of incense, the new disciples selected their texts, and Elder Ming turned to Zhao Wujie for yet another lecture, which lasted the duration of another incense stick. As the time approached, Elder Ming extended his hand, summoning all the yellow rank sword technique texts before him. You may choose 3 texts, correct? Here are the yellow rank sword technique texts of the entire sect, totaling 15. Feel free to select as you wish. Elder Ming gazed kindly at Yunjin. Zhao Wujie and Appos, S lips trembled. He longed to protest, but fearing further reprimand, he opted to ignore it. Internally, he simmered with fury. Figures like Elder Ming and Sword Elder held high status yet rarely intervened in matters. In the Tianqing sect, he was the sole authority. However, since Yunjin and Appos' arrival, it seemed as though these old-timers had all been swayed by her charm. If they truly intended to protect Yunjin and Tianjin Peak, he would find it increasingly difficult to act. All these changes stemmed from this Yunjin. To resolve this situation, there was but one way. 3 months hence, he would orchestrate her demise at the hands of Wan Jun. Only then could everything return to its rightful course. For these 3 months, he would refrain from action and allow her to revel in her fleeting triumph. Chapter 33. The Establishment of the Master-Servant Contract. Master Ming. I have selected these 3 books. Yunjin, obedient and clever, had already chosen 3 manuals. Master Ming cast a brief glance at them, noticing that they were 3 entirely distinct swordsmanship techniques. He could not help but remark, "Little Jean, as you are just beginning your journey into the sword arts, it would be prudent to select manuals of similar styles to facilitate a comprehensive understanding." Zhao Wujie and Appos' gaze shifted slightly, and he looked at Yunjin with a hint of anticipation. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Don't you revel in showcasing your brilliance? Now, boldly declare to Master Ming that you are a rare genius in the art of the sword, and that any manual is merely child and Appos' play for you. Go ahead. Say it. However, he was met with Yunjin's humble voice. Master Ming, I believe that by exploring manuals of varying styles, I can broaden my horizons. I have long harbored a dream of creating my own manuals, much like you, Master Ming. Only when I achieve that will I feel my life has been worthwhile. Zhao Wujie was instantly filled with despair. Yunjin was deliberately stroking Master Ming's ego. After years of safeguarding the library, Master Ming had perused every manual therein, and in recent years had even begun to create his own. He had reached the pinnacle of achievement by crafting manuals of the profound level. Now, with Yunjin's declaration, it seemed he might just accept this audacious individual as his successor. Ah, I see. Master Ming chuckled warmly. It is commendable for the youth to possess such aspirations. Study diligently, and should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to consult me. I shall certainly impose upon you, Master, Yunjin replied respectfully. As the others gradually selected their manuals, Master Ming was far less amiable with them than he had been with Yunjin. He merely offered perfunctory responses before distributing their respective recording scrolls. When the group was about to depart, Master Ming expressed reluctance, repeatedly urging Yunjin to return the following day. Naturally, Yunjin complied with each request. Linya, witnessing his disciple's performance, was thoroughly astonished. Once they had distanced themselves, he could not help but lower his voice. You are quite impressive. You can even outshine your senior brother in acting. Is this acting? Yunjin disagreed. I am being sincere. You simply do not understand, Master. Linya chuckled softly but still cautioned her. Master Ming is well versed in the classics. Since he is willing to guide you, make sure to maintain that relationship. Later, I will teach you the intricacies of human interaction and social etiquette. Rest assured, Master. Yunjin said in a hushed tone. Are you certain you wish to teach me? In this vast Tianqing sect, you must have many friends. And surely you handle social matters with great finesse? Linya fell silent for a moment before responding expressionlessly. You should manage that yourself. Upon returning to the central square, Zhao Wujie lacked enthusiasm, simply announcing the conclusion of the ceremony and allowing everyone to disperse. Wait. Yunjin quickly raised her hand. Zhao Wujie shot her a glare. You possess the audacity to be this bothersome before Master Ming as well. Yet, he suppressed his irritation. What is it that you desire? The master-servant contract. Yunjin stated directly. Surely, the sect leader has not forgotten? Zhao Wujie wished he could forget, yet he was unable to. With a stern expression, he summoned Gu Jingong back. Gu Jingong, though mentally prepared, still turned pale at this moment. As a disciple of the sect leader, coupled with his extraordinary talent, he had always lived with pride and arrogance. Now, for merely one misstep, he was to be reduced to servitude. He felt indignant, resentful. However, he wished to survive. Thus, he had no choice but to comply. Zhao Wujie, his expression impassive, produced 2 red cords. One was the master cord, and the other, the servant cord. You should be aware of the significance of the master-servant cords, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Linya, however, readily agreed it is indeed necessary to inspect them. He meticulously examined the cords before returning them. Zhao Wuji and Amp, Appo's countenance darkened, yet he said nothing more. He tossed the master cord to Yunjin and the servant cord to Gu Jinghong. The cords shimmered briefly on their wrists before vanishing completely. Zhao Wuji then formed the hand seals of the contract, imprinting the marks into both of their bodies. Yunjin awaited calmly. The system did not emit any notification. It appeared that Zhao Wuji had indeed acted without any trickery. Given the scrutiny of the onlookers, the likelihood of him tampering was minimal. Coupled with the dual safeguards of the system, the master-servant contract should satisfy Yunjin. As Zhao Wuji completed the hand seals, an unspoken connection formed between Yunjin and Gu Jinghong. Yunjin blinked and suddenly commanded, "Get down." The elegantly clad Gu Jinghong found himself with no option for resistance, instinctively prostrating himself upon the ground. A command from the master necessitated unconditional obedience. No matter how unwilling he felt inside, Gu Jinghong could not defy Yunjin's order. Yunjin chuckled. "Very well, rise." Gu Jinghong numbly got to his feet. "For the next 3 months, senior brother Gu, let us have some fun," Yunjin said with a smile. Gu Jinghong felt a chill run down his spine. Could he choose to end it all now? No, it seemed too late for that. Under the master-servant contract, a master's prohibition meant that a servant could not even escape death. A flicker of despair crossed Gu Jinghong's eyes. Would he truly endure the long 3 months ahead? Was it worth it to have descended to such depths for a mere Yudanxia? He instinctively glanced at Yudanxia, but she quickly averted her gaze. Being manipulated in such a manner by Yunjin was utterly humiliating. She had no desire to be associated with him any longer. Gu Jinghong pressed his lips together, his expression darkening further. Now he comprehended that all his previous actions had been unworthy. Regrettably, this realization came far too late. "Are you satisfied now? Is there anything else?" Zhao Wuji's mood soured, his voice laced with coldness. "Nothing more, nothing more. Sect leader, please attend to your matters. I will visit the Spirit Beast Pavilion shortly. Senior Lingfei still needs to deliver my Spirit Beast," Yunjin replied with a cheerful demeanor. Zhao Wuji became increasingly agitated. With a huff, he swept away in annoyance, followed hastily by Yi Danxia. Yunjin glanced back at Gu Jinghong. "Return to my master. And I shall visit the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Please ensure my room is thoroughly cleaned, and prepare tea and fruits. Should I return to find anything amiss, beware of your skin." Gu Jinghong gritted his teeth. "Understood." Yunjin laughed gleefully. "I relish your reluctant demeanor. Just wait patiently." Not only Gu Jinghong but even Linya and Appo's lips twitched. Before Yunjin, everyone had deemed Gu Jinghong a pervert. Now, it was a case of a minor pervert encountering a major one. However, Gu Jinghong wholly deserved it, and Linya held no sympathy for him. "Little Jin, when you go to the Spirit Beast Pavilion, maintain a good attitude," Linya advised before leading Gu Jinghong away. Since Senior Ling had specifically requested Yunjin, only she could go. He preferred dealing with spirit beasts over humans, unless it was someone he acknowledged. Others would only be turned away. The Spirit Beast Pavilion was in close proximity, and Yunjin soon arrived at its entrance. At the door, 2 disciples stood guard, and upon seeing Yunjin approach, they willingly stepped aside. Chapter 34. The Abandoned Iron-Eating Beast. A disciple guided Yunjin deeper within. As she walked, her mind wandered back to her past life and her connections with Lingfei. This esteemed elder was born with the ability to communicate with beasts, and as he grew, he gradually learned to converse with spirit beasts, which greatly aided his path in cultivation despite his mediocre aptitude. Initially, his journey was smooth, bolstered by the assistance of numerous spirit beasts. However, as time progressed, his limited potential ultimately constrained his growth, halting his cultivation at the peak of the transformation stage, making further advancement exceedingly difficult. In her previous life, Yunjin had little interaction with Lingfei. She had only heard whispers that on the fateful night of the demon invasion, he perished while attempting to protect the spirit beasts of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, which left one of the guardian spirit beasts of the Tianqing sect gravely injured. It seemed that these spirit beasts were later taken over by Zhao Wuji. The fate that awaited them troubled Yunjin's thoughts. Lingfei genuinely cherished these spirit beasts, allowing them the freedom to live as they wished or to choose a master of good character. Without Lingfei, it was likely that these creatures would find it difficult to enjoy such liberties. These thoughts flitted through her mind as she soon arrived at the area designated for Qi refining stage spirit beasts. In this section, Lingfei was diligently attending to the spirit beasts, which had been affected by the bewitching powder, leaving them in a state of disarray. He observed each one carefully, administering treatments based on their individual conditions. This water spirit rabbit is inherently timid, and after such a fright, we'll need to add soul calming grass to its diet for the next few days. Please note the specific proportions, Lingfei instructed, while a nearby disciple took notes with a serious expression. Then he moved on to the next beast. These explosive flame mice have volatile tempers, and now that their instincts have been fully triggered, they may exhibit heightened aggression in the coming days. They should be kept separately, and their diet requires modification as well. Make sure to remember that. Ling Fei was meticulous in his care for the spirit beasts. You might want to wait here. I'll go call Elder Ling, suggested the disciple. Yunjin shook her head. No need. Let us allow the elder to finish his tasks. I have no pressing matters to attend to. I'm content to wait here. With her assurance, the disciple ceased his insistence, remaining by Yunjin's side. This region was dedicated to Qi refining stage spirit beasts, and due to recent events, they all appeared rather listless. The air was filled with the weak cries of the spirit beasts, which prompted Yunjin to recall the unsettling figure of Gu Jinghong, prompting a disdainful huff. Let us wait. Even for the sake of these unfortunate spirit beasts, I must endure and attend to Gu Jinghong for the next 3 months. At that moment, a system notification echoed in her mind. New language detected. Would you like to simplify? New language? Yunjin paused, quickly checking the system. The detection interface now displayed a plethora of spirit beast languages. Water spirit rabbit language, beginner, requires 5 simplification opportunities. Explosive flame mouse language, beginner, requires 5 simplification opportunities. Bright light beast language, beginner, requires 5 simplification opportunities. Upon counting, Yunjin discovered there were a total of 35 spirit beast languages available for her to learn. Brother, how many types of Qi refining stage spirit beasts are there in total? She inquired. There are 35 types, the disciple promptly replied. Yunjin's gaze shifted. So, I can learn the language of all the spirit beasts here? However, considering the sheer number of spirit beasts in the world, if she was limited to learning only one language per 5 opportunities, it seemed rather overwhelming. Fortunately, as she scrolled to the end of the interface, she found a line of text that alleviated her concerns. Learning 10 types of Qi refining stage spirit beast languages can awaken beginner beast language. Beginner beast language allows for complete communication with Qi refining stage spirit beasts and limited communication with foundation stage spirit beasts. Higher level beasts require more advanced beast language. This revelation brought her relief. In this world, spirit beasts were incredibly powerful, and having their assistance would significantly enhance her strength. Thus, acquiring the beginner beast language was of utmost importance. Yunjin glanced at her remaining simplification opportunities. Initially, they had been nearly depleted, but the various twists during the grand ceremony had garnered her a considerable amount of emotional value. Afterward, her visit to the library had yielded additional gains. She owed a significant debt of gratitude to Yi Danxia, who had single-handedly contributed nearly 2,000 points of emotional value, making her a veritable reservoir of emotional worth. How should I express my gratitude to the top-ranking brother? She resolved to treat Yi Danxia to a meal. In addition to Yi Danxia, the gathering of disciples from the Tianqing sect, whose cultivation levels generally surpassed those of practitioners in the marketplace, meant that they could also provide greater emotional value. Coupled with the contributions from Yi Danxia and Zhao Wuji, the emotional value Yunjin acquired far exceeded that from her previous experience in the marketplace. By the end of the day, she had amassed an impressive 2,000 points of emotional value and 200 simplification opportunities. Requiring 50 simplification opportunities for the beginner beast language, Yunjin wasted no time in using them. She randomly selected 10 types of spirit beasts and learned their languages. Upon mastering the 10th spirit beast language, a profound shift occurred in her auditory perception. Initially, all she could hear were the anguished cries of the spirit beasts. Now, she discerned their specific meanings. Wah, my head hurts. Did someone hit me? Was it that wicked iron-eating beast? It must be. Why does my waist ache so? Did that iron-eating beast step on me when I was tea-looking? Why is it so well-behaved today? Is it pretending? Yunjin was taken aback. She wondered what kind of creature the iron-eating beast was, as it seemed to be central to the grievances of 9 out of 10 spirit beasts. Observing discreetly, she quickly pinpointed the solitary iron-eating beast nestled in a corner, appearing utterly dejected. Listening to the complaints around it, it slammed its tiny paws in frustration. Hey, I'm suffering too. It's not easy for me either. Despite its fierce-sounding name, the iron-eating beast appeared rather soft and endearing. To Yunjin's astonishment, it bore a striking resemblance to a creature called a panda from a world she had traversed, regarded as a national treasure there. Yet, in this world, it seemed to receive treatment no different from the other spirit beasts. Noticing Yunjin's gaze, the nearby disciple whispered, although the iron-eating beast is relatively rare, its combat and defensive capabilities are rather ordinary. When selecting spirit beasts, most people prioritize combat ability, leaving it behind. There was even a time when a disciple chose it, only to return it 10 days later. Elder Ling was furious and forbade that disciple from approaching the spirit beast pavilion again. Since then, the iron-eating beast seemed to have changed, becoming rather mischievous. To choose it and then return it? Yunjin's brow furrowed slightly. Caring for a spirit beast was a serious commitment. Once a mutual selection had been made, it became a lifelong companion. And a companion is irreplaceable. Chapter 35. Orcs. Never to be slaves at this moment, Ling Fei, accompanied by his disciple, approached the iron-eating beast. The creature, familiar with its caretaker, let out a pitiful whimper. Ling Fei's gaze softened as he gently patted its head and began to examine its body. The iron-eating beast, inherently spirited, had exerted itself too much during a frenzy and sustained some injuries that required further treatment. Fetch my silver needles. I need to heal its wounds, Ling Fei instructed. Throughout his life, he had dedicated himself to these spiritual beasts. Although he had achieved the transformation realm, he had not mastered any offensive techniques but had instead become adept in methods of mental soothing and physical healing to better care for these creatures. The iron-eating beast had initially nodded obediently. Yet, in the next moment, the surrounding spiritual beasts erupted in gleeful taunts. Hee. I want to see the iron-eating beast get its shots. Me too. It and amp. Oppos. It's rare to see it in a predicament. But I've also experienced the caretaker and amp. Oppos. Needles. They dawn and amp. Oppos. T seem to hurt. Even if it doesn't end amp. Oppos. T hurt. I still want to see the commotion. The cacophony of voices filled the air. The expression of the iron-eating beast visibly shifted. No way. I don't want to be the center of attention. It clutched the hem of Ling Fei's garment. Whimpering in dismay, Ling Fei attuned himself to its feelings. He had been able to understand animal speech since childhood. Yet the language of spiritual beasts was a far more intricate matter. It seemed that the heavens had erected a barrier between the languages of spiritual beasts and humans, allowing only those at the integration stage to take on human forms and speak human words. Until then, no amount of study could bridge the linguistic divide. While Ling Fei could engage in basic communication with spiritual beasts, he primarily relied on interpreting their emotional expressions and behaviors. In the case of the iron-eating beast, he sensed its fear and panic. Assuming it was merely afraid of the needle, he stroked its head and gently reassured, "Don't worry, my technique is excellent." It won't hurt at all. The iron-eating beast grew even more anxious. It's not about the pain. I just don't want them to watch. To Ling Fei, this was merely a string of incoherent babble. He could only sense that the creature was becoming increasingly distressed, so he continued to soothe it patiently. Soon, the disciple returned with the silver needles. The iron-eating beast became increasingly frantic. Ling Fei stated, "Iron-eating beast, your injuries are quite serious and must be treated immediately. Otherwise, you may suffer lasting effects. Be good, and I will be gentle. I promise it won't hurt." The small iron-eating beast, feeling obstinate, flopped onto the ground and rolled about, wailing, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." It maintained its dignity as a spiritual beast. It would rather perish than allow other beasts to witness its plight. Seeing the small iron-eating beast's stubbornness, the other spiritual beasts chimed in to persuade, "Iron-eating beast, we were just joking. Accept the treatment. And we promise not to laugh at you. Indeed, being injured is quite painful." A chorus of encouragement erupted from the group. Yet, the iron-eating beast, filled with unexplainable tenacity, squirmed and twisted, refusing to comply. It waved its tiny hands and shouted, "Orcs, never to be slaves. The glory of my iron-eating beast shall overshadow all. I, the iron-eating beast, shall never yield." Yunjin, overhearing these melodramatic declarations, couldn't and Oppos, T help but chuckle. "Perfect, I've made my choice. This iron-eating beast is tailor-made for me." With a glint in her eye, she stepped forward. "Junior sister Yun." The disciple accompanying her panicked, "Ling Sr. does not appreciate strangers approaching spiritual beasts. Even if he has permitted you to choose one, it should be done gradually, not by barging in like this." Ling Fei, noticing the commotion, turned to see Yunjin and paused momentarily. "Please wait. I will finish attending to these beasts and then come to you." Ling Sr., Yunjin smiled. "I think it's essential to learn how to care for spiritual beasts before I contract one. Why not let me assist?" Her initiative to learn demonstrated her seriousness about the forthcoming bond with the spiritual beast, dissipating Ling Fei's earlier displeasure at her uninvited entry. After pondering, he replied, "That works. I am about to treat this iron-eating beast, you may observe." As he spoke, Ling Fei felt a twinge of frustration. If the iron-eating beast continued to act out, they would surely waste time. The iron-eating beast, noticing another person had arrived, grunted twice, thinking, "This skinny human, I could easily defeat 10 of them." Yunjin, pretending not to hear, inquired, "Ling Sr., may I speak with it?" After a moment of hesitation, Ling Fei thought that since someone was there to watch, it should be fine, and he agreed. Yunjin smiled gently, bending down to approach the iron-eating beast. For some reason, it felt a surge of tension, its body instinctively tensing. In a hushed tone near its ear, she murmured, "Orcs, never to be slaves. The iron-eating beast. It was too stunned to throw a tantrum, looking at Yunjin with wide eyes filled with shock. Upon meeting her semi-smiling gaze, a wave of embarrassment washed over it. The iron-eating beast was on the verge of tears. It couldn't comprehend how this human understood its language. Such phrases could be exchanged with its childish companions. But hearing them from this human felt rather juvenile. Flipping over, it buried its face into the ground. Family, who understands? It, the iron-eating beast, wanted nothing more than to avoid further encounters today. Ling Fei observed the creature's reaction, taken aback. He looked at Yunjin with curiosity. What did you say to it? Out of politeness, he hadn't eavesdropped, but now genuine curiosity piqued his interest. Nothing much, it's just a bit shy. The moment I got close, I seemed to hear its inner voice. It said, beast. Before Yunjin could finish, the iron-eating beast shot up, urgently signaling Ling Fei with its eyes. Hurry, give me the injection. I'd rather endure that than face social embarrassment. Ling Fei was genuinely astonished. He couldn't help but glance at Yunjin. What had she done to make the iron-eating beast so compliant? Xiaojin, what did you hear? He quickly inquired. Yunjin's smile brightened further. She glanced at the iron-eating beast, which now wore an expression of despair. It seems it wishes to receive the injection in a private space. Feeling a bit embarrassed in front of so many spiritual beasts, understanding dawned upon Ling Fei. The iron-eating beast looked at the smiling Yunjin, its demeanor shifting. It shyly lowered its head, realizing that perhaps this human wasn't as intolerable as it had thought. Chapter 36. The reappearance of miracles. Shall we proceed to the small room for the acupuncture? Ling Fei confirmed once more. The iron-eating beast glanced at Yunjin and, after a moment of hesitation, nodded shyly. Ling Fei looked at Yunjin in astonishment. Could it be that this girl truly sensed the thoughts of the iron-eating beast? This was simply astonishing. She was undoubtedly a natural talent for beast taming. With numerous matters at hand, Ling Fei had no time to inquire further. Yet his gaze towards Yunjin had fundamentally changed. Once he had calmed these spiritual beasts, he would certainly question her on how she managed to achieve such a feat. Upon entering the private chamber, the iron-eating beast was exceedingly cooperative. Ling Fei and Apos' healing technique was remarkably proficient. Soon, he had controlled its internal injuries. The small iron-eating beast rubbed affectionately against Ling Fei, displaying a look of contentment. With a gentle gaze, Ling Fei patted its head, saying, "All right, go back and rest well." The iron-eating beast nodded obediently. Yunjin observed the entire process and felt an increasing admiration for this elder. He had truly dedicated his life to these spiritual beasts. Each one regarded him as family, relying on him immensely. For this elder, such devotion was perhaps the greatest reward. Please wait a moment. I still have other beasts to attend to, Ling Fei said apologetically after settling the iron-eating beast. If you cannot wait, you may return tomorrow. I shall be here all day. Senior Ling, Yunjin interjected, I believe I can vaguely sense the emotions of some spiritual beasts. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Allow me to accompany you. Ling Fei and Apos' gaze flickered. Had Yunjin made such a claim from the outset, he would have dismissed it entirely. After all, the talent for communicating with spiritual beasts was exceedingly rare. Even if one possessed such a gift, constant practice was necessary to truly connect with them. As a new disciple, Yunjin had had no prior exposure to spiritual beasts until today. To claim she could communicate with them seemed absurd. However, given the example of the iron-eating beast, Ling Fei pondered and eventually consented. Very well, then follow me. He led Yunjin to the next group of spiritual beasts, consisting of 5 bright beasts. Each of the small creatures bore some injuries and were quietly licking their wounds. Ling Fei sensed the overall emotions of the bright beasts. They were relatively stable, save for the smallest among them, which appeared somewhat dejected. Ling Fei began bandaging the stable bright beasts, attempting to soothe the little bright beast with his mental energy. Yunjin's attention was drawn to the one cowering in the corner, her expression shifting. The bright beasts were conversing freely, their words reaching her ears without obstruction. Hey, little sister, don't be disheartened. That electric beast is simply undeserving of you. Indeed, with so many spiritual beasts here, what sort could you not find? Given your beauty, isn't it just an electric beast? It may look imposing, but that's all. I declare, our little sister is far too good for that. Yes, you will surely find something better. The little bright beast timidly interjected. Better? Like what? The other bright beast suddenly fell silent. The little bright beast sniffled, nearly on the verge of tears. Wah, the electric beast truly is the best. Ling Fei observed the little bright beast and Apos' sudden shift to sorrow and was equally bewildered. Was this the enigma of a woman and Apos' heart? Even female spiritual beasts experienced such sentiments? He attempted to console the little one, but with little success. He could only temporarily tend to its physical wounds. Its injuries were not severe, and after treatment, they visibly improved. yet its spirits remained exceedingly low. Ling Fei felt a twinge of frustration. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked Yun Jin, "Little Jin, can you sense anything?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he chuckled bitterly. He truly was grasping at straws. It was already miraculous that Yun Jin could decipher the thoughts of the iron-eating beast. How could he expect her to replicate such a miracle? Yun Jin smiled gently and replied, "Senior Ling, it and Oppos. It's still too early to say, but I have a question. Is there an electric beast in this area?" "Oh." The little bright beast instantly perked up at Yun Jin's inquiry. She winked at it, causing it to shyly lower its head. Ling Fei, surprised by Yun Jin's sudden question, replied, "I have only one electric beast here, but it is a foundation-level spirit beast and usually does not reside in this area." "Oh, when did this little bright beast encounter it?" Yun Jin asked, intrigued. "How do you know they have met?" Ling Fei inquired, taken aback. He then explained, "The various areas are not entirely disconnected. Sometimes I take them to the back mountain for some fresh air. The last time we did so, this bright beast was with that electric beast. Is it possible that the electric beast bullied it? I doubt that, as the little bright beast seemed quite attached to it at the time." Ling Fei and Oppos' words provoked an immediate response from the little bright beast. No. It did not bully me." Yun Jin smiled slightly and said, "It wasn't Oppos' bullying. How about this? Senior, please take me to meet the electric beast. I have something to ask it." Ling Fei, though puzzled, could see Yun Jin and Oppos' confidence and agreed. The little bright beast looked at Yun Jin, a hint of anxiety in its eyes. Yun Jin reassured it, "Do not worry. I shall clarify things for you. If it does not work out, we girls know how to pick ourselves up." The little bright beast seemed to understand, albeit vaguely, and nodded in agreement. Ling Fei observed the interaction between Yun Jin and the beasts with a sense of wonder. How was it that she appeared to comprehend their language? If she could indeed achieve such a feat, what extraordinary talent for beast taming did she possess? Could even the most esteemed individuals from the 4 great sacred grounds accomplish such a thing? It seemed unlikely. Suppressing his astonishment, Ling Fei led Yun Jin to the area of foundation-level beasts. A few of the foundation-level spirit beasts had also been affected, but they were already being treated, and the injured ones had since fallen asleep. Guided by Ling Fei, Yun Jin quickly spotted an ostentatious electric beast grooming its fur. This is it, she thought. Ling Fei stepped aside, eager to witness how Yun Jin would communicate with the electric beast. "Senior Ling, this is a little secret of the bright beast. It may not want you to know, so please refrain from eavesdropping," Yun Jin said apologetically. Ling Fei replied, "All right." He reluctantly sealed off his hearing. Unable to listen, he could only observe as Yun Jin seemed to converse with the electric beast, then suddenly reached out and plucked a tuft of its fur, which the electric beast did not resist. With the fur in hand, Yun Jin waved at Ling Fei, saying, "Senior, we can return now." Ling Fei suppressed his curiosity and returned to the chi refining area with Yun Jin. Upon their return, she cast another apologetic glance his way. Ling Fei sighed. "I understand." He fully grasped the situation, yet felt somewhat aggrieved. How had his beloved charges suddenly begun to conceal matters from him? Though Yun Jin's words remained unknown to him, Ling Fei could visibly see the little bright beast's spirits improving. This only deepened his feelings of jealousy. Had his status as a devoted caretaker been so swiftly overshadowed? Chapter 37. Apologies, but I have a favorite beast well, that's the essence of it. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, we can take our relationship further. For now, all it can offer you is a tuft of its fur as a keepsake." Yun Jin remarked. Xiao Ming, the light beast, cherished the fur, his expression brimming with delight. Yun Jin couldn't help but add, "However, considering the multitude of male beasts in this world, you needn't confine yourself to just this one. When I conversed with that electric beast, it seemed several female beasts cast glances our way. I suspect it might be a scoundrel." "Absolutely not. Even if it had other beasts before, once it's with me, it wouldn't pay them any mind," the Mingguang beast protested. Yun Jin felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "All right then. It seems love-struck minds transcend species. If all goes as planned, she would frequently visit the spirit beast pavilion, and this Mingguang beast would warrant some careful observation. After all, these chi refinement stage spirit beasts, in terms of intelligence, were akin to 7 or 8-year-old children, still part of the nation's blooming youth, worthy of nurturing." With a sigh, Yun Jin reflected. Being a beast caretaker feels somewhat akin to being a kindergarten teacher, a gaggle of little ones chattering away. And you must tread lightly to protect their tender hearts, while also providing timely comfort to prevent any melancholy. It's quite a challenge. "Senior, it's done." Yun Jin waved her hand. Ling Fei looked at her with a hint of melancholy. "What on earth did you discuss?" Yun Jin chuckled. "Secrets. The secrets of children must be safeguarded." Ling Fei puffed up in frustration, but ultimately she had to relent. "Let us proceed to the next batch." With only a few spirit beasts left to care for, Ling Fei led Yunjin and several disciples, swiftly completing their tasks. Once the spirit beasts were comfortably settled, Ling Fei raised an eyebrow and said, I previously promised you could choose any spirit beast for a contract. With your current cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, you have the opportunity to contract spirit beasts of both Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, but those of higher cultivation are beyond your reach for now. Having accompanied me around, which spirit beast has caught your eye? If none in this area, I can take you to the foundation establishment area. At Ling Fei's words, the Qi refinement stage spirit beasts perked up their ears. Though Ling Fei might not yet be aware, they certainly were. This human could understand their speech. Furthermore, she was quite attractive and spoke gently. They all longed for the outside world, but feared encountering a wicked master like the iron-eating beast had. However, with this girl, surely she wouldn't be so cruel? The spirit beasts began chattering excitedly. Choose me. I can grow large. I'm very powerful. Pick me. My farts can overwhelm a crowd. Pa, those are useless skills. I can breathe fire and have formidable combat strength. Ling Fei, unable to comprehend their banter, was taken aback by their fervent competition. Previously, disciples had come to choose spirit beasts, but those chosen had been exceedingly cautious, unwilling to relinquish themselves without undergoing rigorous trials. Now, with Yunjin, they had no conditions or trials, eager to contract with her instead. If the previous disciples witnessed this, they would surely be left aghast. As the spirit beast bickered, the iron-eating beast quietly turned its head to face the wall, mortified. What a disgrace. These companions are utterly embarrassing. Haven T, they learned from my example. Humans are all untrustworthy. This woman can't be any better. Once she discovers you're not powerful enough, she'll discard you in an instant. I, the iron-eating beast, have seen through this hypocritical world, and I never wish to leave the spirit beast pavilion. Ling Fei, taken aback by the scene, sighed with a wry smile. I had intended to say that while I agreed you may choose one, it still requires the spirit beast's approval through their trials. However, it seems that is no longer necessary. Feel free to choose. They appear quite eager. Ling Fei's tone dripped with a hint of bitterness, reminiscent of a parent watching their child leave home, filled with a bittersweet sense of loss. Yunjin smiled. Thank you all for your support. However, I can only contract one for now, as I already have a spirit beast in mind. The excitement in the spirit beast's eyes intensified. The iron-eating beast scoffed disdainfully. Look at these pathetic companions. I am different. Even if this human begged to contract me, I wouldn't oblige. I stand by my creed. Beasts shall never be slaves. I wish to contract the iron-eating beast, Yunjin declared with a clear voice. Iron-eating beast, huh? It thought it must have misheard, its fur bristling in disbelief. I find the iron-eating beast quite adorable, Yunjin said with a smile. I wish to invite it to become my companion, though I wonder whether it would accept. The iron-eating beast stiffened. It hadn't misheard. This woman had genuinely chosen it. How should it feel? Perhaps a little smug. This woman had quite the discerning eye. Yet, the iron-eating beast had seen through the world. It would never leave the spirit beast pavilion. Ling Fei, noticing the iron-eating beast facing the wall, hesitated. Xiaojin, all the other spirit beasts are fine. But this iron-eating beast seems rather unwilling? Yes, it's unwilling. Xiaojin, don't mind it. I'm very obedient, quite adorable, and very willing. A chorus of spirit beasts chimed in. The iron-eating beast gritted its teeth in frustration. A bunch of traitorous beasts, acting all sweet before humans. How humiliating. If you must, choose another. Ling Fei advised, this iron-eating beast has been abandoned before. It's particularly wary of humans and may not easily follow you. The iron-eating beast stiffened but said nothing more. If this woman were to leave without choosing it, perhaps it would feel a twinge of sadness. Yet, would it rather risk being hurt again or remain a free beast? Yunjin gazed at the iron-eating beast and amp, Oppos, back and softly said, being abandoned by a human isn't its fault. It's the fault of that human. Once a spirit beast is chosen for a contract, it signifies a promise of partnership. Here, a partner must never be forsaken. If it agrees to contract with me, I will strive alongside it to grow stronger. The iron-eating beast struggled violently, but still did not turn around. Yunjin continued, speaking of, that human who abandoned it was a disciple of the Tianqing sect. Wasn't he? Didn't he dismiss the iron-eating beast for being too weak? If I contract the iron-eating beast, I'll nurture it to become the strongest in the world, then flaunt it before that disciple, making him regret his actions daily. The iron-eating beast's eyes lit up. This sounded quite exhilarating. Senior Ling, if it remains unwilling, then I shall leave it be for now. I don't wish to select another spirit beast at this moment. Perhaps I shall focus on my personal cultivation and return to choose later, Yunjin proposed. Ling Fei was momentarily taken aback. When will that be? Who knows? It could be a year, 2 years, or even 10, Yunjin replied. Such a long time? Ling Fei was about to voice something when the iron-eating beast suddenly turned around. Chapter 38. The Active Contract. Yun Jin feigned ignorance and continued, "Today, the iron-eating beast does not favor me, and I have no intention of forcing it. Senior Ling Fei, you've wasted your good intentions. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Ling Fei was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing to persuade Yun Jin. However, Yun Jin was resolute and turned to leave. Seeing that she genuinely intended to depart, the iron-eating beast grew anxious. With surprising speed that belied its rotund form, it dashed forward and tugged at Yun Jin and Appos's pant leg. Iron-eating beast? A faint smile flickered at the corners of Yun Jin and Appos's lips as she feigned astonishment. "Are you here to bid me farewell?" "Very well, I understand. Thank you." The iron-eating beast became even more agitated. This human was rather attractive, yet she seemed to lack intelligence. How could it be that she would not plead a little longer? After a futile attempt to coax her, it resigned itself to reluctantly agree. The beast desperately signaled to Yun Jin, hoping she would offer some assurance. A way out for it. After all, a beast man would never be a slave unless provided with food and shelter. Yun Jin pretended not to understand. Patting the iron-eating beast's head. "All right, I know you cherish your freedom. Rest assured, I will not impose." The iron-eating beast grew more frantic. "What? You're not going to impose? What is wrong with this woman? She does not understand the art of persistence. Why not insist a little? Fine, let me go. In 10 or 8 years. We shall meet again," Yun Jin stated. 8 years. The iron-eating beast wore an expression of utter disbelief. It looked at Yun Jin with a pitiful gaze, and seeing that she was utterly unyielding, it finally asked, "So, will you provide food and shelter?" Yun Jin raised an eyebrow. "ISN and Appos, see that the bare minimum? You also mentioned taking me to find my previous master," the iron-eating beast reminded her. Yun Jin appeared puzzled. "That was under the premise of our contract. Without a contract, it would be inappropriate for me to trouble them for no reason." The iron-eating beast gazed at her with a sorrowful expression. It had made its intentions so clear, yet this woman remained oblivious. It had changed its mind. But seeing Yun Jin's naive demeanor, the iron-eating beast felt utterly helpless. Alas, if its master was a bit foolish, so be it. It would take the initiative. Suddenly, the iron-eating beast extended its paw, biting down hard. Yun Jin's gaze shifted slightly. This was, in the next moment, a droplet of blood emerged from the center of its paw, floating directly in front of Yun Jin. Having completed this step, the iron-eating beast urged her with its eyes. It was actively seeking a contract with her. Ling Fei hastily interjected, "Little Jin, you should also draw a drop of blood to merge with its." Yun Jin nodded, no longer teasing the little beast, and swiftly drew a drop of blood from her fingertip. The two droplets mingled in midair, transforming from bright red to a shimmering gold. Originally, establishing a contract required assistance from Ling Fei. However, this time, he remained stationary, watching the little iron-eating beast as it performed a series of intricate gestures, actively forging the contract. An active contract initiated by the spirit beast, completed solely by the beast, was inherently more stable than one formed through external forces. However, if abandoned, the consequences for the spirit beast could be dire. At best, it would lose power, and at worst, its life would hang in the balance. By choosing to actively contract with Yun Jin, the iron-eating beast bore an immense psychological burden. With the beast's initiative, the contract was established. Yun Jin felt an inexplicable connection forming between herself and the iron-eating beast. "Senior Ling," Yun Jin inquired, "is the contract complete? It seems different from what I previously heard about spirit beast contracts." Ling Fei, with a hint of nostalgia, explained softly, "Had I officiated, the contract would generally be equal. If either party wished to sever their ties, they could do so after paying a certain price. However, since it has chosen to contract with you, the limitations are not as extreme as those of a master-servant agreement. Nevertheless, it will no longer be able to voluntarily sever ties with you." After a moment's hesitation, Ling Fei added, "Yet you can choose to abandon it. Should it be abandoned, it will suffer the backlash of the contract and face punitive consequences, potentially leading to its demise." A flicker of surprise crossed Yun Jin's eyes. In her past life, she had never had the opportunity to contract with a spirit beast, so she was unaware of these intricacies. Although she had traversed many worlds, each with different rules regarding beast taming, she now understood the risks the iron-eating beast faced by choosing to actively contract with her. Looking at the iron-eating beast, her gaze softened. "Iron-eating beast, do you trust me so deeply?" The little beast, feeling shy under her scrutiny, turned away, presenting her with its sturdy back. Yun Jin chuckled softly, speaking gently, "Rest assured. The contract is established. For this lifetime, I shall not forsake it, nor shall I abandon you. You are the spirit beast I have chosen, destined to stand with me at the pinnacle." The little beast remained turned away, uncertain of the outcome of its impulsive decision. Nevertheless, regretting it now would be futile. It could only place its trust in this new master. Ling Fei patted the little iron-eating beast and Appos as head and said to Yun Jin, "It still lacks a name. Remember to give it one later." Yun Jin nodded in agreement. "There are some precautions to take when raising an iron-eating beast. I will provide you with a manual for thorough study. Additionally, it has some essentials to take with you." Ling Fei busily organized a large number of items. Yun Jin expressed her gratitude as she stored them in her dimensional pouch. Finally, Ling Fei produced a bottle of beast milk, stating, "I will leave this with you. Senior Ling, you prepared this for me knowing I was thirsty, didn't you?" Yun Jin felt a surge of warmth. Such thoughtfulness from Senior Ling made her feel cherished. To honor this kindness, she accepted it, unscrewing the cap and taking a sip. Ling Fei was taken aback. The little iron-eating beast was equally astonished. With an indignant shout, it leapt up and snatched the milk back. "This is mine. I am the one who drinks it." Yun Jin was left speechless. "Is that so? This feels a bit awkward." Ling Fei cleared his throat twice, explaining, "This child is still young. Nearly 6 years old. It requires milk daily, especially before sleep. It cannot rest without it. Remember to feed it daily. Also, this beast milk was provided by the Spirit Beast Pavilion. After the contract, you will need to procure it yourself. The supply I have given you will last for 3 days. After that, you must manage on your own." "I understand," Yun Jin replied, her lips twitching. Beside her, the iron-eating beast continued to lament, "My milk. Boo-hoo. I have never seen a master and spirit beast fighting over milk. Is it too late to regret now?" Chapter 39. The iron-eating beast Ling Fei had deliberated for quite some time before finally allowing one person and one beast to depart. The iron-eating beast continued to murmur, seemingly voicing its grievances. Yun Jin, holding it by the scruff of its neck, responded with a hint of exasperation. Observing their interaction, Ling Fei could not help but smile faintly. This particular iron-eating beast was ill-suited to remain in the spiritual beast pavilion. Some spiritual beasts are born with a longing for stability and a peaceful existence, but the little iron-eating beast was different. From the moment it arrived, it gazed longingly at the outside world. When it encountered a young disciple, it was captivated by the tales of the outside world he shared and unhesitatingly chose to follow him. At that time, Ling Fei had attempted to dissuade it, knowing full well that its age rendered it ill-equipped to handle the challenges that lay ahead. However, the iron-eating beast was resolute, and Ling Fei could only acquiesce. As a result, after the disciple had contracted the iron-eating beast, the initial novelty wore off, and he soon grew weary of its youth and lack of prowess compared to other spiritual beasts. Within a few months, he returned the iron-eating beast to the pavilion. Naturally mischievous, the beast became even more unruly after being abandoned, its heart heavy yet unable to express its sorrow. Ling Fei endeavored to console it, though his efforts bore little fruit. Whenever new disciples arrived to choose spiritual beasts, the iron-eating beast's mood would fluctuate, displaying hints of envy and disdain. Ling Fei often found himself at a loss, for the iron-eating beast and Appos' disposition was more suited for adventures beyond the pavilion. Remaining there would inevitably lead to its despondency. Yet, the thought of allowing it to accompany just anyone filled him with concern, as the beast itself seemed to harbor a reluctance toward humans. This time, however, Ling Fei felt a sense of relief. The iron-eating beast had taken the initiative to seek a contract with Yun Jin, indicating a budding trust in her. He believed in his judgment of character. Yun Jin was certainly not the type to abandon a spiritual beast lightly. He held high hopes that this pair would coexist harmoniously. Finally, after countless skirmishes, Yun Jin and the iron-eating beast returned to Tianjin Peak. At the door, Gu Jingong stood with a pallid expression. "Cheer up. Who are you sulking for?" Yun Jin scoffed. Gu Jingong forced a smile, only for Yun Jin to retort, "How unattractive you are. Wait outside. I and Appos, LL deal with you later." Inside the room, the inhabitants of Tianjin Peak awaited her return. Upon seeing the iron-eating beast in Yun Jin's grasp, Siwan Ning's eyes sparkled as she eagerly took the creature into her arms. "Xiao Jin, your taste is impeccable. This iron-eating beast is adorable." Yun Jin could only sigh. In such a short time, she had discerned that this little beast was quite the mischievous child, embodying an exaggerated sense of self-importance. Once in Siwan Ning and Appos' embrace, the iron-eating beast instantly settled down, behaving like a charming little pet. Siwan Ning and Appos' affection grew, and she expressed her envy. "I wish I could have a spiritual beast too. Should you dare to visit the spiritual beast pavilion, go ahead," Yu Zhao replied nonchalantly. Siwan Ning and Appos' expression immediately stiffened. Every disciple of the Tianqing sect harbored a dream of possessing a spiritual beast, and Siwan Ning was no exception. She had frequented the pavilion since her entry into the sect. "Senior brother, what do you mean by that? Is there a story behind it?" Yunjin inquired. Her curiosity piqued. It's nothing much. Si Ning attempted to downplay it, but Yu Zhao elaborated, it's quite amusing. The first time your second senior sister visited the pavilion, she told a timid water spirit rabbit that she would take it out to fight. The rabbit was so frightened it cried. Si Ning protested, how was I to know it was so timid? Elder Ling had promptly expelled her. But perhaps recognizing it was unintentional, he allowed her back in days later. This time, she had done her homework. Knowing that the combative fire explosion mouse was a suitable match for her, she boasted to a group of them about her intentions to venture into the world. Surely, there would be no issues this time. Not only Yunjin, but even the iron-eating beast perked up its ears in curiosity. Yu Zhao chuckled. While the fire explosion mice were not easily frightened, she encouraged them too much. A dozen of them began to fight over who could bond with her, resulting in several injuries. Yunjin was left speechless. Si Ning felt a pang of guilt, realizing these spiritual beasts were more sensitive than she had anticipated. Elder Ling expelled her once more, this time imposing a ban that severed her ties to the pavilion. Yu Zhao relished the tale, his amusement evident. Yunjin could not suppress her curiosity any longer. Senior brother, what about you? Do you have a spiritual beast? Yu Zhao shook his head and enlightened Yunjin. Caring for a spiritual beast is not as simple as it seems. Nurturing one requires substantial resources. Otherwise, if the beast's cultivation level is too low, it becomes a burden rather than an asset. Our Tianjian peak is somewhat impoverished. We can manage low-level beasts, but as their level increases, it becomes financially unfeasible. However, lower-tier beasts offer little assistance given my current level of cultivation. I am self-aware and have never sought to apply for a spiritual beast. Si Ning's desire stemmed from a whimsical desire for a pet, which was inconsequential. In contrast, Yu Zhao was pragmatic. Nurturing a spiritual beast to the nascent soul stage or beyond demanded resources and energy that he could not afford. Nurturing spiritual beasts is indeed an intricate art. Linya interjected softly. This realm is home to 4 sacred lands, the Qinglian Sword Sect, renowned for combat prowess, the Qishao Pavilion, esteemed for profound techniques, the Shindan Sect, celebrated for alchemy, and the last, the Beast Master Sect. The disciples there possess unique methods of beast mastery. Their spiritual beasts often surpass their own combat abilities. And with a mere gesture, they can summon an entire legion of beasts to their aid. In battles of equivalent ranks, this style of combat is exceedingly formidable. When you see a disciple from the Beast Master Sect, do not assume they are alone. They may very well be accompanied by a battalion of spiritual beasts. However, such capabilities belong to the Beast Master Sect, which possesses a legacy of beast mastery and specialized techniques for cooperation with spiritual beasts. For other sects, cultivating a high-tier spiritual beast is a daunting task. Your iron-eating beast is currently at the Qi refinement stage. Elevating it will not be an overnight endeavor. By the time it reaches the foundation establishment stage, you may have already attained the golden core stage, rendering its foundation establishment combat abilities less relevant. Yunjin nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Nonetheless, she felt undeterred by the challenges of nurturing a spiritual beast. With her alchemical skills to generate spirit crystals and the assistance of a super-simplified system, she was confident in her ability to cultivate the iron-eating beast. The creature, however, tensed at the prospect, recalling its previous abandonment due to its inability to exhibit immediate combat prowess. Would it be cast aside once more? Unaware of the little beast's anxiety, Yunjin spoke with a serious demeanor. Speaking of which, I am reminded of a crucial matter. The iron-eating beast, previously nestled on Si Ning's lap, instinctively leaned forward. What if this woman had a change of heart? Was it to be abandoned again? The little creature felt tears welling up in its eyes. In the next moment, it heard Yunjin propose, let us give it a name. The iron-eating beast? Just that? Its center of gravity was so misaligned that it tumbled to the ground, rolling twice before coming to a halt. This seemed rather awkward. However, the iron-eating beast remained utterly unfazed. It swiftly sat up, feigning nonchalance as if nothing had occurred. Yunjin merely perceived its antics as playful mischief and sighed. Such a mischievous creature shall be named Raleigh. Chapter 40. Assessment for a second-rank alchemist? Rolling? The iron-eating beast disagreed. This name is neither imposing nor majestic. Entirely unbefitting of its image. Change it, change it. The iron-eating beast continued to protest. Yunjin also felt that it was essential to respect the little one's thoughts. What do you have in mind? The iron-eating beast perked up instantly. I want to be called Unmatched, Overlord of the World, Heavenly Emperor. After saying this, the iron-eating beast looked at Yunjin with eager anticipation. This name is splendid, surely. The master will be astonished by my naming talent. Yunjin paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, you indeed seem to like the name Rolling. So let us settle on that. Freedom is not worth it. A mischievous child should not be allowed to suffer social embarrassment when they grow up. Rolling? When did I ever like that? Wait, if it's not acceptable, we could call me Iron Overlord, Heavenly Emperor of Iron, Iron Overlord of the world. Yunjin smiled at the iron-eating beast's animated gestures. Wow, you are so excited. It seems you truly love this name. Your happiness brings me joy. The name Rolling is indeed delightful. Just look at how pleased the iron-eating beast is. Linyu interjected. Rolling? No? Take a closer look. Am I pleased? Yu Zhao remarked. It really has become quite lively. Rolling, this is a protest. Siwan Ning smiled broadly. Rolling, Rolling, this name is quite catchy. Rolling, come into my arms. For some unknown reason, Rolling instinctively moved closer. Siwan Ning embraced it and gently petted Rolling, feeling satisfied. It came over at my call. It seems it really does like this name. Rolling's body stiffened. I do not. What does the iron-eating beast like to eat? Siwan Ning asked while petting it. Senior Ling gave me a little booklet. Let me see what it says. Yunjin opened the booklet and glanced. The iron-eating beast is an omnivore, its favorite food being various types of bamboo, followed by fruits and vegetables. It is not averse to meat either. As a spiritual beast, Rolling is far stronger than the mundane beast she encountered in that world, making its care much easier. Essentially, it can consume anything infused with spiritual energy. Most importantly, milk, beast milk. The iron-eating beast added. Yunjin chuckled. Yes, milk is indeed crucial. Senior Ling has provided 3 days and Oppos worth of milk and food. After that, we will need to purchase more ourselves. Yu Zhao nodded. That is simple. The market has stores that specifically sell food for spiritual beasts. I will bring some back when I go. A mere spiritual beast in the qi refining stage doesn't require much sustenance. Moreover, with Yunjin's elixirs, they will soon be financially secure. Speaking of the market, Yunjin recalled something and said, Senior brother, take me along when you go. I need to stop by the alchemist pavilion. To the alchemist pavilion? Are you planning to engage with the alchemists there? Yu Zhao asked curiously. Yunjin shook her head. No, I am preparing to take the assessment for a second-rank alchemist. The room fell into a profound silence. It is no wonder she is the master's disciple, Linyu coughed lightly, being the first to react. He chuckled and said, Little Jean has reached the foundation establishment stage. She has indeed met the minimum spiritual power requirement to become a second-rank alchemist. If she wishes to try, let her try. The more attempts, the more chances she has to succeed one day. Ha ha. Linyu's laughter echoed alone in the room. Looking at Yunjin's blinking eyes, Linyu's laughter gradually faded, and he asked tremulously, You are not just playing around, are you? Yunjin immediately displayed a look of exasperation. Master, how could you have such a dreadful thought? Participating in the assessment requires spirit stones. Although you have a capable disciple in alchemy, that does not justify such extravagance. To simply test the waters and waste spirit stones? How could you entertain such a terrifying notion? Linya? Who is truly terrifying here, him or his little disciple? She genuinely intends to take the second-rank alchemist assessment? It has not been long since she took the first-rank assessment. Does she really need to be so outrageous? Yu Zhao, possessing greater composure than Linya, inquired, Little junior sister, how confident are you this time? Yunjin, brimming with confidence, replied, 10 out of 10. I have already simplified the alchemical formula. There is no way I could fail. Moreover, this time, I have 2 options, the returning essence pill and the foundation establishment pill. Whichever I choose to refine, I can easily become a second-rank alchemist. 10 out of 10. Yu Zhao fell silent once more. He was reluctant to believe it. However, over time, though the little junior sister loves to show off, she has never uttered a word in jest. Although it sounds absurd, she has always managed to accomplish what she claimed. So, is the little junior sister truly on the verge of becoming a second-rank alchemist? I was supposed to visit the market tomorrow, but now it seems I have matters to attend to. Yu Zhao glanced at Linya. Master, you appear to be rather free. How about? No. I have very important matters to attend to. I have been too busy lately. Linya stood up, not allowing anyone the chance to inquire further, and hurriedly departed. Yu Zhao. He then turned to Siwan Ning, second junior sister. Aren't you the one who enjoys visiting the market the most? It's perfect, little Jean is going too. Why don't you accompany her? Siwan Ning shivered. She indeed enjoyed visiting the market. If it were anyone else, taking someone along wouldn't matter. But if it were Yunjin, she feared being implicated and facing the consequences. No, senior brother, I have been focusing on self-cultivation lately and absolutely cannot go out. Siwan Ning reluctantly petted Rolling one last time before slipping away. Yu Zhao felt despair. He turned to Yusong Nian. Alas, the third junior brother had long since vanished. Senior brother, Yunjin smiled at Yu Zhao. I know you visit the market daily. Let us go together tomorrow. Yu Zhao's lips trembled as he nodded with great difficulty. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he asked, Tomorrow? Can we keep a low profile? Low profile? Yunjin was taken aback. Senior brother, how could you entertain such a dreadful thought? From now on, eliminate the idea of being low-key from your mind, okay? Speaking of which, you reminded me, senior brother. Let us leave early tomorrow and ask Master Chun to promote me ahead of time. Tomorrow, we must make it grander than last time. Last time was rushed, and we didn't gather everyone from the market. This time, one main theme. Not a single person should be left out. Yu Zhao stared blankly at Yunjin. He pondered whether if he suddenly broke both his legs, it would prevent him from going. As he departed, Yu Zhao was in a daze, contemplating whether wearing a helmet might be safer if he were to be hit tomorrow. Would that be too advanced for this cultivation world? The group from Tianjin Peak dispersed. Finally, Yunjin had the opportunity to stir up trouble for Gu Jinghong. She called him indirectly. Chapter 41, Iron Eater? Chio's mount. Gu Jinghong stood rigidly before Yunjin, his body tense. Yunjin cast a disdainful glance at him. Upon seeing your master, are you unable even to muster a smile? Gu Jinghong. He struggled to force a smile, but it appeared more grotesque than a frown. Yunjin was taken aback by the absurdity of it. She pursed her lips and directly lifted the Iron Eater. Behold, this is Gungun. For the next 3 months, your primary duty will be to attend to its needs. Should it express any displeasure or discomfort, I will hold you accountable. Gungun's eyes sparkled with excitement. What? The esteemed Iron Eater now has its own exclusive servant? What a fortunate master it has. Gungun scrutinized Gu Jinghong with a critical eye. Hey, is this the future servant of the great Gungun? He is a mere wisp. Who knows if he has any strength at all? Gungun, remember this. Although he is technically our servant. Yunjin said. Gungun blinked, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Oh, is the master implying that we shoon and oppose, be too hard on him? But in reality, you need not regard him as a person. Feel free to toy with him as you wish, Yunjin remarked. Gungun and oppose. Eyes lit up instantly. Such an opportunity? Gu Jinghong. He yearned to flee. Yet escape was impossible. You are grumbling about me in your heart, aren't you? Yunjin unabashedly employed a hint of contractual power. Gu Jinghong's expression shifted, and he trembled all over. Yunjin had given him a slight punishment and then coldly stated, remember, with the master-servant contract in place, any dissatisfaction you harbor towards me will be immediately sensed. A servant who disrespects their master will face divine retribution. Do you understand? What divine retribution? It is clearly you wielding contract power. Yet Gu Jinghong dared not express any discontent. Even internally, he could only silently nod. However, the anger within him found no outlet, prompting him to curse Yudanxia in his heart. If it were an end oppose, for her, he wouldn't end oppose, be in such a miserable state. Cursing her now hardly seems unjust. Seeing Gu Jinghong gritting his teeth without any response from her, Yunjin paid him no mind. She inquired of Gungun. Gungun, tomorrow I have business to attend to. Will you accompany me, or stay behind to supervise this servant's work? Supervise the servant's work? Gungun was intrigued. As a creature with a penchant for mischief, it had always harbored a dream of being in charge, while it dared not act arrogantly before Yunjin. The implication that its master bore a grudge against this servant seemed to mean it could have some fun at his expense. Gungun relished the thought of mischief. I and oppose, stay behind to supervise him. Gungun declared enthusiastically. Master, a servant must not be allowed to slack off at night. I will monitor him after dark. Gungun was quite eager. Yunjin laughed and instructed Gu Jinghong. Take good care of Gungun. It requires milk at night and stories to be told. Serve it well, or I will skin you alive. Gungun promptly leaped onto Gu Jinghong and oppose, a shoulder. Yunjin stored Gungun and oppose, as belongings in her spatial bag and handed it over to Gu Jinghong. For a moment, he felt somewhat dazed. It seemed Yunjin was being quite lenient with him. Caring for a small beast? That hardly seemed like torment. Gu Jinghong accepted the task, feeling that Yunjin was indeed generous. Mount, let us go? Gungun perched on Gu Jinghong and oppose's shoulder and playfully tapped his head. Although he could not understand Gungun's words, the intent was clear, and Gu Jinghong had no choice but to acquiesce to the whims of this little lord. The disciples of Tianjin Peak had already constructed a small bamboo house nearby for him. Gu Jinghong moved in directly. Yunjin watched the retreating figures of the man and beast, amused. She mused that this was merely the first step. It was time for Gu Jinghong to experience the life she had endured in her previous existence. In her past life, any misfortune that befell Yudanxia was attributed to her. When Yudanxia cried, it was her fault. When Yudanxia was sad, it was also her fault. If Yudanxia smiled at someone, and others grew envious, it was again her fault. She had become a scapegoat, bearing the blame for all of Yudanxia's troubles. In this life, it was Gu Jinghong's turn to experience it for himself. Gungun, a mischievous little creature, might prove to be even more troublesome than Yudanxia. When Gungun throws a tantrum, Gu Jinghong will be the one to bear the brunt of it. Whether Gungun is unhappy or overly happy, he will face the consequences. It was high time he understood the bitterness of being unjustly blamed. Yun Jin was unconcerned that Gu Jinghong would harm Gungun. After all, their minds were linked. If Gungun were to suffer any harm, a mere thought from her would suffice to eliminate Gu Jinghong. Although she had promised not to endanger his life for the next 3 months, should he act against Gungun, she would not hesitate to disregard that promise. That night, Yun Jin concocted several batches of Bailing Dan and then instructed Yu Zhao to sell them gradually. Afterwards, she cast a glance at the system panel. Initially, it displayed only her information. Now, beneath her name, there was another entry, Iron Eater Gungun. Iron Eater Gungun mid-tier spiritual beast. Level, Chi refinement stage. Skills, charge, level 1. Roar, level 1. Just 2 skills, both at level 1. However, after forming a contract with her, she could also simplify the skill usage for the Iron Eater. Yun Jin attempted a simplification. The charge skill was transformed into crash into a tree 100 times daily to rapidly increase proficiency. The roar skill became shout 100 times daily to rapidly increase proficiency. This way, Gungun's skill level should increase swiftly. Yun Jin recalled that cultivators specializing in beast mastery could also bestow skills upon spiritual beasts. She resolved to learn this as well, to grant Gungun a few divine-level skills. On another note, if these 2 basic skills were practiced continuously, there was a theoretical possibility of reaching divine level. Just imagine. A divine-level charge and a divine-level roar. What a splendid sight that would be. Yun Jin planned to oversee Gungun and Appo's skill training starting tomorrow. However, as a mischievous child, she needed to devise a way to make it willing to practice. Yun Jin checked Gungun and Appo's information again and suddenly noticed a hidden information button at the bottom of the details. She clicked on it. The system prompted, 10 simplification points are required to view Gungun and Appo's hidden information. Yun Jin clicked without hesitation. Iron Eater, mid-tier spiritual beast, can reach divine level after bloodline awakening. In ancient times, there existed a demon god named Qiyu, whose mount was the ancestor of the Iron Eater clan. On the battlefield, it was unmatched in valor and combat prowess. After Qiyu and Appo's defeat, the Iron Eater clan vanished, and when they re-emerged, they had devolved into mid-tier spiritual beasts. Yun Jin and Appo's gaze flickered. She had encountered this legend in other realms. But legends are often fraught with uncertainties, so she hadn't paid it much mind. Now that the system had revealed this information, it was clear that the Iron Eater had once enjoyed a glorious past in this world. Qiyu and Appo's mount, an unparalleled warrior. One day, her Gungun too shall evolve to such heights. The following day, Yun Jin stretched languidly, invigorated. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, the need for sleep diminishes, with most cultivators favoring meditation. However, Yun Jin still relishes the sensation of slumber, indulging in it for several hours daily. Due to Yun Jin and Appo's antics, Linya had erected sound and light-proof barriers around her room. Emerging from her chamber, she was greeted by the vigorous roars of Gungun. The little iron-eating beast was using Gu Jinghong as a mount, gleefully shrieking as it rode. Conversely, Gu Jinghong exuded an aura of utter despair, as if he had endured untold torment. Observing this, Yun Jin frowned and approached them. Gungun, the little iron-eating beast, engrossed in its game, appeared sheepish at Yun Jin's stern expression. Master, I was just what? Yun Jin's expression was one of exasperation. You're still a child. And sleep is crucial for children. Gungun merely tilted its head, confused. Yun Jin glared at Gu Jinghong. I entrusted you with its care. How did you manage that? Did you ensure it rested properly last night? Gu Jinghong pursed his lips. I what? Yun Jin retorted brusquely. I dislike empty words. I and Appo's am asking you. How did it develop dark circles in just one night? Gu Jinghong was bewildered. Iron-eating beasts naturally. Naturally what? Yun Jin snapped. Don't you dare argue. Yun Jin promptly initiated the contract penalty. Gu Jinghong bit his lip in agony, struggling to utter. I was wrong. Only then did Yun Jin relent. The little iron-eating beast watched with shining eyes, thinking, this master is even more unreasonable than I am. I chose correctly. Noticing Gungun and Appo's adoring gaze, Yun Jin, wary of its potential corruption, explained, many spirit beasts were injured due to beast maddening powder in their food. My unreasonable behavior towards him is a form of punishment. However, one should still be courteous to others, understand? Gu Jinghong thought. So, you are aware of your unreasonableness? Gungun's eyes widened. It glared at Gu Jinghong, realizing so. This human is responsible for the injuries of so many spirit beasts. His actions nearly caused me to be misunderstood. He's a villain. A major villain. It seems my torment wasn't sufficient. Gungun's eyes darted about, scheming. Disregarding it, Yunjin announced, I'll be heading out later. Before I do, I want to assign you some tasks. What tasks? Gun covered its ears, wanting to play instead. Yunjin pried its paws away, her expression serious. Your master aspires to reach the pinnacle. If you lag too far behind, while I'll still pamper and care for you, you won't be able to stand by my side in battle. Gun, decide whether you wish to remain a mere pet or fight alongside me. If you choose the former, I won't assign you any more tasks. If you choose to grow stronger, I'll train you relentlessly. Aren't you bothered by your former master's abandonment? If you become strong, he'll undoubtedly regret it. Otherwise, he'll simply believe his decision to abandon you is correct. Gun was still young, playful, and mischievous. Its character yet to be fully formed. Yunjin wanted to gauge its desires first. She intended to cultivate it into a divine battle beast. But she wouldn't force it if it was unwilling. Gun's eyes had been darting around, but upon hearing about its former master, it bit its lip. I want to train. It was determined to make its former master regret his decision. Yunjin discerned Gun and Apos' thoughts. Although its motivation for becoming stronger wasn't Apos' entirely pure. She thought, it's just a child. Guiding it with a goal is a viable approach. Yunjin smiled. Very well, let's train. Once you're strong, I'll take you to him. Then, you can tell him, you once ignored me, but now I'm beyond your reach. Gun's eyes lit up. You once ignored me, but now I and Apos am beyond your reach. And Apos, this perfectly encapsulates my journey. Master, I want to train now. Gun leaped off Gujinghong and Apos' back, suddenly eager. Excellent, Yunjin said. You currently possess two basic skills, charge and roar. I have a mantra that can accelerate a spirit beast and amp, Apos' skill acquisition. I and amp, Apos, impart the mantra to you. And you can chant it while practicing. A mantra that enhances skill learning? Gujinghong, standing nearby, wore a slightly mocking expression. Most spirit beast assistance skills are controlled by the beast taming sect and its affiliated sections. The Heavenly Star sect lacks such secrets. Yunjin is likely spouting nonsense. Unaware of this, Gun nodded earnestly, awaiting the mantra. Yunjin inhaled deeply and slowly recited, 1 times 1 equals 1, 1 times 2 equals 2. Gun was bewildered. This mantra seems different from what I imagined. Yunjin swiftly continued to 9 times 9 equals 81. All right, that and Apos. That's the mantra. Did you memorize it? Yunjin asked. Gun shook its head blankly. Yunjin produced a memory stone and set it to loop. Listen to it a few times. Once you've memorized it, you can begin. Gun didn't and amp, Apos, dwell on it, and diligently began learning. Gujinghong couldn't and amp, Apos, help but chuckle. This Yunjin is deceiving a child. This mantra has absolutely nothing to do with cultivation. If this can accelerate the iron-eating beast and Apos' skill acquisition, I might as well commit suicide. Gun quickly memorized the mantra. Yunjin was pleased. We and amp, Apos, start with charge. The first step is to charge into a tree. While practicing, remember to shout the mantra. After 100 repetitions, you'll notice a remarkable difference. Yes, Gun eagerly agreed. The mantra sounded powerful and it couldn't wait to try it. Yunjin instructed. I and amp, Apos, teach you how to practice roar when I return. Today, focus on charge. Understood? Understood. Gun stared at a tree, poised to strike. Take good care of Gun. If it develops dark circles again, I and Apos, skin you alive. Yunjin sternly warned Gujinghong. Gujinghong thought, why don't you just do it now? But he dared not say anything, only numbly agreeing. Yunjin watched the iron-eating beast practice for a while, and after Yu Zhao arrived, she departed. Gujinghong continued to watch over it. And amp, Apos, 1 times 1. And amp, Apos, Gun charged forcefully. And amp, Apos, ouch. And amp, Apos, my head hurts a little. No problem. Let and amp, Apos, continue. And amp, Apos, 2 times 2. And amp, Apos, Gun charged again, causing the tree to shake violently. Gujinghong couldn't and amp, Apos, help but feel scornful. Only a young spirit beast would believe such nonsense. Chapter 43 The True Secret 88 times 8 equals 64. 99 times 9 equals 81. Rolling cried out, having completed the 100 repetitions that Yunjin had instructed. Gujinghong let out a sigh. Well, it was evident that such practice would yield no results. This mischievous child would surely become vexed and pester him again. He steeled himself mentally. In the next moment, a halo of light emerged around Rolling, which momentarily froze, then suddenly crashed down with force. The century-old spirit tree splintered with a crack. The tree seemed to lament, what have I done wrong? The light flickered and completely merged into Rolling and amp, Apos, body. Gujinghong and Apos' mouth slowly gaped open. Was this A skill advancement? The strength of rolling and Apos' impact had evidently escalated to a new level, coupled with that radiant glow. It was most likely a skill upgrade. But why? The advancement of spirit beast skills was notoriously challenging. Most spirit beasts in the Qi training phase remained at level 1 skills. How could an ordinary spirit beast so effortlessly break through to level 2? Was it simply due to that peculiar incantation? Was this even scientific? Gu Jinghong couldn't and amp, Apos, help but experimentally recite the so-called incantation, curious if there was indeed some wondrous power embedded within it. However, no matter how he pronounced it, there was not a trace of response. Rolling immediately burst into laughter. This is an incantation specially prepared for me by my master. How could someone as dim-witted as you possibly learn it? Gu Jinghong couldn't and amp, Apos, decipher rolling and amp, Apos' words, yet he certainly caught the mocking tone. His face darkened instantly. How dare you, Rolling, show such contempt? In a flash, Rolling leaped onto Gu Jinghong's head, tugging at his hair. Gu Jinghong gasped in pain but dared not retaliate, nor could he harbor any feelings of discontent. The bond between a spirit beast and its master was profound. If he felt any dissatisfaction towards Rolling, Yunjin would undoubtedly sense it as well. Through their master-servant contract, even across vast distances, she could claim his life. After pulling out a small tuft of Gu Jinghong's hair, Rolling found it somewhat tedious and resumed its assault on the tree. The master only instructed it to practice 100 times. But what if it practiced 200 or 300 times? Wouldn't that make it even stronger? The Iron Eater intended to stealthily amass power, eventually overwhelming everyone. While Yunjin sipped tea in the herb pavilion, she received a notification about the skill advancement of the Iron Eater. She couldn't and Apos, help but not in satisfaction. Though Rolling was young, it was quite ambitious. Given that, she had no qualms about utilizing the simplified training times. After all, such investments would yield returns. However, with an additional Iron Eater, she now had another significant drain on her simplified training times. She couldn't and Apos, afford to slack in showcasing her talents. Do you like this tea, dear sister? Lan Xin asked gently, noticing Yunjin and Apos' smile as she enjoyed her drink. Yunjin beamed sweetly. The tea is simply delightful. Thank you, Sister Lan Xin. A warm smile graced Lan Xin's face. She felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Yunjin. Although she held a modest standing within the herb pavilion as merely an apothecary, her prospects of becoming an alchemist were uncertain. Yet, after Yunjin had mentioned taking her to new heights, Chen Changrong had immediately taken notice, providing her with resources to focus on her alchemical pursuits. All these changes were thanks to Yunjin. Reflecting on her initial attitude towards Yunjin, Lan Xin felt a pang of regret and resolved that from now on, whenever Yunjin arrived, the pavilion master would have to take a back seat. If you like it, I'll pack some tea leaves for you to take home and savor. Lan Xin offered. Yunjin accepted without hesitation. Lan Xin, however, looked on with concern. Sister, do you truly have confidence in breaking through to a level 2 alchemist this time? The pavilion master has personally promoted you. It seems the entire market will come to witness. What if you fail? Her worry stemmed not from the outcome, but from the impact it might have on Yunjin's mindset. After all, young prodigies often had little experience with setbacks. A single failure could potentially devastate them. Yunjin raised her chin defiantly. Failure? That word does not exist in my life. In this lifetime, she was able to live so freely and boldly because she had exchanged countless failures from her previous endless years for this freedom. When she first entered the world of quick transmigration, her strength was nearly non-existent, and each task was a formidable challenge. The number of failures was incalculable, and there were times she teetered on the brink of death. Having endured so many failures, she was naturally deserving of a smooth journey in this life. This life belonged to her. The matters with Yi Danxiao were merely embellishments. What truly mattered was that she lived her own life. In this lifetime, the path lay open before her. No one could hinder her progress. Yunjin and Apos' voice brimmed with unwavering confidence. For a moment, Lan Xin couldn't help but believe in her, convinced that this woman could achieve everything she aspired to, step by step reaching the pinnacle. When that time came, the world would gaze upon her, and none would be worthy to stand beside her. Startled by her own thoughts, Lan Xin found herself smiling. It seemed she had been infected by Yunjin's confidence, inexplicably adopting some rather juvenile notions. The alchemy pavilion was now on high alert. Yu Zhao arrived early to announce that Yunjin would soon undertake the assessment for level 2 alchemist. Ming Heng pondered momentarily. How many days had it been since her level 1 assessment? 4 days had passed. It was indeed time for her to break through to level 2. This was entirely reasonable. Ming Heng gritted her teeth. Reasonable? What nonsense. Yunjin had declared, a mature alchemy furnace should be able to refine elixirs independently. Even now, The disciples of the alchemy pavilion still murmured this phrase daily, hoping their furnaces would finally perform reliably. Even Ming Hung herself had secretly attempted it countless times. Yet the results? Not a single success. Now she was returning to assess for a level 2 alchemist. If she pulled off another bizarre feat, should they follow her or not? To follow would be a waste of resources and time. To abstain, however, risked missing out on a new alchemical technique. This time, Yu Zhao had even suggested holding the assessment in the central square of the market for convenience, allowing everyone to come and watch. Ming Hung and Appo's mood soured instantly. So previously, the lack of spectators had hampered her performance? Now, it seemed they intended to gather the entire market and Appo's populace. Yet for reasons unknown, when Yu Zhao proposed it, Ming Hang numbly agreed, even offering to promote the event through the Alchemy Pavilion's channels. Once Yu Zhao left, a disciple couldn't help but ask, Master Ming, we've been unable to succeed with our alchemy using the same methods. Could it be due to insufficient spectators? Ming Hong, how could such absurdity be possible? Yet as she spoke, she found herself contemplating. Indeed, all other steps had been replicated. She had even begun snacking on seeds. Could it be that the true secret lay in having an audience? Although she didn't understand the principle, that girl seemed to revel in showcasing her talent. Surely for a reason. Surely, her personality cannot be so ostentatious. Ming Hing's spirit was invigorated. This time, he had likely uncovered the true secret. Chapter 44. Infuriatingly attractive as the esteemed branch leader of the Baichao Pavilion in this region, Chen Changrong held a significant position. Although Yunjin's peculiar request for increasing attendance was somewhat eccentric, his desire for a long-term partnership with her prompted him to lend his support willingly. On that day, Baichao Pavilion displayed a grand banner announcing Yunjin's imminent challenge for the rank of a second-tier alchemist and dispatched numerous individuals to promote the event in the market. Meanwhile, Ming Hung also contributed to the promotion, and the Dan Pavilion put up slogans as well. In this marketplace, these two figures could be considered influential. Their collaboration in advertising, coupled with the notable commotion during Yunjin's previous attempt to attain first-tier alchemist status, piqued the interest of many who had missed that event. This time, they were determined to witness it firsthand. Furthermore, as the event was scheduled to commence in 2 hours, ample time was allotted for everyone to rally their companions. The marketplace soon buzzed with activity as various sect members reached out to friends within their organizations. The curiosity surrounding this young woman, who had consecutively attempted to achieve first and second-tier alchemist statuses within 4 days, drew many from surrounding sects to the marketplace. Even before the event commenced, the expansive square was already brimming with spectators. Yu Zhao took a quick look at the scene before hastily returning. He described the situation and then gazed at Yunjin with a furrowed brow. With the central platform occupied and heavy promotion underway, he was uncertain how to salvage things if she failed the assessment. Yunjin, however, remained unfazed. Listening to Yu Zhao and Appo's descriptions filled her with anticipation. Previously, at the Tianqing sect, the number of participants had been limited. Now, with disciples from various sects gathering in the marketplace, the turnout would surely exceed that of the modest Tianqing sect. Yunjin felt she was still some distance from becoming a third-tier alchemist, which meant this assessment was her singular opportunity to harvest emotional energy on a grand scale. She had to seize it. With so many people in attendance, Yunjin hesitated for a moment. Yu Zhao, noticing her expression, assumed she was worried and contemplated offering some reassurance. But then, Yunjin excitedly exclaimed, "Senior brother, with so many people coming to see me, we can't disappoint them. What do you think about having some flowers to sprinkle as I make my entrance? It would add a touch of elegance." Yu Zhao, "That's quite unnecessary." Realizing his disapproval, Yunjin cheerfully suggested, "How about a flying sword team? I could stand in the center while they spiral up and down, ultimately executing a 360-degree rotation as I land." Yu Zhao, "I actually think flowers would suffice. Truly, but I and Appo's am starting to prefer the flying sword team." Feeling somewhat defeated, Yunjin continued, "Senior brother, this is a public display. It should just be me shining in the spotlight. What if others overshadow me?" Upon hearing this, Yunjin recognized the merit in his reasoning. It was that she feared being upstaged. Rather, she was concerned that other distractions might dilute the emotional energy. Disappointed, she conceded, "Well, I suppose we could scatter a few flowers after all. Senior brother, I plan to concoct a foundation establishment pill. The preparation takes quite some time, 4 whole hours. My alchemical furnace is well behaved, so I need to ensure that those 4 hours are not wasted." At that moment, Yu Zhao could only feel relieved that no alchemists were present, for if they heard Yunjin's words, she would likely face their ire. Alchemists were known to fixate on their furnaces, unable to afford even a moment and Appo's distraction. After 4 hours, they approached their craft with trepidation. While Yunjin seemed intent on orchestrating activities. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Senior brother, let's sell some goods." "Yu Zhao?" With a mischievous grin, Yunjin continued. "Don't you have numerous partnering merchants? Are there no quality goods that have gone unsold due to insufficient promotion? With so many people here, I could help them advertise. However, we might need to charge a small promotional fee." As a person from a modern world, Yu Zhao instantly understood. Yet, he looked at Yunjin with a mixture of confusion and admiration. Was it he who had traversed realms, or was it his younger sister? Had she truly devised a scheme to sell goods during a live broadcast? "Blue Qingjia, if Baichao Pavilion has any products, I can assist in promoting them as well. However, they must meet quality standards. Before we commence, please ensure I see them first," Yunjin instructed. Though Blue Qian did not fully grasp the concept, she unconditionally agreed to Yunjin's proposal and promptly went to contact Chen Changrong. Chen Changrong, intrigued by the idea, quickly recognized it as a potential business opportunity and sought out products. Yunjin, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "Senior brother, our Tianjin Peak has ample and used land, which, although underutilized, has yielded some crops. Take, for instance, the spirit melon seeds. They could sell quite well." The spirit melon seeds that Yunjin had been enjoying were locally cultivated at Tianjin Peak. Unfortunately, none of them possessed the talent for agriculture. So they had only managed to plant hardy spiritual flora, with the spirit melons growing naturally. Nonetheless, she found them delightful and tasty. And rather than let them go to waste, she decided to profit from them. Furthermore, with limited yields, Yunjin had recently acquired seeds from Chen Changrong, intending to cultivate a batch of spiritual herbs. Given the simplification system at her disposal, she could easily transition into an agriculturalist. Currently, her priority was to amass as much emotional energy as possible. The forthcoming uses for it were abundant. Selling goods during the alchemical preparation might seem reckless, but the allure of her proposal was undeniable. Yu Xiao gritted his teeth. "All right, I will contact our partner merchants. As for the spirit melons, we only have about 300 pounds available. The rest must remain for snacking. There's no more to be had." "Understood. Now, hurry along," Yunjin urged. With 4 hours to spare, she needed to initiate the activities and continuously harvest emotional energy. If the atmosphere cooled, it would be a tremendous waste. Selling goods might not occupy the entire duration, and she would need to arrange some performances as well. As soon as she voiced her thoughts, Blue Qian agreed. "I know some friends skilled in music and dance. They are disciples of the nearby low-ranking Nizhang sect. Since this sect only accepts female disciples, their students are quite talented. I should be able to enlist their help. Blue Qingjia, please take care of that. Inform them that we will offer a performance fee," Yunjin declared grandly. Although performances might dilute some emotional energy, it was inevitable. She couldn't and amp. Oppos. T possibly sustain 4 hours of continuous energy harvesting alone. She would have to employ other means to stimulate the crowd, and at worst, she could forcefully position herself at the center to attract a surge of emotional energy. Blue Qian cheerfully accepted the task, feeling proud to assist Yunjin. Meanwhile, Ming Heng, still contemplating whether alchemical demonstrations were effective in public, remained blissfully unaware of the tumultuous journey he had unwittingly embarked upon. Chapter 45. Is it the alchemy assessment that commands respect? To what extent has this promotional campaign escalated? Even within the ranks of the Heavenly Star sect, disciples have begun to discuss the matter. Have you heard? A prodigy has emerged from the market. One who can surpass Yunjin of the Sword Peak in flamboyance. What flamboyance, you ask? Let's speak more decorously. Let's call it manifestation of divine presence. Yet, I refuse to believe that anyone could possibly outshine junior sister Yun in such a manner. It is said that 4 days ago, this individual passed the first-grade alchemist assessment at the Alchemy Pavilion, performing alchemy in the street while munching on sunflower seeds. The most egregious part is that she did not even bother to clean up the shells. Even worse, the discarded shells were collected by onlookers, who claimed they could imbue one with the aura of genius. Disciples of the Heavenly Star sect? If we're talking about munching on seeds, that does bear some resemblance to Yunjin. Is it now a trend among these prodigies to snack on seeds? While Yunjin may be regarded as a genius in swordsmanship, could it be that this newcomer is a genius in alchemy? Must they all munch on seeds to attain genius status? This time, she is set to undergo the second-grade alchemist assessment. Moreover, she has publicly announced the time, inviting everyone to witness. Will you be attending? Let us go. A throng of disciples hurried toward the market. Listening to several senior brothers discuss the event, Yi Danxiao approached, eager to join. However, upon her arrival, the senior brothers immediately halted their conversation and regarded her with a polite, yet distant demeanor. "Hello, junior sister Yi." Polite, yet markedly aloof. Yi Danxiao initially intended to say something but felt a wave of grievance wash over her. What had she done wrong? Why was everyone suddenly treating her with such indifference? Was it because of the incident involving second senior brother? Yet, she merely expressed her sorrow. She could not control second senior brother's actions. Furthermore, Yunjin had not suffered any harm. Was she not the one who truly bore the misfortune? Ever since that day, whenever others saw her, they suddenly became polite and distant, sometimes even retreating as if trying to avoid a plague before she could approach. What heinous crime had she committed to warrant such treatment? With a quivering voice, Yi Danxia said, "Senior brothers, I simply overheard your lively discussion and wished to know what you were talking about." "Oh, we weren't discussing anything important," they replied, maintaining their courteous demeanor. Chen Hao had sacrificed his dantian to assist Yi Danxia. Gu Jinghong had lost his freedom for her sake. They dared not provoke this young prodigy with a heavenly root again. It was best to keep their distance. Tears welled in Yi Danxia's eyes as she spoke. "I do not understand what I have done to make you all dislike me. I just wanted to join your conversation." As tears streamed down her face, the others exchanged glances. One timid disciple opened his mouth to offer comfort, only to be pulled back by his companions. "Junior sister, we really aren't discussing much, just that a prodigious alchemist has emerged from the market, and we plan to see the spectacle. If you wish to go, you may do so alone." As he spoke, he hurriedly dragged the timid disciple away, seemingly fearful that Yi Danxia might pursue them. In an instant, Yi Danxia and Appo's tears evaporated, and she clenched her teeth in determination. They simply did not wish to associate with her, did they? Fine, then let them be. Once she becomes a formidable powerhouse, these people shall not gain the slightest benefit from her. Humph, what is there to see in a prodigious alchemist? Her master had already arranged for her to meet the Lord of the Fire Peak, although she would not be joining the Divine Elixir Peak. The Lord would accept her as a semi-disciple. In due time, she would learn the art of alchemy and blossom into a prodigious alchemist herself. And then she would see how they spoke of her. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Yi Danxia turned and returned to the main hall. Her master had stated that today he would introduce her to the Lord of the Fire Peak. Initially, she had not been particularly interested in alchemy, but now, she was determined to become a master alchemist. The esteemed status of an alchemist would allow her to show Yunjin that her meager talents were insignificant in her presence. Disciples from various sects gathered, and before the alchemy assessment commenced, the platform was packed to capacity. Ming Hung observed the scene with a headache, pondering whether he had made a grave error in judgment. It is said that alchemists are the most enigmatic and noble of professions. Yet, with this girl's antics, where is the mystery? Where is the nobility? But now, there was no turning back. He would have to proceed regardless. As the appointed time arrived, melodious music suddenly filled the air, a composition personally crafted by Yu Zhao, aptly titled Proudly Laughing Through the Jianghu. The grand and captivating melody caught everyone's attention, and those well-versed in music nodded appreciatively. This tune was truly celestial. Yunjin suppressed her laughter. "Master brother, I did not know you possessed such talent." Yu Zhao humbly replied, "Oh, just a little skill." Yunjin chuckled softly, deciding to endure a bit longer, accumulating moments of social embarrassment for her master brother. This way, when he learned she had traversed that world, his expression would be all the more delightful. "Junior sister, it's time for your entrance," Yu Zhao announced. Following Yunjin's request, blossoms rained from the sky as she ostentatiously held an umbrella, elegantly standing at the center of the stage. "Greetings to all. Welcome to the performance showcase. No, I mean the alchemy assessment." Upon noticing Ming Heng and Appo's rather grim expression, she hurriedly corrected herself. Ming Heng tightly grasped the wrist of a nearby disciple. "She knows today is a solemn alchemy assessment, correct?" The disciple, wearing a pained expression, stammered, "She should know, right?" Ming Heng tightened his grip further. The disciple grimaced, unable to utter a word. Today's alchemy assessment was set to last 4 hours, transitioning from day to night. Though lengthy, the joy would be even more enduring. During these 4 hours, they would present various splendid performances to ensure that everyone felt their time was well spent, Yunjin proclaimed. The crowd? Wait, were they not here to witness the alchemy assessment? Would there also be performances during the assessment? She was genuinely concerned that they might find the 4-hour wait too dull. What an intriguing individual. Emotional value, 15. Emotional value, 20. Emotional value, 18. While there were no exceedingly high emotional values, the sheer number of attendees compensated for it. Ming Heng gritted his teeth. Is it too late to back out now? No one responded. Ming Heng couldn't help but glance sideways. The disciple, wearing a pained expression, was now too hurt to speak. Ming Heng quickly released his grip, allowing the disciple to finally breathe a sigh of relief. If this continued, he didn't know whether the assessment would be serious, but his hand might be rendered useless first. When the emotional value stabilized, Yunjin cheerfully announced. Now, let us welcome our esteemed assessor, Master Mingheng. The music played once more. Yunjin nearly burst into laughter. Had her master brother truly lost his mind? He had chosen an entrance theme reminiscent of a matchmaking show. Mingheng himself felt bewildered. Who was he? Where was he? Oh, he remembered now. His name was Ming Hong, the trader of the entire alchemy realm. From this day forth, alchemists would descend from their lofty heights, and he, Ming Heng, would be forever etched upon the pillar of shame. Chapter 46. Where did it go wrong? Master Ming Hong, as the sole third-tier alchemist residing here, has achieved greatness, rendered immense contributions, and possesses an expansive vision. At this moment, I invite everyone to extend a warm round of applause for Master Mingheng, Yunjin proclaimed passionately. And the crowd erupted into applause. Mingheng felt a jolt. Shame. Utterly shameful. Yet amid the embarrassment, was there a hint of exhilaration? It must be an illusion. It certainly was his misperception. Master Mingheng, thank you for overseeing this assessment. For this evaluation, I have chosen the second-tier elixir, the Foundation Establishment Pill. Might you have any insights to share regarding this particular potion? Yunjin inquired enthusiastically. Mingheng, caught off guard, instinctively replied. Second-tier elixirs are primarily for cultivators in the Foundation Establishment stage. Among them, the Foundation Establishment Pill is a rare functional elixir with irreplaceable effects. Unlike other second-tier potions, it is mainly consumed by those at the peak of Qi refinement, offering a certain probability of breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment stage. In times when the methods for Foundation establishment are lost, this pill serves as the bedrock of human cultivation, its significance rivaling that of 8th and 9th-tier elixirs. Yunjin nodded. Given the importance of such a pill, does the quality vary in its impact on cultivators aspiring to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage? Naturally, Mingheng responded. For cultivators of moderate aptitude, consuming an ordinary quality Foundation Establishment pill provides merely a 10% chance of breakthrough. However, with a superior quality pill, the probability can increase to 30%. And what if it is of perfect quality? Yunjin continued, her curiosity piqued. Mingheng raised an eyebrow. Then the success rate would soar to a full 80%. However, perfect quality Foundation Establishment pills are exceedingly rare and generally unobtainable in the market. Thus, most peak Qi refinement disciples tend to accumulate several Foundation Establishment pills as a contingency. Did everyone hear that? Perfect quality Foundation Establishment pills are nearly impossible to find in the market, yet their ability to aid in breakthroughs is astounding, particularly for those with inferior aptitudes. If they can only consume ordinary quality pills, no matter how many they possess, the chances of breakthrough remain minimal. Yet with perfect quality, the opportunities for advancement are significantly enhanced, Yunjin articulated. At this point, Mingheng felt something was amiss. He could not help but glance at Yunjin. Was it that her rhetoric resembled a sales pitch? Did she imply that she possessed perfect quality pills? A slight fluctuation of emotion stirred within him. Yunjin smiled gently, saying, at this juncture, many may wonder. Everyone understands the superiority of perfect quality elixirs, but they are simply unattainable, right? Well, I have delightful news for you. As many of you are aware, during the first-tier assessment, I concocted a perfect quality Biling pill. For this second-tier assessment, I have chosen the Foundation Establishment Pill. Please await 4 hours, and together we shall witness the birth of the perfect quality Foundation Establishment Pill. It will also be available for on-site sale. So I urge everyone to stay until the end and not depart midway. What? The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Perfect quality Foundation Establishment pills? The perfect quality Biling pill merely contained slightly more spiritual energy and, considering its exorbitant price, offered little value for most cultivators. However, the perfect quality Foundation Establishment pill was an entirely different matter. It was a functional elixir. Some cultivators with poor aptitude might never hope to break through with ordinary quality pills. Yet with perfect quality, the chances of surpassing their limitations became highly probable. Could this woman truly guarantee the creation of a perfect quality Foundation Establishment pill? This was monumental news. Even Mingheng cast several incredulous glances at Yunjin. Unable to restrain his curiosity, the difficulty of crafting the Foundation Establishment pill is incomparable to that of the Biling pill. Are you truly confident? Yunjin replied with a subtle smile. Please remember, any elixir I concoct will never deviate from perfect quality. Such audacity. Even the most distinguished alchemist of the Xiandan sect would hesitate to utter such bold claims. Yet this young woman had done so. Without further ado, let us commence the alchemical process, Yunjin declared, striding towards the central alchemical furnace. The furnace, provided by the Dan Pavilion, had been replaced with a second-tier model. The necessary herbs for the Foundation Establishment pill had already been meticulously prepared, totaling over 20 varieties, along with 7 types of supplementary spiritual liquids. Mingheng watched intently. Previously, Yunjin had not strictly adhered to the biling pill and Oppos as formula, but this time, the foundation establishment pill and Oppos S recipe had been refined through generations of esteemed practitioners, representing the most optimal version. Surely she would not dare to improvise. Yunjin swiftly selected her required herbs and liquids, utilizing only half of what the pavilion had prepared. Mingheng and Amp Oppos S expression shifted dramatically. She was altering the formula again. He fixed his gaze upon her. If she truly managed to concoct a perfect quality foundation establishment pill this time, it would undeniably be a significant matter that he would need to report. Even a minor modification to the foundation establishment pill and Oppos S formula could have far-reaching implications for the entire cultivation community. With this single act of selection, Yunjin amassed a surge of emotional value. As she began to haphazardly toss herbs into the furnace, many in the audience clutched their chests in disbelief. Although they had heard of her unconventional style, this was a second-tier foundation establishment pill. Was she truly treating it so carelessly? While one might chop and mix ingredients for a meal, she simply threw everything in. Was this method truly capable of yielding a successful elixir? Before long, Yunjin clapped her hands, and the furnace began to operate autonomously. The crowd watched in rapt silence, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. This was indeed a sight to behold. The impact of witnessing it firsthand far surpassed any second-hand accounts. Following the established procedure, Yunjin unexpectedly produced a bag of sunflower seeds. This action was perplexing, yet the audience felt an odd sense of inevitability. As Yunjin savored a few seeds, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. Suddenly, she raised her hand, exclaiming, "Delicious and crispy spiritual sunflower seeds, available for an incredible deal of 300 pounds. Don't miss out as you pass by." The crowd. What is happening? Have we perhaps misunderstood something? This is an alchemical assessment. Such a serious endeavor. Suddenly, she began selling sunflower seeds? Chapter 47. All our family with 4 full hours remaining. Are we to let everyone wait idly? You are all my family. Such discourteousness shall not be tolerated. Therefore, I shall commence the on-site sale of spirit sunflower seeds. Once purchased, you may enjoy them while watching. Rest assured, there will be no concerns regarding etiquette, as we shall ensure the area is tidied up afterwards. These spirit seeds, akin to those used in alchemy, are a treasure that my family deserves. Senior brother, please bring me the packaged seeds. Yu Zhao hurriedly presented several bags of seeds. At this moment, a mere 5 low-grade crystal stones for 1 bag? 2 bags. Not enough. Today, as a special treat, I shall add 2 more bags. That is 5 bags for just 5 low-grade crystal stones. What are you all waiting for? Supplies are limited. To seize the opportunity is to gain. To be candid, I am providing this as a gesture of gratitude to my family, even at a loss, but it matters not. As long as everyone enjoys themselves, I willingly accept any loss. Now, let the sale officially begin. Those desiring seeds may approach the staff pushing carts. We have a total of 300 pounds of spirit sunflower seeds, available until sold out. Indeed, several individuals appeared with carts selling seeds, causing the crowd to stir with excitement. Initially, they seemed indifferent to sunflower seeds. However, the alchemist on stage referred to them as family. Who could resist such a call? Moreover, these seeds are from an alchemist. What if consuming them could transform one into an alchemist as well? Ming Heng observed the lively scene, feeling a mix of confusion and irritation, eventually finding himself tempted to join in. After all, could his repeated failures in alchemy using the method of Yunjin be due to the different seeds consumed? With this thought, he discreetly signaled a nearby disciple. The disciple understood and stealthily approached the staff with carts. Within no time, all 300 pounds of seeds were sold out. Among the crowd, Linya and Siwan Ning, disguised, wore expressions of mischief. Unlike Yu Songnian, they were not averse to excitement. Rather, they wished to observe the spectacle without embarrassing themselves, thus resorting to stealthy antics. Master, these seeds appear to be the ones that grow in the fields, right? Siwan Ning whispered. Linya nodded. Indeed. 5 bags for just 5 low-grade crystal stones. Little junior sister will incur quite a loss, Siwan Ning remarked with concern. Linya glanced at her. What is it, master? She asked, puzzled. Linya sighed. Wan Ning, ordinarily, how much do such spirit seeds cost per bag? 1 low-grade crystal stone. Siwan Ning replied, then paused in astonishment. Well, little junior sister spoke so grandly, I actually thought she would incur a significant loss. Linya commented. True, Siwan Ning nodded repeatedly. On stage, Yunjin controlled the pace. Now, has everyone enjoyed the seeds? For those who haven't, no worries. With so many people, you must be feeling thirsty, right? Next, we present the exclusive herbal tea brewed from Bai Chao Go and Amp, Oppos' secret recipe. For convenience, we shall refer to it as auspicious herbal tea. This tea not only quenches thirst, but also bears a fortuitous name. More importantly, today, it's a grand sale. As you all know, auspicious herbal tea typically sells for 1 low-grade crystal stone per cup. Today, it's buy one, get one free at the same price, offering you a unique experience. To secure this price, the esteemed Master Chen of Baichao nearly went to great lengths. Come, let us take a look at Master Chen's expression. The crowd turned to Qin Changrong, who displayed a subtle grimace. Master Chen, let us take a small loss. What matters most is that our family does not suffer. Suddenly, staff pushing carts appeared from all directions, igniting a new wave of excitement. Qin Changrong wished to smile, yet he maintained a facade of distress. Si Wanning grew anxious again. Master, will little junior sister's actions offend Master Chen? This really is buy one, get one free. Lin Yu sighed once more. Wanning, in future business dealings, be sure to consult your senior brother and little junior sister. If you venture out alone, I fear you may be sold and still owe others money. Si Wanning? Lin Yu stroked his beard reflectively. To be fair, those purchasing herbal tea indeed received a delightful bargain. However, the profit margin for Baichao Gu and Appo's tea was already substantial. Even if divided into 2 cups, there was still profit to be made. Typically, he might sell only a barrel of tea in half a day, but today, he would sell no less than 100 barrels. Though the profit per cup was diminished, the volume compensated for it. Additionally, the reputation of auspicious herbal tea would benefit future business endeavors. Master Chen was undoubtedly reaping great rewards. As the cart passed by, Lin Yu couldn't resist purchasing 2 cups to enjoy with Si Wanning. Next, Yin Jin began selling various items, from daily necessities to weapons, charms, and clothing. Everything was available, and the prices indeed offered advantages compared to individual purchases. In no time, the prepared goods were snatched up. Some vendors, having underestimated their stock, lamented their miscalculations. When Yun Jin proposed selling goods, the novel approach left them uncertain of its success, so they agreed but prepared only limited inventory. Who could have anticipated that she would actually sell everything? After such a long period of selling, are we not fatigued? Next, let us welcome the sisters from Ni Chong Pavilion to perform for us. Let us give them a round of applause, Yun Jin announced. Yet she herself remained firmly in the center, determined to maintain her position for the sake of audience engagement. The female disciples of Ni Chong Pavilion hesitated momentarily, ultimately circling around Yun Jin to complete their performance. Once the performance concluded, Yun Jin spoke again, and the crowd had eagerly anticipated her words. Who would have imagined that watching an alchemist could be so captivating? They could only say, "We wish to see more next time." Dear family, while the performance was splendid, we must not forget that today's primary focus is the alchemy assessment. Now, let me check if the alchemical furnace has been diligently refining. The crowd? Oh, today was indeed the alchemy assessment. Had they forgotten? They wished they could remember. As Yun Jin approached the alchemical furnace, she observed it and smiled, nodding. As you can see, the furnace is quite considerate. I can already faintly detect the aroma of elixir. I believe this batch will surely succeed. Yun Jin's casual remark left the crowd momentarily bewildered. They had been so preoccupied with shopping that they only now realized, wow, despite the chaotic approach, the furnace has tea exploded yet? Chapter 48. Once again at perfection weight. What they were witnessing was indeed the alchemy assessment, wasn't it? From their understanding, alchemists must constantly monitor the cauldron, fearing even the slightest deviation. Yet, this time, not only were they unconcerned, but the alchemists seemed indifferent as well. Moreover, the cauldron and the elixir appeared remarkably obedient, causing no trouble whatsoever. In previous instances, they would have deemed this utterly unscientific. However, now they even contemplated inquiring whether the cauldron was for sale and if there were enough stock available, hoping for a price reduction for their families. After reminding everyone that this was still an alchemical examination, Yun Jin commenced the latter half of her sales performance. For 4 full hours, she vibrantly engaged from morning until night, discovering that the emotional value derived from her sales was not any less than that from her divine manifestations. The reasoning was simple. Emotions encompass more than mere astonishment. Excitement and joy also constitute significant emotional responses, stimulated by discounted products and various promotional tactics. The crowd's emotional levels remained elevated, all of which contributed to Yun Jin's substantial profits. Yun Jin was elated. The merchants were equally pleased. Yu Zhao was even more delighted. The consumers were content as well. The only one who seemed somewhat discontent was Ming Hong. He pondered a troubling thought. Could it be that he, a mere third-tier alchemist, would unwittingly become the infamous center of this industry? If this girl continued to sell goods after each assessment, what if she expressed gratitude for being the one to pave the way? Then he would have no reason to continue living. Joyous moments are often fleeting. Finally, as the concluding moment approached, Yun Jin expressed her regret. Tonight, we have become family. Yet at this moment, we must part ways. Her voice rose emphatically, but do not feel sorrow. The true highlight awaits us. She paused dramatically. Can the perfect quality foundation pill truly succeed? Join me as we unveil the answer. At this crucial moment, Yunjin expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Master Ming. When I was merely a novice in alchemy, it was Master Ming who recognized my potential and granted me the opportunity to showcase my abilities. For this pivotal moment, I wish to invite Master Ming to witness alongside me. Yunjin gazed earnestly at Ming Hung. Master Ming, please come to the stage. Ming Hung felt an immediate sense of embarrassment. After all, he was a cool and mysterious alchemist. He found himself torn. It appeared that the family members were eager for him to join. Yet, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. If this cauldron truly produced a perfect quality elixir, it could very well incite a storm within the alchemical community. And he might become the first witness to this tempest. To ascend or not to ascend? As Ming Hung came to his senses, he found himself standing beside Yunjin. Master Ming, this time, I shall not disappoint you. Yunjin declared confidently as she stepped forward. Ming Hung felt a slight tension arise within him. Perfect quality? Will it succeed or not? The answer lay in this very moment. As this thought flickered across his mind, Ming Hung felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He had believed himself to be rational, yet he had long since been swayed by Yunjin. Normally, during such assessments, producing an elixir of ordinary quality would be commendable. However, with Yunjin's extensive groundwork, he began to feel that if she could not produce a perfect quality elixir, it would be deemed a failure. Such thoughts were detrimental. Ming Hung endeavored to lower his expectations. Regardless of the elixir's quality, as long as she succeeded, this girl would already be a rare alchemical prodigy. Furthermore, she had once again modified the formula. The foundation pill was consistently the most consumed elixir in the cultivation realm, with every sect maintaining substantial reserves. Yunjin's new formula had streamlined nearly half of the ingredients. If this could be widely adopted, it would save countless herbs annually for the cultivation community. So, could she truly succeed? The previously euphoric crowd began to regain their composure. Had they come to witness an alchemical assessment today? The true highlight was upon them. Linya and Siwan Ning, laden with snacks, had momentarily abandoned their feasting, their eyes glued in anticipation. The onlookers were tense. Yet, Yunjin remained remarkably calm as she approached and lifted the lid. Was she truly unveiling it just like that? A ripple of gasps swept through the crowd. The next moment, a familiar golden light erupted from the cauldron. The golden light soared skyward, revealing the ethereal image of an elixir swirling within it. This time, the elixir bore two distinctive patterns, symbolizing a second-tier elixir. Perfect quality? Someone exclaimed. The ensuing commotion erupted like waves, cascading and amplifying throughout the crowd. Yunjin's emotional value surged, causing her to smile uncontrollably. As the golden light retracted, the foundation pill was complete. Yunjin personally retrieved the elixir. Indeed, this foundation pill radiated a fantastical transparency. Ming Hung's lips trembled. In just 4 days, merely 4 days, she had first produced a perfect quality by Ling pill, followed by a perfect quality foundation pill, achieving a remarkable 2-tier leap. At 15, there were many second-tier alchemists within the sacred grounds. However, none had transitioned from first-tier to second-tier in just 4 days. This was unprecedented. Ming Hung was acutely aware that 4 days prior, this girl had been merely at the qi refining stage. In this short span, she had indeed advanced to the foundation establishment stage and mastered the method of crafting the foundation pill. Such talent, even the Xiandan sect would surely be tempted. Ming Hung suddenly felt a wave of urgency. When Yunjin first crafted an elixir, it was a mere first tier by Ling pill, and he had been uncertain whether she could replicate such a miracle, thus refraining from reporting it. But now, this matter could not go unreported. With her talent, even if the sacred grounds did not intervene, several esteemed alchemical sects would likely go into a frenzy to acquire her. His own sect was considered an esteemed alchemical sect, while the sects surrounding this marketplace were at best mid-tier. If the elders of his sect were to arrive promptly, they would have a significant chance of seizing this extraordinary talent. With 10 foundation pills successfully crafted in one cauldron, Yunjin beamed. This batch of foundation pills was produced with the collective witness of our family members, and they too contributed to this success. Therefore, I have decided to sell this batch on the spot. 10 foundation pills will be divided into 10 vials, with 1 pill per vial, to express my gratitude. Each vial will be priced at just 1 top-tier crystal stone. Limited quantities are available, and we will employ a random drawing method. Should any family member wish to forego this opportunity, we shall draw again. With a snap of her fingers, 10 small fireflies appeared in the air, flitting above the crowd, casting beams of light that danced among them. As the fireflies fluttered, the locations of the beams shifted constantly. Yunjin proclaimed passionately, "The last individuals chosen by the light shall be the 10 fortunate ones granted the opportunity to purchase." Was this truly the legendary lottery? How thrilling. The crowd gazed up at the soaring fireflies, unable to resist offering Yunjin their emotional support. Chapter 49. The Master Has Affairs. The servant awaits their labor under the resounding strains of stirring music. Even those who had no intention of purchasing the flawless quality foundational elixir found themselves filled with anticipation. The gathering was immense. If one were to be chosen, wouldn't that serve as proof of being the child of destiny? Even to validate their fortune. They couldn't help but whisper silent prayers. Choose me, choose me. Countless souls fervently prayed within their hearts. This tension and expectation morphed into emotional value, which swiftly accumulated within Yunjin and Appo's system. Observing this influx of emotional value, surpassing even divine manifestations, Yunjin felt a flicker of enlightenment. It appeared that she must broaden her avenues for acquiring emotional value. Apart from these sentiments, there existed another emotion that could easily generate emotional value: fear. If she could instill terror, enveloping multitudes in dread, the volume of emotional value could potentially exceed her wildest imaginings. However, Yunjin prided herself on not descending to such a frenzied state. While she desired to accumulate emotional value, she was not devoid of principles. For instance, had she auctioned the flawless foundational elixir outright, it would undoubtedly fetch a price far exceeding a single premium crystal. The audience and Appo's emotions had already been stirred. With merely a few words, they could be driven to impulsive purchases. Such a process would yield even more emotional value for her. Yet, Yunjin was reluctant to engage in such practices. She sought profit, but only appropriate profit. She aimed to gather emotional value, but only the right amount. The price of a premium crystal was something Yunjin had assessed. The research value of her elixir far surpassed that of the Bailing Dan, making it likely that even the alchemical sects would be eager to procure it. Those who secured it would undoubtedly reap rewards. After an entire evening of orchestrating, Yunjin had genuinely provided a boon. The emotional value she garnered was substantial. The emotional value derived from instilling fear would likely be even greater. As fear tends to evoke more intense reactions, she needed to ponder how to evoke such fear without harming the innocent. While lost in thought, the 10 fireflies had selected the final 10 fortunate individuals. A radiant light descended, and the chosen ones were engulfed in a mix of astonishment and joy. Amidst such a vast crowd, they had indeed been selected? Could this truly be the sensation of being the child of fortune? Next, the 10 fortunate souls were invited to the stage. The music of "If You Are Not Here, Please Do Not Disturb" played once more. The 10 selected audience members strode onto the stage with pride and vigor. Yunjin inquired if any wished to forfeit their qualification. Not a single individual chose to withdraw. These cultivators were not foolish. The elixir could easily be resold for a higher price. Who would abandon such an opportunity? With no one relinquishing their chance, the transaction proceeded smoothly, with one party exchanging payment and the other delivering the goods. Finally, Yunjin expressed with a hint of reluctance, "Dear friends, tonight's event must come to a close. Such joyful moments are fleeting, yet our hearts shall forever remain intertwined." At that moment, the enchanting strains of "Unforgettable Tonight" filled the air. Yunjin's lips twitched slightly. Her senior brother seemed increasingly mischievous. Did he believe no one was aware of his reincarnation and was now indulging himself? Suppressing her urge to comment, Yunjin declared the conclusion of the evening's festivities. Perhaps due to the remarkable alchemical demonstration they had witnessed, the crowd lingered, reluctant to depart. Ultimately, it was only after revered figures such as Ming Hung intervened to restore order that the audience began to disperse. "Master, should we not greet junior sister and the others?" Siwan Ning expressed her own reluctance to leave. She even began to regret not accompanying junior sister. How delightful it would have been. "Greet them." Lin Yu abruptly seized Siwan Ning, urging, "We must return to the sect. If they come back and find us missing, our secret attendance at this event will surely be discovered." Siwan Ning appeared puzzled. "What is the harm in being discovered?" "There is significant harm," Lin Yu replied sternly. "Then we would miss out on the joy of competing for purchases with our family. Little Jean will most likely directly gift us some items." "But is that what we desire?" "No," Siwan Ning instinctively responded. "Then let us hurry," Lin Yu insisted, leading her away. He was serious. As the esteemed peak master of Tianjian Peak, being caught sneaking around with a group of juniors during a purchasing spree would be utterly humiliating. "Senior brother," Yunjin yawned, "I leave the concluding matters in your capable hands. I shall return to rest." In truth, she was eager to check her system panel. She had caught a glimpse of a system notification earlier, but had been too preoccupied with sales to attend to it. "All right, you head back to the sect. I shall remain here," Yu Zhao replied, invigorated. He had already devised plans for conducting business and seizing the initiative. His commercial empire would commence from this market. Just as he finished speaking, Yu Zhao suddenly felt uneasy. "Wait, it's not safe for you to return alone. Allow me to escort you," he insisted. And Yun Jin found it difficult to refuse. Once they departed the market, Yu Zhao squinted and called out, "Master? Junior sister?" Ahead, two figures paused momentarily before hastily retreating. Yu Zhao was both amused and exasperated. He recognized their furtive demeanor instantly. Did they think they could escape? Indeed, Yun Jin also recognized them, chuckling to herself, "Senior brother. You can return. I'll seek out Master and the others." "Master, junior sister," Yun Jin called out, pursuing them. Noting that Linya showed no signs of stopping, she shouted, "Everyone, come and witness the esteemed Tianxing sect S." In the next instant, Linya spun around, swiftly covering Yun Jin and Appo's mouth. She blinked innocently. Linya, at his wit's end, could only plead, "No more shouting, all right? We can return quietly, can we not?" Yun Jin nodded obediently, and Linya finally released her. With a mischievous grin, she glanced at her master and senior sister. Linya, attempting to save face, insisted, "I merely came to ensure you wouldn't be harmed due to your reckless nature while out. This is certainly not for mere amusement." "I understand. I truly do." Yun Jin replied, "Master, I am now a second-tier alchemist. Once I break through again, I shall surely be capable of concocting the sky-mending elixir." The sky-mending elixir, a seventh-tier divine medicine, is effective even during the integration stage. Typically, alchemists must reach the integration stage and attain a seventh-tier level to successfully concoct seventh-tier elixirs, ensuring a higher success rate. Currently, Huolai, the peak master of the divine elixir peak, had reached the integration stage, yet his alchemist rank stood only at 5th tier. For him to attempt brewing the sky-mending elixir would result in a high failure rate. It could take numerous attempts to achieve even a single success. However, the sect would not allocate an abundance of herbs for Huolai's experimentation. Moreover, Huolai was an unwavering subordinate of Zhao Wuji, making it utterly impossible for him to assist her master in alchemical endeavors. The task of creating the sky-mending elixir rested solely on Yun Jin's shoulders. Within 3 months, she held little hope of breaking through to the integration stage, but she was confident in advancing to the late golden core stage. By then, her alchemical rank would likely rise to 4th tier. What remains must rely on the accumulation of simplification attempts. For instance, in the previous instance, when she was in the Qi refinement stage and desired to concoct a second-grade elixir, the simplification system did not outright refuse but merely indicated that more attempts would be necessary to achieve the desired outcome. At that time, Yun Jin was merely a step away from the foundation establishment stage, thus she refrained from excessively utilizing her attempts. However, when it came to refining the celestial repairing pill, there was no alternative. Regardless of the number of attempts required, she had to proceed. Whether it took hundreds or thousands, she was resolute. In her previous life, this elder had sacrificed himself for her, and while Yun Jin had few commendable traits, one stood out: she believed in repaying favors. When Yun Jin once again mentioned the celestial repairing pill, Linya momentarily lost his train of thought. It suddenly dawned on him that his little disciple was not merely speaking casually. She genuinely intended to concoct the celestial repairing pill for him. For a moment, Linya felt a surge of emotion as he stammered, "There's no need to force it. My injuries have lingered for quite some time. I have grown accustomed to them. If you do not recover, how will you protect us?" Yun Jin asserted with an air of authority, "I will undoubtedly refine the celestial repairing pill. Master, you should focus on recuperating over the next few months. When the time comes for you to regain your strength, if you do not take care of yourself, I will be displeased. Do you understand? Just obey me, Linya." While he felt a twinge of emotion, there was something rather unsettling about her words. Yun Jin appeared entirely unconcerned, leaving Linya at a loss for words. Upon returning to the Heavenly Sword Peak, Yun Jin swiftly made her way back to her quarters. The iron-eating beast was already in a state of slumber, so she refrained from disturbing it. Once in her room, she first checked the day and Appo's emotional value earnings. Previously, she primarily relied on divine manifestations to acquire emotional value, which yielded substantial short-term gains but lacked sustainability. This evening, she had spent 4 hours continuously harvesting emotional value. Now, combined with her previous earnings, her simplification attempts had astonishingly reached over 2,300. In one night, she amassed 200,000 emotional points. The onlookers numbered over 1,000, meaning each person contributed at least 200 emotional points. Some may have contributed more, while others less, but 200 was an average estimate. This endeavor proved immensely profitable. Not only had she formed a cooperative relationship with the market vendors, But she also reaped considerable personal rewards while simultaneously elevating her simplification attempts. However, such occurrences could not be frequent. Gathering a comparable number of people again would not be an easy task. In the foreseeable future, it seemed unlikely she would have another opportunity to garner such a significant amount of emotional value. Recalling a system notification she had heard midway through, Yun-Jin checked her messages and discovered one she had previously overlooked. Ding! The number of simplification attempts had reached 1,000, unlocking the simplification level system. Currently, her simplification attempts were classified as basic simplification. Every 10 points of basic simplification could be synthesized into 1 point of intermediate simplification, and every 10 points of intermediate simplification could be synthesized into 1 point of advanced simplification. Note: basic simplification attempts can only simplify corresponding levels. For instance, if the host is at the foundation establishment stage, they can only simplify foundation establishment techniques and elixirs, and so forth. Intermediate simplification possesses a certain probability of transcending levels, allowing for the simplification of golden core techniques and elixirs, among others. Advanced simplification has a considerable probability of level transcendence. The notes were straightforward, and Yun-Jin grasped the concept, narrowing her eyes, calculating if she converted all her 2,300 basic simplifications into intermediate ones, she would only have over 200 attempts. If converted to advanced simplification, that would dwindle to merely 23. The once vast emotional value suddenly seemed insufficient. Given her goal of refining the celestial repairing pill, she would likely need to utilize advanced simplifications extensively. Yun-Jin let out a sigh. She needed to continue accumulating emotional value. She glanced at the status of the iron-eating beast. Its collision skill had reached level 2, and it had likely practiced several hundred times, resulting in a skill proficiency of 50. With a few more days of practice, it would likely attain level 3. Beyond skills, the cultivation of spirit beasts was equally crucial. She needed to acquire several elixir formulas for her spirit animal. Additionally, the matter of cultivation must be prioritized. She needed to study the secrets of a planting master. Presently, the herbs she sought were often thousands of years old. Relying solely on their natural growth was impractical, as they would likely have long since vanished. The key was to rely on a planting master, who could create an environment conducive to the growth of herbs and utilize secret techniques to accelerate their maturation. Legend has it that within the Qinglian sect, there exists a 9th-grade planting master who, when exerting full effort, can hasten herbs to maturity equivalent to that of 10,000 years in just 1 year. Such a legendary planting master, even within the Qinglian sect, would be regarded as extraordinary. After all, the foundation of alchemy lies in the herbs. Yun-Jin recalled that the Tianxing sect also possessed several planting-related secret techniques. Tomorrow, she would seek out Elder Ming for exchanges. She had 1,000 sect points from Elder Ming, which should be sufficient to exchange for a few lesser-used planting master secrets. Furthermore, she needed to swiftly master the Qinglian Sword Technique. Tomorrow, she would reach out to a few senior brothers to strengthen their bonds, urging them to practice diligently. This way, her swordsmanship could advance to a proficient level, thereby enabling her to meet the prerequisite of the Qinglian Sword Technique, mastering 10 sword intents. Suddenly, Yun-Jin realized she was becoming overwhelmed with tasks. Then, an idea struck her, and her eyes brightened. System: Gu Jinghong is now my servant. When the master is tasks, the servant should assist, which is quite reasonable, right? The system paused for a moment before providing a mechanical response. It is not a permanent master-servant contract, yet it is valid for 3 months. Within this 3-month period, he is my possession, Yun-Jin asserted with a hint of stubbornness. You should update his data panel for me. From now on, any emotional value he generates should also be credited to me. Moreover, he ought to assist me with tasks I cannot manage. For instance, while I cannot oversee everyone practicing swordsmanship, Gu Jinghong can help observe, and in doing so, he should also enhance his proficiency. Thus, she effectively gained an additional self. A servant is meant to be utilized in such a manner. Everything belonging to the servant is inherently the master's. After a brief system malfunction, it complied and updated accordingly. First, Gu Jinghong's data appeared on the panel. Chapter 50. Enigmatic Depths. Yun-Jin cast a glance at Gu Jinghong, noting his dual spiritual roots, a nascent soul at the early stage, and his spirit beast, a mudworm beast of medium earth attributes at the foundation stage. His cultivation manual, Blood Chi Method, was an advanced profound level text that promised rapid progression. Yet the deeper one delved, the more twisted their character became, accompanied by an insatiable thirst for blood. His skills included the 6th level 8 trigrams palm and the 6th level 8 trigram step, both of which were of low profound grade. And he was proficient in 2nd level formations, with a rudimentary grasp of 3rd level formations. Yun-Jin's disdain was palpable. Was this all there was? Gu Jinghong's abilities seemed rather lacking. Her own skills surpassed this paltry listing by far. Had he known her thoughts, Gu Jinghong would surely feel a deep sense of grievance. It is often said that one cannot overreach. While cultivators enjoy long lifespans, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. His attainment of second-level formation mastery alongside his training was commendable. Yunjin continued her criticism, noting that his spirit beast, after so long, had only reached the foundation stage. Her own pet, Rolling, could achieve that in mere moments. Utterly useless, Gu Jinghong truly seemed inadequate, if it weren't for her intention to torment him. Employing such a servant would diminish her stature. Yet, with only Gu Jinghong as her attendant, she had no choice but to make do. While Yunjin assessed her gains, many others endured a sleepless night. Ming Heng promptly reported to his sect about Yunjin's improved foundation pill formula, which had successfully produced a perfect quality foundation pill. Simultaneously, numerous witnesses of this miracle relayed the matter to their superiors. In the secret chamber of the 100 Herbs Pavilion, Chen Changrong and Yu Zhao sat across from one another, sipping tea. Fortunately, your junior sister fled swiftly. The outside world is now rife with those searching for her, Chen Changrong remarked. Yu Zhao smiled faintly. My junior sister is wholly devoted to alchemy, indifferent to worldly matters. Oh, Chen Changrong expressed surprise. Is your esteemed junior sister secretly diligent? Yu Zhao sighed. Speaking with feigned sincerity, there is a saying, the ease you appear to exude is the result of uncounted sweat behind the scenes. In this world, nothing comes without labor. And the effort my junior sister has put forth is such that even I find it hard to watch. Indeed, he truly found it unbearable. For Yunjin had hardly exerted herself at all. Chen Changrong nodded vigorously. So it is. It seems that being a genius is no easy feat. Yu Zhao coolly acknowledged this. Chen Changrong and Appos, SK shifted, tentatively suggesting, Brotherin, the matter of the perfect quality foundation pill is of great significance. This marketplace will soon become lively. Many will be eager to uncover your identities. This Ren Wuxing appeared to have altered his appearance. However, in the world of cultivation, disguising one's looks is quite normal. Any intrusive probing could be seen as provocation and might incite conflict. Chen Changrong, wishing for a long-term partnership with Yu Zhao, would naturally refrain from such actions. Yet, those gathering due to the foundation pill might not share the same restraint. Some would likely resort to unscrupulous means to ascertain the true identities of Yu Zhao and Yunjin. After all, to find them first was to seize the advantage. If such a prodigy could be claimed, the ability to produce perfect quality foundation pills alone would greatly enhance the sect's foundational strength. Let them come, Yu Zhao declared with an air of disdain. His arrogance took Chen Changrong aback. Cautiously, he inquired, Brotherin, could it be that your identity is rather extraordinary? Yu Zhao smiled slightly. What ordinary family could cultivate an alchemical genius like my junior sister? This statement held profound truth, and Chen Changrong could not help but believe it. The pavilion master must have investigated my background. I have been frequenting this marketplace since 3 years ago, coinciding with my junior sister's excursion for training. She has been in seclusion, diligently researching alchemical techniques, and I, with idle time, simply wandered the marketplace to earn some trivial income. Yu Zhao spoke nonchalantly. Chen Changrong and Appos' heart raced in astonishment. He had indeed looked into Ren Wuxing and Appos' affairs, confirming his entrance into the marketplace 3 years prior. This individual possessed a keen business acumen. Many merchants held him in high regard, believing that had he the right connections and capital, he would have already achieved great success. However, upon reflection, how could someone with such business savvy lack a background? How could one possess such acumen without the nurturing of a family? Chen Changrong had previously been puzzled, but now it all clicked. Ren Wuxing's trading was merely a pastime. He had no intent to invest significant time in commerce. He and that mysterious alchemical maiden must undoubtedly hail from a prestigious sect, perhaps even a super sect, or perhaps a holy land. The very thought sent a shiver down Chen Changrong's spine. If that were the case, had his previous demeanor toward Ren Wuxing been sufficiently respectful? Noticing Chen Changrong's sudden pallor, Yu Zhao remained oblivious to his thoughts, merely cradling his teacup, his expression growing ever more inscrutable. Brother Ren. Chen Changrong wiped the cold sweat from his brow and spoke softly. Many will soon inquire about your identities. How should I respond? Yu Zhao lowered his voice, speaking slowly. Pavilion Master Chun, I ask you this. Do you wish for 100 Herbs Pavilion to be the sole provider of this pill, or should it be a shared endeavor? Chen Changrong and Appos' expression shifted. Are you suggesting? We have signed an agreement to prioritize providing pills to 100 Herbs Pavilion. And both my junior sister and I intend to uphold this commitment. However, should external pressure arise that you cannot withstand, our agreement may falter regardless of our intentions. Yu Zhao elucidated. Qin Changrong nodded repeatedly. The previous Biling pill had been manageable, but the foundation pill and Oppo's implications were far too significant. Pavilion Master, Yu Zhao spoke gently. You alone cannot bear this burden. It is time to involve higher authorities. Let me be clear, my junior sister and I are not concerned about our identities being exposed. If necessary, we can simply leave, knowing that none would dare act against us. However, such an outcome would jeopardize our alchemical business. If 100 Herbs Pavilion wishes to pursue this venture, you must devise a strategy. The pressure lies with you, not us. Do you understand? Yu Zhao and Oppo's piercing gaze fixed upon Qin Changrong, exuding an aura of authority. Qin Changrong trembled involuntarily. In the face of such presence, he dared not harbor any doubts. How could one command thousands without having led a significant establishment? A sect with thousands of disciples could only be classified as a prestigious one. This Ren Wuxing, though not particularly powerful, must hold substantial standing within his sect. I understand, Qin Changrong replied promptly. I have already reported this matter. I will inform them again and ensure that reinforcements are dispatched from headquarters. Yu Zhao finally nodded in satisfaction. Pavilion Master Qin, let us hope for a harmonious collaboration. With that, he retracted his oppressive air, allowing Qin Changrong to secretly wipe the sweat from his brow. A nascent soul with such formidable presence, Ren Wuxing was indeed exceptional. His junior sister was even more remarkable. This matter warranted thorough discussion. Chapter 51. A stark comparison. After Yu Zhao departed, Qin Changrong promptly relayed the news back to the headquarters of Baichao Pavilion. For Ren Wuxing and his junior sister, this was merely an excursion. However, for Baichao Pavilion, it could potentially be a tremendous opportunity. He was confident that the headquarters would certainly take action. In the realm of Qinglian, there existed one super sect, 10 superior sects, and numerous medium and lower sects that were countless in number. Ming Hung hailed from the esteemed Lian sect, renowned for its alchemical prowess, boasting the only 7th-grade alchemist in the entire Qinglian nation. The young woman's alchemical techniques were imaginative yet effective, marking her as a rare talent in the field. Although her cultivation was still in its infancy, if she could be recruited swiftly, it would be a significant boon for Lian's sect. Ming Hung believed she would not decline the invitation from Lian's sect. After all, the only super sect in Qinglian, the Qinglian Sword sect, was primarily known for swordsmanship, which was not particularly suitable for an alchemical prodigy. Hence, as the sole superior alchemical sect, Lian's sect and a superlative alchemical talent were a match made in heaven. Ming Hung had dispatched a spiritual pigeon with the message and was now awaiting the sect's response, hoping for a swift reaction. Otherwise, this extraordinary talent would surely be snatched away. Being from a legitimate sect and serving as an elder in the Dan Pavilion, he could not resort to coercive measures. However, if it were those from the evil sects or demonic factions, the situation would be quite different. Unbeknownst to the tumult he had incited, Yun Jin had no intention of visiting the market again recently. Even Yu Zhao decided against going in person. The Baichao Pavilion had dispatched spiritual beasts, thunderbirds, daily to a predetermined location, where Yu Zhao would merely deliver the elixirs to complete the transaction. The thunderbird was specially nurtured by Baichao Pavilion. Despite being only at the nascent soul stage, it was remarkably swift, outpacing even those at the spirit transformation stage. Should anyone attempt to forcibly capture it, the thunderbird possessed a unique ability to instantly destroy anything it carried, making such endeavors futile. Thus, the likelihood of exposing the two of them was minimized. This was also due to the vastness of Qinglian. Yun Jin and Oppo's affairs had only circulated among a few sects in the market. Now that the matter had escalated, it would inevitably spread throughout the entire nation, attracting truly formidable figures. Although Yu Zhao had temporarily deceived Baichao Pavilion, he harbored some concerns. His junior sister had gained too much attention, and when various factions arrived, a storm was likely to ensue. On the other hand, Yu Zhao was not particularly anxious. As long as the factions were not from the evil paths or demonic sects, most merely sought to recruit his junior sister. The worst-case scenario would be her aligning with the most powerful backing available. Yu Zhao was acutely aware of Yun Jin's terrifying talent. The Tianqing sect was too small to accommodate her. Seizing this opportunity to join a superior sect might indeed be a fortuitous turn for her. Yu Zhao had no intention of sharing his thoughts with Yun Jin. She was too sentimental, and revealing his intentions might lead her to resist leaving. He was reluctant to part with her, yet reason dictated that this would be the optimal outcome. If she secured a more formidable backing, such as the Lian sect behind Ming Hong, perhaps the masters there would be willing to release her from the life and death contract set to activate in 3 months. Even Zhao Wujing might refrain from saying much. Unaware of Yu Zhao's thoughts, Yun Jin secluded herself for an entire day, crafting several foundation establishment pills and recovery pills for Yu Zhao to handle. Subsequently, she visited the library. Elder Ming had initially been lazily basking in the sun, indifferent to the disciples coming and going. "Elder Ming, I am here," Yunjin sweetly called out. Upon hearing her voice, Elder Ming immediately opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. "Yun girl, you promised to come daily. Why have you been absent these past 2 days?" A nearby disciple, seizing the moment, cautiously interjected. "Elder Ming seems to have been rather bored lately. I am willing to accompany you every day." Elder Ming shot him a glare and coolly uttered, "Scram." Then, the next moment, he turned to Yunjin. "Yun girl, come, sit beside me." He even thoughtfully prepared a chair for her. The disciple. Emotions 50. Yunjin cast a sympathetic glance at her senior brother before obediently taking a seat. The disciple, overwhelmed, covered his face and left in tears, feeling utterly dejected. Comparisons are fine, but must they be so stark? He felt utterly humiliated. "Elder Ming, I was delayed by some matters these past 2 days, Yunjin explained. "Not a problem at all. You young folks should prioritize your cultivation. I merely spoke offhandedly," Elder Ming replied with a smile. "So, what brings you here today? You took 3 swordsmanship manuals last time. You should have enough for now." Indeed, she had no shortage of swordsmanship manuals. "Elder Ming, I would like some manuals on planting techniques and recipes for nurturing spiritual beasts. I have 1,000 points. I wonder what I can exchange for." Elder Ming paused. "You have contracted a spiritual beast?" "Thanks to the generosity of Senior Ling," Yunjin replied. Elder Ming chuckled. "He has good taste. If he cannot appreciate such an obedient child as you, then no one else could." Yunjin could only smile humbly. She had to mature. She had to be composed. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Ming said, "It is natural to wish to enhance the strength of your spiritual beast. I do have a few recipes for nurturing spiritual beasts in the library, but they are only useful for alchemists. I suggest you purchase ready-made pills instead. But what if one day I become an alchemist too?" Yunjin blinked innocently. Elder Ming typically despised overly ambitious disciples, yet Yunjin and Apos' sincerity made him chuckle. Young people always had lofty aspirations. "All right, I will help you find some recipes. Once you become an alchemist, perhaps this old fellow might benefit from your success." Yunjin earnestly responded, "I will strive for that." Elder Ming laughed even more heartily. "Elder Ming, I also need some manuals on planting techniques," Yunjin added. "What use do you have for manuals on planting techniques?" Elder Ming could not help but inquire. "There are many vacant plots at Tianjin Peak, and I thought to make proper use of them," Yunjin replied honestly. "The sect leader refuses to allow the planting masters from our sect to assist, so I have to think of ways myself." Upon hearing this, Elder Ming furrowed his brow deeply. Zhao Wujing's actions were indeed excessive. Ever since Lin Yu was injured, he had gone to great lengths to disperse the disciples belonging to Tianjin Peak, leaving it utterly devoid of personnel. Though there were some spiritual fields, without planting masters, they could only lie fallow. Life at Tianjin Peak had become quite difficult, and Yunjin sought to alleviate some of Linya and Apos' burdens. This girl was truly pure-hearted. Elder Ming and Apos' gaze softened further. "You have 1,000 points. Let me help you select a few within that range." After a brief deliberation, a few books appeared in his hands. Chapter 52. Weeping Away Fortune. These 3 volumes are esoteric manuals specifically designed for novices in the art of cultivation, all uniformly classified as low-grade yellow tier. The first is the minor cloud and rain technique, which, once mastered, allows one to summon clouds and rain, thereby slightly accelerating the growth of spiritual plants. The second is the soil control technique, enabling one to swiftly adjust the earth to the preferred state of spiritual flora. Finally, the third is the insect extermination finger. Throughout the growth of spiritual plants, various calamities may arise, with pests being among the most troublesome. This technique aids in eliminating such pests without harming the plants themselves. Each of these techniques has specific elemental requirements. For instance, the minor cloud and rain technique pertains to the water element, the soil control technique to the earth element, and the insect extermination finger to the metal element. Typically, cultivators specialize in 1 or 2 techniques aligned with their personal attributes. However, as you possess all attributes, you may select freely among these techniques. Old Master Ming, while speaking, offered a gentle reminder. "Xiao Jin, I understand your filial intentions, but being a cultivator is not an easy path. Your talents lie in the creation of techniques. Do not squander your time on other pursuits." Cloud Jean expressed her confidence. There were many avenues where her talents could flourish. Acknowledging Old Master Ming and Apos' goodwill, she replied, "I'll give it a try. If it proves unfeasible, I shall not insist." Old Master Ming smiled in approval. He then produced 2 precious alchemical formulas. As such knowledge was scarce even in the library, these 2 formulas are beneficial for low-tier spiritual beasts. One is for the Spirit Heart Pill, which enhances the cultivation level of spiritual beasts below the foundation establishment stage. The other is the soul stabilizing pill, a more obscure remedy that aids in solidifying the soul, particularly effective for beasts that have experienced severe fright. Each formula is valuable, costing at least 200 points. Are you certain you wish to purchase them? Absolutely. Cloud Jean responded without hesitation. The Spirit Heart pill was essential, as it directly boosts cultivation. Although the use of the soul-stabilizing pill remained uncertain, possessing more formulas is always advantageous. The 3 volumes of cultivation techniques were relatively inexpensive, priced at 100 points each, totaling 300 points. Thus, the total expenditure amounted to 700 points. Without a hint of regret, Cloud Jean presented her disciple token to Old Master Ming, allowing the deduction of points. After completing the transaction, she wished to engage Old Master Ming in further conversation. He chuckled. All right, go back and study. When you have time, come visit this old man again. Reluctantly, Cloud Jean took her leave. On her way, she casually instructed the system to scan the manuals and formulas. Given their low-level nature, she utilized a few simplification attempts, yielding satisfactory results. Excellent. I shall return to the field and experiment. Upon her return to Tianjian Peak, the resounding thuds of the iron-eating beast colliding with trees echoed through the air. Cloud Jean approached to find several spiritual trees toppled by its antics. Gu Jinghong stood nearby, his expression pale. Cloud Jean couldn't help but frown. What is a grown man doing with such a woeful face? You're going to weep away the fortune of Tianjin Peak. Gu Jinghong, unable to contain his frustration, replied. That iron-eating beast insisted I stand by the tree to practice its aim, yet it has no aim whatsoever. It crashed into the tree 5 or 6 times, and it was only a matter of time before it struck me. Although merely a small beast in the Qi refinement stage, the impacts were still painful. Oh, did you devise this method of practicing aim yourself? Cloud Jean inquired, glancing at the iron-eating beast. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, the beast was about to concede, vowing not to repeat the mistake, but Cloud Jean raised her thumb in approval. Impressive. The iron-eating beast beamed with pride. Enough, Cloud Jean said, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Jinghong. I have a new task for you. Gu Jinghong, momentarily excited, asked. What is it? You must have investigated me, correct? Previously, your senior brother gathered 5 individuals to assess my swordsmanship talents. You are aware of this, yes? Gu Jinghong nodded, wishing he had not known the details. Cloud Jean smiled faintly, saying, I find myself reminiscing about the sword techniques of those 5 senior brothers. Yet I am disinclined to observe them myself. Therefore, I shall assign you as my servant to observe for me. Gu Jinghong was bewildered. Is this even permissible? You want to watch others practice swordplay, yet you want to go yourself? You want me to do it instead? Do you have any objections? Cloud Jean's gaze hardened. None at all. Gu Jinghong quickly replied. Cloud Jean resumed her smile. Then get moving. By the end of today, you are to ensure that each of them practices their sword techniques at least 100 times. Understood? Gu Jinghong, at that moment, grasped Cloud Jean and Apos' intentions. She was remembering past grievances and sought to torment those individuals in her own unique way. However, as the saying goes, a dead companion does not bring down the living. Thus, he turned and departed. Cloud Jean felt thoroughly satisfied. With Gu Jinghong and Apos' formidable reputation, accomplishing this task should be effortless. This is what one might call placing suitable individuals in appropriate roles. In a past life, someone like Gu Jinghong would have excelled in debt collection, guaranteed success. Master. Let him go. I am so bored, the iron-eating beast whined, tugging at Cloud Jean and Apos' pants. Enough about him. The incantation I taught you, was it not effective? I see your skill level is nearing the 3rd tier. At the mention of this, the iron-eating beast perked up, eagerly nodding and extending its arm to showcase its burgeoning muscles. Cloud Jean affectionately patted its head. Remember this incantation. Practice diligently. Now, I will teach you how to enhance your skills proficiency. This time, it will involve a mantra to be silently recited. The iron-eating beast perked its ears attentively. The incantation was hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, oxygen, fluorine. Cloud Jean recited it in one breath, then fixed her serious gaze on the iron-eating beast. Silently recite this mantra and roar with all your might, maintaining a minimum of 100 repetitions daily. Understood? The iron-eating beast, feeling anxious, replied, Master. I didn't Apos, quite catch that. Please teach me once more. Exhibiting remarkable patience, Cloud Jean repeated the mantra 8 times, ensuring the iron-eating beast had mastered it before departing. Behind her, the sound of the iron-eating beast's roars soon echoed, prompting a satisfied nod from Cloud Jean. What a spirited little beast. At Tianqing sect, a disciple trembled before Gu Jinghong. Senior brother Gu, Is there something you need? Having suffered greatly at the hands of Cloud Jane, Gu Jinghong was now a reluctant servant, presumably subjected to further torment. The disciple, with his delicate physique, could hardly withstand Gu Jinghong and Apos' whims. With an impassive expression, Gu Jinghong seized the disciple by the collar and dragged him towards the next target. Upon reaching the next individual, he linked the two together and continued his pursuit. By the time he reached the fifth target, the sight that greeted him was Gu Jinghong, devoid of emotion, dragging four individuals in a line, his gaze icy and fierce, as if he were ready to exact vengeance. Chapter 53A Sword Cultivator, quite impossible. The fifth individual trembled in fear. What is happening? Has Gu Jinghong completely lost his mind due to humiliation? No. If he were truly insane, he would be seeking out Yunjin, so why approach them instead? At last, he found the last one. Gu Jinghong tugged at the corners of his lips, revealing a sinister smile. This is utterly terrifying. The five individuals collectively felt their legs weaken. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Jinghong bound the fifth person as well, dragging all five of them to the back mountain. The surrounding disciples watched in trembling horror. Help us, save us. The unfortunate soul at the end waved his small hand in despair. The other disciple shuddered, their eyes wide as they witnessed the five disappear completely into the thicket of the back mountain. Emotional value 50. Emotional value 40. Yunjin, still en route, had already reaped a small harvest of emotional points. She blinked in surprise. In truth, with her series of miraculous displays, if her deeds were to spread, she would continue to receive emotional points sporadically in the future. However, it would not be as concentrated as this occasion. Curiously, Yunjin inquired, System, where do these emotional points come from? Upon investigation, the source was identified as Gu Jinghong. The system's mechanical voice resounded. When the master has matters, the servant bears the toil. The emotional points obtained by Gu Jinghong had been credited to her panel. Yunjin instantly felt elated. Excellent. This system is indeed quite reasonable. It promised to allocate emotional points to her, and it has done so. Gu Jinghong is quite capable, indeed. Wasn't he at just her request for him to observe someone practice swordplay, and yet he managed to garner such a multitude of emotional points? This accumulation amounts to 500 or 600 points. Could it be that he is a prodigy in acquiring emotional value? Yunjin found herself lost in thought. At Tianqing sect, the onlookers remained in a state of trepidation. Gu Shixiang has gone mad. What should we do now? Should we attempt to rescue those unfortunate brothers? It was uncertain at this point. Reporting hastily might not elicit a response from the elders. So what to do? After much deliberation, the crowd decided to follow and see for themselves. They say strength lies in numbers, surely, with so many of them. Gu Shixiang could not possibly kill them all before exhausting his spiritual energy. After a moment of mutual encouragement, they ventured into the back mountain together. Some time had passed by now. If the five brothers had already met with misfortune, then they could only. The crowd was preparing for the worst. Suddenly, from deep within the thicket, Gu Jinghong's sinister voice echoed. What are you doing? Haven't eaten enough? Why are your hands shaking? If you don't perform correctly, I'll personally chop off your hands. Tired already? If you don and Apos, do you want to practice that and Apos? S fine. I haven and Apos. Tea tasted human blood in a while, so I'll feast on yours. The crowd felt increasingly horrified. As they circled around this patch of forest, they stumbled upon a vast clearing. In an instant, the atmosphere grew thick with tension. All heads bore large black question marks. What in the world is happening? Gu Jinghong has created such a ruckus, appearing utterly deranged and murderous, and yet, he merely wants those five to practice swordplay? Hearing the commotion, Gu Jinghong turned around suddenly, revealing a dark smile. Oh, more people have arrived. If you have nothing else to do, you might as well join in the practice. The five individuals instantly displayed expressions of anticipation. The crowd responded, Gu Shixiang, I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. The spirit chickens I raise are about to lay eggs. I must depart as well. Aren't you raising roosters? Shut up. The throng scattered like birds, leaving only the five unfortunate souls in a state of despair. Why? Why is it always us? Gu Jinghong coldly declared. Why have you stopped? Did I give you permission to stop? The five trembled, hurriedly resuming their sword practice. Once, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. They longed to escape, yet there was no way out. All right, take a break, Gu Jinghong said indifferently. Thank you, Gu Shixiao. The five released a collective sigh of relief. 3. Gu Jinghong suddenly announced. The five were momentarily confused. 2. They continued to look bewildered. 1. All right, break and amp. Oppos. S over, continue practicing. Gu Jinghong revealed a radiant smile. The five were left speechless. This is simply inhumane. One person could not help but plead. Shixiang, if we have offended you in any way, Please let us know, but do not torment us any longer. Gu Jinghong replied coolly, You have not offended me. The five paused, suddenly realizing. At present, Gu Jinghong had been bound by a master-servant contract, and the only one who could command him was none other than Yun Jin. The five were instantly bereft of tears. Is Yun Jin truly so vengeful? Gu Jinghong glanced at the five, a small knife appearing in his hand, casually toying with it. Next, will it be sword practice, or shall I sample the flavor of your blood? He smirked with the classic villainous grin. The five trembled, and they felt that practicing swordplay was indeed a preferable option. In truth, they all understood that as fellow disciples of Tianqing's sect, Gu Jinghong was unlikely to harm them. Yet, the moment Gu Shixiang tilted his mouth or raised an eyebrow, they inexplicably felt he could resort to anything. Despite the sect's regulations, what if he truly went mad? It was wiser not to gamble with their lives. Meanwhile, Yin Jin listened to the sounds of emotional points being credited while observing the rapid increase in swordsmanship proficiency. And she couldn't help but smile. Indeed, if one uses their eccentricities in the right manner, it can yield powerful results. Were she to undertake this task herself, her inherent kindness would likely prevent her from coercing others, thus hindering her ability to achieve such rapid progress and proficiency. On this side, Yun Jin also found Yu Zhao and asked him to lead her to the spiritual field on Tianjin Peak. Originally, the spiritual field was home to a variety of naturally cultivated spiritual seeds, but now, most had been sold, and the plants cleared away, leaving behind a desolate expanse. Little junior sister, have you come to the spiritual field for something? Yu Zhao inquired with curiosity. Eldest senior brother, last time, didn't Team Master Qin gift me some seeds? Yin Jin responded. I intend to plant these seeds and see if I can grow some spiritual herbs. I have also exchanged for a few planting manuals. So it's the perfect opportunity to try. Yu Zhao? Are you serious? Yun Jin found his reaction peculiar. Otherwise, what would I be here for? Have I ever come here under false pretenses? Yu Zhao sighed helplessly. Little junior sister, I recognize your extraordinary talent. However, human capacity is finite. We are but one person and cannot master every skill. Becoming a planter is not something one can simply decide to do. Generally, a planter must possess a strong affinity with plants, while a sword cultivator is prone to startling them. A sword cultivator, quite impossible. Before Yu Zhao could finish, Yin Jin raised her hand. A small cloud of rain unexpectedly drifted down from above. Little cloud rain technique. Yun Jin called out playfully. In the next moment, rain imbued with spiritual energy began to fall. Yu Zhao promptly fell silent. It was not that he had lost his words. He merely feared the rainwater might land in his stomach, an unsanitary prospect. Chapter 54. A touch of innovation after the simplification of the little cloud and rain technique. The prerequisites for initiation became to take 100 vigorous breaths and fully relish the fragrant beauty of nature. Thus, as Yun Jin was on her journey, she inadvertently embraced this initiation. It was a perfect opportunity to reap some benefits from her senior brother, wasn't it? A direct influx of 200 emotional points into her account. Senior brother, what were you just about to say? What is it that sword cultivators generally do? Yun Jin inquired. Yu Zhao gritted his teeth and replied, Oh, I was going to say that sword cultivators are most suited to also be planters. This combination is simply invincible. I concur. Yun Jin exclaimed with enthusiasm. Senior brother, I've discovered that my little cloud and rain technique, when paired with swordplay, is absolutely phenomenal. Yu Zhao had sworn an oath that in this lifetime, he would never allow Yun Jin to show off again. Yet, in this moment, he found himself unable to restrain his words. Isn't the little cloud and rain technique meant for nurturing plants? How can it possibly complement swordplay? Think about it. Senior brother, the essence of the little cloud and rain technique is fundamentally a water-based sword technique. Moreover, water can summon thunder, astonishingly. The technique even contains a hint of thunderous energy. This energy, being of the utmost yang, pairs exquisitely with swordplay. If it were a water attribute sword technique, under the enhancement of the little cloud and rain technique, its power would be exponentially increased, ineffably splendid. Yun Jin articulated her thoughts with clarity. Yu Zhao was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but interject. The little cloud and rain technique is only applicable to plants. What you are suggesting seems impossible. No one has ever heard of the little cloud and rain technique being used to enhance swordplay. However, Yun Jin was aware that it truly could. After her initiation into the little cloud and rain technique, the system unexpectedly provided 3 simplified paths. The first path remained as it originally was, simply an auxiliary secret technique for nurturing spirit plants. The second path began to undergo magical modifications, transforming the little cloud and rain technique into a water domain, where utilizing water attribute skills would amplify their potency. Naturally, water attribute sword techniques were also included. The third path broke through all limits of imagination. After invoking the little cloud and rain technique, one could capture the thunder within the clouds, condensing it into a blue lightning bolt, with an attack power deemed invincible. It is noteworthy that the lightning attribute is a remarkably rare mutated spiritual root. Yet, this simplified path could directly yield lightning techniques from the little cloud and rain technique. A previously mundane and unremarkable planting secret technique suddenly became an unparalleled offensive method. Yunjin required all three simplified paths at present. She utilized several simplification opportunities on each path, and then fused the three functions into a single technique, which she named New Little Cloud and Rain Technique. Currently, the New Little Cloud and Rain Technique is at the novice level, and to further enhance it, the simplification condition is to converse with water attribute plants to receive blessings of the water element, significantly increasing her cultivation speed. Conversing with plants, how awkward. The key is, she hasn't even planted her own spirit plants yet. Yunjin devised a plan to have Gu Jingong run off to other herbal gardens to complete this task. As for embarrassment, as long as it wasn't her personally facing it, she didn't mind at all. Senior brother, the second senior sister's Lotus Sword Technique is a water attribute secret technique. Let me demonstrate it beneath the little cloud and rain technique, and you can take a look, Yunjin said with a mischievous smile. Yu Zhao struggled for a moment. He feared that if Yunjin truly succeeded, he would once again be outshone by her. Yet, he was also anxious about missing out on her potential success. Go ahead, he said resolutely. Yunjin brandished her sword and stepped into the cloud-covered area. As the spirit rain continued to fall, Yu Zhao focused on sensing her. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Just moments ago, he felt a slight increase in the water attribute energy surrounding Yunjin. Was this an enhancement? Such an expansive amplifying secret technique would not be out of place at the profound or earthly levels, and would even be fiercely contested. Yet, Yunjin, from a mere yellow-level junior little cloud and rain technique, comprehended this? This was unscientific. Beneath the clouds, Yunjin initiated the Lotus Sword Technique, and in response, blooming lotus flowers emerged, nourished by the domain, their emitted sword chi growing increasingly formidable. Whether it was Yunjin's own capabilities or the domain's enhancement, Yu Zhao could still distinguish the source. Thus, his lips trembled, and he muttered, little cloud and rain technique. Is this truly what you call it? This is a fundamental technique among planters. Any water attribute planter has likely practiced the little cloud and rain technique. If you randomly ask one, they would crash into a wall upon learning this is the little cloud and rain technique. Yu Zhao believed that the little cloud and rain technique transforming into an amplifying domain was already absurd enough. However, as the Lotus Sword Technique neared its conclusion, Yunjin suddenly extended her hand and commanded, Nine Heavens mysterious thunder, heed my call, converge. Yu Zhao jumped, hastily glancing at the clouds. Within the darkened patches, thunder was indeed gathering. Once the thunder coalesced, Yunjin, wielding her spirit sword, drew the lightning into her blade and then cried out, break. The sword tip pointed towards the distance. Boom. A massive stone shattered. Before the fragments could scatter, they were reduced to dust in the next moment. Yu Zhao's jaw dropped in disbelief, and he thought to himself, water can indeed summon thunder. There seems to be some truth to that saying. But for water techniques to transform into thunder techniques, who would dare believe it? Senior brother, how well do you think I practiced my little cloud and rain technique? Yunjin smiled as she approached Yu Zhao after retracting her spell. Yu Zhao remained silent for a moment before asking, are you certain this is the little cloud and rain technique? How could that be? Yunjin instinctively replied, oh, is it not? Yu Zhao felt a strange sense of relief. Thank goodness. The little cloud and rain technique could not possibly be this monstrous. In the next moment, Yunjin confidently declared, I have named it New Little Cloud and Rain Technique. It even has the word new in it. New Little Cloud and Rain Technique. What on earth is new? Yu Zhao mentally screamed. Was this not still the little cloud and rain technique? Did the heavens deem his journey of reincarnation insufficiently thrilling, sending this little junior sister to punish him? Senior brother, I also have two more techniques, Earth Control Technique and Insect Extermination Finger. Wait until I initiate them, Yunjin said. Yu Zhao observed her alternately wielding a hoe to dig up earth and extracting insects from the soil, staring wide-eyed at them. In total, it took little more than a cup of tea and Apos, time. She informed him that she had also initiated these two techniques. Yu Zhao smiled. With your talent, junior sister, this is to be expected. Expected, my foot, he thought. Now, he simply wished to return and take a nap to determine whether all of this was merely a dream. Senior brother, I've made some minor innovations to these two techniques as well. Take a look. Yunjin eagerly proposed, having once again combined new simplification directions. Very well, Yu Zhao replied, somewhat dazed. Thus, he witnessed Yunjin perform the Earth Control Technique, as the gentle soil suddenly surged into great waves, with sharp spikes erupting from the ground, a terrifying sight. Then she shot forth beams of golden light from her 10 fingers. The power was such that exterminating people would be more than sufficient. One insect extermination finger was transformed into a 6-pulsed divine sword. Senior brother, what do you think of my modifications? Yunjin looked at Yu Zhao with eager eyes. Chapter 55. The coexistence of the 5 elements. Yu Zhao remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. I find your modifications quite creative. Next time you wish to make such changes, you might discuss them with our master or with our junior sister and junior brothers. Just be sure not to consult him. His fragile heart may not withstand too much stress. But senior brother, you said I was very creative, Yunjin replied, her eyes bright with delight. I enjoy praising those who appreciate me, so I think I will come to you first next time. Yu Zhao, thank you. Taking a deep breath, Yu Zhao continued, as for these cultivation techniques, even if you master them all, they alone are insufficient. Junior sister, do you understand the characteristics of each type of herb? Some herbs thrive in sunlight, while others do not. Some require watering every hour, while others dissolve upon contact with water. All this knowledge must be learned systematically. I have heard that some individuals possess an innate affinity with plants, enabling them to communicate and discern their needs. This talent is as coveted by cultivators as an affinity with spirit beasts. Yu Zhao hesitated for a long time before finally saying, You likely do not possess such a talent, do you? In that moment, he was met with an extraordinarily radiant smile from Yunjin. Yu Zhao felt a sudden jolt of unease, as if a foreboding sensation had washed over him. I'm not very knowledgeable about the characteristics of herbs, Yunjin admitted shyly, but given my natural charm and kindness, surely these spirit plants would willingly adjust their habits for me, wouldn't they? Yu Zhao clenched his lips tightly, reason urging him to refute her claim. However, recalling the previous incident with the spirit rain, he decided to observe further. Yu Zhao cautiously suggested, why not give it a try? All right, Yunjin replied enthusiastically. She first employed an earth manipulation technique to loosen the soil, then scattered a handful of seeds into the air, watching them land on the ground. Senior brother, do you think this will work? Yunjin inquired. Yu Zhao's expression shifted as he pondered, ultimately responding, You should handle it as you see fit. As a time traveler, he resolved not to become a mere tool for his junior sister's whims. Yunjin felt a twinge of disappointment. Her senior brother was exceedingly cautious, making it difficult to manipulate his emotions. With a sigh, she cast a minor rain spell. However, the seed showed no signs of change, none at all. Yu Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the heavens were watching? Perhaps Yunjin's reckless actions would indeed yield no results. Gathering his courage, he pointed out. Junior sister, you've placed all the various spirit plants together. This will lead to mutual interference. Some plants can positively influence one another, but planting all the seeds haphazardly together will not work. Nodding in agreement, Yunjin said, Senior brother, I believe these seeds might be feeling down, which is why they are reluctant to sprout. What if I tell them a few jokes? Yu Zhao, after a moment of internal struggle, he finally uttered the all-encompassing phrase, why not give it a shot? Yunjin blinked. I don't know how to tell jokes. Senior brother, you're more knowledgeable. Please write a few for me, and I'll recite them. Yu Zhao felt as if Yunjin was already telling a joke with her request. Yet, as her senior brother, he complied. He casually inscribed a few jokes from his past life onto a jade slip and handed it to Yunjin. As she read the slip, she settled herself among the spirit plants and began her comedic recital. The simplified planting method. Telling jokes to the plants daily can uplift their spirits, promoting growth. This can significantly alleviate planting constraints, but is only effective for yellow-grade spirit plants. Yunjin commenced her storytelling. A renowned planter and his disciple were searching for spirit plants in the wild when suddenly the disciple asked, and Apo's, Master, what should we do if we encounter an unfamiliar spirit plant? The planter replied, To avoid this, I usually walk ahead and step on any unknown plants. After finishing, Yunjin erupted into laughter. Senior brother, you're incredibly talented. Yu Zhao lowered his head, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. He regretted that his photographic memory had become a double-edged sword since arriving in the cultivation world. Even the most trivial details from his past life remained etched in his mind, leading him to unwittingly become an accomplice to Yunjin's antics. As Yunjin animatedly continued her joke-telling, Yu Zhao could only stare at his toes, wishing for the moment to pass. The notion of relying on jokes to improve the mood of spirit plants so they would grow felt somewhat absurd. Just then, he looked up, utterly stunned. Yunjin sat in the center, sharing her jokes, and around her, various colors of spirit plant seedlings began to sprout. The gentle rain continued to nourish them, and those little sprouts seemed like eager babies, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy. Metal, wood, earth, water, fire. Yu Zhao gazed at the harmonious coexistence of these diverse attributes, feeling a strange premonition. Could it be that the true path lies in the coexistence of the five elements? While the cultivation world revered the heavenly roots as the ultimate spiritual roots, deeming the five roots as the most inferior, were the five roots truly worthless? Yu Zhao watched as the seedlings of five different attributes collectively absorbed spiritual energy, their powers intertwining in the air. Under the nurturing rain, a rainbow appeared above them, with Yunjin sitting beneath it, continuing her humorous tales. Whether the seeds were laughing or not, he could not discern, but Yunjin was thoroughly entertained, laughing heartily. As Yu Zhao observed, he too couldn't help but chuckle. His little junior sister had never engaged in anything normal, yet this delightful abnormality seemed rather entertaining. When the rain ceased and the clouds dispersed, Yunjin evaporated the moisture from her body, stood up, and declared, "Senior brother, it seems the spirits of these plants have improved significantly." "Indeed," Yu Zhao replied with calm assurance. Yunjin felt a wave of boredom wash over her. "This senior brother of mine has become rather difficult to tease. It's time to set my sights on our second senior sister. Senior brother, please come up with more jokes. I'll have Gu Jingong come here to tell the spirit plant some jokes." Yu Zhao responded with composed agreement. Nothing in this world could shake his resolve. He had become the aloof and proud gentleman he aspired to be. These spirit plants seemed to be adapting well. Perhaps performing the minor rain spell daily should suffice? Yu Zhao suggested, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. That should work, Yunjin nodded, equally unsure. The true planter must operate similarly, I suppose. I, Yunjin, must have unknowingly discovered the correct path of a planter. Meanwhile, Gu Jingong, having just overseen 5 students complete 100 sword techniques, received Yunjin's next directive, to visit various herb gardens and engage in conversation with spirit plants of water, earth, and metal attributes. With the higher the level and greater the spiritual energy, the better. Gu Jinghong. Chatting with spirit plants? And specific attributes at that? Surely. This is a sign of madness? The fleeting thought barely passed when Yunjin sensed it, and in an instant, the punitive contract was enacted. Gu Jinghong and Amp, Oppos, as complexion turned ashen. And he could no longer afford to ponder further. A profound sorrow enveloped him as he reflected. Once, he was a mad and feared by all. Now, it seemed he was destined to become a figure of ridicule, a lunatic scorned by society. Chapter 56. Utterly useless senior brother Gu. We and Oppos, V done this 100 times already. Can we take a break? A disciple gasped for breath, looking as though he might collapse at any moment. Gu Jinghong casually glanced at the 5 of them and replied, "Enough. You may leave." The 5 disciples let out a sigh of relief and were about to scurry away when Gu Jinghong suddenly remembered something and added, "For the next few days, you are not permitted to leave Tianqing sect. Return here at the same time tomorrow for assembly." Gu Jinghong felt helpless. After all, Yunjin had assigned him not a singular task but a daily one. The 5 disciples, who had just relaxed, instantly displayed expressions of despair. Was this torment truly not over? One of them trembled and asked, "Senior brother Gu, what must we do for junior sister Yun to forgive us?" "How can you say that? The master merely wishes to appreciate your swordsmanship. It is not that she does not wish to forgive you. One should not speak carelessly lest you tarnish her reputation," Gu Jinghong replied. The others murmured in agreement, their feelings unmistakable, regret. They truly regretted provoking Yunjin. They had been living comfortably, so why stir trouble? Even Ruanjun had been forced into seclusion by her, let alone them. With heads hung low, they departed. Gu Jinghong paid them no mind. He had another task to attend to, conversing with plants. After a moment's hesitation, he made his way to the Grand Hall. In recent days, he had become Yunjin's servant, and neither his master nor fellow disciples had come to see him, not even to exchange a word. Reflecting on it now, Gu Jinghong found he harbored little resentment towards Yunjin. Initially, he had aimed to eliminate her, yet she had spared his life, merely binding him as a servant for 3 months, a sign of her mercy. Perhaps Yunjin simply did not wish for his demise to come too easily. She sought to torment him instead. Given their enmity, her actions were entirely justified. However, the indifference of his fellow disciples left Gu Jinghong feeling somewhat pained. His actions had ultimately been to stand up for his senior brother and junior sister. While his senior brother remained in seclusion, what of Yidanxia? She exhibited no remorse whatsoever, even harboring disdain towards him for becoming a servant. If it were only Yidanxia, it might be bearable. But what of the master? Could he truly conceal his actions from others, especially from the master? The master had condoned his actions, yet when the plan unraveled, he had unhesitatingly chosen the junior sister over him. Gu Jinghong could understand this, as he was the one who had erred. Nevertheless, after several days, would the master not even feign a glance or offer a few words of comfort? The Grand Hall was situated at the heart of Tianqing sect, surrounded by 10 peaks that seemed to guard it. Within the sect, Resources under the Grand Master were the finest, superior elixirs, fertile spiritual fields, exquisite spiritual artifacts. And even their living quarters were splendidly adorned, in stark contrast to those of other disciples who had to construct their own homes. Traditionally, disciples under the Grand Master would walk with their heads held high, feeling superior. Yet in recent days, Zhao Wujing had issued orders restricting disciples, instructing them to limit their outings for 3 months. The true meaning behind this was to avoid contact with Yunjin. Thus, these disciples either ventured out on missions or remained dutifully within their designated areas, carefully circumventing Tianjin Peak. With the senior brother in seclusion and the second brother bound by contract, these lesser disciples dared not provoke Yunjin any further. Even when the junior sister wept pitifully, none dared to show any excess emotion. The disciples were practicing in an open area when suddenly one stammered, "Gu." Senior brother Gu. The others turned to look. They instinctively searched for Gu Jinghong's whereabouts, and upon confirming that Yunjin was not accompanying him, they breathed a slight sigh of relief. Gu Jinghong, with an expressionless demeanor, scanned the group before heading directly towards a vast expanse of spiritual fields. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances and began to whisper among themselves. What was senior brother Gu doing here under Yunjin's control? Is he heading towards the spiritual fields? One asked, panic rising. Oh no. Yunjin must want him to seize the herbs. We should follow and report to the master. Gu Jinghong soon noticed a few tails trailing behind him, but he remained unperturbed, continuing on his way. After leaving the residential area and walking for a while, he soon reached a lush expanse of spiritual fields. Several planting disciples were busy working, with a senior uncle in the transformation stage personally guiding them. Without pausing, Gu Jinghong entered the fields, seemingly with a specific goal in mind, making his way towards a designated area, the water attribute spiritual plant zone. This was disastrous. Several high-tier plants were there, and if he damaged them, the loss would be considerable. Damaging sect spiritual plants was a violation of sect rules. Could senior brother Gu truly commit such an act in broad daylight? He was either being intentionally tormented by Yunjin or had completely twisted his mentality after becoming a servant. What sense was there in discussing sect rules with someone so distorted? The master had yet to arrive. Someone should alert the senior uncle. Several disciples hurriedly informed the senior uncle guarding the herb garden. Ma Hongyu had overseen the herb garden for many years, not only possessing transformation stage cultivation, but also being one of the few fifth-tier planting masters in the sect. Upon hearing that Gu Jinghong might damage the spiritual plants, Ma Hongyu narrowed his eyes. He had heard of Gu Jinghong and Appos' situation but cared little for the rest. He simply wished to tend to the garden. If Gu Jinghong truly intended to harm the plants, he would have no choice but to retaliate. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gu Jinghong suddenly revealed a devilish smile. What? Are you going to take action? Ma Hongyu's fingers began to gather spiritual energy. Gu Jinghong, with a cold expression, focused intently on a water attribute advanced plant and then spoke without emotion. What is this lunatic about to say? Everyone strained to listen. Hello, Gu Jinghong said softly. Have you eaten today? Did you eat enough? The crowd. One disciple, somewhat dazed, remarked, Senior brother Gu is talking to the plants? Seems like it. The crowd fell silent for a moment, their faces reflecting sympathy. What had happened to the once great senior brother Gu? Reduced to madness by Yunjin in just a few days? The extent of Yunjin and Appos' methods was truly unimaginable. Ma Hongyu, witnessing Gu Jinghong and Appos' earnest demeanor, sighed. As long as he doesn't damage the spiritual plants, let him be. Soon, word of Gu Jinghong's bizarre behavior reached Zhao Wujing. After a moment of silence, he remarked, It seems Jinghong has been driven to the brink of insanity by Yunjin's torment. If he isn't causing any destruction, let him do as he pleases. Avoid provoking him. Have the disciples leave. Zhao Wujing squinted. He had intended to cultivate Gu Jinghong, believing he would be of great use in the future. Now, it appeared that even after the servant contract was lifted in 3 months, Gu Jinghong would be utterly useless. A look of regret crossed Zhao Wujing's face before he recalled Yi Danxia, prompting a smile of satisfaction. Fire Lian had mentioned that Danxia possessed remarkable talent in alchemy. It had only been a few days, and she had already become a first-tier alchemist. If this progress continued, she might rise to the rank of a first-class alchemist within 3 to 5 years. This astonishing speed, if disclosed, would indeed be remarkable. Who knows what further advancements could be made in the realm of alchemy in the future? His decision to protect Yi Danxia has proven to be undeniably astute. Chapter 57. This matter must be stopped at Qinglian Peak. Yi Danxia concentrated intently on the herbs before her. After half an hour, she spoke with uncertainty. Is the medicinal potency of this Huangxin grass down to 80%? The senior brother responsible for her instruction immediately expressed his admiration, Actually, it's 82%. However, Sister Yi, you have only been studying for a few days and can already sense the medicinal properties. You are destined to become an exceptional alchemist. As he spoke, his expression grew more earnest. With a heavenly root and a natural talent for alchemy, Sister Ye's future prospects are indeed boundless. Furthermore, she is a favored disciple of the sect leader who will surely pave the way for her. In the future, Yidanxia is destined to become a significant figure in the Tianqing sect. Is that true? Yidanxia blushed slightly. I and Oppos, VE only barely managed to sense some medicinal properties after so long, and even then, not very accurately. I thought my aptitude was rather poor. Senior brother Wang laughed heartily. Sister Yi, your progress is already quite remarkable. The art of alchemy is vast and profound. Many spend their entire lives unable to grasp it. Those with better talent still take a month or two to even begin to understand. You, on the other hand, have managed to achieve this in just a few days. Truly a prodigious talent. A flicker of joy passed through Yi Danxiao and Amp, Oppos, eyes. Senior brother, does that mean I have a chance to become an alchemist? Senior brother Wang nodded affirmatively. The chances are high. Within 5 years, you could very well become a formal alchemist. Everyone knows how difficult it is to become an alchemist. If she had heard this 5 years ago, Yi Danxiao would have been elated. Yet at this moment, she recalled the rumors of an extraordinary alchemy genius that had recently emerged in the market. It was said that she had a flamboyant demeanor and an undeniable talent in alchemy that justified such a reputation. Yi Danxiao found herself inexplicably concerned about this individual. She could not help but ask, recently, I heard that there is an extraordinary young woman in the market who excels in alchemy. I wonder how I measure up against her. Senior brother Wang was taken aback. He looked at Yi Danxiao, somewhat stunned. Your talent is indeed commendable. But how can it compare to that young woman? She broke through to first-grade alchemist in just 4 days and is now already a second-grade alchemist. For an ordinary person to reach second grade, decades of hard work would be required. Although Yi Danxiao had potential, how could she possibly compare? Yi Danxiao's gaze dimmed slightly. Senior brother Wang chuckled awkwardly, wanting to comfort her, yet worried that she might take it too seriously and think she could also break through to a second-grade alchemist in 4 days. He could only say, Sister Yi, let us not compare ourselves to such prodigies. That young woman's talent in alchemy is terrifying. She is either a genius nurtured by a sacred place or a hidden card of a major sect. We are merely disciples of a modest sect. How can we compare with them? Of course, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. Disciples of those large sects have the best resources and teachers from a young age, starting far ahead of us. However, with diligent effort, we too might eventually shine. Senior brother Wang was concerned that Yi Danxiao would be too disheartened. Yet, Yi Danxiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the disciples of those major sects merely start from a higher point. Senior brother, I shall surpass that young woman. Is it merely a second-grade alchemist? I can achieve that too. Senior brother Wang. Was that truly the implication of his words? Regardless, let Yi Danxiao interpret it as she wished. He smiled. Sister Yi, why must you fixate on those disciples from the major sects? If you become an alchemist, the likes of Yun Jin will no longer stand a chance against you. You could effortlessly overshadow her. Wouldn't that be immensely satisfying? Yi Danxiao's eyes brightened. Though she feigned nonchalance, I am friends with Xiao Jin. Please do not speak like that, senior brother. The relationship between Yi Danxiao and Yun Jin was well known throughout the Tianqing sect. Yet, whenever the two met, they addressed each other as sisters, leading others to view it as a mere camaraderie. Very well, I shall refrain from further comment. Senior brother Wang chuckled. Sister Yi, it is noon. You should take a rest. Yi Danxiao obediently agreed. Upon returning to her quarters, she overheard nearby disciples discussing Gu Jinghong's unusual behavior that morning. After listening for a while, Yi Danxiao sighed. When Gu Jinghong first appeared, she had thought this flamboyant senior brother was quite impressive. Yet, in an instant, he became Yun Jin's servant. And now his behavior was erratic and utterly incomprehensible. Such madness warranted distance from him in the future. Just then, she heard a disciple nearby say, alas, what a fine Gu senior brother has been turned into a madman. I wonder how Yun Jin has tormented him behind the scenes. It seemed Gu senior brother would rather choose death than endure this. Killing is but a trivial matter, they mused. Yun Jin has surely gone too far. With a master-servant contract in place, Gu senior brother's visit today was undoubtedly known to Yun Jin, perhaps even orchestrated by her. Gu senior brother was already bloodthirsty. The perfect tool. If she were Yun Jin, she would not limit him to such trivial tasks. Instead, she would have him eliminate his enemies. Wuden and Oppos. That be splendid? How do you know she doesn't and Amp, Oppos, have such intentions? Donna and Amp, Oppos, do you know? This morning, the 5 senior brothers who offended Yun Jin were nearly obliterated by Gu Jinghong. It was only because some disciples followed to watch that he pretended to be observing their swordplay. What is so interesting about swordplay? He must have been seeking an opportunity to eliminate those 5. After all, it was Gu's senior brother who acted. Yunjin could merely hide in the shadows and direct him, conveniently distancing herself from any repercussions. Is it truly that terrifying? If so, who does Yunjin despise the most? As the crowd discussed, Yi Danxia's expression suddenly shifted. The others, noticing her, recalled something and promptly fell silent. Indeed, if there were someone Yunjin despised the most, it must be none other than Yi Danxia herself. The crowd dared not speak further and dispersed hastily. Yi Danxia's expression fluctuated, a flicker of coldness flashing in her eyes. How could she allow her sister to continue down such a perilous path under Yunjin's domineering tyranny, ultimately driving Gu's senior brother to madness? Yes, this matter must be stopped. Danxia, I have heard that your studies have been progressing smoothly. Zhao Wujie wore a warm smile. It is worth my reputation as a master to allow you to study at Xindan Peak. Thank you, master. Yi Danxia and Apos. SK shifted, master. I heard that the second senior brother came by this morning. Upon mentioning Gu Jinghong, Zhao Wujie revealed a look of helplessness. Your second senior brother. Alas. Yi Danxia and Apos. S eyes reddened slightly. Master, I truly did not know that the second senior brother would. Otherwise, I would have certainly intervened. The situation regarding the second senior brother ultimately stems from my actions. Witnessing his humiliation truly pains me. Zhao Wujie sighed. There is no helping it. On that day, we agreed that for 3 months, as long as we safeguard Jinghong's life, the rest would be at Yunjin's whim. Although Xiao Jin is my friend, her character has drastically changed of late. She has become unrecognizable to her disciples. Master, she now possesses absolute control over the second senior brother. Today, she could provoke him to madness in the spiritual field. What about tomorrow? Might she command him to take a life? With a mere word. She could incite the second senior brother to assassinate a disciple, or even you, master. Should you eliminate the second senior brother, or allow him to act recklessly? Yi Danxia spoke softly. Zhao Wujie's countenance also shifted slightly. This indeed poses a dilemma. Master, we must take action to prevent this. Yi Danxia asserted resolutely. Just imagine. Should she acquire such a servant, she would undoubtedly seek every means to eliminate Yunjin. The sentiment would certainly be reciprocated. Gu Jinghong was once her second senior brother. Yet now, he is nothing more than an adversary. Chapter 58. I am deeply concerned for you. Zhao Wujie's expression shifted repeatedly before settling into a mask of indifference. Now that the master-servant contract is established, what can be done? Master, it was merely stated that senior brother Gu would be at Yunjin's mercy. Yet it was never indicated that Yunjin could exploit senior brother Gu to harm others. Today, Yunjin utilized senior brother Gu and nearly put 5 senior brothers' lives at risk, something many witnessed. If Yunjin can use senior brother Gu to settle personal vendettas today, who knows what he might do tomorrow? Yi Danxia hastily interjected. Master, if you were to condemn Yunjin's actions from the perspective of protecting the other disciples, it would be entirely reasonable and no one could refute it. Zhao Wujie's gaze flickered slightly. I will consider it, he replied. Master, Yi Danxia spoke softly. Second brother is likely suffering greatly under such manipulation. My heart aches for his current predicament. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zhao Wujie observed her, feeling a twinge of emotion. On that day, when Yi Danxia unhesitatingly cast all blame onto Gu Jinghong, he had shown no outward reaction, but deep down, it had unsettled him. He did not wish to invest his efforts only to cultivate an ingrate. However, seeing Danxia's concern for Jinghong today did indeed resonate with him. Upon reflection, had she not named Jinghong that day, she would have borne the stigma of being associated with malevolent forces, a label she could never shake off. Ultimately, she was still just a child, and in that moment of fear, her actions could not be held against her. Master, please, save second brother, Yi Danxia's voice trembled. With his pride, if he had known how Yunjin would exploit him, he would rather perish than endure this. While pleading for second brother's salvation, her words seemed to hint that perhaps the best resolution would be for Gu Jinghong to perish entirely. I understand. You may withdraw now, Zhao Wujie sighed. Yi Danxia realized she could say no more at this moment. Gently wiping her tears, she exited the grand hall. Once outside, she cast her gaze downward, concealing the coldness in her eyes. She had seen clearly that day, after she identified Gu Jinghong. The look he cast her way had borne traces of resentment. Coincidentally, Yunjin harbored a deep-seated hatred for her as well. The notion that these two, united in their animosity towards her, would refrain from targeting her was utterly implausible. Furthermore, in 3 months, if Gu Jinghong were to return to Master S' side, with his resentment towards her, would he truly spare her? The most favorable outcome now seemed to be Gu Jinghong's demise, permanently, without a chance of return. Yet, she was still too weak to effect any substantial change. All she could do was rely on her master. She had expressed all that needed to be said today. Her next course of action would be to demonstrate her own excellence, compelling her master to eliminate all threats to her. Alternatively, she should perhaps allow her master to witness the dangerous nature of Gu Jinghong firsthand. Only then could she truly secure her master's resolve. Nightfall enveloped the surroundings as Gu Jinghong received a communication talisman from Yi Danxia. As the talisman ignited, her gentle yet worried voice emerged. Second brother, I have heard that you have been coerced into doing many things against your will. Are you all right? I have been greatly concerned for you these past few days. Yu Haven T contacted me. Do you harbor resentment towards me? That day, it must have been Yunjin who orchestrated everything, turning me into the so-called malevolent individual. Second brother, I was merely anxious. Had I known of Yunjin's ruthless methods, I would have preferred to perish rather than reveal your name. I am truly worried for you. I am currently waiting outside Tianjin Peak. Please, you must meet me. How dare you communicate with outsiders behind your master's back? Speak, do you wish to become a traitor? The iron-eating beast shouted at him. Gu Jinghong frowned and stepped outside. Human, where do you think you are going? Have I permitted you to wander? The iron-eating beast hurried after him. It had to inform its master that this villain was likely to betray them, and the best course of action would be to eliminate him. As the iron-eating beast exited, it saw Gu Jinghong knocking on Yunjin's door. It could not help but follow him. Yunjin opened the door, allowing the man and beast to enter. Gu Jinghong straightforwardly recounted Yi Danxia's private request to meet him. The iron-eating beast nodded vigorously, affirming that this time, the villain was indeed speaking the truth. Yunjin listened intently, her gaze on Gu Jinghong taking on an unusual quality. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, Are you now reporting Yi Danxia to me? Oh, how very different from your former self. In the past, you were utterly infatuated with her, the quintessential devoted admirer, willing to crash against any wall for her sake. This time, however, the transformation is quite profound. Gu Jinghong, somewhat perplexed by the mockery in Yunjin's eyes, calmly analyzed. Junior sister Yi is a thoroughgoing egoist. Having not come to see me before, she should not seek me out now. This sudden invitation to meet undoubtedly conceals ulterior motives. He was unaware of where Yi Danxia derived her confidence, believing he would obediently comply with her request. What you say makes sense, Yunjin nodded. Yet, is it not true that those in love often lack rationality? In love? Gu Jinghong frowned. Do you not secretly harbor feelings for Yi Danxia? Yunjin pointedly asked. Gu Jinghong was taken aback, responding slowly. What leads you to that conclusion? I have known junior sister Yi for only a few days, and we have hardly interacted. How could there be any question of infatuation? Yunjin was astonished. The narrative clearly indicated that Yi Danxia's senior brothers fell for her at first sight. Each one captivated to the core, willing to confront the world for her. Gu Jinghong was among the most fervent of them all. Yet in this lifetime, the circumstances seemed to have shifted dramatically. It appeared that the other disciples within the sect no longer idolized Yi Danxia as fervently as the text depicted. Many even regarded her with a degree of trepidation. If this were entirely due to her own actions, even Yunjin found it hard to believe. In the story, the admiration for Yi Danxia had transcended rational bounds. Was she not the heroine of the tale? Yunjin interpreted this phenomenon as a peculiar halo, typically surrounding the male and female leads, influencing all those around them unconditionally. Yet in this lifetime, upon reflection, it seemed that Yi Danxia's aura of prominence had diminished compared to her previous existence. Or perhaps, her relentless suppression had gradually eroded her radiance? The true reason remained a mystery, but Yunjin was unbothered by the thought of continuing her suppression until this so-called heroine could no longer rise. Thus, gazing at Gu Jinghong, Yunjin offered a faint smile. Since she wishes to see you, then you should go. Gu Jinghong was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 59. Fearful of his demise in the dead of night, amidst the dense forest, Yi Danxia waited with a measure of anxiety. She was uncertain whether Gu Jinghong would still be inclined to meet her. Should he choose to remain absent, she would have to devise an alternative plan. At that moment, the wind rustled through the trees, and Yi Danxia instinctively turned around, only to find Gu Jinghong gazing at her with an expression of calmness. Seeing your brother, Yi Danxia exclaimed, her heart leaping with joy as tears welled in her eyes. I thought you no longer wished to see me. Gu Jinghong furrowed his brow, fully aware of the nature of Yi Danxia. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself softening in her presence, as if bewitched. Suppressing this feeling, he coldly inquired, Junior sister Yi, what is it that you wish to discuss? I have many obligations tomorrow and hope to retire early. Yi Danxia's gaze flickered, her face alight with righteous indignation. Senior brother, I have heard about today and Appo's events. How dare that Yunjin treat you so? It is utterly outrageous. And what of it? Gu Jinghong replied without denying her words. You must understand, junior sister, Under the master-servant contract, I cannot harbor even a hint of dissatisfaction towards her. Otherwise, she would sense it immediately. I have only just managed to come out tonight. If you have something to say, please be direct. Otherwise, if we are discovered, I fear the consequences will be dire. His tone remained monotonous. However, Yidanxia sensed an undercurrent of resentment in his words, and her eyes brightened as she quickly responded. Senior brother, tell me the truth. Does Yunjin intend to compel you to commit acts that violate our sex rules? For instance, to seek an opportunity to eliminate those 5 brothers who have offended her, or to steal precious herbs from the spirit fields. If she truly issues such commands, it would be a grievous transgression against our sect. I shall report her to our master and let him deal with her according to the sect's laws. Gu Jinghong regarded her calmly before suddenly asking, are you suggesting that I betray Yunjin? Yi Danxiao protested. How can this be considered betrayal? Yunjin is in the wrong. I cannot stand by and watch you suffer such indignities. I merely wish to help you reclaim your honor. A faint smile emerged on Gu Jinghong's lips, his voice barely above a whisper, laced with a hint of malice. Dear little junior sister. He stepped forward, causing Yi Danxiao's heart to race, and she instinctively took a step back. Senior brother, what I said, was there anything amiss? Gu Jinghong clapped his hands together. There is nothing wrong at all. Your scheme leaves me in awe, dear junior sister. What scheme? Yi Danxiao feigned ignorance. I would report Yunjin, and she would naturally face the punishment of our sect. However, bound by the contract, should she become enraged, she could easily take my life. Thus, while Yunjin is punished, I would be dead beyond saving. Wouldn't you be rid of 2 major troubles in one fell swoop? Gu Jinghong chuckled lightly. Yidanxia and Amp, Oppos, as heart's sake. Senior brother, how can you think this way? With master and the others present, Shi Wuden and Amp, Oppos, dare act recklessly. Gu Jinghong and Amp, Oppos, as voice lowered, at first. She may remain composed, but what if you were to tell her that I betrayed her? An enraged woman, holding my life in her hands, would find it reasonable to send me to my demise, would she not? Yi Danxiao's gaze faltered. Senior brother, perhaps I have not considered this thoroughly. I only wish to see you free from her whims. Gu Jinghong regarded her coldly for a long moment before stating, I appreciate your concern, junior sister. But it is merely 3 months. I can endure. It is getting late, and I must return. He turned to leave. Suddenly, a muffled groan sounded behind him. Gu Jinghong turned in surprise to find a small dagger embedded in Yi Danxiao's abdomen, blood seeping from the wound as she leaned against a nearby tree. Gu Jinghong squinted. Yi Danxiao managed to smile through the bloodshed. Senior brother, this dagger was a gift from you. I have kept it safe all this time. With a soft voice, she continued, now, it rests in my belly. Who do you think is responsible for this? Gu Jinghong narrowed his eyes. You. Yi Danxiao chuckled softly. It was you who conspired with Yunjin, using my guilt to lure me out here, intending to end my life. You too. One the instigator and the other the executor, conspired to harm a fellow disciple. Such crimes are punishable by death. Would you not agree? Gu Jinghong could not help but chuckle. He realized that her previous words were merely a ruse, for she likely never intended to truly accuse Yunjin. This moment was her true gambit, leaving him no chance of survival. Very well, he replied. Senior brother, do you see that I am bleeding? With Gu Jinghong still maintaining his composure, Yi Danxiao laughed. It is fresh human blood. Do you not wish to taste it? The scent of blood tantalized Gu Jinghong's senses. He pressed his lips together tightly. The side effect of his bloodthirst compelled him to drink blood. As a disciple of the righteous path, he would speak of such things but dared not act on them. Under normal circumstances, he would procure beast blood to suppress this dreadful urge. Yet, since the contract with Yunjin, he had not tasted fresh beast blood in days. His gaze fixated on the wound on Yi Danxiao's body. His eyes began to redden. Unable to resist, he lunged forward and seized the dagger. As reason slipped away, Gu Jinghong thrust the dagger towards Yi Danxia. Instead of panicking, she smiled joyfully. In the next moment, a protective shield enveloped her. This was a protective artifact bestowed by Zhao Wujia, which would activate in the face of danger, capable of withstanding lethal attacks from those at the nascent soul stage. Although it would not last long, it would provide enough time for Zhao Wujia to arrive. Gu Jinghong, having lost his sanity, continued to stab at the protective barrier in a frenzy. Before long, Zhao Wujia rushed onto the scene. His expression twisted in fury at the sight of Gu Jinghong's madness. This scoundrel, he truly intends to take Danxiao's life. With a flick of his sleeve, Gu Jinghong was sent flying. He crashed against a tree, the impact shattering his meridians and dislocating his bones. The excruciating pain rendered him immobile. Yet it brought a modicum of clarity. Lying on the ground, Gu Jinghong stared blankly at the starry sky. This was his master, his junior sister. He had been utterly cast aside. Unworthy disciple. Zhao Wujia seethed, his anger barely contained as he looked at Yi Danxia. He raised his hand to strike again. Master, do not blame senior brother. He was merely compelled by another. The true instigator is Yun Jin. Zhao Wujie replied coldly. Yun Jin will certainly face my wrath, but this unworthy disciple dared to strike you. I cannot forgive such an affront. I will. What will you do? A clear, melodic voice chimed in, and Yun Jin emerged with a smile from the depths of the forest. Chapter 60, Public Trial Yun Jin. Zhao Wujie's expression turned cold as he spoke sternly. Yun Jin, since joining the sect, you have been arrogant and lawless. Yet, out of concern for my disciples, I have repeatedly defended you, and this is how you repay me. Indeed, Jing Hong entered into a master-servant contract with you and agreed to your discretion. However, this does not grant you the license to harm others at will. You instigated Jing Hong to injure Dan Xia in such a manner. Had I not arrived in time, she would have surely lost her life. What do you have to say for yourself? Zhao Wujie's anger was palpable. Yun Jin glanced at Yi Danxia, who was clutching her abdomen, her face pale. Xiao Jin, I thought, having grown up together, despite our current conflicts, there would be some semblance of our old friendship. Do you truly hate me so much that you wish to see me dead? As she spoke, a violent cough erupted, blood seeping from her wound. Zhao Wujie felt a pang of sympathy and hurriedly approached, unhesitatingly offering Yi Danxia a healing pill. Master, Yi Danxia swallowed the pill, tightly grasping Zhao Wujie's sleeve. Xiao Jin is, after all, my friend from childhood. No matter what, I do not wish for her life to be taken. I implore you, Master, to show mercy. You truly are. Zhao Wujie's gaze reflected his concern for his overly compassionate disciple. Yun Jin observed the unfolding drama with a stoic expression, her eyes shifting to the motionless Gu Jinghong, who lay gazing at the sky. As Yun Jin approached, he turned to her, his lips trembling. I and Amp. Oppos. Am sorry, I. Fool, Yun Jin scoffed, delivering a swift kick to him. Is this little amount of blood enough to send you into a frenzy? What have you accomplished in all these years? Gu Jinghong, in a state of numbness, replied softly. I'm sorry. His apology was not for the events of the night, but for past transgressions. Regret washed over him, profound and overwhelming. Yi Danxia was not worth this predicament he found himself in. Had it not been for Yun Jin's timely evasion of the earlier plot, he would have been ensnared once more by that little junior sister. Yi Danxia possessed an inexplicable allure, drawing one in irresistibly. Had Gu Jinghong not personally witnessed her capriciousness, he might have remained utterly entranced. Yun Jin, with a huff, forced 2 healing pills into his mouth, her heart aching at the thought of wasting her painstakingly crafted elixirs on him. Yet, necessity dictated her actions. He would be needed in the days to come. Currently, Yun Jin was refining second-grade healing pills, typically reserved for foundation-level cultivators. However, the quality of hers was impeccable, yielding effective results even for golden core cultivators. Although Gu Jinghong was in the nascent soul stage, his vital organs remained intact, allowing the healing pills to mend his meridians and bones. Nevertheless, healing pills were typically regarded as precious. Unless one was gravely injured, one would not easily resort to them. Standard elixirs would suffice. Upon consuming the pills, Gu Jinghong was taken aback by the sensation. This was a healing pill, and its potency seemed akin to that of a third-grade elixir. Such a pill could restore the vital core of a golden core cultivator, making it invaluable if one were in dire need. Now, Yun Jin had unhesitatingly administered it to him for the sake of repairing his injuries. Gu Jinghong's lips quivered. The rarity of healing pills made him ponder her willingness to sacrifice such a treasure for him. What a gaze! Yun Jin snapped, a hint of disgust as she struck his cheek. Hurry and absorb the medicinal properties. After a moment of silence, Gu Jinghong nodded earnestly and began to draw in the healing energy. Why are you so slow? Yun Jin, growing impatient, swiftly shoved another healing pill into his mouth. This pill was of her own making, and she had plenty at her disposal. Gu Jinghong, unable to turn his neck properly, did not notice that the healing pill was transparent. Based solely on the potency, he deduced that this was likely another third-grade healing pill, causing his expression to shift dramatically. As the second disciple of the sect leader, no one understood better than he how the sect leader suppressed Tianjian Peak. Coupled with the fierce competition from Shundan Peak, Tianjian Peak rarely acquired quality elixirs. To have saved even a few third-grade healing pills required immense effort from Yun Jin, yet she had willingly given one to him. Gu Jinghong pressed his lips tightly together, overwhelmed by mixed emotions. His master and junior sister, whom he had gone to great lengths to protect, were now intent on his demise. The very Yun Jin he had plotted against was now offering him precious healing pills to mend his wounds. This world was indeed surreal. As Gu Jinghong managed to stand, Yi Danxia, with Zhao Wujie's assistance in dissipating the medicinal energy, regained some color. However, The horrific wound on her abdomen remained, as if deliberately left behind. Previously preoccupied with healing Yi Danxia, Zhao Wuji had not paid much attention to Yun Jin and Gu Jinghong, believing them destined for ruin and unworthy of his concern. Yet, in this brief span, Gu Jinghong's ability to rise astonished him. He had seen Yun Jin administering something to Gu Jinghong, but the specifics eluded him. Now, the results were evidently favorable. The affection shown by Tianjian Peak towards Yun Jin was apparent, as they permitted a foundation-level disciple to wield elixirs potent enough for nascent soul cultivators. Zhao Wuji, uninterested in the details, declared coldly, Yun Jin, Gu Jinghong, conspiring to harm fellow disciples is a capital offense. I have decided. Is it truly a capital offense? The sect leader alone cannot make such a determination lightly, Lin Ya's voice interjected. Zhao Wuji frowned, turning to see Lin Ya and several members of Tianjian Peak had arrived unnoticed. Are you suggesting that you wish to shield these two murderers? Zhao Wuji retorted coldly. Lin Ya, having already been offended by Yun Jin, maintained a calm demeanor. Shield? When Wan Jun sought to take Xiao Jin and Amp, Appo's life, he is still living well now. Zhao Wuji replied icily. That is entirely different. Had I not arrived in time, Danxia would have surely perished. Even with my prompt intervention, she is gravely injured and on the brink of death. Had I not brought healing pills with me, she might not have survived. Lin Ya glanced at the pale Yi Danxia nestled in Zhao Wuji's embrace and smiled. I remain skeptical of how Yi Danxia sustained her injuries. If the sect leader wishes to pass judgment, let it be done according to sect regulations and brought before the law enforcement hall for public trial. Given the severity of this matter, at least 5 peak masters or higher must be present to oversee. Lin Ya fixed his gaze on Zhao Wuji. A public trial is the proper procedure. What do you think, sect leader? Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow, glancing once more at the pitiful Yi Danxia in his arms. He understood that Yun Jin had instigated Gu Jinghong to commit these acts. He himself had not intervened. Even if a public trial were to occur, it would merely reveal Yun Jin's true nature to all. In that case, what harm would a public trial do? Zhao Wuji, oblivious to the flicker of unease on Yi Danxia and Amp, Appo's face, replied impassively, then, as you wish. Tomorrow, the law enforcement hall will conduct a public trial. It is merely granting my little disciple one more night to linger. Zhao Wuji cast a cold glance at Yun Jin, who responded with an exaggerated roll of her eyes. Her skill in this gesture was fully mastered, effortlessly conveying a sense of derision. Zhao Wuji and Appo's expression turned slightly frosty as he picked up Yi Danxia and turned to leave. Throughout this exchange, he did not spare a single glance at Gu Jinghong. Leaning against a tree, Gu Jinghong wore an enigmatic smile at the corners of his lips. Since he had been so thoroughly abandoned, there was no longer any need for him to act with restraint. A flicker of sheer madness passed through the depths of Gu Jinghong's eyes. Chapter 61. The arrival of the young lady. Gu Jinghong was laughing maniacally, while Yun Jin was filled with frustration and could not help but kick him. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Now you can laugh. You've consumed 3 of my precious Huanyuan pills, and you're laughing merrily. Do you have any idea how difficult it was for me to procure those 3 pills? Huanyuan pills? Difficult? The others from Tianjian Peak all turned to look at Yun Jin. As for Tianjian Peak, they had an abundance of Bailan pills, Foundation Establishment pills, and Huanyuan pills. In order to provide Yun Jin with more options, Yu Zhao was even considering finding her additional pill formulas. However, he had boasted at Baichao Pavilion that they were elite disciples from a prestigious sect. Could such esteemed disciples possibly lack pill formulas? If they were to procure pill formulas, they must do so cautiously and gradually. Another way to acquire pill formulas was to exchange points with Old Ming. Yet, they were all intent on saving their points for the coveted Butian pill formula, a 7th-grade pill. Although it was merely a formula, its value remained exorbitantly high, as no one in the sect was capable of refining it. Thus, the matter of purchasing pill formulas had to be temporarily shelved. But Yu Zhao had already committed it to memory for future consideration when they were in a safe position. The members of Tianjin Peak were well aware of the origins of the Huanyuan pills, yet Gu Jinghong was oblivious. He could not help but press his lips together. The 3rd-grade Huanyuan pills were indeed rarer than many 4th-grade pills. Yun Jin had given them to him without hesitation, indicating that she was a person of tough exterior but a tender heart, compared to Zhao Wuji and Yi Danxia, who wore smiles but harbored unknown secrets. She was undoubtedly far more admirable. Gu Jinghong, still recuperating, slightly bent over and said, Master, this time. It was I who nearly botched the matter and wasted such precious pills. I beseech you to punish me. The moonlight was cold. The corner of Gu Jinghong and Amp, Appo's lips still bore a hint of crimson, making him appear particularly striking. Si Waning could not help but click her tongue in wonder. Despite Gu Jinghong's eccentricity, one could not deny his exceptional beauty. now that he had fallen under the care of the junior sister. There was an added layer of exquisite beauty in his torment. One could only say that everyone receives their just desserts. And Gu Jinghong's was none other than the junior sister. Yunjin slightly raised her chin and declared, punishment, of course, will be administered. There are matters awaiting us tomorrow. So I shall spare you today. Allow me to contemplate how to discipline you properly. Gu Jinghong lowered his head and replied, yes. Lin Yu coughed lightly twice and suggested, let us disperse then. There will be a public trial tomorrow. The others did not seem particularly concerned about the trial and quickly dispersed. The following day, Zhao Wuji eagerly issued orders for the law enforcement hall to conduct a public trial regarding Yunjin's alleged conspiracy against her fellow disciples. The law enforcement hall, being his subordinates, swiftly passed the relevant resolutions. According to protocol, Zhao Wuji, Hua Lai, Fang Mingwei, Long Yi, and Lin Yu were present to observe. This selection was determined by Zhao Wuji. Among the five, Hua Lai and Long Yi were already in a mutually beneficial alliance with him, naturally siding with him. Fang Mingwei was known for her neutrality, which lent an air of fairness to the proceedings, while Lin Yu's presence was meant to observe how his prized disciple would be convicted. The mere thought of Lin Yu's possible displeased expression brought Zhao Wuji immense satisfaction. The trial commenced in the Grand Hall, where Yu Lin, as the head of the law enforcement hall, occupied the central position, flanked by the five observers. Below them stood the opposing parties. Have you heard? Yunjin has allegedly orchestrated Gu Jinghong to harm Yi Danxia, and this case is to be publicly tried today. Here we go again. These two truly previously, Yi Danxia had targeted Yunjin, and now Yunjin was retaliating. Unable to endure any longer, she intended to leverage Gu Jinghong to eliminate Yi Danxia directly? It was hard to say. Let us go, let us go, let us watch the spectacle. Although both Yunjin and Yi Danxia were new disciples, their fame was undeniable. Since their entrance into the sect, they had been calling each other sister in an increasingly affectionate manner, while the rivalry between them had grown increasingly fierce. Some enthusiastic disciples even summarized their confrontations, concluding that Yunjin had emerged victorious every time. One enthusiastic disciple even coined a promotional slogan, will the illustrious King Yunjin maintain her flawless victory this time? Everyone, stay tuned. Typically, public trials were rather dull, and the number of attendees was often sparse. However, this time, even before the proceedings began, the grand hall was overflowing with spectators. Make way, someone shouted. The individuals in the front were dissatisfied. We all fought for our spots based on strength. How can you just ask us to yield? After a moment of silence, that person replied, but I am Yunjin. And what of that? The disciple instinctively retorted. But upon turning and catching a glimpse of Yunjin's exasperated expression, his face flushed red, and he quickly realized, oh, it's junior sister Yun and senior brother Gu. Everyone make some space. If they don't get in, we won't have any spectacle to watch. Perhaps inadvertently speaking the truth. That disciple felt somewhat awkward and glanced apologetically at Yunjin. My apologies, I Yunjin, however, nodded gravely. Rest assured, senior brother, today, I shall perform splendidly, ensuring everyone can witness the excitement. She then raised her voice. Brothers and sisters, I know that your cultivation journeys have been exceedingly monotonous, filled only with practice day in and day out. In such a tedious life, do we not require some embellishment? Please remember, as long as Yunjin is here, there will be excitement and thrill. If there are any friends who have yet to arrive, please use your sound transmission talismans to notify them. Missing out would be a lifelong regret. If you're not here, you're not a teaching disciple. The atmosphere instantly surged with fervor. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened, and he shot a glance at Yulin. Yuhao master, will you allow this individual to create such a commotion? Yulin's heart trembled, and he quickly barked. Yunjin, cease this uproar. Come forth to the hall immediately. Yi Danxia had already arrived, seated comfortably on a chair, exuding an air of delicate fragility. Yunjin had nearly finished her rallying cry and, accompanied by Gu Jinghong, entered the grand hall through the path cleared by the crowd. Gu Jinghong instinctively lagged half a step behind Yunjin, already adopting the demeanor of a servant. Yunjin stepped forward, her gaze immediately landing on Yi Danxia seated in the chair. The primary issue was that Yi Danxia had a chair, while she did not. What did this signify? She could not tolerate such indignity. Narrowing her eyes, Yunjin was about to voice her concerns when Gu Jinghong suddenly stepped forward silently. Second senior brother. Yi Danxia was about to say something when Gu Jinghong abruptly reached out, lifting her effortlessly and tossing her aside, then producing a handkerchief to wipe the chair before reverently placing it beside Yunjin. Yunjin couldn't help but smile, finding this eccentric behavior surprisingly agreeable. Well done, she praised, settling into the chair with ease. Gu Jinghong smiled slightly, bowing respectfully and standing by, exuding the aura of a devoted servant. In this moment, It seemed less like a trial and more like the grand arrival of a young lady. Chapter 63. Flaw Yi Danxia was thrown to the ground, her expression one of disbelief. Despite knowing that Gu Jinghong could never again harbor any affection for her after the previous events, the moment he treated her with cold indifference while meticulously caring for another woman, Yi Danxia felt a wave of discomfort. It was as though the privileges that were rightfully hers had been snatched away by Yun Jin. Zhao Wuji gazed at Yi Danxia's pitiful state and could not help but exclaim, arrogant, utterly outrageous. Gu Jinghong, having merely served as a servant for 3 months, has fully adopted her haughty demeanor. You have injured your junior sister to this extent, and instead of reflecting on your actions, you dare to strike her again. Such behavior is no different from that of a fiend. Unable to intervene directly, Zhao Wuji signaled to a few disciples to help Yi Danxia to her feet. Weak and aggrieved, she softly spoke, Master, please do not blame second senior brother. I can stand on my own. Yet, as she spoke, she cast a resentful glance at Yun Jin. In truth, providing her with a chair would have been simple, but she could not abide Yun Jin taking what was once hers. What are you staring at? Yun Jin raised her chin defiantly. I am in need of a maid. Why not come stand by my side and serve me? I shall let the previous matter go. Yun Jin spoke earnestly, genuinely offering Yi Danxia an opportunity. A flicker of humiliation crossed Yi Danxia's face as she looked at Yun Jin in disbelief. How could this woman act with such impunity when a public trial was imminent? As a proud celestial root, how could she stoop to being a maid? It was a delusion. Just as she was about to respond, Gu Jinghong, with a pitiful demeanor, interjected, Master, I do not wish to stand beside her. Is one servant not enough? Yun Jin glanced at him with disdain. The more servants I have, the better. You have no right to voice any objections. Gu Jinghong's eyes reddened slightly, appearing even more aggrieved, and he shot a glare at Yi Danxia, as if she were a perceived rival. Yi Danxia thought, has my second senior brother lost his mind? Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, Xiao Jin, you incited second senior brother to injure me. I am the true victim here. I am willing to offer you a chance. Why not become my maid? And we shall let this matter rest. As she said this, Yi Danxia felt she had regained some dignity and displayed a smile. Yun Jin regarded her coolly. Since you have made your decision, there shall be no opportunity for retreat. Yi Danxia, take heed. Yun Jin's tone was light, yet for some reason, Yi Danxia and Apos' heart skipped a beat. Had she left any flaws exposed from last night? Why? Why did Yun Jin exude such confidence? You master, what are you dawdling for? Shouldn't you commence the trial? Yun Jin cast an annoyed glance at Yu Lin. One sat high, the other low, yet, in terms of presence, it appeared Yun Jin was the true judge. Yu Lin gritted his teeth. Am I dawdling? It was your incessant monologue that deprived me of the opportunity. With a cold snort, he declared, last night, Gu Jinghong exploited Yi Danxia's sense of guilt, lured her to Tianjian Peak, and severely injured her in the dense forest. He then attempted to take her life. Were it not for the protective artifact, Yi Danxia would no longer be alive. Moreover, Yun Jin was lurking nearby, given the existence of the master-servant contract. We reasonably suspect that Gu Jinghong's actions were instigated by Yun Jin. The sect leader witnessed all this firsthand. There can be no doubt. Now, according to sect rules, we shall conduct a public trial. Yun Jin, do you have any objections to my account? Yu Lin fixed his gaze intently on Yun Jin. Previously, Ruan Jun had suffered greatly at Yun Jin's hands and was still in seclusion at the back mountain, enduring Zhao Wuji's cold shoulder for quite some time. Zhao Wuji cherished this little disciple dearly, and he intended to handle Yi Danxia's matter with utmost care. I object, Yun Jin replied lazily. What you have said is mere nonsense. Yu Lin and Apos' face changed. Zhao Wuji and Apos' anger flared. Yun Jin, I witnessed it with my own eyes. How can there be any falsehood? Master, Yun Jin looked at him incredulously. Even mortals understand that seeing is not always believing. With your level of cultivation, how can you utter such absurdities? Zhao Wuji and Apos' face darkened. Then explain, how can this be false? The wounds on Danxia are still evident. At that moment, Yi Danxia displayed a weak demeanor. Yun Jin, unhurried and calm, remarked, according to the master's earlier statement, Gu Jinghong injured her at first sight and then attempted to kill her, correct? Yu Lin nodded in affirmation. Such actions indeed reflect a heart of a beast in human guise. While I agree with your assessment regarding his character, Yun Jin smiled. I must ask, if Yu Danxia evaded Gu Jinghong's assassination due to her protective artifact, could it not also have been activated during the ambush? How then could he have severely injured her? What nonsense are you spouting? Yu Lin began, but suddenly his expression shifted. If the defensive artifact was passively triggered, then it should have reacted when Yi Danxia was first attacked. How could Gu Jinghong have possibly gravely injured her? Yun Jin's words cut through the confusion. Yu Lin and Apos' Zhang's forehead began to sweat as he glanced at the sect leader. Zhao Wuji, too, appeared taken aback. He looked at Yu Danxia, sensing that the causal relationship was indeed problematic. Danxia, Yunjin said, gazing at the flustered Yu Danxia with a smile. I have heard that such artifacts only fail to activate under one condition, when one harms oneself. The origin of your wounds is now quite clear. The onlookers erupted into murmurs. There indeed seemed to be an unsolvable mystery here. If Yu Danxia had truly inflicted her own injuries to frame Gu Jinghong, it would be utterly ruthless. As the crowd regarded the seemingly frail Yu Danxia, their expression shifted. Among the disciples was senior brother Wang, who had taught Yu Danxia about pharmacology. Even he began to reconsider his thoughts. Despite her talents, she was still distant. After all, Gu Jinghong had been reduced to this state to defend her, yet she had schemed against him without hesitation. If he were in her place, no matter how devoted he was in teaching her, should a conflict arise, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Yu Danxia sensed this shift in perception. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she trembled. You are speaking nonsense. Her mind raced as she continued. The defensive artifact was specially refined by Master. It requires active activation. I never anticipated that senior brother Gu would ambush me, and thus it was not activated, allowing him to gain the upper hand. As she spoke, she cast a pleading glance at Zhao Wuji. Typically, protective artifacts for lower-tier disciples were designed to activate upon an attack. Zhao Wuji had no reason not to include this function in the artifact he provided to Yu Danxia. Her words were a gamble, wagering on Zhao Wuji's favoritism towards her, hoping he would support her fabricated tale. Chapter 64. She is unconcerned. I am concerned. Zhao Wuji and Apos' expression darkened. He gazed intently at his most cherished disciple, Yu Danxia. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable affinity towards her. When he first encountered Yu Danxia during the assessment of new disciples, he immediately sensed her suitability for his tutelage. The ensuing events, particularly those involving Wan Jun and Gu Jinghong, were inextricably linked to her. His painstaking efforts in nurturing his disciples had resulted in one being shut away in seclusion and the other reduced to a mere servant, all due to Yu Danxia. He ought to be furious, yet upon seeing her, his anger dissipated. He sensed that these circumstances were not of her choosing. Rather, they stemmed from Yunjin's relentless pursuit of power. However, this time, he never anticipated that Yu Danxia would deceive him. Last night, witnessing her grievous injuries nearly drove Zhao Wuji to the brink of madness, to the extent that he almost incapacitated Gu Jinghong. He had never doubted Yu Danxia and Apos' integrity. Therefore, when Yunjin raised this suspicion, he was genuinely taken aback. Indeed, once the magical artifact is attacked, it activates passively. Thus, how had Yu Danxia sustained her initial wounds? He had witnessed Gu Jinghong and Apos' frenzied attempt to harm her, yet the protective barrier had already been deployed, and it was evident that it had not been breached. Such a blatant flaw. He had overlooked it entirely due to his unwavering trust in Yu Danxia. Zhao Wuji could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Gu Jinghong, who calmly regarded his master, equally curious about Zhao Wuji's forthcoming decision. Master. Yu Danxia's voice trembled with sorrow as she addressed Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's gaze softened upon seeing her distressed countenance. This child had expressed her concerns earlier, fearing that Gu Jinghong might be manipulated by Yunjin. In truth, she was simply overwhelmed with fear, prompting her to resort to such desperate measures. Zhao Wuji's thoughts raced anxiously. Zhao Wuji, Linya observed with keen interest, did you truly alter the life-saving artifact to require active engagement for activation? While this modification seems rather irrational, if it was indeed your deliberate choice, we are all eager to hear your justification. Yu Danxia merely gazed at Zhao Wuji with a look of poignant vulnerability. Linya's tone was laced with sarcasm, while Zhao Wuji remained silent for a moment before responding. Indeed, I crafted it myself. My primary consideration was that there would be minimal danger within our sect. Should a genuine crisis arise, Danxia would still have time to activate the artifact herself. When the time comes for sect missions, we could easily substitute it with a passively activating artifact. I never anticipated that Yunjin would possess such audacity to covertly harm a fellow disciple. Yu Danxia let out a long sigh of relief. Regardless of the coherence of this explanation, as long as it could be articulated convincingly, who would dare to question the sect leader? Gu Jinghong's gaze dropped, a faint smirk gracing his lips. If Zhao Wuji were to compel Yu Danxia to admit guilt as he had done with him previously, he could still convince himself that his master was simply acting impartially. But now, Zhao Wuji was gambling his own reputation to support Yu Danxia's deception. Gu Jinghong remained uncertain about Zhao Wuji's favoritism towards Yu Danxia, yet it no longer concerned him. From now on, these matters would be of no consequence to him. The situation is precisely as I have stated, Zhao Wuji spoke softly. I have no reason to lie. Once the protective jade pendant is activated, it becomes inoperative. Therefore, verification is impossible at this point. Currently, no one can substantiate my assistance to Yi Danxia in fabricating a falsehood. Zhao Wuji's intent was straightforward. Following last night's incident, the bond between Gu Jinghong and his master could never be restored. Meanwhile, Yi Danxia possessed a promising future ahead. Rather than lingering in indecision, he preferred to sever ties with one of them. After all, he had no desire for a second disciple who served as Yunjin's servant. Little Jean. Yi Danxia found her voice again, emboldened. The flaw you pointed out is clearly a result of your own overthinking. Gu Shixiang has treated me with utmost kindness. How could I possibly resort to such treachery against him? What benefit would that serve me? Even if my brother nearly took my life, I do not blame him. I know this was never his intention. As she spoke, Yi Danxia cast a tearful glance at Gu Jinghong, who stood immobile, akin to an ancient tree in deep meditation, offering her not even a fleeting glance. Embarrassed, she feigned a wounded expression, then turned to Zhao Wuji, suddenly kneeling. Master, I wish to let go of last night's events. Little Jean and I have grown up together, and Gu Shixiang has endured this predicament for my sake. Though I am gravely injured, my life is not in peril. I implore you, Master, to allow this matter to pass. Her expression was laden with sorrow, portraying her unwillingness to pursue the issue further. Zhao Wuji understood that delving deeper into this affair was futile. He cleared his throat, adopting a conciliatory tone, since Danxia has expressed her wishes. I shall honor her request and refrain from further scrutiny. Yulin, conclude this matter. Yulin promptly complied. Then this case, since it has been examined, it must be thoroughly resolved. Yunjin interjected suddenly, interrupting Yulin. She does not pursue it? In that case, I shall pursue it to the end. Yunjin, do not overstep your bounds. Zhao Wuji warned ominously. What was your intention in summoning those 5 disciples yesterday? What purpose did you have in sending him to the spirit field? I granted him permission to act under your command. But did I ever imply he could act without restraint? These matters are trivial. I could choose not to hold you accountable. I have stated that all matters cease here. Do you understand? Yunjin flashed him a radiant smile. Cease here? Is it true that the law enforcement hall is merely a facade? Is not Hall Master you in charge? When did you take over his responsibilities? You declare open hearings and then demand they stop at your whim. Hall Master you appears rather superfluous in such a scenario, does he not? Hall Master you? Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. Yulin felt the tension acutely. Yes, he was indeed Zhao Wuji's disciple, but this issue could not be brought to light. Yulin glanced at Zhao Wuji, who remained silent, prompting him to ask. If she does not pursue it, what more do you desire? She may not pursue it, but I shall. I have never instructed Gu Jinghong to commit any act harmful to others. Yi Danxiao accuses me of inciting Gu Jinghong to attempt to kill her, and I now believe she has inflicted harm upon herself to frame me. Therefore, let us hold a public hearing for this fresh accusation. Yunjin continued calmly. I also wish to accuse the sect leader of shielding his disciples and lying to our faces. Furthermore, I accuse the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall of failing to uphold justice, turning the so-called Law Enforcement Hall into a mere tool for the sect leader rather than for the Tianqing sect. Lastly, I charge all you esteemed figures, the 10 peak masters of the Tianqing sect, who appear so illustrious. In the end, you are merely puppets. Yunjin seemed to have lost her sanity, voicing thoughts that others dared not express. The onlooking disciples were taken aback, yet could not help but feel a sense of exhilaration. Indeed, the current state of the Tianqing sect reflected this reality. All the benefits accrued to the sect leader's disciples, and all decisions appeared to favor them. It seemed that disciples under the sect leader and Apos' tutelage were elevated above their peers, despite their equal standing. Yunjin had merely articulated the unspoken grievances that many harbored. Chapter 65. In an era of great strife, what is the purpose of non-contention? Today, it is not merely Zhao Wujia who stands before us, but 4 esteemed peak masters, all subjected to the indignity of being scolded by Yunjin. Their expressions vary markedly. Linya bears a broad smile, even brimming with a sense of pride. In stark contrast, Huolai and Long Yi seethe with rage. Fang Mingyue reclines in her chair, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. Audacious, Long Yi roared. A mere junior dares to show such disrespect to their elders. Linya, is this the fine disciple you have raised? Linya's smile faded, replaced by a calm demeanor as he replied, My disciple is indeed exceptional. Are you envious? Envious? Long Yi erupted in fury. Yunjin interjected, Peak Master Long. The case is still under review. You are merely an observer at this juncture. Refrain from overshadowing the proceedings. Long Yi's eyes reddened with anger. You, a junior, presume to reprimand me? Not at all, Yunjin responded coolly. I merely seek justice, clear and unequivocal justice. I ask, why is it that Yi Danxia can accuse me at will, yet when I seek to accuse her, it is deemed unacceptable. Is it simply because she is a disciple of the sect leader, thus others are destined to be wronged by her? If the sect leader, or any of the peak masters, were to declare, indeed, this is the case, as long as one is not a disciple of the sect leader, they deserve to be oppressed, then I shall take my leave and no longer pursue this matter. Long Yi's expression shifted, though the truth was evident. Who dared to speak out? Even as Zhao Wujia's lackey, they must maintain some semblance of dignity before the world. If this continues, I demand a re-examination. I will not rest until the matter is thoroughly clarified, Yin Jin declared softly. Silence engulfed the hall. No one dared utter a word. Yi Danxiao remained prostrate on the ground, trembling, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Re-examination. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the crowd, Yu Zhao. Then came Si Wanning's voice, followed by Yu Songyan emerging from an obscure corner, his voice a rarity amidst the throng. Another wave of silence ensued. A mocking smile crept onto Zhao Wujia's lips. What good was Yun Jin's impassioned speech? What did it matter that a few from Tianjin Peak made a show of defiance? This Tianqing sect was his domain. Who would dare to join their ruckus? Zhao Wujia was about to speak when, from the corner, another voice rang out. Re-examination. Yun Jin glanced over to see his senior brother she did not recognize. Then, re-examination. Echoed again from an unfamiliar senior sister. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and the call for re-examination surged forth like a swelling tide, growing ever more fervent. Yun Jin could not help but smile, determination glinting in her eyes. The situation regarding Yi Danxia need not have spiraled into such complexity. Yet, she wished to repeatedly showcase to all within the Tianqing sect just how inadequate Zhao Wujia was as a sect leader. While they may not currently have the means to act against Zhao Wujia, the seed sown would one day flourish into towering trees, ultimately reshaping the Tianqing sect. In her past life, on the fateful night of the demon clan's assault, many disciples of Tianqing sect vowed to resist to the death. They harbored no regrets as they perished, for they fought against demons. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the calamity befalling their sect merely served as a minor subplot in the great romance of the protagonists. With Zhao Wujia leveraging the chaos to forge alliances with the male lead, reaping considerable benefits in the aftermath, the true victims were the disciples, who became sacrificial offerings to the grand love story. According to the narrative's progression, barring any unforeseen events, the demon lord male lead was poised to make his entrance shortly. She must implement changes within the Tianqing sect before that occurs. These disciples, though seemingly ordinary, did not deserve such a fate. In this moment, the repeated calls for re-examination affirmed Yun Jin and Appo's resolve that her actions were not in vain. She merely needed to ignite a spark, and the flames would roar forth, consuming all in their path. This was not solely her achievement. She had merely suppressed a few of the sect leader's disciples, revealing that the sect leader's authority was not as inviolable as once believed. Thus, today, they were willing to follow her lead in effecting change, which was already a significant victory. Zhao Wujia surveyed the chaotic law enforcement hall, his expression darkening. Yi Danxia, still kneeling, trembled uncontrollably, too fearful to utter a word. Master Yu, what is your stance? Yun Jin inquired with a smile, directing her question not at Zhao Wujia but at Yulin. The law enforcement hall represents the sect's impartiality and authority. Today, they must either strip away the facade of independence or conduct a fair trial. Yulin's lips quivered. Zhao Wujia remained silent, yet Yulin dared not respond. I too believe that relying solely on one side's testimony is exceedingly rash. A calm voice rang out. If there is dissent, a re-examination is warranted. The crowd instinctively parted, making way for Elder Ming, who stepped forth from the library he had not exited in decades. Yun Jin was taken aback by Elder Ming's unexpected appearance, as he had never ventured out of the library in the story. Master Yu, do you concur? Elder Ming approached slowly, mirroring Yun Jin and Appo's earlier demeanor by ignoring Zhao Wujia and focusing solely on Yulin. Yulin and Appo's lips trembled. Elder Ming's presence was astonishing. He longed to glance at Zhao Wujia but refrained, fearing that doing so would provide ammunition against him. Yet without Zhao Wujia and Appo's approval, how could he dare to respond? Elder Ming, how do you? Yin Jin began, only to be interrupted. What? Is this question so difficult to answer? The crowd parted once more. Yin Jin turned to see Ling Fei accompanied by an unfamiliar man. The man, clad in white, bore two horns atop his head, a manifestation of the Tianqing sect and Appo's guardian spirit. A high-ranking spirit beast of the later integration stage, the white feather dragon. Such a proud creature of the integration stage had only appeared due to Ling Fei and Appo's presence. Ling Fei exchanged a conspiratorial glance with Yin Jin before entering alongside the white feather dragon. I may no longer be considered a member of the Tianqing sect. Yet I have faith in this Yin Jin and wish to ascertain the true nature of the matter, the old man declared. Elder Jian also appeared within the hall, a serene smile adorning his face. With two high-ranking masters of the integration stage and the enigmatic Elder Ming by her side, Yunjin found herself unexpectedly supported by such formidable allies. Lin Yu discreetly withdrew, feeling increasingly inadequate as a mentor. Zhao Wujie could no longer conceal his emotions. Elder Ming, Ling Fei, and Elder Jian, none were known for their engagement in external affairs. Now, they audaciously intervened in sect matters on behalf of Yunjin. Elder Ming, you value her maturity and composure, yet does she exhibit even a hint of such demeanor before you? She has consistently feigned sophistication. You need not come to her defense. Since you are here, you must have witnessed her previous arrogance and aggression, which is indeed infuriating. Zhao Wujie could no longer restrain himself. This was, indeed, a truthful observation. Yunjin remained silent, refraining from rebuttal. Elder Ming regarded Yunjin with a smile. You claim this girl is arrogant and aggressive, yet have her demands truly been excessive? Yu Zhao boldly asserted, June, your sister merely requests a fair re-examination, and there is nothing excessive in that. Elder Ming nodded slightly and then remarked, I have spent my life accustomed to forbearance, which is why I find myself relegated to guarding the library. However, in times of great conflict, what is the purpose of not contending? Zhao Wujie and Appo's lips quivered slightly. Elder Ming, you did not hold such views before. Is this not a display of bias on your part? Chapter 66. The coming storm. Elder Ming did not perceive his favoritism. Rather, he felt a deep pang of sympathy. Such a composed child as Yunjin had been driven to this extent, revealing the depths of the headmaster's misconduct. It was evident to him in the library that Zhao Wujie harbored intentions to elevate his young disciple while displaying blatant dissatisfaction with his regard for Yunjin. As the esteemed headmaster of a prestigious sect, to express discontent over the mere appreciation of a disciple was utterly unbecoming. Yunjin was a child of remarkable maturity, composure, and understanding. Yet, he was coerced into a position where he had to stand up and contest. How much suffering had this young lad endured? Zhao Wujie, observing Elder Ming's expression of heartfelt concern, felt a sense of grievance himself. He turned to Ling Fei, inquiring, Elder Ling, White Feather has consistently remained detached from worldly affairs. Do you not fear entangling him in karmic repercussions by drawing him into this matter? His tone seemed to convey care, but it was laced with an undercurrent of threat. Ling Fei narrowed his eyes, yet remained silent. White Feather responded with an air of indifference, whether one engages with the world or retreats from it. Both are forms of cultivation. Today, I am merely an observer to the unfolding spectacle. The law enforcement hall is charged solely with executing justice. I hold no bias toward any party. The essence lies in fairness. Ling Fei smiled, calmly affirming, indeed, should the review reveal that the young lady, Yun, has committed such heinous acts, she must face the sect's punishment. We shall not interfere. Zhao Wujie clenched his teeth, glancing at Elder Jian, who appeared nonchalant. I too am merely here to observe. The matters of Tianqing sect should be resolved by Tianqing sect itself. However, as an outsider, should I witness any injustices, I cannot refrain from sharing my observations, allowing the public to weigh in on the matter. Zhao Wujie felt a chill at Elder Jian's words. He wielded significant influence within Tianqing sect, yet his own capabilities paled in comparison to those of his father, who resided in Qinxiao Pavilion. His father had reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage and was on the verge of a breakthrough to the Great Ascension. Should he succeed, his father's standing in Qinxiao Pavilion would be elevated. However, should Elder Jian disseminate unsubstantiated rumors, being from Qinglian Sword sect, it could escalate to a level that might even affect his father. Although he did not currently perceive Yunjin as having such influence, one could never be certain. This was a critical juncture for his father. He must not be a hindrance. Zhao Wujie cast a glance at Yi Danxia, who knelt pale-faced on the ground, and a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he hoarsely declared, Then let us conduct a retrial. Yunjin, you are now accusing Yi Danxia of framing you. You must provide evidence, for mere words will not suffice. While Zhao Wujie had surmised the general course of events, the absence of evidence loomed large. Was it truly possible to convict based solely on conjecture? Without evidence, all was in vain. Yunjin narrowed his eyes, stating so. Will it be you, headmaster, who presides over the trial personally? Is this in accordance with sect regulations? Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening as he coldly replied, I merely asked a question. The trial will naturally be overseen by Hall Master Yu. Yunjin nodded, then turned to Yulin. Hall Master Yu, may I begin my account? Yulin felt as if he were perched on needles, yet he found himself devoid of any excuses. With trepidation, he stammered. You may begin. Yunjin spoke calmly. Last night, Yi Danxia used a sound transmission talisman to contact Gu Jinghong, inviting him out. Upon arrival, she attempted to incite him to betray me. When she failed, she resorted to self-harm to frame him. This is the truth. Zhao Wuji instinctively opened his mouth to speak. But recalling Yunjin's previous question regarding sect regulations, he clenched his teeth and held his tongue. Yunjin. Yudanxia trembled, exclaiming, "You lie. It was clearly Gu Shixiang who invited me to meet, and he was the one who harmed me. The dagger that wounded me has already been submitted to Hall Master Yu, who confirmed it to be his." In summary, today's proceedings could be encapsulated in a single phrase. A storm was brewing. Yi Danxia sensed that if the truth were uncovered today, even her master might not be able to shield her. She had to save herself. As long as Yunjin failed to produce evidence, she would be unscathed. Regarding the dagger, Yulin had indeed conducted an investigation, and his eyes brightened as he interjected, "That weapon indeed belongs to Gu Jinghong. There can be no doubt. Moreover, the headmaster witnessed Gu Jinghong attacking the protective barrier in a frenzy. How do you explain that?" Gu Jinghong furrowed his brow, about to speak, when Yunjin interjected coolly. "Are you familiar with the blood chi technique, Hall Master Yu?" Yulin paused, bewildered, and shook his head. Zhao Wuji's expression, however, shifted dramatically. "Yunjin, how did you come to know of that?" Even Gu Jinghong was taken aback. This technique was personally procured for him by Zhao Wuji, and he had not mentioned it to Yunjin. Yunjin maintained her composure. "You may not be aware, but the blood chi technique is a high-level secret manual of the Xian rank, renowned for its rapid cultivation. It was personally selected by the headmaster for Gu Jinghong." Zhao Wuji's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze on Yunjin. What else did this woman know? Yet, she continued, "However, this technique has two significant flaws." At this revelation, even Gu Jinghong listened intently. Flaws? He was aware that the blood chi technique engendered a dependency on blood, but he was oblivious to any further shortcomings. Yunjin elucidated, "First, the blood chi technique requires regular consumption of blood. The higher the practitioner and Apos S level, the more refined the blood must be. Second, the technique gradually corrupts the practitioner's mind, leading to an increasingly obsessive disposition. Ultimately, one may become a mindless monster driven only by bloodlust." A hush fell over the assembly. So, the blood chi technique could transmute one into a creature of pure slaughter? Gu Jinghong and Apos S lips trembled as he swiftly looked to Zhao Wuji, questioning, "Does Master know of this flaw?" Zhao Wuji, maintaining his composure, responded, "This technique came into my possession by chance. I was not unaware of its potential hazards. I am curious, however, how did you come by this knowledge?" Yunjin raised an eyebrow. "An elder from my clan once saved a cultivator, who left behind some artifacts, one of which detailed the blood chi technique. Though Yunjin had yet to unlock the secrets of that ring, she found it convenient to weave a tale." Yidanxia, however, glared at Yunjin with envy. "Indeed, the cultivator and Apos S legacy was that very ring, was it not?" Yunjin had long since uncovered its secrets. Her rapid advancement in cultivation was entirely due to the treasures contained within that ring. Had she possessed it, she would now be the one foundationally cultivating. The mention of the blood chi technique caused Elder Ming's expression to shift slightly. He stepped forward, suddenly grasping Gu Jinghong and Apos S wrist. Gu Jinghong was taken aback, unable to resist as Elder Ming scrutinized him thoroughly. After a long pause, Elder Ming's expression grew grave as he coldly stated, "It is indeed the blood chi technique. Although this manual is of celestial origin, it bears a striking resemblance to demonic practices. Those who cultivate it invariably lose their reason and become malevolent fiends." Gu Jinghong had reached the 4th level of the blood chi technique and could no longer cease its practice. Should he discontinue, he would perish from an explosion of blood. Should he continue, he would inevitably become a monstrosity. This individual cannot be spared. The implications of the blood chi technique transforming one into a being of relentless slaughter sent ripples of murmurs throughout the assembly. No wonder Gu Shixiang's temperament had been so peculiar. It was a consequence of his cultivation method. Chapter 67. The permanent master-servant contract. Elder Ming appeared exceedingly vigilant, contemplating the immediate eradication of Gu Jinghong. It was not out of cruelty. Rather, he recognized the malevolent nature of the technique in question. Should it be cultivated further, it would undoubtedly bring harm both to others and to oneself. The gazes of those around began to shift, eyes filled with fear and wariness directed at Gu Jinghong. He stood there, his expression unyielding, yet his heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. He had always been somewhat unlikable. He was painfully aware of that. Everyone feared him. The day he returned to the sect, only Yi Danxia greeted him with a smile. For that smile, he would gladly do anything for his junior sister, even at an excruciating price. Now, with the revelation of the blood chi technique, the fear that once surrounded him had likely transformed into outright hostility. Gu Jinghong pressed his lips tightly together. So be it. During his cultivation, he had been oblivious to the devastating consequences of the blood chi technique. Now, any further words would be futile. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of death. Since Elder Ming had discerned the true nature of the evil art, Zhao Wuji sighed, acknowledging that it could not be left unchecked. He regretted not having scrutinized the technique more carefully before bestowing it upon Gu Jinghong. Yet, the situation was now irrevocable. Gu Jinghong, I owe you an apology. However, for your future, to prevent you from descending into the path of darkness, today I must. Gu Jinghong remained undisturbed, a smile even gracing his lips. Another soul wishing for his demise. It hardly mattered now. Let him die. Master, a crisp voice interrupted Zhao Wuji and Amp, Oppo's, words. Gu Jinghong was taken aback, his gaze meeting Yun Jin and Oppo's, a glimmer of hope flickering within. Could it be that she? No, that was misguided thinking. Gu Jinghong swiftly severed that thread of expectation. Yun Jin wanted him dead too. Otherwise, she would not have publicly unveiled the matter. Moments later, her discontented voice rang out. As it stands, Gu Jinghong is my servant. If I wish for him to live, he shall live. If I desire his death, then he shall perish. She pointed at Yudanxia. She would harm herself to see him dead. You are his master, yet you too wish him dead. But I will insist that he lives. A saying rings true, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although Gu Jinghong may be a twisted individual, he seemingly harbors secrets yet untold. For instance, did Zhao Wuji truly not know the blood qi technique was malevolent before imparting it to Gu Jinghong? If he did know, what were his intentions? In her previous life, Yun Jin had been unable to uncover the true mysteries of this world. The narrative primarily unfolded from Yi Danxia's perspective, allowing her only glimpses of certain truths. Yet, what she perceived was evidently not the complete story. In the original text, Zhao Wuji had 5 disciples, all enamored with Yi Danxia, yet they were mere male supporting characters. And their fates were far from favorable. As for Gu Jinghong, it appeared he met his end during a conflict with the demon race. Yi Danxia shed tears over his demise, which in turn caused distress for the male protagonist, further deepening the psychological portrayal of resentment towards Gu Jinghong for causing Yi Danxia's sorrow. Now, upon reflection, there remained hidden truths to be unearthed. Gu Jinghong likely possessed certain incriminating evidence against Zhao Wuji. Thus, Yun Jin desired to keep him alive. Young lady. Elder Ming assumed Yun Jin was merely being contrary and felt compelled to speak. Yun Jin smiled sweetly. Elder Ming, I have a master-servant contract with him. If I wish for his death, he must comply. Should he ever truly falter into the path of darkness, I can dispose of him at my convenience. Elder Ming paused, suddenly realizing this might indeed be a viable strategy. However, he hesitated, recalling that the master-servant contract was only valid for 3 months. Indeed, it lasts but 3 months. Yun Jin replied, her gaze turning sly as she regarded Gu Jinghong. Her actions were always calculated, seeking returns for any endeavors. She could spare Gu Jinghong's life, but he would have to pay a price. Gu Jinghong observed the wicked glint in Yun Jin and Oppo's eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he grasped her intent. At this moment, he surprisingly found himself accepting it willingly. Gu Jinghong stepped forward and spoke softly, Elder Ming, I implore your assistance. I wish to alter the master-servant contract to a permanent one. He bowed slightly, declaring, I, Gu Jinghong, for all eternity, am willing to be bound by my master's will, with life and death governed by her. His voice carried an unexpected note of joy. Do you see? Others wish to distance themselves from him, yet my master desires to bind him to her forever. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted dramatically, contemplating further discourse. However, Gu Jinghong's willingness left him speechless. This was indeed the first method to mitigate the impending danger. Yun Jin smiled. Excellent. Gu Jinghong has seized this opportunity. A permanent source of labor is now assured. Elder Ming regarded Gu Jinghong's decision with some astonishment before gradually nodding. It was indeed a workable solution. Although Gu Jinghong practiced the blood qi technique, it was not entirely out of his own volition. While reason dictated that he should not be allowed to remain, emotion made it difficult for Elder Ming to take action. Thus, this arrangement seemed to be a mutually beneficial resolution. Master, what are your thoughts? Elder Ming inquired. Turning to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji fixed his gaze on Gu Jinghong. To be a servant for all eternity, have you considered this carefully? Gu Jinghong chuckled softly, his tone cryptic. What could possibly be wrong with that? At the very least, it forges an everlasting bond between my master and me. I shall no longer be alone. Zhao Wuji found himself momentarily at a loss for words, observing Gu Jinghong's demeanor. If that is your desire, then please, master, dissolve the previous 3-month contract so I may establish the new master-servant agreement, Elder Ming urged, advising Yun Jin. Your cultivation is currently inferior to Gu Jinghong's, so I will assist you with the contract. Until you reach the tribulation stage, he will not be able to break free from the contract. Should the day come when you reach that stage and your power is on the verge of being surpassed by him, it would be wise to eliminate him beforehand. Elder Ming stated this directly in front of Gu Jinghong, who exhibited no reaction, as though the words did not pertain to him. Yun Jin chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Elder Ming, he will never have the opportunity to escape this contract in his lifetime. For now, I may not match his strength, but soon enough, I will surpass him. And in the future, I shall distance myself from him entirely, until the day arrives when I no longer require his presence. Such confidence. Elder Ming regarded Yun Jin with affectionate indulgence before urging Zhao Wuji to dissolve the temporary contract. Gu Jinghong was a perilous figure, and it was imperative to solidify this permanent contract for Yun Jin without delay. Reluctantly, Zhao Wuji complied. Once Elder Ming performed the necessary incantations, the binding ropes reappeared on their wrists. This time, it was indeed a permanent master-servant contract. Chapter 68. Grotesque Cadence. Satisfied with the new covenant, Yun Jin felt a sense of reassurance, knowing it was now permanent. She had previously concealed her alchemic practices from Gu Jinghong, but now she could gradually introduce him to them. Should he harbor any untoward thoughts, she could eliminate them with a mere thought. Since the master-servant pact is in place, Master Ming declared, I consent to temporarily spare Gu Jinghong's life. I concur, Ling Fei added in a measured tone, while you remain silent. His presence beside Ling Fei serving as his endorsement. With this pact, young girl should be able to keep him in check, Sword Master chimed in. Numerous disciples nodded in agreement. Ling Fei glanced at Yun Jin, his affection for her deepening. Yun Jin was truly virtuous. Gu Jinghong was eccentric and volatile, prompting most in the sect to keep their distance. However, before the Meihan grass incident, he was surprisingly well received by the spiritual beasts. Ling Fei had always believed that someone favored by spiritual beasts must possess redeeming qualities. Their interactions over the years had fostered a favorable impression of Gu Jinghong, which was why he had been granted the opportunity to feed the Meihan grass. In the aftermath of the Meihan grass incident, Ling Fei's demeanor toward Gu Jinghong naturally soured. Nevertheless, he had always regarded him as a promising disciple, and he was gratified that Yun Jin had found a way to preserve Gu Jinghong's life. Furthermore, it was evident that Gu Jinghong had been compelled to cultivate the blood qi art, precipitating his erratic temperament. The true instigator of this affair was Zhao Wuji. However, no one could punish the sect leader at present. It seemed unjust for Gu Jinghong to face death due to Zhao Wuji's negligence, and many likely felt this way. Yet, they also feared that Gu Jinghong might succumb to evil and cause a calamitous event. The addition of a master-servant pact provided a measure of reassurance. Since everyone feels this way, Gu Jinghong's life will be spared for now, Zhao Wuji said coldly. However, Yun Jin is already audacious, and now she has someone who could fall into depravity at any moment. I cannot foresee what she might do in the future. I hope none of you will regret today's decision. Yi Danxia, with great effort, stood up, teetering unsteadily, and appeared as if she wanted to speak, but held back. She remained silent, merely showcasing her presence. This reminded everyone that the case was still under investigation. They were relying on Yun Jin to restrain Gu Jinghong, preventing him from succumbing to evil. This necessitated that Yun Jin be a person of strong moral fiber, capable of upholding her principles. However, if Yun Jin were to direct Gu Jinghong to harm Yi Danxia, even though they had a history of animosity, such conduct would be deeply unsettling. If it was Yu Danxia today, who might it be tomorrow? Yun Jin, Yulin said with an air of authority. Gu Jinghong's cultivation of the blood qi art is not directly related to this case. Do you have anything else to add? Yun Jin replied calmly. I brought up the blood qi art to explain why Gu Jinghong attacked Yu Danxia. Yu Danxia first injured herself, and her blood incited Gu Jinghong, causing his aggressive behavior. Yi Danxia knew she had a protective barrier and wouldn't be seriously harmed, so she orchestrated this scheme to ensure the sect leader would witness it firsthand. And where's the evidence? Yulin pressed. You claim Yi Danxia injured herself. Where is your proof? Yun Jin suddenly smiled. Didn't the sect leader say that I was nearby at the time? Yulin was perplexed. Doesn't this further solidify the notion that you were directing this? Yun Jin looked at him as if he were an imbecile. No, since I knew Gu Jinghong was meeting with a treacherous woman like Yi Danxia, would I simply stand by and watch? Yulin's gaze shifted slightly. Yun Jin leisurely produced a memory stone. Merely watching isn't enough. Of course, I had to record it for everyone to see. A memory stone. Yi Danxia and Appo's pupils contracted sharply. She suddenly realized that this wasn't Appo's her scheme. It was Yun Jin and Appo's all along. Yun Jin had anticipated her actions and had prepared a memory stone in advance. Yi Danxia and Appo's body trembled slightly. No, she couldn't allow Yun Jin to produce the memory stone. Harming a fellow disciple was a capital offense. She didn't want to die, and she couldn't die. She had so much life ahead of her. Yi Danxia instinctively rushed forward, snatched the memory stone, and immediately destroyed it with her spiritual power. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. However, she was met with the peculiar gazes of the crowd. Yi Danxia's face paled. She had no other choice. Now that the memory stone was gone. At that moment, Yunjin smiled, chuckled, and produced several more memory stones. Danxia, out of consideration for our acquaintance, I placed over 100 memory stones in various corners and angles. Come on, keep destroying them. Over 100. Yi Danxia's body slumped, and she collapsed to the ground in despair. I'll master you. Shall I play the footage? Yunjin asked, looking at Yulin. Yulin didn't dare to look at Zhao Wuji's face. At this point, he could only brace himself and say, proceed. Yunjin waved her hand, and the footage appeared, meticulously and clearly documenting the entire event. When Yi Danxia stabbed herself, Yunjin even paused the footage and played a grotesque version that senior brother had worked on overnight. The grand hall was filled with an endless loop of Yi Danxia stabbing herself, accompanied by rhythmic music that seemed to come from nowhere. It was unexpectedly catchy. Enough. Enough. Yi Danxia roared in despair. Yunjin, it and Apos, su. You deliberately framed me. You were there all along. Why didn't it Apos? Till you come out? You had the memory stone. Why didn't you produce it sooner? I am at fault, but you're no saint either. You deliberately schemed against me, waiting for this moment. Yi Danxia hysterically screamed. Yunjin smiled, walked up to Yi Danxia, and said softly, my dear, when did I ever claim to be a saint? You plotted against me. And you expected me to generously forgive you? I'm not afraid for everyone to know that I treat those who are sincere to me with sincerity. And I retaliate against those who scheme against me. Tit for tat, perfectly fair, isn't it? Yunjin had never cultivated a gentle and virtuous persona. Everyone knew she was vindictive. Hearing her say these words, no one found it incongruous. Yunjin was known for holding grudges. On the other hand, Yi Danxia had always tried to portray herself as gentle and virtuous, but her actions often contradicted this image. Now, seeing her frantic state, everyone shook their heads. She had completely shattered her persona. I'll master you. Yi Danxia suddenly turned to Yulin, her voice mournful. I admit my mistake. However, Yunjin also directed Gu Jinghong to bully those 5 senior brothers and instructed him to sabotage the spiritual fields. This proves that she is also a dangerous individual. If she is left unchecked, there will be dire consequences in the future, and everyone will regret it. Although my methods were extreme, my intention was simply to eliminate a hidden threat for everyone. Chapter 69. Growing more insane, Yulin found himself at a loss for judgment when he heard Yi Danxia's words, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He hastily questioned, Yunjin, what do you have to say about this matter? Gu Jinghong is already in danger. If you exploit him recklessly, the sect rules will surely not spare you. Sect rules? Yunjin laughed. In this case, the evidence is irrefutable, and the hall master wouldn't dare mention the sect rules. Yet here, it seems to be invoked incessantly. These rules have long become a joke. Yulin felt a surge of anger. Regardless, you must clarify these 2 matters. Yunjin raised an eyebrow. What is there to explain? Are the 5 senior brothers present? Let them come out and confront me. Yulin quickly communicated with those around him. Soon, the disciples from the law enforcement hall brought the 5 disciples forward. These 5 were inwardly lamenting their plight. Among them were disciples from the sect leader's direct line, as well as from other peaks, but they were undoubtedly aligned with the sect leader. Otherwise, Ruan Jun would not have sought them out. However, they were wary of Yunjin, known for her vindictiveness, and dared not offend her. Come, tell me what Gu Jinghong asked of you at that time, Yunjin inquired. Gu Jinghong glanced up, casting a cool look at the 5. They instinctively trembled. One of them cautiously replied, He just had us practice sword techniques 100 times. We did nothing else. Nothing else? Yi Danxia could not help but ask, such as inflicting personal harm upon you? The implication of her words was too strong. The 5 disciples hesitated until they saw Yunjin toying with a recording stone, causing their hearts to sink. Could it be that there was a recording stone at that time? They certainly did not wish to be replayed. They could only honestly say no. He merely urged us to practice our swords. That could merely be a ruse. His true intention must be to exact revenge on you. Otherwise, did he truly come to watch you practice swords? Yi Danxiao interjected. When did urging sword practice turn into revenge? Yunjin raised an eyebrow. I simply found the sword techniques of the senior brothers rather intriguing and wished to observe them further, which is why I had Gu Jinghong record them for me. Is there a problem with that? Gu Jinghong glanced at Yunjin, noting that she had neither recorded it herself nor watched it again. However, he quickly lowered his head, saying nothing. You are coercing others. Besides, who would have such a peculiar hobby? If you love sword techniques, why not practice a few times yourself? You must have already memorized their techniques. Yi Danxia gritted her teeth. She was uncertain of what fate awaited her. Nevertheless, she was determined to drag Yunjin down with her. Oh, Yin Jin said casually. You lack talent in swordsmanship. How could you understand the cultivation methods of a swordsmanship prodigy like me? I can grow stronger merely by watching, can't I? Furthermore, I have a good rapport with these 5 senior brothers. Last time, when I received gifts from them, I merely wanted to help them improve. The 5 disciples exchanged glances. Bewildered. What gifts? They thought. That was compensation you insisted upon. Yet they nodded repeatedly, hoping this part of the ordeal could soon pass. Upon careful observation, I've noted that each of you has areas needing improvement, and I've documented them for you to review upon your return, Yin Jin said, tossing 5 jade slips casually. The 5 were somewhat dazed as they caught the slips. They instinctively glanced at the contents, their eyes lighting up with joy. Inside were indeed some pointers, specifically addressing their weaknesses in swordsmanship. If they practiced according to these, they could make significant progress. You 5 haven't yet completed your 100 repetitions today, have you? Once this matter concludes, I will have Gu Jinghong continue with you. Still 100 repetitions, understood? Yun Jin said blandly. Yes, the 5 replied, buoyed by excitement. Just as they finished, they suddenly felt something was amiss, glancing anxiously at the high platform. Zhao Wuji sat there, his expression inscrutable, betraying no sign of emotion. The disciples felt a wave of apprehension wash over them. This was not their fault. Gu Jinghong had insisted, and they could not refuse. Yuhao Master, is there any other issue? Yun Jin turned to Yulin. Yulin, feeling reluctant, could only wave his hand to dismiss the 5. What about the spirit field? Are you not attempting to incite Gu Jinghong to steal rare spiritual herbs? There have merely been others present, and he hasn't and oppose. Ti found the opportunity. Yi Danxia gritted her teeth and questioned. Yun Jin, you must have heard. She has once again slandered me in front of so many people. You must stand up for me. Gu Jinghong is still a disciple under the sect leader. When did he become a thief for merely visiting the spirit field? Gu Jinghong displayed an expression of grievance, saying, I have never touched a single spiritual herb. Does Yushimi have any evidence of my theft? Yulin, earlier. Yi Danxia insisted they produce evidence, but now it has turned into Gu Jinghong demanding evidence. What is there to see in a spirit field? Yi Danxia was nearly driven to madness. Do you dare say this was not your instigation? Do you dare claim you have no ulterior motives? Yun Jin gazed down at Yi Danxia, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, I instructed Gu Jinghong to visit the spirit field, and I certainly have ulterior motives. Yi Danxia's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of delight as she shouted. Everyone heard that. She admitted it. She confessed herself. Yun Jin replied calmly. I sent Gu Jinghong to the spirit field to learn some cultivation knowledge. Gu Jinghong? Wasn't and oppose. Tia to chat with the spirit plants? However, what the master said was law. Gu Jinghong nodded in agreement. The master indeed instructed me thus. What do you need to learn cultivation knowledge for? Yulin pressed. As a sword cultivator, this should be of little use to you. Yun Jin feigned grievance. Prejudice. Hall master you are being prejudiced. Though I am a sword cultivator. Does that mean I cannot possess a fondness for spirit plants? Cannot I wish to learn about cultivation? Yulin. Yun Jin continued her monologue. Everyone knows we at Tianjin Peak lack a single planting master. A vast spirit field lies fallow. I thought it a waste of such a fine spirit field, wishing to learn some cultivation knowledge. Is there a problem with that? Reflecting on the state of Tianjin Peak. The crowd exchanged knowing glances. The spirit field lay in neglect, which indeed was a pity, yet it was unavoidable. First, there were simply no personnel at Tianjin Peak. Second, planting masters were monopolized by the sect leader. For other peaks to cultivate their spirit fields, they needed Zhao Wuji's assistance. Consequently, other peaks were required to offer a substantial portion of their spirit plants to Zhao Wuji. Given the relationship between Tianjin Peak and the sect leader, it was indeed strange for the leader to be willing to send help. Yun Jin seemed to have no recourse, and thus contemplated acquiring knowledge through stealth. Yulin felt somewhat helpless. To convict Yun Jin of a crime was impossible, as she had indeed done nothing wrong. Yulin opened his mouth, ready to speak. When Yun Jin suddenly interjected again, Today, since everyone is present, I wish to formally report another matter. I wish to report sect leader Zhao Wuji. I accuse him of monopolizing the knowledge of planting masters and profiting immensely from it. The wealth of the entire sect is concentrated in one person and Oppos, hands. I must ask everyone, is Tianqing sect truly the sect of all, or merely Zhao Wuji's personal sect? As Yun Jin's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The crowd looked at Yun Jin in terror. This Yun Jin was becoming increasingly unhinged. Chapter 70, Victory and Defeat. Yulin was startled. Suddenly standing up and stammering, How outrageous. A murmur of agitation arose among the crowd. It would be impossible to claim that the members of Tianqing sect had no objections to Zhao Wuji's monopolization of power. However, One could not overlook the fact that he had an influential father. With such a parent behind him, it would be nearly impossible to unseat him. In this scenario, offending the sect leader would be tantamount to severing their own paths. Yunjin was being overly impulsive. Wait. It seemed that Tianjin Peak had already thoroughly offended the sect leader. They had long since lost their escape route. In the current situation, the few individuals from Tianjin Peak were akin to barefooted men, while the sect leader was the one wearing shoes. The barefooted had no fear of the shot, and Yunjin was completely unrestrained. On the high platform, Feng Mingyue cast a glance at Linya. He remained composed, showing no signs of surprise, as if he had foreseen his young disciple's intentions. Unable to contain herself, Feng Mingyue sent a message. Linya, have you gone mad? Although she had no apparent relationship with Linya, she had discreetly assisted Tianjin Peak on several occasions. Linya calmly responded, do you not think that the Tianqing sect needs to change? In 3 months, he would lose his position as peak master. If during these 3 months he could still protect his disciples and allow them to pursue their ambitions, it could be considered a contribution on his part. Change was indeed necessary, yet, Feng Mingyue's lips quivered slightly, but she ultimately remained silent. Zhao Wujie's cultivation was not particularly high, and his social skills were far from remarkable. Yet, no matter how many foolish acts he committed, his position remained unshakable. Feng Mingyue sighed. The 4 great holy lands. These were the sacred realms in the hearts of all cultivators, formidable swords looming over them. The saying that beneath the holy lands, all are but ants, was not mere rhetoric. As long as that father was present, even the gravest of sins could not threaten Zhao Wujie. If resistance were truly effective, they would not have remained silent for so many years. A disciple like Yunjin, attempting to challenge Zhao Wujie, was still too naive. Deep down, she understood the impossibility, yet Feng Mingyue felt an inexplicable glimmer of hope. This Yunjin was indeed an extraordinary disciple. Despite her short time in the sect, she had already created numerous miracles. If she could truly stir some ripples in the stagnant Tianqing sect, then, could they too stoke the flames? Many desired to resist Zhao Wujie. What they lacked was the spark that would ignite the first flames. Could Yunjin be that person? Within the great hall, Yunjin gazed steadily at Yulin, speaking softly. The sect rules clearly state that each peak's spiritual fields are to be cultivated by themselves, and the profits belong to each peak. Yet, the sect leader employs a trivial monopoly over the planting masters to siphon off the majority of the spiritual plant profits into his own hands. Is this truly just? Are you all genuinely content with this? Zhao Wujie scoffed, remaining unmoved. To quibble with a junior was to lower oneself, and naturally, there would be those to defend him. Well, I, unable to sit idly by, spoke sharply. Yunjin, without the sect leader's assistance, the other peaks would not be able to cultivate their spiritual fields at all. So what if the sect leader takes a larger share of the profits? Isn't that only natural? Yunjin smiled, first monopolizing all disciples with planting talents, then having these disciples assist others in cultivating their spiritual fields? Is this what you call help? Before Hualai could respond, Yunjin continued, Peak Master Hua, I know you are closely aligned with the sect leader, but I must ask you one thing. Are you willingly close to him, or is it out of necessity? After all, as an alchemist, your dependence on spiritual plants is paramount. If you could independently cultivate and harvest spiritual plants, why must you always humble yourself to beg for them? Hualai and Appo's expression shifted slightly. Yunjin and Appo's word struck home. He was indeed a 5th-tier alchemist and a peak master, titles that carried weight. However, he was nearing 1,000 years of age and had barely reached this level. For someone of his age, even with high cultivation, the Holy Lands would scarcely glance his way. Had he been at a superior sect or a super sect, he would not have even secured the position of peak master, at most landing a role as an elder. Hualai and Appo's future seemed painfully predictable, yet he still harbored ambitions. He wished to break through to 6th-tier alchemist, which required extensive practice, superior recipes, and a plethora of spiritual plants. All of this could only be provided by Zhao Wujie, rather than a choice. He had little option but to align with Zhao Wujie. You. Hualai stammered, struggling to find words in rebuttal. Zhao Wujie and Appo's gaze turned cold. Yunjin, Long Yi, sensing the situation deteriorating, immediately rebuked. To speculate against your elders is the upbringing of your Tianjin peak. When reason seemed insufficient, they resorted to hierarchy. Zhao Wujie, remaining indifferent, added, Long Yi, there is no need to argue with juniors. Yunjin, let me clarify that this monopoly over planting masters is not something I have intentionally enforced. 5th-tier planting master Ma Hongyu is under my tutelage. Other disciples aspiring to become planting masters have naturally sought my guidance and joined my ranks. This is not a deliberate act on my part, but rather a natural outcome. Yunjin smiled, is that so? Zhao Wujia nodded calmly. Indeed, Ma Hongyu not only excels as a fifth-tier planting master, guiding his disciples, but he also possesses great insights. Thus, those with planting talents ought to be taught by him directly to prevent any waste of their abilities. For the overall benefit of the sect, it is indeed best to have a dedicated group of proficient disciples responsible for cultivation. They toil and earn modest compensation. What is inappropriate about that? Zhao Wujia and Appo's demeanor was one of unshakable confidence. Yunjin narrowed her eyes, suddenly fixing her gaze on Zhao Wujia, pointing at Yi Danxia. Yi Danxia. The crime of plotting against a fellow disciple has been established, and according to sect rules, it warrants the death penalty. However, I can offer her a chance at life. Zhao Wujia's brows furrowed, suspecting Yunjin intended to make another contract with Yi Danxia as before. He instinctively prepared to refuse. Yet, Yunjin calmly stated, "The legacy of planting masters within Tianqing sect resides solely with the sect leader. I exchanged for several manuals from Elder Ming and have also explored some practices myself. Is it not said that since Master Ma is an exceptional teacher, those with planting talents naturally belong under his tutelage? Master Ma's most distinguished disciple seems to be a late-stage golden core cultivator. Brother Yi, does it not? After a month, I, a self-taught practitioner, would like to compete with this esteemed disciple in the art of cultivation. If I win, the profits from the spiritual fields will belong to all peaks. And the planting disciples will still assist, but only for a fixed remuneration until each peak has its own planting master. If I lose," Yunjin raised an eyebrow, "I will spare you Danxia and Appo's life. If Yunjin wins, Tianjin peak gains little, yet she fights for the benefit of the other peaks. If she loses, the condition is merely to spare Yi Danxia. Are these two conditions even comparable? Can Yi Danxia's life truly weigh against such vast interests?" The crowd turned their gazes towards Zhao Wujia. Chapter 71. I will win, Master. Yi Danxia and Appo's eyes sparkled with hope as she imploringly gazed at Zhao Wujia. Yunjin was a swordsman, yet there had never been a precedent of a swordsman excelling in the art of cultivation. In this competition, Yunjin was destined to fail, thus preserving her own life. Yi Danxia even speculated whether Yunjin's bluster was merely a fade, hiding her fear of the master. Was her request not a ploy to receive mercy? Zhao Wujia too sensed a shift in the atmosphere, pondering if Yunjin had lost her mind. She had merely exchanged for a few manuals and dared to challenge a dedicated disciple after just 10 days. Was she not intentionally seeking to spare Danxia? How amusing, he thought. Now she was attempting to be pragmatic, but alas, it was too late. He remembered all her previous transgressions, waiting for the competition 3 months hence to ensure her utter defeat. Master, do you dare to accept this wager? Yunjin looked at Zhao Wujia, asserting, "You claimed that with Master Ma present, it would be a waste for disciples with a talent for cultivation not to join your sect. I have never received Master Ma's guidance and am merely a novice. If the elites he has mentored cannot surpass me, does your argument still hold merit?" Zhao Wujia regarded her coldly. "You are indeed audacious." Yunjin replied calmly, "It is not audacity. I merely seek a semblance of fairness. Master, will you accept or decline?" She cast a fleeting glance at Yi Danxia on the ground, subtly reminding Zhao Wujia that the fate of his favored disciple rested on his decision. Yi Danxia bit her lip, looking desperately at Zhao Wujia. After all, Yunjin was unlikely to prevail. Zhao Wujia observed Yi Danxia's pallor and sighed slightly. He could indeed forcibly protect her life, but that would render the sect's regulations a farce. It would be far more palatable if Yunjin voluntarily relinquished her pursuit. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling disquiet within. There was something uncanny about Yunjin. All her past endeavors deemed impossible by others had eventually succeeded. What if this time was no different? The stakes he was about to relinquish were significant, beyond mere interests. This could lead to a complete loss of control over the various peaks, a consequence she could never fathom bearing. If the master dares not accept, then it is clear you have no intention of preserving Yi Danxia's life. Yunjin raised an eyebrow, eager to witness whether Zhao Wujia, who cherished Yi Danxia like a precious gem, would still choose her this time. In this moment, she hoped for Yi Danxia's brilliance to shine even brighter, compelling Zhao Wujia to risk a little for her sake. Indeed, she intended to leverage Yi Danxia and Appo's life to solidify this wager. The Heavenly Star sect required transformation. The transgressions Yi Danxia committed in her past life would be atoned for in this one, and Zhao Wujia, after a long pause, finally spoke. "Since you possess such confidence, I shall accept your challenge. What harm is there? Oh, is Yi Danxia truly so invaluable?" Yunjin's eyes gleamed as she seized the opportunity. "Then let us formalize the contract." She was keen on establishing the agreement, for it was an exceptionally powerful tool. Zhao Wujia instinctively hesitated. To bind a cultivator of my caliber, one requires at least a 7th grade golden contract paper. That would be wasteful. This contract paper is provided by Tianjin Peak. Linya directly produced a sheet of contract paper, acquired with Chen Changron's assistance from the market. Due to Yunjin's previous dealings, Tianjin Peak was no longer financially constrained. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted slightly. Does the master have any objections? Linya inquired. Zhao Wuji coldly replied, since you are well prepared, I have no further reservations. Yunjin stepped forward, and with a slight motion from Linya, the golden contract paper floated between them. Yunjin closed her eyes. And after both parties agreed on the contract's terms, the heavenly light flickered. The contract is established. After 10 days, I await your resounding victory. Zhao Wuji remarked with a hint of mockery. Grateful for the master and Appo's confidence, I shall indeed prevail. Yunjin responded with a beaming smile. Zhao Wuji scoffed and turned to take Yudanxia away. Wait, Yunjin suddenly interjected. What more do you wish? Zhao Wuji asked, a hint of irritation in his tone. I merely stated that if I were to lose in 10 days, she should be spared. However, she remains under indictment, and according to sect rules, she ought to be incarcerated in the law enforcement hall, supervised by its disciples, Yunjin asserted firmly. Yudanxia's complexion turned even whiter. Zhao Wuji shot a cold glance at Yunjin. Very well, you are indeed clever. Thank you for the compliment, Yunjin replied unabashedly. Zhao Wuji swept away, unwilling to cast another glance at Yudanxia. He could not comprehend why, as the esteemed master, he repeatedly found himself at a disadvantage against Yunjin. Others feared him, yet she remained undeterred. Were it not for her imminent demise, he would have relished the chance to eliminate her. Nonetheless, she had formidable backing now. It would be far safer to eliminate her on the arena. Danxia, Yunjin regarded Yudanxia with pity. We shall meet again in 10 days. Yudanxia was rendered speechless. Yunjin then turned to Yulin. Master Yu. As you know, I share a close bond with Sister Yi. Thus I intend to visit her daily during this period. Should you treat her differently from other offenders, I shall not remain silent. Yulin's mouth twitched. You two are indeed close friends. He stated expressionlessly, the law enforcement hall will treat all matters impartially. Yunjin maintained her cheerful demeanor. Then I shall rest easy. With a wave of his sleeve, Yulin declared, the hearing is concluded. Everyone may disperse. Whether others chose to leave was of no consequence to him. He had no desire to linger a moment longer. 2 disciples from the law enforcement hall proceeded to escort Yudanxia away. The other disciples appeared reluctant to part, their expressions filled with longing. Truly, Yunjin was remarkable. The plot was indeed captivating. The twists and turns were not just a spectacle. There was more to anticipate. Were they to experience the modern era, they would know this phenomenon as a series. Each episode would leave a cliffhanger, ensuring their undivided attention until the very end. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Feng Mingyue glanced at Linya. I eagerly await 10 days hence. Linya chuckled. I too am filled with anticipation. Feng Mingyue nodded and vanished. Hualai and Long Yi exchanged complex glances with Linya, remaining silent before disappearing as well. Should Yunjin succeed? They too stood to gain immensely, leaving them in a quandary of whether to hope for her victory or defeat. Elder Ming regarded Yunjin with a sense of approval as he stroked his beard. Child, your strategy is quite commendable. Regardless of the outcome, the various peaks will remember your advocacy on their behalf. Even Hualai and Long Yi regarded you with a certain complexity. To win hearts is to win the world. He mused, clearly believing that Yunjin and Appo's chances of victory were slim, but seeing it as a means to garner goodwill. Yunjin smiled indeed. Only she knew that this time, from beginning to end, what she sought was victory. She would triumph, and she would win hearts thoroughly. As for Yudanxia, she too must pay the appropriate price. Chapter 72. A glimpse at the mountains. The lively atmosphere seemed to come to an abrupt end. However, within the system, the sound of accumulating emotional value lingered for quite a while. Yunjin distinctly sensed that this instance was different from the previous ones. In earlier occasions, she could acquire substantial emotional value on the spot, but its duration was short-lived. These events were not significantly related to others. Their emotions fluctuated momentarily, and afterward, they merely discussed it as gossip, without any profound emotional impact. Yet, this time, what Yunjin was undertaking was intrinsically linked to the entire Tianqing sect. Not only the ordinary disciples but even several peak masters could not help but engage in private discussions. This continuity of emotional value emerged as a result. It also provided Yunjin with a hint, aside from broadening the avenues of acquiring emotional value, if her actions resonated with more people, the emotional value she could garner would also be more enduring. For instance, if she inadvertently saved the world, the subsequent emotional value from that alone could ensure a lifetime of abundant emotional rewards. In the Hall of Mastery, Zhao Wuji personally summoned Ma Hongyu and his top disciple, Yicheng. Zhao Wuji glanced at Yicheng, who appeared somewhat introverted, nervously keeping his head down, hesitant to make eye contact. Zhao Wuji squinted and spoke directly, Hongyu. I trust you are aware of the matters concerning the law enforcement hall. Do you have confidence in Yi Cheng's match against that Yunjin? Ma Hongyu could not help but chuckle. Master, has that Yunjin even been in the sect for a month? Zhao Wuji shook his head, not even half a month. Is she studying the planting masteress techniques? Ma Hongyu inquired further. Zhao Wuji replied, I investigated in the library. She only exchanged for the techniques yesterday. Then what are you worried about, master? Ma Hongyu responded with calmness. I am the only 5th grade planting master in the sect, and Yi Cheng is my most talented disciple, having followed me for a decade. Regardless, he possesses at least the skills of a 3rd grade planting master. That Yunjin just learned the techniques yesterday. Could she really reach the level of a 3rd grade planting master within a mere 10 days? Zhao Wuji instinctively shook his head. Precisely. There is absolutely no chance of defeat for Yi Cheng, Ma Hongyu asserted. With this assurance, Zhao Wuji felt a bit more at ease. In truth, he was aware that the likelihood of Yunjin winning was nearly zero. It was merely that Yunjin was exceedingly enigmatic, prompting him to worry a little more. Noticing Zhao Wuji's lingering concern, Ma Hongyu added, Master, I recall that Yunjin is a sword cultivator, correct? A prodigious one at that? Although reluctant to acknowledge Yunjin as a genius, Zhao Wuji nonetheless nodded. I suppose so. Then it is settled, Ma Hongyu said gently. The path of the sword emphasizes decisiveness. Sword cultivators often possess overwhelming sharpness, which aligns with Yunjin's character and behavior. However, the most crucial aspect of planting techniques is a serene mindset. The more tranquil the mind, the better one can communicate with plants, and the closer one can get to nature, thus maximizing the power of planting techniques. For instance, Yi Cheng, being somewhat introverted, possesses an exceptionally calm mindset. Only individuals like him can gain the recognition of plants and excel in the path of planting masters. Someone like Yunjin cannot walk this path. With this explanation, Zhao Wuji and Appo's worries dissipated significantly, and he smiled. Then the upcoming match after this 10-day period depends on you too. Ma Hongyu and Yi Cheng both acknowledged this. After their departure, Zhao Wuji squinted his eyes. So, was it true that Yunjin deliberately intended to let Danxia go? She shows some awareness. At Tianjin Peak, Linya and the others had already inspected the newly sprouted land and learned from Yu Zhao about Yunjin's slight innovations in her techniques. They tacitly refrained from asking Yunjin any redundant questions about her confidence. Their sole focus was on arranging various formations to obscure the spiritual fields layer by layer. For the next 10 days, the entire Tianjin Peak closed its doors to visitors. Apart from Gu Jinghong entering and exiting under Yunjin's guidance, everyone else joined Yunjin in seclusion at Tianjin Peak. Yunjin was exceptionally busy during these 10 days. She had 2 primary tasks: to elevate her rank as a planting master and to master the Qinglian Sword Technique. Additionally, she needed to refine medicinal pills to enhance her own strength as swiftly as possible. All these endeavors had to progress simultaneously, leaving no room for neglect. Moreover, with Gu Jinghong present, the sword techniques of the 5 individuals would still be observed by him, while Yunjin would provide them with small incentives to ensure their motivation for continued practice. On the other hand, Gu Jinghong continued to swagger around the spiritual fields, conversing with the spiritual plants as if oblivious to the world around him. The other Peak's disciples, upon seeing Gu Jinghong, hesitated momentarily before pretending not to notice, allowing him to act freely. Ma Hongyu merely regarded him as a jester, instructing others to keep an eye on him to prevent any mischief, while not concerning himself further. After all, could mere conversations with spiritual plants truly lead to mastery of planting techniques? It seemed utterly ludicrous. Once the 5 individuals found their motivation, they practiced their swordsmanship with increasing diligence, achieving a proficient level in Yunjin's sword technique by the 5th day. The 5 sword intents transformed into a torrent of information, flooding into Yunjin and Appo's mind. Coupled with the Pasu sword intent and Lianhua sword intent, she now possessed 7 sword intents. Throughout these 5 days, Yunjin also refined the 3 swordsmanship manuals she had exchanged for to a proficient level. Thus, 10 sword intents were finally achieved. As all the sword intents were comprehended by Yunjin, a resonant hum echoed, and in an instant, the entire world seemed to spin. When Yunjin lifted her gaze, she was no longer in her humble bamboo cottage but amidst a vast ocean. A figure clad in white was practicing swordsmanship upon the water. Initially, his sword technique seemed chaotic, but gradually it began to sharpen. With a mere flick of the sword, towering waves surged forth, exuding an overwhelming aura. The tumultuous waves and the swordsmen amidst them were deeply imprinted in Yunjin and Appo's mind. She could sense the swordsman and Appo's mindset with each swing, the unstoppable force emanating from him. even feeling the ocean spray upon her skin, majestic and tumultuous. Was this the Qinglian Sword Technique? Though sharing a character with the Lianhua Sword Technique, which also bore the word lotus, the essence of the Lianhua Sword Technique was adorned with the brilliance of the lotus flower, with its lethal moves concealed within its splendor, rendering it nearly impossible to guard against. In contrast, the Qinglian Sword intent was devoid of extravagance and lacked any particularly flashy moves. It simply relied on sheer power to prevail. With each wave, the swordsman lightly waved his sword, summoning a surge of water. He felt that this was insufficient. With a second wave, the power compounded, and the ocean began to roar. Time and again, the force multiplied until, at last, 9 waves surged, resembling a tsunami that could rival a natural disaster. Just as Yunjin believed, she had witnessed the limit of the Qinglian Sword Technique. The swordsman suddenly furrowed his brow. No, perhaps there is more. Just as Yunjin was about to strain her ears to listen intently, the scene abruptly vanished. She found herself back in her familiar bamboo cottage, momentarily dazed. In that instant, she had grasped the 11th sword intent, the wave sword intent. This technique involved layering power upon power, confronting the enemy head-on with an unparalleled swordsmanship. With this, the Qinglian Sword Technique had officially entered her repertoire. Yet, as Yunjin contemplated the unfinished thoughts of the swordsman, she couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning. However, she soon realized that the Qinglian Sword Technique was merely the introductory sword art of the Qinglian Sword Sect and Appo's secret heavenly grade manual, the Qinglian Sword Classic. The 9 waves represented the limit of the Qinglian Sword Technique, but not the Qinglian Sword Classic itself. To continue her studies, she would ultimately have to journey to the Qinglian Sword Sect. Yunjin suppressed the surging emotions stirred by watching the swordsman practice his craft. There was no rush. Her journey was still long, and before her lay towering mountains. Yet, as long as she continued to forge ahead, there would come a day when she would stand atop, looking down upon all the mountains, feeling a sense of unparalleled achievement. Chapter 73. 10 days after delving into the fundamentals of the Azure Lotus Sword Technique, Yunjin revisited her interface. Beneath the Azure Lotus Sword Technique, a progress bar appeared, currently indicating a proficiency level of 0 at the introductory stage. Additionally, a button labeled Simplify was present. Without hesitation, Yunjin opted for Simplification. True to its reputation as a ground-tier sword technique, she executed the basic simplification 500 times before achieving a satisfactory outcome. The simplified version of the Azure Lotus Sword Technique now read: practice wielding the sword at least 100 times daily. The more one practices, the faster the proficiency increases. Eagerly, Yunjin ventured outside early in the morning to test her newfound knowledge. She found an open space and called over her iron-eating beast, Gungun. Thus, Gungun began to clash with trees and howl like a banshee nearby. Meanwhile, Yunjin commenced her sword practice, slicing through the air. As Si Ning wandered by, still half asleep, she rubbed her eyes and suddenly became alert. Was this scene a form of exorcism for vengeful spirits? She yearned to inquire, but was momentarily intimidated by Yunjin's fervent swordplay. Emotional value 50. Turning around, Yunjin spotted the alarmed expression on Si Ning's face. She cheerfully waved. Greetings, senior sister. Caught. There was no escape now. Si Ning steeled herself and approached. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, little junior sister, are you practicing swordplay? Gungun had become too lethargic to question her, as it had been in a frenzy for several days. It was rumored that Yunjin had imparted some spell to it, claiming that crashing into trees and howling would make it stronger. It sounded ludicrous, didn't it? Yet, its skill proficiency had indeed risen. Who could she argue with? It could only be said that both little junior sister's scientific understanding and her spirit beastess were rather unconventional. Yunjin blinked, realizing that her emotional accrual had slowed recently, and with her senior brother's resources nearly exhausted, she decided it was time to approach her second senior sister. Si Ning, still oblivious to her intentions, couldn't help but comment, what sword technique are you practicing? It appears rather unstructured. While wielding her sword, Yunjin replied nonchalantly, it's the Azure Lotus Sword Technique. I had a moment of enlightenment last night and have already grasped the basics. Emotional value 100. Si Ning was taken aback. The Azure Lotus Sword Technique, a method that no one within the sect, including the sect leader and peak masters, had managed to comprehend. And little junior sister claimed to have mastered it in just a few days? Moreover, had she not been focused on enhancing her planting skills recently? Do you not believe me? Yunjin blinked innocently. Si Ning instinctively nodded, then vigorously shook her head. If it were anyone else, it would certainly be unbelievable. Yet, for little junior sister, it didn't seem entirely implausible. The Azure Lotus Sword Technique is also a water attribute sword technique. It may provide some insights for your cultivation, second senior sister. Allow me to demonstrate. Yunjin casually sheathed her sword, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, her gaze surged with intensity, emanating an overwhelming aura. Siwan Ning's lips quivered. This was not mere initiation. The aura indicated that little junior sister had already grasped the sword intent of the Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Even with her mental preparation, it was impossible for Siwan Ning to resist the surge of emotional value, granting her an additional 200 points. It wasn't that she had never seen such prowess. Mastering sword intent was no trivial feat. Typically, one must fully comprehend a sword technique to grasp its true essence. Yet, here was little junior sister, whose swordsmanship level was still relatively low, but she had already attained mastery of the sword intent ahead of time. Previously, her own lotus flower sword technique had also been grasped with sword intent directly. Now, with the ground-tier Azure Lotus sword technique, she had effortlessly mastered the sword intent once more. Both techniques belonged to the water attribute. Siwan Ning couldn't help but ponder whether, despite being a 5-element root, little junior sister might possess a stronger affinity for water, potentially disrupting the balance of the 5 elements. A sense of concern began to creep into her mind. Azure Lotus sword technique, first wave. Yunjin shouted, raising her sword. Waves surged forth, cascading endlessly. Gun, startled, scuttled away to a corner. Yunjin pointed to an open space, and layers of waves crashed down, relentlessly eroding the ground. When the technique concluded, a vast pit had formed in the once innocent patch of earth. Siwan Ning rushed over to inspect the damage, quickly calculating in her mind. She concluded that little junior sister's technique had likely reached the power of the golden core stage. If she continued to progress over the next month or two, wouldn't little junior sister surpass her entirely? Siwan Ning felt a wave of dread wash over her. As the second senior sister, if she couldn't even best her little junior sister in a fight, where would her dignity lie? A profound sense of urgency gripped Siwan Ning. She had to practice. She would train day and night. If she were destined to be surpassed by little junior sister, she hoped that day would come later rather than sooner. Oh dear, Yunjin humbly remarked. The Azure Lotus Sword Technique has a total of 9 waves, and I have only learned the first. In terms of power, I still feel there is much to understand. Second senior sister, could you guide me? Siwan Ning. At last, she comprehended why her senior brother had been avoiding Yunjin in recent days. This little junior sister could be truly infuriating. What did she mean by still having a ways to go in terms of power? A single move at the foundation establishment stage had already demonstrated the might of the golden core stage, and she still felt inadequate? Claiming she had only recently begun her sword practice. Who was she trying to provoke? Taking a deep breath, Siwan Ning calmly suggested, my advice is, little junior sister, next time, you needn't announce your moves aloud. Yunjin blinked. If I don't announce it, how will everyone know how formidable my technique is? Siwan Ning, exasperated, had no recourse against this audacious little sister. Dazed, she muttered, you continue your practice. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. As Siwan Ning turned to depart, Yunjin called after her, second senior sister, do remember to practice diligently. You can join me. It would also allow me to further enhance my lotus flower sword technique. Siwan Ning quickened her pace. How vexing. While she practiced swordplay, little junior sister would be enhancing her own technique. This was pure provocation. Despite her irritation, from the afternoon onwards, Siwan Ning indeed enlisted Yu Zhao to join Yunjin in her sword practice. As irritating as it was, if it could genuinely assist little junior sister in elevating her swordsmanship, it was worth the effort. Swordplay, alchemy, planting. She also needed to consume medicinal pills for cultivation. 10 days passed. Yunjin's interface underwent significant changes once more. Firstly, the proficiency of the Azure Lotus Sword Technique had risen considerably, reaching 90 at the introductory level. A few more days would see her advance to the skilled stage, at which point she would master the second wave. According to second senior sister's estimations, the first wave equated to the early golden core stage. It remained to be seen how much further the second wave could elevate her abilities. Then, regarding her cultivation, Yunjin had discovered that consuming food could enhance her power, but after learning alchemy, the efficacy of regular food had diminished significantly. Now, she consumed medicinal pills directly, alternating between foundation establishment pills and yuan pills. In just 10 short days, her cultivation had surged to the mid-foundation establishment stage, with only a step remaining to reach the late stage. Chapter 74. 3 evaluations. Moreover, after consuming a considerable number of recovery pills, Yunjin has discovered that her meridians have expanded and become more resilient than before. It is commonly acknowledged that recovery pills are medicinal herbs used for healing. Typically, those who are uninjured would refrain from consuming such pills. However, Yunjin is an exception. Firstly, she acquires her recovery pills with remarkable ease. Secondly, by merely ingesting food imbued with spiritual energy, she can enhance her cultivation. Recovery pills also contain spiritual energy, and in fact, they possess even more than foundation establishment pills. For her, recovery pills serve the same purpose of enhancing her cultivation. Given this consideration, Yunjin consumes recovery pills as casually as one would eat candy, thereby uncovering this hidden effect. Of course, this effect is likely ineffective for others, who possesses the audacity to treat recovery pills as mere candies. Even fiery individuals like Huo Lai or Zhao Wuji might not dare. Yunjin has begun to entertain the notion that once she has improved her alchemical skills, she could arrange for her senior brothers and sisters to benefit from this by expanding their meridians. Their capacity to store spiritual energy at the same realm would far surpass their peers. A gathering of prodigies would no longer be a distant dream. As for her planting skills, she has been directing Gu Jinghong to practice diligently over the past few days, and her panel has undergone significant changes. A first-tier planting master must attain level 1 in at least 3 planting technique secrets. A second-tier planting master requires level 2, and so forth. Yunjin has currently elevated all 3 of her techniques to the pinnacle of level 2, just a step away from level 3. To her knowledge, her senior brother, Yicheng, has reached level 3 in his planting mastery. Since there are only a few planting technique secrets in the Tianqing sect, Yicheng has also cultivated the same techniques, Shaoyinyu technique, earth manipulation technique, and insect extermination finger, all of which he has advanced to level 3. Although there is a slight disparity in their levels, Yunjin's 3 techniques have undergone minute modifications, making it quite feasible for her to surpass Yicheng. Having made ample preparations, the 10-day period has finally culminated. Just as she finished checking her panel, a messenger from Zhao Wuji arrived. This competition holds great significance for Zhao Wuji, who personally selected a piece of spiritual farmland as the venue. This particular plot was previously tended by Yicheng, making it his most familiar territory. After learning of Yicheng and Appos' adeptness in certain techniques, he personally devised the competition and Appos as parameters, firmly believing that Yunjin would have no chance of turning the tide. In fact, he anticipated she might struggle to execute even the most fundamental techniques, leading to a public embarrassment. This competition, following the recent events at the Law Enforcement Hall and after 10 days of anticipation, has drawn every member of the sect to watch. The area surrounding the spiritual farmland is packed beyond capacity. Yidanxia has also been brought over, her face pale, yet her eyes still glimmering with hope. Her fate hinges entirely on the outcome of this contest. All 10 peak masters have gathered, including the usually reclusive predecessors like Ming Lao and Jian Lao, who have chosen to attend. Zhao Wuji is confident that there is no possibility of failure this time. He generously arranged seats for everyone. Does anyone dare to challenge his authority? Do they think that Amir Yunjin could shake his dominion? This is an opportunity for everyone to witness that Zhao Wuji remains the unquestioned deity of the Tianqing sect. Yunjin and Yicheng stand on opposite sides. Yicheng, who is typically reserved, keeps his head lowered and trembles with anxiety. Is Yicheng truly that nervous? Does this imply that Yunjin possesses considerable prowess? It is well known that Yicheng's character is such. Aside from his interactions with plants, he is perpetually tense. Uncle Ma has stated that Yicheng was born for spiritual planting, possessing talents that may even surpass his own. Our sect's planting technique secrets are scarce, and reaching level 5 is the utmost limit. To pursue higher realms, one must ascend to superior sects, super sects, or even sacred lands. Uncle Ma has resigned himself to hopelessness, yet Yicheng, should he advance to level 5 within a decade, stands a chance of being recognized by superior or even super sections. As for the sacred lands, such aspirations seem unthinkable. In our medium sect, there has only been one instance of an elder achieving such heights in hundreds of years. That elder, during his time, was exceptionally brilliant. Yet upon joining the Qinglian Sword sect, he found himself at the bottom of the hierarchy. He recounted that he was overwhelmed by prodigies, and within a few short years, he lost his former brilliance. Ultimately, he struggled to progress and requested to leave the sect, spending the subsequent years guarding the Tianqing sect while occasionally seeking out promising swordsmanship talents. Thus, for those who barely meet the threshold of sacred lands, such places may not be the optimal choice. The 4 sacred lands are suited only for those who can truly dominate their peers, beings of unparalleled strength. Speaking of prodigies, some could not help but glance at Yunjin. Could she be considered a prodigy? Had she not perished in the subsequent life and death battles, she might have indeed gained recognition from the sacred lands. Alas, these are but conjectures for the future. The mountains that Yunjin must traverse are far too numerous, and a formidable one lies directly ahead. Zhao Wuji turned to Yunjin and calmly stated, The individual with the greatest talent for planting within the Tianxing sect is Ma Hongyu. Therefore, he shall formulate the competition's details. Do you have any objections? Ma Hongyu devising the competition's content? Is that fair? He is a disciple of the sect leader and Yu Qing's mentor. The content he crafts will undoubtedly favor Yu Qing. Will it not? Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, some grew anxious while others were filled with excitement. Given Yun Jin's temperament, she would surely not remain silent. They anticipated another spectacle. Yun Jin smiled gently, yet replied with tranquility, I have faith in Uncle Ma's professionalism. Zhao Wuji had braced himself for Yun Jin's outburst and prepared to silence her, yet she accepted so nonchalantly that it left him somewhat disconcerted. He scrutinized her multiple times before saying, in that case, let us announce the rules. Ma Hongyu nodded and stepped forward, declaring, for this competition, I have selected a piece of spiritual farmland to test the 3 techniques. This farmland has just been harvested of medicinal herbs and is currently vacant. I plan to cultivate a batch of yellow-grade medicinal herbs in Hungua. And Hungua has stringent soil requirements. Thus you will need to employ the earth manipulation technique to cultivate the land into the most suitable soil for in Hungua. Afterward, you will each plant seeds and use the Xiaoyunyu technique to hasten their growth until they sprout. Finally, I will release a batch of insects that feast on seedlings to evaluate your proficiency in the insect extermination finger. Based on a comprehensive assessment of these 3 tasks, the ultimate victor shall be determined. Do either of you have any objections? Chapter 75. The first challenge, the techniques of soil manipulation, minor cloud rain technique, and insect extermination finger were, without a doubt, the most effective among the cultivation secrets within the Heavenly Star sect. Most cultivators employed this combination, including Ma Hongyu himself, who specialized in these 3 methods. Otherwise, Elder Ming would not have specifically selected these 3 books for Yun Jin. Ma Hongyu gazed at Yun Jin and remarked, I am aware that you exchanged for these 3 techniques from the library, thus it should not be considered unfair, correct? The onlookers exchanged glances. It did seem equitable. Yet Yun Jin had only been learning for 10 days, and whether she had even grasped the basics remained uncertain. Pitting her against Yi Cheng was akin to striking a rock with an egg. However, since the challenge was proposed by Yun Jin herself, even if she regretted it now, she would have to face it head-on. Naturally, Yun Jin smiled softly. Master Ma's method is indeed fair. I have no objections. Yi Cheng, somewhat anxious, added, I also have no objections. Ma Hongyu nodded, gesturing with his hand to reveal a spirit field that had previously been shrouded by a barrier. The soil quality was mediocre, suitable only for planting yellow-tiered plants, and the task at hand was to cultivate the soul-calming fruit. Each plant had distinct soil requirements, and the 2 would each be responsible for half of the area. To prevent any interference, a barrier would be erected to obscure their views of one another, ensuring that they could not see or hear what the other was doing throughout the duration of the challenge. With a flick of his hand, Ma Hongyu raised a tall wall in the center of the field, completely severing their line of sight. Would you like to inspect the areas? He inquired. Both Yun Jin and Yi Cheng shook their heads. Very well, then you may begin preparing, Ma Hongyu said, his expression lightening slightly. He had not tampered with the spirit field, for with so many observers present, any foul play would inevitably be exposed. Moreover, he had confidence in his disciple. Surely Yi Cheng would not falter in a fair competition. Yun Jin and Yi Cheng entered their respective halves of the field. Once the barrier was erected, they could no longer see or hear one another, while the crowd continued to observe their every movement. As soon as they began, Yi Cheng felt a surge of tension. The soul-calming fruit was relatively easy to cultivate, but it had one critical requirement. The soil must be meticulously prepared. The land used for planting needed to be plowed repeatedly to ensure that every clod of earth was thoroughly loosened. Even the slightest compaction would hinder the growth of the fruit. His soil manipulation technique was only at level 3, allowing him to control only a small amount of earth at a time, necessitating that he painstakingly ensure the soil's looseness. It was a meticulous and labor-intensive task, and Yi Cheng wasted no time diving into his work. Yun Jin surveyed the land, not rushing to act. Curiously, she asked, is there a time limit for this challenge? Ma Hongyu paused, having not initially intended to impose a time constraint. However, since Yun Jin had inquired, he deemed it reasonable to establish one. After estimating how long Yi Cheng would need, he announced, then let it be 2 hours. He instructed someone to light a stick of incense, which burned at a leisurely pace, marking exactly 2 hours. After this period, they would proceed to the next challenge. The incense was placed between the 2 competitors. Upon seeing it, Yi Cheng became increasingly anxious, quickening his pace. Yun Jin, observing the incense, felt a pang of frustration. Why did I even ask that? 2 hours. What could be completed in a mere quarter of an hour now had to be stretched to 2. With a sigh, she drew a sword. What should I do? Since I have time, I might as well practice my swordplay. The crowd watched with curiosity, wondering whether Yunjin had indeed mastered soil manipulation. Instead, they saw her draw a sword and begin to perform seemingly nonsensical movements in the air. A few peak masters exchanged glances, a flicker of disappointment crossing their eyes. They had hoped Yunjin might surprise them, but it appeared she was merely attempting to appease the sect leader, seeking to release Yudan Xia from her predicament. Alas, the Heavenly Star sect remained under Zhao Wuji's dominion. The earlier schemes were quietly retracted. Zhao Wuji observed Yunjin's antics with a bemused smile and turned to Linya. With time so pressing, why has your disciple yet to begin? Is she reluctant? Or perhaps incapable? Linya nodded seriously. She likely believes there is still ample time. Zhao Wuji chuckled. Still ample time? With such a vast expanse of land to be tended to using soil manipulation, even Yi Cheng is racing against the clock. Yet she thinks time is on her side? Linya sighed, indeed. Had she been informed earlier of the extended time, I suspect she would have planned some sort of performance. He had witnessed Yunjin's innovative soil manipulation technique and knew she could complete the first challenge in no time. A normal person would have chosen to exert their full effort from the outset, preparing the land before taking a break. Yet Linyu had come to understand Yunjin well. She preferred to play the long game, opting for subtlety over overt displays of skill. Why must such a capable girl indulge in theatrics? Linyu mused, a frown etched upon his face. Zhao Wuji, noting the contradiction between Linya and Apos' words and his troubled expression, assumed he was merely putting on a brave front, a smile creeping onto his lips. He had been anxious these past few days, only to find that Yunjin was indeed softening towards him. That was to be expected, given her nature. She would not dare to provoke Danxia. Zhao Wuji surveyed the other peak masters, now composed and respectful, no longer harboring any inappropriate thoughts. He felt satisfied, recognizing that Yunjin had inadvertently helped him establish authority. For this alone, he would ensure her a swift end in the upcoming life and death arena. Yunjin diligently wielded her sword, and while others deemed her actions as self-sabotage, the sword elder observed intently. His brow furrowed and relaxed in succession, revealing a deep inner conflict. Her technique appeared devoid of finesse, yet there seemed to be an inexplicable charm hidden within her seemingly haphazard movements. What was this charm? He scrutinized her further, yet remained unable to discern its essence. This disciple indeed possessed an unusual quality. However, today was a contest of cultivation techniques. Had she truly resigned herself to failure? It seemed unlikely. The sword elder recalled the fierce determination in Yunjin's eyes when she declared her intent to walk the path of invincibility. A person with such an indomitable spirit would never concede defeat easily. Chapter 76. Is this what you call earth manipulation? Elder Jin gradually began to doubt his own judgment. Nearly half the time had passed, yet Yunjin was still wielding her sword. This was not a swordsmanship competition. It was a contest of planting techniques. Yi Cheng, diligent and unyielding, had managed to cultivate less than half of the land in the same time frame. It was evident that the 2-hour duration was set according to Yi Cheng and Apos' capabilities. His earth manipulation technique had reached level 3, and even with such expertise, he was racing against time. As for Yunjin, she had only obtained the manual 10 days prior. Even if she had grasped the basics immediately, could she truly surpass a level 3 in just 10 days? It seemed utterly implausible. Therefore, was this competition truly a concession on Yunjin's part? Elder Jian continued to observe, still unwilling to believe, yet he felt compelled to accept the possibility. All eyes were fixed upon them. Since joining the Qinglian sect, Yunjin had accomplished numerous miracles, becoming synonymous with extraordinary feats. However, she was not omnipotent. After this event, the symbol of miracles might very well fade away. Many felt a sense of defeat. If even Yunjin was yielding, then they felt powerless to act. The Qinglian sect, indeed, appeared stagnant. Ma Hongyu cast a calm glance at Yunjin, his expression indifferent. He had anticipated this scenario. A sword cultivator could not possibly master planting techniques. Swordsmanship demanded sharpness and aggression, while planting required gentleness and tranquility. The two traits were unlikely to coexist in a single individual. It seemed unnecessary to proceed to the second round. This first round alone was sufficient to determine the victor. Ma Hongyu lightly reminded, time has just passed the halfway mark. Please proceed with urgency. Upon hearing this, Yicheng became even more focused. Yunjin sighed, realizing there was still an hour left. Very well. She would continue to practice her swordplay. At least it would enhance her proficiency. As the incense slowly burned, the final quarter hour approached. Yunjin glanced at the timer. Finally, she had made it through. The time was nearly up. Over the course of these 2 hours, she had accumulated a considerable amount of emotional energy, most of which she surmised was negative, disappointment, and the like. Nevertheless, she would gladly accept any emotional energy that came her way. Next came the moment of revelation. Yunjin stretched leisurely and calmly declared, Only a quarter hour remains. If I do not act now, it will be too late. Ma Hongyu nearly burst into laughter. Her words suggested that acting now would still yield results. As a fifth-tier planting master, he would not dare claim that a quarter hour was sufficient to fully cultivate such a large plot of spiritual field. Zhao Wujie merely regarded her as a source of amusement. Leisurely preparing himself a cup of tea, Yunjin stowed her sword away and raised her hand slightly, performing a preparatory gesture. Other disciples proficient in earth manipulation immediately recognized it as the initial move for the technique. What was the point of starting now? No matter what, there was no way to finish in time. Moreover, how could a sword cultivator possibly learn planting techniques? It seemed merely a fade. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, spiritual energy began to gather. They were taken aback. Was it possible that Yunjin had truly entered the realm of mastery? Even if she had, it should only be at the most basic level and in comparison to Yicheng. Just as they were mulling this over, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air. Earth manipulation, Yunjin suddenly shouted. Then, a resounding roar filled the air. The left side of the spiritual field trembled as if a dragon were rising, causing the very ground beneath them to quake. What on earth was happening? Earth manipulation? Surely, this must be an illusion. Look at Yicheng's earth manipulation, meticulously cultivating small patches. Now that was true mastery. What Yunjin was doing could only be described as an earthquake technique. Yet, Yunjin felt it still lacked intensity. She intensified her efforts, shouting, "Earth manipulation, rise!" The ultimate secret of earth manipulation. The super secret technique of earth manipulation. Si Wanning couldn't help but rub her forehead. She had told Yunjin that there was no need to vocalize the technique's name. But evidently, Yunjin would not heed this advice. Under the weight of Yunjin's eccentric exclamations, the spiritual field rolled and churned as if a colossal dragon were soaring through the sky. The previously lively discussions among the crowd fell into an eerie silence, an unsettling quiet that was almost palpable. Yicheng, engrossed in his earth manipulation, suddenly sensed something amiss. Was the ground trembling beneath his feet? Had he merely imagined it? He glanced at Ma Hongyu, who was transfixed, staring in awe at Yunjin, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Yicheng's heart raced. What was happening? He turned to Zhao Wujie, who was fixated on Yunjin. His previous composure entirely vanished, replaced by an expression as if he were ready to devour her whole. Yicheng felt a surge of panic. What had Yunjin done? He could not discern the situation on the opposite side. He forced himself to calm down and fully immerse himself in his cultivation. Yet, he remained unsettled. As the 2 hours drew to a close, he found himself with a small patch of land yet to be fully cultivated. Yicheng wiped the sweat from his brow. Continuously employing earth manipulation was a test of his endurance, mental fortitude, and spiritual energy. He had done his utmost. He had no idea what was transpiring on Yunjin's end. He could not resist glancing over, only to find a towering wall obscuring his view. Before the results were revealed, he feared he would not see the final outcome. In that moment when the incense burned out, Yunjin came to a steady halt. The land she had worked on, after being thoroughly churned, had become the ideal soil for the soul-calming fruit. She clapped her hands, her expression serene. Just on time. Elder Jian, observing Yunjin's composed demeanor, could not help but chuckle. This girl was indeed the same one who had proclaimed her intention to embark on an invincible path on the arena. In this competition, everyone assumed she was deliberately throwing in the towel. Yet, judging by the current situation, she had evidently prepared thoroughly. Master Ma, is it time for the second round? Yunjin urged. The sun is setting, and I still need to have dinner. Can we expedite the next round? Each match takes so long. I find it quite tedious. Ma Hongyu's expression darkened momentarily. Planting was a meticulous endeavor. How could it be rushed? Zhao Wujie's indifferent voice echoed in Ma Hongyu's mind. Ma Hongyu, did you not say she could not possibly master planting techniques? Did you not assert that Yicheng would certainly prevail? If we only consider the first round, Yicheng is already lost. Ma Hongyu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily communicated. Rest assured, master. This is merely the first round. I have heard she enjoys a favorable reputation with Elder Ming, who must have provided her with an enhanced version of earth manipulation, granting her such power. However, even with Elder Ming's assistance, he cannot possibly have altered the other two techniques. Among Yicheng's 3 spiritual roots, the water root is the strongest, and his rain technique is his most proficient skill. The second round will be sufficient to rectify the disadvantage. It is hoped that this is the case, otherwise. Zhao Wujie's ominous voice faded into silence. Ma Hongyu's heart sank. He took a deep breath and announced, "We shall now commence the second round." Chapter 77. The first wave of turmoil. The second round commences. Ma Hongyu distributed 100 soul fruit seeds to each participant. Subsequently, he declared, "Each of you possesses 100 soul fruit seeds. Given the inherent loss rate of these seeds, it is unlikely that all will germinate. Therefore, in this round, we shall compete based on the number of seeds that sprout. The greater the number of germinated seeds, the higher your chances of triumph in the second round. However, to preserve the participants' mental states, the results of this round will remain undisclosed to both competitors. Yiqing took a deep breath. He remained perplexed by the strange tremor experienced in the previous round. The surrounding disciples were clearly engaged in hushed discussions, yet the barrier prevented him from discerning their words. Could Yunjin have truly mastered earth manipulation? Even if she had, the reaction from the crowd seemed excessive. Concealing his worries, Yiqing's complexion paled further. Over the years, he had closely followed Ma Hongyu, dedicating himself solely to the cultivation of spiritual plants. Consequently, his psychological resilience paled in comparison to that of ordinary disciples. Ma Hongyu, aware of this, endeavored to maintain a calm facade and refrained from announcing the results, fearing it might disrupt Yiqing's focus. Yet, upon glancing at Yiqing, he could not suppress his concerns. The boy's capacity for emotional endurance was woefully inadequate. He wondered whether Yiqing would be able to perform adequately in the upcoming trials. At this point, there was nothing more to be said. It was entirely up to him now. The second round officially began. Ma Hongyu sighed, maintaining an impassive expression as he made the announcement before stepping outside the barrier. Those outside could hear the activities within, while Yunjin and Yiqing remained oblivious to the external sounds. Yiqing felt a twinge of anxiety, but Yunjin was unconcerned. As long as her emotional value continued to rise, she had no reason for worry. This round assessed their proficiency in the minor rain technique. Yiqing endeavored to compose himself and summoned a cloud to hasten the germination of his seeds. Among his 3 spiritual roots, the water root was the most potent, and his minor rain technique was executed with finesse. One of Yiqing's junior disciples could not help but remark, this time, Yixixiang is bound to win without a doubt. It was rumored that Yunjin possessed 5 spiritual roots, with evenly distributed strengths. In contrast, Yiqing's roots of gold, water, and earth made his water attribute the strongest, followed by gold, with earth being the weakest. Thus, in the contest of earth manipulation, it was understandable for him to be at a disadvantage. Understandable? One disciple scoffed. That sword cultivator has only practiced planting techniques for 10 days, yet has achieved such mastery in earth manipulation. It and Appos, S simply bizarre. Nonetheless, as Yiqing and Appos, S Jr., they pressed on with their assertions to uphold their sect and Appos, S pride. Indeed, Yiqing's command of the minor rain technique had reached an extraordinary level. Under its nurturing, the soil rapidly became moist. Ma Hongyu could not help but smile with satisfaction. Thankfully, Yiqing's mindset remained stable. As long as he could perform normally, the outcome of this round would be favorable. Just as he thought this, he instinctively glanced at Yunjin. Yidanxia fixed her gaze on Yunjin with unwavering intensity. This competition was a matter of life and death for her. She did not wish to perish. Therefore, Yunjin must not win. She simply could not. Yiqing's excellence was already acknowledged. If he performed well, it was to be expected, and there was no excitement to be had. But Yunjin? She was different. Everyone inexplicably yearned to witness her execute more astonishing maneuvers. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Yunjin began her incantation leisurely. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to ripple once more. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted slightly. The minor rain technique, she has also grasped it. He could not help but glance at Ma Hongyu, who was drenched in cold sweat. He quickly transmitted a message, sect leader. She has merely scratched the surface. She cannot be compared to Yiqing. Zhao Wuji nodded, his eyes fixed upon Yunjin. Yiqing absolutely could not afford to lose this time. Otherwise, not only would Yudanxia and Appos' life be at stake, but he would also have to relinquish the spiritual fields entirely to the various peaks. A decrease in benefits was one aspect. On the other, it would diminish his means of controlling these individuals, resulting in a significant loss for him. Upon completing her incantation, Yunjin conjured a rain cloud in the sky. Ma Hongyu quickly sensed it and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was only a second-tier rain cloud, not reaching the third tier, which should render it inferior to Yiqing's. How had she cultivated the second-tier minor rain technique in just 10 days? Was it not said that sword cultivators were incapable of mastering planting techniques? When had Yunjin ever conformed to expectations? Indeed, achieving second-tier proficiency in merely 10 days was astonishing. However, Yiqing was already at the third tier. Regardless of her talent, this time, she would likely face defeat. What a pity. Had she practiced for a few more days, she might have stood a chance. Youthful exuberance had led her to overconfidence. Yu Zhao, overhearing the discussions, sighed. You are all blissfully unaware of the terrifying potential of the minor rain technique. Yunjin glanced at the rain cloud, evidently displeased. In a leisurely manner, she drew a sword. The crowd was bewildered. What is happening? Is she going to practice swordsmanship as well? Yunjin smiled at the rain cloud and remarked, "You are rather diminutive. I find that unsatisfactory." The crowd was left speechless. "Blame the rain cloud, do you? Then allow me to assist you." With a sigh, Yunjin gripped her sword, her expression suddenly sharpening. Assist? How? The crowd had yet to comprehend the situation when, suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently. For a radius of 10 miles, spiritual force surged towards Yunjin like a tempest. Yi Cheng's rain cloud trembled. His heart raced as he hastily stabilized it. Yet, the spiritual energy around him continued to flood towards his opponent. Yi Cheng and Oppos' expression shifted. What was transpiring with Yunjin? The surging spiritual energy converged before Yunjin, forming a colossal blue water dragon. The dragon was immense, yet it coiled obediently around her, demonstrating that Yunjin and Oppos' control over spiritual energy had reached a terrifying level. Yunjin gazed at the rain cloud and softly commanded, "Qinglian Sword Technique." Her sword moved. The entire arena erupted in chaos. What did she just say? Qinglian Sword Technique? Everyone was aware of Yunjin's penchant for naming her techniques before engaging in battle. Had she just invoked the Qinglian Sword Technique? Sword Elder could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet, his expression grave as he regarded Yunjin. He had granted her a year. Yet now she had achieved entry into the Qinglian Sword Technique in merely half a month. Was that even possible? With the blue water dragon swirling around her, Yunjin pointed her sword towards the rain cloud and softly declared, "First wave of turmoil." The water dragon transformed into a towering wave, surging violently towards the rain cloud above. The tempestuous waves possessed an overbearing power that could be felt even through a barrier, causing consternation among the onlookers. Whispers arose, questioning if it was truly the Azure Lotus swordplay, a technique untouched by the Heavenly Star sect for centuries. All eyes turned to Sword Elder, the only one capable of discerning its authenticity. Sword Elder, gazing intently at the surging waves, parted his lips in astonishment. "Azure Lotus swordplay," he exclaimed. "Nay, more than that. It is the Azure Lotus swordplay imbued with sword intent." Though he had not mastered the technique himself, he had witnessed its use by the prodigies of the Qinglian Sword sect. The sword intent within the Azure Lotus swordplay was the very essence of the surging waves. A moderate-level sword intent. While the initial stages of cultivation were manageable, progressing to the 4th or 5th level would unleash a cumulative power far exceeding the cultivator's own. Reaching the 9th level would grant even a simple wisp of spiritual energy the potential to unleash cataclysmic force. Mastering the sword intent was an even greater threshold than merely grasping the basics of the Azure Lotus swordplay. Yet, Yunjin had seemingly achieved both simultaneously upon her initiation, a testament to her extraordinary talent. Sword Elder's gaze burned with fervor, convinced that he had discovered a peerless prodigy for the sect. He cast a sharp glance at Zhao Wuji, aware of his intention to have Wanjun eliminate Yunjin at the upcoming life or death arena in 3 months. Sword Elder now felt that even if Yunjin was callous and unreasonable, Zhao Wuji, in his advanced years, should not have agreed to such a contest, lest the world lose a prodigious talent in swordsmanship. Zhao Wuji, sensing Sword Elder's ire, was himself disquieted. The Azure Lotus swordplay, renowned for its difficulty even among Earth-grade sword techniques, had been casually mastered by a mere Foundation establishment disciple. What manner of being is Yunjin? He wondered. He glanced at Linya, who wore an equally astonished expression, and Zhao Wuji's fury intensified. Did Linya feign ignorance of Yunjin's mastery of the Azure Lotus swordplay? It was an outrage. Amidst the crowd, Si Wanning reveled in the expressions of Linya and others. Having known of her junior sister and Oppos' accomplishment beforehand, she found solace in their shock, validating her own initial reaction as a normal one. Just as everyone was absorbed in the astonishment of Yunjin's mastery of the Azure Lotus swordplay, someone exclaimed, "Hold! Is Yunjin's rain cloud growing larger?" The crowd looked up, their mouths agape. As the waves surged toward the rain cloud, it expanded visibly, soon surpassing Yi Cheng's in size and continuing to grow until it was 10 times its original extent. "Acceptable," Yunjin declared with satisfaction, directing the rain cloud to begin its meticulous downpour. The crowd was speechless. The lesser rain cloud technique, being a water attribute spell, complemented Yunjin's water attribute swordplay, creating a synergistic effect. This seemed plausible enough, yet the crowd was inwardly incredulous. They had never heard of water attribute spells enhancing the lesser rain cloud technique. Were they all false cultivators? Or was this the distinction between genius and mediocrity? Yu Zhao, observing the crowd, felt a subtle sense of superiority. This batch of disciples is lacking, he mused. They are already losing their composure over this. What will happen when they discover that Yunjin's lesser rain cloud technique can also enhance water attribute spells and even generate lightning and water, transforming into the most difficult lightning technique? The entire sect will be driven mad. As the lesser rain cloud technique diligently performed its task, Yunjin meticulously watered every inch of the field. While Yiqing was still completing his first round of irrigation, Yunjin had already begun her second and third, resulting in an eerie silence across the arena. After a long while, one of Yiqing's disciples remarked, "Her rain cloud is forcibly enlarged. While the area is larger, the quality of the spiritual rain cannot compare to senior brother Yes. We are competing to see whose seeds sprout first. If the quality of the spiritual rain is poor, the seeds cannot be stimulated to germinate, even if she." Before he could finish, a faint voice interjected, "Yunjin and Appo's seeds are sprouting." Everyone turned to look. Yicheng had finally completed his first round of irrigation and stimulation. Meanwhile, as Yunjin began her fourth round, a tiny sprout emerged from one of the seeds. It was still small and delicate, but it had indeed sprouted. The arena fell silent once more. The seeds were sprouting one after another, eagerly emerging from the soil. When they finished counting, all 100 seeds had sprouted, with not a single one failing. 100% germination. What level of skill was this? The crowd turned numbly to Ma Hongyu, wondering if he could achieve such a feat. As the most knowledgeable person in the Heavenly Star sect regarding planting techniques, Ma Hongyu was even more aware of how groundbreaking Yunjin's achievement was. Not even the most outstanding planters from the Profound Pill sect, renowned for their expertise in planting, could accomplish this. And if they could, they would undoubtedly be treated as treasures of the sect, doted upon and protected. Yet, Yunjin was merely a new disciple who had joined a mid-tier sect half a month ago. Ma Hongyu could only think, what virtue does the Heavenly Star sect possess to deserve such a talent? With all the seeds sprouted, Yunjin had secured her victory, while Yicheng was still struggling. Yunjin, with nothing better to do, allowed the rain cloud to continue stimulating the growth of the sprouts, which slowly grew taller. Meanwhile, the seats remained eerily silent as the peak masters exchanged glances. Including the first round, Yunjin had already won 2 rounds. Was she truly going to win the bet? Chapter 79. A loss of face. No one dared to look at Zhao Wuji's expression, which was undoubtedly grim. If Yunjin truly emerged victorious, the Tianqing sect would likely undergo significant changes. The peak masters remained silent, their emotions a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Ma Hongyu, we are about to enter the third round, correct? Zhao Wuji spoke coldly. Yes, Ma Hongyu replied, his voice trembling slightly. This round would determine the number of surviving sprouts after 3 rounds. After the first 2 rounds, Yunjin's seeds had achieved a 100% survival rate, totaling 100 sprouts. Yicheng's seeds, however, had only a 60% survival rate, unless he performed extraordinarily in the final round while Yunjin faltered. A reversal was unlikely. Originally, it had been agreed that 10 blackwood insects would be released in the third round. Zhao Wujie remarked, I believe that is far too few. Rising from his seat, he directed a blank stare towards Yunjin's direction. Linya, your disciple seems quite capable, surely. She wouldn't mind an increase in difficulty? Linya frowned, exhibiting a wary expression. If Yunjin's challenge is heightened, Yicheng must face the same increase. In a fair contest, I do not believe Yunjin has any chance of losing. Zhao Wujie laughed heartlessly. As the sect leader, I treat both Yicheng and Yunjin equally, as they are both disciples of the Tianqing sect. Therefore, in this third round, let us release 100 blackwood insects. At that moment, Ma Hongyu was taken aback, urgently protesting, sect leader, that is absolutely unacceptable. 100 blackwood insects is an overwhelming number. They will be unable to handle it, and in the end. As he spoke, a sudden realization struck Ma Hongyu, his eyes widening in horror, and he fell silent. This time, the competition hinged on the number of germinated seeds remaining. What if none survived? If both Yunjin and Yicheng were utterly defeated, they could simply declare it a draw if they were shameless enough. The sect leader's sudden increase in numbers was undoubtedly aimed at this outcome. The blackwood insects were not particularly powerful, roughly at the chi refinement stage. The true difficulty lay in the fragile nature of the sprouts. Even a single bite from the insects could cause them to wither. Yunjin and her competitor would need to exterminate the insects without harming the sprouts, a task of monumental difficulty. With 100 insects appearing simultaneously, even if they managed to defeat one in an instant, it would likely be too late. The seeds were destined to be destroyed by the infestation. Within the arena, Yunjin and Yicheng awaited the rules for the third round with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, Ma Hongyu felt a wave of despondency wash over him. The seeds they had painstakingly nurtured were fated for ruin. Ma Hongyu genuinely loved planting. Otherwise, he would not have dedicated decades to tending the spiritual fields. Zhao Wujie's actions were purely for victory, which he could understand, yet it was disheartening. These plants had become mere sacrifices in a struggle for dominance. 100 blackwood insects? Linya and Apos. Eyes flashed with anger. Sect leader, you are not genuinely seeking a fair outcome. If this becomes known, your esteemed position will be tarnished, and so will the honor of the Tianqing sect. Zhao Wujie replied coolly. Linya, you claim to seek fairness. Does this not qualify? Both sides receive 100 insects. Do you believe I am favoring Yicheng? He scoffed. What if she manages to create a miracle this time? Zhao Wujie. Linya attempted to continue. Zhao Wujie's expression turned icy. What? Do you lack confidence in your disciple, or do you simply wish to oppose me? The sect has nurtured you for many years. You should tread carefully. Suddenly, an oppressive aura emanated from Zhao Wujie, forcing Linya back into his seat, rendering him immobile. Sect leader, there is no need for such impulsiveness, Elder Ming interjected, narrowing his eyes and gesturing to alleviate Zhao Wujie's pressure. Zhao Wujie calmly stated, Elder Ming, for so many years, you have safeguarded the library of the Tianqing sect, and I have always been grateful. The sect emphasizes the importance of fulfilling one and Apos' role. And as sect leader, I possess the authority to oversee our affairs. Do you now suggest that I lack the right to establish a simple rule? At this moment, Zhao Wujie displayed an unexpected assertiveness. He understood full well that Yunjin could not win. Should she emerge victorious, the consequences would be too dire for him to accept. He was indifferent to potential future discussions. As long as he maintained control over the spiritual fields, the Tianqing sect would ultimately remain his alone. Zhao Wujie's determination to disregard his own dignity was resolute. Elder Ming squinted, aware that Zhao Wujie was backed by a sacred ground. Should he entirely abandon his sense of honor, they would have no better options. Even if they rejected Zhao Wujie's proposal, what if he insisted on halting the competition? What could they do then? This exemplified the authority of the sect leader, the very challenge that Yunjin faced. Yet, regardless of her brilliance or potential for miracles, before Zhao Wujie, she remained merely a lowly disciple of the sect. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Several peak masters felt a tinge of regret, but recognized that Zhao Wujie would never relinquish control over the spiritual fields. Even with the heavenly Dao contract in place, he could easily navigate around its constraints. Today's competition would likely unfold as such. Yunjin, you were so close to succeeding. Alas, you could not overcome the inherent authority of the sect leader. Seeing that no one dared to speak further, Zhao Wujie felt satisfied and glanced once more at Linya. Linya, do you have any objections? Linya's expression shifted, revealing a deep-seated reluctance. You are the sect leader. Your word is final. Zhao Wujie's heart swelled with satisfaction. These jesters believed they could truly prevail? Even if they triumphed 100 times, one word from him would send them crashing down. Ma Hongyu, you may announce it. Zhao Wujie said indifferently. Yes, Ma Hongyu's voice quivered as he turned to issue several commands. Soon, disciples brought forth 2 storage bags, each containing 100 blackwood insects. With a heavy heart, Ma Hongyu entered the arena and announced, in the 3rd round of the competition, each spiritual field will release 100 blackwood insects. After a stick of incense has burned, the side with the most remaining germinated seeds will be declared the winner. 100? Yunjin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yicheng, however, paled visibly. 100 insects were far beyond his capacity to manage. Given the voracity of the blackwood insects, if not dealt with immediately, the spiritual field would likely be left barren. Master, is there something amiss? Why 100? Yicheng and Apos' voice trembled. Ma Hongyu, unable to meet his gaze, merely replied, both sides face the same challenge. This contest is fair. Fair? Yunjin scoffed. Chapter 80. The 6-pulse divine sword. Zhao Wujie's scheming was audible to her even in the frigid expanses of the Arctic. He no longer sought victory. Instead, he was intent on forcing a draw. The implications of a draw were undefined, granting him considerable maneuverability. That amounted to a full 100 blackwood insects. Yunjin gritted her teeth, deeming such arrangements exceedingly despicable. Her accusations were filled with anger, yet tinged with despair. Zhao Wujie savored her expression, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. Indeed, it was somewhat underhanded. Yet, he proceeded with it. Who could challenge him? It was time for Yunjin to comprehend the harsh truth of this world. The strong prey upon the weak. His prowess and background could easily crush someone like Yunjin, just as one would squash a mere blackwood insect. Despairing. Was she? Angry. Was she? Precisely. Ma Hongyu dared not speak to Yunjin or even glance at his own disciple. He averted his gaze and announced in a subdued tone. The 3rd round of competition officially commences. He released 2 storage bags into the air. The bags opened, and the blackwood insects surged forth, eagerly descending upon the fragile sprouts below. Yunjin gazed at the storage bags in the air, a smile suddenly breaking across her lips. Even Linya couldn't help but smile, reclining in his chair, his demeanor becoming remarkably relaxed. How could these two shift their moods so swiftly? Zhao Wuji's expression changed slightly. Had he been outmaneuvered? No, that was impossible. 100 blackwood insects were beyond Ma Hongyu's capacity to eliminate in such a short time. Yunjin could not possibly succeed. Lin felt genuine delight. He had witnessed Yunjin's extermination technique before, aptly named the Six-Pulse Divine Sword by Yu Zhao. Lin found the name fitting. 100 blackwood insects would be catastrophic for Yi Cheng, but perhaps Yunjin could manage. After all, these insects were not particularly formidable. Their threat lay solely in their sheer numbers. Once Yunjin unleashed her Six-Pulse Divine Sword, they need not fear. Lin understood this implicitly. The earlier fury and resentment were merely performances. Had he not acted, Zhao Wuji might have sensed something amiss and employed alternative methods to torment them. Yunjin was clever. She had evidently recognized this and deliberately questioned Ma Hongyu. The more anxious and enraged they appeared, the more resolute Zhao Wuji would become in his intentions. Now, with the third round officially underway, Zhao Wuji found himself with no opportunity for retraction. In that instant, as the swarm of insects descended, despair filled Yu Cheng's eyes. He desperately employed his extermination technique, managing to eliminate only 2 or 3 insects, while the other sprouts were devoured almost entirely. He continued to strive, yet his efforts proved futile. Although he could eradicate these blackwood insects, the seeds he had painstakingly nurtured were already gone without a trace. Even knowing this, Yi Cheng remained tight-lipped, diligently utilizing his extermination technique. In the end, while the blackwood insects were annihilated, his spiritual field lay in utter disarray. Gazing at the desolation surrounding him, Yi Cheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had always cherished planting, believing it to be a task where effort would yield rewards. People might betray you, but the land would never do so. This time, however, the land had not betrayed him. He had betrayed the land. A pang of sadness struck Yu Cheng as he knelt in the center of his spiritual field, unable to lift his head for what felt like an eternity. Yet, the others were too preoccupied to notice him. They stared at Yunjin and Appo's expanse of insect corpses and the intact sprouts, engulfed in a state of bewilderment. How had Yunjin accomplished this? It dawned on them. When the blackwood insects rained down from above, Yunjin and Appo's 10 fingers suddenly emitted beams of light, swiftly resulting in 10 insect corpses falling to the ground. She continued this motion, and with each successive wave, the blackwood insects barely had the chance to move before becoming lifeless. In a mere 3 seconds, all the blackwood insects were eradicated. Yunjin stood calmly in place, not even shifting her stance. In that moment, she finally directed her sharp gaze towards Zhao Wuji. "Master," she proclaimed, "it seems I have emerged victorious in this contest." Zhao Wuji stared at the multitude of insect carcasses, his lips trembling slightly. She had won. But how could this be? From his initial confidence to his later insistence on altering the competition's terms merely to secure a draw, the outcome had culminated in such a resounding defeat. No, it was impossible. Yi Danxia murmured despairingly, collapsing to the ground. Yunjin and Appo's victory implied her demise, did it not? No, she was endowed with a heavenly root. She had a bright future ahead. How could she perish? Her master would surely come to her aid. Wuden and Appo's Tihi? Yi Danxia gazed at Zhao Wuji with a glimmer of hope. Zhao Wuji averted his gaze from Yi Danxia, his complexion ashen, as his mind raced to devise a solution. This was no longer merely a matter of Yi Danxia's life. The fate of numerous spiritual fields hung in the balance, according to the contract. He feared he would have to return autonomy to the various sections. Should this be executed, not only would his standing within the sect diminish, but his actual control would significantly wane. The peak masters, such as Feng Mingyue, who were already harboring ulterior motives, would likely act upon them. Those who had previously been obedient to him, like Huolai and others, might no longer comply. Yunjin, as a disciple, had audaciously undermined his impeccable authority. The wall that had once stood firm crumbled. Yu Cheng instinctively glanced toward Yunjin's side. He had braced himself, prepared to witness desolation. However, to his astonishment, the land where Yunjin stood was lush and vibrant, showing no signs of distress. Were it not for the heap of blackwood insect carcasses, he might have thought Yunjin had not endured the same ordeal he had. In this moment, Yi Cheng did not ponder why Yunjin could achieve such a feat. He even found no shame in it. He gazed upon the verdant greenery, a smile of relief gracing his lips as he softly addressed Yunjin. "Thank you. Thank you for safeguarding these seats." Yunjin was momentarily taken aback, regarding Yi Cheng with curiosity. Seeing his genuine joy left her at a loss for words. It seemed Yi Cheng truly harbored a passion for planting. Such a person was indeed underappreciated beneath the master's tutelage. Though she felt regretful, her victory was nonetheless assured. "Master Ma, may we announce the final results?" Yunjin directly inquired of Ma Hongyu. His lips quivered as he slowly replied. The victor of this contest is, the victor is. He struggled to utter the name for a prolonged moment. Yi Cheng stepped forward calmly. Given this outcome, it is clear that the disciple has lost. Yi Cheng had openly acknowledged his defeat. The heavenly laws shimmered over Yun Jin and Zhao Wuji, declaring that Yun Jin had met the conditions for victory. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. Chapter 81. The surge of sentiment. Zhao Wuji cast a murderous glare at Yi Cheng, his expression akin to that of a man seeking vengeance. How could Yi Cheng admit to it so readily? Had he chosen to deny it, Zhao could have saved face and sought alternative solutions. However, as Yi Cheng was a participant in the contest, his immediate concession left no room for hesitation. The terms of the contract were unequivocally fulfilled. How then? Could Zhao resort to deceit? Master, I concede, Yun Jin stated earnestly, clasping her hands in respect. Zhao Wuji and Appos, S countenance, once calm, could no longer mask his agitation. He gritted his teeth, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence, as the onlookers grappled with the astonishing revelation. Had Yun Jin once again wrought a miracle? She had actually triumphed. According to the contract, the spiritual fields belonging to each peak would soon revert to their respective sections. If that were the case, the disciples of the other peaks, even those from the outer sect, would find their circumstances vastly improved. After all, the outer sect had once managed its own spiritual fields, only to have them unified under the control of the master. The peak masters exchanged furtive glances, having long desired the reclamation of their spiritual fields. Yet, each time a new disciple emerged, it was the master who selected first, claiming any with an aptitude for cultivation. With the sole fifth-grade planting master, Ma Hongyu, at his side, the master monopolized all spiritual plant cultivation within the sect, even if they wished to cultivate independently. They lacked the means and thus had to endure the master's governance year after year. Yet now, a mere novice disciple had shattered the stalemate in a most audacious manner. The fate of the Tianqing sect was undoubtedly on the verge of transformation. Master, now that the contract is established, when will the spiritual fields be returned for each sect to manage? Linya inquired with a smile. Zhao Wuji maintained a stoic demeanor, unwilling to address the question. Yet evasion proved futile. Expressionless, he replied, since a contract exists, even I must abide by it. The spiritual fields rightfully belong to each sect. If you wish to reclaim your cultivation, then cultivate as you see fit. Linya narrowed his eyes. The contract also stipulates that until each peak has its own planting master, the master must provide assistance from a planting master, who will be compensated at standard rates. Zhao Wuji responded with calm assurance, naturally. Hongyu, the two newly initiated disciples are quite capable. Send them to assist the peaks. Linya raised an eyebrow. Newly initiated disciples? How much could they possibly learn about cultivation? Zhao Wuji was clearly attempting to evade responsibility. Yet, his tactic was insidiously crafted, circumventing the contract and Appos' stipulations, leaving others feeling both disgusted and speechless. At that moment, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Wuji's face. These new disciples will be lent to you. But they are still novices. Should the yield of the spiritual fields decline in the future, do not hold them accountable. His words concealed a palpable threat. Contracts were contracts. Yet as long as the peak masters remained compliant, there were countless ways to sidestep obligations. He might publicly forego profit, but privately, no one could intervene. The peak masters discerned the underlying implications in Zhao Wuji's words. Long Yi was the first to declare. The arrangements made by the master are for the benefit of the entire sect. This Yun Jin is causing chaos. Is she intent on ruining the Tianqing sect? I, Long Yi, will express my stance. Even if compelled by the contract to reclaim the spiritual fields for the Bati peak, I shall continue to share the majority of the profits with the master, as he deserves the fruits of his labor over the years. Zhao Wuji felt a wave of relief wash over him, responding gently, Long Yi, refrain from such foolish talk. Everything I do is for the benefit of the sect. I am not coveting mere profits. Long Yi retorted with righteous fervor. The master surely does not mean to imply otherwise. However, we cannot solely enjoy the protection afforded by the master without offering any recompense. Thus, this is entirely voluntary on our part. Long Yi even directly called upon Huolai. What are your thoughts on this matter? Huolai remained silent. For an alchemist, spiritual plants were of utmost importance. Finally, he mustered the courage to respond. Long Yi makes a valid point. I too am willing to comply. What are the rest of you? How do you stand? Long Yi pressed on. Feng Mingwei. Let us hear your stance, he continued. Feng Mingwei sat in contemplation, her expression somber. She reflected on the turmoil that had engulfed the Tianqing sect since Zhao Wuji's ascension to master. The so-called peak masters were merely puppets in his scheme. She had thought change would only come when Zhao Wuji departed. Yet now, a novice disciple had pried open a fissure in this ironclad structure. If she, a newcomer, could challenge authority with such audacity? Could she continue to cower in fear? Just as long he speculated that Feng Mingyue might choose silence. She unexpectedly broke into a light laugh. Our Mingwei peak has long been in deficit. Now that the spiritual fields have been reclaimed, I should learn the art of management. Perhaps this will improve our circumstances. Feng Mingwei's intention to seize control of the spiritual fields was unmistakable. Zhao Wuji and Appo's expression darkened slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping in. If no one dared to step forward, he could maintain control. But should even one voice rise in dissent, he would struggle to keep the simmering discontent at bay. Indeed. Soon after, the Peak Masters Yang Hui of Lingqi Peak, Qin Wenqian of Luoxiao Peak, and Mo Tianqin of Qianfu Peak, along with Linya, 6 in total, all declared their intention to reclaim their spiritual fields. Hua Lai and Long Yi stood firm in their support for Zhao Wuji, while the remaining 2 remained ambiguous, leaving their positions unclear. A sharp pang of distress struck Zhao Wuji. Years of painstaking effort to forge the once unyielding Tianqing sect were slipping from his grasp. Observing the Peak Master's declarations, Yunjin could not help but smile. To transform the Tianqing sect, only its own members could instigate such change. She merely sought to ignite a small spark. If they themselves were unwilling to change, no amount of her efforts would bear fruit. Yet now, with Feng Mingyue and others voicing their intentions, the tide had indeed turned. In the future, the Tianjin Peak would no longer stand alone, for these Peak Masters, having irrevocably offended Zhao Wuji, would naturally gravitate towards Tianjin Peak. The game of chess that was the Tianqing sect had truly come alive as the people began to resist. Chapter 82. The Master, please think twice if you wish to indulge in chaos, then indulge away. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened ominously. Did they truly believe that by stepping out of his control, they could become their own masters? Just wait. He was eager to see if these people possessed any real extraordinary abilities. Yunjin smiled lightly, suddenly casting her gaze towards Yidanxia, terrified beyond measure. Yidanxia trembled at Yunjin's glance, involuntarily collapsing onto the ground. Yunjin calmly diverted her gaze and said indifferently, Master, should not Yidanxia's act of slandering a fellow disciple and attempting to bring her to ruin also reach a conclusion? Originally, the affair between Yunjin and Yidanxia garnered the attention of many, yet aside from those from the Sword Peak, not a soul dared to speak in defense. However, change was now in the air. As Yunjin took the initiative, Feng Mingyue's tranquil voice soon followed. Since joining the sect, Yidanxia has caused numerous disturbances. Previously, others have borne the consequences on her behalf, but this time, there is no one else. She must face the repercussions herself. Yidanxia's complexion turned ashen as she instinctively glanced towards Zhao Wujie. Words were futile. She understood that, at this moment, only Zhao Wujie could save her. Her master adored her so. Surely he would not allow her to perish. Zhao Wujie maintained a stern demeanor. Had it not been for Yidanxia's life, he would never have agreed to such an absurd wager. For her sake, he had acquiesced, only to lose the rightful control of the spiritual fields. He ought to feel anger towards this disciple, yet inexplicably, a touch of compassion welled within him. He pondered why. After hundreds of years of cultivation and having taken on numerous disciples, he had been strict with others like Wan Jun. Had they acted as recklessly as Yidanxia, he would have long abandoned them. Yet, Yidanxia always managed to soften his heart. Perhaps it was because she was his first female disciple? Or was it due to her exceptional talent? Zhao Wujie spoke softly. This child, Danxia, has indeed erred. However, I believe she is not inherently malicious. As soon as Zhao Wujie finished speaking, Yunjin let out a derisive laugh. Zhao Wujie shot her a glance. Master, please continue your fabrication. Please proceed, Yunjin said gently. She had a premonition that Yidanxia would not easily meet her demise. After all, she was the protagonist of a story. A child of destiny. If the male lead had yet to appear, how could the female lead perish? That would render the narrative moot. Yunjin was merely curious. How could Yidanxia, in such dire straits, still cling to life? Zhao Wujie, with a cold expression, declared, in any case, Danxia possesses extraordinary talent, a rare celestial root. With proper cultivation, she could enter the sacred grounds in the future. Moreover, it has recently come to light that she possesses the potential to become an alchemist. Being so young, she is on the brink of becoming a first-tier alchemist within a few years. You should all comprehend what this signifies. What does it signify? Yunjin inquired with curiosity. Zhao Wujie shot her a disdainful glance but proceeded to explain. The art of alchemy is profound and boundless. Whether for healing, enhancing cultivation, or resolving various issues, it is the alchemist's elixirs that are required. Therefore, while an alchemist may not be exceptionally strong, the pills they concoct can attract unparalleled powerhouses to their side. For instance, among the 4 great sacred grounds, the Qinglian Sword sect is the most formidable in offense. Yet the Xiandan sect is the most formidable to provoke. Within the Xiandan sect, there even exist saint-level alchemists. Those alchemists can casually produce saint-grade elixirs, which are irresistibly alluring even to cultivators at the Mahayana stage. To offend the Xiandan sect is to offend the pinnacle of all cultivators. This is no mere jest. With that, Zhao Wujie raised his chin proudly, and my little disciple boasts unparalleled cultivation talent. If nurtured properly, her future entry into the Xiandan sect could yield immense returns for our sect. I propose we make an exception. Such a prodigy as Yi Danxia deserves leniency, for only then can she contribute significantly to our sect. Zhao Wujie had previously been somewhat mindful of appearances, yet under Yunjin's persistent provocations, the layers of his facade had been nearly stripped away. Now, he openly sought to protect Yi Danxia, disregarding the sect's rules. Yi Danxia's eyes lit up as she knelt before Zhao Wujie, nodding fervently. If everyone grants me a chance, I will diligently cultivate and master the art of alchemy, and I shall surely repay the sect and all of you in the future. Yi Danxia was genuinely terrified, bowing repeatedly, unable to pause. When she finally lifted her head, her forehead was bruised and bloodied from her fervent bowing. Zhao Wujie felt a pang of sympathy, saying, Danxia, that is enough. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is a virtue. I believe everyone can show you understanding. Only then did Yi Danxia cease, her expression one of pitiable remorse. Zhao Wujie continued speaking, oblivious to the atmosphere around them. The entire venue was eerily silent, many watching with solemn faces, deeply imprinting the image of this master-disciple duo in their hearts. This was the master who had long proclaimed fairness and justice. Today, they finally grasped the essence of fairness and justice. Gu Jinghong scoffed quietly, lowering his head in indifference. How Zhao Wujie chose to protect Yi Danxia was of no concern to him. He now heeded only his master's commands. Master, have you already made a decision with these words, or are you merely discussing it with everyone? Yun Jin asked with a smile. It seems to me that you imply a disciple can act recklessly if they possess some talent, without fear of punishment? Zhao Wujie's gaze shifted slightly. Yun Jin, I have returned control of the spiritual fields. Do not push your luck. She slandered me and sought to endanger both my life and Gu Jinghong and Appo's. Yes. I merely wish for her to face appropriate consequences. How has that become me harming her? Yun Jin raised her chin defiantly. How can such absurdity exist in this world? Master, while Yi Danxia's talent is indeed commendable, her character is lacking. Can we truly expect her to repay the sect in the future? That remains uncertain. Another peak master spoke up. Indeed, sect rules are rules. If one can evade punishment simply due to talent, then the regulations of the Tianqing sect become meaningless. Master, you cannot disregard the sect's laws for the sake of a single disciple. We implore you to act justly, lest you dishearten the many. Yunjin's victory in the competition had revealed her advantages regarding Yi Danxia's situation. Previously, no one outside the Sword Peak had spoken in her favor. Now, however, others began to rise and join her cause to reform the Tianqing sect. Master, please reconsider, a disciple called out, as Zhao Wujie was about to glare in response. An overwhelming chorus echoed, Master, please reconsider. Master, please reconsider. This sound surged forth like a mighty tide, unstoppable and powerful. Zhao Wujie's expression grew increasingly grim. Chapter 84. The demon-breaking order. A solitary voice may not possess extraordinary volume, yet when a multitude of voices converge, they coalesce into a surging torrent. Yi Danxia felt her entire body weaken, reduced to tears as she gazed at Zhao Wujie. Her master was the sect leader. If he wished, he could surely save her. What is everyone doing here? A voice of surprise rang out, startling Yi Danxia. No wonder she had wandered the sect for quite some time without encountering anyone. Zhao Wujie's expression shifted upon hearing the voice. The crowd turned, equally astonished to see two identical twins, Zhou Li and Zhou Dai, who were Zhao Wujie's third and fourth disciples. Despite their shared appearance, their personalities diverged sharply. One was impulsive while the other was meticulous. Yet both shared an undeniable penchant for combat. They were often engaged in sect missions or preparing for them, and their return now signified the completion of a task. Zhao Wujie, eager for a diversion, beckoned. Zhou Li, Zhou Dai, stepped forward. Zhou Li, with his carefree demeanor, noticed nothing amiss and approached without hesitation. Zhou Dai, however, quickly assessed the surrounding atmosphere, sensing something was off. Hey, second senior brother, what are you doing standing there? Zhou Li exclaimed, patting Gu Jinghong on the shoulder. Gu Jinghong silently removed his hand. Why are you so cold towards me, second senior brother? Zhou Li retorted, a hint of anger creeping into his voice. It had been ages since they last met. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity to reconnect? Third junior brother, Gu Jinghong replied coolly. Do not refer to me as second senior brother anymore. I am no longer a disciple under the sect leader. Not a disciple of the sect leader? What does that mean? Zhou Li's expression shifted dramatically, about to voice his thoughts when Zhou Dai pulled him back forcefully. Although lacking in intellect, Zhou Li was accustomed to following his brother's lead and suppressed his questions. Zhou Dai brought Zhou Li before Zhao Wuji, and they both bowed respectfully. Master, we have successfully completed our mission. We have uncovered 10 demon clan hideouts, and the details have been submitted to the Demon Breaking Alliance. Due to our significant contributions, the Alliance has commended us. As he spoke, Zhou Dai reverently produced a token inscribed with the formidable characters for demon breaking. This is the Demon Breaking Order. Zhao Wuji's eyes gleamed with excitement. In these turbulent times, the human race stood in opposition to the demon clan, especially with the emergence of a fearsome demon lord whose prowess was unparalleled. Months prior, experts from the 4 sacred lands had united in a failed attempt to capture this demon lord, who, although gravely injured, had evaded them. The demon clan had begun to infiltrate the cultivation world, executing small schemes within various cities. Consequently, the 4 sacred lands had spearheaded the formation of the Demon Breaking Alliance, encompassing nearly all sects with the aim of collectively resisting the demon incursion. To encourage participation, substantial contributions against the demons would earn members the Demon Breaking Order. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai's token was merely the lowest tier of the Green Demon Breaking Order. Nevertheless, the demon clan's ferocity made their discovery of 10 hideouts and their safe return a unique achievement for the Tianqing sect. Furthermore, the 4 sacred lands deemed the battle against the demons of utmost importance. Disciples bearing the Demon Breaking Order would receive protection from the Alliance, ensuring that any wrongdoings would be judged by the Alliance rather than the original sect. Hand it over to me. Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled with fervor. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai were puzzled by their master's excitement, but assumed it was due to their success, causing both to smile. Zhou Dai stepped forward respectfully, presenting the token to Zhao Wuji. Excellent work, both of you. Zhao Wuji beamed with satisfaction. Witnessing their master so animated touched Zhou Li and Zhou Dai deeply. Moments later, Zhao Wuji declared, "May I retain this token and decide its fate?" Zhou Li and Zhou Dai were taken aback, but quickly replied, "Of course. This is truly a voluntary gift from you, is it not?" Zhao Wuji inquired further, ensuring their consent. They nodded once more. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Wuji announced, "Then I shall voluntarily bestow this token upon your junior sister." Danxia, step forward. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai exchanged bewildered glances. Gu Jinghong, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. Previously, he had been the unfortunate one. Now, the misfortune seemed to have shifted to another. Yi Danxia, unsure of what the Demon Breaking Order entailed, hurriedly approached at Zhao Wuji's behest. Zhao Wuji solemnly handed her the token and proclaimed, "The Demon Breaking Alliance has established that those who hold the Demon Breaking Order will be judged by the Alliance, even if they commit offenses. Now, with Danxia in possession of the Demon Breaking Order, whatever transgressions she may commit will be subject to the Alliance's judgment." Zhao Wuji felt a swell of pride. It seemed fortune favored his little disciple, as if fate itself wished to spare her. Otherwise, how could the Demon Breaking Order have come at such an opportune moment? Although awaiting the Alliance's adjudication would take time, it provided a window for maneuvering. With her father being a member of the Qingxiao Pavilion, a mere word from him could delay matters considerably. If executed adeptly, the judgment could be postponed indefinitely. Yi Danxia's eyes sparkled with hope. The Demon Breaking Order possessed such remarkable implications. She clutched the token tightly, feeling as though she had grasped a lifeline. Zhou Li couldn't help but glance at this sudden junior sister, a peculiar warmth enveloping him, instilling an urge to protect her. Yet, the next moment, his expression darkened. What was this warmth? Hadn't he and his brother risked their lives to obtain this token, only to see it handed to someone else? Shouldn't their master at least consult them first? The fleeting affection dissipated, replaced by a sour expression directed at Yi Danxia. Just as he opened his mouth to voice his thoughts, Zhou Dai tugged at him once more. Zhou Li glanced back at his brother, who shook his head slowly. Resigned, he swallowed his words. A flicker of contemplation ignited in Zhou Dai's eyes. They had been away from the sect for half a year, and it seemed much had transpired in their absence. Setting aside the sudden appearance of their junior sister, what had caused second senior brother to display such an expression? And where was the eldest brother? Why had he not made an appearance? The most pressing question remained. Why was everyone gathered in the spirit field? Until these mysteries were unraveled, Zhou Dai chose not to speak prematurely. With Yi Danxia's life preserved, Zhao Wuji felt invigorated, momentarily forgetting the loss of control over the spirit field. Chapter 83. Confinement on the United Mountains. At that moment, everyone discerned the truth. Yi Danxia was indeed Zhao Wuji's cherished protege. In comparison, the previous disciples seemed as though he had not personally taken them under his wing, leading many to suspect whether Yi Danxia might be Zhao Wuji's illegitimate daughter. Otherwise, why would he be so wholeheartedly devoted to her? despite their inner reservations. The presence of the demon subduing token meant that they could not overtly challenge Zhao Wuji's decision if he insisted on proceeding in this manner. Lin Yakuden and Amp, Oppos, T helped but cast a worried glance at Yunjin. Today and Amp, Oppos, S events had been a resounding triumph, save for this one matter that remained unresolved. Yunjin and Yi Danxiao harbored a long-standing feud, and he wondered if she felt uneasy at this moment. However, to his surprise, Yunjin wore a serene smile. She never believed that Yi Danxiao would meet her end so easily, and in truth, she didn't desire Yi Danxiao's demise. Her relentless pursuit was merely to ascertain the extent of Yi Danxiao's protagonist halo and how this predicament would ultimately be resolved. Unexpectedly, Zhou Li and Zhou Dai, who were originally expected to return later, had arrived ahead of schedule. In the novel, they were the ones who always possessed the demon-subduing token, yet this time, Zhao Wuji had directly bestowed it upon Yi Danxia. Initially, everyone in Zhao Wuji's faction doted solely on Yi Danxia. But what about now? The gazes of Zhou Li and Zhou Dai held no trace of affection. Coupled with Gu Jinghong's deep-seated hatred, the majority of Yi Danxia's early admirers had vanished. Of course, these male supporting characters were insignificant. This was an extensive narrative, and Yi Danxia was adored wherever she went, never lacking suitors. Among the individuals from the Heavenly Star sect, only Zhao Wuji had reaped benefits, successfully joining the Azure Firmament Pavilion through Yi Danxia and inheriting his father's legacy. The remaining 5 senior brothers met unfortunate ends. They had sacrificed everything for Yi Danxia, but to her, they were merely fleeting figures. Her life was a tapestry of excitement, with countless prodigies from the mortal and immortal realms vying for her affection. As for the demon lord male protagonist, he was either consumed by jealousy or on the path to becoming so. Those who loved Yi Danxia were ultimately nothing more than minor diversions in their romance. Yunjin was curious whether Zhou Li and Zhou Dai would still fall for Yi Danxia in this lifetime. In the previous life, the twins were among Yi Danxia's most normal pursuers, and no direct conflict had arisen between them and Yunjin. Zhou Li was portrayed as a loyal, hot-tempered supporting character, while Zhou Dai was a scheming, stoic one. Both wholeheartedly sought to please Yi Danxia, obsessing over her to the point of self-destruction without harming any innocents. Most importantly, the two had dedicated their lives to fighting against the demonic race, ultimately perishing on the battlefield. If not for Yi Danxia's presence, Yunjin would have admired them. Of course, Yunjin held no animosity towards them, but neither did she share any camaraderie. In this life, she would observe whether they could discern the truth for themselves. Yunjin, do you have any objections? Zhao Wuji fixed his gaze on Yunjin. Yunjin's smile deepened as she softly spoke. The 2 senior brothers have just returned from subduing demons, only to have their demon-subduing token snatched away and given to a junior sister who has accomplished nothing. I truly feel sorry for the 2 senior brothers. It seems that in your eyes, Master, you can't tolerate any other disciples besides Yi Danxia. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai stood silently to the side. Zhao Wuji glanced at the 2 of them before coldly regarding Yunjin. Cease your divisive tactics. They are senior brothers, and it is only right for them to assist their junior sister. Now that the demon-subduing token is in Danxia's possession, the Heavenly Star sect has no authority to judge her. No matter what you say, you cannot alter this fact. Since the sect leader is willing to hurt the feelings of other disciples to protect Yi Danxia, what else can I say? Yunjin raised an eyebrow. However, until the demon-subduing alliance arrives, Yi Danxia remains a convict. A convict should not be treated the same as other disciples, should she? Zhao Wuji's expression shifted slightly. What do you propose? I recall that there are 2 united mountains not far from the sect, facing each other from a distance. These 2 peaks are steep, and the united river flows gently between them. The environment is quite secluded. Danxia and Oppos, as current situation is not suitable for staying within the sect. It would be better to confine her to the united mountains, allowing her to contemplate her actions and reflect on her past misdeeds, Yunjin suggested. United mountains? Not far from the Heavenly Star sect, there were indeed 2 mountains facing each other, collectively known as the United Mountains. However, wasn't this tantamount to banishing Yi Danxia? Zhao Wuji's countenance turned somewhat unsightly. Sect leader, Fang Mingwei suddenly interjected. What Yunjin said is reasonable. This Yi Danxia is indeed a convict. If the people from the demon-subduing alliance arrive and see that she is still living as if she were an ordinary disciple, they might question the Heavenly Star sect and Oppos' abuse of the demon-subduing token. Indeed, that is the truth. A convict should not be allowed to live within the sect. The crowd echoed in agreement. Zhao Wuji was aware that his favoritism towards Yi Danxia had provoked the ire of many. At this moment, he cast a slightly apologetic glance at Yi Danxia, but could only say, "Very well, let it be done as such." Zhao Wuji's intention was that even though she would be residing on the United Mountains, as long as he provided Yi Danxia with ample care. Her life would not differ greatly from her time within the sect. Once his father successfully emerged from seclusion, he would then implore his father to completely resolve the matter. With his father's intervention, he believed that no one would dare to voice their objections. Zhao Wuji was wholeheartedly considering Yi Danxia's well-being. However, upon hearing that she would have to endure hardship and be confined on a desolate mountain, Yi Danxia's face turned ashen. She even harbored a hint of resentment towards Zhao Wuji. Wasn't he the esteemed sect leader? How could he fail to protect his own disciple? It had been said that Yun Jin's entry into Lin Ya's faction was a stroke of bad luck, but she seemed to be thriving. In contrast, she had been plagued by misfortune. Yi Danxia lowered her eyes, concealing her thoughts, and could only obediently comply. At the very least, her life was temporarily spared. Yun Jin glanced at Yi Danxia, her smile growing more profound. She had specifically arranged for Yi Danxia to reside on the United Mountains for her own good. Without going to the United Mountains, how would she encounter the severely injured demon lord? How would she save his life? How would she embark on that earth-shattering romance? How considerate she was. Fearing that Yi Danxia's current situation would cause her to miss the male protagonist who was about to appear, she had personally sent her there. These two were destined to be a match made in heaven. In the previous life, Yi Danxia had stumbled upon the demon lord male protagonist at the mouth of the United River while traveling. She had secretly sheltered him in a nearby cave, tending to him with utmost care. During that time, Yi Danxia's frequent disappearances had subjected her to considerable resentment. How could she bear to let such a momentous couple miss each other? These two were meant to be together. Chapter 85, a segment of play several months prior. The four great sacred lands, leading a coalition of formidable experts, seized an opportunity to ensnare the demon sovereign within a desolate expanse. It was a trap from which escape seemed impossible. Yet, against all odds, the demon sovereign managed to elude capture and has since vanished without a trace. Currently, within the demon realm, the absence of the demon sovereign has led to unrest, with ambitious demon clans vying for supremacy. Although the demon sovereign left behind a loyal cadre, their silence speaks to his continued absence. At present, the human race secretly hunts for the demon sovereign, while his adversaries within the demon faction engage in a parallel pursuit, both factions desiring his demise. Conversely, the demon sovereign's devoted followers covertly search for him, yearning for his return to power. But where is the demon sovereign? He remains elusive, unable and unwilling to reveal himself. Historical records indicate that he had employed forbidden techniques, surviving at the cost of severed meridians and grave injuries. Fortunately, he possesses a method of rebirth, allowing him to gradually recover, albeit in the form of a child, with his cultivation reduced to the chi refinement stage. However, even starting anew from this stage, his innate prowess as the demon sovereign ensures that his progress transcends that of ordinary beings. In a previous life, the demon sovereign was discovered by Yi Danxia. By day, he appeared as a child, but at midnight, he would transform into an adult for a span of 2 hours. During the day, he feigned innocence, while at night, he and Yi Danxia shared passionate moments. The childlike demon sovereign occasionally exhibited jealousy in secret, asserting his claim, though others remained oblivious to his feelings. By night, he would punish Yi Danxia for conversing with numerous men throughout the day. Their peculiar play intertwined with the fabric of the Qinglian sect. In that former existence, Yi Danxia was cherished by all. After rescuing the demon sovereign, she provided him with various elixirs to heal his wounds. Once his condition stabilized, she introduced him to the Qinglian sect, and their romantic journey unfolded smoothly. The secret of the boy being the demon sovereign remained known only to Yi Danxia, even Yun Jin only discovering this truth posthumously. However, that was merely the past. In this lifetime, it would be impossible for this pair of true lovers to engage in such covert antics. The childlike form of the demon sovereign? This time, she was determined to see if they could still play their game. Yi Danxia was swiftly taken away, escorted by several disciples toward Heshan. Although Zhao Wuji felt a pang of heartache, he refrained from displaying it, offering her a few reassuring glances to help her maintain her composure. He would seek an opportunity to provide her with comfort later. Yet, at that moment, Yi Danxia was consumed by despair and rage. Entirely oblivious to Zhao Wuji's subtle hints, feeling like the most aggrieved person in the world, she glared at Yun Jin with gritted teeth, blaming her for this predicament. Yun Jin smiled slightly. Danxia, I've heard that Heshan is rather cold. Your cultivation is not yet home, so do take care not to catch a cold. Rest assured, we are sisters after all. Even though you have strayed from the path, I shall visit you often and at the very least, bring you a few blankets. Who needs your feigned kindness? Yi Danxia could no longer contain her outrage. Yun Jin's smile grew even brighter. Danxia, your thoughts about me truly sadden me. But do not worry, I will not hold it against you. The blankets shall still be delivered. Yi Danxia remained silent. her fierce gaze fixed on Yunjin until she was completely dragged away, her hatred finally dissipating. Yunjin felt a tinge of regret. Who understands the struggles of family? She relished the look of resentment that others directed her way, especially when it was accompanied by an inability to retaliate. Most importantly, Yi Danxia's 2 remarks had granted her a triple boost of emotional value. Yunjin resolved that, regardless of how inhospitable Hashan might be, she would visit Yi Danxia regularly. After all, she was the most consistent source of emotional value among her numerous sheep. Additionally, it presented an opportunity to witness the demon sovereign of this lifetime. This legendary figure, endowed with the rebirth technique, could resurrect even from the gravest injuries, having undergone 5 cycles of rebirth prior to the unfolding of the narrative. This would mark his 6th, with 3 additional cycles needed for him to attain a human form, endowed with unparalleled potential. Thus, even with the knowledge of the demon sovereign's current weakened state, Yunjin did not consider an immediate attack. Without uncovering the flaw in his rebirth technique, killing him would merely allow him to resurrect anew. Furthermore, he possessed a secret art for instant escape, capable of evading even the combined efforts of the top experts from the 4 great sacred lands. Though confident, Yunjin was not so arrogant as to believe she could match so many formidable opponents. The demon sovereign, though presently weak, remained elusive, and the combined efforts of both human and demon factions had failed to uncover his whereabouts, underscoring the potency of his concealment techniques. Given this, the task of locating the demon sovereign would be entrusted to Yi Danxia. As for what would transpire upon discovery, Yunjin's lips curled into a rather sinister smile. Gu Jinghong observed this expression, feeling a sudden unease. What was happening? His master's demeanor suggested that perhaps he was no longer sufficient as a servant. With matters concluded, Zhao Wuji spoke without reservation. The sole good news of the day was that Danxia was still alive. Other issues weighed heavily on his mind, including the situation with the spirit fields and the need to provide explanations to Zhou Li and Zhou Dai. Naturally, he felt no need to elaborate excessively. As a disciple's possessions were inherently the responsibility of their master. The broken magic order had preserved Danxia's life, thus serving its purpose well. In the hall of the master, Zhao Wuji regarded the Zhou brothers, pondering for a moment before tossing 2 bottles of elixirs to them. While the broken magic order held little value, it was nonetheless a reward for their efforts. The 2 bottles were to be considered a token of appreciation. Zhou Li glanced at the contents, recognizing them as merely ordinary 3rd-grade elixirs, unable to suppress his desire to speak. Zhou Dai bowed. Thank you, master. He discreetly nudged Zhou Li, who could only lower his head and mutter, Thank you, master. Seeing their respectful demeanor, Zhao Wuji felt satisfied. He calmly stated, Your junior sister is too naive and has thus been ensnared by others, leading to her current plight. I feel profound sorrow for being unable to protect her. Since you have returned, do not leave the sect for the time being. Remember to visit Hashan often and take good care of Danxia. The climate there is chilly. Ensure she does not suffer any grievances. Chapter 86. This person must not be allowed to stay. Zhou Li attempted to lift his head once more, but Zhou Dai firmly grasped the hem of his garment. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Li suppressed his urge. In that moment, the inexplicable fondness he had felt upon first encountering Yi Danxia had entirely transformed into aversion. Cultivators are born to defy the heavens, regardless of who one is. They all vie for opportunities, treasures, and territories. He and his brother had been undertaking missions outside specifically to carve out a future for themselves. After all, although they were disciples of the sect leader, they were not particularly favored by their master, and many things still required their own efforts to attain. But now, with a single word from Zhao Wuji, they were to remain within the sect, which implied they were to become the caretakers of that so-called little junior sister. If Yi Danxia had indeed saved their lives, then caring for her would be a different matter. Yet now, it was manifestly their magic-breaking talisman that had saved her life. Offering up the talisman was not sufficient. Now they were expected to remain and tend to her. What about their future? Their dreams and aspirations? Were they to be rendered insignificant? The mere thought of Yi Danxia's pale and fragile face stirred a wave of disgust within Zhou Li, Zhou Dai. Are you two all right? Zhao Wuji regarded the 2 disciples with an imposing gaze. Before Yi Danxia, he had 5 disciples. Among them, the most cherished were the 1st disciple, Wan Jun, and the 5th disciple, Han Xiaoyu. As for the others, they were merely tools in his eyes. He had accepted them not for their exceptional talents, but for their utility. Over the years, they had enjoyed the privileges of his direct disciples, with resources far superior to those of other disciples. Now, it was time for them to contribute. If these 2 were willing, all would be well. If not, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhao Wuji and Appo's eyes. Master, Zhou Dai respectfully replied, the disciples have been away for years, failing to honor you, which is a great disservice. It is only fitting that we remain in the sect now, to serve you above and care for our junior sister below. Which is the best course of action? Zhou Dai spoke sincerely, and Zhao Wuji nodded in satisfaction. Then the matter of Danxia is entrusted to you. You shall visit her tomorrow. If she lacks anything, provide for her. Should she be missing even a single hair, I shall hold you accountable. Understood. The two replied in unison. That is enough. You have both been weary from your travels. Return and rest. Zhao Wuji waved his hand, dismissing them. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai respectfully exited. Only upon returning to their quarters and opening the barrier did Zhou Li finally express his dissatisfaction. Brother, what does our master mean by this? Among all the disciples, we have always been the least favored. Now we cannot even seek a future for ourselves. All for a little junior sister whose origins are unknown? Must we be confined to the sect, unable to venture outside? Zhou Dai and Appos' expression grew pensive as he spoke softly. Brother, it seems much has changed in the sect since our return. Why did the second senior brother accompany a strange girl? What is the situation with this junior sister? And why was she imprisoned in Yishan? Until we clarify these matters, I feel uneasy. Perhaps we should focus on understanding these developments before thinking about venturing outside. Zhou Li reluctantly nodded but could not help voicing, I still feel our master is somewhat biased. Zhou Dai offered a bitter smile. Not just somewhat. The bias has reached alarming levels. Yet what can we do? We can only endure silently. Zhou Dai and Zhou Li left their rooms, each seeking out acquaintances to inquire about recent events. Upon returning, they compared their findings, and silence enveloped them. They were both aware of Zhao Wuji's favoritism. But who could have anticipated it to such an extent? Though the second senior brother was peculiar, he had always treated his fellow disciples with fairness. Yet, the only one to bear the responsibility for dealing with Yunjin, instigated by the junior sister, was the second senior brother alone? Zhou Li clenched his fists, consumed by rage. Not only that, the second senior brother and Appos' downfall was due to Yi Danxia, and she, devoid of any remorse, sought to bring about his demise? Zhou Dai's voice turned icy. He sensed the situation was indeed outrageous. Yet he had not foreseen it to be this extreme. Yi Danxia had committed numerous wrongs, and now she was merely imprisoned in Yishan. Meanwhile, the second senior brother was forced to sign a master-servant contract, bound for life, effectively severing his ties to the path of immortality. Was this fair? It was utterly unjust. They were filled with anger and resentment, and in Gu Jinghong, they saw their own reflections, but they felt so insignificant. Zhao Wuji loomed above them like a deity, effortlessly determining the fates of his disciples. Zhou Li had intended to voice further thoughts, but upon seeing Zhou Dai and Appos' expression, he fell silent. What was the point of saying anything? As if they could change anything. They could not alter their fate. They were compelled to heed Zhao Wuji's words and dutifully care for that innocent-hearted junior sister. Innocent-hearted. Zhou Li recalled Zhao Wuji's description of Yi Danxia and couldn't help but scoff. Was their master truly blind? Or did he simply wear an excessively flattering lens? If such a person was considered innocent-hearted, were there any truly innocent souls left in the world? After a prolonged silence, Zhou Dai remarked that Yunjin is rather intriguing. Zhou Li nodded in agreement. He had only encountered Yunjin briefly, yet had learned much about her from others. Over the years, only she had managed to push their master to this extent. Zhou Dai sighed. Let us find a time to visit the second senior brother, bringing some gifts. I hope Yunjin treats him kindly. However, this must be done discreetly. Our master must not discover it. Zhou Li felt immensely agitated but acquiesced. I will follow your lead. The two brothers conversed for a while before settling into silent meditation. In the sect leader's residence, Zhao Wuji called for Ma Hongyu and Yiqing with an impassive expression. Ma Hongyu spoke with palpable fear. Sect leader, it is entirely the fault of my disciples. Hongyu accepts punishment. I implore the sect leader to mete out justice. Suddenly raising his head, Yiqing interjected. No, it is my own lack of skill. If punishment is to be given, let it be directed at me. Zhao Wuji regarded the two with a frosty glare. To lose so devastatingly in broad daylight has brought shame upon me. Thanks to you too. Only now do you seek to atone? Had I known you were so inept, I would not have supported you for so many years. Ma Hongyu was momentarily taken aback. Supported? Had they not contributed? Yet Zhao Wuji was clearly in a rage. He berated them vehemently until his voice finally stabilized. He glanced at Ma Hongyu, then averted his gaze. As the only fifth-grade planter in the sect, he still needed to rely on Ma Hongyu. For now, that person was safe. However, Yicheng, whether it was being trampled by Yunjin in the competition or ultimately conceding, he had touched upon Zhao Wuji's sore spot. This person could not be allowed to stay. Step forward, Zhao Wuji commanded coldly. Chapter 87. The foolish disciple Ma Hongyu suddenly stepped in front of Yicheng, his voice trembling. My disciple is rather introverted and lacks worldly wisdom. Master, I assure you that I will discipline him strictly from now on to prevent any further mistakes. Zhao Wuji and Apos' expression was inscrutable. Ma Hongyu knelt down directly. Yi Qing, taken aback, followed suit, bewildered by his master and Apos' unexpected words. Hongyu, Zhao Wuji said with a faint smile. What do you take me for? Rest assured, I merely wish to converse with Yi Qing. Please rise, there is no need for such formality. Ma Hongyu, though skeptical, could only help Yi Qing to his feet. Master, Ma Hongyu stammered, my disciple is rather dull. If you have any instructions, please convey them to me directly. I shall ensure he follows your guidance upon my return. Zhao Wuji glanced at him. There is no matter at hand. I merely wish to exchange a few words. At this point, Ma Hongyu felt helpless. He could only silently pray that Zhao Wuji, recognizing his years of toil without significant merit, would show leniency towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing, Zhao Wuji turned his gaze towards him. Yi Qing, feeling no sense of discomfort, obediently stepped forward. Zhao Wuji inquired, what are your thoughts on that Yunjin? Yi Qing pondered carefully before replying, she is a prodigy in planting. If possible, I would like to discuss my insights with her. Ma Hongyu felt a cold sweat break out. His disciple's naivety made him want to speak on his behalf. Yi Qing's honesty caused Zhao Wuji's expression to darken slightly, but a smile soon emerged on his lips. Good. You are indeed passionate about planting. Such purity is rare. I appreciate individuals like you. Here, take this jade pendant. Keep it with you. It is a defensive artifact, akin to the one from Danxia, and will ensure your safety. Zhao Wuji spoke gently. Yi Qing, overwhelmed by the favor, hurriedly secured it at his waist. Ma Hongyu was equally astonished. Given his understanding of the master, he believed that Yi Qing's previous concession would certainly provoke wrath. Yet, rather than punishment, there was a reward. Was this the master's usual demeanor? Very well, you may return. Focus on cultivating your spirit field to showcase your abilities as a master and disciple, Zhao Wuji said with a smile. Ma Hongyu quickly urged Yi Qing. Let us express our gratitude to the master. As they departed, Zhao Wuji's cold laugh echoed behind them. Those who displeased him still wished to live. The pendant contained a deadly poison he had infused, which would inevitably lead to death within a month, presenting no signs of foul play. By the time the truth emerged, the connection to this knight and Apos' encounter would be long forgotten. Though Yi Qing possessed some talent in planting, was there a shortage of gifted individuals in the realm of cultivation? Since he admired Yunjin so much, let him wait underground for her. The flickering candlelight cast Zhao Wuji's face into shadows and light. Outside, Ma Hongyu looked at Yi Qing and sighed. This trial should be behind us. Disciple, remain in the spirit field and avoid venturing out. Yes, Yi Qing replied promptly. He had no desire to leave anyway. He preferred the company of these spirit plants over humans. Ma Hongyu nodded, and the pair returned to the spirit field. Deep within, they established a small cave dwelling, their humble abode. Master, I will check on the spirit plants, Yi Qing said as he ventured into the field. Ma Hongyu watched his retreating figure, sighing once more. He genuinely worried. His disciple was too innocent. While he was present, he could protect him. But what would happen if he were no longer around? He had claimed that the trial had passed to spare Yi Qing's feelings, but with the master's temperament, could it truly be over? He had no certainty. That night, Ma Hongyu pondered extensively, ultimately only able to let out a deep sigh. The following day, as dawn broke, Gu Jinghong returned, as usual, rambling incessantly about various plants, appearing rather unhinged. Ma Hongyu had become accustomed to ignoring him, treating Gu Jinghong as if he were invisible. Yi Qing had previously disregarded Gu Jinghong, but this time he approached him and inquired, why hasn't junior sister Yin come? I recently heard of her improvements in planting techniques, which left me in awe. I regret not witnessing it myself. Gu Jinghong raised his eyes, a hint of wariness flickering within them. The master is busy and lacks time to visit. Yi Qing replied earnestly, advancement in planting requires communication. I have some insights myself. If you would allow me, I could. Yi Qing, come over here. Ma Hongyu immediately interrupted, his heart racing. Did his disciple wish for a premature demise? At this juncture, entangling himself with Yunjin would surely provoke Zhao Wuji. Yi Qing answered hurriedly, the intricacies of planting are boundless. Having another companion in this endeavor would indeed be delightful. With that, he hurried to Ma Hongyu's side. Master, Yi Qing awaited his instructions. Ma Hongyu opened and closed his mouth, finally uttering weakly, from now on, you must not meet with Yunjin. Yi Qing looked puzzled. Why? Ma Hongyu gritted his teeth. Are you not aware that the master harbors a deep animosity towards her? Continuing any association will leave me unable to protect you. Do you think the master gifted you that jade pendant as a token of praise? It was a warning, urging you to serve him diligently. Realization dawned upon Yi Qing. He quickly sought out Gu Jinghong. Junior sister Yin should refrain from visiting for now. Once the master has calmed down, I will exchange insights with her. Gu Jinghong. Could he not simply eliminate this fool before him? Gu Jinghong's gaze shifted to the jade pendant at Yi Qing's waist. Is this a gift from the master? Previously, Yi Qing had not worn it. It had mysteriously appeared overnight. Moreover, the pendant bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Yi Danxiao possessed. Gu Jinghong casually speculated. Yes. Yi Qing replied directly. The master treats me well. Since he disapproves of junior sister Yun, I, too, must refrain from meeting with her. Gu Jinghong's lips twitched. He now held deep admiration for Ma Hongyu. How on earth had he managed to raise such a disciple? I understand. Gu Jinghong gritted his teeth in response. He continued his task of communicating with the spirit plants and, once the time was right, returned to Tianjian Peak. Gu Jinghong briefly reported to Yun Jin, hesitating before adding, Master, there is one more matter. Speak, Yun Jin replied, casually retrieving a pill and continuing her cultivation. Gu Jinghong's lips quivered. What was she consuming? A perfect-grade pill? Its aura seemed to resemble a recovery pill. Gu Jinghong suddenly forgot what he intended to say and blurted out, Master, this pill is. It's a recovery pill, Yun Jin replied nonchalantly. Did I not give you one when you were severely injured? Gu Jinghong's lips trembled. The recovery pill. Wasn't it meant for healing meridians? What calamity had befallen the master? Gu Jinghong felt a surge of panic as he prepared to inquire further, only to witness Yun Jin pouring out another 10 or so pills, tossing them into her mouth like candy. Gu Jinghong. Chapter 88. Very good. Very refreshing. As Yun Jin munched on the medicinal pills she had brought as snacks, she inquired of Gu Jinghong. What are you dawdling for? If you have something to say, do so promptly, then continue with your tasks. Gu Jinghong forcibly diverted his gaze from the glistening pills and replied, Master. Not only has Yi Qing escaped punishment, but the sect leader has also granted him a protective jade pendant. Yun Jin raised an eyebrow. This jade pendant surely harbors some issues. I can't believe Zhao Wuji could be so magnanimous. When Yi Qing voluntarily admitted defeat, I distinctly sensed a glimmer of murderous intent in Zhao Wuji's eyes. Given Zhao Wuji's temperament, it would have been remarkable enough for him not to kill Yi Qing. How could he possibly bestow a reward? The jade pendant undoubtedly conceals some mystery. Gu Jinghong, well acquainted with his master, nodded in agreement. I share the same suspicion. Yi Qing is utterly devoted to the art of cultivation, entirely oblivious to the complexities of human emotions. Should he be of use to you, master? With a bit of training, he could indeed prove beneficial. Yun Jin regarded Gu Jinghong with a peculiar gaze. Your consideration is quite thorough. A flicker of delight crossed Gu Jinghong's eyes. As long as I can assist you, master. This was the first time Yun Jin had praised him, and he felt a moment of elation. Yet, shortly after, his spirits dampened. The first commendation from his master was for another man? A man he had personally recommended? Gu Jinghong pressed his lips together, feeling as though he had lifted a stone only to have it fall upon his own foot. Yun Jin, however, had no time to ponder Gu Jinghong's intricate feelings. After a moment's contemplation, she stated, Yi Qing is indeed a rare and sincere individual. If there is a chance to save him, we should make an effort. The jade pendant was certainly problematic. However, the specifics remained to be uncovered personally. There was no need for any direct interaction with Yi Qing. With the simplified system in place, all that was required was to be within its scanning range. In due course, the true nature of the jade pendant would reveal itself. I shall accompany you tomorrow, Yun Jin said. Gu Jinghong bowed his head, understood. Now, take Gun Gun and accompany him to training, Yun Jin instructed. Upon hearing the word and Appos, training and Appos, Gun Gun immediately leapt onto Gu Jinghong and Appos' shoulder. Gu Jinghong distinctly felt the added weight on his shoulder and glanced at Gun Gun. The iron-eating beast had made swift progress in cultivation, initially at the qi refining stage. It was now just a step away from the foundation establishment stage. The iron-eating beast looked at Gu Jinghong with a hint of pride, concealing the fact that its master had provided it with pills to expedite its advancement. While this human appeared to have gained some favor from the master, it was merely a fraction compared to its own status as the cherished pet of the master. Just as Gu Jinghong was about to head out for training, Zhou Dai's voice rang out. Is junior sister Yun present? May I request an audience? Yun Jin raised an eyebrow and glanced at Gu Jinghong. These two have come for you. Go invite them in. Gu Jinghong lowered his gaze, his expression like a still pond. Very well. Within Zhao Wuji's sect, Gu Jinghong had always shared the closest relationship with the Zhou brothers, Zhou Li and Zhou Dai. Their elder brother, Ruan Jun, was being groomed as the next sect leader, enjoying abundant resources while remaining within the sect. Though Gu Jinghong and the Zhou brothers lived slightly better than other disciples, they still had to undertake various sect missions to earn their points. Their fifth junior brother, frail since childhood, was doted upon by Zhao Wuji, who sent him to the healing sanctuary of Baiyu Mountain, where a warm spring resided, ideal for nurturing health. As a result of their similar circumstances, Gu Jinghong had always maintained a strong bond with the Zhou brothers. Alas, the master-servant dynamic superseded the teacher-student relationship. He was now a servant to his master. Leaving little to discuss with Zhou Li and Zhou Dai, Gu Jinghong opened the door in silence and stepped aside. Second senior brother, Zhou Li exclaimed upon seeing Gu Jinghong. His heart filled with joy. He was about to speak, but was met with Gu Jinghong's icy demeanor, causing him to hesitate and fall silent. The master has instructed you to enter, Gu Jinghong said calmly. His composed invocation of master pained Zhou Li's heart, prompting him to angrily retort, second senior brother. How can someone so proud be a servant? Just wait, I will speak with junior sister Yin. Junior brother Zhou, please be cautious with your words. Gu Jinghong interjected coldly. Since I have become the master's servant, this is a bond that cannot be altered for a lifetime. Zhou Li was momentarily taken aback. His simple mind could not comprehend why anyone would willingly become another servant, especially when this junior sister Yun was merely at the foundation establishment stage, while his senior brother's cultivation far surpassed hers. Under such circumstances, it seemed impossible for anyone to consent willingly. Zhou Dai spoke softly, second senior brother. We genuinely seek an audience with junior sister Yin. There is no need for concern. Only then did Gu Jinghong emit a cold snort and lower his gaze. Standing silently to the side, Zhou Dai directly pulled Zhou Li inside. Yun Jin glanced at the two and remarked coolly, Gu Jinghong, we have guests. Yes, Gu Jinghong responded. Expertly preparing tea, Zhou Li watched his once proud senior brother engaging in such menial tasks, feeling an unsettling chill. When Gu Jinghong presented the tea, Zhou Li hastily accepted it, hesitant to drink, fearing it might shorten his lifespan. Zhou Dai, however, chuckled, took a small sip, and praised, second senior brother brews excellent tea. Gu Jinghong smiled slightly, a hint of pride in his demeanor. This skill had been honed through practice. It was his innate talent that allowed him to master it swiftly. Only by excelling at every task could he become a valuable asset to his master. Seeing Gu Jinghong and Appo's proud demeanor, Zhou Li shuddered, questioning if this was truly his once proud second senior brother. Something felt amiss. May I inquire if there is a specific matter that has brought you here? Yun Jin asked. Zhou Dai set down his teacup and replied, we originally intended to visit junior sister Yi, but it was fortuitous that we could stop by to see you, junior sister Yin. Yun Jin understood. Rest assured, the fact that you have been here will remain confidential. It is always a relief to converse with an astute individual, Zhou Dai said warmly. Both my brother and I have heard of the matters concerning second senior brother and junior sister. It was indeed second senior brother's misstep, and we are grateful to junior sister for sparing his life. That is acceptable, Yun Jin replied indifferently. This time, my brother and I have prepared a gift. Not seeking anything in return, merely hoping that junior sister will show second senior brother a modicum of kindness. Zhou Dai produced a storage bag, concerned that Yun Jin might refuse, and began to say more, only to find that she had already taken it and was inspecting it with haste. Zhou Dai. Very good, very refreshing. Chapter 89, The Flood Beast. Upon a swift glance, Yun Jin's smile transformed into authenticity. Why must my two senior brothers be so formal? Your mere presence is more than enough. There is no need for such extravagant gifts. I am not one to be swayed by wealth. As she placed the storage bag upon the table, Gu Jinghong, understanding her intent, deftly gathered it without a hint of hesitation, his movements fluid as water. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai exchanged glances, with Zhou Dai's composure wavering as he smiled and remarked, Junior sister Yun, it is only fitting. Zhou Jin then turned her gaze to Gu Jinghong, inquiring, how have you been faring here? Rolling his eyes, he thought to himself, if he dared speak out of turn, he might find himself on the receiving end of my wrath. Gu Jinghong maintained his calm demeanor, replying, it is indeed quite pleasant. At the very least, I am not compelled to toil like a beast for junior sister Yi. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai's expressions shifted subtly. Unable to contain his thoughts, Zhou Li exclaimed, second senior brother, this is too much. How can a newly initiated disciple warrant such favoritism? Gu Jinghong contemplated offering a word of caution to the two, yet he first gauged Yun Jin's expression. Not seeing any sign of dissent, he spoke softly. That little junior sister is now master's cherished gem. You two have never been particularly favored, and now I find myself as the master's servant. Should anything happen to her in the future, I fear it will be you two who suffer the consequences. A chill swept through Zhou Li and Zhou Dai at his words. Zhou Dai, unable to restrain himself, interjected. But she is already imprisoned in He Mountain. What further chaos could ensue? Who can say? Gu Jinghong replied nonchalantly. As a favor between fellow disciples, I will give you one warning. If you can distance yourselves from her, do so. Yun Jin interjected, senior brother Zhou. You must be aware that the demon-subduing order you fought so hard to obtain is now in Yu Danxia's hands. Zhou Dai, puzzled, wondered why she brought this up. Although the decree had been given to Yi Danxia, its original holders were indeed them. This decree can be transferred voluntarily, but there is one caveat. Yunjin paused, her demeanor remarkably serene. If the recipient of the decree commits a crime associated with the demon clan, the giver shares in the guilt. Zhou Dai felt a jolt of fear. The demon-subduing alliance existed to combat the demon clan, encompassing nearly all the elite practitioners of humanity. Within this alliance, crimes related to the demon clan are of utmost severity. The decree serves to reward disciples for their contributions against the demons. Yet should the holder of the decree later commit treachery, the repercussions shall be doubled, even if the decree has been bestowed upon another. Should that individual commit a grievous offense, the original givers remain liable. Yunjin's implication was clear. If Yi Danxia were to collude with the demon clan, they too would be ensnared. Zhou Li grasped the gravity of her words, whispering, collude with the demon clan? Surely not. We are in the Tianqing sect. There is no opportunity for such alliances. Yunjin replied with a smile. I merely considered a possibility and thought it prudent to alert you. If it proves unfounded, then all is well. However, should she indeed engage with the demon clan, you two, who are recognized as heroes in the fight against demons, might find yourselves dragged into the mire. Aware that this was not merely a possibility, but a likely future, Yunjin felt compelled to offer this caution. Given the lavish gifts Zhou Li and Zhou Dai had bestowed, rising with a respectful gesture, Zhou Dai expressed, regardless, we thank you for your warning, junior sister Yun. We cannot linger. We shall seek an opportunity to visit again. Yunjin nodded in acknowledgement as they departed. Zhou Li, unable to suppress his thoughts, remarked, brother, do you think junior sister Yun is being overly dramatic? Surely your junior sister cannot possibly conspire with the demon clan? Aside from crimes associated with the demons, they believed no other accusations could implicate them. Zhou Dai replied solemnly, regardless, it is wise to remain cautious. His brow furrowed. Zhou Dai and Apos' expression turned grave. The demon-subduing order was a hard-won token, and now it posed a potential threat. They had initially been thrilled to present it, anticipating praise from Zhao Wuji. Yet now the outcome was far from what they envisioned. Heaven Mountain loomed high, its summit perpetually blanketed in snow, even amidst the summer heat. At Zhao Wuji's behest, Zhou Li and Zhou Dai brought an array of offerings, standing at the entrance of the cave. Zhou Dai produced a bronze token, and the cave's barrier dissolved, allowing them to enter. Yi Danxia sat huddled in a corner, her arms wrapped around her knees. Snow had accumulated within the cave, and clad in white, she appeared pitifully fragile. Zhou Li felt a pang of sympathy, even an urge to embrace her. Yet in the next instant, his expression shifted. Something was amiss. He had approached with utmost caution, yet upon first sight, he felt an inexplicable affinity toward her. This Yi junior sister must possess some uncanny charm. Upon hearing their approach, Yi Danxia lifted her pale face, her voice faint. Senior brothers, you have come. That strange affinity resurfaced. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai exchanged uneasy glances, sensing the discord in their feelings. They opted to remain at the threshold, avoiding further contact with Yi Danxia. Zhou Li tossed a storage bag toward her, stating, this contains some items prepared by master for you. You may inspect it. With that, they turned to leave. Yi Danxia's expression shifted. She struggled to rise, only to feign weakness and collapse again. Gazing up at them with a pitiful look, she pleaded, Senior brothers, do you truly despise me so? Zhou Li and Zhou Dai instinctively stepped back. Yi Danxia was at her wit's end. Were these two brothers truly out of their minds? Was she truly so terrifying that they treated her as though she were a ravenous beast? Chapter 90. From now on, live only for oneself, Yi Danxia forced a smile. Senior brothers, you may have some misunderstandings about me. This time, I truly have been framed. Zhou Dai asked earnestly, how exactly were you framed? His expression was one of genuine curiosity. Yi Danxia was momentarily flustered. She felt exasperated. After all she had said, why were they so eager to dig deeper? Were they not supposed to be fellow disciples? Junior sister Yi, Zhou Dai spoke softly, there are some items in your storage bag that may be of use to you. If you encounter any issues, you can use the communication token inside to contact me. However, given your current predicament, we cannot visit you too often. So please refrain from contacting us indiscriminately. Yi Danxia was taken aback. Even before she had begun to reach out, they were already worried she might do so too frequently. It dawned on her that she was being regarded with disdain. She bit her lip in frustration. This was not how things were supposed to be. As a gifted individual with a heavenly spirit root, she was meant to soar above all, looking down upon the world. Yet now, every step she took had been fraught with obstacles, and now she found herself imprisoned in this cave, devoid of freedom. In normal circumstances, Yi Danxia would have retreated at the sight of Zhou Li and Zhou Dai's contempt. But this time was different. Being confined alone in such a desolate place was not merely about the harsh environment. The overwhelming solitude was truly terrifying. Though she was aware that the Zhou brothers did not hold her in high regard, Tears welled up as she implored, "Senior brother, let us set aside past grievances. I have already endured my punishment. However, being kept here with no freedom it is quite unbearable. Could you perhaps plead on my behalf? Even if I must remain imprisoned, could I at least return to the sect? Even staying in the law enforcement hall would be preferable. At least there are others around. Here, it is so frightfully lonely." "I'm sorry," Jodai replied. "These matters are beyond our control. Junior sister Yi, you must adapt to your circumstances. You are simply unaccustomed to this place. In time, you will grow accustomed to it." Yi Danxia was incredulous. Grow accustomed to it? Is that even a reasonable statement? Before she could voice her thoughts further, Jodai and Zhou swiftly departed. Instinctively, Yi Danxia attempted to follow. But the barrier instantly returned to its original state after their departure. In a fit of anger, she hurled various spells at the barrier. Unfortunately, it had been established under the supervision of all the peak masters, and without reaching the integration stage, it was insurmountable. As a mere disciple who had not even reached the foundation establishment stage, she was utterly powerless against it. Exhausted of spiritual energy, she slumped to the ground in despair. Her expression shifted between memories of her glory when she first discovered her heavenly spirit root and the humiliation of being suppressed by Yunjin. Surveying the cave, she found only an endless expanse of white. Unable to bear it any longer, Yi Danxia broke down in tears. She felt a profound hatred. Hatred for Yunjin, hatred for Gu Jinghong, hatred for Zhou Li and Zhou Dai, hatred for Zhao Wuji, hatred for everyone in the Tianqing sect. All the humiliation she had endured today was inflicted upon her by these individuals. If only she could find a chance to turn the tables. A hint of madness flickered in Yi Danxia's eyes. After venting her emotions, she finally examined the contents of her storage bag. Zhao Wuji had thoughtfully prepared a variety of daily necessities and numerous medicinal pills, even 5 foundation establishment pills to aid her advancement. Yi Danxia could only sneer. They had failed to protect her then. What good was their feigned concern now? It was clear they saw her as a heavenly spirit root and wished to cultivate her for their own benefit. Once, she too had harbored such thoughts, intending to repay Zhao Wuji once she had cultivated her powers. But now, it all seemed ludicrous. She realized she had been too cautious, too kind-hearted. From this moment on, she would live solely for herself. Apart from the pills, Yi Danxia also discovered several jade slips containing basic knowledge about alchemy and medicinal herbs, as well as a sound transmission talisman from Zhao Wuji. With an expressionless face, she infused her spiritual energy into the talisman. Zhao Wuji's voice emerged, "Danxia, though life in the cave may be austere, I will ensure your 2 senior brothers frequently bring you supplies. If you find anything lacking, feel free to inform them, and they will prepare it for you. These medicinal pills are sufficient for you to reach the foundation establishment stage. Focus on your cultivation and strive for a breakthrough. Additionally, make sure to study the contents of the jade slips well. If one day you become an alchemist, I can certainly advocate for you." Zhao Wuji had indeed considered her needs thoroughly. Yet upon hearing his words, Yi Danxia could only emit a derisive laugh. Zhao Wuji appeared to be kind. But if he truly cared for her, how could he allow her to fall to such depths? His current pretenses were merely a means to win her over. After all, she was destined to cultivate to the highest realms as a heavenly spirit root. In the past, she may have been deceived by Zhao Wuji's small favors, but now, it was simply laughable. Having mocked him in her heart, Yi Danxia took out the medicinal pills Zhao Wuji had provided and began to cultivate intently. After all, wasn't he Yunjin merely relying on rare treasures to barely reach the foundation establishment stage? As a heavenly spirit root, her cultivation speed would surpass Yunjin's by countless times. What Yunjin could achieve, she could achieve as well. The following day, at Tianjin Peak, Gu Jinghong waited respectfully at the entrance. After a while, he saw Yunjin emerge. "Master, are we going to meet Yiqing today?" Gu Jinghong inquired reverently. "Let us go," Yunjin replied. Gu Jinghong nodded and stepped back to follow Yunjin. Observing this, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Gu Jinghong was becoming increasingly aware of his place. If he continued to be so perceptive, she wouldn't mind granting him small favors, such as assisting him with the hidden dangers of his blood technique. After all, he was now her servant, and a more powerful servant could assist her in numerous ways. Beyond agricultural techniques, if she had more servants skilled in talismans, formations, and other arts, she could easily enhance her own capabilities. With these thoughts in mind, she soon arrived at the spirit field. "Yunjin, is that really Yunjin?" Gasps of disbelief echoed as gazes turned towards her. Yunjin sighed. There was little she could do. She felt equally helpless. Yet, when one is too exceptional, they become the center of attention wherever they go, which could be quite troublesome. Though she had yet to see Yiqing, she tentatively commanded, "System, scan for Yiqing." It mattered not whether she could see him, as long as he was within the system's scanning range. Chapter 91. The villain's maneuver Yunjin contemplated that if the distance was still too great, she would venture further inside. Fortunately, the proximity was adequate. Yi Qing was busily tending to the spirit field nearby. After utilizing several simplification attempts, the system successfully scanned Yi Qing's details. Yi Qing, late-stage golden core, possessing the 3 spiritual roots of metal, wood, and earth. A third-tier planting master. With techniques, little cloud and rain technique, insect extermination finger, and earth control technique. Yunjin furrowed her brows. Yi Qing seemed born to be a planting master. His profile was solely filled with planting techniques, devoid of any other forms of cultivation. Even his spiritual roots were the 3 most suitable for a planting master. What can one say about such a person? He was truly a chosen cultivator. In addition to this fundamental information, the system indeed revealed the problematic Jade Pendant. Defensive Jade Pendant automatically activates a barrier upon encountering a fatal attack, rendering it immune to attacks below the nascent soul stage. Poison state. As Yunjin delved into the poison state, she uncovered more detailed information. The pendant was infused with the venom of the frost moon poison spider, which was exceedingly toxic. Prolonged wear would initially leave the victim feeling lethargic, followed by drowsiness and an inability to muster energy, ultimately leading to paralysis and a silent demise within a month. If the afflicted experiences intense emotional fluctuations, the timeline would be considerably shortened. 20 simplification attempts can relieve the poison state, reverting the pendant to its initial condition. The venom of the frost moon poison spider, Yunjin narrowed her eyes. Zhao Wuji intended to eliminate Yi Qing but wished to avoid blame, opting for a more indirect method. Should Yi Qing perish a month later? Suspicions towards Zhao Wuji would undoubtedly arise, yet the degree of doubt would be significantly diminished compared to an immediate death. Zhao Wuji was truly ruthless. Yi Qing had been under the tutelage of Ma Hongyu, and the duo had diligently contributed to the spirit field of the entire sect over the years. Now, due to a single defeat in a competition, they were to be driven to their doom. While Yunjin examined the information, Gu Jinghong remained quietly by her side. Yunjin raised an eyebrow and declared, "Let us go in and take a look. If emotional turmoil could hasten the onset of the poison, then let us provoke it early." As she stepped into the spirit field, a wave of panic surged among those busy within. What was she here for? To cause chaos? Help. Her trajectory was directly aimed at senior brother Yi Qing. How did she know where he was? This detail was inconsequential. The priority was to find their master. Clever disciples hurried off to locate Ma Hongyu, while the rest took a vigilant stance to block Yi Qing. Yi Qing, who was meticulously applying the little cloud and rain technique for irrigation, was momentarily taken aback as a group of disciples rushed to obstruct him. The next moment, he beheld Yunjin sauntering towards him. Yi Qing's pupils constricted slightly. With her hands behind her back, Yunjin exuded an air of disdainful superiority, embodying the very essence of a villain. Behind her, Gu Jinghong appeared submissive, a loyal hound. Yi Qing, Yunjin raised an eyebrow and cackled. How does it feel to be defeated by me? Gu Jinghong cast a surprised glance at Yunjin but quickly averted his eyes, reflecting on his master's intentions, which he should not question. He silently resolved to further cultivate his self-restraint. Yunjin's demeanor was excessively arrogant, and before Yi Qing could utter a word, the assembled disciples erupted in outrage. Yunjin, you are crossing the line. My senior brother has done nothing to offend you. You won fair and square. Yet you still come here to humiliate him. How shameless. Get out of here. You are not welcome. An irate crowd glared at Yunjin. She observed the sudden surge in emotional intensity and was momentarily taken aback. It seemed she had discovered yet another avenue for accruing emotional value. This anger appeared to hold greater worth than usual emotions. Perhaps she should consider a career as a villain. With this thought, Yunjin flashed a wicked smile, her lips twisting into a mocking grin. A bunch of defeated foes, still here shouting, You, and even your esteemed senior brother, are nothing but trash in my eyes, utterly worthless. Pointing at them one by one, accompanied by her villainous cackle, the crowd's emotions escalated further, and they began rolling up their sleeves, ready to confront Yunjin. Yi Qing frowned. He had previously admired Yunjin and wished to discuss planting techniques with her. But now it was evident that her character was deeply flawed. Brothers and sisters, Yi Qing spoke calmly, let us remain composed. This spirit field is filled with spiritual plants, and we must not resort to violence. While others were fuming, Yi Qing maintained a serene demeanor. As Yunjin checked how much emotional value Yi Qing had provided her, she was astonished to find that the total, including the day of the competition, amounted to a mere 100 points. What is wrong with this person? Does he possess no emotions at all? Is there nothing in this world that stirs his feelings? Senior brother, even now, you are thinking of the spiritual plants. The disciples cried out in frustration. This Yunjin is truly overstepping. I acknowledge her talent in swordsmanship, but if we all band together, We may not perish before she exhausts her spiritual energy. The group uttered the most desperate of words with the harshest tones. Once again, Yunjin was taken aback. If they possessed a system for collecting emotional value, she felt she could provide them with ample supply. These disciples were predominantly at the foundation establishment stage, with a few at the golden core stage, yet they contemplated mutual destruction against her. What a cowardly bunch! How could they maintain a peaceful mindset and communicate with the spiritual plants amidst such conflict? She would provoke them and let them do as they pleased. After all, she was not afraid of being truly harmed. Yiqing reassured them. Yunjin? Upon hearing this, the crowd deemed it quite reasonable, gradually calming down. Very well, let us return to our tasks and ignore her, Yiqing instructed. The group shot a few wary glares at Yunjin before dispersing. Yicheng resumed his application of the little cloud and rain technique, disregarding Yunjin. She narrowed her eyes and suddenly summoned a rain cloud that floated beside Yicheng's. Yicheng paused momentarily but continued his work without any visible change in expression. This area appears to be filled with crescent moon grass, which requires water but cannot be oversaturated, otherwise it risks drowning. Tell me, if I were to suddenly unleash a deluge of water, would these little treasures survive? Yunjin taunted, letting out a signature villainous laugh. Yicheng, who had been remarkably composed, visibly paled. His voice quivered as he implored, "You cannot do this." Yunjin, cackling maniacally, advanced. But what if I insist on doing just that? Chapter 92. Yicheng feints. Yunjin gently raised her hand, and the clouds in the sky instantly erupted with thunder and lightning. Yicheng's face turned pale with terror. Yunjin smiled wickedly. Or perhaps I should summon the thunder to reduce these lovely crescent grass to ashes. Can a little rain spell actually summon thunder? Yicheng, however, had no time to ponder. He hurriedly ran to the rain clouds above Yunjin, fearfully pleading, "If you must strike, then strike me. Please, spare these crescent grasses." Oh, Yunjin raised an eyebrow. What if I choose to disregard your plea? Yicheng gritted his teeth. What exactly do you intend to do today? I have never wronged you, and our previous contest was initiated by you. Despite my utter defeat, I posed no threat to you. Yicheng genuinely could not comprehend why Yunjin sought to trouble him. It's quite simple. Yunjin chuckled mischievously. I simply find you displeasing. What reason is needed to dislike someone? Unfortunately, the sect forbids harm between peers, so I must target these innocent spiritual plants instead. These crescent grasses are of low rank. Even if they're destroyed, I would merely incur a fine of some crystals. However, this would surely cause you immense grief, wouldn't it? Yicheng and Oppos, as complexion turned ashen. Trembling as he insisted, you are aiming for me. Do not harm these spiritual plants. Ding. Emotional value 300. Yunjin raised an eyebrow. Yicheng's emotional value had soared to 300, yet it was still insufficient. To truly torment someone, one must employ the most unbearable methods. Are you not concerned about these spiritual plants? Yunjin chuckled lightly, gesturing toward the rain clouds, as thunder roared down. No, don't. Yicheng, in a frenzy, dashed forward to intercept the thunder. However, a sudden sharp pain coursed through his mind, and his body grew weak, causing him to collapse to the ground, fainting. Emotional value 500. Yunjin raised an eyebrow, waving her hand to dissipate the thunder, preventing it from striking down. Disciple. Ma Hongyu rushed over, witnessing Yicheng's fainting episode. His eyes reddening. He hurried to support Yicheng, glaring at Yunjin in anger. How dare you? Other disciples gathered, their expressions filled with outrage directed at Yunjin. Had glares been lethal, Yunjin would have been executed countless times over. Unfazed, Yunjin smiled. Is it my fault that senior brother Yi is so weak? I merely exchanged a few words with him. Who would have known he would faint? Ma Hongyu trembled with rage, preparing to speak further when Yicheng slowly opened his eyes, clutching Ma Hongyu's sleeve. Master, the crescent grasses. Ma Hongyu, on the verge of tears, reassured him. It's fine, the crescent grasses are unharmed. Yicheng sighed in relief. So Yun Jr.'s sister was merely trying to scare me. Thank goodness. After speaking, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. Disciple. Ma Hongyu's heart ached intensely. He turned to Yunjin, speaking sternly, if anything happens to Yicheng, I will not let you off. Yunjin chuckled lightly. I shall await that moment. Ma Hongyu shot her a cold glare, producing a healing elixir to administer to Yicheng. With Yicheng unconscious, he assisted in refining the medicinal power. Given the situation, it seemed Yicheng had fainted from the anger provoked by Yunjin. The medicine he used was indeed appropriate. However, upon consuming the elixir, Yicheng not only failed to improve, but coughed up blood. What is happening? What is going on? Ma Hongyu was thoroughly alarmed. Yunjin had not engaged with Yicheng. If he had merely been enraged, how could the consequences be so severe? Yunjin remained languidly observant. Upon seeing the elixir's ineffectiveness, she shrugged. Master Ma, My exchange with Yi Cheng was merely a verbal spat. Can a golden core practitioner be so easily provoked? Surely. He must have been in poor health and is now feigning. Yunjin feigned anger. Do not attempt to extort me. Silence. Ma Hongyu trembled with fury. Yet he too felt a sense of confusion. Yi Cheng's condition was indeed suspicious. A golden core cultivator should not succumb to fainting from a few harsh words. This matter was troubling. I, Yunjin, am not one to be extorted. Yi Cheng's condition is of no concern to me. At most, I might compensate with some crystals. Yunjin tossed a storage bag at him. Then, accompanied by Gu Jinghong, she turned and left. The storage bag struck Ma Hongyu squarely on the head. Enraged, he seized the bag. Wretched girl. This is utterly intolerable. He channeled his spiritual energy, ready to destroy the storage bag when suddenly, his expression shifted slightly. Ma Hongyu's gaze flickered. In the next moment, the storage bag disintegrated in his grasp, but its contents had been deftly swapped and hidden within his sleeve. Enough. Everyone attend to your own matters. I shall take our senior brother back for treatment, Ma Hongyu declared. The other disciples complied. Ma Hongyu hurriedly transported Yu Cheng back to their cave dwelling. At almost the same moment, Zhao Wujian learned of the events that transpired. He narrowed his eyes. Yunjin had won a few times and had truly become arrogant. Ah, all the better. Let others witness Yunjin and Appo's true nature. The incident of Yi Cheng fainting was likely due to a portion of poison having entered his body, causing him to faint from the emotional upheaval. However, the poison he used was exceedingly rare and undetectable. Yi Cheng would awaken naturally after a day or two. This was a perfect opportunity to spread the word, letting everyone know of Yunjin's audacity. Master Hongyu must be furious now. Zhao Wujian feigned sympathy. Go and fetch some healing elixirs for him, and assure him to remain at ease. As for Yunjin, sigh, even I am at a loss with her. The disciple acknowledged and departed. Zhao Wujian then let out a cold laugh. Yunjin, since you have so eagerly provided me with incriminating evidence, I shall gladly accept it. Within the cave dwelling, Ma Hongyu hesitated before retrieving a communication talisman. Indeed, the storage bag given by Yunjin contained nothing but a single communication talisman. This was a secret known only to him and Yunjin. Others would merely witness him furiously shattering the storage bag. What could this talisman possibly contain? Surely it wasn't he just to mock him? Ma Hongyu felt an oddity permeating the entire situation. He meticulously checked the cave and Appo's barrier, confirming there were no issues. Before igniting the talisman, Yunjin's melodious voice echoed forth. The message was brief. Yunjin instructed him to retrieve the jade pendant granted to Yi Cheng by the sect leader. In doing so, Yi Cheng would undoubtedly awaken within an hour. The meaning was abundantly clear. Yunjin was insinuating that there was something wrong with the jade pendant. Ma Hongyu's expression shifted dramatically. If the issue lay with the pendant, what did the sect leader intend to do? Did he truly wish for Yi Cheng and Appo's demise? What wrong had Yi Cheng committed? Ma Hongyu gazed at his still unconscious disciple, his fingers trembling slightly. For many years, he had tended to the spiritual fields for Zhao Wujian, considered to be somewhat of a confidant. He had believed he held some stature before Zhao Wujian. Yet if he could not even protect his own disciple, what worth did his years of labor hold? With trembling hands, Ma Hongyu slowly removed the jade pendant from Yi Cheng's waist. He was determined to discover the truth behind Yunjin's claims. Chapter 93. Midnight visit. Ma Hongyu sat in quiet contemplation, grappling with the uncertainty of his desires, particularly regarding the conclusion he sought. If the crux of the issue resided within the jade pendant, then not only would the arduous years he had devoted become a mere farce, but a far graver concern would arise: Yi Cheng's future. The sect master had made it abundantly clear that he sought Yi Cheng's life. As a master, could he merely stand by and watch? Ma Hongyu's thoughts were a tempest. Memories flooded back, particularly of his first disciple, Yi Cheng. This young man possessed both talent and a deep-seated sense of duty, honoring his master and cherishing his fellow disciples. His affection for spiritual plants was genuine. Yi Cheng had been with him for years, leaving the spiritual field only on rare occasions. To describe Yi Cheng as uncontentious would be an understatement. The current turmoil was not of his making, yet he would bear the consequences. Ma Hongyu bit down on his lip, resolute, regardless of the cost. Should the sect master truly wish to take Yi Cheng's life, he would save his disciple at all costs. But how? He sat, enveloped in confusion. At that moment, a sudden message arrived. Ma Hongyu paused, almost instinctively reattaching the jade pendant to Yi Cheng's waist before stepping outside to open the barrier. A disciple entered, casting a sympathetic glance at the unconscious Yi Cheng. This Yunjin truly knows no bounds. Brother Yi has suffered unjustly, he remarked. Ma Hongyu, engulfed in turmoil, could only manage a bitter smile. The disciple, mistaking his demeanor for excessive anger, presented a delicate porcelain vial. Uncle Ma, this is a healing elixir bestowed by the sect master. He mentioned that Barring any unforeseen circumstances, brother, you will regain consciousness within a day or two. With this elixir, you need not worry. Thank you for the sect master's generosity, Ma Hongyu replied, astonished. The disciple elaborated on the rarity and potency of the elixir, detailing the sect master's tireless efforts for their sake. Ma Hongyu listened, touched, and nodded repeatedly before the disciple departed. As the barrier closed, Ma Hongyu's expression shifted dramatically. He promptly removed the jade pendant, placing it at a distance, and scrutinized the porcelain vial with a peculiar expression. He extracted a pill and inhaled its fragrance. It was indeed a fine healing elixir. However, whether it would aid Yi Cheng remained uncertain. Ma Hongyu despondently realized that he trusted Yun Jin's words more than the sect master's. He refrained from administering the elixir, opting instead to wait. Meanwhile, the disciple reported back to Zhao Wuji. Zhao, feigning indifference, inquired, "Did Yi Cheng sustain injuries while not wearing the jade pendant I gifted?" The disciple quickly responded, "He wore it. Even in his unconscious state, the pendant remained securely fastened. Brother Ye's injuries stemmed from emotional distress, which rendered the pendant ineffective. Yun Jin is indeed despicable," Zhao Wuji remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then asked, what was Ma Hongyu's reaction after receiving the elixir? The disciple replied, he expressed profound gratitude. Satisfied, Zhao Wuji dismissed him. Time passed in the cave. An hour turned into 2, then 3. Just as Ma Hongyu began to doubt Yun Jin and Apos' sincerity, Yi Cheng slowly opened his eyes. Disciple. A flicker of joy illuminated Ma Hongyu's gaze. Yi Cheng appeared momentarily bewildered, then swiftly rose from the bed, respectfully stating, "With an elder present, it was impolite for me to rest. I humbly request punishment from my master." Ma Hongyu, bemused by his disciple and Apos' formal demeanor, replied, "You have been injured. There is no need for such formalities." Injured, Yi Cheng began to recall the altercation with Yun Jin. The crescent grass, he instinctively queried. Not a scratch. Ma Hongyu was both amused and exasperated. This was the third time Yi Cheng had asked about it. After a sigh of relief, Yi Cheng expressed his desire to investigate the situation. Ma Hongyu firmly grasped him, saying, "Do not move. I must ask you how you feel physically." Yi Cheng flexed his limbs and channeled his spiritual energy, then honestly replied, "I feel perfectly fine." Ma Hongyu narrowed his eyes. The sect master had provided the elixir, claiming it would awaken him within a day or two. Yet, without consuming it and merely removing the jade pendant, Yi Cheng had awakened in 4 hours. It was evident that the sect master's act of providing the elixir indirectly affirmed that the pendant harbored issues. Disciple, Ma Hongyu spoke gently. "You must not leave for the time being, at least not for a day or two." "Why?" Yi Cheng asked, puzzled. Ma Hongyu struggled to find the right words, eventually stating, "It is an order." Though Yi Cheng was anxious about the spiritual plants outside, he understood the necessity of obeying his master's command and nodded in agreement. "I have matters to attend to outside. Remain here and do not leave the cave. If anyone visits, do not make a sound, nor allow anyone to enter, not even your fellow disciples. Should anyone attempt to force their way in, contact me immediately. Do you understand?" Ma Hongyu's demeanor grew serious. The sect master's intention to kill Yi Cheng was a foregone conclusion. As a master, he had to ensure his disciples' survival. This survival perhaps lay with that individual. Ma Hongyu's solemnity prompted Yi Cheng to take the situation seriously, and he quickly affirmed his understanding. With that, Ma Hongyu hurriedly left the cave, reinforcing the barriers multiple times. It was late at night, and given that everyone was aware of Yi Cheng and Apos' condition, it was unlikely anyone would disturb him. Should the need arise, he would return immediately. Draped in a black cloak, Ma Hongyu took a circuitous route before entering Tianjin Peak. Upon arrival, he found Gu Jinghong waiting for him. Ma Hongyu's heart skipped a beat. Gu spoke calmly. "The master is aware of your arrival and has asked me to wait for you here. Please follow me." Regaining his composure, Ma Hongyu followed Gu Jinghong to meet Yun Jin. "Master uncle," Yun Jin greeted sweetly, rising to welcome him. "I apologize for my inappropriate behavior earlier. I hope you can forgive me." Yun Jin's immediate acknowledgement of her fault left Ma Hongyu momentarily speechless. He wished to express something, yet all that escaped him was a sigh. "Had it not been for your outburst, my foolish disciple may have perished without a sound." He now understood that Yun Jin's actions earlier were intended to prompt him to recognize the issues affecting Yi Cheng. He was grateful. "As long as Master Uncle does not mind my meddling," Yun Jin replied innocently. In a lowered voice, Ma Hongyu cut to the chase. "The sect master intends to kill Yi Cheng. Since you are aware of the pendant's issues, can you neutralize this poison?" He had scrutinized the pendant thoroughly, yet found no clues, while Yun Jin had discerned its treachery long ago. Perhaps she possessed a solution. Chapter 94. Entering the heavenly sword peak, Yun Jin displayed a cryptic smile, saying, I can naturally discern the issues with the jade pendant and thus possess a solution. Ma Hongyu's eyes sparkled with hope. He was still unaware of the method the sect leader had employed, let alone how to save Yicheng. To forego wearing the jade pendant would undoubtedly arouse the leader's suspicion, placing them in an even more precarious situation. Conversely, if they continued to wear it, they must eliminate the dangers it posed. However, Yunjin shifted her tone, adding, Uncle Ma, in a certain sense, we are adversaries. What benefit would it bring me to save Yicheng? Ma Hongyu's expression changed, and he murmured, Yunjin, my disciple has always been disinterested in worldly affairs. He should not be entangled in your conflicts with the sect leader. He is an innocent victim. If you are willing to save him, I would owe you a great favor. Yunjin's lips curled slightly. Uncle Ma, it is not that I am unwilling to save him. I merely ask how you wish for me to proceed. Should I remove the toxins from the pendant? Or cleanse the residual poison from his body? Ma Hongyu nodded vigorously. That would be ideal. Yunjin replied calmly, but do you truly believe this addresses the root of the problem? Ma Hongyu hesitated. After a month, if Yicheng did not succumb to the poison, the sect leader would still ascertain that something had gone awry. He would suspect that the issue with the jade pendant had been uncovered. Thus, even if I assist you in evading detection for this month, what lies ahead? The danger would not merely be Yicheng's. To conceal the secret of the jade pendant's malevolence, the sect leader might not spare even you. Have you considered this? Ma Hongyu fell silent. He was well aware of all this, holding on to a sliver of hope that they could merely survive one more day. Yunjin did not rush him, quietly sipping her tea as she awaited his response. After a lengthy pause, Ma Hongyu let out a bitter laugh. So, my disciple is indeed trapped in a deadlock? It seems he is destined to perish, whether sooner or later. He had entertained thoughts of fleeing the Tianqing sect with Yicheng, but that too was unfeasible. If they escaped, Zhao Wujie would surely realize the situation had unraveled. And with his formidable capabilities, their demise would come swifter. Pondering this, it became evident that in this celestial struggle, only the master and disciple found themselves without a retreat. How could they appeal to anyone for reason? Uncle Ma, Yunjin spoke softly, since I have sought a way to uncover the truth. It is clear I am inclined to save Yicheng. I have a plan. See if it may be of use. Speak, Ma Hongyu replied, invigorated. He sought nothing more than to preserve Yicheng's life. Yunjin stated calmly, Yicheng has shown no remorse, recklessly aiding others in cultivating spiritual plants. Despite your repeated admonitions, Uncle Ma, you have decided to expel him from the sect. Before his expulsion, you will retrieve all his possessions, including the jade pendant. She paused, then articulated clearly, desperate, Yicheng would seek refuge at the Heavenly Sword Peak. By entering my Heavenly Sword Peak, I can ensure his survival. Otherwise, I have no obligation to assist an outsider. Ma Hongyu's expression shifted slightly. This approach could indeed provide a legitimate means to dispose of the jade pendant. Without it, he could cleanse the residual poison from Yicheng's body. If Yicheng remained alive a month later, the sect leader would not find it too peculiar. He might simply conclude that the pendant had not been worn long enough for its effects to manifest fully. Yunjin continued, moreover, the sect leader is unlikely to act against the Heavenly Sword Peak for the time being. He is biding his time for the upcoming sect conference, intending to publicly subjugate the Heavenly Sword Peak during that event. If Yicheng joins my Heavenly Sword Peak, he will momentarily be spared from further actions. Ma Hongyu's gaze flickered, but at the sect conference, Lin Yu will surely be defeated. Your duel with Wan Jun is fraught with peril. Will Yicheng not then be dragged down with the Heavenly Sword Peak? Yunjin smiled faintly. Indeed, that is a risk. The current predicament of the Heavenly Sword Peak is far from ideal. Yicheng's entry may provide him a lifeline, or it might merely delay his demise. Who can say? This is a matter for you to contemplate. Gu Jingong visits the spiritual fields daily, and if you come to a conclusion, you may speak with him. Having concluded her remarks, Yunjin offered no time for Ma Hongyu to respond, signaling the end of their meeting. Ma Hongyu was taken aback by her decisiveness. He had already begun to entertain this plan, hoping to secure more rights for Yicheng, such as having Lin Yu accept him as a true disciple. Yet, Yunjin afforded him no opportunity, promptly ushering him out. Ma Hongyu hesitated, but seeing Yunjin's resolute demeanor, he could only depart. He hurried back to his abode, where Yicheng was seated at the bedside, lost in thought. Upon seeing Ma Hongyu, he respectfully rose and offered tea. Ma Hongyu regarded his devoted disciple with a sigh. This was his most cherished apprentice, yet it seemed he was destined to relinquish him. After sipping his tea, Ma Hongyu spoke softly, Yicheng, our master-disciple bond may soon come to an end. Yicheng's heart sank, and he immediately knelt, exclaiming, Master, have I erred in some way to incur your displeasure? Should I be punished for my mistakes, I shall accept any consequence. Please, do not expel me. Fear flickered in Yicheng's eyes. Ma Hongyu felt a pang of sorrow, yet this was a path he had no choice but to tread. Although the situation at the Heavenly Sword Peak was dire, they were the only ones daring to confront the sect leader directly. Ever since Yunjin joined, various peculiar occurrences had transpired, despite being at a disadvantage. They had not suffered further losses. With merely 2 months until the sect conference, many anticipated the Heavenly Sword Peak's downfall. Yet, had not every preceding event elicited the same sentiment? No one believed Yunjin could master the Qinglian Sword Technique, yet she did. No one expected her to excel in cultivation techniques, yet she surpassed Yicheng. Now, no one anticipated the Heavenly Sword Peak could triumph, nor that Yunjin could emerge victorious. But what if? What if they truly won? Then he would have secured a future for Yicheng. He would escape this impending doom. Even if the Heavenly Sword Peak and Yunjin were ultimately defeated, at least he would have bought himself 2 more months of life. A bitter smile crept upon Ma Hongyu's lips, as he realized this was their only glimmer of hope. Such a significant matter could not be concealed from Yicheng. With a heavy sigh, Ma Hongyu recounted the entire ordeal, from Yunjin's warning to his realization of the Jade Pendant's issues, including his recent conversation with Yunjin. Yicheng, pure of heart, was momentarily stunned by the revelations. Master Yu. Ma Hongyu was about to offer words of comfort when Yicheng's eyes lit up with joy. I knew it. Someone as skilled in cultivation must be a good person. Yunjin truly has a good heart. Ma Hongyu was taken aback. Is that really the crux of the matter? Chapter 95. The bond between master and apprentice severed. Ma Hongyu took a deep breath and continued. In summary, Yunjin has proposed this. After careful consideration, I believe this may be the only solution. The current situation at Tianjin Peak is quite ominous, and we may not necessarily lose at the upcoming sect conference. You might just be holding on to a golden opportunity. However, if they still face defeat, Ma Hongyu sighed. My disciple, then this shall be your fate. I have done all I can. A tinge of sorrow welled up within Ma Hongyu. As the chief disciple, he now found himself fervently wishing for Yunjin's victory. How utterly absurd. Yet, what options did he have? This was a disciple he regarded as a son. If the sect leader sought to harm him, how could he not feel a pang of resentment? At this moment, he felt trapped. Otherwise, he would have wished to vanish completely. After all, after a lifetime of toil, to end up in such a situation was indeed disheartening. Yicheng remained silent for a moment before saying, Disciple cannot bear to part from master. Tears welled in Ma Hongyu's eyes as he replied, his voice thick with emotion, This is the last time you shall utter such words. From tomorrow on, our master-disciple relationship will be severed, and we shall have no further ties. Concerned that Yicheng might defy him, Ma Hongyu added, This matter concerns not only your safety but mine as well. If the sect leader discovers that we are merely acting to send you to Tianjin Peak, then I will be left with no way out. Yicheng's spirit jolted, and he immediately complied. Disciple understands. He fell silent, bowing deeply 3 times before Ma Hongyu. Ma Hongyu fought back his tears and urged Yicheng to rise. The two sat by the bed until dawn. Slowly, Ma Hongyu took out the porcelain vial given by the sect leader, extracting 2 pills, which he ground into powder in his palm. If anyone inquires, you have received these medicinal pills from the sect leader and taken them to recover, he murmured. Disciple understands, Yicheng replied, his voice hoarse. After a brief silence, Ma Hongyu said, Sit a while longer, then you must depart. Remember to execute the plan as discussed. Yunjin had provided a general outline, and to ensure the plan's flawless execution, Ma Hongyu made further refinements. It was imperative that this ruse appeared seamless. As the time approached, he revealed himself alongside Yicheng, both expressing boundless gratitude towards the sect leader, naturally leading to these sentiments being conveyed to him. Subsequently, Ma Hongyu sought a pretext to depart temporarily. The day before, due to the redistribution of spiritual fields among the peaks, the sect leader had dispatched individuals to collect the already planted spiritual herbs. His intent was straightforward. You wish to cultivate these yourselves? Then the assistance we provided earlier is no longer needed. The sect leader's emissaries were tasked with retrieving not only the mature spiritual herbs, but also those which had just begun to sprout. It is essential to note that many herbs are quite delicate. Such indiscriminate actions could lead to their demise. Yicheng unexpectedly learned of this development and rushed to the various peaks to halt the collection of the herbs. Given his expertise in botany, his actions were entirely rational and raised no suspicions. Previously, Ma Hongyu had deliberately kept this matter from Yicheng, fearing his impulsive nature. Now, the unfolding events appeared entirely justified and natural. No one would question Yicheng's interference. His fervent attempts to prevent the sect leader's emissaries from uprooting the herbs soon reached Zhao Wuji's ears. Zhao Wuji was instantly enraged. What kind of scoundrel is Yicheng? Just yesterday, he expressed gratitude for my saving his life, yet now he opposes me? It is indeed correct to wish for his demise. With so many of you, can you let one person thwart your efforts? Zhao Wuji spat, gritting his teeth. The subordinates, feeling helpless, replied, wherever we attempt to dig, he lies in wait. We simply cannot act. With a cold sneer, Zhao Wuji retorted, then throw him out. If that fails, bind him. His subordinates complied, ready to carry out his orders. Suddenly, someone reported, sect leader, Master Ma has arrived with Brother Yu to confess their wrongdoings. Zhao Wuji chuckled disdainfully, confessing at least comes in a timely manner. This Yu Qing lacks sense, but fortunately, Master Ma possesses understanding. Very well, let them in. Zhao Wuji thought that if Yu Qing displayed a good attitude in admitting his faults, he could easily overlook the matter. Soon, Ma Hongyu entered the grand hall with Yi Cheng. Upon entering, he thundered, wretched disciple, why do you not kneel? Yi Cheng fell to his knees with a thud. Ma Hongyu scolded, I leave for but a moment, and you create such a grave mistake. Now, immediately confess to the sect leader. Zhao Wuji raised an eyebrow, calmly awaiting a confession. Yet, Yi Cheng suddenly lifted his head. Master, I have done no wrong. Why must I confess? Sect leader, I must implore you directly, spiritual herbs are innocent. Why must you destroy so many immature ones out of momentary impulse? I beseech you to rescind your orders and cease this reckless course of action. As he spoke, he wore his signature stubborn expression. Zhao Wuji had anticipated Yi Cheng's confession, but was taken aback by his bold declaration. He gaped incredulously at Ma Hongyu. Is this the fine disciple you have raised? Is he truly here to confess? Ma Hongyu, equally furious, turned and delivered a sharp slap to Yi Cheng's face. Wretched child, what nonsense are you spouting? You were unconscious, saved by the sect leader's medicinal pill. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you dare utter such treasonous words. Yi Cheng covered his face and softly replied, one matter does not negate another. I am grateful for the sect leader's life-saving grace, but the issue of the spiritual herbs is a separate matter. Sect leader, you are wise and powerful. I implore you to reconsider your orders and prevent the innocent herbs from suffering harm. Yi Cheng genuinely believed Zhao Wuji's actions were improper, speaking with unwavering conviction. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened further, and he was about to explode with anger when he realized Ma Hongyu appeared even more incensed. Shaking with rage, Ma Hongyu raised his hand again, striking Yi Cheng with considerable force. This time, the slap left deep marks on Yi Cheng's face, causing him to uncontrollably spit blood. Ma Hongyu glared at him with fury, disloyal and unfilial. I have no disciple like you. Yi Cheng, you have grown wings and now look down upon me. But to defy the sect leader as well, I fear you leave me no choice. Yi Cheng froze momentarily, looking at Ma Hongyu with trepidation. Master, I ask you once more, do you confess? Ma Hongyu demanded sternly. Yi Cheng remained silent for a long while before finally responding. Disciple is innocent. Very well. Excellent. Ma Hongyu trembled with rage, delivering a swift kick to Yi Cheng's chest, sending him flying. Zhao Wuji watched in bewilderment as Ma Hongyu approached Yi Cheng, swiftly removing the storage bag and jade pendant from him. I have no disciple like you. Everything you possess is a gift from the sect leader. Yet in a critical moment, you side with outsiders. In that case, these items shall be returned to the sect leader. As for you, our master-disciple bond is henceforth severed. Go wherever you wish. Chapter 96, The Breath of Freedom Master. Although it was agreed that this was merely an act, upon hearing Ma Hongyu utter those words, Yi Cheng was overwhelmed with pain. He crawled over and clutched Ma Hongyu's leg, pleading, Master, I realize my mistakes. Please do not expel me from the sect. I genuinely understand my errors. Yi Cheng, influenced by his emotions, performed too convincingly. Ma Hongyu was momentarily taken aback before he sternly retorted, Then tell me, where did you err? Yi Cheng's lips trembled. A decayed wood cannot be carved. Ma Hongyu gritted his teeth and kicked him away once more. From now on, you are no longer my disciple. Go wherever you wish. But understand that our relationship ends here. He turned to Zhao Wuji, clasping his hands in respect. Master, these years I have failed as a teacher, resulting in this aberration. Such a wretch has squandered your regard for him. Calling him an ingratiating wolf would not be an exaggeration. I cannot harbor such a treacherous individual. I ask you, Master, to bear witness as we sever our master-disciple bond, never to be entangled again. Zhao Wuji was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the furious Ma Hongyu and then at the collapsed Yi Cheng. Was it truly necessary to escalate matters thus? Yi Cheng was destined to die in a month. Severing ties would only grant him freedom. Moreover, the jade pendant had been reclaimed by Ma Hongyu. Something felt amiss. Clearing his throat, Zhao Wuji attempted to soothe the situation. Hongyu, do not be so hasty. This child can still be guided properly. Master, Ma Hongyu responded passionately. If he merely disrespected me, that might be tolerable. However, he is now questioning your decisions, which is tantamount to questioning you. if we allow him to remain. He may spread chaos throughout the Qinglian sect, exposing us to ridicule. Furthermore, if we do not impose strict punishment, others may follow suit, leading to utter chaos. I know you are compassionate towards your disciples, always wishing to show leniency. Yet, given the current situation, if we do not act decisively, we may incite further insubordination. Ma Hongyu spoke with fervor. Zhao Wuji felt a stir in his heart. His authority had already been undermined. Failing to discipline Yi Cheng could embolden others to act more brazenly. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes and calmly responded, "You are his master. Make your own decision." It was merely Yi Cheng. He had been personally expelled by Ma Hongyu, and there was little more to be said. This was acceptable once he departed. Taking his life would be but a mere gesture. Ma Hongyu respectfully acknowledged this and then coldly stated, "You may leave. From this moment on, there is no need for us to acknowledge one another when we meet." With trembling lips, Yi Cheng bowed deeply to Ma Hongyu before slowly rising to his feet. Although his master had paved a path for him, he was unafraid of its perils. Yet, he understood that no matter what the future held, he would never again address Ma Hongyu as master. With red-rimmed eyes, Yi Cheng stepped out of the main hall. Senior brother, how are you injured?" At the entrance, his fellow disciples awaited anxiously. Ma Hongyu emerged shortly after, his voice stern. "Do not call him senior brother. Our master-disciple bond has been severed. From now on, there is no Yi Cheng among my disciples. Should you encounter him in the future, do not greet him. Is that understood?" The disciples were momentarily stunned. Expelled from the sect? How could it be so severe? They suspected this incident might anger the master, but the gravity of the situation was beyond their expectations. Someone attempted to speak, but Ma Hongyu's expression remained impassive as he declared, "Whoever pleads for him shall roll away with him." His words were harsh and left no room for negotiation. The disciples, filled with sorrow, dared not utter another word. They silently parted to make way for Yi Cheng, who walked slowly out. He gazed up at the sky. The sun blazed fiercely, yet it carried an air of freedom. Yi Cheng fought back tears, taking one step after another, never looking back. The commotion from the Master's hall quickly spread throughout the sect. Yi Cheng's actions were not explicitly against sect rules. But within the master-disciple dynamic, the master held the absolute advantage. A disciple could not betray their master, yet the master could expel a disciple at will. Ma Hongyu had the authority to cast Yi Cheng out, regardless of the reason. Even in the absence of justification, others could not challenge his decision. At most, his remaining disciples might feel disheartened, but that was inconsequential to the rest. Now that Yi Cheng was expelled by Ma Hongyu, he faced two paths. One was to join the Shifeng and become their disciple. If no one wanted him, he could still go to the outer sect and become an outer disciple. However, leaving the sect was not an option. He was expelled from his master's tutelage, but not from the sect itself. If he departed without proper documentation, it would be deemed a betrayal, with consequences far more severe. After Yi Cheng's expulsion, Zhao Wuji observed to see if anyone would dare to take him in. Although it was Ma Hongyu who expelled Yi Cheng, others were aware of Zhao Wuji's disdain for him. If anyone dared to shelter Yi Cheng, a cold smile tugged at the corners of Zhao Wuji's lips. After being cast out, Yi Cheng, with his injured body, visited peak after peak. However, most peak masters refused to see him and sent their disciples to dismiss him. The only one who met him was Fang Mingwei, who merely urged him to stay strong, but ultimately did not dare to take him in. Zhao Wuji had many resources at his disposal. The recent reclamation of spiritual fields required the cooperation of 6 peak masters to accomplish. If she were to take Yi Cheng in, she would become the sole target of Zhao Wuji's ire. Even for her own reputation, whom could she protect other than herself? Although Fang Mingwei felt sympathy for Yi Cheng and recognized his worth, she found herself powerless to assist him. There had once been one final path. Fang Mingwei hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. She had heard that Yun Jin visited yesterday, provoking Yi Cheng and leaving him faint with anger. With that incident, Yi Cheng might find even his last avenue blocked. Fang Mingwei felt a twinge of doubt. Why would Yun Jin come to provoke Yi Cheng? Although she had previously acted flamboyantly, she had never been unreasonable. Had she become arrogant? Or was she simply targeting the disciples of the master? Fang Mingwei could not comprehend the situation. She decided to keep a discreet watch over Yi Cheng's whereabouts. If he ultimately had no choice but to go to the outer sect, perhaps she could provide some covert assistance. With a sigh, Fang Mingwei felt a profound sense of helplessness. When would she truly become a peak master, rather than a mere puppet? After being rejected by several peaks, Yi Cheng stood alone for a long time, with many watching his movements from the shadows. Then, they saw Yi Cheng walk towards the Tianjin peak. Chapter 97. Yun Jin takes a disciple upon receiving the news. Zhao Wuji could not help but reveal a sardonic smile. He coldly instructed, continue to observe. He was eager to see if the heavenly sword peak would dare to accept Yi Cheng. Moreover, Yi Cheng had clashed with Yunjin just the previous day. If he were to enter Heavenly Sword Peak today as if nothing had happened, Zhao Wuji could not help but narrow his eyes. He felt compelled to question whether Ma Hongyu and Yi Cheng were merely playing a duet. After all, the bond between Ma Hongyu and Yi Cheng was profoundly deep. Perhaps they had uncovered something, orchestrating a performance to send Yi Cheng to Heavenly Sword Peak for refuge. In the midst of these shifting thoughts, Zhao Wuji summoned Ma Hongyu. Upon entering, Ma Hongyu wore an expression of unbridled fury. Sect Master, I am well aware of the situation. Yi Cheng shamelessly went to Heavenly Sword Peak. I witnessed the arrogance of that Yunjin yesterday, and now today, he grovels to remain in the inner sect. I must have misjudged this disciple all these years. Ma Hongyu appeared exceedingly agitated. Zhao Wuji, taken aback, quickly offered some words of comfort, allowing Ma Hongyu to regain a semblance of composure. Ma Hongyu, Zhao Wuji suddenly chuckled. You returned the jade pendant I bestowed upon Yi Cheng. Ma Hongyu interjected. Such a treasure is invaluable to disciples below the nascent soul stage. How could I allow that traitor to take it away? Is that all there is to it? Did you not notice any issues with the jade pendant? Zhao Wuji's smile grew more radiant as he tentatively suggested, since it has been given, I see no reason to reclaim it. If Yi Cheng is unworthy, perhaps it would be better suited for your second disciple? With that, he fixed a penetrating gaze on Ma Hongyu. Should even the slightest hint of discord appear on Ma Hongyu's face, Zhao Wuji would act without hesitation. The act of poisoning a disciple must never be allowed to leak out, even if it meant eliminating Ma Hongyu. Momentarily stunned, Ma Hongyu then expressed overwhelming gratitude. Kneeling before Zhao Wuji, joyfully thanking him on behalf of his second disciple. He even declared, Sect Master, rest assured, though Yi Cheng has departed, I have several capable disciples who will adequately tend to the spirit fields. Zhao Wuji regarded him for a while before bursting into laughter. Excellent. Have your second disciple come personally to claim the jade pendant tomorrow. It seemed that Ma Hongyu had not detected anything amiss. Otherwise, he would not have been so readily agreeable. Bestowing the pendant to that second disciple would pose no issues, as they were all his subordinates. Why would he kill them for no reason? Thank you, Sect Master, Ma Hongyu replied with delight. Just as Zhao Wuji was about to allow him to rise, a disciple assigned to keep watch returned. The disciple reported, Yi Senior Brother. What Yi Senior Brother? That wretch is undeserving of such titles. Ma Hongyu exclaimed. His face contorted with fury, far surpassing Zhao Wuji's own disdain for Yi Cheng. The disciple, startled, continued, after Yi Cheng arrived at Heavenly Sword Peak. He was received by Peak Master Lin. It is challenging to approach Heavenly Sword Peak, so we are unaware of their conversation. However, it did not seem to go well. Yi Cheng emerged looking quite grim, yet he appears to be lingering outside, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. Zhao Wuji could not suppress a smile. At this moment, his suspicions regarding Ma Hongyu were entirely dispelled. He jestingly remarked to Ma Hongyu, there are 5 forms of kneeling, to heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, and teacher. Your disciple kneeling to Linyu signifies his resolution to take him as his master. Ma Hongyu and Appo's expression darkened. What an embarrassment. Zhao Wuji comforted him. Do not worry. Even if Heavenly Sword Peak does not accept him, even if they do. He paused, revealing a knowing gaze. The sect's grand assembly is approaching. The Peak Masters are all at least at the integration stage. Linyu was once a paragon among them, but now he is likely only at the transformation stage. What qualifications does a mere transformation stage cultivator have to hold the position of Peak Master? He has been allowed to maintain the title due to his previous contributions to the sect, but even the greatest merits can wane. Linyu, our grievances over the years will soon reach a resolution. A cold glint flickered in Zhao Wuji's eyes. Yi Cheng remained kneeling outside Heavenly Sword Peak, with many watching in the shadows, speculating whether Heavenly Sword Peak would indeed accept him. If anyone within the Tianqing sect would dare to accept Yi Cheng, it would undoubtedly be Linyu. If even Linyu refused, Yi Cheng would have no choice but to join the outer sect. The outer sect and Appo's resources were scarce, which might not concern Yi Cheng greatly, yet the barren lands incapable of cultivating spiritual plants were utterly intolerable for one who valued them as his very life. They all understood why Yi Cheng would willingly forsake his dignity to remain in the inner sect. However, having been bullied by Yunjin just the day before, he now sought out her master with such eagerness, which was undoubtedly heart-wrenching. Yi Cheng remained kneeling for 3 days and nights. Initially, many observed, but eventually, people merely sighed and turned away. As the deadline for expulsion to the outer sect approached, Linyu once more summoned Yi Cheng. Could circumstances have changed? The entire sect and Appo's attention shifted back to Heavenly Sword Peak. Soon after, Linyu sought an audience with Zhao Wuji. He stated plainly, Sect Master, a second-generation disciple token has been reported from Heavenly Sword Peak. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes. What? They accepted Yicheng after all? Lindy replied calmly. Yicheng is merely skilled in agriculture. His talents in other areas are quite average. As you are aware, I prefer disciples with swordsmanship aptitude. Yicheng is rather lacking. I had no intention of taking him, but my junior disciple insisted, so I acquiesced. Yunjin, did she not just have a conflict with Yicheng? How could she advocate for him? Zhao Wuji's expression shifted, his suspicions resurfacing. Lindy appeared somewhat helpless. Sect Master, Yicheng is a second-generation disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak. Second-generation disciple? Zhao Wuji suddenly grasped the implication. If he were Lin Ye's disciple, regardless of whether he was a true inheritor or an ordinary disciple, he would be considered a first-generation disciple. This second-generation designation implied that Yicheng had accepted my junior disciple as his master. Lin Yu expressed his own exasperation. I have said it before. How can one with a lower cultivation level be the master while one with a higher level is the disciple? Yet, Yicheng agreed to this arrangement to remain in the inner sect. Though it is absurd, since neither party has objections, I shall run this errand for them. Zhao Wuji was left astounded. Yunjin, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, accepted a core formation disciple? What was this? It was a blatant humiliation. And for Yicheng, left with no choice, this arrangement was equally disheartening. The dynamics of their master-disciple relationship were indeed intriguing. Zhao Wuji chuckled. Very well, the token can be collected tomorrow. At this juncture, he completely ceased to regard Yicheng as a concern. Even if he went to Heavenly Sword Peak, with Yunjin and Appo's vengeful nature, how kind could she possibly be? It was likely he would suffer as Gu Jinghong did. In time, Yicheng would undoubtedly come to regret his choices. With this thought, Zhao Wuji felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Chapter 98. The Disciple of the Mountain opening when the tokens for the second-generation disciples were finally issued and held in hand. Yicheng and Appo's apprenticeship under Yunjin was firmly established. Outside, people speculated that Yicheng must have felt humiliated and reluctantly accepted this arrangement. However, within the Tianjin Peak, Yicheng remained remarkably composed, even busily tending to the spiritual field ahead of time. Previously, this plot of land had been solely managed by Yunjin, as others were utterly ignorant of the cultivation process, leaving Yunjin no choice but to handle everything herself. Now that a professional had arrived, she could finally step back. At the edge of the spiritual field, Yunjin looked at her prominent disciple with great satisfaction. Although she was only at the foundation establishment stage while her disciple had already reached the golden core stage, did this pose a problem? Hardly. Yet, a slight urgency flickered within Yunjin's heart. She needed to hasten her advancement to the golden core stage. Whether it was for the celestial repairing pill required by her master or to enhance her various skills. The consumption of resources at the foundation establishment stage was becoming increasingly burdensome. Contemplating this, Yunjin retrieved a box of elixirs and began consuming them. Gu Jinghong, witnessing this scene, was no stranger to it, yet he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Elixirs were exceedingly rare. Alchemists were precious. He dared say that even within the Xiandan sect, no one would indulge in elixirs so recklessly. The question of whether it was appropriate seemed secondary. The crux was that it was entirely unnecessary. Just as the thought of unnecessary flashed through Gu Jinghong's mind, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from Yunjin. She had broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. Gu Jinghong was taken aback. What? This is already the late foundation establishment stage? He had never seen his master practice before. Was it solely through the consumption of elixirs? While elixirs might yield some benefits, was she not consuming the returning essence pill? When had the returning essence pill ever enhanced one's spiritual power? Yunjin, however, remained unfazed, swiftly mastering the late foundation establishment realm, and then she produced another vial of elixirs. Rolling, feeling a twinge of envy, also took out a vial of elixirs and retreated to a corner to begin consuming them. Gu Jinghong gazed at this peculiar group of pets, momentarily at a loss for words. This time, they were also consuming the returning essence pill. But Yunjin furrowed her brow, her expression slightly displeased. Master, what troubles you? Gu Jinghong inquired, observing her demeanor. It just feels like the increase in spiritual energy is somewhat sluggish, Yunjin replied. Gu Jinghong wanted to offer some words of consolation, but, driven by a smidgen of conscience, he refrained. Isn't it strange that after consuming a returning essence pill, the spiritual power only increases marginally? Yunjin turned to Gu Jinghong. He promptly cast aside his conscience and replied earnestly, Indeed, it is outrageous. Although it is a healing elixir, it should not hinder your rapid advancement in cultivation. After a pause, he added, perhaps switching to elixirs that directly enhance spiritual power would yield better results? Common elixirs like the Huanglong pill, Yusue liquid, and Xiang pill can effectively increase spiritual power. However, such elixirs are exceedingly rare and, once obtained, are promptly consumed. If the master wishes to procure them, it may cost a substantial fortune. Otherwise, why is it widely known that consuming elixirs is a shortcut to advancement, yet so few can afford it? Is it that they cannot afford them, or that they do not strive hard enough? Primarily, the truth remains that these elixirs are simply too expensive. Even Gu Jinghong, as the sect leader's disciple, had only acquired 10 Huanglong pills during his foundation establishment stage, after which he could no longer afford them. The notion of elixirs to enhance spiritual power ignited a spark in Yunjin's eyes. This could indeed be the answer. Currently, she primarily consumed foundation establishment pills and returning essence pills. However, both belong to the category of functional elixirs, rather than directly increasing spiritual power. The efficacy of these two types relied entirely on the system's premise that consuming food could bolster one's strength. Elixirs, regarded as high-energy food, produced such effects. What if she consumed elixirs specifically designed for enhancing cultivation? The combined potency of the elixirs and the system's parameters would surely expedite her advancement to the Golden Core stage. Wouldn't it? Upon reaching the Golden Core stage, she could qualify as a third-tier alchemist and begin simplifying the celestial repairing pill. With the sect conference approaching, these objectives were indeed pressing. You are somewhat useful, Yunjin remarked, glancing at Gu Jinghong. Gu Jinghong was momentarily taken aback. Turning her gaze to the spiritual field, she saw Yiqing finishing up with a patch of land, preparing to move to the next. Yiqing, come here, Yunjin called out. Yiqing paused for a moment before walking over to her side. He formally addressed her, Master. Though Yunjin was indeed inferior to him in cultivation, Yiqing willingly acknowledged her as his master. Firstly, it was to save his own life. Secondly, he genuinely valued the art of cultivation, and in this realm, Yunjin's talent and capabilities far surpassed his own, making her more than qualified to be his master. Clearing her throat, Yunjin endeavored to adopt a serious demeanor. After all, she was now a master and needed to exude some authority. You have been my disciple for 2 days now, and there are some matters I have yet to discuss with you. Today, I will clarify everything, Yunjin stated. Yes, Yiqing responded respectfully. Yunjin produced a token. This is the second-generation disciple token of Tianjin Peak. From this moment forth, our master-disciple relationship is irrevocably established. Yes, Yiqing replied calmly. Accepting the token without a ripple in his inner thoughts, even contemplating returning to his cultivation, Yunjin originally intended to follow a simple procedure. But the moment she handed over the token, a prompt echoed in her mind. Beep. Host has received a disciple, activating the master-disciple mode. Disciple. Yiqing clicked to view detailed status. Master-disciple bond level, 60. Beep. Activating the master has tasks, disciple shall assist mode. Yiqing can perform certain daily tasks on behalf of the host. Due to the bond level of 60, everything Yiqing accomplishes will return to the host at a rate of 60. That is to say, Yiqing's obtained emotional value will grant the host 60. And the proficiency Yiqing acquires will also return 60. And so forth. As the bond level increases, the returns will also escalate. To her surprise, the system had even developed a new feature upon accepting Yiqing as her disciple. Yunjin couldn't help but smile. Her decision to accept Gu Jinghong as a servant had been largely self-serving. However, taking Yiqing as a disciple, although there was some personal interest, was predominantly out of a desire to prevent his demise. The system's update was a delightful stroke of fortune. Did this imply that one should perform more good deeds? But then again, had she not done a good deed by accepting Gu Jinghong? Moreover, the return from a servant was a full 100%. While taking on a disciple involved the bond level's complexities, Yunjin began to ponder whether the system was inadvertently encouraging her to become a tyrant. After all, Yunjin, was inherently beautiful, gentle, kind, and considerate. Otherwise, with such a system, 9 out of 10 hosts would likely descend into villainy. Proud of her character for a moment, Yunjin then shifted her focus to the pressing matters at hand. Chapter 99. The perpetual motion machine. Yunjin sought to display the authority of her master and thus called out in a solemn voice, Cheng and Appos. Yiqing? Gu Jinghong. Gong gong a wu. The elixirs are delicious. Yunjin cleared her throat a few times, feeling that her call sounded somewhat strange. Little Cheng? Cheng? After a brief silence, Yiqing responded softly, as long as master is pleased. You are such a well-behaved child. Yunjin gazed at Yiqing with a benevolent smile akin to that of an elder. Little Yi, the situation is as follows. You should at least call me master. I believe it is my duty to teach you some true skills. Otherwise, wouldn't you be at a loss? Yiqing's eyes brightened instantly. Was master intending to teach him the art of cultivation? Yunjin continued leisurely, as for swordsmanship, you are unlikely to master it, so I shall not waste our time. Yiqing nodded emphatically. Indeed, swordsmanship held no allure for him. He was eager to learn the art of cultivation instead. Therefore, I have decided to impart to you the knowledge you most require, Yunjin revealed with a mysterious smile. Yi Cheng, typically indifferent, felt a surge of excitement. The most essential knowledge must surely pertain to cultivation. Yunjin then adopted a serious expression. I have resolved to teach you the ways of the world. Yicheng appeared taken aback. Yunjin continued earnestly, look at you. After so many years at the Tianqing sect, you have still fallen prey to others and Oppo's schemes. I, however, am different. In the current Tianqing sect, who would dare to provoke me? Is it because of my strength? No. It is because I possess a particular talent in navigating social dynamics. Everyone is captivated by my personal charm, thus they refrain from opposing me. Yicheng hesitated. Is that truly the case? Of course, Yunjin said, casting a dangerous glance at him. What, do you doubt my charisma? Yicheng stiffened at once. To respond would contradict his principles. Yet, remaining silent would be a sign of disrespect. The good-natured Yi Cheng found himself in a dilemma. Emotional value 50. Yunjin, pleased by the system's report, realized she could even extract benefits from this eldest disciple. She had indeed made progress. Clearing her throat, she stated, all right. I won't tease you any longer. Yicheng, bewildered, thought, tease him? Suddenly, he felt a sense of hopelessness about his future. Could this master truly be reliable? Master knows you are most interested in the art of cultivation, and coincidentally, I have conducted some research in this area. Yunjin said gently. You may have heard people mention my innovations in the minor rain technique, earth control technique, and insect extermination finger. Now, I shall impart this modified cultivation technique to you. Yicheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This time, Yunjin was not deceiving him. She had utilized simplification tokens to replicate these three techniques. After the system and Oppo's modifications and upgrades, these techniques had now reached the lower tier of the profound level. The benefits were naturally enhanced, but the entry requirements had also increased. For Yicheng to master them, he would need to start from scratch. Among your three spiritual roots, your water spiritual root is the most powerful, Yunjin instructed. Begin your studies with the new minor rain technique. Handing him a jade slip, Yicheng felt a surge of astonishment. Master, I have only just begun. He had heard tales of the prowess of this new minor rain technique. Such profound secrets could not possibly be taught without testing him for a year or two. Yunjin dismissed these concerns. She recognized Yicheng's potential and needed to cultivate him swiftly to extricate herself from the spiritual fields. Not a problem. You are my eldest disciple and my only disciple at present. If you do not master my unique skills soon, how will you teach any future junior disciples? Yunjin stated with an air of maturity. A flicker of emotion passed through Yicheng and Oppo's eyes, as if he had made a resolution, and he appeared more determined. I shall heed Master's teachings. Very well, you may now study the techniques. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me, Yunjin instructed. Yes. Yicheng responded eagerly. With Master and Oppo's high expectations, he felt compelled to learn swiftly so he could eventually teach his junior peers. Yicheng immersed himself in study, while Yunjin observed as the bond level surged to 70. She found satisfaction in Yicheng's innocent nature, which made him easily teachable. With the rapid increase in their bond, it would not be long before it reached its maximum, at which point she would receive a complete return on his cultivation. As Yicheng delved into the minor rain technique, he felt as though he had unlocked a door to a new world. This was indeed an evolution of the minor rain technique, yet it surpassed the original considerably. Could cultivation truly be practiced in this manner? Yicheng became entranced. But the difficulty of the new technique, being of the profound level, posed challenges beyond the previous yellow-level techniques he had encountered. Soon, a look of confusion crossed his face as he hit a bottleneck, unable to proceed further. Beep. Host-disciple Yicheng has encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Would you like to use simplification tokens to assist him in breaking through? Yunjin's gaze flickered. Oh, it can directly assist him in overcoming his bottleneck? She quickly inquired further, and the system provided an explanation. A teacher imparts knowledge, guides, and resolves doubts. After system modifications, all techniques imparted by the host can be enhanced using simplification tokens for rapid advancement. The host and Oppo's new minor rain technique is currently at the second tier, and using simplification tokens can help Yicheng achieve the same level in a shorter time. Additionally, the host technique level will automatically be one tier higher than the disciples. Yunjin reviewed the information multiple times before confirming the system and Oppo's meaning. Her jaw dropped in astonishment. Wow, this system has created a closed loop. I can assist my disciples in rapidly improving their skills, and as they advance, my own skills will automatically elevate a tier above theirs. Then, I can help them improve again, and the cycle continues. Isn't this a perpetual motion machine? If she were to gather numerous disciples with various talents and cultivate them, not only would she become invincible in the realm of cultivation, But she could also become extraordinarily versatile. Her efforts traversing through various worlds had not been in vain. This system was simply remarkable. In the next moment, the system added, due to the bond level being at 70, using simplification tokens on Yiqing will incur an additional 30 cost. Raising the bond level promptly will mitigate excessive consumption. This meant she would need to expend 30 more simplification tokens than she would on herself. Yunjin felt a pang of regret. But considering the immense benefits Yiqing and Appo's advancement would bring her, she decided that the emotional value must be spent. Fortunately, she had accumulated a fair amount through her endeavors. When her reserves ran low, she would simply seek out the top-ranked brother to foster their bond. Moreover, the male protagonist was soon to appear. And Yunjin had a strong premonition that he would undoubtedly become her second elder brother. With the assistance of two elder brothers, how could she possibly lack emotional value? Chapter 100. The ordinary genius Yunjin gazed at Yiqing as if he were a precious treasure. Initially, she believed that a direct master-servant contract would be more advantageous. However, she now realized that she had misjudged the system. Family. It is still imperative to follow proper channels. A master-servant contract drains all potential at once. But this mentor-apprentice relationship allows both parties to enter a positive cycle. Yunjin felt a surge of curiosity. In this world, the legends of planting masters revolve around those of the 9th rank. If she could cultivate Yiqing to that level, what about herself? According to the system's stipulations that elevate the master by a significant realm, what realm would she herself attain? Yunjin found herself filled with anticipation. Soon, she could unleash a small rain technique, causing a plethora of spiritual plants to instantaneously blossom into millennia-old beings. The essence of her thoughts, invincible. Yunjin's gaze towards Yiqing became fervent. Gu Jinghong, standing nearby, pressed his lips tightly together. How could Yiqing, having just become a disciple, receive such favor from the master? Gu Jinghong knew that as a servant, he had no right to voice his opinions. Yet he couldn't help but express, somewhat enviously, Master. Yiqing is merely a 3-root spirit. His cultivation aptitude is rather mediocre. Nurturing him may prove challenging. I, too, possess dual roots in water and earth, equally suited for cultivation and planting techniques. If the master requires assistance, I can. Before Gu Jinghong could finish, a familiar pain surged through his mind. Yunjin was punishing him through the contract. Gu Jinghong's face turned pale, yet a flicker of joy stirred within. How familiar this sensation was. The master had finally punished him once more. And what about Yiqing? Did he receive such treatment? He did not. Gu Jinghong, Yunjin said sharply. How can you compare yourself to Yiqing? He is my esteemed disciple, destined to inherit my legacy. You are merely a servant, and Yiqing is, in a sense, your half-master. Who permitted you to speak of your master in such a manner? A smile unexpectedly graced Gu Jinghong's lips. Master's teachings are well noted. I shall not dare to do so again. Is he still smiling? Yunjin regarded him with suspicion and coldly stated, you must remember this in the future. Yes. Gu Jinghong replied obediently once more. Do you see? The master takes the time to reprimand him specifically, while others remain untouched. This only proves that his status in the master's eyes is unlike that of anyone else. A flicker of veiled delight emerged within Gu Jinghong's blood-colored pupils. Unbeknownst to Yunjin, Gu Jinghong harbored such twisted thoughts. She contemplated that Yiqing was indeed someone worth cultivating. His talent, while notable, was not the most crucial aspect with the system in play. What truly mattered was character. She recognized Yiqing's integrity. Nurturing him would not only provide her with a capable assistant, but would also facilitate her rapid advancement in planting techniques. Truly a wise investment. However, Yunjin was never one to perform good deeds anonymously. Whenever she did something beneficial, she ensured that not only the involved parties were aware, but that the entire world knew. Thus, she could not simply use her simplified chances to help Yiqing overcome his bottleneck in silence. If she did so, where would her credit lie? If she were to assist, it must be done with great fanfare. This way, Yiqing would remember her contributions as a master and be sure to repay her efforts in the future. Observing Yiqing deep in contemplation, she suddenly called out, Disciple, focus and concentrate. I shall assist you in your cultivation. Yiqing instinctively complied. The next moment, Yunjin placed her hand atop his head. Simplified chances. Activate. Yunjin intoned. Now, I shall use a secret technique to impart my insights directly into your mind. This method is quite taxing on my energy, so I cannot maintain it for long. You must absorb it well. Taxing on her energy? Yiqing felt a pang of anxiety and was about to refuse when Yunjin continued. Clear your mind. Now, focus solely on the difficulties you faced earlier, and I shall help you break through. Yiqing was overwhelmed with emotion. His master truly had devoted so much for him. What merit did he possess to deserve such treatment? He forcibly blinked away the tears welling in his eyes, focusing intently on the challenges he faced. To his astonishment, The obstacles that had previously troubled him began to loosen their grip. In the span of a single incense stick's burning time, he broke through the bottleneck. Yiqing hurriedly opened his eyes. Master, I did it. Very well. Yunjin withdrew her hand, her complexion pale, clearly indicating the toll it had taken on her. Master. Yiqing's concern surged. Are you all right? It is my foolishness that has caused you such exhaustion. Yunjin offered a reassuring smile. It is of no consequence. What matters is that you have learned. Master Yicheng could no longer contain his tears. I will redouble my efforts in cultivation and will not let your expectations down. Yunjin coughed lightly. This secret technique is truly remarkable. Though you may not feel it now, the knowledge of planting techniques is already inscribed in your subconscious. Should you encounter further difficulties in your cultivation, the technique will aid you in overcoming them at the right moment. Yicheng, I have high hopes for you. Yes, I shall do my utmost. Yicheng replied solemnly. Now, continue your studies diligently. And do not forget to tend to this spirit field. I may return with some seeds in due time. Yunjin attempted to rise, but her complexion turned ashen, and she stumbled. Gu Jinghong rushed forward to support her. Yunjin sighed. It seems I have overestimated my own capabilities. After this transmission of knowledge, I will need to rest for some time. Gu Jinghong shot a resentful glare at Yicheng. This person, what virtue did he possess to garner such favor from the master? Yicheng felt a twinge of guilt. He wanted to assist Yunjin but was subtly obstructed by Gu Jinghong. He could only express his commitment to diligently cultivate and care for the spirit field. Vowing not to disappoint his master, Yunjin nodded in approval. As long as you grow, I shall find joy in my sacrifices. Now, you may go. Yes, master. Yicheng's eyes brimmed with emotion. Yunjin cast one last glance at Gu Jinghong. You shall remain here with Gao Gao for training. I will return to seclusion for a few days. Gu Jinghong felt uneasy but could not defy Yunjin's orders, so he complied. Once she had departed for a while and assured that she was out of Yicheng's sight, Yunjin's complexion brightened. Excellent. With the bond value reaching 80. It was evident how well she had performed in this act. She, Yunjin, was truly a small genius adept in the intricacies of human relationships. Satisfied, Yunjin left. Gu Jinghong cast a cold glance at Yicheng. Yicheng, he said expressionlessly, though you are the master's foremost disciple. It is as Master Ma has mentioned, she can sever the master-disciple bond at any time, just as she may choose to part ways with you. Yicheng paused, momentarily bewildered by the statement. Gu Jinghong scoffed. I, however, am different. The master will never dissolve our servant contract. She would only kill me first. Yicheng. Gu Jinghong wore a proud expression. Thus, our connection remains unbroken until death. You are still far from my level. With that, he departed with Gao Gao, leaving Yicheng in a state of utter confusion. Wait, is this really something to compare? Chapter 101. The cultivation family having decided to retreat for seclusion. Yunjin swiftly sought out Yu Zhao. Upon arriving at the entrance, she was greeted by a cacophony of lively voices. Hurry, hurry, play your cards. After finally managing to sit down for a game of Pai Gao, don't waste my time. Senior brother, weren't you just lamenting about missing one player? Now that junior sister is here, why Haven and Amp? Oppos. You invited her to join? Yunjin was equally curious and paused in her tracks. However, Yu Zhao evaded a direct answer. Merely glancing at Si Wan Ning, why don't you go and call her? Si Wan Ning shivered slightly. Perhaps it's better if it's just the three of us. 3 is a good number. The thought of junior sister joining was somewhat intimidating. Her methods of showcasing her prowess were varied and unpredictable, leaving one utterly unprepared for her sudden displays. Yunjin pondered deeply. Was it a good thing that her senior brothers and sisters were excluding her from their games? Although she seemed to lack time for such frivolities herself, it appeared that they were indulging in leisure. It seemed everyone had grown a bit complacent lately. Yunjin engaged in a moment of self-reflection. How could she focus solely on her own improvement while neglecting to uplift those around her? As the saying goes, one who achieves greatness should benefit the world. And being such an exceptional individual, she ought to inspire those around her to excel as well. Thus, dear senior brothers and sisters, your days of leisure are over. Of course, she bore no ill will for their exclusion from the Pai Gao game. Yunjin was not that type of person. Her primary goal was to lead everyone towards mutual prosperity. With this thought in mind, Yunjin calmly pushed open the door. 3 pairs of eyes turned to her in unison. The expressions on Yu Zhao and Si Wan Ning and Oppos' faces shifted dramatically, while Yu Song Yin stood petrified in shock. Jay Junior sister? What brings you here? Si Wan Ning asked, her tone betraying a hint of guilt. Yu Zhao quickly interjected, Junior sister, we intended to invite you. But your second senior sister insisted on not bringing you along. Look at her, she is quite mischievous. Si Wan Ning shot an incredulous glare at Yu Zhao. How could one be so shameless? I'm different, Yu Zhao continued earnestly. I always wanted you to join us. Without you, everything in my world feels devoid of meaning. Now that you're here, my world is brightened. Si Ning was thoroughly enraged. "You old rogue, Yu Zhao." But before she could draw her sword, Yunjin smiled brightly. "Senior brother, I'm truly touched by your longing for me. I have also deeply reflected upon this, as fellow disciples. We ought to spend more time together and cultivate our bonds. How could I be so engrossed in my own affairs and overlook my senior brothers and sisters?" Both Yu Zhao and Si Ning displayed expressions of alarm. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over them. In truth, Yu Zhao had intended to refuse. But Yunjin had already declared, "From now on, let us practice swordsmanship together. The grand assembly of the sect is approaching, and if we do not strive, we shall surely bring disgrace to our master." Though she presented it as a collective necessity, the reality was that they could practice individually. Si Ning cautiously suggested, "There is no need for us to practice together." Yunjin's eyes widened with feigned sorrow. "Is second senior sister dissatisfied with me? Do you no longer wish to see me?" Si Ning hastily waved her hands. "That's not what I meant." "Very well." Yunjin's demeanor brightened instantly. "Let us agree to practice together from now on. There is no better day than today to start." Yu Zhao and Si Ning exchanged glances filled with resentment and envy, casting a look at Yu Songnian. The timing of his petrification was quite fortuitous, as he managed to avoid the situation entirely. Following their gaze, Yunjin turned to Yu Songnian, pausing thoughtfully before asking, "Senior brother, what sword technique does he practice?" Linya was renowned for its swordsmanship, and all its disciples specialized in this art, Yu Songnian included. Yet, since joining, Yunjin had never witnessed him in action, only aware of his elusive movements that seemed to evade detection. Yu Zhao explained, "Are you familiar with the cultivation family? The Yu family?" Yunjin shook her head. Yu Zhao elaborated, "You should know that spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. In the mortal realm, it is possible for 1 in 10,000 to possess a spiritual root, leading to a scarcity of talent across various sects and hampering the harmonious development of the cultivation world." Pausing, Yu Zhao noticed his language was overly modern and with concern. He asked, "Junior sister, do you comprehend what I'm saying?" Yunjin nodded, indicating her understanding. "Please, continue, senior brother." Encouraged, Yu Zhao continued. "Eventually, it became apparent that the offspring of cultivators had a higher probability of possessing spiritual roots. Consequently, practitioners began to seek partners among fellow cultivators. Some, lacking the qualifications to enter a sect, formed unions in the mortal realm. Over generations, this practice led to the establishment of cultivation families. The children of these families possess spiritual roots at a significantly higher rate than ordinary households, ensuring a stable source of talent for the major sections. Some powerful families can even rival a mid-tier sect. Yunjin contemplated. "So, the Yu family, where senior brother belongs, is such a lineage?" Yu Zhao nodded solemnly, lowering his voice. "The father of our third senior brother was once the head of the Yu family, and he displayed remarkable talent from a young age, destined to inherit the family's leadership. However, he inexplicably fell victim to a peculiar affliction that caused him to petrify at random intervals, each episode diminishing his cultivation level. Over time, this once promising genius was rendered a mere shadow of his former self. With the protection of his father, he managed to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Yet, tragedy struck when his father was ambushed and killed by rivals during an outing. Without his father's shield, his circumstances became perilous. Resolute, he abandoned everything to join Tianqing's sect, where our master took him under his wing. Thus, he temporarily escaped the clutches of the Yu family. Our master has made great efforts to suppress the effects of his affliction, but it remains incurable, leaving his cultivation unstable. Should the grand assembly of the sect conclude with our master losing his position, the Yu family will likely come knocking." Yu Zhao sighed deeply. "Each of us bears our own burdens. The peculiar affliction." Yunjin gazed at Yu Songnian, who appeared outwardly normal, yet moved with an unusual stiffness. Her curiosity piqued. "System, please scan third senior brother's condition." The system's mechanical voice replied, "Condition complex, standard mode unable to scan." This was Yunjin's first encounter with such a situation, igniting her interest. What mode is required then? Chapter 102. The sword concealment path requires a deep scan to be initiated. As the host, Yunjin was informed by the system that the level of Yu Songnian was significantly higher, necessitating the use of 10 advanced simplification attempts for the deep scan. Yunjin gasped in shock. 10 advanced simplification attempts. In conversion, that equated to 100 intermediate attempts or 1,000 basic attempts. While she currently possessed 1,000 basic simplification attempts, exhausting all of them on scanning her third senior brother was utterly unfeasible. It would jeopardize her comprehensive plan. The system indicated that due to her third senior brother's superior cultivation, only advanced attempts could be utilized for the deep scan. Once her cultivation surpassed Yu Songnian's, the consumption of simplification attempts would likely diminish. Yet, it would still be a painfully significant number. At that moment, Yunjin's gaze towards Yu Songyin transformed. In the original narrative, Yu Songyin was a figure of obscurity, remaining unnoticed in life and death. Even when others spoke of the Tianjian peak lineage, they often overlooked his existence. However, the fact that scanning such an unremarkable person required an exorbitant number of simplification attempts suggested he harbored some astounding secret. Yunjin was intrigued by this prospect but had to forego the scan for now. Senior brother, you still haven't told me what sword technique my third senior brother practices. Yunjin inquired. Your third senior brother cultivates a sword technique he brought from the Yu family. This technique employs a short sword, rarely revealing itself. Yet, when it strikes, it is thunderous and devastatingly powerful. Thus, it is named. Yunjin's eyes sparkled as she eagerly interjected, it is called the Shipo Tianjin technique. Yu Zhao stared at her in disbelief. Yunjin's eyes gleamed once more. So, it is the dominant sword technique? Yu Zhao took a deep breath and replied calmly, it is known as the concealed sword path. The essence of this path lies in concealment. You will not see his sword until the critical moment. Furthermore, your third senior brother is not intentionally withholding the sword technique from you. It is simply a technique of the Yu family, and he lacks the authority to disseminate it. Yunjin waved her hand dismissively, it's fine. I already possess sufficient sword techniques. Yu Zhao and Si Ning exchanged glances, contemplating the urge to strike her. After the petrification of third senior brother, are we merely to leave him be? Yunjin questioned. Yu Zhao nodded. For now, that is all we can do. In a couple of hours, the petrification will naturally lift. Yunjin's curiosity regarding Yu Songyin intensified. Once her simplification attempts were ample, she would delve into this mystery. For the moment, however, she needed to conserve her simplification attempts for the Celestial Restoration Pill, a precious 7th-grade elixir. Currently, she was a veritable powerhouse of emotional value, having amassed over 6,000 basic simplification attempts. Yet, when converted to advanced attempts, it amounted to merely 60. Ascending levels required either intermediate or advanced simplifications. And given her considerable leap in levels, she would likely need to utilize advanced simplifications entirely. Moreover, there would likely be various stringent conditions. With more than 2 months remaining, she was determined to strive for the Celestial Restoration Pill. After discussing Yu Songyin extensively, Yunjin remarked, Senior brother, please take a seat. I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. Yu Zhao. You should be grateful that Yunjin wasn't asking him to kneel before her. Please, speak, junior sister, he replied, rearranging his expression. Yunjin wore a somewhat troubled look, it and Oppos. S like this. I feel that I possess far too few pill formulas. The Foundation Establishment Pill and the Returning Essence Pill are both functional pills and do not directly enhance spiritual power. I desire a 2nd-grade formula that can directly elevate my spiritual power. Once I acquire such a pill, the inherent potency of the pill combined with the system's effect will enable me to reach the pinnacle of Foundation establishment swiftly. At that point, I could attempt to break through to the Golden Core stage. Moreover, compared to others, I have a significant advantage, having traversed through time. My soul and Oppos' realm has naturally reached its peak. If my cultivation can catch up, my soul and Oppos' realm will elevate correspondingly, saving me an immeasurable amount of time relative to others. This is precisely why I am confident I can defy fate at the sect-wide conference. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhao donned a serious expression, junior sister, regardless of the stage. Formulas that can enhance cultivation are of utmost importance. For instance, the Master of the Fire Peak possesses such formulas, but they are fundamental to his existence, and he would never share them. Originally, the Baichao Pavilion should house various formulas, but our persona as disciples of a major sect or even a sacred land suggests we should not lack for formulas. Thus, I hesitate to ask the Baichao Pavilion for assistance. Currently, the marketplace is rife with undercurrents. Seeking formulas may reveal our intentions, leading to complications. I advise you to refrain from pursuing other formulas for now and focus on your cultivation for a few months. Yunjin remained unperturbed, senior brother. It's all right if we don't have ready-made formulas. Just acquiring some pills will suffice. Pills will suffice? Yu Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Yunjin smiled. Do you think I obtained the formulas for the Foundation Establishment Pill and Returning Essence Pill by mere chance? I derived them through the pills themselves. Emotional value 100. Emotional value 100. Yu Zhao and Si Ning exchanged incredulous glances, delivering a flurry of emotional value boosts upon her. Yunjin and Oppos' smile blossomed even brighter. What's wrong? Yunjin feigned confusion. Isn't that a fundamental operation for an alchemist? Surely other alchemists cannot be so inept? Yu Zhao's lips quivered. What nonsense fundamental operation? If all alchemists were this peculiar, would these formulas be treasured as they are? Did you not realize I derived them myself? Yunjin was genuinely curious, so, If I can directly concoct these two types of pills, you are not perplexed? Si Ning timidly replied. I assumed it was senior brother who procured them for you. These two formulas were relatively common. Yunjin had initially profited significantly from refining the Bilan pill, so she could certainly afford to buy them. Yu Zhao remained silent. I thought you exchanged them with Elder Ming. Yunjin. She could only lament that her senior brothers and sisters were a bit too oblivious. Thankfully, it was her. Had a scheming individual infiltrated the Tianjin Peak, they would have been led in circles. Yu Zhao cleared his throat and asked, so, junior sister, you truly can reconstruct formulas based on the pills? I should be able to do so for first and second grade pills. Yunjin responded cautiously. For third grade pills, I would need to utilize intermediate or advanced simplification attempts. So I might as well wait until I reach the golden core stage. If it did not involve formulas, but merely the pills, there was no need to venture into the marketplace. She could exchange for them within the sect. Please wait here, junior sister. I shall return shortly, Yu Zhao assured her. Departing with a notably brisk pace, Si Ning remarked, what is he in such a hurry for? He walks as if pursued by a ghost. In the next instant, she looked up to see Yunjin's radiant smile. Sister, shall we practice swordsmanship? Si Ning. Yu Zhao, you scoundrel. No wonder you fled so swiftly. You are hardly deserving of the title senior brother. Chapter 103, The Realm of Swordsmanship. Junior sister, it's quite late already. Perhaps we should commence our practice tomorrow? Si Ning's voice trembled. It was that she was averse to sword training. Rather, practicing alongside Yunjin was undeniably infuriating. Surely, her family could comprehend her plight. Senior sister, tomorrow and tomorrow, how many tomorrows are there? When we seek to be idle, there will always be someone else striving in our stead. Yunjin passionately articulated, but Si Ning interjected, someone else striving for us? That sounds rather fortunate. Yunjin turned to look at Si Ning, who suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She cleared her throat and declared, junior sister, I fully understand your noble intentions. Come, let us practice swordsmanship right now. At this, Yunjin's face brightened with a reassuring smile. Rest assured, senior sister, to ensure your diligence, I shall come to seek you out every day henceforth. Si Ning replied. Thank you, but that is entirely unnecessary. However, this time, Yunjin was not as vexatious as before. She did not bring her small stool, nor did she indulge in snacks or tea. Instead, she wielded her sword earnestly, strike after strike. Watching Yunjin's serious profile, Si Ning found herself momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, she too drew her sword, her emotions swirling within her. Junior sister was genuinely striving to elevate herself. The fate of all at the sect would be revealed at the upcoming Grand Assembly. There was no time left to squander. Yet, at her current level of swordsmanship, further progress depended more on insight than mere repetition. Mechanical practice had ceased to hold any value. Nevertheless, exerting oneself was always preferable to idleness. Thus, Si Ning earnestly began her training. Yunjin, observing from the corner of her eye, wore a subtle smile. Senior sister's Lotus Blossom Sword Technique had reached the 6th tier, a commendable achievement. Typically, further advancement through mere repetitive practice was no longer feasible. However, with her presence, the circumstances were different. At the Grand Assembly, not only would she be present, but so too would their master and several senior brothers and sisters, all poised for battle. As for their master, a single celestial restoration pill would suffice. The senior siblings, for their advancement, had two paths to pursue: realm enhancement or mastery of techniques. In terms of realm, the pills suitable for the nascent soul stage were already 4th tier, which Yunjin could not concoct in the short term. Thus, she would need to focus on the technique aspect. Just yesterday, she had attempted to employ an advanced simplification of the Lotus Blossom Sword Technique. The results were most gratifying. Firstly, the premise that observing senior sister and Appo's sword practice could enhance her own understanding of the Lotus Blossom Sword Technique still held true. Secondly, with each practice session, senior sister gleaned insights into swordsmanship. This meant that as long as she practiced, she would gain understanding and elevate her swordsmanship realm. Consequently, if the practice duration was sufficiently long, senior sister might very well elevate her swordsmanship to the 9th tier before the Grand Assembly. As for herself, she could also benefit from this, propelling her own Lotus Blossom Sword Technique to the 9th tier. Although her primary focus was on the Azure Lotus Sword Technique, there were inherent connections between sword techniques. Elevating the Lotus Blossom Sword Technique would greatly enhance her comprehension of swordsmanship. Yunjin had traversed numerous worlds, and in any realm where sword cultivators existed, she would invariably choose the path of the sword. Yet, returning to this life, while the memories of traversing small worlds remained, the profound insights and intricacies of swordsmanship had been forcibly forgotten. Even though she had once been the pinnacle of sword cultivators countless times, in this life, she had to start anew. However, She held confidence in her abilities. Though the myriad sword techniques she had once mastered had slipped from her grasp, certain elements had been indelibly etched into her soul, imprinted within her very essence. Even without a system, Yunjin could still become an unparalleled master of swordsmanship. The system merely expedited the process. Moreover, as she continually engaged with sword techniques, Yunjin sensed the latent insights buried within her soul beginning to resurface. For instance, at this moment, her Lotus Blossom sword technique was still far from the 6th tier, and she refrained from leveraging the system. Yet, as she watched Si-Wan-Ning practice, she could discern certain stagnations and inaccuracies within her movements. This was a testament to her innate sensitivity to swordsmanship. Senior sister. As Si-Wan-Ning completed a set of sword movements, Yunjin directly pointed out several inaccuracies. Si-Wan-Ning was momentarily bewildered. The next time, she made slight adjustments to her technique based on Yunjin's suggestions, and to her astonishment, she found it flowed much more smoothly than before. Si-Wan-Ning gazed at Yunjin with newfound respect. Occasionally, their master would offer similar guidance, but she couldn't shake the feeling that even their master's advice lacked the incisiveness of her junior sister's insights. Had her junior sister surpassed their master in swordsmanship? After a brief spell of shock, Si-Wan-Ning suddenly felt elated. For once, it was she and the senior brother who were astonished, turning the tables to let their master experience this wonder. With Yunjin's guidance and the system's enhancement, Si-Wan-Ning felt as though each practice session bestowed upon her a fresh insight. This sensation was simply exquisite. She squinted her eyes, wholly entranced by the continuous wave of progress. As a result, her swordplay quickened, and her technique became increasingly refined. Yunjin stepped back, her lips curving into a smile. In the realm of no-self, under the stimulation of swordsmanship insights, senior sister had unexpectedly entered this state. In the center of the open space, Si-Wan-Ning wielded her sword, her body and technique appearing to meld into one. Yunjin observed, momentarily unsure whether she was witnessing a person or a sword. In the next instant, an additional petal silently emerged from the 6-petal lotus surrounding Si-Wan-Ning. Yunjin couldn't help but smile. The 7th tier of the Lotus Blossom sword technique had been achieved. Senior sister had been stuck at the 6th tier of the Lotus Blossom sword technique for quite some time. What she had lacked was merely a stroke of fortune. And now, Yunjin and the system were that very fortune. Though she had broken through to the 7th tier, Si-Wan-Ning did not pause. She completed a full sequence before finally stopping. Junior sister. Si-Wan-Ning sheathed her sword and joyfully embraced Yunjin. I've broken through. I've broken through. Yunjin beamed in return. Congratulations, senior sister. Si-Wan-Ning's face radiated joy, all thanks to your excellent teaching, junior sister. Although it was merely a mid-level sword technique, achieving the 7th tier placed her among the foremost in her generation. Si-Wan-Ning even felt confident enough to challenge Yu Zhao to a contest of strength. Just as she thought of Yu Zhao, he returned. Observing Si-Wan-Ning tightly embracing Yunjin, he promptly turned away. I'm sorry, I saw nothing. I didn't expect you to. Si-Wan-Ning, uninterested in Yu Zhao's nonsensical remarks, drew her sword and declared, Senior brother, let us duel. Before Yu Zhao could fully comprehend the situation, Si-Wan-Ning's sword was already before him. He faltered for a moment, compelled to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Yunjin swiftly retrieved her small stool, teacup, and snacks, relishing the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 103. Elixirs and Rings. Previously, Yu Zhao's cultivation and swordsmanship surpassed Si-Wan-Ning by a significant margin. Thus, he approached their duel with a sense of nonchalance. To the outside world, his strength might seem unimpressive. However, among the younger generation of the Tianqing sect, he firmly held the esteemed position of the foremost disciple. Yet, upon engaging in combat, Yu Zhao's demeanor shifted drastically. It appeared that his junior sister's swordplay had undergone a remarkable enhancement, her techniques exhibiting an unpredictability and versatility that momentarily left him at a loss. Observing Yu Zhao's bewilderment, Si-Wan-Ning felt a playful impulse surging within her. Mimicking Yunjin, she exclaimed, Lotus Blossom sword technique, 7th realm. 7th realm? Before Yu Zhao could fully comprehend, 7 petals of lotus flowers materialized around Si-Wan-Ning. He was struck with astonishment. He was certain that she had been, like him, stuck at the pinnacle of the 6th realm. How could she have ascended so suddenly, in just one morning? Is this scientifically plausible? As confusion raced through his mind, he noticed Yunjin, who was sipping tea and snacking on seeds. The connection was unmistakable. Si-Wan-Ning and Appo's sudden advancement in swordsmanship was undoubtedly linked to the little sister. Yu Zhao felt a pang of regret for having delayed for so long. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to focus on countering Si-Wan-Ning and Appo's aggressive techniques. Fortunately, his superior prowess allowed him to ultimately subdue her, despite her swordplay being at the 6th realm. Si-Wan-Ning, with a mischievous grin, declared the match over and added, "All right, senior brother, you may leave now. Oh, by the way, didn't you collect some elixirs? Come, hand them over and be on your way." She reached for the storage pouch at Yu Zhao's waist. Yu Zhao firmly grasped the pouch, exclaiming, "Senior sister, how can you be so rude? Men and women should maintain a respectful distance." Si Wan Ning feigned innocence, responding, "But I need to practice swordsmanship with junior sister. You took your time coming back, so you must not wish to join us, right? I'm merely assisting you." Yun Jin stood up, feigning surprise. "Oh, so senior brother doesn't want to practice swordplay with us? In that case, hand over the storage pouch, and you can find someone to play Pai Gao." Had this been some time ago, Yu Zhao would have eagerly acquiesced. However, now he resolutely retorted, "Junior sister, do not slander me. I merely sought to gather a wider variety of elixirs. I did not delay on purpose. My greatest desire in this life is to practice swordsmanship alongside junior sister. Even if you were to place a sword at my throat, I would never leave." He spoke with a determination that suggested he was prepared to face any consequence. Yun Jin and Si Wan Ning could not help but laugh. "Here, junior sister. These are the elixirs I have gathered. Most are of the first and second grades, totaling 17 varieties. The third grade elixirs are quite valuable, and I could only procure 4 types after searching the entire sect. All the elixirs are here." Yu Zhao presented a storage pouch to Yun Jin. She accepted it, but did not rush to examine its contents. Instead, she inquired, "Since senior brother is back, why not join us for sword practice?" Yu Zhao nodded eagerly. "Of course. Are you truly content? You seem unperturbed." Yun Jin probed further. Yu Zhao hastily replied, "What are you saying, junior sister? As the eldest brother, I must lead by example. Practicing swordsmanship is not something to be delayed. Come, let us begin our training at once." With renewed vigor, Yu Zhao embarked on their sword practice. He was uncertain how Yun Jin had facilitated Si Wan Ning's advancement, but the results were undeniable. Though he felt a twinge of embarrassment at relying on his junior sister, he was resolute in his determination to conceal it. Yun Jin refrained from teasing Yu Zhao further. She employed an advanced simplification of the breaking void sword technique and provided insightful guidance. Yu Zhao's innate talent was actually slightly superior to Si Wan Ning's. With each piece of advice from Yun Jin, his understanding deepened, and gradually, his swordplay accelerated and became increasingly sophisticated. While he did not reach the realm of selflessness as Si Wan Ning had, during a seemingly ordinary swing of his sword, his technique unexpectedly transformed. The breakthrough to the 7th realm felt organic and effortless. This is a breakthrough. Yu Zhao felt his hands tremble around the sword. Both he and Si Wan Ning had been ensnared in this realm for a decade. Initially, they had worked diligently, but over time, no amount of practice yielded further enlightenment. They could only await the legendary moment of awakening, but this time felt different. Yun Jin's guidance aside, even during their practice, each session brought forth new insights. Although these realizations were scarce, they were nonetheless significant. It seemed that the profound wisdom imparted by their junior sister required repeated practice to fully assimilate. They were unafraid of hardship, only fearful of toil without reward. Yet now, the situation appeared promising. If they persevered, the 7th realm might not be their limit. Could they dare to explore the power of the 9th grade sword techniques? Yu Zhao and Si Wan Ning felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. They turned in unison to gaze at Yun Jin, the catalyst of their transformation. Yun Jin waved her hand nonchalantly. "No need for thanks. Senior brother and senior sister. I shall return to my studies on elixirs, while you two remember to continue your sword practice." This time, Yu Zhao and Si Wan Ning exhibited no reluctance. They not only agreed but were also filled with eagerness. Who wouldn't relish the feeling of constant progress? This transformation was a gift from their junior sister, and they were determined not to squander it. Confident that Yu Zhao and Si Wan Ning would not slacken their efforts, Yun Jin leisurely returned. She cast a barrier around the small wooden house, not to ward off intruders, but to signal her seclusion, ensuring that no one would disturb her. Yun Jin began to examine the elixirs Yu Zhao had exchanged. Among them, the 1st grade elixirs were the most numerous, followed by the 2nd grade, while the 3rd grade contained only 4 varieties. She began her assessment with the 3rd grade elixirs, the Vitality Pill, Tranquil Heart Pill, Qi Gathering Ointment, and Disinfectant Powder. The Qi Gathering Ointment, intended to enhance cultivation, would be essential once she broke through to the Golden Core stage, necessitating a substantial production of it. From the 2nd grade elixirs, she quickly identified a Huanglong Pill, which she had heard Gu Jinghong mention previously. It was known for augmenting spiritual energy. Excellent. This is the one. She swiftly simplified the Huanglong Pill, which originally required 23 types of herbs, down to just 10 through the system's simplification. A few of these herbs were still lacking, so she relayed the information to Yu Zhao via a communication token. Yu Zhao maintained a commercial connection with Baichao Pavilion, so acquiring the necessary herbs should not pose a problem. By evening, Yu Zhao had gathered all the materials for the Huanglong pill and placed them at the entrance of the wooden house. Yun Jin promptly commenced the large-scale refinement of the Huanglong pill. In her room, 3 alchemical furnaces were set up, each diligently busy as she added the herbs, truly embodying the title of the king of alchemical furnaces. Previously, she had attempted to operate more furnaces simultaneously, but the results revealed that 3 was her current limit. To achieve more, she would likely need to advance in her cultivation. As the furnaces worked industriously, Yun Jin, feeling somewhat bored, retrieved the ring and began experimenting with it once more. She recalled that in her previous life, Yi Danxia had opened this ring during the foundation establishment stage. However, she could not recall the precise moment, as she had been reduced to a maid and had no access to such matters at that time. She had made several attempts before, but her magical energy always felt insufficient. Once again, Yun Jin approached this attempt with little hope. To her astonishment, as she casually infused a strand of spiritual energy, the barrier of the ring remarkably shattered on its own. Chapter 104. The Genius Sword Cultivator. Songli Yun Jin was utterly astonished. Was it truly this simple to unlock it? Just that morning, she had attempted to do so, but to no avail. Now, her spiritual power seemed unchanged, yet she effortlessly succeeded. Regardless, the unlocking was a fortuitous occurrence. She probed her spiritual energy into the ring. Before even glimpsing its contents, she was already immensely gratified. This ring was, in essence, a capacious storage device. While a typical storage pouch might offer 10 square meters at most, this storage ring boasted a vast expanse of 1,000 square meters, with a height of 10 meters, making it an excellent receptacle for her belongings. As Yun Jin contemplated examining the contents of the ring, a spectral figure clad in white materialized before her. Curiosity piqued, she gazed intently. The figure was a young man. His visage strikingly youthful, though his complexion bore the pallor of someone recently recovered from grave injuries. He spoke, "I am Tsongli. On that fateful day, I was fortunate to be saved by the ancestors of the Yun family, and I have left this ring as a gift for their descendants. The ring is imbued with a barrier. Only when continuous input of spiritual energy accumulates to the golden core stage can it be opened." With this explanation, Yun Jin's understanding crystallized. The ring required the accumulation of spiritual energy. Typically, she would merely attempt to open it and set it aside if unsuccessful. Hence, her energy had now finally reached the requisite level to unlock the ring. Yi Danxiao must have been persistently trying, which explained her early success. With one mystery resolved, Yun Jin raised an eyebrow. Songli, the name felt oddly familiar. He was indeed a prodigious talent from the Qinglian Sword sect, the undisputed candidate for the next sect leader. He had previously encountered the protagonists, and for reasons unknown, he had shown particular favor towards the female lead upon their first meeting, extending an invitation for them to join the Qinglian Sword sect. However, by then, they had already pledged their allegiance to the Qingxiao Pavilion, thus the invitation was declined. At that time, Yun Jin had speculated that Song Li might be just another infatuated admirer of the female lead. The male lead, the Demon Lord, had been quite wary of Song Li, adopting a stance of a jealous rival. Naturally, Yi Danxiao relished the attention from 2 outstanding men. Yet, upon witnessing the projection within the ring, Yun Jin suddenly realized that Song Li likely did not harbor romantic feelings for the female lead. Rather, he had perceived the ring and assumed Yi Danxiao was the benefactor. No wonder he had incessantly inquired about Yi Danxiao's worldly identity. How had she described herself? As the adopted daughter of the Yun family, akin to a sister to the Yun family's heiress. After the calamity befalling the Yun family, she had supported the heiress in joining the Tianqing sect, only to see her friend tragically harmed by the demon clan. Her relentless cultivation was, after all, aimed at avenging her friend. This ring was, of course, a gift from the Yun family's heiress. At that moment, Yun Jin, observing from a soul state, had thought Yi Danxiao's pretense was habitual. Yet, upon reflection, Yi Danxiao must have also seen Song Li's image, instantly recognizing him upon their first encounter. However, she feigned ignorance, portraying herself as determined to avenge her friend. Since Yi Danxia claimed the ring was gifted, Song Li presumed that the first person to unlock it was the Yun family heiress. Thus he had no reason to doubt Yi Danxia's narrative. Out of caution, Song Li likely conducted a private investigation. But all he could ascertain was the veracity of the Yun family's plight and the undeniable truth of Yi Danxia's identity as their adopted daughter. Later, during his time at the Tianqing sect, with the likes of Zhao Wujing at his side, he could fabricate any narrative he desired, concealing the truth as he saw fit. Ultimately, he met his demise at the hands of the demon clan. Upon piecing together these revelations, Yun Jin recognized that the ring had not played a significant role in Yi Danxia's illustrious life, primarily surfacing in the earlier stages, while she had since acquired superior artifacts. Who could have anticipated that such a ring could be wielded by Yi Danxia to scheme against a figure like Songli? Yunjin's gaze grew icy. In this life, without the ring, she was eager to observe how Yi Danxia and her demon lord boyfriend would continue to deceive the Qinglian Sword sect. Songli's image persisted. Continuing to speak, the current generation of the Yun family lacks anyone with spiritual roots. Since you have succeeded in opening the ring, you must be a descendant of the Yun family. Within this ring, I have prepared some spirit stones, elixirs, and talismans essential for practitioners. You may examine them at your leisure. However, these mundane items cannot repay the debt of life saved. Consider this ring a token of trust. The descendants of the Yun family may seek me at Qinglian Mountain with this ring. Inside, you will find a singular purple talisman. Igniting it on Qinglian Mountain will summon me to you. As Songli concluded, his image gradually faded. Yunjin squinted, deep in thought. She was adept with the sword and harbored a profound love for it. The Qinglian Sword sect had always been her predetermined destination. She had not anticipated that the Yun family and the Qinglian Sword sect shared such a connection. Yunjin had no doubt that with this ring as a token, should she seek Songli now, he would undoubtedly welcome her into the Qinglian Sword sect. However, she smiled. She would indeed visit the Qinglian Sword sect. Not merely because it was a sanctuary for swordsmanship, but because the sect had battled the demon clan with every last drop of blood. Such a valiant sect was precisely to her taste. Yet, she had no desire to seek favors through backdoor means. If she were to go, it would be with utmost transparency. On her path of swordsmanship, she intended to traverse it with integrity, aspiring to become invincible throughout her lifetime. With her sword in hand, she would ascend Qinglian Mountain. Reflecting on the potential astonished expression of the aloof and introverted genius sword cultivator when she joined Qinglian Mountain, Yunjin found it rather amusing. Next, Yunjin examined the contents of the ring. Just as Songli had mentioned, they consisted of items commonly used by cultivators. However, the provisions he prepared were limited to the golden core stage, with no advanced items present. It was clear that Songli anticipated she would seek him at Qinglian Mountain after witnessing the image, thus preparing only to the golden core standard. Within the crystal stones, there were 100 top-grade spirit stones, 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones, and a myriad of lesser stones. These crystals would afford a golden core cultivator a comfortable existence. In her previous life, Yi Danxia had utilized these spirit stones to win over many hearts. As for the elixirs, there were several ranging from 1st to 3rd grade, predominantly focusing on enhancing cultivation. Songli had prepared 10 bottles for each stage, sufficient for her rapid advancement. Yi Danxia's quick progression in her previous life was attributable to her innate talent, and these elixirs likely played a significant role as well. However, for Yunjin, aside from acquiring a few additional recipes, these elixirs held little other value. Nevertheless, she appreciated Songli and Appo's as heartfelt intentions. The remaining talismans and such need not be elaborated upon. The sole item that captured Yunjin's unwavering attention was a sword. As she extended her spiritual energy towards it, Songli's image surprisingly reappeared. Chapter 105, The Tai Sword. This sword is named the Tai Sword. The ethereal figure of Songli explained, a hint of embarrassment gracing his visage. This sword was a product of my initial forays into the art of forging. The reason I left this sword here is due to its peculiar attribute. At that time, I employed 2 types of minerals that were extreme and opposite in nature, forging 10 swords in succession. This is the 10th, and the only one that succeeded. Yunjin gazed upon the Tai sword. One half was white, the other black, with a circular yin-yang symbol at its center, clearly embodying the essence of Tai Chi. She had encountered this imagery in numerous realms. In a high-level cultivation world, she once witnessed an elderly man with flowing white hair and a long beard, wielding a sword with a harmonious blend of softness and strength, repelling 100,000 troops at the city walls. The vividness of that scene lingered in Yunjin's mind, which was precisely why this sword had captured her attention at first glance. Songli continued his narration, though this sword was forged from 2 precious minerals. Its rank is not high, merely of superior yellow tier. Given the quality of the minerals, it should have reached at least 1 major tier higher. Subsequently, I conducted some research on the Tai sword and discovered that it possesses an exceedingly rare growth function. As long as it is reforged using specific methods, its rank will increase accordingly. If you observe the Tai sword closely, you will notice a subtle star on its blade, indicating that it is currently a 1-star Tai sword. If it is continually modified, it can gradually ascend to a 2-star, 3-star, and ultimately, an exquisite 9-star sword. At that point, this sword might rival those of celestial tier. It is also possible it could transcend into divine or holy artifacts. My creations have never been failures, they simply require growth. As Songli concluded, a spark of fervor glimmered in his expression. Yunjin felt a stir within her. She gazed at the Tai sword, her heart inexplicably moved. A sword capable of continual transformation and enhancement. A sword that merges two extreme attributes. Elevating this sword will undoubtedly accompany countless trials. However, the corners of Yunjin's lips curled slightly upward. She found herself enamored. Songli continued, while this sword indeed has immense potential for growth, ascending its stars remains a daunting challenge. Firstly, although this sword is merely of yellow tier, it possesses a blood-binding feature. Once it recognizes its master, the union of person and sword amplifies its power. Secondly, after recognition, only the master can forge this sword. This means that to elevate the Tai sword, you must also practice the art of forging. Thirdly, as the star rank increases, the minerals required become increasingly rare. To ascend to 9 stars, even I would be unable to bear such consumption. I have placed this sword here. If you wish to wield it, you may let it recognize you as its master. If not, upon your future visit to the Qinglian Sword sect, I shall gift you a superior sword. Additionally, beside the Tai sword, I have delineated the materials required for star elevation. I have only calculated up to 5 stars. Should it continue to improve, I can assist you further in the calculations. After Songli finished speaking, his figure completely vanished. Yunjin's thoughts stirred, and a sword materialized in her hand, accompanied by a jade slip. The slip contained, as Songli mentioned, a list of all materials needed to elevate it to 5 stars. Many of the materials were unfamiliar to Yunjin. Yet, this was of little consequence. She merely intended to use Songli's plan as a reference. With her system at hand, she could simplify the process to derive the optimal solution. As Yunjin examined the Tai sword, her fondness for it deepened. For some time, she had been practicing her swordsmanship with discarded swords from her senior brothers and sisters, never finding fault with it. However, upon touching the cool hilt of the Tai sword, she realized that if she were to embark on the path of the sword, she must possess an extraordinary sword to accompany her in battle. Currently, the Tai sword was far from deserving the title of an extraordinary weapon. Yet, with her presence, it would one day ascend to 9 stars, becoming a true divine sword. In her past life, Yunjin had never witnessed Yudanxia wielding the Tai sword. However, there was a period when she attempted to learn the art of forging, perhaps to ascertain her aptitude for it. Ultimately, she discovered her talent for forging was lacking, and she abandoned the Tai and Appos, a sword, which then lay dormant in the corner of her ring. In this life, with her determination, this long-forgotten sword would undoubtedly shine brightly. System, Yunjin softly commanded, scan. The system immediately commenced its scan, autonomously gathering the information previously provided by Songli and delivering a more comprehensive result. Tai sword, superior yellow tier. Currently, in 1-star status. The primary materials of the blade are abyssal shadow stone and blazing sunstone. The interplay of yin and yang, opposing yet coexisting, is profoundly intricate. Yunjin's gaze flickered. What materials are required to upgrade it to 2 stars? The system then listed the materials Songli had provided. A total of 5 types of minerals were needed to achieve a 2-star upgrade. Simplify. Yunjin attempted to simplify the process 10 times. The system optimized the plan, altering both the types and quantities of minerals required. Yunjin stroked her chin and directly inquired, "What is the required number of simplifications for the most perfect plan?" The system's mechanical voice responded, 233 initial simplifications. This number was within Yunjin's capacity to bear, albeit somewhat vexing. Nevertheless, she indeed required a suitable sword. By the time the Tai sword reached 2 stars, it would suffice before her yuaning stage. The 2-star plan was essential. Perfect simplification, Yunjin declared. After deducting the required attempts, the system provided the final plan. This time, only 2 types of minerals remained, indicating that upon successful star elevation, the Tai sword would ascend a moderate Xian tier. Since the system claimed this was the most optimal plan, Yunjin chose to trust it. Without hesitation, she drew a drop of blood from her heart and infused it into the Tai sword. The Tai sword flickered with black and white radiance, which then coalesced into the yin-yang symbol. A faint crimson hue subtly emerged on the symbol, which was then entirely absorbed. Ultimately, it emitted a resonant hum. The recognition of the master was successful. At that moment, Yunjin looked at the sword and felt an innate connection with it. With a mere thought, the sword was drawn into her being, nurtured within her dantian. A sword recognized by its master can be nourished by the master's spiritual energy. The longer it is nurtured, the more sentient it becomes. Yunjin repeatedly summoned the Tai sword, relishing the sensation, indulging in the experience several times until she was satisfied. With the Tai sword now in her possession, her tasks multiplied. She resolved to elevate this sword to 2 stars before the upcoming sect-wide conference. Yunjin murmured to herself, "I suppose I must pay a visit to the spirit weapon peak soon. The peak master, Yang Hui, is quite intriguing. On the surface, he appears to befriend the fire blaze of the divine pill peak. However, in most situations requiring alliances, he remains neutral. During the Ling Tian incident, he was one of the two neutral peak masters. Neutrality. Then it is all the more necessary to meet him. Chapter 106 sees the matter of communicating with Master Yang Wei was brought to the forefront, while Yun Jin continued her secluded alchemical practices. During this period, she intended to concoct a substantial batch of useful elixirs, particularly the Huanglong Dan, a highly sought-after commodity, both in the market and for her personal use, making it essential to produce as many as possible. After dedicating half a month in seclusion to create a significant number of various pills, she finally chose to venture outside. Her first stop was to find Yu Zhao, to whom she presented a storage pouch filled with the elixirs. Upon confirming its contents, Yu Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. This is all elixirs? How is it that junior sister's speed in alchemy seems increasingly extraordinary? Brother, these can be sold. All of them are of perfect quality. Yun Jin yawned. Yu Zhao forced himself to appear calm and composed, responding, very well. I have already informed Lord Chen that new elixirs might be forthcoming, so he should be adequately prepared. That's good, Yun Jin replied with a grin, then inquired, brother, do you know anything about Master Yang Wei of Lingqi Peak? Yu Zhao regarded her with a hint of curiosity, but nonetheless answered, Master Yang Wei is well versed in weapon forging and is a 5th-grade forging master. He has crafted a heavenly artifact before, albeit of the lowest tier, yet it sufficiently attests to his capabilities. A 5th-grade forging master. Yun Jin mused, stroking her chin. What is his temperament like? Yu Zhao raised an eyebrow. Have you ever seen a weather vane? He sways with the winds. Yun Jin immediately comprehended. I see, he is one who knows how to adapt. Master Yang Wei is quite intriguing, Yu Zhao added. On the surface, he is the best of friends with Hu Lai and consistently supports the sect leader, occasionally throwing sarcastic remarks at our master. However, to my knowledge, he has secretly aided Tianjin Peak behind the scenes. His actions are discreet, likely to keep them hidden from others, so you should remain unaware. Yun Jin nodded in understanding. It seemed that Master Yang Hui's temperament was primarily characterized by timidity and caution. Brother, tell me, Yun Jin paused, if I sought to learn forging from him, would he teach me? Absolutely not. Yu Zhao replied emphatically. He would never publicly associate with us. If you were to approach him, you would undoubtedly be turned away. Is that so? Yun Jin pondered. Yu Zhao looked at her quizzically. Junior sister, why the sudden desire to learn forging? Haven and Amp, Oppos, do you already acquired enough skills? Swordsmanship, botany, alchemy. Isn't that sufficient? Do you really have time to dabble in forging? I would rather not, Yun Jin sighed, revealing her intentions openly as she took out the Teia sword. Today, I activated an ancestral ring given to me by a cultivator who, during a crisis, was saved by my ancestor. This ring was his token of gratitude. Within the ring, I discovered this sword. Yu Zhao, examining the ring, suddenly realized its nature. Previously concealed by some means, he had been unable to discern its true form. Now, with Yun Jin and Oppos' activation, it was evident that it was a storage ring. Yu Zhao, fond of swords, took the Teia sword and scrutinized it closely. Soon, his expression changed subtly. This sword is likely extraordinary. Although its grade is not high, it gives the impression that it conceals something remarkable beneath. Yun Jin, not leaving him in suspense, stated directly, this is a sword that can grow. By finding suitable ores and employing forging techniques, it can be upgraded repeatedly. Theoretically, if pursued continuously, reaching the heavenly tier is entirely feasible. Is that so? Yu Zhao's initial reaction was one of astonishment, but he soon hesitated. While that may be true, the requirements for the owner's forging ability to elevate the sword were rather high. Wooden and Oppos, the owner need to become a forging master to forge it to the heavenly tier? If it were Yu Zhao himself, he would find it utterly hopeless. He might as well seek another artifact of a higher grade, but more ordinary nature. However, Yu Zhao gazed intently at Yun Jin. Rationality told him that she had already acquired enough skills. If, in addition to alchemy and botany, she were also a genius in forging, what place would there be for others in this world? Yet, he realized that the sword had already acknowledged Yun Jin as its master, indicating her firm resolve to elevate it. Yun Jin seemed to possess some confidence in her forging abilities. Yu Zhao's thoughts raced. If that were the case, he truly needed to seek out Master Yang Wei. Not for any other reason, but only Lingqi Peak had the Earthfire array capable of forging spiritual artifacts. Otherwise, they would have to venture to the marketplace, while there were forging workshops in the marketplace. The currents of intrigue made it far too dangerous for Yun Jin to go there. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Zhao suddenly remarked, Xiao Jin, there is something you were unaware of during your seclusion. What is it, brother? Yun Jin listened attentively. Yu Zhao spoke slowly. Aside from Long Yi and Hu Lai, The control of the spiritual fields has been handed over to Zhao Wuji, while others have gradually reclaimed their fields in accordance with the contracts. Following this, Zhao Wuji undertook 2 actions. Firstly, he removed all spiritual plants from the fields, regardless of their maturity or age, leaving behind only barren patches. Yunji nodded, having been aware of this. Secondly, he notified all nearby seed suppliers. Without spiritual plants, each peak must replant. When they sought to contact major seed suppliers for purchases, they found that these suppliers had collectively refused to sell to them. During your half-month seclusion, the spiritual fields of each peak lay fallow, with only a small amount of scattered seeds sown. The peak masters have requested our assistance, and I have dispatched Yicheng to help them. However, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. Yu Zhao trailed off meaningfully. Brother? Yun Jin looked at him, puzzled. Seeds should not pose a problem. They were in a mutually beneficial partnership with Baichao Pavilion. As long as Yu Zhao made the request, at least Baichao Pavilion would supply them with seeds. Yu Zhao smiled. Baichao Pavilion does not know we are disciples of Tianqing sect, and thus, after the sect leader's warning, they ceased supplying seeds to Tianqing sect. If I were to approach them as Ren Wuxing, they might indeed lift the embargo. However, Zhao Wuji's words have made it clear that Baichao Pavilion believes the profit from seeds is minimal and has no reason to offend a sect leader. If I were to speak up, it would be different. Considering our cooperative relationship and Baichao Pavilion's standing in Qinglian country, they need not be overly wary of Zhao Wuji. What then? Yun Jin looked at Yu Zhao, filled with confusion. Yu Zhao smiled softly, replying, Sister, I cannot resolve this matter. Only your emergence from seclusion can remedy it. You are the only one capable of assisting the various peaks. Yun Jin was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon her. Her brother's refusal to address the issue was merely a means of waiting for her to emerge, entrusting her with the responsibility of uniting their hearts. Chapter 107. Elevating Status. Yun Jin and Apos. S expression was somewhat complex as she spoke. Senior brother, there is no need for such formality. Yu Zhao smiled gently. Junior sister. You may not realize this, but within the sect, you have become a unique presence. The sect master has controlled the Tianqing sect for so long, and you are the only one who has managed to confront him directly and even gain some advantage. Even those reclusive figures like Elder Ming and Elder Jian are willing to support you, and Elder Ling has even brought out Elder Bai Yu on your behalf. Moreover, you have created miracles time and again through your own talent. To everyone in the Tianqing sect, you are different. Do you understand? Yin Jin was taken aback. Different? Yu Zhao spoke softly. Everyone believes you can create even more miracles. In doing so, you will become a beacon, a source of light, the true faith of the Tianqing sect. As long as you continue to create miracles and grow stronger, the day you surpass Zhao Wujing will mark the day you become the uncrowned king of the Tianqing sect. Yu Zhao was not averse to subtly pushing things along behind the scenes. In fact, he had already begun to do so, spreading the word that as soon as Yun Jin made her move, she could shatter Zhao Wujing's monopoly on the seats. Senior brother, are you exaggerating? Yun Jin felt a bit embarrassed. Not at all. Yu Zhao chuckled. You probably do not know what the Tianqing sect was like before you arrived. Back then, it was utterly lifeless, everything under Zhao Wujing's control. Everyone wanted to resist, but found no means to do so, enduring day by day. It is no exaggeration to say it was like a stagnant pool. Now, with your joining, the Tianqing sect has been revitalized. People are beginning to think of resistance. Some are plotting in secret, others are restless and uneasy. All these changes stem from you. After all you have done, it is only fitting that you stand on a pedestal. Yun Jin felt a mix of embarrassment and pride. After all, she was indeed quite exceptional. She couldn't help but feel a little smug. She truly was the best. Senior brother, how do you plan to handle the matter of the seats? She inquired. This matter requires resolving the issues for each peak while further solidifying your reputation for creating miracles. On the other hand, we must ensure that Baichao Pavilion does not discover your identity as Yun Jin. Your identity will inevitably be exposed, but not just yet. Managing this delicately presents certain challenges. This is not difficult, Yu Zhao replied calmly. I have already made arrangements. Once you emerge from seclusion, the seeds will be sent to Tianjian Peak, and you will be the one to distribute them to the various peaks. You wanted to learn refining techniques from Yang Hui, did you not? These seeds can also become a bargaining chip. Yun Jin nodded in understanding and asked, how did you communicate with Baichao Pavilion? Yu Zhao raised an eyebrow. I merely stated that I have a grievance with Zhao Wujing and cannot abide his overreach. I subtly hinted at wanting to support Tianjian Peak to contend with Zhao Wujing. Chairman Chen is a clever man. He naturally understood. Yun Jin laughed upon hearing this. Yu Zhao's words seemed rather direct, even risking exposure of their identities. However, this was not the case. In Chairman Chen's eyes, they would undoubtedly appear as disciples of a super sect or even a holy land. How would he interpret Yu Zhao's claim of enmity with Zhao Wujing? He would never suspect Yu Zhao to be a mere disciple of the Tianqing sect. A disciple. How could they possibly have a grievance with the sect master? He would think higher, perhaps connecting the grievance to the father of Zhao Wujing, who was from Qingxiao Pavilion. Most likely, Chairman Chen would assume that the enmity mentioned by Yu Zhao was related to someone from Qingxiao Pavilion. Thus, Yu Zhao had indirectly elevated their identities. Only those from the 4 great holy lands could have grievances with someone from Qingxiao Pavilion. In Chairman Chen's eyes, they were undoubtedly from a holy land. A slight investigation would reveal that Tianjin Peak had been suppressed by Zhao Wujing for years, yet recently, it had begun to turn the tide. Was Tianjin Peak simply growing stronger on its own? No, it was highly likely that Ren Wuxing and his junior sister had covertly supported Tianjin Peak. Even Yun Jin's various audacious actions might be orchestrated by the two, aimed at making Zhao Wujing uncomfortable. Yu Zhao did not explicitly state this, but after some investigation, Chairman Chen would naturally piece it together. Moving forward, to continue collaborating with Ren Wuxing, he would only help to conceal their identities, preventing others from associating Tianjin Peak with that alchemical genius. Yu Zhao observed Yun Jin's contemplative expression and smiled slightly. He, having lived 2 lives, understood the intricacies of human relationships, yet his junior sister seemed innately aware of these dynamics. Though she often acted quite unconventionally, those she wished to befriend held her in high regard. She had always been clear in distinguishing between friends and foes. Perhaps that was a talent in itself. Thus, Yu Zhao remarked, to avoid raising suspicions about the relationship between Baichao Pavilion and Tianjin Peak, the seeds sent by Baichao Pavilion will be under a commercial collaboration model. Baichao Pavilion will sell the seeds at a low price, and once the spiritual plants mature, each peak will need to sell a batch back to them at a low price. This agreement is fair, and the peaks will readily agree. Tianjin Peak will merely act as an intermediary. In business, naturally, no one will suspect anything. Yun Jin nodded. Then let it be so. Yu Zhao replied. I will arrange for Baichao Pavilion to deliver the goods now. He turned to contact Chairman Chen. In just a few hours, the seeds from Baichao Pavilion arrived, accompanied by several commercial agreements. Yun Jin glanced at them. They were indeed quite fair. Junior sister, shall I accompany you to visit the various peaks next? Yu Zhao suggested. Yes. Yun Jin's spirits lifted as she agreed. In truth, whether in her past life or this one, she had never fully explored the 10 peaks of the Tianqing sect. This time, she could take a good look at the situation across the 10 peaks. According to proximity, their first stop was Mingwei Peak. Mingwei Peak was a neighbor to Tianjin Peak, and its master, Fang Mingwei, was rather inclined towards Tianjin Peak, having publicly supported them several times. If they were to seek allies, Fang Mingwei would be the prime candidate. However, that was a matter for later. Without absolute strength, any alliance would be hollow. Today, Yun Jin intended only to discuss the business of the seeds. At Mingwei Peak, the spiritual fields had been entirely cleared, with only a few leftover seeds scattered about. Hardly enough to make a significant impact. Fang Mingwei looked on, somewhat troubled. While she had indeed managed to reclaim the spiritual fields, Zhao Wujing and Appo's methods were exceedingly ruthless. Seeds were the foundation of all spiritual plants, and he had directly cut off their supply route. Even if they trained planting masters in the future, what good would it do? Master, Tianjin Peak and Appo's, Su Zhao and Yun Jin seek an audience, a disciple reported as they entered. Chapter 108. The 10 peaks of the Tianqing sect. Yu Zhao and Yun Jin exchanged glances, while Fang Mingyue's gaze flickered slightly. Recently, the various peaks had been overwhelmed by the issue of the seeds, with several peak masters even contemplating conceding defeat to Zhao Wuji, wishing to return to the status quo. At this juncture, a rumor circulated among the disciples, asserting that as long as Yun Jin intervened, the seed predicament could be effortlessly resolved. Fang Mingwei merely smiled at this notion. While she recognized Yun Jin's remarkable potential, she was still just a disciple. How could she possibly tackle such a monumental issue? Zhao Wuji had prohibited the sale of seeds to them. What power did Yun Jin possess to alter this situation? However, today, with Yu Zhao and Yun Jin requesting an audience, Fang Mingwei sensed a shift in the air. Could it be that Yun Jin truly held a solution? They brought them directly here. Fang Mingyue's interest piqued, she spoke. Indeed. The disciples responded in unison. Before long, Yu Zhao and Yun Jin were ushered in. After bowing respectfully to the peak master, Fang Mingwei smiled gently and waved the other disciples away. She regarded Yun Jin with keen interest. Although she had observed Yun Jin for quite some time, this face-to-face interaction was a first. With a hint of jest, Fang Mingwei remarked, "You even bow to me? I expected you to proclaim, 'I want the heavens. No longer can they obscure my vision.'" Yun Jin suppressed a cough. This peak master was rather playful. Nonetheless, she was composed and capable of handling this encounter. With a demure expression, Yun Jin replied, Peak Master Fong is beautiful and gentle. How could I dare to behave arrogantly in your presence? Fong Mingwei chuckled, aware that the girl was flattering her. Yet, considering Yun Jin and Apos, as previous demeanor before Zhao Wuji, the contrast between her current respectful attitude and her former insolence brought Fong Mingwei a sense of satisfaction. You certainly possess a way with words. Yu Zhao, your little junior sister has learned well from you. The two siblings were adept at feigning modesty. Apologies, I am but a humble disciple, Yu Zhao said with a feigned air of trepidation. Fong Mingwei, amused, interjected, you need not put on such airs before me. What brings you here today? The glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes. Yu Zhao, with a simple smile, replied, my junior sister has acquired the seeds. I have heard that Peak Master Fong is troubled by this issue, so she has personally come to deliver them. Truly obtain the seeds? Fong Mingyue's eyes brightened as she turned her gaze to Yun Jin. Without hesitation, Yun Jin produced a storage bag, stating, the seeds within should suffice for the cultivation in Mingyue Peak. Fong Mingyue quickly inspected the contents and confirmed that both the variety and quantity of seeds were more than adequate for their needs. A dilemma she could not resolve had been effortlessly handled by Yun Jin. Her perception of Yun Jin shifted in that moment. Was this disciple truly a reincarnated prodigy? Yun Jin continued, Peak Master Fong, these seeds are sourced from the Baichao Pavilion. However, they are not without conditions. Here is an agreement. If you find it acceptable, you may accept it. If not, I shall return to the Baichao Pavilion. Upon hearing about the agreement from the Baichao Pavilion, Fong Mingyue found it increasingly reasonable. She accepted the document and scrutinized it, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. The terms were remarkably generous, even excessively so. Having braced herself for the possibility of the Baichao Pavilion taking advantage of their plight, she was surprised by this agreement. Fong Mingyue could not contain her curiosity. Why would the Baichao Pavilion risk offending the sect leader to engage in this trade? Yun Jin smiled. Merchants are inherently profit-driven. Do you believe they would willingly comply with the sect leader's prohibition on supplying seeds? Those without backing may fear retaliation, but an organization like the Baichao Pavilion, which has a presence across the continent, is hardly intimidated. Fong Mingyue's expression shifted as she contemplated this. Something felt amiss. According to this agreement, the Baichao Pavilion stood to gain very little, contradicting the notion of merchants seeking profit. Then it dawned on her, the Baichao Pavilion primarily dealt in spiritual plants. What did they value most? Naturally, it was spiritual plants. And how could they secure an ample supply of them? They required skilled cultivators. Before her stood Yun Jin, an exceptionally talented cultivator in the realm of planting. The Baichao Pavilion must have bet on her future, thus willing to defy Zhao Wuji and continue supplying seeds. Observing Fong Mingyue's expression, Yu Zhao realized she had grasped his intended insight and smiled faintly. My junior sister has indeed exerted considerable effort to facilitate this. Fong Mingyue nodded repeatedly. Although Yun Jin was a genius, she was still relatively inexperienced. For the Baichao Pavilion to risk antagonizing the sect leader on her behalf suggested she had made significant concessions, perhaps even pledging herself to the pavilion. Fong Mingyue felt an unexplainable surge of emotion and grasped Yun Jin's hand, softly proclaiming, I shall sign this agreement. In the future, I will not shy away from any matter within my capabilities. She refrained from promising unconditional assistance to the Tianjin Peak. If it were only her, that would be one thing, but with so many disciples relying on her, she had to consider their well-being. However, for Yu Zhao and Yun Jin, a commitment of this nature sufficed. Once Tianjin Peak navigated the impending crisis in 2 months, this commitment could transform into unwavering support. Thank you, Peak Master. I shall proceed to the next peak. Yun Jin smiled gently. She and Yu Zhao performed another bow before exiting. Fong Mingyue observed Yun Jin's ceremonious demeanor, reflecting on her clarity of affection and disdain. Yu Zhao led Yun Jin onward to the next peak, steering clear of the Ba Body Peak where Long Yi resided, and made their way directly to the Qianfu Peak. Along the way, Yu Zhao provided some insight. You should be aware of Long Yi. He excels in body refinement. Cultivators below the integration stage cannot breach his physical defenses. It is said that his prowess stems from years of bathing in fresh spirit beast blood. Consequently, Senior Ling Fei holds a strong disdain for Long Yi and forbids all disciples from the Ba Body Peak from approaching the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Should you engage Long Yi in battle, remember to guard against his close combat abilities. Yun Jin nodded thoughtfully. Body refinement was indeed a viable path. Most cultivators focus solely on mana and soul cultivation, making them vulnerable in close quarters, whereas demons seem to master both body and spirit. Yun Jin found herself in a similar position. Though her physique had subtly strengthened under the nourishment of mana, it paled in comparison to true body refiners. However, the idea of bathing in fresh spirit beast blood was beyond her. Fresh implied inflicting harm on spirit beasts, a task she could not bring herself to undertake. As they passed the Ba Body Peak, Yunjin paused, sensing an underlying scent of blood. She inquired, "Does Senior Bai Yu permit such methods of body refinement?" Chapter 109. The Peak of Extreme Sound. Yu Zhao remarked, "Senior Bai Yu is the guardian beast of the Tianqing sect, bound by a contract. He cannot take action against any member of the sect. Previously, both Bai Yu and Senior Ling Fei had resisted this matter. Long Yi also agreed that the disciples of the Ba Ti Peak would change their methods of body refinement. As for himself, he merely stated he would use the blood of evil spirit beasts for body refinement. However, whether these spirit beasts are truly evil is solely at his discretion. The sect leader has wholeheartedly supported Long Yi in this matter, which is why Long Yi is unwaveringly loyal to him. He understands that without the sect leader's backing, he could not possibly survive in the Tianqing sect given his various actions." Yunjin narrowed her eyes and nodded slowly. Yu Zhao chose not to pursue the topic further. Discussing such matters only rendered them increasingly powerless. Even a formidable figure like Bai Yu could not alter the fact that Long Yi utilized the blood of spirit beasts, only able to supervise him to prevent blatant actions. Yet, privately, they could not monitor Long Yi at all times. Moreover, with Zhao Wuji's protection, completely halting such behavior became even more arduous. Yunjin did not continue the conversation. They soon arrived at their next destination, the Peak of Extreme Sound. Yu Zhao introduced. "The master of this peak is named Yu Zhao. He is proficient in sound-based attacks and has a rather aloof personality, disliking strangers. I am uncertain whether he will meet with us." Upon arriving at the Peak of Extreme Sound, the disciples announced their presence, and to Yu Zhao's surprise, Yu Zhao was willing to receive them. He hurriedly accompanied Yunjin to meet him. At the Peak of Extreme Sound, amidst a secluded grove, Yu Zhao was playing an ancient zither. The music oscillated between soaring highs and deep lows. When the notes were high, emotions seemed to soar. When low, emotions appeared to sink. As Yunjin entered the grove, a system prompt echoed in her mind, encountering a soul-targeting attack. "Would you like to spin 10 simplifications to shield yourself?" "Yes," Yunjin replied. Soon, the music became as mundane as any ordinary melody, failing to stir any waves within her. Yu Zhao cast a glance at Yunjin, slightly taken aback. His playing suddenly quickened. Yu Zhao, standing nearby, displayed a range of emotions, at times exhilarated and at times with reddened eyes, his expressions vividly animated. Yunjin silently retrieved a recording stone and began capturing Yu Zhao. At that moment, the music abruptly ceased. Yunjin quickly stowed away the recording stone, only to be caught by Yu Zhao's watchful eye. His expression shifted dramatically. "Junior sister, hand over the recording stone." "What recording stone?" "I don't have one." "Stop making baseless accusations." Yunjin feigned innocence. Yu Zhao's countenance darkened as he reached out to seize it. Seizing the opportunity, Yunjin darted behind Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao raised an eyebrow. "And Yu Zhao and Amp, Oppos." S expression shifted uneasily as he quickly bowed. "Master Yu, my junior sister is rather capricious and somewhat impolite. I kindly ask for your forgiveness on her behalf." Yu Zhao's fingers moved slightly, and Yunjin was suddenly pulled forward by an invisible wave of energy. Yu Zhao became anxious. This peak lord was known for his cold demeanor. Offending him could lead to unfortunate consequences for his junior sister. Yet, Yunjin remained unperturbed. Flashing a radiant smile at him, Yu Zhao inquired indifferently, "It seems you were unaffected by the previous music?" Yunjin blinked. "It was the master's mercy. That music likely lacked even a fraction of your strength." Her words rang with truth. Otherwise, one would not require merely 10 initial simplifications to shield themselves. Yu Zhao's lips subtly moved. "Why then did your senior brother succumb to its influence?" "What an excellent question." Yunjin recalled a certain world during her graduation defense and immediately launched into a lengthy explanation. Firstly, though my senior brother's cultivation is high, he lacked vigilance. He did not take immediate defensive actions upon entering, allowing the music to take hold before he could resist. Secondly, he is burdened with excessive thoughts. I suspect he has endured many experiences that he has yet to let go of. If these accumulate, they may become what cultivators refer to as demonic obstacles, which he must have triggered. Thirdly, my senior brother's emotions are overly rich. Yunjin eloquently presented her thesis, piquing Yu Zhao's interest. He remarked, "Indeed, I have observed that the impact of music on individuals is not solely related to their realm, but also tied to their personal will." Yunjin interjected, "Indeed, my senior brother still requires further improvement. However, there are other factors at play, such as this environment, which amplifies the music's potency. For instance, the two engaged in an intense discussion about the factors influencing music's effects on people. Their conversation was captivating and profound, leaving one in awe. Yu Zhao, feeling somewhat neglected, coughed vigorously. "Aren't you two considering the presence of the person involved?" Yunjin glanced at him, reluctantly concluding, "Senior, we must afford my senior brother some dignity. Let us pause this discussion for now." Yu Zhao glanced disdainfully at Yu Zhao, Next time, come alone, and we shall continue our exploration of other aspects. Yu Zhao was left bewildered. Yun Jin, of course, smiled in agreement. The subsequent discussions regarding the seeds proceeded smoothly. Yu Zhao exhibited little interest in the seeds, instead inviting Yun Jin to return for further discussions on music. As they departed the peak of extreme sound, Yu Zhao scrutinized Yun Jin for a moment. She feigned innocence. Senior brother, this was merely to foster a closer relationship with the Peak Lord. Your sacrifice was worthwhile. The recording stone, Yu Zhao extended his hand. Yun Jin grimaced for a moment before handing it over. Yu Zhao accepted it, finally satisfied. Yun Jin remained unfazed, knowing she still had 17 or 18 similar recording stones in her storage bag. Next, the two visited Wanzhun Peak's Chengguang and Qianfu Peak's Emotianxin, both of whom excelled in formations and talismans, respectively, being leaders in their fields. The transaction for the seeds was successfully completed, and Yun Jin contemplated the possibility of exploring formations and talismans in the future. Though she lacked time, she could always take on a couple of apprentices in those fields. Strong apprentices equated to her own strength. The issue should pose no significant challenge. Afterward, Yu Zhao led Yun Jin to meet Chen Wenqian of the Falling Sunset Peak and Du Wuqing of the Dao Heart Peak. Among them, Chen Wenqian, a close friend of Fang Mingwei, had already prepared tea, eagerly awaiting their arrival. The transaction proceeded exceedingly well. However, upon reaching Dao Heart Peak, they encountered an unexpected turn of events. Du Wuqing, one of the two neutral peak masters, had succumbed to pressure and early on yielded to Zhao Wuji. Consequently, when the two sought an audience, Du Wuqing did not receive them. Clearly, he had shifted entirely from neutrality to Zhao Wuji's side. This was not surprising to Yu Zhao and Yun Jin, who felt no sense of loss. The two proceeded to their final destination, the Spirit Tool Peak. Chapter 110. Where does the courage come from? The news of Yu Zhao and Yun Jin's open visit to various peaks had reached Zhao Wuji's ears, yet the specifics remained undiscovered by his men. Zhao Wuji summoned the brothers Zhou Li and Zhou Dai directly, instructing them, "You two shall visit the peak masters. Ensure you uncover what Yu Zhao and Yun Jin are up to." "Understood," replied Zhou Li and Zhou Dai with utmost respect. "If we do not ascertain the truth, we shall not return," Zhao Wuji emphasized. As they left the grand hall, both brothers could not help but share a bitter smile. They had never favored remaining within the sect. Despite being disciples of the sect master, they were among the least valued compared to Gu Jinghong, receiving scant resources while shouldering the burden of offending others. With no other option, they decided to visit Mingyue Peak first, hoping for a more amiable reception from Fang Mingyue. To their surprise, upon a gentle inquiry, Fang Mingyue candidly revealed the matter of the seeds. Under the influence of Yun Jin, they had formed an agreement with Baijiao Pavilion, and these seeds must be planted promptly. It was evident that such a secret could not be concealed for long, and it was better to be forthright. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai listened intently, oddly unperturbed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they prepared to report back. Observing their demeanor, Fang Mingyue felt a pang of sympathy and remarked, "Now that all peaks have received seeds, I fear the sect master may not react favorably." Zhou Li and Zhou Dai exchanged knowing glances, understanding her implication that their report might incite the sect master's wrath. However, what could they do? They could only bow respectfully before departing from Mingyue Peak. Fang Mingyue sighed as she watched their retreating figures. The relationship between master and disciple loomed large, and unless Zhao Wuji chose to relinquish that bond, the mere title would weigh them down for a lifetime. Outside Mingyue Peak, Zhou Li and Zhou Dai shared a silent glance. After a prolonged pause, Zhou Li sighed, "Yun Jin is indeed more capable than we had imagined." Zhou Dai nodded slowly, speaking softly, "If we can pass the trial in 2 months." No further words were needed. Zhou Li comprehended the unspoken understanding. If they could surmount that challenge, both Tianjian Peak and Yun Jin herself would undergo a transformation. They found themselves harboring an unexpected sense of hope. Should Yun Jin carve a path for herself, her second elder brother would find promising prospects as well. As for them, they could only continue to struggle in this quagmire. "Brother, I shall report alone," Zhou Dai suggested. Zhou Li immediately retorted, "What nonsense. We are brothers. We must face everything together." Zhou Dai could only acquiesce with a nod. Outside Zhao Wuji's chamber, they awaited respectfully. When Zhao Wuji finally beckoned them inside, they entered cautiously. Zhao Wuji and Apos, S. expression was grave. "Speak. Have you gathered any news?" Zhou Li hastily began. "It concerns the seeds. That Yun Jin." He quickly recounted the events. "Baijiao Pavilion? How dare they?" Zhao Wuji erupted in fury, seizing his teacup and hurling it at Zhou Li's head. Zhou Li dared not evade, and a crimson line marred his forehead. "Master," Zhou Dai gasped, pulling Zhou Li to kneel before Zhao Wuji. "I had explicitly commanded that such a trivial entity as Baijiao Pavilion would dare to oppose me." "Very well, I shall see what Chen Changrong has to say. Zhao Wuji's ire intensified, and upon noticing his kneeling disciples, he kicked Zhou Dai in the chest. Zhou Dai staggered but remained still. Still seething, Zhao Wuji admonished. As my disciples, you have the finest resources and techniques at your disposal. Yet, you allow Tianjin Peak to overshadow you. If you could suppress even one of them, I would not be in such a rage. Master, please quell your anger, Zhou Li and Zhou Dai murmured. Zhao Wuji regarded their submissive demeanor and snorted coldly. What good is mere appeasement? Prove your true abilities. The brothers bowed their heads, too intimidated to respond further. Zhao Wuji's voice turned icy. Enough. I do not expect much from you. Tell me, what is the situation at Heshan these days? Zhou Dai replied earnestly. I visit Heshan every 3 days. The little junior sister is in poor spirits, constantly yearning to leave. I have tried to console her, but she seems still discontented. Who could maintain their composure in such confinement? Zhao Wuji snapped. You too, with your mediocre talents, are simply tasked to look after Danxia. And yet you cannot even fulfill that? Go to Heshan at once. If she becomes agitated and harms herself, I will not spare you. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai bowed deeply, responding with utmost respect. There are further matters for me to attend to. You may leave, Zhao Wuji commanded. Only then did they rise, bending at the waist as they exited. They dared not linger and promptly returned to their quarters. After a moment, Zhou Dai could no longer restrain himself and coughed up blood. The kick from Zhao Wuji had left him with internal injuries, which he had suppressed until now. Zhou Li, filled with sorrow, skillfully retrieved healing elixirs, and they both tended to their wounds in silence. We should not have returned this time, Zhou Li lamented in frustration. Had they stayed outside on their missions, despite the dangers, they would not have felt so stifled. Zhou Dai sighed in agreement. Zhao Wuji had always viewed them as lacking in talent, admitting them into the sect only because they were twin brothers. After their acceptance, he had tasked them with mastering a combined technique. Initially, they progressed swiftly, but soon their cultivation stagnated. It was then that Zhao Wuji's favor turned to disdain, deeming them a waste of valuable resources. They felt guilty, having spent most of their years wandering outside. They had returned believing they finally had something to show for their efforts, hoping to earn their master's recognition. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Regretting their choices was now too late. Zhou Dai sighed. Let us go visit our little junior sister. Zhou Li could only rise, constrained by his frustration. In the market, Zhao Wuji disguised his appearance and ventured forth. He was determined to confront Chen Changrong and demand an explanation for the audacity to defy him so openly. It had been long since Zhao Wuji had set foot in such a marketplace, yet upon his arrival, he sensed something amiss. This market, were there not too many experts present? Chapter 111. Changes in the market. Zhao Wuji's consciousness swept across the market, and he unexpectedly detected several masters at the integration stage. They showed no intention of concealing themselves, boldly covering the marketplace with their consciousness as if searching for someone. As Zhao Wuji's awareness brushed against these enigmatic figures, they simultaneously sensed his presence. A chill ran down Zhao Wuji and Appo's spine, and he nearly turned to flee. With so many powerful beings, they could easily thwart him if they joined forces. Fortunately, these hidden experts seemed disinclined to take action. Their consciousness merely flickered past, allowing Zhao Wuji to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Yet, he remained cautious. It would be wise to refrain from leaving the Tianqing sect too easily in the future. Since he was there now, he decided to pay a visit to Chen Changrong, feeling the need to teach this person a lesson. Concealing his appearance, Zhao Wuji approached the Baichao pavilion and directly addressed the attendant. Where is Chen Changrong? Bring him to me. The attendant displayed an expression of distress, replying, There are many who wish to see our pavilion master. Senior, please wait in line. Zhao Wuji was nearly amused by the absurdity of the situation. Wait in line? As a prominent sect leader, must he really queue here? Clearly, these individuals were unaware of his identity. Just as he was about to lose his temper, the attendant pointed in a direction, saying, Over there, guests are free to choose. Zhao Wuji squinted and indeed saw several people waiting in line. He couldn't and Appo's tea help, but let out a cold snicker and unleashed a wave of pressure. The individuals queuing instantly turned to face him, their expressions tinged with danger. Zhao Wuji's heart sank. His pressure bore no effect. All those waiting in line were, in fact, at the integration stage. So many integration stage masters queuing to see Chen Changrong? Zhao Wuji clasped his hands and spoke softly. It is all a misunderstanding. He felt fortunate that he had disguised his appearance for this visit. Do you also wish to meet Chen Changrong? A rugged middle-aged man thundered. Zhao Wuji nodded. Indeed. Best wait in line. The man insisted. Zhao Wuji complied and joined the queue, then inquired, What changes have recently occurred in the market? Why are there so many experts here? The individuals in line exchanged puzzled glances at Zhao Wuji. You don't know? One asked. Zhao Wuji shook his head, admitting his ignorance. Bored, The thunderous-voiced man raised an eyebrow. Surely you've heard of the genius alchemist? Zhao Wuji nodded. I have heard some rumors. It was said that a prodigious alchemist had emerged in the marketplace, rapidly ascending to the ranks of a first-tier and then a second-tier alchemist, crafting only flawless quality pills. Zhao Wuji, somewhat bewildered, asked, is the disturbance in the market related to this genius? After all, she was merely a second-tier alchemist. What warranted such a gathering of experts? Naturally, the man replied. Do you know who is meeting with Qinglian? Who? Zhao Wuji asked, unable to contain his curiosity. A seventh-tier alchemist from the prestigious Qi sect. The man stated simply. A seventh-tier alchemist. From the Qi sect, no less. Such a position would hold significant weight even among the most esteemed sections. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted slightly. He had a father in the Qinxiao sect. Otherwise, his status as merely the head of a mid-tier sect would pale in comparison to that of the alchemist. Moreover, the first in line is an elder from the upper-tier Lihua sect. Accompanying him is the resident alchemist, Mingheng, the man elaborated. The elder in the lead cast a stoic glance at Zhao Wuji, while Mingheng offered him a polite nod and smile. Zhao Wuji felt his heart race. Even envoys from upper-tier sects had to wait patiently in line? I, along with the young lady ahead of me, hail from two different upper-tier sects, the Luohua sect and the Guangling sect. The man provided further introductions, then looked at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's lips trembled slightly. He had always taken pride in his identity, believing that, apart from his father's influence, he had earned his position as sect leader through his own efforts. Yet before the representatives of upper-tier and prestigious sects, his status felt somewhat lacking. Unable to help himself, Zhao Wuji asked, is all of this related to the genius? The man nodded. You must be unaware. Your sect seems rather low-tier, lacking access to such confidential information. He regarded Zhao Wuji with a hint of pity before continuing. It's no trouble to enlighten you. After all, you pose no competition. Zhao Wuji could only feel a sense of humiliation. He couldn't very well shout that his father was in the Qinxiao sect. The man lowered his voice, adopting a mysterious tone. This extraordinary genius. Not only can she consistently produce flawless pills, but she also modifies the formulations. During her first assessment, she crafted the Bilan pill, which requires 4 types of herbs along with a cleansing solution. However, she managed to create it using only the Bilan grass and the cleansing solution, omitting the other 3 herbs entirely. Zhao Wuji nodded in understanding. During the second-tier assessment, she again modified the formulation and produced a pill of perfect quality. Mingheng had recorded both instances with a recording stone, and soon after, the information circulated among influential figures. Many alchemists became intrigued by her unique methods and began experimenting with the new formulations. So what was the outcome? The man's voice, though gruff, was engaging, and Zhao Wuji found himself leaning in closer. The outcome? The 7th-tier alchemist from the Qi sect successfully replicated her Bilan pill formulation. Though it was merely a coincidence and the furnace could not operate independently, the quality fell short of perfection. Nonetheless, he succeeded. The man's face lit up with awe. This proves that her modified formulations are entirely viable. Don't underestimate the modified recipes that currently only pertain to first and second-tier pills. If they can be thoroughly researched, it would significantly reduce the wastage of herbs. With less wastage, the supply of pills would increase, thereby accelerating the progress of those in the Qi gathering and foundation establishment stages. Thus, the 7th-tier alchemist personally came here, wishing to meet this genius alchemist. He even publicly declared he would take her as his disciple, allowing her to inherit his legacy. That is a significant recognition indeed. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but exclaim. With such an offer, how could the genius remain unmoved? Who knows? Regardless, the only one who might know her whereabouts is Pavilion Master Qinglian. We have been waiting here for quite some time, yet he remains tight-lipped, the man replied. Zhao Wuji finally understood. These individuals had congregated for the sake of the alchemical genius. Leaving aside personal ambitions, he felt an urge to seize her for himself. Not only was her future boundless, but even the modified first and second-tier recipes she had created were immensely valuable. Acquiring her would drastically accelerate the growth of disciples in the Qi gathering and foundation establishment stages. These new disciples could potentially become the bedrock of a sect. From this perspective, her significance was undeniable. However, Zhao Wuji was self-aware and recognized that he could not compete with a 7th-tier alchemist for her. So he resolved to merely enjoy the tale. Chapter 112. No one can change it. Having just grasped the situation, Qinglian personally escorted a middle-aged man out. With a smile on his face, he said, Master Qi, I have disclosed everything I know. As for her specific identity, I truly do not know. If I were aware, would I dare to keep it from you? Qi Yu gazed meaningfully at Qinglian. Your feigned ignorance is evident. Yet Baichao Pavilion has consistently been selling pills of impeccable quality. This indicates that you have maintained contact with that extraordinary talent, though you are unwilling to divulge. As a prestigious sect, Ichi sect, Qiyu had come this time to seek disciples rather than to create enmity. Thus, despite being aware of Chun Changrong and Appo's deception, he chose to appeal to reason and emotion, refraining from resorting to force. Chun Changrong immediately donned an awkward smile. Master Qi, my connection with her is merely commercial. Beyond that, I truly do not know. Qi replied, very well, I shall not press you further. I only hope you can convey a message to her. Should she choose to join Ichi sect, she will be recognized as my personal disciple. I am willing to impart all my skills to her. If this matter is successfully arranged, I will personally present you with a 7th grade pill. The prospect of a 7th grade pill left Chun Changrong astounded. This was indeed a generous offer, and he found himself tempted. Qiyu made these declarations intentionally in front of others, then stated, for today, this shall suffice. I will return to seek you tomorrow. With a calm demeanor, Qiyu departed. Chun Changrong could not help but smile wryly. A mere 2nd grade alchemist could stir such upheaval, truly unprecedented. He recalled Qiyu's earlier words. After over 100 trials, I barely succeeded once using her formula. I discovered that for this streamlined formula to work, every material must be perfectly fused. Even the slightest loss is unacceptable. As a 7th grade alchemist, I require numerous attempts, and I have yet to succeed a 2nd time. Yet she, with such a simple formula, can produce pills of flawless quality without fail. Do you know what this signifies? It indicates that although she is merely 2nd grade, she possesses control over medicinal properties that even surpasses my own as a 7th grade alchemist. If such a talent were to receive systematic instruction, her ascendance to 7th grade alchemist is nearly guaranteed, and with some fortune, she could even become a 9th grade alchemist. If you could facilitate an introduction, we might witness the rise of an alchemical prodigy. Otherwise, would it not be a waste of her remarkable gifts? Despite maintaining his composure and refraining from disclosing his connection with Yu Zhao, Chun Changrong could not suppress his astonishment at the thought of someone destined to be a 7th grade alchemist, with the potential to become a 9th grade alchemist. On that day, Ran Wuxing entered Bai Chao Pavilion with a young girl, setting the wheels of fate in motion. Master Chen, is it our turn? Ming Hung could no longer contain himself. Chun Changrong could only force a smile. Yes, please come this way. After another lengthy conversation, these individuals visited almost daily, fully aware that Chun Changrong would reveal nothing. Yet they persisted in their inquiries. Many potential visitors had already abandoned the attempt upon realizing the futility of enticing the alchemical genius or resorted to seeking her out through their own means. The current visitors believed they still had a chance. Chun Changrong, powerless to deny them, continued to receive them with patience. One by one, the meetings concluded, and he was finally greeted by Zhao Wuji, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar face. Please, come in, Chun Changrong invited. Inside the room. As Chun Changrong was about to inquire, Zhao Wuji removed his disguise, coldly regarding him. Chun Changrong, you truly possess audacity. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chun Changrong quickly donned a smile. It is indeed Master Zhao who has graced us with his presence. If only I had known, I would have made preparations. You dare defy the orders I issued? Now you feign decorum, Zhao Wuji sneered, exuding pressure from his combined stage that bore down on Chun Changrong, initially maintaining a smile. Chun Changrong's expression shifted in an instant. Zhao Wuji was determined to teach him a lesson, and though he did not exert his full strength, the pressure was substantial. However, the very next moment, the oppressive force dissipated entirely. Zhao Wuji's expression slightly altered. Chun Changrong no longer smiled and calmly regarded Zhao Wuji. Master Zhao, how Bai Chao Pavilion operates need not adhere to your commands. The individuals you saw earlier, all of them of noble status. Do you wonder why they patiently queued outside? Zhao Wuji's face darkened. He immediately stood up. I shall overlook the matter regarding the seeds this time, but remember, do not let it happen again. With that, Zhao Wuji turned and departed. Chun Changrong chuckled softly. Then I shall not see you out. Once Zhao Wuji had left, a slender, elderly man emerged from the shadows. Thank you, senior, Chun Changrong said respectfully. The elder shook his head. The Grand Pavilion Master dispatched me to ensure your safety and to facilitate the continuation of transactions. He glanced at Chun Changrong and inquired, do you believe that alchemical genius might be of service to us? Chun Changrong sighed. Senior, they are likely disciples of super sects or even sacred lands, merely traveling through here. I have conveyed this to Qiyu and others. Yet they remain hopeful and insist on pursuing the matter. Based on my interactions with them, I believe there is a high probability, 90%, that they come from noble backgrounds. Thus, I advise against probing into their identities. Rather, we should strive to keep them concealed. Should their identities be revealed, they may leave Qinglian Kingdom to continue their travels, and our business would falter. Chun Changrong lowered his voice. The profits from those flawless pills are quite substantial. The elder nodded, albeit with a hint of regret. This matter is, of course, yours to decide. However, we should not interfere too deeply in the enmity between these two and Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji is one thing, but his backing. The elder gestured towards the sky. Qin Changrong understood. I comprehend. Those two likely prefer to avoid our interference. They would rather support Tianjin Peak and gradually contend with Zhao Wuji. Perhaps this too is a part of their training. That is correct. While it may appear as a conflict between Tianjin Peak and Zhao Wuji, each has their own allies behind them. Ultimately, this could escalate into a covert struggle between two sacred lands. Though Baichao Pavilion holds some influence, we remain mere ants before sacred lands, the elder mused. Qin Changrong sighed as well. In this world, aside from the four sacred lands, who among us is not an ant? The inhabitants of those lands are the true favored ones of heaven. We mere mortals can only gaze up in admiration. Zhao Wuji originally intended to confront Qin Changrong, but upon returning, he was consumed by frustration. Gritting his teeth, he thought, only 2 months remain. I need only wait 2 more months. After that, the damned Yunjin and the accursed Tianjin Peak will be buried together. This is a promise from Zhao Wuji. No one can change. Chapter 113, An Appreciation. Zhao Wuji, having vented his fury, summoned a disciple to inquire about the latest developments regarding Yunjin. To his dismay, during his absence in the market, Yunjin and Yu Zhao had already entered the spirit artifact peak and had been there for quite some time. Yang Hui received them privately, and the nature of their conversation remained a mystery. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened considerably. Yang Hui was someone he had long desired to completely win over. Yet, being a seasoned schemer, Yang Hui had not provided any definitive responses despite Zhao Wuji's subtle hints. Nonetheless, outwardly, Yang Hui had appeared to follow his lead, leading Zhao Wuji to believe he was somewhat of an ally. However, Yang Hui had met with Yu Zhao and Yunjin, indicating he was likely aware of their intentions. Was he now prepared to confront Zhao Wuji directly? His countenance soured further. The once impregnable Tianxing sect now seemed riddled with cracks. Zhao Wuji wished to fortify his authority. Yet the number of rebels was overwhelming, leaving him at a loss for where to begin. Ultimately, the root of all this turmoil lay with the Tianjin Peak. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wuji concluded that he must first eradicate the threat posed by the Tianjin Peak. Only then could he settle accounts with the others. Did they truly believe that a mere Yunjin could oppose him? Such folly. Continue to keep a close watch on Yang Hui, Zhao Wuji commanded coldly. He was determined to see how many disobedient pawns would emerge in the next 2 months, so he could deal with them all at once. At the spirit artifact peak, Yang Hui regarded Yunjin and Yu Zhao, his gaze ultimately fixating on Yunjin. Unfazed, Yunjin offered a gentle smile. Yang Hui had initially no intention of meeting them, but it was Yunjin who had sent the Tai sword inside, prompting his change of heart. Now, the Tai and Amp, Appos, a sword lay quietly on the table before Yang Hui. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "This sword possesses growth attributes?" His expression remained nonchalant. In the realm of cultivation, artifacts with growth properties were not unheard of. However, while such artifacts boasted high potential for advancement, they required a blood oath for recognition of ownership before further development could occur. The extent to which they could evolve relied entirely on the owner and Appos' forging skills and their ability to gather materials. It was not that such artifacts had never been forged to higher tiers. However, upon review, one would find that the materials consumed throughout the forging process could have easily crafted several high-grade artifacts. Thus, growth-type artifacts gradually became less desirable, and their users diminished in number. Consequently, Yunjin felt no need for concealment and readily affirmed, currently, this Tai sword, rated merely at 1 star, is simply an intriguing piece. Yang Hui raised an eyebrow. The ambitions of this sword seemed grand. The combination of 2 extreme powers, if further forged, might indeed yield a divine weapon. Despite his words, his demeanor remained indifferent. He knew Yunjin to be a prodigy in swordsmanship, with considerable talent in planting techniques as well. These 2 pursuits alone would consume most of her energy. Could she truly dedicate herself to mastering the art of forging for a sword that was still merely of the yellow tier? Yang Hui found this notion implausible. Yunjin likely sent the sword, having heard of his penchant for collecting peculiar weapons, merely to align with his interests. Alas, he realized he could not accept this sword. Yang Hui was resolute. He would not make any statements until the sect-wide conference concluded in 2 months. In both the leadership's and Tianjin Peak's eyes, his stance was clear: delay. Only by maintaining discretion could he ensure his safety. Yunjin smiled slightly. Indeed? You find my sword rather impressive, do you? If so. Before she could finish, Yang Hui interjected, I do have an affinity for unique weapons, but I cannot accept rewards without merit. You may take this sword back. Yunjin was taken aback. Did he believe she had come to offer a gift? Raising an eyebrow, she focused her thoughts. and the Tai sword was instantly absorbed into her dantian. Now, it was Yang Hui's turn to be stunned. He gazed at Yunjin in astonishment. She could absorb it into her body. Had she already performed a blood oath for recognition? It is essential to note that there are 3 types of artifacts. The first is the life-bound artifact, which can only be forged upon reaching the nascent soul stage. Once successfully forged, it can be nurtured in the dantian, its power strengthening with time. While life-bound artifacts possess greater power than others, they come with a critical drawback. If damaged, the owner suffers as well. Should a life-bound artifact be destroyed, the owner risks losing a significant portion of their vitality. Thus, despite their immense power, cultivators proceed with extreme caution when forging such artifacts. Some even abandon the idea entirely due to the considerable side effects. Only when faced with exceptional artifacts do they consider forging a life-bound artifact. The second type is the blood oath artifact. Similar to life-bound artifacts, these can receive spiritual nourishment, providing them with greater power than ordinary artifacts. However, the benefits from spiritual nourishment are not as significant as those of life-bound artifacts. Additionally, damage to the artifact inflicts lesser harm on the owner, making it a balanced option. Nevertheless, the blood oath requires a portion of the owner's essence, so a cultivator typically chooses this method for only 1 or 2 precious artifacts. Both life-bound and blood oath methods allow artifacts to be nurtured within the body, safeguarding them from theft. If someone attempts to forcibly take them, the artifact loses its owner and becomes devoid of spirit, rendering it unusable. The third category consists of ordinary artifacts, which are usually stored in spatial bags for convenient access. Damage to these artifacts has no repercussions for the owner, though they lack the potency of the first 2 types and are easily susceptible to theft by stronger opponents. Since Yunjin had performed a blood oath on this sword, it was clear that it was not merely a gesture to curry favor with Yang Hui. Yang Hui felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Had he misinterpreted her intentions? Clearing his throat, he could not help but ask, "So, what was your purpose in sending this sword?" Yunjin feigned innocence. "Purpose? I simply thought my sword was remarkable and wanted to share it with the Peak Master for appreciation." "Just for appreciation?" Yang Hui gritted his teeth. "Well, I have already appreciated it. If there's nothing else, you may." "Peak Master, let us return to the matter at hand." Yunjin suddenly became serious. Continuing this idle chatter is a waste of time. Yang Hui, was he the one wasting time? Chapter 114. The way of refining artifacts. Yunjin seemed oblivious to Yang Hui's displeased expression as she spoke to him. "Peak Master, since I have already acknowledged Ta'e with my blood, it is only natural for me to cultivate it. As you know, after the blood acknowledgement, the only way for Ta'e to ascend is for its master to refine it personally. However, I am utterly inexperienced in artifact refining, which is why I have come to seek your guidance, Master Yang." Yang Hui narrowed his eyes. This Yunjin actually wished to learn the art of refining artifacts? It is worth noting that the compatibility between sword cultivators and artifact refining is quite high. The most suitable spiritual root for sword cultivators is typically of the metal attribute, which is unyielding and sharp. Conversely, the roots best suited for artifact refiners are of metal and fire attributes. Many sword cultivators also dabble in artifact refining. Yet, Yunjin is an anomaly. Her spiritual root encompasses all 5 attributes. On the positive side, this means she can adapt to anything. On the negative side, it implies she may never master any one discipline. Currently, her cultivation is still shallow, and the differences may not be apparent. However, as her cultivation deepens, the difficulties associated with refining with 5 roots will increase exponentially. Despite her present radiance, her future prospects of becoming a peerless master are bleak. Yang Hui replied indifferently. "I apologize, but the disciples of the spiritual artifact Peak are already more than enough for me to instruct." Yunjin, unfazed, merely raised an eyebrow and brazenly remarked, "But none of them possess my intelligence." Yang Hui couldn't and Oppos, help but chuckle in exasperation. "Oh, you seem quite confident in yourself." "Of course," Yunjin replied without hesitation. "Why don't we make a wager?" Yang Hui's brow twitched at the thought, recalling Yunjin's numerous feats. He felt a headache coming on at her mention of a wager. He promptly declined. "No, I do not indulge in gambling." Disappointed by the rejection, Yunjin quickly shifted her approach, saying, "In truth, the absence of guidance makes little difference for a talent like mine. Instead, how about this, Master Yang? Lend me a fire room, and I shall self-study the path of artifact refining. Surely that is acceptable? To refine magical artifacts, mundane flames are utterly ineffective. One must either use flames cultivated by practitioners with fire spiritual roots or resort to earth fire. The flames cultivated by practitioners, aside from a few exotic fires, generally lack the stability and intensity of earth fire. Larger sects often capture various grades of earth fire and construct fire rooms accordingly. In the Tianqing sect, this is the only location with earth fire available. To refine the Ta's sword, Yunjin must indeed go through Yang Hui. Her audacious proposition elicited another amused, albeit frustrated, laugh from Yang Hui. The art of refining artifacts is vast and profound. You believe you can teach yourself? He teased. Yunjin smiled slightly. Then let me give it a try. After all, it is merely my own face at stake. I recall that the earth fire rooms here are open to the entire sect, though there is a small fee for disciples outside the spiritual artifact peak. I only require a second-grade earth fire room. The standard price is 10 medium-grade spirit stones for half a month. I will rent it for a month. How does that sound? A month? Yang Hui's brow furrowed. A whole month. Did Yunjin intend to forsake her cultivation for the sake of a single Taoist sword? His feelings were complicated, and he couldn't help but warn, the aura of the flames in the earth fire room is quite intense. It cannot be used for daily cultivation. I am going there to refine artifacts, Yunjin replied calmly. Yang Hui hesitated, then finally said sternly, the entire sect charges this price. There is no reason for you to be exempt. If you wish to squander your time, I shall not stop you. Elder brother. Yunjin quickly glanced at Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao produced 20 medium-grade spirit stones and placed them before Yang Hui, who accepted them and tossed a token to Yunjin, saying, Room 203 of the earth fire, it belongs to you for this month. Additionally, Yunjin continued, Master Yang, I require some materials to practice with. Yang Hui regarded her. Beginners typically start with ordinary black iron for their forging lessons. Noting her confusion, he elaborated. The ability to forge ordinary black iron to a certain degree is the true test of a refiner's basic skills. Generally, a first-grade refiner must achieve 100 strikes on black iron within 10 breaths to reach the level of 100 refined iron. Those more skilled can achieve 1,000 strikes, known as 1,000 refined iron, within the same time frame. 100 refined iron can be utilized for low-grade magical artifacts, while 1,000 refined iron finds extensive application in mid-grade artifacts. Yunjin was genuinely intrigued and couldn't resist asking, how long would it take to achieve 100 refined iron? Yang Hui chuckled. Assuming you possess some talent and persistently practice without any guidance, perhaps 10 to 20 years you might barely manage. 10 to 20 years? That would be an eternity. Yunjin lamented. Yang Hui raised an eyebrow. Thus, I advise you to refrain from focusing on that sword for the time being. No worries. I shall give it a shot. Perhaps I might succeed in 10 or 20 days. Yunjin appeared quite optimistic. Yang Hui could only respond with a sardonic smile, thinking that Yunjin might be overly confident, truly believing she could master everything. Master Yang, allow my little junior sister to have her attempt. There must be a stock of black iron here. Let us procure some for her practice, Yu Zhao suggested. She is being foolish, and you choose to indulge her? Yang Hui frowned slightly but ultimately sighed. Very well, do as you wish. When will you go? I will have someone place the black iron in the earth fire room. The value of black iron was not high. 10 medium-grade spirit stones would suffice for a substantial quantity. Let us go now, Yu Zhao insisted, producing another 10 spirit stones. Yang Hui, finding the situation amusing, added, when purchasing black iron, 10 spirit stones will yield a large amount. However, if you can refine it into 100 refined iron or 1,000 refined iron, our spiritual artifact peak will buy it back at a high price. You may even make a profit. Yunjin's eyes lit up. Agreed. Let us settle on that. Her demeanor was filled with eager anticipation. Yang Hui shook his head. Enough. You may go now. For matters regarding the earth fire room, simply inquire with the disciples at the entrance. Yunjin nodded and, before leaving, presented a storage bag before Yang Hui, saying, Master Yang, these are seeds provided by the herb pavilion, along with the corresponding contract. Whether to sign it is your decision. Yang Hui paused, intending to speak, but Yunjin and Yu Zhao had already departed without looking back. Gazing at the small storage bag, he was engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Ah, how often the fickle are scorned. Who could fathom that it is we, the indecisive, who bear the heaviest burdens? Chapter 115. Tell me, how can one lose? After Yu Zhao and Yunjin departed, Yang Hui remained in his original position, utterly motionless. He did not even reach for the storage bag containing the seeds. He was simply waiting. His wait was not prolonged. A disciple from the sect approached to pay his respects. Yang Hui calmly permitted him to enter, without allowing the disciple to meander with his inquiries. He directly mentioned that Yunjin had rented a fiery chamber for a month for the purpose of weapon crafting. The disciple paused momentarily, but Yang Hui's forthrightness was indeed a favorable development. He inquired further about the details, confirming that Yunjin intended to devote an entire month to her craft before turning to leave. Yang Hui remained seated for a considerable time. He sighed deeply. There was no alternative. The days of being a fence-sitter must continue. Soon, Zhao Wuji completed listening to the disciple's report. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Excellent. Yang Hui was evidently wary of opposing him. How could Yunjin neglect her preparations for the sect-wide assembly in 2 months and instead choose to pursue weapon crafting? What is this called? Time wasted. 2 months. Spent on self-study. What could one truly learn? However, if she wished to squander her time, he would not voice any objections. Zhao Wuji's mood lightened considerably. He contemplated for a moment and made his way to a secluded cave in the back mountains. This was the retreat of Ruanjun. In 2 months, the ability to eliminate Yunjin would hinge upon his eldest disciple. Upon Zhao Wuji's arrival, Ruanjun was deep in meditation. Hearing the commotion, he opened his eyes and respectfully addressed, Master. Zhao Wuji nodded in satisfaction. Your composure has evidently strengthened over these past days. Had you possessed such fortitude earlier, you would not have fallen for Yunjin's tricks. At the mention of Yunjin, Ruanjun's gaze flickered with a hint of coldness as he replied softly. One must endure setbacks to grow. Rest assured, Master, in 2 months, I shall personally take her head. Zhao Wuji's satisfaction deepened. Excellent. He produced several vials of elixirs. These elixirs will enhance your magical prowess. Consume them all, and your abilities should ascend further. Ruanjun's expression brightened. With this, my odds of success will increase significantly. But that is not all, Zhao Wuji added, producing a complete set of needle-like magical artifacts. These treasures are exceptionally potent and most suitable for ambush. You shall bond with them through blood and incorporate them within you. In battle, should an opportunity arise, you can strike at her vital points. Ruanjun's eyes gleamed as he eagerly expressed his gratitude. With this, victory is virtually assured. Zhao Wuji cautioned, it cannot be merely assured. I expect you to be absolutely certain of your success. Ruanjun nodded with confidence. Yunjin is merely at the foundation stage. I surpass her by 2 major realms, and with your assistance, Master, should I fail, I would have no face left to remain in this world. Zhao Wuji shared this sentiment, but felt compelled to add, Yunjin possesses some peculiarities. Do not underestimate her. Ensure you strike her down decisively. Yes. Ruanjun responded with a grave nod. After instructing Ruanjun to train diligently, Zhao Wuji departed the cave. Subsequently, he sought out another individual, Luo Yi. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes. In the previous sect-wide assemblies, you have triumphed over Linya 9 times. If you win again this time, you shall become the new leader of the Heavenly Sword Peak. The man named Luo Yi had an unremarkable appearance, lean and dark, with eyes that concealed a glimmer of intelligence, suggesting he was quite astute. Though he lacked presence within the Tianqing sect, it was well known that he was perhaps the foremost figure beneath the peak leaders. Rest assured, Master, Linya's cultivation will only continue to decline. Defeating him will be as easy as pie, Luo Yi said calmly. Zhao Wuji chuckled. While Linya is not to be feared, there will inevitably be others vying for the position of peak leader. Do remain vigilant. Luo Yi replied confidently, the sword in my hand fears no one. Zhao Wuji nodded with satisfaction. Only 2 months remain. Do not slacken your efforts. I eagerly await the day I can personally crown you. Yes. Luo Yi felt a surge of excitement. The leader of the Heavenly Sword Peak must be the one with the most exquisite swordsmanship in the sect. Until now, Linya had held this title, his swordplay enigmatic and unassailable. Fortunately, he had suffered injuries, and his cultivation had been in decline, having defeated him 9 times already. This here was the final opportunity. If he could secure victory, Luo Yi, would become the next leader of the Heavenly Sword Peak. Luo Yi tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Zhao Wuji, observing his demeanor, couldn't help but smile. Neither Ruanjun nor Luo Yi had any possibility of failure. In 2 months' time at the sect-wide assembly, come, tell me, how can one lose? At the Spirit Tool Peak, Yu Zhao and Yunjin, guided by a disciple, arrived at the fiery chamber number 203. The disciple explained, simply place the token in the recess of the door, and it will unlock. Once closed, the chamber can only be opened from the inside, preventing external access. In the event of an emergency, you may strike the emergency bell within the chamber, and assistance will forcibly breach the door. However, it is best not to use this lightly, as a forced breach incurs a fee of 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Yu Zhao could not help but express his astonishment. This Spirit Tool Peak truly excelled in commerce. A commendable strategy, indeed worthy of emulation. The black iron is already within the fiery chamber. Junior sister can enter at any time, the disciple added. Thank you, senior brother. Yunjin expressed her gratitude and tentatively placed the token on the recess. The door to the fiery chamber creaked open. Yunjin took a moment to explore. Inside, a chasm burned with clusters of earth fire. The room infused with a potent essence of fire elements, while other elemental essences were nearly expelled. No wonder Yang Hui claimed this place was unsuitable for cultivation. However, for Yunjin, it was inconsequential. Her source of spiritual energy relied on elixirs, not the scant elemental energy in the air. This place, with its excellent confidentiality and inability to be accessed from the outside, was indeed an ideal location for cultivation. Yunjin resolved to break through to the golden core stage within this fiery chamber, while also refining the Tai sword to a 2-star level. With a month at her disposal, she believed she could accomplish these 2 tasks, albeit barely. After a brief tour, Yunjin did not immediately enter seclusion. She and Yu Xiao first returned to the Heavenly Sword Peak. She informed Linya and the others, then relayed some matters to Gu Jinghong and Yi Cheng before taking a moment to express her concerns to the rolling clouds. Subsequently, she entrusted Yu Xiao with gathering the 2 materials necessary to upgrade the Tai sword, asking him to notify her via communication token once they were collected, so she could emerge from her seclusion to retrieve them. Having delegated all her tasks, Yunjin finally began her retreat. As of now, she was still at the foundation stage. By the day she emerged, she would surely reach the golden core stage. Chapter 116. Black Iron Forging within the Earth Fire Chamber. The procured black iron lay stacked neatly to one side. As black iron constituted the most rudimentary of minerals, its cost was remarkably low. The purchasing power of 10 medium-grade spirit stones was substantial. This heap of black iron had accumulated to the height of a small hill, ample enough for Yunjin to practice for an extended period. Yunjin surveyed the various facilities within the chamber. The naturally occurring second-grade earth fire, meticulously refined, exhibited stable and continuous flames potent enough to melt second-grade ores, proving immensely beneficial for a craftsman. The adjustable apparatus allowed for modulation of the fire's intensity. While it could be lowered, it could not be heightened beyond the second-grade maximum. There was the anvil, an unremarkable iron hammer, and a quenching furnace. After a brief examination of the equipment and Oppo's functions, Yunjin lifted a piece of black iron, gauging its weight. Though it appeared exceedingly dark, it felt surprisingly robust in her hands. A sudden thought struck her. Should she persist in blacksmithing, she might unwittingly evolve into the legendary Iron Barbie. Yunjin stroked her chin, unperturbed by the notion of becoming an Iron Barbie. Rather, it reminded her of the path of body refinement. She was disinclined to possess any weaknesses. Her soul was formidable, her magical prowess profound, and her physical strength ought to match. Yet, she could not emulate Long Yi, who utilized the blood of spirit beasts for body refinement. At present, Yunjin contemplated that hammering various ores served as a form of physical training. Much like in the modern world, individuals who regularly engaged in fitness possessed superior physical strength compared to the average person. Blacksmiths, through their constant labor, would also exhibit greater strength. In the realm of cultivation, it followed that a craftsman would theoretically possess more physical prowess than a typical cultivator. This was akin to a forced regimen of physical exercise. Nonetheless, this method of training was subtle and lacked direct focus, likely preventing a true pursuit of body refinement. Yunjin, somewhat regretful in her musings, recognized that the path of body refinement would come later. For now, she felt no urgency. Placing the black iron upon the anvil, she grasped the nearby hammer, which was astonishingly heavy. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, her physical constitution had already surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Yet, despite exerting all her strength, she could scarcely lift the hammer. Only with a modicum of spiritual energy could she manage to hoist it. Not rushing to employ the simplification system, she first endeavored on her own. Striking down with all her might, the black iron barely yielded. Once more, she channeled her spiritual energy and delivered another blow. With each strike, she continued this process, and after 100 strikes, a slight dent formed in the iron. But it remained far from the coveted refined state. Yunjin raised an eyebrow. It appeared that speed was the key. To achieve the transformation into refined iron, she needed to strike 100 times within a short span. Yang Hui had not exaggerated. Entering the realm of crafting was indeed not an endeavor to be accomplished in a mere year or two. She sighed. If circumstances permitted, she would relish the experience of laboring diligently like an ordinary person for 3 to 5 years, gradually striving to attain mastery and ultimately savoring the exhilaration of success. However, she could not afford such luxury. She was a cheat. Yunjin had long since devised a plan for rapid advancement. Picking up the hammer once more. This time she did not merely infuse it with spiritual energy. Instead, she attempted to employ the force application technique from the Qinglian Sword Technique. The Qinglian Sword Technique was one of the sword forms practiced by her 5 senior brothers. In her quest to master the Qinglian Sword Technique, Yunjin had already grasped the sword intent of the Qinglian Sword Intent. Though termed sword intent, it was essentially a state of mind. When applied to swordsmanship, it manifested as Qinglian Sword Intent, When adapted to hammering, it became Gale Hammer Intent. The essence of this sword intent was its immense enhancement of speed under the influence of wind attributes. Given that refined iron demanded swiftness, the Gale state was ideally suited for this task. Utilizing a few simplification instances, she allowed the system to optimize and modify her technique based on the weapon. The Gale Sword Technique was effortlessly transformed into Gale Hammer Technique. With additional simplifications, the proficiency from her swordsmanship was transferred to her hammering skills. With the Gale Hammer Technique now at her disposal, Yunjin commenced her attempts anew. Under the influence of the Gale state, the consumption of her spiritual energy escalated, and the hammer in her hand became a blur of shadows, striking the black iron in rapid succession. 10 breaths. 100 strikes. The target achieved. A sheen of sweat adorned Yunjin's forehead. This time, she did not merely simplify the crafting technique itself. She merely transmuted the Gale Sword intent into Gale Hammer intent. Yet, the transformation of the black iron was the result of her own labor. As she gazed at the black iron, she noted a subtle change in hue. The surface exhibited a faint purplish tint, and as the light danced upon it, she could distinctly see her reflection. However, this piece of black iron had yet to attain the status of true refined iron. Merely a single round of refinement was far from sufficient. Yunjin initiated her next endeavor. After truly completing 100 rounds of refinement, her spiritual energy was utterly depleted, and she finally forged her first genuine piece of refined iron. The refined iron had transformed from a weighty brick into a slender tome of 30 pages. The entire piece now bore a deep black with a hint of purple, and as Yunjin beheld it, a profound sense of accomplishment washed over her. As a cheat, the rare opportunity to sweat through her own efforts was exhilarating. Just as she was reveling in her success, she suddenly heard the system's notification. Host has independently advanced to a first-grade craftsman. Secondary profession, craftsman unlocked. Current level, first-grade craftsman. Proficiency, 1. Yunjin blinked in astonishment. She had ascended to a first-grade craftsman. Moreover, she had unlocked the secondary profession of craftsman on her own. This seemed to conserve a considerable number of simplification instances compared to her previous reliance on the system. She pondered her alchemist's secondary profession. The advancement methods for alchemists and craftsmen appeared to differ significantly. An alchemist was required to undergo rigorous assessment by the Alchemist Association to progress. Even the system panel would update only upon her successful evaluation. Yet for craftsmen, it seemed the system had autonomously designated her rank. Yunjin stroked her chin thoughtfully. In her estimation, both professions held considerable importance, whether in alchemy or crafting. Each could significantly enhance her capabilities. However, in this realm, alchemical formulas were exceedingly rare, and the difficulty of alchemy was exceptionally high, bestowing alchemists with a status of great prestige. In contrast, the entry threshold for craftsmen was considerably lower. Anyone with decent physical fitness could attempt it. Consequently, the standing of mid-tier and lower-tier craftsmen was significantly inferior to that of their alchemical counterparts. This disparity arose from the principle of rarity endowing value. Professions were no exception. Nonetheless, Yunjin firmly believed that should one ascend to the pinnacle of their profession, the status of a 9th-grade alchemist and a 9th-grade craftsman would be nearly indistinguishable. Chapter 117. The promise of the golden core. Currently, behind Yunjin's proficiency, a simplification button had appeared. She clicked at once. Forging 100 pieces of refined iron could enhance her proficiency by 1 point. When her proficiency reached 100%, she could advance to a second-tier weaponsmith. Yunjin raised an eyebrow, and this time, she directly clicked the simplification button 10 times. Forging 50 pieces of refined iron could elevate her proficiency by 1 point. 50 pieces of refined iron. That was somewhat excessive. Her time was exceedingly precious. Yunjin continued to click, having used up 50 simplification attempts. Ultimately, the condition transformed to forging 10 pieces of refined iron would enhance her proficiency by 1 point. After trying once more, she found that this condition would not change any further, indicating that 10 pieces of refined iron had become a critical threshold. Yunjin did not attempt again and obediently began her forging. At her pace, she could forge 1 piece of refined iron in no more than a quarter of an hour. However, the consumption of spiritual energy during the forging process was substantial. And after completing 1 piece, she typically had to wait for her spiritual energy to recover. Yet, Yunjin possessed elixirs that could restore her spiritual energy directly. Thus, it meant that before long, she could forge the next piece. If she worked tirelessly on 10 pieces of refined iron, she should be able to complete them within 2 hours. With 12 hours in a day, if she pushed herself a little, she could enhance her proficiency by 6 points each day. This way, in less than 20 days, she would ascend to the rank of a second-tier weaponsmith. By that time, her senior brother should have prepared the ore she needed, allowing her to attempt to begin upgrading the Tai sword. Under this plan, Time was indeed exceedingly tight. The advancement of a weaponsmith seemed to Yunjin to be even more challenging than that of an alchemist. However, in reality, Yunjin felt that both paths had their own merits. The training method of an alchemist required her to expend a considerable number of simplification attempts, and it was only applicable to specific elixirs. For instance, having simplified the foundational elixir, she could easily concoct it. Yet for other second-tier elixirs, she would need to use simplification attempts again to learn. This method was akin to a lavish expenditure of simplification attempts. If she were to approach every side profession in such a manner, her simplification attempts would undoubtedly run out quickly. The training method of a weaponsmith, although slower in advancement and more exhausting, was advantageous as it conserved simplification attempts. One could say that each method had its advantages and disadvantages, but both were quite suitable for their respective professions. Yunjin did not dwell on this matter for too long. She glanced at the quantity of black iron and estimated that she might still be short. Consequently, she used a communication token to inform Yu Zhao to purchase another batch of black iron. Soon, a new batch of black iron was delivered. The disciples from the Spirit Weapon Peak placed the black iron at the entrance and then rang the bell on the door. When Yunjin went out to collect the black iron, she smiled gently at the disciple and handed him a tightly wrapped object. "Senior brother, please deliver this to Peak Master Yang for inspection." Yunjin also offered a medium-grade spirit stone as a token of appreciation for his errand. The disciple's gaze shifted slightly, and he quickly accepted it. "Rest assured, I will deliver it. However, I cannot guarantee whether the Peak Master will accept it. That is only natural." Yunjin replied with a smile. The disciple nodded and then turned to leave. Yunjin transported the new batch of black iron inside and commenced her relentless forging endeavors. Before long, the items wrapped in layers upon layers were placed on Yang Hui's desk. Yang Hui squinted slightly. Hadn't Yunjin only just entered the furnace chamber? How could she have already requested another batch of black iron and sent something for herself? Recalling the awkward encounter from last time, he dared not presume that Yunjin was there to present a gift, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Yang Hui swiftly scanned the package with his spiritual sense, and his expression subtly shifted. He hastily unwrapped the package, and to his astonishment, he uncovered a perfectly forged piece of refined iron. Where did this come from? Had Yunjin perhaps brought a piece of refined iron in advance? If she had specifically brought him this refined iron, it would render her gesture meaningless. Did she intend to imply that this refined iron was crafted by her own hand? Yang Hui instinctively shook his head. How long had it been since Yunjin entered? Surely not even an hour. How could she have forged the first piece of refined iron in such a short time? The impossibility of it gnawed at his mind. Yet, recalling Yunjin's overly confident expression, he found himself hesitating momentarily. She had no reason to deceive him with a purchased piece of refined iron. It would benefit her not at all. Yang Hui's emotions fluctuated before he ultimately regained his composure. The piece of refined iron was placed into his storage pouch. Meanwhile, Yunjin had once again entered her meditative state. Now, there was no way to inquire further. The truth would naturally reveal itself in a month's time. In the furnace chamber, there was no distinction between day and night. The illumination stones overhead worked tirelessly, casting light without regard for time. The flames radiated warmth at every moment. Yunjin embarked on her most frenzied 20 days. Each day was consumed solely by the forging of refined iron. Whenever her spiritual energy waned, she would consume an elixir to restore it. Once replenished, she would continue the forging. Throughout this period, she scarcely found a moment to truly rest. Even the time spent recovering her spiritual energy had become a form of respite. This intense training led Yunjin to discover something remarkable. When she first exhausted her spiritual energy and then restored it, she noticed that her recovery speed increased with each cycle, and the total amount of spiritual energy would subtly rise. Her spiritual energy was visibly ascending at a frenetic pace. And even her soul realm, which had been slowly advancing, was now experiencing a significant acceleration in its growth. On the 5th day, Yunjin's soul realm broke through to the early stage of the golden core. By the 10th day, her spiritual energy cultivation reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, and she faintly sensed a breakthrough on the horizon. However, engrossed in her forging, she attempted to compress her spiritual energy. To her surprise, she succeeded in the compression. Without further concern, she continued forging. Each strike of her hammer not only struck upon the black iron, but also seemed to resonate within her spiritual energy. Her spiritual energy began to condense, much like the black iron beneath her hammer, becoming increasingly refined. As 10 more days passed, Yunjin had successfully ascended to the rank of a second-tier weaponsmith days earlier, yet her spiritual energy continued to evolve with greater refinement. This sensation was profoundly mysterious. Yunjin did not pause. She continued forging until her spiritual energy could condense no further. Only then did she sit cross-legged. Previously, her spiritual energy resembled a vast ocean, quietly resting within her dantian. However, through her relentless efforts over these days, this ocean had coalesced into a colossal sphere. Thus, she had unknowingly completed the preliminary steps toward advancing to the early stage of the golden core during her forging process. The next step was to compress this sphere. Chapter 118. The formation of the 9th rank golden core in silent contemplation. Yunjin recalled the command to deduce the next level of the mysterious technique. The system prompted her to deduce the golden core stage technique. 500 instances of low-level simplification are required. Do you wish to proceed? A pained expression crossed Yunjin's face. Previously, elevating the technique to the foundation establishment stage required merely 30 low-level simplifications, yet this advancement to the golden core stage demanded a staggering 500. Such a rate of increase was not just exponential. It underscored the diminishing effectiveness of low-level simplification as one ascended in rank. Ultimately, it seemed that intermediate simplification would soon be necessary. Nevertheless, the deduction of this technique could not afford to skimp on simplification instances, even if it required 5,000 instances. Yunjin gritted her teeth and resolved to proceed. Use it, she declared softly. Once the simplification instances were deducted, the system commenced its deduction process. An abundance of arcane information surged through Yunjin's mind, coalescing into a golden tome. Instinctively, she reached out to touch the book, which instantly dissipated. In that moment, the technique was successfully advanced to the golden core level. High grade of the mysterious tier. The golden core stage technique retained the balanced attributes of the 5 elements, and its cultivation method was preserved. Furthermore, each of the 5 attributes now bore a specific supernatural ability. Metal attribute supernatural ability, sharpness. When employing metal-based attacks, the penetrative power is significantly enhanced. This ability can also be infused into magical artifacts, granting them the sharpness attribute. Wood attribute supernatural ability, restoration. When injured, the use of wood-based healing significantly boosts recovery capabilities. Water attribute supernatural ability, thunder. Concealed within water, it wields unparalleled might. Fire attribute supernatural ability, continuation. The use of fire-based spiritual energy greatly extends its duration. Earth attribute supernatural ability, range. Utilizing earth-based techniques considerably increases the area of effect. Typically, a mysterious tier golden core technique would be accompanied by 1 or 2 supernatural abilities. However, the fact that this technique included 5 practical abilities was truly unparalleled. The system rated it as high grade of the mysterious tier, yet Yunjin felt it was verging on the earth tier. If all went well, the next evolution of the deduction would transform the technique into a genuine earth tier method. Earth tier techniques. In a mid-tier sect, such a technique would be a treasure of the sect. In a super sect, disciples capable of cultivating earth tier techniques would be treasured like gems. Even in sacred lands, earth tier techniques still held significant value. Clearly, Yunjin's version of the technique had aspirations that extended far beyond this. When she reached the nascent soul stage, it was highly probable that it would become an earth tier technique. But what if she continued the deduction? What about during the integration stage, the tribulation stage, or even the great ascension stage? The potential evolution of this technique was beyond Yunjin's current imagination. After the evolution of the technique, Yunjin calmed her emotions and prepared for her advancement. The prerequisites for progressing to the golden core stage were as follows. First, the technique. She had that covered. Second, the realm of the soul. She had achieved that as well. Third, a substantial amount of spiritual energy. The earth fire room only contained fire attribute spiritual energy. But that was inconsequential. Yunjin had prepared a copious supply of elixirs to ensure she had enough. Fourth, a stroke of serendipity. Closing her eyes, Yunjin expelled all distracting thoughts. Then she began to compress the sphere of spiritual energy. As the sphere was further constricted, the liquid spiritual energy gradually coalesced into golden grains of sand under her relentless compression. This process was protracted and required unwavering focus. Any lapse could lead to failure. Fortunately, Yunjin's soul power was extraordinarily potent, allowing her to masterfully control each transformation. Once the liquid completely solidified, with a single thought, the golden grains surged toward her dantian. Under Yunjin's command, they began to rotate around her dantian, their speed increasing rapidly. Ultimately, they converged into a golden sphere, the initial golden core. If Yunjin harbored no ambitions, she could halt here, having successfully advanced. However, this was far from the perfect golden core. Ambitious practitioners would choose to continue refining, ultimately condensing the golden core into a size akin to an elixir, which represented a more ideal state. If one could achieve this, the golden core might even bear elixir patterns. It was said that those who imprinted patterns could likely advance to the integration stage. Moreover, if one could refine a 9th-rank golden core, it would be legendary, with boundless future potential. The 9th-rank golden core was a dream too audacious for many to entertain. Yet from the outset, Yunjin's goal was precisely that, the 9th-rank golden core. She aspired to tread the path of invincibility, striving for supremacy at every level. Since the 9th-rank golden core was the pinnacle, she must attain it. Thus, even after forming the golden core, Yunjin did not cease her efforts. She continued to compress it. Each golden grain fervently absorbed the spiritual energy within her, further condensing the golden core into a smaller form. At that moment, she found her spiritual energy depleted. However, this posed no concern for Yunjin, as she had planned ahead. She retrieved numerous elixirs and consumed them directly. A torrent of spiritual energy surged within her dantian, causing the golden core to rotate with frenzied vigor. Refining, further refining, compressing, reducing even more. The luster of the golden core intensified, illuminating the entire earth fire room with a golden glow. Fortunately, the room's seclusion ensured that the brilliance did not escape, or it might have attracted unwanted attention. With the aid of the elixirs, Yunjin successfully compressed the golden core to its perfect size. Upon reaching this size, she experienced an inexplicable insight. Further compression was impossible. This was the limit of the golden core stage. The next step was to imprint the elixir patterns. Sitting in meditation, she began to circulate the evolved technique. The 5 elemental lights complemented one another, and the multicolored spiritual energy flowed harmoniously through her meridians. Meanwhile, the golden core endured the relentless onslaught of spiritual energy. Once, twice, thrice, and then countless times. In her secluded state, Yunjin lost all sense of time. Elixir patterns began to emerge on the golden core. The first pattern appeared, causing the golden core to rotate even faster, its golden light growing more radiant. The second pattern emerged, the brilliance becoming somewhat blinding. The third, fourth. Under the continuous assault of the 5-colored spiritual energy, the patterns proliferated. Finally, to Yunjin's eager gaze, the 9th pattern gradually manifested on the golden core. The 9th-rank golden core was formed. A wave of joy surged within Yunjin, leading her to believe that everything should conclude here. However, an unforeseen transformation suddenly occurred. The blinding brilliance vanished in an instant, replaced by black and white hues, revealing a taiji symbol reminiscent of the Tai sword. Only then did the golden core cease its rotation, lying quietly within Yunjin's dantian. Chapter 119. Is it really so provocative? Yunjin sensed the golden elixir in her dantian, momentarily taken aback. In this world, only the legend of the 9-rank golden elixir circulated, reputedly the pinnacle of alchemical achievement. Yet, while others possessed a golden elixir adorned with 9 distinct patterns, hers had inexplicably transformed into a striking black and white motif. This taiji-like design seemed to complement her Tai sword rather well. But surely it could not have altered merely for the sake of aesthetic alignment? This was not some whimsical game. Yunjin and Apos' gaze flickered with intrigue. Could this phenomenon be linked to her 5-element spiritual power? In this realm, possessing 5 spiritual roots was deemed the lowest tier of cultivation. However, Yunjin felt differently. The 5 spiritual roots merely presented a more arduous and gradual path to mastery, if cultivated to their utmost potential. The harmonious interplay of the 5 elements could indeed yield the most formidable of spiritual roots. The concepts of the 5 elements and taiji danced in her mind. She recalled a saying from a world she once visited. Taiji gives rise to the 2 forms. The 2 forms give rise to the 4 images. The 4 images give rise to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams generate all things. This black and white elixir, symbolizing taiji, represented the essence of all existence. Conversely, the 5 forces, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, stood as the foundational energies of the universe and life itself. Everything in existence could not escape these 5 elements. In a certain light, taiji and the 5 elements were inextricably linked. It seemed that this black and white golden elixir was a manifestation influenced by her 5-element spiritual power. Yunjin perceived this change as a positive transformation, smiling with satisfaction. While there may be other 9-rank golden elixirs in this world, this unique black and white elixir was undoubtedly hers alone. She relished the sensation of being one of a kind. Upon advancing to the golden elixir stage, Yunjin felt an indescribable comfort enveloping her. Yet, an unpleasant sticky residue lingered on her body. Although it could be cleansed with magic, she sensed something was amiss. Thus, she decided to leave the furnace chamber and return to Tianjian Peak. Yunjin has emerged from seclusion? Yang Hui received the news immediately, narrowing his eyes. Has she returned the token? Not yet. The disciple shook his head. There are still 10 days remaining on the rental period. She has not yet returned the token, indicating she likely intends to return. Keep a close watch, Yang Hui instructed. The disciple was puzzled by Yang Hui's keen interest in an outsider, yet he complied without question. Yang Hui maintained a calm demeanor, though internally, he felt a restless itch akin to being scratched by 1,000 feline paws. This Yunjin had sent a piece of refined iron, then retreated into seclusion for 20 days without allowing him the chance to inquire further. Now that she briefly emerged, it was unbecoming for the Peak Master to seek her out directly. He resolved to wait patiently. Upon returning to Tianjin Peak, both Gun Gun and Gu Jinghong sensed her presence, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Gun Gun leaped into Yunjin's arms, and she affectionately ruffled its fur, eliciting a look of pure enjoyment from the creature. Suddenly, Yunjin raised an eyebrow. You've broken through to the Foundation establishment stage? She had completely forgotten to check Gun Gun's status during her seclusion. A quick glance revealed that Gun Gun had indeed reached the early Foundation establishment stage, mastering the foundational skills of collision and roar to the 5th tier. Moreover, it had awakened a new racial skill, Iron Armor. Iron Armor skill constructs a layer of metallic armor around the body. The higher the skill level, the tougher the armor becomes. Currently, Gun Gun's proficiency in this skill was barely adequate. In contrast, relative to its Foundation establishment level, its foundational skills had developed impressively. Naturally, many spiritual beasts, upon advancing in cultivation, neglected foundational skills in favor of their racial skills, which were inherently more powerful. Gun Gun proudly lifted its head, declaring, I, Gun Gun, have been striving diligently. Excellent, keep up the effort, Yunjin replied with a smile, contemplating the differences in cultivation between spiritual beasts and humans. Spiritual beasts tended to rely more heavily on lineage and species. Some higher-tier spiritual beasts could effortlessly advance merely by breathing, while lower-tier ones often found their efforts insufficient compared to the ease of a single nap. It was said that advanced spiritual beasts possessed inherited memories, instinctively knowing various cultivation methods tailored to their needs. Gun Gun, being a mid-tier spiritual beast, lacked such inheritances. Without inherited memories, its early strength had to rely on gradually increasing spiritual power and practicing skills. Fortunately, Yunjin had an abundance of elixirs to aid in Gun Gun's progression. Given that a new skill had been awakened, it was only natural that practice should follow. Yunjin streamlined the training requirements for Iron Armor. The new condition was simple. You will grow stronger by enduring blows. Each 10 strikes would enhance the proficiency of Iron Armor. The 10 must come from different individuals. Repetitions could occur in subsequent rounds. This was not an intentional ploy against Gun Gun. The simplification merely shifted the focus to the necessity of taking hits. With a hint of sympathy, Yunjin looked at Gun Gun and asked, would you like to rapidly enhance your Iron Armor skill? Well, is the master about to teach me a new incantation? Gun Gun exclaimed, nodding eagerly. Taking a deep breath, Yunjin spoke softly. The key to practicing the Iron Armor skill is to endure blows. You must find 10 different individuals to strike you in turn. Remember, each person can only strike you once within the first 10 hits, but after that, repetitions are allowed. Gun Gun's eyes widened in disbelief. Master, I've been behaving very well lately. I haven't done anything wrong. I've only broken down my home 10 times, torn my big sister's clothes 20 times, and shattered my big brother's teacups 30 times. Yunjin fell silent. It seemed that the big sister and big brother referred to her senior brother and sister, indicating they were enduring their own trials. Perfect. With Gun Gun's boundless energy, it was time for it to entertain others. With a serious expression, Yunjin stated, when have I ever deceived you? I've even prepared the incantation for you. When you take your hits, simply recite the incantation in your mind while activating the Iron Armor skill, and you will surely reap significant training benefits. Her sincerity convinced Gun Gun. Gu Jingong observed Yunjin with a peculiar gaze. In the past, he would have unhesitatingly believed she was deliberately tormenting Gun Gun. Yet, at this moment, he found himself uncertain. Could it be that such a provocative method of cultivation truly existed in this world? Chapter 120. The unparalleled sword Gong Gong had come to believe it and hurriedly inquired about the incantation from Yunjin. With utmost seriousness, Yunjin replied, this time, the incantation must be sung, but remember, it must be sung in your heart, never aloud, especially not where senior brother can hear you. Although only she, as its master, could understand Gong Gong's words, it was better to be cautious, for singing inherently carried a rhythm. Gong Gong nodded repeatedly. While the spells taught by its master were indeed useful, they were also rather peculiar. It had no intention of vocalizing them. At that moment, Yunjin took a deep breath and began to sing. The Wuming Mountains connect to the mountains beyond. The moonlight spills over the sound of flowing water. Is there anyone who can tell me, for heaven is calling out to you? Gong Gong? Gu Jinghong? Yunjin continued with a serious demeanor. Have you memorized it? Instinctively, Gong Gong wanted to admit it had not remembered, yet to its surprise, the melody began to echo in its mind. It opened its mouth to try and found it seemed to have already learned it. Very well, Yunjin expressed her satisfaction. From now on, remember to recite it silently in your heart. Now, go about your business. Gong Gong, now eager for a good thrashing, tugged at Gu Jinghong, urging him to take it to find someone. It needed a total of 10 individuals, and they all had to be different. The few present at the Heavenly Sword Peak were simply insufficient to satisfy its desire for punishment. It would have to look beyond. Gu Jinghong, being pulled by Gong Gong, turned to glance at Yunjin, feeling a pang of reluctance. His master had returned this time without even speaking to him. But upon reflection, that Yuqing had not even caught a glimpse of their master. Gu Jinghong's heart was instantly balanced. Go now, and enjoy your punishment, Yunjin encouraged. And Gu Jinghong could only lead Gong Gang out to seek its thrashing. Yunjin returned to her small abode, first indulging in a delightful bath, feeling a lingering discomfort otherwise. Then, she contacted Yu Zhao through a communication token. The 2 types of ores required for upgrading the Tai sword had already been prepared by Yu Zhao. He had not personally ventured out, but had entrusted a disciple from the Spirit Tool Peak to fetch them. Fortunately, these ores were not particularly rare, and with Yu Zhao's financial prowess, he easily gathered them. To prevent any loss, he had even prepared a few extra portions of each material. After meeting with Yu Zhao and receiving the storage bag, Yunjin was ready to retreat for seclusion. Yu Zhao instinctively glanced at Yunjin's cultivation level, his mouth slightly agape. Just as he was about to inquire, Yunjin's figure swiftly vanished from sight. Sitting there stiffly, Yu Zhao began to doubt his own perception. Had he misjudged? Was his junior sister breaking through to the Golden Core stage? Surely not. She had only been a mortal upon entering. Now, merely 2 months later. A Golden Core? Was this something a normal person could achieve? His junior sister had never been normal. That was a relief. Yu Zhao felt on the verge of madness. What do you mean, relief? Such a terrifying speed of cultivation. Did any disciples from the 4 Holy Lands possess such a pace? Perhaps not. What kind of monster had his master brought back? Yu Zhao even began to worry that by the next time she emerged from seclusion, she might already be at the nascent soul stage. That would truly make it possible for her to defeat that Wan Jun at the sect conference. As he pondered this, Yu Zhao shook his head, desperately trying to regain his composure. When had he become so audacious? 3 months to reach the nascent soul stage? This, perhaps, could be, but surely not. For a moment, he hesitated to draw any conclusions. At the Spirit Tool Peak, Yunjin once again commenced her retreat, with 10 days remaining. She aimed to upgrade the Tai sword to 2 stars. In the final month, all her energy would be devoted to the Repairing Heaven pill. Speaking of the Repairing Heaven pill, Yunjin suddenly realized how splendid the Earth Fire Room was. Its high level of secrecy spared her from prying eyes. It merely required some spirit stones, a trivial expense she could easily afford. Moreover, aside from the spirit stones from Yu Zhao, her storage ring still brimmed with gifts from Songli, enough to last her quite a while. Once she perfected the formula for the Repairing Heaven pill, she would return here to play during the alchemical process. Yunjin cheerfully made her decision. She then took out the ores prepared by Yu Zhao. The materials for the Tai sword were already excellent, and since this was merely an upgrade to 2 stars, the required materials were not particularly rare. Had it not been for the system's proposed optimal plan, Yunjin would never have guessed these 2 ores were the star upgrade materials for the Tai sword. The materials previously deduced by Tsang Li did not include these 2. One ore was named Mooching Stone, and the other, Tu Wang Stone, both possessing balanced and neutral attributes. Song Li's initial proposal had suggested continuing to use materials with opposing properties to stimulate the unique attributes of the Tai sword. The perfect plan provided by the system was entirely different from Song Li's deductions. Yet, Yunjin naturally opted for the system's plan. Beyond her trust in the system, she sensed that if she continued down an extreme path, the Tai sword might become a bizarre or even a wicked sword, rather than an unparalleled treasure. Whoever claimed that Tai Chi Yin and Yang is an art of opposition was mistaken. Quite the opposite. Tai Chi is the most harmonious and inclusive art. What needed to be done now was not to continue stimulating extreme attributes, but to gradually merge these 2 attributes until they were completely unified. What the Tai sword would become at that time was beyond Yunjin's imagination, but it would undoubtedly be a dignified, unparalleled sword. The system began scanning the 2 ores as Yunjin issued the command. The scanning results emerged swiftly, though they lacked detail. Yunjin opted to simplify the process and employed a detailed scan this time. This produced a comprehensive step-by-step guide for refining. Mooching Stone, a 2nd grade ore, possesses balanced and neutral properties. This ore is quite soft. First, use a vigorous strike to eliminate excess impurities. Immerse in spirit liquid for tempering. Thoroughly melt with earth fire. Tu Huang Stone, also a second grade ore, initially appears earthy yellow, but through rigorous refinement will exhibit a dark golden hue. First, burn with earth fire to remove excess impurities. Temper with water every 300 strikes until it takes on a dark golden color, then refine with earth fire. When the surface begins to slightly melt, hammer with maximum strength continuously. Each ore was accompanied by a lengthy, detailed refining process, described in a foolproof manner. Yunjin was quite satisfied. However, this was merely the first step. Completing these tasks would mean she had processed the materials. The true main event would be the subsequent fusion and star upgrade, which would likely require some simplification as well. Yunjin settled into a meditative position, taking slow, deep breaths to ensure she was in the best possible state. Only then did she rise to commence the first step, refining the mooching stone. Chapter 121. The two-star transformation. According to the detailed instructions provided by the system, the mooching stone must first be struck to remove impurities, and subsequently refined into a liquid using the primordial fire. Yunjin began to diligently follow these steps. However, the art of artifact forging is not as simple as it appears. Different ores require varying degrees of force. Some areas necessitate a heavier touch, while others demand a lighter one, all of which is quite meticulous. Although the system had explained everything in great detail, Yunjin still required several attempts before successfully eliminating the impurities in the first step. Fortunately, there were no further mistakes thereafter. The mooching stone melted obediently into a pool of azure liquid upon the primordial fire. Yunjin collected this liquid into a jade vial and then proceeded to handle the Tu Huang stone. This too consumed a considerable amount of her time. Ultimately, after 5 full days, she prepared both materials. To be on the safe side, Yunjin prepared 3 portions each, determined to succeed in her star elevation. Next, the formal process began. The mooching stone had now transformed into liquid form, while the Tu Huang stone had been compressed to its utmost limit, reduced to a mere thin layer. Yunjin retrieved the Taiye sword and placed it into the groove of the refining platform. She then accessed the panel of the Taiye sword, expending 200 simplification attempts to click on the star elevation button. The system promptly provided detailed guidance. Yunjin meticulously reviewed the instructions. Not rushing to commence, she sat cross-legged and mentally rehearsed the entire procedure repeatedly, ensuring there were no issues before standing up. First, she poured in the mooching stone liquid. Next, she began to temper and strike the Tu Huang stone until it merged seamlessly with the Taiye sword. Throughout this process, she had to continuously add the mooching stone liquid. The precise timing was left to the discretion of the forger. Yunjin focused intensely, standing before the refining platform for 2 full days and nights without once blinking. Once the Tu Huang stone fully integrated into the Taiye sword, she poured in the final portion of the mooching stone liquid. The azure liquid flowed over the Tai, a sword as if returning to its mother's embrace, and it was completely absorbed. The Taiye sword, which had previously exhibited hints of golden hue, reverted to its pure black and white state at that moment. The Tu Huang stone, as if it had never existed, was completely neutralized within the sword body. As the sword slowly cooled, a faint second star began to emerge on the Taiye sword. The 2-star Taiye sword was complete. Yunjin eagerly glanced at the panel. 2-star Taiye sword, intermediate Xian level. When drawn, it carries inherent yin-yang power, an extraordinary marvel. Star elevation. Yunjin tentatively pressed the star elevation button once more. This time, a dialog box appeared, inquiring whether she wished to obtain an elevation plan. Among the options was a plan provided free of charge. Yunjin recognized that this was the plan devised by Zhongli. Following that plan would also allow for star elevation, albeit with less effective results than using the system and Oppos's guidance. How many simplification attempts would the perfect plan for achieving 3 stars require? Yunjin inquired. The system swiftly responded, 233 intermediate simplification attempts. Yunjin's eyes widened in shock. That equated to 330 primary simplification attempts. At this rate, would her simplification attempts be able to sustain her? Fortunately, the elevation to 3 stars was a matter for after reaching the Yuanying stage, so she still had time to accumulate emotional value. Yunjin sighed. Despite appearing to have a substantial amount of emotional value now, she also had many areas where emotional value would be spent. At her peak, she had amassed 6,000 to 7,000 primary simplification attempts. Recently, having spent some, she still had around 6,000 left. She hoped to see if she could amass enough for a supplementary heavenly elixir, and if that proved insufficient, she would need to devise ways to earn more emotional value. Regrettably, Yidanxiao had been confined to Yi Mountain, and according to the storyline, the male lead was discovered only after the conclusion of the sect conference. Recently, there were no opportunities for her to benefit from the male and female leads. The absence of the top-ranking elder brother's support indeed made life more challenging. Yunjin seemed to hear someone whispering in her ear, questioning whether she had diligently applied herself over the years and whether her emotional value had increased. Yunjin felt a bit wronged, insisting that she had indeed worked hard. It must be that Gu Jinghong and the others were not putting in enough effort. Just wait. After her seclusion ended, she would send Gu Jinghong and Yiqing to earn emotional value for her. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind, Yunjin happily picked up the Tai sword. She infused it with spiritual energy and tested the Qinglian Sword Technique. The result was remarkable. The sword in Appo's capability had indeed improved by 30% from its original strength, a testament to the enhancement provided by a fine sword. Furthermore, the Tai sword harbored inherent yin-yang energy, not only infusing its ordinary attacks with these two potent forces, but also possessing a trump card that could release the stored yin-yang energy in one fell swoop, yielding tremendous power. Most importantly, this was still far from the Tai sword's limits. It was merely at the 2-star level. Yunjin cherished the sword, practicing diligently over the remaining days of her lease in the primordial fire chamber. Once the stone door of the chamber opened on its own, she finally put away the treasured sword. Junior sister Yun, the time has come. A disciple from the spirit weapon peak awaited her at the door. Yunjin smiled faintly, returning the token while praising, "Senior brother, this is truly a wonderful place. I shall certainly seek you out next time." "No, I will look for you." The disciple appeared puzzled. "At that time, I may not be on duty." Not important. Yunjin cleared her throat. "Senior brother, I shall take my leave now." As she turned to depart, the disciple hesitated before calling out anxiously, "Junior sister Yun, don't you have anything else to say?" Yang Hui had instructed that once Yunjin emerged, she was to be monitored closely, reporting every word she spoke. But she and said much. "Nothing at all." Yunjin blinked innocently. The disciple could only imply, "What I mean is, won't you pay a visit to the Peak Master?" "The Peak Master Yang?" Yunjin smiled slightly. No, I'm a bit busy lately. I shall come again after the sect conference." The disciple could only look at Yunjin with unspoken words. Suddenly, Yunjin seemed to remember something. She patted her head, took out a storage bag, and handed it to the disciple. "Please deliver this to Peak Master Yang." The disciple finally sighed in relief. Understood. No spoken words. But leaving something behind should be the same, right? Soon, the storage bag was delivered to Yang Hui. He waved his hand to dismiss the disciple before inspecting the contents of the bag. In the next moment, his expression twisted uncontrollably. With a thought, a small mountain of refined iron materialized in the room. Yang Hui's lips trembled incessantly. Previously, he had received a single piece of refined iron. This time, a whole pile. He anxiously picked up a piece of refined iron for examination. It was indeed refined iron, though the craftsmanship seemed somewhat inexperienced. Grabbing another piece, he noted a marked improvement in technique. Yang Hui scrutinized each piece, his eyes widening with every inspection. Chapter 122. Is my talent insufficient? Yang Hui swiftly examined each piece of the forged iron, clearly perceiving that this was the journey of a novice blacksmith transitioning to a skilled artisan. Most of his disciples had undergone a similar process. The art of forging required relentless dedication. Each advancement was accompanied by a multitude of sweat and toil. Hence, Yang Hui believed that Yunjin's ambition to master the craft in such a brief period was utterly fanciful. However, as he scrutinized the pieces of iron, if they had all possessed uniform quality, he would have concluded that Yunjin had acquired them from an external source. Yet, each piece bore distinct signs of progress. After examining the iron, he seemed to witness the daily advancements of a blacksmith. To claim these were purchased would be illogical. Who could possibly procure pieces that exhibit such incremental improvements? The overwhelming likelihood was that these were crafted by Yunjin herself. Otherwise, such evidence of progress would not exist. With a trembling hand, he picked up one piece that was flawless in both quality and technique, proving that the forger was on the verge of, if not already, a second-tier blacksmith. A second-tier blacksmith within a month's time? Was that even conceivable? Yang Hui felt on the verge of madness. The absurdity of the situation was such that even if he were to act as a traitor and immediately report this to Zhao Wuji would likely dismiss him as a fool. Frustrated, Yang Hui tugged at his hair, overwhelmed by the impulse to confront Yunjin and interrogate her for 3 days and nights. Otherwise, he would feel that all his years of hard work had been reduced to a mere joke. Can the diligent efforts of an ordinary person truly be eclipsed by a flash of genius? Pacing back and forth, Yang Hui grappled with his emotions. As the Peak Master, he held a position of prestige. He needed to maintain composure and poise. Yet, how could he remain collected? A sudden thought struck him as he gazed at the towering stacks of forged iron, and his eyes brightened as he summoned a disciple. "Go to Tianjin Peak and bring Yunjin here," he instructed with a facade of calm. She left behind a storage bag containing some items. I have no habit of taking things from others without compensation. Tell her I will pay her in spiritual stones. The disciple complied, and Yang Hui sighed in relief. Anticipating Yun Jin's arrival, he had previously mentioned that the spirit tool peak would gladly purchase the forged iron at a premium, as two of the most commonly used materials. No matter the quantity acquired, the spirit tool peak would not incur losses. Yang Hui was not concerned with the meager profit. He merely sought another opportunity to meet Yun Jin. This time, he would demand clarity. As for what would follow, Yang Hui had yet to contemplate that. Soon, the disciple returned alone. Yang Hui restrained the urge to lean forward eagerly, maintaining his composed demeanor on the high platform. His disciple appeared somewhat perplexed. Why have you returned alone? Yang Hui's expression tightened. The disciple looked innocent. Junior sister Yun said she had no time to come, and instructed me to bring her the spiritual stones instead. Yang Hui gritted his teeth. And then, you simply returned? The disciple looked bewildered. What else was I supposed to do? Junior sister Yun's reasoning was sound and beyond reproach. Yang Hui glared at him for a moment, wanting to scold him but unsure how to articulate his frustration. He waved his hand dismissively, urging him to leave. The spiritual stones, the disciple protested, feeling aggrieved, as he had already promised Yun Jin. Get out! Yang Hui erupted, throwing an object in the disciple's direction. Startled, the disciple hurriedly fled. Alone, Yang Hui fumed for a while, a faint, helpless smile forming at the corners of his mouth. This Yun Jin. It was clear she was compelling him to seek her out. Yet, he was undeniably curious. As night deepened, a shadowy figure stealthily approached Tianjin Peak. Initially cautious, he soon realized that there were no defenses in place, allowing him to proceed unimpeded into the inner peak. Upon reaching Yun Jin's abode, he found the door of her small bamboo house ajar. Yang Hui understood then. She had been awaiting his arrival. He felt as though that open door was a portal to perdition, threatening to drag him into the abyss. Yet, he murmured to himself. Since I'm here, he stepped inside. Yun Jin greeted him with a smile. Master Yang, would you care for some tea? Is there any other option? Yang Hui silently sat down, suppressing his emotions. Gu Jinghong attentively poured tea for him, despite having heard about it. He was still taken aback to see Gu Jinghong so obediently trained by Yun Jin. Clearing his throat, Yang Hui spoke softly. I saw those pieces of forged iron. Did you craft them yourself? Yun Jin nodded, a look of helplessness crossing her face. You're absolutely right, Master Yang. Forging is incredibly challenging. I dedicated 20 continuous days to barely achieve the status of a second-tier blacksmith. Isn't that rather difficult? At this rate, how long will it take me to reach the 9th tier? Perhaps a decade or more? Yang Hui remained silent. He felt an urge to hurl the teacup at her face, but restrained himself. Instead, he forced a calm demeanor. You must have studied the art of forging before, allowing you to grasp it so swiftly. Yun Jin pondered for a moment. I've seen blacksmiths forge iron. Does that count? Her expression was genuinely earnest. Yang Hui fell silent, acutely aware of the turmoil within him, having just granted himself a surge of emotional energy. Gritting his teeth, he replied, that doesn't count. So, you truly consider yourself a novice starting from scratch? Well, if that doesn't count, then I suppose so, Yun Jin sighed. Without guidance, progress is indeed slow. Master, you are correct. I must seek a renowned mentor for instruction. By the way, if it took me 20 days to reach the 2nd tier, does that mean my talent in forging is rather poor? Would any master be willing to take me on? Her earnestness was palpable. Yang Hui regarded her, forcing the words out one by one. Oh, I believe your talent is quite acceptable. Yun Jin nodded in agreement. It should be acceptable, for Yang Hui had just bestowed her another surge of emotional energy. Yet, she appeared troubled still. Master, please don't comfort me. Not only did it take me 20 days to advance to the 2nd tier, but I also spent 7 days just to successfully upgrade the Qinglian sword. Am I truly so useless? With sincere eyes, she sought his reassurance. Yang Hui, gripping the teacup, hesitated between dousing her with tea or refraining. Finally, he inquired softly. The Qinglian sword has been upgraded? Chapter 123. The extraordinary genius indeed. It took me considerable effort. Yun Jin retrieved the Qinglian sword and gently placed it upon the table. Yang Hui had an inkling. Should he gaze upon it, he would only be further stimulated. Yet, his hand acted of its own accord, reaching for the Qinglian and inspecting it meticulously. A barely perceptible smile curved the corners of Yun Jin's lips. Yang Hui scrutinized the sword intently, examining it from every angle, remaining silent for an extended period. Yun Jin, however, remained unperturbed, leisurely savoring her tea, her demeanor exuding an ineffable tranquility. At last, Yang Hui lifted his gaze, a dazed expression upon his face as he regarded Yun Jin. Is this ascension plan your design? He inquired. Yun Jin nodded. What of it? Is there an issue? Yang Hui and Appo's lips trembled. An issue? What could possibly be amiss? Originally, this sword was an extreme creation born of serendipity, possessing great research value, yet the path of ascension was fraught with challenges. However, Yunjin's ascension transformed the Tai A sword, imbuing it with an aura of balance and integrity, grand and majestic. The previous air of enigma dissipated, replaced by an unmistakable clarity. This transformation marked the true elevation of the Tai A sword onto a righteous path. I can surmise that you employed materials of tranquil nature, but what precisely? Yang Hui mused. Muqing stone and Tu Huang stone, Yunjin replied. Yang Hui's eyes lit up, realizing the identity of these materials. Yet, he remained perplexed. Many ores in this world possessed balanced properties, and both wood and earth attributes were abundant. How did Yunjin discern these two unremarkable stones from the vast ocean of minerals? Why did these particular stones meld so perfectly with the Tai A sword? Yang Hui yearned to ask, but he seemed to have anticipated Yunjin's response. She would undoubtedly claim it was due to her genius. Such an answer was infuriating. Yet, upon reflection, Yang Hui found it to be the sole explanation. If she were not a genius, how could she ascend to the second grade in merely 20 days? If she were not a genius, how could she independently devise an ascension plan and execute it flawlessly? Such a person was inherently destined for the art of weapon forging. In that moment, Yang Hui's gaze towards Yunjin shifted entirely. A prodigy in weapon forging like her should not be squandered on sword cultivation. What a waste of time. She ought to dedicate herself wholly to weapon crafting. One day, this continent might truly witness the emergence of a 9th-grade weapon master. Is there an issue with my ascension plan? Yunjin queried. Yang Hui, having regained his composure, shook his head and replied softly, there is no issue. Your plan is excellent. Muqing stone and Tu Huang stone are strokes of genius. Yunjin, you are inherently destined to be a weapon master. Really? Yunjin responded. Surprised. Shouldn't my talent be quite ordinary? Yang Hui could no longer contain himself. Gritting his teeth, he said, speak properly. Yunjin immediately complied. After gathering his thoughts, Yang Hui continued, a natural master in weapon forging like you ought not to languish here. Yunjin, pack your belongings. I shall escort you away tonight. I can recommend you to a friend of mine. Although he is a free practitioner, his forging skills rival my own. If you follow him, you shall go far and never need return. Yunjin was taken aback by Yang Hui's words. After a moment's pause, she replied, Sect leader Yang, have you forgotten? I am bound by a contract with Wanjun. I cannot leave. Yang Hui's expression shifted. He had indeed overlooked this matter. In a month, Yunjin was to engage in a life-or-death duel with Wanjun. With her current cultivation, was she not courting death? Speaking of cultivation, Yang Hui casually assessed her. Then, he was struck dumb. Wait, when did she reach the golden core stage? She had only entered the sect 2 months ago, and one of those months was spent in the spirit-deficient earth-fire chamber. Had she truly attained the golden core stage? Observing Yang Hui's expression, Yunjin humbly remarked. While in the earth-fire chamber, I experienced an epiphany and naturally broke through. It took me 2 months to barely achieve the golden core stage. My talent is indeed quite ordinary. Yang Hui's teeth ground together in frustration. You haven't disclosed your breakthrough to anyone outside, have you? Aren't you afraid I might reveal it? Yunjin shrugged nonchalantly. Then I thank you, Sect Leader Yang. My sole passion is to showcase my talents before others. If everyone knows, I would owe my gratitude to you for the publicity. Yang Hui found himself at a loss against her attitude. Unable to restrain himself, he retorted. Are you truly unconcerned about my informing the sect leader? Not at all. Yunjin shook her head. Yang Hui narrowed his eyes. Why not? Just as Yunjin was about to speak, Yang Hui's commanding tone stopped her. Answer me properly. Regretfully swallowing her words, Yunjin replied honestly. The senior brother has said that while you appear to suppress the heavenly sword peak, you have secretly provided us with considerable aid. In other words, you are inherently a double agent for the sect leader. If you play the double agent here as well, we could easily expose your duplicity to the sect leader. And then, Yunjin's repeated references to double agent left Yang Hui feeling overwhelmed. He gritted his teeth. Enough. Be silent. Yunjin fell quiet but gazed at him with an accusatory look. Was it not he who prompted her to speak? After just a few exchanges, he demanded silence. This peak leader was utterly unreliable. Yang Hui was genuinely troubled. He spoke softly. Does Yu Zhao know I am secretly assisting you? How did he find out? Yunjin replied. Perhaps he is simply more astute. Yang Hui. Does that imply he is dull-witted? He had no desire to dwell on the matter further. Simply stating, Yunjin, your talent in weapon forging is indeed remarkable. How about this? I shall provide you with a letter of recommendation. Depart from the heavenly sword peak and seek out a superior weapon forging sect. If you demonstrate your talent, they should be willing to accept you. If you showcase sufficient ability, they may even help you mitigate the backlash of the contract. Yunjin, this is the only way. Yang Hui gazed earnestly at Yunjin. This time, he truly felt a sense of urgency to save her life. Yunjin smiled. Thank you for your kindness, sect leader, but there is no need. I am quite content at the Heavenly Sword Peak, and I wish to resolve matters with Wan Jun personally. Moreover, a sect solely focused on weapon forging is not to my liking. Yang Hui intended to persuade her further, but upon hearing her final words, he became agitated. Heaven has bestowed upon you such extraordinary talent for a reason. It is to dedicate yourself to weapon forging. Pursuing other paths is a misstep. Yunjin blinked innocently, but my talent in swordsmanship is also commendable. How could that possibly compare to your talent in weapon forging? Yang Hui retorted, exasperated. I mastered the Qinglian Sword Technique in a month, Yunjin asserted, revealing a fact. Yang Hui fell silent. That talent does seem rather impressive. My talent in planting is also quite good, Yunjin added. That cannot possibly compare to your talent in weapon forging. Yang Hui instinctively replied. I became a second-grade planter in 15 days, she continued honestly. Yang Hui fell silent once more. This talent seemed rather impressive as well. Yunjin had yet to mention her alchemy skills, and Yang Hui had already provided her with ample emotional support. After all, she is an elder, and it would be unkind to allow her emotions to fluctuate too greatly. With genuine concern, Yunjin poured another cup of tea for Yang Hui before saying, therefore, I shall refrain from pursuing the path of artifact refinement and continue to remain here. Yang Hui took a sip of tea, striving to calm himself. The art of artifact refinement holds vast prospects. You should indeed consider your choices. It would be wise to specialize in this craft. Choices? Yunjin responded, somewhat bewildered. Why must there be a choice? Training does not consume too much time, does it? Upon hearing this, Yang Hui was about to impart his wisdom. However, reflecting on Yunjin's numerous accomplishments, he fell into a profound silence. It seemed that it might not take up too much time after all. Chapter 124. A great gift. Yang Hui remained silent for a considerable duration before finally gritting his teeth and stating, ultimately, one must invest more time in refining tools. I wish I could, Yunjin sighed. But you know, Master Yang, a child without guidance is truly unfortunate. My master knows nothing about the art of tool refinement. I cannot expect him to teach me. Her expression was one of melancholy. Yang Hui, perceptive to her unspoken thoughts, fell silent for a moment before directly producing a jade slip and placing it upon the table. Master Yang, what is this? Yunjin blinked in surprise. In a calm voice, Yang Hui explained, this contains my insights from advancing from 1st to 5th rank in tool refinement. None of my disciples have succeeded in mastering this art. Thus, they cannot inherit my legacy. I entrust this knowledge to you. There is no need for you to call me master. As long as you can promote this art, it will suffice to resolve this karmic bond. Yunjin raised her gaze, astonished. She had hoped to receive some teachings from Yang Hui. Although she possessed a simplification system, being able to learn directly would save her considerable time. Never did she expect Yang Hui to present his entire lifetime of insights to her. Typically, such knowledge is passed down to one's true disciples. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners enjoy long lifespans, and their talents vary. It is not uncommon for a disciple to surpass their master in skill. Additionally, cultivators often choose a secondary profession, such as alchemy or talisman crafting, and their first master may not necessarily be adept in these fields. Thus, it is entirely acceptable for a disciple to have multiple masters. However, the status of these masters varies. For instance, Linya had many disciples, yet only a select few were his true heirs. When the Sword Peak faced adversity, only these few true disciples remained, while the others were permitted to leave unharmed. Deep within, the true disciples were undoubtedly regarded differently from the ordinary ones. Linya's genuine teachings were reserved for these select few. Therefore, while Yunjin aspired to learn from Yang Hui, she did not expect to receive the same treatment as a true disciple. Merely being allowed to audit his teachings would be a significant honor. To her astonishment, Yang Hui presented his most treasured insights. You possess exceptional talent. With this knowledge, you will undoubtedly avoid many detours. Yang Hui continued, calmly producing several more jade slips. These contain information about various ores and fundamental principles of tool refinement. I believe you will find them useful. By combining my insights with these foundational materials, your progress will be swift. Finally, Yang Hui produced some spirit stones. I have purchased your refined iron. Here are the spirit stones for the transaction. After speaking, Yang Hui rose. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. He turned to depart. Master Yang, Yunjin called out solemnly, stopping him. Yang Hui paused and turned to face her. Yunjin stood, bowing 3 times with great reverence. Yang Hui's eyes flickered, and he sighed softly, accepting her bows without evading them. Rising, Yin Jin spoke gently. Though you may not wish to take me as a disciple, I shall still acknowledge you as my master. When the time is right, I will prepare the proper tributes and pay my respects. Both Yin Jin and Yang Hui understood what the right moment entailed. Yang Hui said nothing further, nodding slightly before turning to leave. Yin Jin gazed at the jade slips and spirit stones on the table, gathering everything except Yang Hui's insights on tool refinement. Immersing herself in the knowledge, characters danced in her mind. The path of tool refinement consists of perseverance, focus, and today, I discovered a small trick. Adding a bit of sap from the heartless oak while melting gold crystal stones greatly enhances efficiency. Today, I successfully advanced to a third-rank tool refiner. I have some insights to record. These characters were not a coherent tutorial, but rather resembled a diary written by Yang Hui. Yet, within these notes lay the entire journey of a fifth-rank tool refiner, containing various tips that seemed simple to articulate but would require countless hours of exploration without Yang Hui and Appo's documentation. Yin Jin found herself engrossed in this record. Upon completing her first reading, a notification chimed. First reading of the fifth-rank tool refiner's insights, proficiency 30. Having just reached the second rank, her proficiency had only been at 5. However, after reading this record, the progress bar surged, elevating her proficiency to an impressive 35. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Could this record have such an effect? Eagerly, she read it again. This time, she skimmed through quickly. Reading the fifth-rank tool refiner's insights, proficiency 1. Only an additional point this time? Yin Jin felt a twinge of disappointment. Contemplating, she began her third reading. This time, she made a conscious effort to immerse herself in the more profound concepts, pausing to contemplate the intricate details. Upon finishing, another notification chimed. Reading the fifth-rank tool refiner and Appo's insights. Proficiency 8. Yin Jin and Appo's spirit sword. An increase of 8 points. Although it paled compared to the initial reading, it was still a significant improvement. Clearly, careful reading was essential. Determined, she began again from the start, this time with utmost focus. Reading the fifth-rank tool refiner and Appo's insights. Proficiency 0. Only the first 3 readings per day yield proficiency. A 0? Yet, upon seeing the note in parentheses, Yin Jin understood. This record served as a resource, and she could only utilize it 3 times daily for proficiency gains. After pondering, she picked up the other jade slips for further study. These contained foundational knowledge about tool refinement, which was rather dry. Yin Jin's spiritual strength was formidable. She absorbed the text effortlessly. Unlike Yang Hui's insights, which required deep reflection and offered new revelations each time, this material merely needed to be memorized. Having swiftly completed her reading, she received another notification. Reading the foundational text on tool refinement, proficiency 30. Fully mastered. No proficiency gain on subsequent readings. 30 points of proficiency. This was indeed impressive. However, it paled in comparison to Yang Hui's insights, which continuously provided her with proficiency. Yin Jin realized that through her readings of Yang Hui's insights, she might very well advance to a third-rank tool refiner. Yang Hui had truly bestowed upon her a magnificent gift. Chapter 125. Why not give it a try? Yin Jin accepted the favor from Yang Hui, vowing to repay it in the future. As she carefully stored away the jade slips, dawn began to break. After some contemplation, she contacted a few senior brothers and sisters through the communication token, arranging to meet them at Yu Zhao's location. Junior sister, why do you look so serious? Siwan Ning yawned. Is there something important today? Just as Yin Jin was about to respond, Siwan Ning suddenly exclaimed with an air of vigilance, I've been diligently practicing my swordsmanship lately. With a hint of exasperation, Yin Jin replied, Elder sister, I never accused you of being lazy. Only then did Siwan Ning relax her posture. She now found herself more intimidated by Yin Jin than by Linya. Junior sister, how have you fared since emerging from your seclusion? Yu Zhao inquired, his curiosity piqued. He had refrained from visiting her, thinking she would need some time to rest. Yin Jin casually drew out the Taiye sword, and Yu Zhao's expression shifted instantly. This Taiye sword was now markedly different from when he first encountered it. Though its appearance remained unchanged, it emanated a soothing aura. Has it reached 2 stars? Yu Zhao's voice quivered slightly. Just barely. The Taiye is now a mid-level Xin-class sword, coupled with its unique attributes. It rivals Ruan Jun's weapon, Yin Jin explained. Ruan Jun specialized not in swordsmanship, but in a formidable palm technique, enhanced by a pair of glove-like magical artifacts, significantly amplifying his power. Those gloves, known as the Shining Gold Gloves, were high-tier Xian-class artifacts. While they might surpass her Taiye in rank, Yin Jin was confident that the Taiye would not be inferior to any high-tier Xian-class artifact. However, she was wary of Ruan Jun's master, Zhao Wuji. Given Zhao Wuji's deep-seated animosity toward her, he would undoubtedly provide Wang Jun with some treasures, necessitating caution during their eventual confrontation. Yu Zhao observed Yun Jin and Appo's confidence with a mix of emotions. 2 months prior, a newly initiated Foundation establishment disciple had boldly claimed she would challenge a late-stage nascent soul powerhouse to a duel, prompting everyone to deem her insane. Even they had not believed she could triumph. Yet now, 2 months later, Yun Jin had advanced to the Golden Core stage, and her proficiency in the Qinglian Sword Technique had reached a foundational level. Given her innate talent, she had likely surpassed her previous capabilities. With the addition of the Tai's sword, could it be that a battle across such a significant tier was truly within reach? Though the prospect of a golden core against a nascent soul was still unfathomable, Yu Zhao felt an inexplicable sense of hope. He believed his junior sister might indeed emerge victorious. With only a month remaining, this period was fleeting for most cultivators, but for his junior sister, it could be the catalyst for her ascendance. In that time, she could potentially elevate her prowess further, rendering the outcome of their confrontation uncertain. Yet, a thread of concern lingered in Yu Zhao's heart. While his junior sister might win, what would follow? Losing a major disciple would sadden Zhao Wuji. Yet it would not strike at his core. Instead, Zhao Wuji might become utterly unhinged, shedding his last vestiges of restraint and targeting Yun Jin directly. In such a scenario, who could possibly protect her? The thought that had once crossed Yu Zhao's mind resurfaced. His junior sister deserved a broader future. Wasn't the 7th-tier alchemist Qiyu eager to take her as a disciple? Perhaps. As various thoughts swirled in his mind, Yun Jin's voice cut through. Senior brother. Senior sister, weren't you accumulating points to exchange for the recipe for the patching heaven pill? Have you managed to obtain it? Yu Zhao paused, then replied. We're still a bit short. However, we can exchange at any time if needed. Confused, Yun Jin asked, why not proceed with the exchange? Yu Zhao's expression shifted, realizing something. His gaze on Yun Jin became incredulous. But that's a 7th-tier pill. Si Wan Ning looked equally bewildered. Junior sister. What do you need the recipe for the patching heaven pill for? Even if we had the recipe, we would still need to seek assistance from other alchemists. Yu Zhao, unable to contain himself, interjected, Junior sister, do you know about Qiyu? Are you planning to ask for his help? Qiyu had long expressed interest in taking her as a disciple, and if she sought his assistance, he would likely oblige. However, the thought of a 7th-tier pill was monumental. Yu Zhao considered that while it might be a good option for her to apprentice under Qiyu, if she incurred such a significant debt of gratitude early on, she would lose leverage before him. Furthermore, if Qiyu intended to manipulate her, would she have any room to refuse? No, I can't agree to that, Yu Zhao instinctively declared. Yun Jin regarded him quizzically. What about Qiyu? What are you refusing? Yu Zhao was taken aback. You don't know about Qiyu? Yun Jin shook her head, genuinely unaware. After a brief pause, Yu Zhao stammered. Then your request for the recipe is? Calmly, Yun Jin replied. I wish to concoct the patching heaven pill. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Yu Song Nian's teacup fell from his hands, shattering on the ground. Embarrassed, he lowered his head, feeling the weight of their gazes. Si Wan Ning couldn't hold back any longer. Junior sister. The patching heaven pill is a 7th-tier elixir. Typically, only 7th-tier alchemists can reliably produce it. 6th-tier alchemists have some chance, and even 5th-tier alchemists might have a slim possibility if they exert themselves. But for alchemists below 5th tier to attempt a 7th-tier pill, it's unheard of. Generally, golden core cultivators have the potential to become 3rd-tier alchemists, while nascent soul cultivators may reach 4th tier. Those in the transformation stage can aspire to become 5th-tier alchemists, and those in the late transformation stage can challenge 6th tier. The minimum standard for a 7th-tier alchemist is the integration stage. As for junior sister, she was currently at the golden core stage, an already alarming rate of cultivation. Yet she was still only on the cusp of 3rd tier. The chasm between her and 7th tier was immense. I understand, Yun Jin smiled slightly. But one must try, mustn't Appos, T1? With the system's support, I still have a chance of success. If I don't attempt it, I may survive, but what of my master and my brothers and sisters? They might not find a way out. Even if I were to swallow my pride and seek protection from a powerful ally, such support would be fleeting. Once they withdraw, we would be left vulnerable. Only when Linya regains his strength can he lead Tianjin Peak back to its former glory. After all, our master at his peak could easily overshadow Zhao Wuji. Chapter 126. Embracing the challenge, Yu Zhao's expression was resolute, stirring a flicker of emotion within. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped his heart. Since his childhood, he had traversed into this world. Although it was not his original realm, his time spent here had exceeded that of his former life. In his previous existence, he had been a distinguished merchant, and for a merchant, the foremost virtue is to seek profit and avoid harm. When his master was injured, had he remained the same Yu Zhao from his past, he would have chosen to depart. However, he was no longer merely the merchant of Ur. He was now the foremost disciple of his master and the senior brother of Tianjin Peak. He bore the weight of responsibility. Thus, he chose to stay, opting to confront fate in his own way. Over the years, despite his earnest efforts, Yu Zhao was acutely aware that all he had done was a desperate struggle. In the face of overwhelming strength, he and Tianjin Peak were destined to falter at the final hurdle. The arrival of his junior sister had stirred ripples in the stagnant Tianqing sect. In the past 2 months, Yu Zhao found life more vibrant and intriguing than in the previous 20 years. He recognized that with his junior sister and Apos' talent, once she overcame this trial, she would inevitably make the world tremble. He had even resolved that, regardless of her reluctance, he would seek a new ally for her, so she would not be burdened by Tianjin Peak. Yet today, his junior sister declared with unwavering conviction that she would challenge a 7th grade elixir with her golden core strength. Surmounting such levels would undoubtedly be formidable, and there was even the potential for peril to her life. Junior sister. Yu Zhao's lips trembled. Yunjin met his gaze directly. Senior brother, we rise together in glory and fall together in disgrace. Allow me this attempt. The notion of shared triumph and shared downfall resonated deeply with Yu Zhao, leaving him momentarily silent. Saiwan Ning and Yu Songnian's expressions shifted slightly. They had succumbed alongside Tianjin Peak, a fate they deemed just, having received Lin Ye's immense kindness. Dying for their master would be a natural course of action. However, their junior sister, though she had joined Tianjin Peak, had received little assistance from them. Conversely, she had aided them in the peak significantly. It was unbearable for them to place such a heavy burden on her. What expressions are these, senior brothers and sisters? Yunjin chuckled lightly, her voice unnaturally calm. I have seen mortals with mere flesh rival deities. Now that we have embarked on the path of immortality, what fear do we have of challenges? Her words, though simple, seemed to harbor boundless strength, leaving the others momentarily speechless. What fear of challenges? Very well, if she was unafraid, how could they, her senior brothers and sisters, shy away from the challenge? In a month, we will confront the repairing heaven pill. Yunjin stood resolutely. I accept this challenge. What about you? Yu Zhao chuckled softly. Rising as well. I shall accompany you. Saiwan Ning slammed her hand on the table. I shall accept it too. Yu Songnian remained silent but stood up quietly. Then let us make a pact. From this moment forth, we shall believe in our success, banish all despairing words, and move forward without retreat. Yunjin extended her hand. Yu Zhao placed his hand atop hers. Agreed. Then came Saiwan Ning and Apos' and Yu Songnian and Apos' hands. 4 hands intertwined, united for a singular purpose, the repairing heaven pill. With their goals set, there was no need for further idle chatter. Yu Zhao spoke directly. I will go exchange for the elixir recipe shortly. I have had Bai Chao Pavilion keep an eye out for rare herbs these days and have accumulated some. I will see if any can be utilized. If something is lacking, we shall plant it immediately using planting techniques to hasten growth day and night. Perhaps we can catch up. Let us keep this matter from our master for now. Yunjin suggested. Yu Zhao nodded, adding, Junior sister, since your entry into the sect, our master has seldom shown himself. It is not that he does not wish to appear, but his injuries are constantly worsening, and he spends most of his time suppressing them. He cannot stand behind us as he would like. I understand, Yunjin acknowledged. Until our task is complete, there is no need to give our master false hope. Once accomplished, we shall surprise him. They all nodded in agreement. I will go exchange for the recipe first, Yu Zhao declared, rising. Yunjin contemplated but chose not to accompany him. Her aspirations were too grand, and wherever she went, she was shadowed by Zhao Wuji's people. It was safer for Yu Zhao to go alone. In the library pavilion, Old Ming lounged in the sun, as usual. Half asleep, he noticed Yu Zhao approaching respectfully. Where's young girl? Old Ming's interest piqued. Yu Zhao sighed. Junior sister often thinks of visiting you, but during her visit to the 10 Peaks, she was constantly monitored by the sect leader's spies. After that, she chose to focus on her cultivation. Old Ming scoffed. The esteemed sect leader employs such underhanded methods. He inquired with concern. With only a month left until the competition, how is she faring? Yu Zhao smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Old Ming. The junior sister is diligently cultivating. Observing Yu Zhao and Apos' demeanor, Old Ming felt a sense of surprise. Could it be that there was a chance for victory in such a disparity of strength? However, knowing this might pertain to Yunjin and Tianjin Peak secrets, he refrained from probing further. Old Ming, I have come to exchange for an elixir recipe, Yu Zhao said calmly. The repairing heaven pill. The repairing heaven pill. Old Ming's gaze sharpened. Have you secured the alchemy master's assistance? I heard the 7th grade alchemist, Qi Yu, is currently in the market. Yu Zhao shook his head. Securing a 7th grade alchemist is not so simple. Moreover, why would they involve themselves in such turmoil? Then what is your plan? Yu Zhao replied calmly. If our master cannot prevail, Tianjin Peak faces annihilation. At that point, no amount of points or spirit stones will matter. I seek only the faintest consolation. A pang of guilt tugged at Yu Zhao's heart. He understood that old Ming was on their side. Yet the matter of the repairing heaven pill was of paramount importance, and he could not disclose the full truth at that moment. Old Ming fell silent for a moment before sighing. The recipe for the repairing heaven pill requires 8,000 points. Yu Zhao produced his token. Old Ming glanced at it. You have a total of 6,367 points. It is insufficient. The remainder can be substituted with high-grade spirit stones. Yu Zhao retrieved a storage pouch and handed it over. Old Ming verified the amount, his expression shifting slightly. Such a sum of high-grade spirit stones, directly exchanged for points. Tianjin Peak must be risking everything for this recipe. Yet, what use would a single recipe be? Old Ming sighed again. But he still retrieved the recipe and handed it to Yu Zhao. You need not be overly pessimistic. I cannot interfere in the peak leader's matters. But should he seek total annihilation, I will not stand idly by. Thank you, Old Ming. Yu Zhao expressed his gratitude. Once Yu Zhao departed, Old Ming sighed once more. The people of Tianjin Peak are all stubborn. Do not be deceived by Yu Zhao and Appo's seemingly adept responses. If he were truly relegated to surviving solely under his own protection, he would likely prefer death. Ming Lao sighed once more, holding on to the hope that a miracle might occur. Chapter 127. The Gap in Emotional Value. The formula for the Butian Dan, inscribed on a yellowing piece of parchment, was meticulously placed at the center of the table by Yu Zhao. Yun Jin silently chanted, System, scan. The scan revealed, Grade 7 pill formula, Butian Dan. Required materials, Ming Xin fruit, Bai Ling leaves, Tian Yuan grass. In total, there were as many as 54 ingredients listed. Undoubtedly, this was the most intricate formula Yun Jin had encountered thus far. Among these, there were 5 auxiliary spiritual liquids, and the other spiritual plants encompassed the 5 elemental attributes. The process of concocting this potion was not only laborious, but exceptionally challenging. The materials matched exactly with those inscribed on the parchment. Yun Jin and Appo's gaze instinctively shifted towards the final button, Simplify. At that moment, the button appeared a dull gray. It was impossible to press it using the basic simplification attempts. To force a simplification, she could only use advanced simplification. Yun Jin converted all her attempts into advanced simplifications, leaving her with only 60 attempts remaining on the panel. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, System, what conditions must I fulfill to refine the Butian Dan? Soon, the system provided an answer. The host cultivation level is at the 3rd grade golden core stage. Generally, a 7th grade alchemist would have a substantial assurance of successfully refining a 7th grade pill. For the host to refine the Butian Dan, first, the formula must be simplified to a perfect state. Second, during the refining process, the spiritual power must consistently reach the infant stage level. Only then will the success probability reach 70%. Yun Jin furrowed her brow slightly. Even if these 2 conditions were met, the success probability was merely 70%. To ensure success, it would be wise to prepare additional materials. Observing Yun Jin's frown, Yu Zhao and the others grew anxious. Was the 7th grade formula indeed too ambitious? Then, under their tense gazes, Yun Jin calmly stated, My confidence stands at approximately 70%. Senior brother, we will need at least 2 sets of materials to improve our chances. Oh, understood, Yu Zhao instinctively replied, then stared at Yun Jin in astonishment. What do you mean by confidence? Junior sister, you just said C1 Ning directly asked. 70% confidence, Yun Jin replied softly. It's not particularly high, but it's the best I can manage at present. Yun Jin believed that the plan proposed by the system represented the utmost limit. With her current cultivation, it seemed unlikely for her to increase that probability any further. 70% confidence and that's not considered high? Yu Zhao and the others exchanged glances, momentarily doubting their hearing. Yun Jin resumed contemplating the 2 conditions set forth by the system. For the second condition, she felt she could devise a solution. She had grasped the concept of the continuously overlapping sword intent from the Qinglian Sword Technique. If this concept were applied to her spiritual power, stacking it intensively would undoubtedly allow her to reach the strength level of the infant stage. However, the spiritual power stored within her body was limited, and the time required to refine a 7th grade pill was exceedingly lengthy. She feared that maintaining that level of power would necessitate concocting many supplementary spiritual power pills. The moment her spiritual energy was exhausted, she would need to replenish it immediately. This issue was largely solvable. That left only the first question, a perfect formula. System, how many simplification attempts are required to achieve a perfect formula? Yun Jin inquired. The system swiftly responded. Due to the significant level disparity, Simplifying to a perfect formula requires 100 advanced simplification attempts. Yunjin narrowed her eyes. She currently had 60 attempts, leaving a deficiency of 40. With only a month remaining, she needed to swiftly close this gap. Yet without a perfect formula, she could not ascertain which materials in the original formula could be omitted. Senior brother, how many of the items in this formula do we already possess? Yunjin asked. Yu Zhao's heart tightened. He focused his mind and meticulously reviewed the list before responding. The Butian Dan is well known, and I had heard of several required spiritual plants prior to obtaining the formula. Over the years, I have been collecting them. Additionally, I recently exchanged for quite a few from the 100 Herb Pavilion. Of the 54 materials, I have gathered 43. We are still short 11. Yu Zhao enumerated the 43 materials he had already acquired. He felt a twinge of anxiety. If junior sister could refine the Butian Dan but failed due to insufficient materials, he feared he would never forgive himself. I will find a way to continue gathering the rest, Yu Zhao quickly asserted. Now that we have a specific target, the collection should be more efficient. Yunjin nodded. Senior brother, please prioritize gathering materials. I still need to make some preparations. Not all 54 materials may be necessary. Also, if we lack ready spiritual plants, seeds will suffice. Bring them back as soon as possible. We might still have time. Yu Zhao nodded solemnly. I'll help as well, Siwan Ning quickly added. Among the remaining 11 materials, I believe I have heard of the Lan Yin grass. I'll take care of that. Yu Songnian looked at the Xinjin fruit among the list and said softly, I will search for this one. Clearly, he also had leads in that regard. At this moment, there was no need for pleasantries. Yu Zhao responded directly. All right, let us act separately. Above all, we must gather the materials. Everyone agreed and swiftly dispersed. Yunjin and Apos, as primary task now was to close the remaining gap. She pondered her options. Though she was now a third-grade alchemist, she had yet to participate in the assessment. Should she display her prowess publicly once more? However, that seemed unwise. Her ambitions were too great, and if her identity were locked in, though not necessarily dangerous, she would undoubtedly be unable to return to Tianxing's sect. Perhaps I should seek out Yidansha for a chat. To encourage her to keep pushing her limits? Yunjin noted this as an option and continued to contemplate. At that moment, a series of cheerful notifications indicating an influx of emotional value resonated from her panel. Yunjin. What is happening? She hadn't displayed her prowess publicly yet. Although she had intermittently received emotional value over recent days, it had never been so concentrated. What on earth had transpired? This wave of increase was quite persistent, ringing continuously until it culminated in an additional 10 advanced attempts before gradually ceasing. Moreover, Yunjin discovered that this wave of emotional value was entirely at the maximum of 500. Each increment was a full 500. There were only 3 possible explanations. One was that everyone's emotional fluctuations were exceptionally intense. 2 was that they were all blessed with good fortune. 3 was that their strength was considerably high. Individuals of higher strength could provide greater emotional value under similar emotional states. System, where do these emotional values come from? Yunjin curiously inquired. The system's mechanical voice responded. The 4 great holy lands, Xiandan sect. Yunjin. The 4 great holy lands, Xiandan sect? From such a distance, why would they generate so much emotional value for her? Inside the Xiandan sect, a profound silence enveloped the area. Chapter 128, The Xiandan Sect and the Xiandan Sect. Master Qingyun, a 7th-tier alchemist, trembled as he spoke. So, this formula, has it truly been successfully tested? The gazes of the other alchemists turned towards him, fixated on Qingyun, one of the 3 9th-tier alchemists in the sect. His expression was somewhat dazed. Recently, there had been whispers of a remarkable incident. The Alchemist Association of the Qinglian Kingdom reported about a prodigious young woman who, in just a few days, had swiftly advanced to become a 2nd-tier alchemist. Not only that, her method of alchemy was extraordinarily unique, and the formulas she employed were significantly more streamlined than those traditionally known. Moreover, every pill she produced using her innovative methods was of perfect quality. Initially, such a low-tier alchemist would not warrant attention in the Holy Land. However, further tales emerged, stating that Qi Yu of the Qi clan succeeded in crafting a Bailing Dan after failing over 100 times while following this new formula. Although this Bailing Dan was of ordinary quality, it validated that the simplified formula was indeed effective. If a foolproof method could be mastered, it would greatly benefit lower-tier cultivators. While these low-tier pills were not suitable for them, they could immensely aid the vast population of lower-tier practitioners, the very foundation of the cultivation world. If the new formula for the Bailing Dan could be widely disseminated, the required herbs would drastically decrease, and the production of Bailing Dan would undoubtedly surge. Such advancements would be a boon for humanity as a whole. It was this prospect that piqued Qingyun's interest. Subsequently, He turned his attention to the foundational pill, the Zhuji Dan. The significance of this pill far surpassed that of the Bailing Dan. If he could successfully simplify its formulation, countless individuals could be assisted in entering the foundational stage. Thus, Qingyun, in all his ninth-tier glory, commenced research on this fundamentally crucial Zhuji Dan, utilizing the formula provided by Yun Jin. Initially, he attempted to replicate Yun Jin's alchemical techniques. However, after interrogating his alchemical furnace for 3 days and nights, the furnace failed to learn the art of pill making. Reluctantly, he shifted his approach, meticulously dissecting the internal logic of the formula. The deeper he delved, the more he realized that the individual who had simplified the formula possessed an unfathomable understanding of alchemy. This person's grasp of medicinal herbs was terrifyingly profound. They had identified the few critical ingredients among the myriad of materials, which complemented one another and naturally formed a cycle. Qingyun now believed that the one who simplified the formula was not merely a young girl, but a master alchemist, at least of ninth-tier status, or perhaps even beyond. Only such a person could comprehend herbs to this degree and simplify a formula so effectively. The girl who could produce pills from this formula was equally remarkable. The herbs had been stripped to their essence, without the balancing effects of auxiliary materials. An alchemist had to unleash the full potency of the herbs themselves. Any error or loss could derail the entire process, making such feats truly extraordinary. As a ninth-tier alchemist, Qingyun diligently studied the formula for some time. Once he felt he had grasped its underlying logic, he began the alchemical process. However, his first attempt failed within a quarter of an hour. He continued to try multiple times. Even with his mastery, he only succeeded once after 20 failed attempts. Yet the quality remained merely ordinary. Qingyun was far from satisfied. Having reached the pinnacle of the alchemical realm, he had a substantial probability of producing perfect quality pills for those below 5th tier. To produce an ordinary quality Zhuji Dan was nothing short of a significant blunder. He promptly declared a retreat to continue his research. The members of the Xiandan sect understood the reason behind Qingyun's seclusion and felt a wave of anticipation. As alchemists, they were particularly sensitive to matters concerning pills, while others may have merely watched in amusement. They recognized that if it were indeed possible to create perfect quality Zhuji Dan with such minimal materials, the alchemical world might be on the brink of a revolution. Today, after a month of seclusion, a golden light shot up into the sky from Qingyun's alchemical chamber, drawing a crowd. When the door finally opened, they found Qingyun standing before the furnace, seemingly in disbelief. Had he succeeded in creating a perfect quality Zhuji Dan? The crowd waited anxiously. Qingyun appeared to finally come to his senses as he slowly retrieved a porcelain vial, declaring, "It is done." After more than a month and countless failures, he had finally succeeded in crafting a perfect quality Zhuji Dan using the new formula. In the final moments of production, he felt as though the formula contained a force of primordial essence, as if it embodied the true nature of what a Zhuji Dan should be. It had genuinely been achieved. The members of the Xiandan sect were unable to contain their excitement. The sect master, an 8th-tier alchemist, approached Qingyun with trembling hands, asking, "Master Qingyun, can this method of production be widely promoted?" Master Qingyun steadied himself and replied calmly, "Not for now. The crafting of this new formula demands absolute control over the spiritual herbs. Even I cannot guarantee 100% success. Others would be even less likely to achieve it." The sect master could not help but interject, "But that girl from the Qinglian kingdom, she seemed to have succeeded with such ease." Master Qingyun sighed, bewildered. The alchemical capabilities of that girl are astonishing. Even if she has a mentor guiding her, her innate talent must be extraordinary to reach such heights. A prodigious alchemist from a distant eastern land, Master Qingyun was known for his strictness within the Xiandan sect. His high standards had led him to never accept a disciple. Although there had been attempts by aspiring students to join him, they would often leave in tears after a short time. Master Qingyun was indifferent to this. He would rather not take on a disciple than compromise his standards. In the vast Xiandan sect, no disciple had ever received a word of praise from him. Now, however, a young alchemist from a remote kingdom had garnered such acclaim. The sect master, invigorated by this realization, proclaimed, "A talent of such caliber should undoubtedly be brought into our Xiandan sect. Master Qingyun, shall I send someone to fetch this young woman?" Master Qingyun, intrigued, contemplated for a moment before responding, "There is no need to send anyone. I shall go personally." He suspected that the girl might already have a master of alchemy guiding her. If that were the case, even without accepting a disciple, he could discuss the art of alchemy with that esteemed master. If the girl were indeed without a mentor, he could seize a tremendous opportunity. Chapter 129. Qinglian Sword Sect. Qingyun, are you planning to take on a disciple? A cheerful voice echoed through the air as a middle-aged man approached with a smile. It seemed to be the case. A woman of striking beauty smiled gently. Qingyun, to speak of this unparalleled genius, if she wishes to join our Xiandan sect, it would be more fitting for me to personally instruct her. The two individuals accompanying her were the other two ninth-grade alchemists of the Xiandan sect, Li Yun and Feng Yu. Upon hearing this, Qingyun became flustered. Feng Yu, don't meddle. You already have several disciples, while I have none. Feng Yu teased, several disciples may not even compare to one of yours. What if that child prefers an attractive elder sister instead of your old visage? Qingyun's expression darkened. Feng Yu, are you truly vying with me? Feng Yu laughed heartily. Very well, very well. It's rare for you to take an interest. This time, I shall not compete with you. But if she refuses to acknowledge you as her master, you cannot blame me for taking action. Humph, that is of no concern to you, Qingyun replied. The camaraderie among the three was evident. They were merely jesting. However, the other disciples, upon overhearing, felt a pang of envy and jealousy. They were unaware of the immense effort it took to join the Xiandan sect. The trials and tribulations they endured to be accepted as disciples of these masters were monumental. Yet, here was a young girl from the Qinglian kingdom, seemingly still in her teens, attracting Qingyun's personal attention. Such fortune was simply. They couldn't help but feel compelled to offer Yunjin some emotional support. Moreover, Qingyun's recent success in experimenting with a new alchemical formula, coupled with his intention to seek out the young girl, had yet to spread widely. Thus, few were aware. Should this news circulate, the number of envious and jealous individuals would surely multiply. Qingyun, you should set out soon. If this genius joins another sect before you, you will have nothing but regret, Li Yun urged with a smile. Another sect? Why should anyone compete with me? Qingyun replied nonchalantly, why should I be anxious? Despite his words, he quickly added, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. He turned and hurriedly departed. Li Yun and Feng Yu exchanged amused glances, silently sharing their mirth. After a brief tea break, Qingyun prepared to embark on his journey. However, recalling Feng Yu's earlier words about his aging appearance, he adjusted his wrinkles in the mirror, instantly appearing significantly younger. Contemplating further, he stuffed a storage ring with numerous valuable items. Should he truly have the opportunity to take her as a disciple, a proper meeting gift would be essential. Fully prepared, Qingyun set off. The Qinglian kingdom was remote. The journey would likely take nearly half a month. Along the way, he began rehearsing the opening line he would use when they met. Meanwhile, in the Tianjin Peak, Yunjin remained puzzled. Yet, this time, the system offered no response. Perhaps the distance was simply too great for the system to monitor. However, since this was about increasing emotional support and not diminishing it, Yunjin did not dwell on it too much. Although the growth of emotional support from the Xiandan sect had slowed, there was still a steady influx, suggesting that accumulating another 100,000 points would not be an issue. The disciples of the Xiandan sect, with their high cultivation levels and significant emotional fluctuations, each contributed at least a 500-point boost. Their level of support rivaled that of Yudanxia. Consequently, Yunjin's gap for advanced simplifications was reduced to just 200,000 points. If she could host another sales event, she would easily meet the target. Yet, for now, she could not, and she needed to devise alternative strategies. Recently, Yunjin contemplated acting discreetly and considered sending Gu Jinghong out to work on her behalf. Just as she was pondering this, the system panel chimed once more, signaling a consistent 500-point increase. Yunjin was perplexed. What is happening? Is it those bigwigs from the Xiandan sect again? Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired further. This time, the system's response was succinct and clear. Qinglian Sword Sect. Yunjin was taken aback. Qinglian Sword Sect? What about them? Did Sword Elder relay news of my mastery of the Qinglian Sword Technique? Yet, there should be many who have learned the Qinglian Sword Technique within the Qinglian Sword Sect. Was such a revelation truly astonishing? A moment earlier, at the Qinglian Sword Sect, the sect was diligently searching for individuals with innate sword bodies, dispatching numerous disciples each generation to seek them out. Any discoveries made by those questing for sword bodies would be promptly reported back to the sect. The Qinglian Sword Sect had dedicated personnel to assess these reports, and those deemed exceptionally talented would be escalated through the ranks until reaching the desk of the sect leader. Unlike most other sects, where the leader may not necessarily be the strongest, the Qinglian Sword Sect's leaders were invariably individuals with innate sword bodies, undoubtedly the most powerful among them, wielding authority that surpassed all others. The principle of the Qinglian Sword Sect was clear. Only the strongest were entitled to the greatest power. On this occasion, sect leader Ji Wuxi was in good spirits, inviting the elders of the sect to witness the proceedings. In the vast land of the 9 provinces, talents indeed flourished. One young man, barely at the age of maturity, had already mastered the Qinglian Sword Technique to its 5th level. Another young woman not only grasped the Qinglian Sword Technique but had also developed her unique interpretation of it. The fundamental requirement for these candidates was to master the Qinglian Sword Technique. However, for someone like Ji Wuxi, who possessed an innate sword body and had encountered countless prodigies, such accomplishments failed to move him. Song Li, Ji Wuxi remarked, "It is rare to encounter another with your level of talent." Song Li, the chief disciple under Ji Wuxi, remained unfazed by the compliment and replied, "I am not endowed with an innate sword body. In terms of talent, I am unexceptional." Ji Wuxi sighed, a flicker of melancholy crossing his gaze. The Qinglian Sword sect was not fixated solely on innate sword bodies. It was the sect's treasured Qinglian Sword classic that could be practiced by others, yet its true essence remained elusive. Only those with innate sword bodies could resonate with the seniors' teachings, witness their training, and attain genuine inheritance. In the previous generation, his master had discovered him early on, and he had enjoyed a smooth path in cultivation. Following his master's ascension, it was only natural for him to take over the Qinglian Sword sect. Yet this time, he lacked the fortunate circumstances of his master, and until now, he had not even uncovered a potential innate sword body. At that moment, the next recording stone activated. Song Li watched with his usual calm demeanor. The image revealed a cloud of rain. Ji Wuxi was taken aback. Is this the little rain technique? Isn't that a secret method of the planting masters? Surely, this recording stone had to be mistaken. However, in the next instant, a sword pointed directly at the rain cloud. Song Li paused, his expression shifting slightly. He noticed that the hand wielding the sword wore a storage ring on one finger. That storage ring was strikingly familiar. A youthful voice shouted, "First wave." First wave? Using first wave against the rain cloud? Ji Wuxi's expression subtly altered. Chapter 130. No one can snatch it away. The sword intent of waves possesses a certain profundity. Just as an elder was about to speak, Ji Wuxi raised his hand to silence him. The elder immediately became mute, his eyes fixed on the scene before him, his stern demeanor leaving the onlookers perplexed. What was so extraordinary about this imagery? To master the sword intent of waves is indeed a rare feat, akin to a super genius among countless others. Yet Ji Wuxi himself is a natural sword body, having witnessed various prodigies over the years. He was well aware that many young disciples within the Qinglian Sword sect had also grasped this foundational sword intent of the Qinglian Sword Technique. While it was difficult to master, in this land of exceptional talent, it was hardly remarkable. Why, then, did this young girl command such attention from Ji Wuxi? The crowd, filled with curiosity, shifted their focus to the water screen, now intensely concentrated. Was it possible that the sect leader had perceived something they could not? The tension in the air heightened as they watched intently. Only Song Li, however, was preoccupied not with the leader's seriousness, but rather with the ring adorning the girl's finger. His expression shifting subtly. He would not forget the item he had given away. The appearance of the ring on her hand stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. Could it be that she was a descendant of the Yun family? Song Li scrutinized the sword the girl wielded. It was not the Taya but an unremarkable silver sword. His feelings grew even more tangled. Indeed, while the Taya seemed to hold immense potential, nurturing it would demand an exorbitant cost. The girl had evidently made a prudent choice. In the image, the girl shouted dramatically, her sword light soaring into the heavens, causing the rain cloud above to visibly expand, swelling into a vast mass. The scene concluded in mere moments, a fleeting glimpse. "Play it again," Ji Wuxi commanded without hesitation. Thus, the recording stone resumed its display. The footage was brief, and Ji Wuxi soon insisted, once more. Again and again, he replayed the scene, and by the 10th viewing, the expressions on the faces of the onlookers had transformed once more. What could the sect leader have discerned in the short sequence that warranted such significance? They strained their eyes and focused their minds, yet could glean nothing substantial. The girl, though undeniably gifted, could not possibly elicit such astonishment from the leader based on this alone, could she? After another viewing, Ji Wuxi fell into contemplation, choosing not to replay it again. The crowd exhaled in relief, their gazes fixed expectantly on Ji Wuxi, awaiting his insights. After a prolonged silence, he turned to Song Li. "You displayed considerable emotion while viewing this footage. What did you discover?" Song Li hesitated momentarily before responding, "It is not that. Years ago, while traveling, I was ambushed by the demon clan and nearly perished. A man from the Yun family selflessly used a precious fruit from his ancestral lineage to save me." Ji Wuxi raised an eyebrow. "I recall you mentioning this. Does the girl have ties to the Yun family?" Song Li replied earnestly, "Indeed. The ring she wears is the very one I entrusted to the Yun family." Ji Wuxi's interest peaked as he perused some documents. Qinglian Kingdom, Tianqing Sect, Yunjin. It seems she is indeed a descendant of the Yun family. Song Li's eyes flickered with emotion. He had long wished to repay the Yun family, but at the time, he had scoured the family and found no one with spiritual roots. As a cultivator, entangling himself with mortals bore little benefit. Hence, he had left the ring behind. Imbued with 3 strands of sword aura to help the Yun family through tribulations, should a descendant reach the foundation building stage, they would naturally unlock the golden core stage and receive his gift. Now, a descendant of the Yun family had finally emerged, providing him a means of repayment. Ji Wuxi smiled. It seems heaven has conspired for you to fulfill this karmic debt. Songli, prepare to journey to the Tianqing sect and bring Yunjin to the Qinglian Sword sect. Songli's spirit stirred. What do you mean, master? With an enigmatic expression, Ji Wuxi replied, first, bring her here. Understood. Songli did not inquire further, rising to comply respectfully. He discerned the significance Ji Wuxi placed on Yunjin. It seemed he would soon have a little junior sister. If that were the case, he could look after her, thereby repaying the Yun family's kindness. Go now. The Qinglian kingdom is remote. Set forth at once, Ji Wuxi instructed. Songli nodded in affirmation, gathering only a few belongings before departing. Observing the curious expressions of the others, Ji Wuxi merely chuckled. You may all disperse. The crowd understood that Ji Wuxi had no intention of elaborating further, and they stifled their curiosity as they gradually departed. However, rumors soon began to circulate within the Qinglian Sword sect that the sect leader was favoring a woman, intending to accept her as a disciple. To ensure all was secure, he had even dispatched his most valued disciple to retrieve her. Who exactly was this girl? Within the confines of his chamber, Ji Wuxi secretly replayed the recording stone once more, pausing the image at the moment Yunjin initiated her move. A chuckle escaped him. After so many years, oh heavens, he had endured for a millennium in this position. At long last, he glimpsed the dawn of retirement. While others could not discern the issue within the footage, he recognized it clearly. Yunjin's initial stance mirrored that of the esteemed Qingxiu, who imparted sword intent in his dreams. Long ago, Qingxiu, a natural sword body, had left behind the unparalleled Qinglian Sword canon before ascending. Only a select few knew that within the Qinglian Sword Technique and canon lay the true inheritance. Only those with a natural sword body could glimpse the true visage of the master, witnessing the very moments he demonstrated his teachings. Yunjin's mastery of the sword intent of waves was one thing, yet every practitioner carries their own nuances. In her case, her angles and postures during initiation were strikingly identical to those of the master. Others could not perceive this, but he, having witnessed the master's teachings, could not be oblivious. This was because Yunjin was still in the early stages of imitation. Hence, she unconsciously mirrored the master's movements, even down to the smallest habits. This indicated that she had, at this stage, glimpsed the master's teachings. It also suggested that she might very well be the natural sword body he had tirelessly sought for so many years. Were it not for the concern of startling Yunjin, Ji Wuxi would have wanted to go in person. However, given Songli's connection with Yunjin, it was best for him to undertake this task. As his foremost disciple, Songli would not overshadow Yunjin. Moreover, Ji Wuxi had left a contingency plan. He had secretly placed a tracking talisman on Songli, ensuring he could arrive personally should matters take an unfavorable turn. This natural sword body, it must belong to the Qinglian Sword sect. No one could take it away. Ji Wuxi held this conviction with unwavering confidence. Chapter 131. A chat with Yi Danxiao. The emotional value had increased in 2 successive waves, continuing to rise at a slightly slower pace thereafter. Yunjin felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation as she waited, and the emotional value kept climbing, with several increments of 500 appearing sporadically. However, the peak had already passed. The circumstances surrounding these 2 surges of emotional value remained a mystery, yet they alleviated her immediate concerns. Upon calculating, Yunjin realized that with the recently accumulated emotional value, coupled with the expected gradual additions, she was now less than 10 increments away from her goal. It seemed that even the heavens were assisting her. After waiting a little longer, she confirmed that there would likely be no significant influx of emotional value. Regretting the lost opportunity, she summoned Gu Jinghong. Speaking of which, the duo of Gu Jinghong and Rolling had recently provided her with a considerable amount of emotional value. She was curious about what this peculiar man-beast combination had accomplished. Though she had her speculations, upon seeing their appearances, she turned her head away, trembling slightly. Gu Jinghong was somewhat disheveled, with tousled hair and wrinkled clothes, which she could tolerate. However, Rolling originally black and white, it was now entirely covered in dirt, its fur matted with grass, and its ears perked up for reasons unknown, creating a rather comical sight. Master, Rolling dashed towards Yunjin with exuberance. Gu Jinghong. Yunjin exclaimed in terror. Gu Jinghong swiftly seized Rolling, who struggled fiercely but was no match for him, resorting only to flailing its limbs in place. Yunjin sighed in relief, her expression reflecting a measure of satisfaction with Gu Jinghong. This servant had indeed begun to understand her intentions better. If he could maintain this level of usefulness, she wouldn't mind assisting him with his blood qi issue. What mischief have you two been up to end up in such a state? Yunjin inquired. Before Gu Jingong could respond, Rolling chimed in eagerly, Master. The mantra you taught me has been incredibly effective. I find myself wanting to leap up while reciting it, but it truly works wonders. I've been seeking out fights lately, and my iron armor skill has already reached level 2. Rolling puffed out its chest with pride. And how did you manage to find opponents? Yunjin asked with curiosity. Gu Jinghong wore a look of exasperation, while Rolling gleefully explained, It and Oppos. It's quite simple. I just grabbed some filthy mud and threw it at anyone I saw. They would come to fight me. Yunjin was taken aback. It was indeed simple, but was it safe? She glanced at Gu Jinghong, who wore an expression of resignation. I followed behind apologizing, and since Rolling doesn't retaliate, they didn't mind much. Master, may I ask, is it only effective to take hits from humans? What about from spirit beasts? Rolling inquired, its enthusiasm unabated. It seemed to have developed an addiction to being hit. Yunjin pondered for a moment before responding. It appears it could also be effective? Rolling perked up instantly. It seems it's time to reconnect with my little brothers and sisters. It had not visited them since leaving the Spirit Beast Pavilion. If they saw how powerful it had become, they would surely be astonished. Rolling envisioned the adoration in their eyes and couldn't help but strike a triumphant pose, laughing heartily. Yunjin found it hard to look at. But it was clear why these two were able to provide her with so much emotional value. They were simply too infuriating. Then you two should continue your training, Yunjin advised. However, keep your antics within the sect, avoid the marketplace, as it has been rather tumultuous lately. Understood, my subordinate acknowledges your command, Gu Jinghong replied. Yunjin felt a sense of trust towards him and nodded, asking, How is your blood qi suppression functioning lately? Gu Jinghong's eyes brightened. Master, are you concerned about me? His voice lifted with newfound hope. As long as I refrain from engaging in combat, I can suppress the blood qi. However, should I need to fight, it may erupt instantly. Yunjin regarded him with bewilderment. Why was he so elated? She dismissed the thought and said, It is prudent to avoid conflict. After the sect conference, I will devise a solution for your predicament. Listening to her, Gu Jinghong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yunjin. This man was truly peculiar. Oh right, he has always been a bit eccentric. That settles it then, Gu Jinghong composed himself. My subordinate has troubled you with my concerns. As he spoke, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Yunjin felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, prompting her to initiate punishment. It was painful. Yet Gu Jinghong's expression grew even more grateful. He interpreted her actions as a demonstration of her care, understanding her intentions. Yunjin. She had intended to tease Gu Jinghong, yet it felt as though she was the one being tormented. All right, you two may leave. Gratefully, Gu Jinghong took Rolling and departed. Yunjin contemplated how this duo could continue to enrich her emotional value. The remaining gap. Yidanxia. I apologize, esteemed brother at the top of the rankings. During your absence, I have missed you dearly, so I thought it would not be amiss to visit you. Engaging in conversation is rather normal, isn't it? If anything I say stirs an emotional reaction in you, it would not be my intention. This time, Yunjin resolved to employ a strategy of endurance with Yidanxia. She packed an array of delectable treats and cheerfully set off for He Mountain. Outside the mountain, a few disciples were idly guarding the area. Upon seeing Yunjin approach, they paused in surprise. Junior Sister Yin, what brings you here? One disciple inquired. Wiping away tears, Yunjin replied, Senior brother, as you know, my dear friend Danxia has been imprisoned here due to a mistake. As her closest friend, thinking of her suffering in this place fills me with sorrow. I felt compelled to visit her. My presence might bring her a modicum of comfort. The disciples were taken aback. Could Yunjin's presence truly offer solace to Yidanxia? They were skeptical. Senior brothers, consider it a gesture to honor our sisterly bond. Yunjin discreetly slipped a piece of high-grade spirit stone to each of them. Their eyes lit up upon seeing it. Being assigned to guard the mountain gate, they were not esteemed disciples, and this high-grade spirit stone represented a significant gain for them. With the barrier in place, and lacking a special token, Yunjin could do little to assist Yidanxia, since it was merely a matter of chatting. They silently agreed to let her proceed. The disciples pocketed the spirit stones and stepped aside. Yunjin expressed her gratitude and ascended He Mountain. Danxia, my darling, I have arrived. This final gap in emotional value relies entirely on you. This time, she was fully prepared. She had no intention of leaving until she gathered all the emotional value she needed. Chapter 132. A Generous Benefactor Swiftly. Yunjin located the cavern where Yidanxia was confined. The barrier at the entrance remained intact, untouched by any breach. As foretold in the original narrative, her second-ranked elder brother, the Demon Lord Protagonist, was slated to emerge following the Grand Sect Assembly. At present, The demon lord was likely still evading capture. Yet destiny would inevitably guide him to this very place. Yunjin sensed an impending disruption to the barrier, leading Yi Danxia, through a stroke of serendipity, down the path of rescuing the male lead. However, her previous incarnation saw her as the cherished darling of the entire sect. In this life, she was merely a convict imprisoned within He Mountain. Yunjin was curious. Even if she were to rescue the male lead, how could Yi Danxia possibly leverage the sect's resources to aid his development, as she had done in her past life? Who's there? Is that you? Third senior brother? Fourth senior brother? Yi Danxia's voice echoed with anticipation. She hastened to the cave entrance. Then, through the translucent barrier, she beheld Yunjin's beaming countenance. Danxia, it's me. Your dearest sister, Yunjin exclaimed with fervor. I've been promising to visit, and now, I'm fulfilling that pledge. Emotional value 300. Yi Danxia's smile vanished, replaced by Yunjin's. Yunjin's gaze upon Yi Danxia intensified with sincerity. She hadn't even begun her performance, yet she had already reaped 300 emotional value points. It could only be said that the female lead was indeed extraordinary. Yunjin, what brings you here? Have you come to mock me? Yi Danxia spat through gritted teeth. Yunjin's expression grew even more earnest. What? How could you think such a thing, Danxia? We've grown up together since childhood and are now the closest of sisters. How could I ever come to ridicule you? Emotional value 400. Yi Danxia gnashed her teeth. These were the very words she once delighted in uttering. But with her current circumstances, having fallen into this plight entirely due to Yunjin, hearing such words from Yunjin felt like sheer mockery. Yi Danxia retorted coldly. Yunjin, don't get too complacent. I'm merely experiencing a temporary setback. With my talents, I'm destined to soar to great heights. It remains to be seen who will have the last laugh. Yunjin sighed. Danxia, how could you perceive me in such a way? Although we may have some minor disagreements, our years of friendship cannot be erased. Your imprisonment here has caused me immense heartache. So I've decided to come here and keep you company. Yi Danxia? From now on, we'll be neighbors, Yunjin chirped, waving her hand. From her storage ring emerged a pile of materials. With a gentle gesture, the pre-prepared timber began to assemble itself, swiftly forming a rudimentary wooden cabin. Yi Danxia was dumbfounded. Yunjin was even constructing a house. Was she truly intending to be her neighbor? This was utterly insane. Yi Danxia also noticed that when Yunjin produced the items, the ring on her finger had flashed rapidly. Yi Danxia couldn't help but grit her teeth. That ring of yours. Oh, this? Yunjin raised her hand. Speaking of which, I must thank you, Danxia. If it weren't for your constant desire for this ring, I wouldn't have valued it. Nor would I have discovered that it's actually a storage ring. A storage ring. Yi Danxia's eyes turned green with envy. She had always suspected that this ring was extraordinary, but she never imagined that it held such wonders. For some reason, Yi Danxia felt a sharp pang of heartache. She couldn't shake the feeling that this ring should have been hers. It was Yunjin who had stolen this opportunity that rightfully belonged to her. Emotional value 500. Yunjin gazed at Yi Danxia with satisfaction. After neglecting Yi Danxia for a while, this little lamb had indeed accumulated a substantial amount of wool, just waiting for her to shear. What else could explain their sisterly bond? Danxia had made an indelible contribution to her emotional value. She would remember this favor. Yunjin said with a smile, speaking of which, there are quite a few treasures inside this ring. Yunjin then produced a pile of high-grade spirit stones, shimmering brilliantly before Yi Danxia. Look, there are so many high-grade spirit stones. How will I ever spend them all? Yi Danxia's eyes grew even greener. And look, there's even more stuff. Yunjin took out another pile, looking troubled. Tell me, how long will it take me to use up all these goodies? It's a good thing I didn't give you the ring. Otherwise, you'd be stuck here with all these treasures, unable to use them. Yunjin's face was filled with pity. Emotional value 500. Yi Danxia struggled to maintain her composure, saying slowly, have you come all this way just to flaunt this? How could that be? Yunjin said naturally. Yi Danxia scoffed. She didn't think Yunjin would be so bored. The next moment, Yunjin exclaimed cheerfully, there are many other things I want to show off to you. Yi Danxia. She could hardly bear it anymore. And she gritted her teeth as she said, do whatever you want. I'm going to cultivate now. Please, make yourself at home. She turned and walked inside. But Yunjin's voice still echoed from outside. Oh, cultivating? Danxia, aren't you the esteemed heavenly spiritual root? You must have already reached the nascent soul stage, right? After all, I'm just a 5 spiritual root, and I've already reached the golden core stage recently. Yi Danxia, who was still a little short of the foundation establishment stage. She paused and looked at Yunjin with a changed expression. Golden core stage? How is that possible? A tremor ran through Yi Danxia's voice. Yunjin blinked innocently. Is there anything to lie about? Is the golden core stage difficult to reach? I broke through it casually. Emotional value 500. Yi Danxia couldn't tell if Yunjin was telling the truth or not, but her emotions were fluctuating wildly. That's right. She was the heavenly spiritual root, destined to stand at the pinnacle. But what about now? She was imprisoned in a cave, unable to take a single step outside. Yet Yunjin, a 5 spiritual root with inferior talent, was thriving. If Yunjin hadn't come to remind her, she would have been able to endure and focus all her attention on cultivation. But now that Yunjin had arrived, flaunting her success, how could she possibly calm her mind? If she were outside, she could simply walk away and ignore Yunjin. But here, she couldn't leave the cave, which meant she was forced to endure Yunjin's taunts. Danxia, don't get too upset. As a heavenly spiritual root, you still have a chance to reach the golden core stage in 10 or 8 years. The most important thing for you now is to take care of your health. It would be a shame if you were to die before then. Yunjin said sincerely, how about this? I'll return one of the Azure Spirit pills you gave me before. After all, this kind of chi training pill is useless to me now. Emotional value, 500. Yi Danxia clenched her teeth. She wanted to kill Yunjin. She had to. Chapter 133. Renewable resources enough. Yi Danxia declared coldly. Yunjin, if my memory serves me right, there is only 1 month left until the Grand Assembly. Your opponent is none other than Senior Brother Wan. Do you truly believe you can prevail? If death is in the cards, you will meet your end far sooner than I shall. As she spoke, a hint of madness danced in her smile. Yunjin remained unfazed, responding with a cheerful grin. I cannot predict my fate. But one thing is certain, you will not live to see it. Your charges will ensure that, even if not executed immediately, you will languish here for eternity. Rest assured. Should I miraculously triumph, I will make sure to share the joyous news with you, sparing you from missing a single detail. Emotional value, 200. Yunjin felt a twinge of disappointment. What was this? With someone of Danxia's stature, how could she so easily break a streak of 500 emotional points? It seemed she must strive harder. With genuine concern, Yunjin remarked, Danxia, you have been here for quite some time, without savoring any delectable morsels, have you not? Yi Danxia's expression darkened. What, do you wish to offer me food? I would love to, but alas, I lack a token to do so. Yunjin replied with a sweet smile. How about I eat in front of you instead? Yi Danxia? Is this something a human would do? In a flash, Yunjin set up a barbecue station, producing slices of well-prepared meat, which she began to grill with relish. Yi Danxia had no desire to engage with Yunjin, not in the slightest. She even seated herself, determined to meditate and cultivate. Yet, the aroma wafted irresistibly towards her. 2 months prior, Yi Danxia had been an ordinary mortal. Though she had embarked on the path of cultivation, she had yet to reach a state devoid of all earthly cravings. Imprisoned in Heshan, she had relied on fasting pills for sustenance. While these pills staved off hunger, they bore no flavor whatsoever. The moment the tantalizing scent reached her, she found herself swallowing hard. Emotional value 20. Emotional value 20. Emotional value 20. Yunjin, ever cheerful, continued to grill with zest. Although the emotional points gained were modest, they accumulated significantly over time. Primarily, she was also craving barbecued meat. Having grilled the meat to perfection, she sprinkled it with a special seasoning crafted by the spirit chef Mu Hua and savored it with immense satisfaction. Once her emotional points were ample, she would certainly enhance her culinary skills. After all, indulging in her own cooking was a delightful experience. Yunjin relished her meal, generating emotional value 50. Emotional value 60. Yi Danxia could no longer contain herself, gritting her teeth as she said, Must you eat so close? Can't you move further away? Yunjin shook her head vehemently. How could I? We sisters agreed to share our fortunes. If I enjoy this meat, how could I deny you the pleasure of its aroma? That would be too selfish of me. Emotional value, 200. Yi Danxia felt her frustration mounting. Was this not even more excessive? She understood that Yunjin was intentionally provoking her and struggled to maintain her composure, focusing on her cultivation to avoid distraction. However, her practice had yet to reach a level where she could achieve such concentration. Yunjin feasted contentedly. Yi Danxia, catching a glimpse of her finally packing away the infernal barbecue grill, let out a sigh of relief. However, her relief was short-lived. Yunjin produced a sound stone and placed it at the cave entrance. The next moment, lively music erupted. No escape from this vibrant world. It turns out I am a drunken butterfly. What was this? Yunjin effortlessly drew her Tai sword and began practicing the drunken lotus sword technique to the rhythm of the song. Yi Danxia ground her teeth. Finally realizing Yunjin's intent, she feared her growing strength and sought to disrupt her cultivation. It was merely a song. Could it truly disturb her? Initially, Yi Danxia ignored it. Yet, by the 10th repetition, she found herself unconsciously singing along. No escape from this vibrant world. Yi Danxia's face turned a shade of green. She instinctively covered her mouth, terrified that Yunjin would mock her. Fortunately, Yunjin was engrossed in her swordplay, seemingly oblivious. Yi Danxia breathed a slight sigh of relief. This infernal music was inexplicably vexing. Yi Danxia resolved to expend some spiritual energy in an attempt to block her ears. However, even as she summoned her energy, the sound remained crystal clear. What was happening? Yi Danxia's patience began to fray. The next moment, Yunjin's voice rang out, "Danxia, you do not intend to block your ears with spiritual energy, do you? That would be futile. I've placed a basic penetration talisman on the soundstone. Its effects are quite remarkable." Yi Danxia inspected the soundstone closely and indeed found a glowing green talisman affixed to it. How had she not noticed Yunjin's peculiarities before? Using such a precious talisman on a soundstone, was her aim merely to ensure that she heard this absurd music? The song was lively, yet it posed no real harm. Well then, Yi Danxia was determined to see just how many penetration talismans Yunjin possessed. Deciding against her cultivation, she sulked and waited. After 2 hours, the talisman's glow dimmed slightly. Yi Danxia smirked, preparing to speak, only to see Yunjin producing a new one and swiftly replacing it. With a slight smile, Yunjin waved a handful of penetration talismans before her. "Danxia, do not worry, I have plenty of penetration talismans in my ring." Yi Danxia, were it not for the barrier, she would have rushed out to confront Yunjin, without a doubt. Frustrated and unable to cultivate, Yi Danxia lay down, forcing herself to rest. Yet the music looped endlessly in her ears. Yi Danxia painfully closed her eyes, feeling small and pitiful. Emotional value 20. Emotional value 30. Yi Danxia had become a continual source of emotional value, albeit in smaller increments. However, the sustainability of her contributions was impressive. Yunjin had resolved to be Yi Danxia's lifelong friend. The emotional value others could provide within a limited time was finite. Those of higher cultivation could contribute more, while those of lower cultivation offered less. Typically, a foundation establishment disciple could provide a maximum of 1,000 emotional points over several days, requiring time to accumulate. As for Yi Danxia, her emotional value flowed endlessly. A little here, a little there. Just her alone could match the contributions of 100 individuals. In the span of just 2 hours, Yi Danxia had unwittingly provided nearly 10,000 emotional points. Yi Danxia was, quite simply, a renewable resource for emotional value. Yunjin felt a surge of joy. To her delight, at that moment, her drunken lotus sword technique had broken through to the second tier. Chapter 134. Surge in combat power. Upon reaching the second tier of the Azure Lotus Sword Technique, the waves of the sword also ascended to its second level. When she was still at the foundation establishment stage, a single level of waves allowed her strength to amplify to that of the Golden Core stage. Now, having attained the Golden Core stage, with her sword intent elevated to the second level, to what extraordinary heights could her power rise? Yunjin strolled around the summit of He Mountain, seeking an open space. She then produced an ordinary spirit sword and summoned a rain cloud with a mere gesture. Directing her focus towards the cloud, she unleashed the first level of waves. Instantly, the rain cloud swelled dramatically, with azure lightning crackling within its depths. Yunjin speculated that this power remained within the bounds of the Golden Core stage, not yet reaching the nascent soul stage. In a measured tone, she declared, "Second level of waves." As the first and second levels of waves combined, the rain cloud expanded wildly once more. The lightning within the cloud multiplied, appearing fearsome and ominous. Following the invocation of the second level of waves, her power should now rival that of the nascent soul stage. What is happening? The disciples guarding Yi Mountain glanced up. Such a massive rain cloud. Is it about to rain? It seemed prudent to seek shelter indoors. What about Sister Yun? In such weather, why hasn't she come down? They chuckled, speculating that the sisterly bond must be extraordinarily deep for her to remain aloft. Just as they prepared to retreat indoors, the rain cloud abruptly vanished. The disciples looked up in confusion. Where had the rain cloud gone? Above, the sun still shone brightly. Had they merely experienced an illusion? As they pondered, another rain cloud emerged in the sky, this time larger than before. Moments later, it expanded severfold. The entire He Mountain lay shrouded beneath the rain cloud, and with the flickering lightning, it evoked an apocalyptic ambience. What was happening? Before they could process the situation, the rain cloud vanished again, all within the span of mere instants. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances. What was going on? Were they seeing things? Meanwhile, Yunjin had retracted her divine abilities. In that instance, she had utilized the Taiya sword, enhancing her power significantly, estimating her strength among the nascent soul stage. She felt this capability was commendable. Furthermore, with her mastery of the mystic arts, which inherently included 5 divine techniques, she possessed a formidable advantage if wielded wisely. Next, she planned to refine more elixirs, hoping to elevate her prowess further in the final month. With a stroke of luck, she might reach the late stages of the golden core, making it trivial to contend with Wanjun. Having concluded her sword technique experiment, Yunjin returned to the cave entrance, where Yudanxia sat cross-legged, seemingly engrossed in her cultivation. However, the steadily provided emotional value indicated that her heart was far from tranquil. Yunjin smiled gently. Danxia, I feel it is rather unfair to keep making you listen to this tune. Shall we cease? Emotional value, 500. To her surprise, Yi Danxia burst forth with 500 points, her eyes widening with anticipation as she gazed at Yunjin. Yunjin approached and switched off the recording stone. Yi Danxia was overwhelmed with joy, but her expression soon froze as Yunjin produced another stone. The lively music resumed. You are my little apple. Yi Danxia's face turned pale. Not again with this brainwashing melody. Yunjin seemed determined to leave her no escape. Am I not good to you? This new song is a gift for you, Yunjin remarked with sincere enthusiasm. Yi Danxia clenched her teeth, unable to restrain herself. Aren't you listening to? Aren't you affected by it? This tune felt more terrifying than the legendary devilish sounds. Oh, I am affected, Yunjin replied with a smile. Applying a soundproof talisman to herself, now it's all fine. Yi Danxia and Apos, as composure shattered. Yunjin was truly eccentric. She had squandered 2 talismans merely to torment her. Did she possess an excess of talismans? As Yi Danxia contemplated further, she recalled that according to Yunjin's methods, these talismans originated from a ring that should have belonged to her, which only deepened her despair. Emotional value, 500. Yunjin's smile widened. Truly, Danxia was her precious treasure. This emotional value was boundless. With the little apple around, although the subsequent emotional values were more subdued, they still accumulated steadily, with occasional spikes exceeding 100. Yunjin was thoroughly content. She retreated to her wooden hut, affixing soundproof and concealment talismans outside, then retrieved her alchemy furnace to commence her elixir refinement. While harvesting emotional value, she too could not afford to be idle, perfectly timing the production of a batch of third-tier elixirs. Among the third-tier formulas she possessed, only the gathering Qi bomb enhanced spiritual energy, making it her primary focus for refinement. The other elixirs varied in effects, but did not require excessive quantities. Preparing a single batch for future use sufficed. 3 alchemy furnaces began their simultaneous operations. Yunjin first consulted her insights on crafting artifacts, routinely honing her proficiency. Then, she commenced sword training. The alchemy furnaces worked autonomously, but she could not remain idle. Though advancing to the 3rd level within a month proved arduous, any increment in proficiency was worthwhile. As Yunjin busily toiled, a notification chimed in her mind. Ding! The host's first disciple, Yicheng, has elevated his planting skill to the 2nd tier. The host's planting skill automatically advances to the 3rd tier. In the next moment, insights flooded into Yunjin's consciousness. The 3 related planting manuals instantaneously reached the 3rd tier. Yunjin raised an eyebrow. Yicheng, originally a 3rd-tier planter, had reverted to the beginning upon switching to the system's planting manuals. Although he possessed prior experience and had received a golden opportunity, for him to ascend the modified manual to the 2nd tier in such a short span demonstrated his rare talent in planting. This disciple was indeed worth taking under her wing. A smile graced Yunjin's face. Once her emotional value accumulated further, she would continue investing in this promising disciple. The return on investment was remarkably high. Yunjin retrieved a communication token, offering encouragement to Yicheng to persevere. Remarkably, those few words of encouragement yielded 5 bond points, raising their bond to 85. Yunjin could only marvel at how earnest this disciple was. Were he to encounter a deceitful master, he might find himself utterly exploited. After encouraging Yicheng, Yunjin resumed her tasks. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Ling Fei observed with a furrowed brow as he watched Roll. The diligent and reliable young girl had clearly not imparted any wisdom to this creature. Amidst the spirit beasts, Roll stood proudly, defiantly proclaiming, I declare here and now, you are all nothing but trash. I, Roll, can crush you all single-handedly. Ling Fei could not decipher the words, but witnessing the furious howls of the Qi refining stage spirit beasts, he surmised that Roll had not engaged in any benevolent activities. Chapter 135 A Glimmer of Hope. Gong, ever audacious, taunted, not convinced? Then come at me all at once. At once, the spirit beast charged forward with fervent cries. Gong made no effort to defend himself, allowing their attacks to rain down upon him. Once the commotion subsided, he provocatively remarked, Did Senior Ling forget to feed you? You all seem rather weak. The spirit beasts were infuriated and surged forward once more. Gong, undeterred, dug at his ears and arrogantly questioned, What is going on? Are you all getting weaker? The spirit beasts, now exasperated, began chattering amongst themselves. You're so wicked, Iron Eater. You've reached the foundation establishment stage and still bully us. Exactly. If we had been chosen by the beautiful elder sister back then, we would be at foundation establishment now. What do you have to be proud of? They clamored, expressing their discontent. Puffing out his chest, Gong Gong replied with an air of entitlement. Who is to blame but yourselves for not being as charming as I am? Master Sh's choice of me was undoubtedly the wisest. The spirit beasts gritted their teeth, wishing to strike him again. However, upon considering Gong Gong's formidable and unyielding physique, they resigned themselves to the futility of such an endeavor. Suddenly, a bright light beast spoke up. Gong Gong, now that you're at foundation establishment, you should seek out other foundation establishment spirit beasts. The others quickly voiced their agreement. Gong Gong, ever brazen, declared, foundation establishment or not, I, Gong Gong, shall show you all that I am invincible. With that proclamation, he headed towards the territory of the foundation establishment spirit beasts, followed closely by a throng of Qi refinement stage spirit beasts eager to join the fray. Ling Fei, bewildered, exclaimed, what is going on? A spirit beast uprising? Gong Gong. Stop. Where are you going? Gong Gong halted, animatedly gesturing with his hands and feet. Ling Fei began to comprehend. You wish to venture into the territory of the foundation establishment spirit beasts? Gong Gong struck a fighting pose. Ling Fei frowned. You want to challenge them? Don't be foolish. The spirit beast pavilion is not a place for brawling. The Qi refinement stage spirit beasts, however, were stirred up, clamoring for a spectacle of combat. Ling Fei, feeling resigned, pondered the source of Gong Gong's newfound ability to incite enthusiasm. Surely it couldn't have been taught by Yun Jinxiu. That girl was far too sensible. Senior Ling, interjected Gu Jinghong, Gong Gong is practicing his iron armor. He likely seeks to hone his skills through the attacks of foundation establishment spirit beasts. Ling Fei paused, recalling the iron armor skill, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. Generally, spirit beast skills improve based on innate talent and resource investment, with iron armor requiring specialized iron armor pills for enhancement. However, Gu Jinghong implied that Gong Gong might have an unconventional training method. Indeed, the techniques imparted by Master are undoubtedly effective, Gu Jinghong affirmed. Intrigued, Ling Fei considered, the spirit beast pavilion cannot withstand your antics. How about heading to the back mountain instead? I happen to be taking the foundation establishment spirit beasts out for some fresh air. Upon hearing this, the Qi refinement stage spirit beasts erupted in excitement. Ling Fei, with a gentle glance, conceded, all right, you can come along. The commotion finally quieted. In an open area, Ling Fei indeed brought forth the foundation establishment spirit beasts. Gong Gong maintained his obstinate demeanor, and as he spoke a few words, a young bright light beast S beloved, the electric beast, charged towards him with a fierce cry. The electric beast, swift and imposing, raced forward, while the young bright light beast gazed on with starry eyes. Gong Gong stood his ground, a silvery glow enveloping him. With a resounding crash, the electric beast collided with Gong Gong, only to be sent flying. In the next instant, several female spirit beasts rushed over, concerned for the fallen electric beast. The young bright light beast, dismayed, cried out, "Wah? My beloved truly is a scoundrel." The other bright light beasts hurried to offer their comfort. As the electric beast lay incapacitated, its furious admirers rushed in, only to be repelled by Gong Gong's defenses. I haven't even made my move. Why are you all down already? Gong Gong boasted. In that moment, the young bright light beast felt no offense in Gong Gong's words. Instead, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Sister, forget that electric beast. We shall find something better. As the other bright light beasts consoled her, she pointed at Gong Gong, her eyes transformed into hearts. I have decided. I shall now adore the Iron Eater, Gong Gong. The bright light beasts collectively gasped in astonishment. The young bright light beast had found a new object of affection, her eyes now shaped like hearts. Gong Gong, sensing her gaze, retorted, "What? Do you wish to try your luck?" The young bright light beast immediately lowered her head, blushing. Gong Gong was pleased. It appeared his intimidating gaze had effectively awed her. Ling Fei squinted, suddenly commanding, "Rock beast, you go." A spirit beast composed entirely of stone lumbered forward, slowly extending its fist. Gong Gong braced himself, and in the next moment, the rock beast realized too late and was sent flying. Ling Fei's interest peaked as he summoned several more foundation establishment spirit beasts. Remarkably, even the later stage foundation establishment beasts could not breach Gong Gong's defenses. Among them was even a high-grade spirit beast, while Gong Gong was merely of medium grade. Come on, let us see more. Gong Gong continued to taunt. Ling Fei interjected. Let us call it a day. Though Gong Gong felt unsatisfied, he respected Ling Fei and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Ling Fei instructed his disciples to return the other spirit beasts and cast a meaningful glance at Gong Gong. The level of this iron armor skill must indeed be remarkable. Ling Fei inquired of Gu Jinghong. It seems Gong Gong's skill level is rising swiftly. Gu Jinghong replied proudly. Master has a unique training approach. Gong Gong has made tremendous progress following the Master's methods. Ling Fei pondered for a moment before stating, Gu, ask Yin if I may borrow Gong Gong for a day. Gu Jinghong looked puzzled. Ling Fei explained, I have a friend visiting tomorrow, a top-notch beast tamer. Whenever he comes, we engage in discussions about spirit beast levels. Historically, I have always lost. However, I believe that this time, Gong Gong stands a chance against opponents of the mid-foundation establishment stage. After all, Gong Gong represents the spirit beast pavilion. If he wins, I shall have some pride. Upon hearing this, Gong Gong enthusiastically declared, I'll go. I won T lose. Gu Jinghong ignored his boastful claims and respectfully replied, I shall consult the master. Ling Fei nodded, that is only fitting. Gu Jinghong took Gong Gong away temporarily. Bai Yu silently appeared behind Ling Fei, raising an eyebrow. The esteemed visitor you've invited. Is it for Yun Jinxiu? Ling Fei smiled. In that wager, Yun has little chance of winning. I cannot allow her to falter. That individual owes me a favor. And I originally intended to ask him for assistance. However, now that Yun has nurtured Gong Gong so well, perhaps showcasing Gong Gong will increase the likelihood of garnering his support. You seem to hold that girl in high regard. Bai Yu cast a sidelong glance at Ling Fei. Perhaps this is what one calls fate. Ling Fei merely smiled in response, and Bai Yu chose not to elaborate further. On He Mountain, Yun Jin received a message from Gu Jinghong, which she accepted without much thought. Gu Jinghong then replied to Ling Fei in kind. Ling Fei smiled subtly and promptly set about making arrangements. Even if it meant only a slight increase in hope, he was determined to advocate for the girl, Yun. Chapter 136. The True Beast Master. The following day, Gu Jinghong arrived early with Gun Gun in tow. Gu boy, my friend is not fond of strangers. You should take your leave. I will personally return Gun Gun to you in a few hours, Ling Fei said. Gu Jinghong respectfully acquiesced, feeling a complex mix of emotions towards Ling Fei. Prior to the incident with the beast powder, their relationship had been quite amicable, and he was one of the few disciples permitted to freely enter the spirit beast pavilion. Unfortunately, that fateful moment of folly had shattered everything. Now, Ling Fei still graciously referred to him as Gu boy, which left him somewhat content. Everyone could see Ling Fei's deep affection for the spirit beasts, and Gu Jinghong trusted that he would care for Gun Gun well, thus harboring no worries. Once Gu Jinghong departed, Gun Gun thumped its chest, exclaiming, Ling Fei, where's your friend? Allow me, Gun Gun, to teach him a lesson. Ling Fei, noticing Gun Gun and Appo's eagerness for battle, Kuden and Appo's help but smiled slightly. Very well. Let us go to the mountain gate to welcome him. Gun Gun instantly understood. I see. We are to give him a stern warning from the start. I comprehend completely. Observing Gun Gun's excitement, Ling Fei advised, when I permit you to engage in battle, remember to give it your all. He did not believe Gun Gun would win. He merely wished for it to showcase its abilities and secure some opportunity for Yunjin. Gun Gun, brimming with confidence, nodded emphatically, rest assured, I, Gun Gun, shall never be defeated. Seeing its determination, Ling Fei smiled with satisfaction. At the foot of the mountain, Ling Fei awaited Gun Gun, and soon, a communication talisman lit up. His expression brightened as he beheld a young man clad in black descend quietly before him. The man smiled and calmly lifted his hat, saying, Ling Fei, it has been a long time. Ling Fei, observing the man's youthful visage, felt a wave of nostalgia. We embarked on this path of cultivation together, and now, I find myself stagnant at the transformation stage while you have ascended to the Beastmaster sect, becoming someone I can only look up to. The man replied gently, regardless, our friendship remains unchanged. Yet, Ling Fei sensed an undeniable shift. The warmth in his friend and Appo's smile was tinged with a newfound distance. Such is the nature of the cultivation world. Even the closest of friends, when separated by differing statuses and levels, tend to drift apart. Ling Fei took solace in the fact that his friend still remembered their shared struggles from the past and was willing to meet him. Brother Shin, would you care to join me for tea? Ling Fei proposed. Shin Yinyi nodded nonchalantly. Though he appeared youthful, he had been cultivating for nearly a millennium and remained a formidable figure at the tribulation stage, while Ling Fei had stagnated at the transformation stage. They hailed from the same village and had pursued the path of enlightenment together, fostering a bond that was uniquely deep. When Shin Yinyi passed the Beastmaster sex assessment and was set to enter the sacred grounds for training, he entrusted his earthly parents to Ling Fei's care. Ling Fei had looked after them diligently, and Shin Yinyi had not forgotten this favor. He had once stated that he owed Ling Fei a debt of gratitude, and that he could ask for anything. However, Ling Fei simply smiled and declined, asserting that he lacked for nothing. This time, however, Shun Yinyi had reached out, even invoking that debt. Since entering the tribulation stage, he found his progress in cultivation exceedingly arduous. His master had hinted that his ties to the mortal realm were not yet severed, and Shen Yinyi believed this debt to Ling Fei was part of that connection. Unable to ascend without settling this debt, he had come, both for Ling Fei and for himself. Ling Fei led Shun Yinyi to the summit of a mountain behind the Spirit Beast Pavilion. In a small pavilion, he prepared tea and snacks, speaking cautiously, "Brother Shen, I shouldn't invoke past favors lightly." But Shen Yinyi smiled. "No need for concern. You cared for my parents for a century. I'm forever indebted to you. Should you wish for anything, feel free to ask." Shen Yinyi arrived bearing numerous gifts, artifacts, talismans, elixirs, treasures, everything imaginable. He was willing to pay any price to settle this debt of cause and effect. Yet, Ling Fei shook his head. "I desire nothing material. I only wish for you to save a life." Intrigued, Shen Yinyi inquired, "Oh, whose life? Is it someone you cannot save yourself?" Given Ling Fei's relatively modest cultivation, it was unusual for him to be unable to assist someone he called a close friend. Ling Fei sighed, briefly recounting Yun Jin's predicament. In a month, according to a contract, the girl would be forced to duel with someone already at the nascent soul stage, her own cultivation being far from adequate in comparison. "Brother Shun, your prowess is unparalleled. Might you intervene to save Yun Jin's life?" Ling Fei gazed at Shen Yinyi with hopeful eyes. "What color is the contract paper?" Shen Yinyi asked. "It is golden," Ling Fei replied, somewhat helplessly. Shen Yinyi's expression shifted. A golden contract signified an oath before the heavenly Tao. No wonder Ling Fei sought his aid. Only those at the tribulation stage or higher could resist the influence of such a binding. However, as one delved deeper into the realms of cultivation, the significance of cause and effect became increasingly paramount. This contract with the heavenly Tao entailed profound implications. Should he bear the burden of Yun Jin's contract, the associated karma would fall upon him, complicating his own ascension. A look of conflict crossed Shen Yinyi's face, which did not escape Ling Fei's notice, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He bore no ill will towards Shen Yinyi. Rather, he felt a weight of despair. Was the contract truly insurmountable? How could Yun Jin be so foolish as to bind herself in such a manner? As the two spoke, Gun, unable to contain its impatience, began to make loud noises, disrupting the conversation. Shen Yinyi noticed the exuberant iron-eating beast and raised an eyebrow. "Your beast-taming skills appear to have significantly improved. This iron-eating beast has been well-trained." Ling Fei quickly added, "This iron-eating beast belongs to Yun Jin, the girl I mentioned earlier. She has only contracted it for less than 2 months, yet it has undergone a remarkable transformation. I believe she might possess a latent talent for becoming a true beastmaster." Ling Fei looked at Shun Yinyi with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Shun Yinyi sighed. "Becoming a true beastmaster? It is not so simple. To attain that status, one must at least awaken a beastmaster skill. The more powerful the skill, the greater the support it provides to spirit beasts. For instance, I possess 3 beastmaster skills: courage amplification, iron will, and life rebirth. Courage amplification enhances a spirit beast's bravery, allowing it to fight more ferociously. Iron will ensures that a spirit beast maintains composure in adversity. Life rebirth grants a spirit beast a chance to be reborn when on the brink of death. Of the 3 skills, only the last, life rebirth, is of superior talent. The others are merely of moderate quality. From appearances alone, it is impossible to discern who might awaken a beastmaster skill. Only through a specific method of mental stimulation can one reveal their potential. When Shun Yinyi and Ling Fei underwent this test, Shen Yinyi awakened while Ling Fei did not. Thus, they embarked on divergent paths. Chapter 137, A Genuine Interest. Ling Fei sighed. "You should understand that becoming a beastmaster is an exceedingly rare feat, with only a handful emerging from the vast Qinglian kingdom, let alone from this modest Tianqing sect." Ling Fei was aware of this, yet he was determined to find a path for Yun Jin. The journey of a beastmaster might just be the key to her survival. What if she possessed an extraordinary talent for beast mastery? What if her abilities could sway Shen Yinyi? What if? Observing Ling Fei's fervor, Shen Yinyi felt a twinge of sympathy and sighed, "What about that girl, Yun? I can assist in testing whether she has the aptitude for beast mastery." Ling Fei's initial excitement was quickly tempered by a sense of helplessness. "That girl is quite proud. This is something I decided on my own accord. I have yet to mention it to her." Shen Yinyi was even more astonished. Could it be that Ling Fei was the only one invested in this? Ling Fei then brought forward the iron-eating beast, Gun, trained to display some intriguing behavior. "Why don't you give this little creature a try, Brother Shun?" he proposed. Shun Yinyi nodded in agreement. Finally, the moment arrived for Gun to take the stage. Gun immediately puffed up, boldly challenging Shen Yinyi. Shen Yinyi raised an eyebrow. Beasts often mirror their masters. Could this iron-eating beast truly be as mature and composed as Ling Fei described? Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on it. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned a Foundation establishment-level spirit beast. This spirit beast is currently of modest cultivation, yet it is of high quality, Shun Yanyi clarified. I do not wish to belittle this iron-eating beast. It is merely that I possess no inferior spirit beasts. What? Are you implying that Gungun is poor in quality? Gungun immediately became agitated, displaying its claws. Ling Fei glanced at the high-grade flame mantis, recognizing that, indeed, it was the weakest beast in Shun Yanye's possession. With a twinge of worry, Ling Fei looked at Gungun. The flame mantis, possessing both gold and fire attributes, could unleash dual-type skills with remarkable explosive power. Gungun, while the gold attribute, was not nearly as versatile as the flame mantis and was also a rank lower in grade. Ling Fei found himself questioning the wisdom of his decision. However, before he could dwell on it further, Gungun, in a display of audacity, raised a finger and shouted. Come on, Gungun is right here waiting for you. The flame mantis glared at Gungun, a flicker of rage igniting in its eyes. Xinyan chuckled. You too. Feel free to entertain yourselves. With a wave of his hand, both spirit beasts were sent to the open ground before them. Gungun maintained its dramatic demeanor, proclaiming, Gungun will stand here for you to strike. If I even flinch, it counts as my loss. The flame mantis, now thoroughly enraged, ignited with flames in its eyes and unleashed its sharp claws, dashing toward Gungun with incredible speed. Ling Fei watched in trepidation. Would Gungun truly not evade? Remarkably, Gungun did not flinch. A silvery aura enveloped its body, and when the claws made contact, the sound of metal expanding resonated through the air. Bang! Gungun remained steadfast, a mere scratch appearing on its body. It had withstood the blow. Shun Yanyi set down his teacup, momentarily taken aback. Was this the iron armor skill? The iron-eating beast must have awakened its racial talent upon reaching the Foundation establishment phase. Did that Yin Jin give it iron armor pills? Shun Yanyi inquired. Ling Fei shook his head. You know how remote the Qinglian kingdom is. The Tianqing mountain range is even more isolated. It is exceedingly difficult to find a proper practitioner with spirit beasts here, and iron armor pills are both challenging to refine and costly. How could Yun Jin afford such luxuries? How long has it been in the Foundation establishment phase? Xinyan Yu pressed further. Ling Fei pondered. Less than a month. Less than a month. But the level of its iron armor. Shun Yanya's thoughts raced as he continued to observe. The flame mantis, realizing its initial strike had failed, unleashed a series of furious attacks. Yet, Gungun remained unmoved. Although it bore a few more scratches, it appeared largely unharmed. Gungun scratched its ear. Mantis brother, have you not eaten today? The flame mantis, incited by the remark, felt its eyes burn with fury. It roared, igniting flames around its side-like arms, launching another assault on Gungun. With the flames enhancing its attack, the mantis struck down, forcing Gungun to stagger back 2 steps. Yet it still stood with resolve. Finally willing to exert some effort? But still lacking, Gungun taunted. The flame mantis, engulfed in flames, retorted, if you have the ability, do not rely on iron armor. The iron-eating beast's iron armor was perplexing in its cultivation, though both were at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. The mantis was a high-grade spirit beast. Yet, it could not even breach Gungun's iron armor defense. The flame mantis felt a wave of frustration. If you don't want to use it, then don't. Gungun replied nonchalantly. What are you afraid of? You cannot endure my might. Come at me. The flame mantis was both incensed and amused. Gungun inhaled deeply before unleashing a powerful roar. Utilizing the skill, roar. The sound reverberated, stirring up clouds of dust. The flame mantis barely had time to react when Gungun charged at it with incredible force. Employing the skill, charge, the flame mantis instinctively attempted to evade. But Gungun's assault was relentless. Before it could react, it was struck by an overwhelming force and was sent flying, landing helplessly on the ground. Gungun struck a pose, one hand on its hip and the other pointing skyward, exclaiming, Tell me, am I invincible or not? Naturally, no one answered. This time, both Ling Fei and Xinyan Yi were left dumbfounded. The skills roar and charge were basic abilities. Due to their limited power, most spirit beasts prefer to enhance more formidable racial skills. Yet Gungun? If Xinyan Yu was not mistaken, those 2 skills had been cultivated to the 5th tier. Moreover, based on Gungun's performance in battle, the iron armor skill was at least at the 3rd tier. A spirit beast newly entering the Foundation establishment phase had 2 5th-tier skills and 1 3rd-tier racial skill. Was this not astonishing? Xinyan Yi hastily recalled the flame mantis into the spirit beast space, regarding Gungun with a gaze akin to that of a small monster. Brother Shin, I assure you that during its time in the spirit beast pavilion, Gungun did not possess such abilities. All of these skills were honed by Yun Jin in less than 2 months, Ling Fei hurriedly stated, equally in disbelief. Gungun had bested Xin Yinye's spirit beast. Although Qinglian Yi had only summoned a foundation establishment spirit beast and had not employed beast mastery skills, it was still a high-grade spirit beast. Gungun had demonstrated overwhelming prowess against it. Qinglian Yi's expression shifted repeatedly, and after a long pause, he finally remarked, "This time, I find myself genuinely intrigued by the Yunjin you speak of." Chapter 138, Summit of Hashan. Qinglian Yi smiled and took the initiative to speak. "Since I have some free time these days, please bring Yunjin to me. I can assess her potential as a beast master. If she indeed possesses some talent, I would not hesitate to recommend her to the sect." Ling Fei's face visibly brightened with joy. "Then I must thank you in advance, Brother Shin." Qinglian Yi replied, "It is still too early for thanks. We must first see what her innate abilities are. If we can get her into the Beast Master sect before the Grand Assembly, the matter of the contract will be easily resolved." "Oh?" Ling Fei hurriedly inquired. Qinglian Yi explained, "Such contracts are sanctioned by the Heavenly Tao. Should one wish to breach them, the repercussions fall solely upon the individual, and even with my cultivation, it would be somewhat troublesome. However, if Yunjin joins the Beast Master sect, one of the 4 great sacred lands, the sect's immense fortune will mitigate any backlash from the contract. The remaining cost is something I would not mind shouldering for her. In this realm, the initial stages of cultivating immortality focus on talent, comprehension, and opportunity. Yet, at their level, it is about cause and effect, fortune, and the elusive threads of fate. The most formidable fortunes in this world undoubtedly belong to the 4 great sacred lands. For others, contracts may be intricate. But as long as Yunjin enters the Beast Master sect, the protection of the sect's fortune will render resolution rather straightforward. Is it truly possible? Ling Fei's excitement was palpable. He bowed respectfully to Qinglian Yi and said, "Regardless of whether Yun has the talent of a Beast Master, your willingness to assist is a tremendous grace. I thank you on her behalf." Qinglian Yi chuckled lightly, dismissing the formality. "With our friendship, there is no need for such talk." His gaze shifted to the creature, Gungun, with an intrigued expression. Gungun immediately took on a vigilant demeanor. "What? Do you dispute my strength? If you have the ability, come and challenge me." "Quite amusing," Qinglian Yi chuckled. "Ling Fei, where is Yunjin? Please bring her to me. This iron-eating beast certainly possesses some peculiar traits. Nonetheless, that does not guarantee Yunjin's aptitude as a beast master." Qinglian Yi contemplated resolving this matter swiftly to settle the karmic ties with Ling Fei. "I will send her a message," Ling Fei said, preparing to use a spiritual talisman. Qinglian Yi raised an eyebrow but then changed his mind. "Gungun, you should know where your master is. Why not lead us to her directly?" Qinglian Yi was unwilling to wait any longer. He preferred to meet Yunjin in person. Gungun regarded him warily. "What do you want with my master?" Qinglian Yi smiled and lightly raised his hand. Instantly, an overwhelming force descended, pinning Gungun in place, rendering it completely immobile. Fear flickered in Gungun's eyes. "Who is this man? Is his strength not a bit excessive? If I were to wish harm upon your master, do you think she would have the capacity to resist?" Qinglian Yi teased. Ling Fei quickly interjected, "Gungun, lead the way. Brother Shin is here to assist your master." Gungun trusted Ling Fei and, upon hearing him, began to move. Qinglian Yi released his restraint and instructed, "Lead us ahead." Realizing that the man before him was an extraordinary powerhouse, Gungun complied obediently. Sensing Yunjin and Appo's direction and leading the way, Qinglian Yi and Ling Fei followed closely behind. They traversed the Tianqing sect, moving outward. Ling Fei was somewhat surprised. Where could Yunjin have gone? When Gungun finally halted at the foot of Hashan, Ling Fei had a vague inkling. Indeed, Gungun charged ahead. A few disciples on guard hurriedly stepped forward to block him. Seeing Ling Fei, they respectfully bowed. "Elder Ling, do you possess a pass?" Ling Fei raised an eyebrow. "Does Yunjin have a pass?" The disciples immediately displayed awkward expressions. Ling Fei smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I am not here to make things difficult for you. I am simply looking for Yunjin. I will return once I find her." The disciples sighed in relief, not daring to say more, and quickly made way. As Ling Fei and Gungun ascended the mountain, one disciple suddenly remarked, "By the way, was there not a man in black beside Elder Ling just now? He seemed to have caught a glimpse, but in the blink of an eye, the figure vanished." "A man in black? Where?" Another disciple questioned. "Perhaps you are imagining things." The disciple scratched his head. "That must be it." Meanwhile, as Ling Fei and Gungun continued their ascent, Qinglian Yi had already reached the summit. At the peak, Yunjin was engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Yidanxia. Whenever she felt her emotional value was increasing too slowly, she would delve into discussions with Yidanxia. It must be said, the effect was remarkable. In another 2 or 3 days, she would have amassed sufficient instances. Yunjin roasted meat for herself, poured tea, and comfortably began her chat. "Danxia, why are you still cultivating? One must balance work and rest. With all your hard work, why are you still stuck in the chi refinement stage? This shouldn't be the case for someone with a heavenly spirit root." Yunjin wore a worried expression. Your heavenly spirit root. Could it possibly be fake? Yudanxia clenched her teeth, refusing to respond. She had come to realize that any response from her would only incite Yunjin further. Ignoring her was the best course of action. Unperturbed, Yunjin continued. This matter might not just be my suspicion alone. Look at the sect leader. He once regarded you as a precious asset, but now he has locked you away. Indifferent to your plight. I suspect he thinks your heavenly spirit root is a counterfeit. Yi Danxiao was reluctant to engage with Yunjin, but could not contain her anger. You speak nonsense. How can a heavenly spirit root be faked? The sect leader treats me this way because of your coercion. Yunjin immediately adopted a tone of earnest concern. Danxiao, one cannot speak so lightly. As a mere disciple, how could I compel a sect leader? Though I may have had a minor role, if he truly wished to protect you, what could I do? Look at Wanjun. He openly threatened me before many witnesses. Has he been imprisoned at Hashan? No, he merely found a place to seclude himself, and one day he will emerge still as the sect leader's top disciple. Your treatment is vastly different. You speak nonsense. Yudanxia gritted her teeth. Some individuals, while outwardly skeptical, were inwardly acknowledging her words, inadvertently providing Yunjin with a surge of 500 emotional values in quick succession. Yunjin smiled slightly, her expression genuine. I am merely advocating for you. For someone of your stature, a heavenly spirit root, it is truly a waste to be in this situation. Yunjin feigned regret. Yudanxia bit her lip tightly. At that moment, she even forgot that her current predicament was entirely orchestrated by Yunjin, and that Wanjun had evaded trouble thanks to Yunjin's proposal of a 3-month wager. At this moment, her heart brimmed with feelings of injustice. Why is it that the senior brother faces no consequences while she remains trapped in this wretched place? How unfair is the sect leader? While she felt aggrieved, Yi Danxia struggled to mask her emotions. Yunjin, however, remained unperturbed, continuing to incite her further. If I were you, I would disdainfully renounce recognition of the sect leader. With a heavenly spirit root like yours, you could thrive anywhere. The 4 great sacred lands would likely vie for you. What is a mere Tianqing sect? A mere Zhao Wuji in comparison? Just as Yunjin was speaking, a sudden alarm echoed from the system. Host, someone has entered the Hashan vicinity. Chapter 139. The realm of the soul, has someone arrived? Yunjin halted her conversation, pondering whether it was Zhou Li and Zhou Dai. Just as she contemplated, a shadow clad in black materialized silently before her. System scan. Yunjin instinctively commanded. Scanning is not possible, the system's mechanical voice responded. Forceful scanning requires 10 points of advanced simplification. Yunjin was immediately taken aback. To merely conduct a scan requires 10 points of advanced simplification. What cultivation level does this person possess? She felt her body tense involuntarily as she struggled to recall any relevant details from her reading. Was there such a character in the original text? Shen Yi observed Yunjin's vigilant demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. Her alertness bore a resemblance to that of Gun Gun. As he glanced around, he noticed the barbecue grill Yunjin had set up. It smells delightful, he remarked casually. Though he appeared harmless, Yunjin maintained her guard, concealing her apprehension beneath a smile. Would you care to sample some, senior? Shen Yi did not decline. He sat down with ease and began to enjoy the skewers. As he savored the food, he casually engaged Yunjin in conversation. What brings you here? Is that person inside your friend? Yunjin glanced toward the cave, where Yudanxia was curiously peering out. She realized that it had been a full 10 seconds since she had generated any emotional value. Quickly, she produced a recording stone and played a lively ethnic tune at the entrance. Yudanxia, Shenyanyi. Yunjin then retrieved a talisman to mute the sound before cheerfully replying. Yes, she is my closest friend. I worried she might feel lonely locked away, so I came to keep her company. Shen Yi turned to glance back, noting the distorted expression on Yi Danxia's face, resembling one on the brink of despair. Look, she seems quite content, Yunjin remarked. You appear more delighted, Shen Yi countered. Yunjin smiled brightly. Of course, I am thrilled to see my best friend. Shen Yi found himself momentarily speechless. Yet, he was certain that this Yunjin was not as mature, composed, or honest as Ling Fei had described. He resumed, focusing on the skewers, savoring the earthly flavors after years of seclusion aimed at breaking through his tribulation bottleneck. Initially unfazed, Yunjin's expression shifted to one of dismay as Shen Yi devoured every skewer. What kind of senior was he? Was he here solely to snatch her food? Yet, his formidable strength left her feeling both angry and powerless. Master, a sudden voice echoed in Yunjin's mind. A rotund figure quickly rolled into her embrace. Instinctively, she hugged Gun Gun, surprised. Gun Gun, what brings you here? Ling Fei soon followed, glancing at Shen Yi, who was still gnawing on the last skewer. Shen Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment and offered, would you like to have it? Ling Fei shook his head in resignation. Qinglian swiftly reclaimed it, finishing it in a few bites. At that moment, Yunjin realized that the senior was acquainted with Ling Fei. Yet, he had dared to steal her skewers. Feeling slightly embarrassed under Yunjin's gaze, Shunyan cleared his throat. Your spirit beast is well cared for. Yunjin blinked, connecting the dots. This must be the friend Ling Fei mentioned. So, Gun Gun had already battled against Qinglian's spirit beast? Ling Fei spoke up. Gun Gun triumphed over the flame mantis. The flame mantis? Isn't that a high-grade spirit beast? Yunjin blinked in disbelief. But Gun Gun is merely a mid-grade spirit beast. She looked at Shunyan, puzzled. Shunyan. He couldn't help but cough a few times. Your spirit beast skills are quite solid. My flame mantis was not conditioned adequately and is momentarily no match for it. That can't be helped. Gun Gun has been nurtured for nearly 2 months, Yunjin clarified. Shunyan's lips twitched. Was 2 months a long time? Although he invested much effort into the flame mantis, he had intermittently spent a considerable amount of time on it. Hearing Yunjin's remark made him feel as though she was mocking him. Young lady, Ling Fei. Concerned that Yunjin might say something inappropriate, quickly interjected, this is Senior Shin. I specifically invited him to help you awaken your Beastmaster talent. Beastmaster talent? Yunjin's eyes lit up. In this world, Beastmasters fell into 2 categories. The first merely formed a contract with a spirit beast but lacked true Beastmaster talent. Such Beastmasters were regarded as imposters. The second, however, awakened their Beastmaster talent and space through certain methods, allowing them to cultivate various secret techniques for nurturing spirit beasts. These were the genuine Beastmasters. Was this individual before her a true Beastmaster? How could a genuine Beastmaster be outmatched by Gun Gun? Noticing Yunjin's expression, Qinglian felt slightly awkward and gritted his teeth, stating, during the battle between the flame mantis and Gun Gun, I did not utilize my Beastmaster talent. Yunjin instantly understood and remarked. So it was the senior who showed mercy. Her demeanor was exceedingly humble, which comforted Qinglian. He replied nonchalantly, having consumed so many of your skewers. I offer you the opportunity to awaken your Beastmaster talent as a token of my gratitude. Yunjin's gaze shifted. She had long desired to awaken her Beastmaster talent, but had yet to find a path. Now, with Senior Shin presenting this opportunity, she had no reason to refuse. In that case, I am deeply grateful, Senior. Shun Yin nodded. Before we begin, let me explain some fundamentals. The awakening of Beastmaster talent is said to lack any fixed patterns. However, with numerous examples, we have discovered that individuals with naturally strong soul power are more likely to awaken their Beastmaster talent. Naturally strong soul power? Yunjin felt intrigued. She was aware of soul power. Cultivators often needed to strengthen it to break through. However, this natural soul power, how could it be assessed? Qinglian pondered briefly before explaining. Do you believe in fate? In the River of Destiny, some individuals are destined from birth to follow a predetermined path. Only a rare few can break free from this constraint and carve their own lives. This fate is akin to heaven. As cultivators, we strive to defy this fate. To go against heaven is to attain true freedom. Yunjin nodded, absorbing his words. Shunyan continued, when a person is born, they inherently possess soul power. For most, this power is feeble at birth. Only a select few are favored by fate, possessing immense potential within their souls, thus finding the path of cultivating the realm of the soul much easier than others. Generally speaking, those who advance swiftly in the realm of the soul are more likely to awaken their Beastmaster talent. May I inquire about your progress in the realm of the soul? Chapter 140. The uprising of soul power. How rapidly can one ascend in the realm of the soul? Yunjin blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Shunyan assessed Yunjin's cultivation and remarked, you have now reached the golden core stage, and your soul realm should correspondingly be at the same level. How long did it take you to transition from a mortal to this stage? Yunjin replied, it seems, about 2 months. 2 months? Qinglian was taken aback, irked. Please answer seriously. To elevate from a mere mortal to the golden core stage in just 2 months, are you jesting? Ling Fei quickly interjected, Brother Shun. This is true. Yunjin has only recently entered the sect as a new disciple. Ling Fei was equally astonished to discover that Yunjin had unknowingly broken through to the golden core stage, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Is it truly so? Shunyan was momentarily speechless. Such a pace of advancement was not entirely unheard of, yet individuals who achieved such feats were invariably unparalleled geniuses of their time. He recalled a certain reincarnated master who, in a mere month, had reached the golden core stage. But that was entirely different. Such a person had left behind countless means from their previous life. The emergence of such a talent from a humble sect like Tianqing was astonishing. Qinglian's gaze sharpened as he pressed on. What was the state of your soul realm during your cultivation? Yunjin wore an innocent expression. It just improved on its own. You have never encountered any bottlenecks in your soul realm? Qinglian inquired. Not at all. Yunjin shook her head. Qinglian's eyes flickered with intrigue. If this were indeed the case, the possibility that this individual possessed the innate talent of a beast master was exceedingly high. His visit had merely aimed to settle matters with Ling Fei. Could there be additional gains? Qinglian inhaled deeply. Now, close your eyes. I will use a secret method to stimulate your mental power. If you possess the talent to become a beast master, when the stimulation reaches its peak, you will awaken the space and talent of a beast master. If not, there will be no reaction. Understood. Yunjin felt a tinge of nervousness. The talent of a beast master either existed or it did not. She could not cheat with the simplification system. This time, it was entirely up to her. At Qinglian's signal, Yunjin shut her eyes. Shun Yinyi glanced into the cave, where Yi Danxia was intently observing. He casually set up a barrier, obscuring her view. Then, he employed the secret method, gradually channeling his mental power into Yunjin's mind. At the Beastmaster sect, there were specialized artifacts to aid in awakening, but lacking such an artifact, he had to exert his mental power bit by bit. Now in the tribulation stage, though merely at its initial phase and far from the great ascension stage, he believed that stimulating someone at the golden core stage should be more than sufficient. Initially, Shun Yinyi hesitated to unleash too much mental power, applying only a small fraction. However, upon entering Yunjin's mind, that fragment vanished as if it had been swallowed by the sea. Surprised, Shun Yinyi gradually increased the intensity of his mental power. When it reached the mid-golden core level, Yunjin displayed a slight response, merely furrowing her brow without any further reaction. Is this not the limit? Shun Yinyi bit his lip and continued to escalate the force. This time, he pushed it to the late golden core phase. Yunjin still held steady. Shun Yinyi's heart raced with astonishment. Though she had just entered the golden core stage, the limits of her soul power seemed to far exceed this realm. To awaken the Beast Master, one must probe the limits of the soul to unleash its power. Shun Yinyi steeled himself and surged to the nascent soul level. At this juncture, Yunjin's response was markedly more intense. Sweat began to bead on her forehead, and the soul power within her surged forth uncontrollably. Having traversed countless small worlds, her soul power vastly exceeded the peak that this world could withstand. However, this immense force had been sealed away, only gradually released through daily cultivation. In this instance, Shun Yinyi's mental stimulation paralleled the oppressive pressure previously exerted by Zhao Wuji, even proving far more effective. At that moment, Yunjin's soul power erupted with fervor. The nascent soul's force provoked her colossal soul power, perceived as a challenge, and her spiritual sea erupted in turmoil. The soul power transformed into a tangible vortex, spiraling frantically within her mind, consuming all of Shun Yinyi's probing mental power. Seeing this, Shun Yinyi realized it was still insufficient and had no choice but to amplify his strength. Thus, the two forces clashed within Yunjin's mind. Though her soul power was immense, it was hindered by its confinement. Even with desperate attempts to release it, she could not unleash much. Overall, Shun Yinyi's power maintained the upper hand. Yet, Yunjin's soul power was remarkably resilient. No matter how fiercely stimulated, there was no sign of collapse. At that moment, Shun Yinyi felt himself nearing madness. He had gradually increased his power, now reaching the transformation stage. Yet, Yunjin's spiritual sea resembled a bottomless pit, showing no signs of nearing its limits. Her spiritual sea even began to siphon his mental power, leaving him in torment. Meanwhile, Yunjin felt the two forces intertwining and clashing within her, and she too was not without discomfort. It felt as if her body had become a vast battlefield, with the pressures from both sides converging upon her alone. Ling Fei observed Shun Yinyi and Yunjin, feeling a sense of unease. What was happening? Shun Yinyi was in the tribulation stage. Assisting in Yunjin's awakening should be effortless, so why did they both appear to be in such agony? Ling Fei's anxiety heightened. Should any errors arise, he would be at a loss as to how to confront the consequences. Shun Yinyi had contemplated halting the process, sensing something peculiar about Yunjin's condition. He feared that if it continued, she might collapse. Yet, Yunjin's spiritual sea desperately clung to him, leaving him no choice but to press on. Thus, the battle raged on. Shun Yinyi sensed that the soul power within Yunjin seemed to rebel, challenging him to a duel. Yet Yunjin was merely at the golden core stage. How could her soul power dare to defy someone at the tribulation stage? Yet that force was astonishingly vast, and Shun Yinyi found himself repeatedly wanting to withdraw but could not. He was compelled to incrementally increase his strength. Nascent soul. Transformation stage. And this was still not the end. Shun Yinyi, observing Yunjin's pained countenance, began to panic. Such an immense mental force would have caused any other golden core cultivator to shatter countless times. Yet here was Yunjin, still seated with unwavering resolve. What was her true condition? Yunjin, however, could no longer endure. Though the clash mainly unfolded in her spiritual sea, it still had repercussions on her body. If this continued, she feared her very body would shatter. Gritting her teeth, Yunjin attempted to rein in the tumultuous soul power within her spiritual sea. Chapter 141. Terrifying talent. The immense release of soul power surged forth, and Yunjin began to sense it. Her soul strength had been elevated to the yuaning stage, and it continued to rise at an alarming rate. However, if this continued, her physical strength would be unable to keep pace, rendering her incapable of controlling this newfound power, and putting her at risk of bodily explosion. Had it not been for her body and meridians being nourished by an abundance of recovery elixirs, far surpassing those of her contemporaries in cultivation, she would have already succumbed. Enduring excruciating pain, Yunjin attempted to halt the swirling vortex. Stop! She roared within her consciousness. Concentrating all her strength, she forcefully suppressed the sea of consciousness. For a brief moment, the soul vortex ceased its tumult, only to resume its relentless spin. Disobedient, are we? A glint of madness flickered in her eyes. This was her sea of consciousness. She was its sole master. Not even her own power was permitted to exceed her command. Compress. I command you to compress. Gritting her teeth, Yunjin exerted immense pressure on the vortex. Her will was unyielding, and the vast soul power began to condense bit by bit. Each compression was accompanied by a shudder from the depths of her soul. Such agony would have shattered anyone else countless times. Yet Yunjin, tempered by experiences in myriad worlds, possessed a will as steadfast as rock. Even this excruciating pain merely caused her to furrow her brow slightly. After Yunjin began compressing her mental energy, Qinglian felt considerably relieved. At present, this level of mental power had not yet reached his limit, but the sensation of being actively siphoned was utterly terrifying. He had to ensure he did not harm Yunjin, and in that fleeting hour, he was drenched in sweat. Under Yunjin's relentless compression, the tumultuous soul power condensed into a singular mass. Yet, Yunjin remained unsatisfied, continuing her compression. Whenever fatigue threatened to overtake her, Qinglian's mental energy would fortuitously assist her. Thus, her soul power continued to rise while being vigorously compressed, gradually achieving a harmonious balance. Time passed unnoticed. Her soul power was stimulated to ascend to the transformation stage, and the uncontrollable portion of her soul energy transformed into a small golden elixir. Swirling within her sea of consciousness, Yunjin gazed at this tiny golden elixir, momentarily astonished. The golden elixir in her dantian should have resembled this. Yet it had instead become the black and white Taiji golden elixir. The soul energy within her sea of consciousness had taken on the form of a golden elixir. At the instant she achieved the soul golden elixir, Qinglian's mental energy was repelled. He was taken aback, abruptly opening his eyes. Brother Shen, Ling Fei was about to inquire, but Qinglian was too preoccupied, his gaze fixed intently on Yunjin. He sensed that her soul power had not yet reached its limit. Hence, had this awakening been successful? As Qinglian pondered, a remarkable transformation occurred in Yunjin. Numerous ethereal images suddenly manifested above her head. Qinglian's eyes widened in disbelief. These apparitions were none other than legendary divine beasts. One after another, these imposing figures emerged, ultimately merging into Yunjin's body. Qinglian's lips quivered. What is this? Typically, when a beast master awakens, ethereal images corresponding to their attributes appear. When he awakened, he had only seen a few high-grade spirit beast apparitions, which was already quite impressive. Yet Yunjin? She was surrounded by a multitude. Moreover, they were divine beasts far surpassing high-grade spirit beasts. These divine creatures willingly merged into her body. What did this signify? It foretold her future potential, possibly allowing her to tame divine beasts. Qinglian felt as though he might lose his mind. How could such a terrifying figure emerge from a mere Tianqing sect? Simultaneously, Yunjin sensed a new space being opened within her sea of consciousness. Currently, this space contained only a single compartment, signifying her status as a level 1 beast master, capable of contracting only one spirit beast. As her rank increased, more compartments would appear, allowing her to contract additional beasts. Naturally, spirit beasts placed in a beast master pouch did not occupy this compartment, but they also could not receive enhancements from her beast master skills. Yunjin awakened her first beast master skill. As she absorbed the information in her mind, a peculiar expression crossed her face. This skill was called bloodline purification. It was said that in ancient times, divine beasts existed, but due to certain calamities, they had all but vanished from history. However, some bloodlines remained, residing within certain spirit beasts. These bloodlines had thinned over countless ages. Take her companion, the iron-eating beast. Its ancestor, a fearsome divine beast that fought alongside Qiyu, had left behind a diluted bloodline. Yet now, She possessed the bloodline purification skill. This skill would refine the chaotic bloodline until only the purest divine beast blood remained. Thus, the possibility of her companion truly becoming an iron-eating beast emerged. Having processed this information, Yunjin slowly opened her eyes. Before her, Xinyinya's lips trembled as he gazed at her without blinking. He seemed poised to ask something but ultimately refrained. He was deeply curious about the nature of Yunjin's awakened beast master talent. It must be astonishing. Yet, he held his tongue. The skills of a beast master were secrets that should not be inquired about by outsiders. Although he could have asked, and she might have disclosed it, it would not align with his principles. Thank you, Senior. Yunjin rose and bowed respectfully to Xinyinye. Her swift awakening of beast master talent was largely due to his aid. Additionally, during the tumult of her mental energy, Xinyinye had provided significant assistance. Her soul power had consequently surged to the transformation stage, even forming a soul golden elixir, all thanks to Xinyinye's help. And no need for thanks. Xinyinye still felt a bit dazed. Such a terrifying talent on par with divine beasts was rare even in the beast master sect. However, they typically showed 1 or 2 divine beast apparitions. But Yunjin? She had an uncountable number of divine beast apparitions. Ling Fei, lacking understanding of the beast master situation, anxiously inquired, does this mean Yun girl has successfully awakened? Do you think she could be introduced to the beast master sect? Would they accept her? Ling Fei was exceedingly anxious. Xinyinye could only feel speechless. If the higher-ups of the beast master sect learned of Yunjin's circumstances, it would not merely be about accepting her. They might even resort to conflict over her. A sudden thought flashed through Xinyinye and Appo's mind. Now, he was the only one privy to Yunjin's terrifying beastmaster talent. The other higher-ups were still unaware. Was there a possibility that he could claim her as his disciple first? If so, even if those great beings in the ascension stage learned of it later, they would be unable to contest him. Xinyinye and Appo's gaze towards Yunjin ignited with fervor. Chapter 142. Can I join them all? Xinyinye gazed at Yunjin, his face alight with a radiant smile. Yunjin, is it? I shall follow Ling Fei's example and call you Yun girl. Yes, Yunjin responded with utmost respect. Xinyinye was instantly more pleased with her. This girl was remarkably aware of her place and, moreover, possessed a sense of gratitude. Such a disciple was all the more worthy of acceptance. Individuals of their cultivation level seldom took on apprentices lightly. For an ordinary disciple, not only would it demand a significant investment of their energy and focus, but the results were often uncertain. However, a prodigy like Yunjin was a different matter entirely. Exceptional talent often heralded great fortune. By taking on a disciple of such auspicious potential, he, as the master, could also receive a measure of that fortune's protection, thus aiding him in breaking through his own limitations. Indeed, this was a mutually beneficial relationship, one devoid of any detriment to the disciple. As Xinyinye observed Yunjin before him, she resembled a bearer of great fortune, if he could accept her as a disciple. It might even grant him the hope of advancing to the Mahayana stage. With this thought, Xinyinye spoke softly, Yun girl, you have awakened the talent of a beast master, and it appears that your aptitude is quite remarkable. Yunjin looked somewhat puzzled. I am unsure of the level of my talent. Xinyinye waved his hand dismissively. No need to divulge that. The talent of a beast master is its own greatest weapon. If it is a combat-oriented talent, it may be discovered through use in battle, which is unavoidable. However, if it is an auxiliary talent, one must conceal it with all one's might. Often, this becomes the final trump card of a beast master. Indeed, Yunjin acknowledged, absorbing his sage words earnestly. Seeing her reaction, Xinyinye felt confident that he had at least an 80% chance of accepting her as his disciple. He cleared his throat and assumed a commanding posture. I believe your talent in beast mastery is commendable, especially with your connection to Ling Fei. Here is the proposal. You may take me as your master, and I have never taken on a disciple before. By doing so, you would automatically join the beast master sect. To cultivate the ways of the beast master sect is the soul sacred ground, where you will experience the greatest enhancement. With that, Xinyinye awaited Yunjin's joyful acceptance of his offer. He had not initially intended to accept her as a disciple. As one delved deeper into the realms of cultivation, the significance of cause and effect became increasingly paramount. Taking on an apprentice meant binding oneself to a karmic relationship. Should the disciple prove ineffective, it could potentially lead to the master's downfall. Initially, Xinyinye had considered merely recommending Yunjin to the beast master sect as a common disciple and shielding her from the tribulations of the contract, thus repaying Ling Fei's favor. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yunjin's talent would reach such astounding heights? If he were to let such an opportunity slip to another, he feared he would lose sleep over it. Ling Fei's pupils constricted upon hearing Xinyinye's proposal. His friend was indeed planning to take on an apprentice himself? Ling Fei's heart raced with anticipation as he gazed at Yunjin. If only she would agree. Then Qinglian would undoubtedly assist her in resolving the contract issue, allowing her to enter the Beastmaster sect and engage in the true cultivation of a Beastmaster. For a moment, Ling Fei felt a strong urge to respond on Yunjin's behalf. Take me as your disciple? Yunjin was momentarily taken aback. Join the Beastmaster sect? Qinglian misinterpreted her reaction as one of joy and patiently clarified, I understand you are bound by a contract. But if you become my disciple, I can easily resolve that contract. Yun girl, the Tianqing sect is far too small for you. It is incapable of allowing you to fully express your talents. Only by joining the Beastmaster sect can you comprehend the true essence of beast mastery and ascend to its pinnacle. Qinglian envisioned the countless spectral beasts that accompanied Yunjin and felt a surge of excitement. His apprentice's prowess in beast mastery was destined to flourish at an astonishing pace. One day, she might even surpass him, a master of the tribulation crossing stage. An invitation to join a sacred ground, an opportunity to delve into the esoteric arts of beast mastery, Yunjin seemed to possess no valid reason for refusal. Yunjin glanced at Qinglian and then at Ling Fei, suddenly realizing this powerful, enigmatic figure had clearly been sent by her senior, Ling. Ling was concerned about the upcoming sect conference and had thus secured a safeguard for himself. Yunjin felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, regardless of the outcome. Being cared for and thought of in such a manner was undeniably heartwarming. Yet, seeing Qinglian's eager expression, she spoke softly, Senior, I apologize. I still wish to rely on my own strength to face Wanjun in battle. I already have a master. And to accept your kindness would be to let down your generosity. You already have a master? Qinglian shot a glance at Ling Fei. Ling Fei hastily interjected. Yun girl, Lin Ya's cultivation has significantly declined. He can barely appear in the outside world anymore. If you take Brother Xin as your master, I assure you, he would be overjoyed. He then explained to Qinglian, Lin Ya is the peak master of the Tianqing sect. He was once a formidable figure in the integration stage, but now he has likely fallen from that realm. Not even in the integration stage. Qinglian relaxed, smiling as he said, Yun girl, as you embark on your journey in the realm of cultivation, you may not fully grasp this. We cultivators defy the heavens and possess an almost eternal lifespan. Throughout this lengthy journey, it is quite common to have multiple masters. Taking me as your teacher does not sever ties with your original master. It merely means that he can no longer guide you as effectively, and you will require a mentor capable of leading you to greater heights. Yunjin understood this logic but simply replied, Senior Xin, if I join a sacred ground, I cannot join another, correct? Qinglian paused for a moment. That is indeed the case. Yunjin shook her head. Then I cannot join the Beastmaster sect for now. Qinglian grew anxious. Why not? With your extraordinary talent in beast mastery, not joining the Beastmaster sect would be a complete waste. Yunjin appeared somewhat embarrassed. But my other talents are quite commendable as well. Other talents? How can they possibly compare to the talent of a Beastmaster? Qinglian was nearly at his wit's end. She had awakened to an endless array of spectral beasts. Ling Fei, you must persuade her, Qinglian implored. Turning to Ling Fei was equally perplexed. He had initially only considered finding a way out for Yunjin. Yet, when it came to discussing talent, she was also exceptionally gifted in swordsmanship. Are you perhaps considering joining the Qinglian Sword sect? Ling Fei could not help but inquire. Yunjin shook her head once more. Is it the Xiandan sect? Ling Fei continued to speculate. The Xiandan sect not only recruited alchemists but also herbalists, given Yunjin's aptitude for botany. Joining the Xiandan sect was indeed a possibility. In any case, the Qingxiao Pavilion was out of the question. With Yunjin and Appo's intelligence, she would never walk into such a trap. Yunjin shook her head again. Then what exactly is your intention? Qinglian was utterly exasperated. Yunjin blinked innocently, her expression one of genuine perplexity. I was just wondering, can I join them all? Qinglian. Ling Fei. Chapter 143, Simplified Pill Formula. Yunjin appeared exceptionally innocent, leaving Qinglian utterly bewildered. Joining 3 major holy lands simultaneously? Was this madness? Setting aside the fact that such a precedent was entirely non-existent, these 3 holy lands each operated on distinctly different systems. Although cultivators enjoyed extended lifespans, dedicating an entire lifetime to mastering a single system was commonplace. Was Yunjin truly intent on studying all 3? Was this not a squandering of her talents? Little Yun. Your idea. Qinglian couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. Might be somewhat impractical. Yunjin blinked innocently. I'm merely pondering at the moment. There's no urgency. Are you still planning to confront Wanjun? Ling Fei couldn't restrain her curiosity. Yunjin nodded, her eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence. Of course. I vowed to personally take his head, and I shall do so. In the narrative, among Yi Danxia's sycophantic senior brothers, Wanjun's fate was relatively mild. He remained single throughout his life, perpetually yearning for the female protagonist, embodying the archetype of a tragic yet affectionate male supporting character beloved by readers. This time, however, she would personally end his life, thus granting him an early liberation. Ruan Jun ought to be grateful for her mercy. Still going to fight? Ling Fei was anxious to interject. Shun Yinya recalled Yun Jin's formidable mental prowess, and his gaze subtly shifted. Typically, a golden core stage cultivator could not best one at the nascent soul stage. Nonetheless, many disciples from the Holy Lands had triumphed over external disciples despite significant disparities in cultivation levels. Given Yun Jin's astounding talents, it was not outside the realm of possibility. Her spiritual strength likely surpassed Ruan Jun's, a considerable advantage in battle. Ruan Jun might not emerge victorious. Let her test herself if she wishes. Shun Yinya suddenly remarked with a smile. Ling Fei stared at Shun Yinya in astonishment. Shun Yinya smiled again. On the path of cultivation, a heart that bravely forges ahead can sometimes outweigh talent. He understood clearly. If complications arose, he could expend additional resources to rescue Yun Jin. Surely, once she expressed her gratitude, she would promptly take him as her master. For the sake of gaining such a precious disciple, he could bear any cost. Thus, if Yun Jin desired to test her mettle, he would support her. Thank you, Senior. Yun Jin expressed her gratitude sincerely. Ling Fei felt reassured by Shun Yinya's words, recognizing that he must have perceived something beyond her understanding. Perhaps, this time, little Yun could truly succeed. Ah, Ling Fei, Shun Yinya suddenly said. I find myself with time on my hands these days. Might I stay with you for a while? Of course, you are most welcome. Ling Fei hurriedly replied. Shun Yinya smiled, turning to Yun Jin. I shall remain at the Tianqing sect for some time. Should you have any questions regarding beast taming, feel free to consult me. However, as you are not yet a disciple of the beast taming sect, there are many secret texts I cannot share. That is already quite satisfactory. Yun Jin expressed her thanks once more. Since there are no further matters, Ling Fei and I shall take our leave now. And you? Yun Jin quickly replied, I wish to converse with my good friend for a bit longer. Good friend. Shun Yinya's gaze grew curious. Yet he chose not to press further. Soon, Shun Yinya and Ling Fei departed, with Ling Fei taking the creature gun along. Yun Jin glanced at her status panel. Compared to her, Shun Yinya's cultivation was exceedingly advanced. His slightest emotional fluctuation provided her with a guaranteed 500 points. This surge in emotional value, combined with Gun and Gu Jinghong's contributions, and her recent endeavors to extract benefits from Yi Danxia, brought her emotional value tantalizingly close to completion. She was confident she could gather the remaining points today. When Shun Yinya left, he dispelled the barrier obscuring Yi Danxia's line of sight. Yi Danxia glared at Yun Jin. Her expression filled with venom. Yun Jin, who is that person? Have you colluded with the wicked path? I shall report this matter. Go ahead, Yun Jin replied calmly. As Shun Yinya had not revealed his identity, she had no intention of doing so either. However, if Yi Danxia truly sought to investigate the identity of that senior, that would be tantamount to courting her own demise. Seeing Yun Jin's demeanor, Yi Danxia's expression shifted to one of suspicion, suppressing her urge to report. The truth was she had suffered too many losses at Yun Jin's hands. Unless she could find a means to eliminate Yun Jin in one strike, she would not act recklessly again. Her previous attempts had only led to her own misfortune. Any further blind actions could cost her dearly. Yi Danxia fell silent. But Yun Jin had no intention of letting her off the hook. She engaged Yi Danxia in conversation, deliberately choosing words that pricked at her heart. When they grew weary of chatting, she changed tactics, incessantly playing enchanting melodies day and night. Finally, by noon the following day, Yun Jin's emotional value was complete. A surge of joy filled her heart as she promptly utilized her simplification attempts, dedicating them all to the recipe for the Butian Dan. The formula was thus transformed to its utmost simplicity. Now, what once required 54 varieties of herbs had been reduced to a mere 23. Although still complex, it was significantly more manageable than before. The next task was to gather the required materials. Without hesitation, Yun Jin approached and neatly stored away the wooden cottage. Then, she descended the mountain directly. Yi Danxia watched helplessly as Yun Jin departed, nearly driven to madness. Yun Jin, the Soundstone, you took the Soundstone with you. Yi Danxia shrieked at the top of her lungs. Yet, Yun Jin's figure had already vanished swiftly, leaving no chance for her words to reach her. Even if they had, Yun Jin would have remained indifferent. After all, it was a perfect opportunity for Yi Danxia to continue providing her with emotional value. Even the smallest benefit was still a gain. Yun Jin contacted Yu Zhao via a communication token, and they arranged to meet. She presented the new pill formula. Senior brother, there is no need to search for the other materials. I only require these 23 listed here. Yu Zhao and Appo's expression shifted subtly. Little junior sister, have you revised the pill formula again? Yunjin nodded affirmatively. Yu Zhao's hands trembled slightly. It was one thing for Yunjin to modify lower-tier formulas, but daring to alter a 7th-grade formula? This was absolutely terrifying. Senior brother, trust me, Yunjin asserted with unwavering confidence. Yu Zhao focused intently, slowly nodding. I naturally believe in you. Setting aside distractions, he examined the new formula. Among the 23 herbs listed, he already possessed 18 of the 5 he lacked. The Chunjin fruit that Yu Songnian had gone to find was among them, while the Lanyan grass that Si Wanqing sought was no longer necessary. Thus, she could be called back. If Yu Songnian found the Chunjin fruit, then only 4 remained. Yu Zhao calculated that there seemed to be some leads on 2 of those herbs from the Baichao Pavilion, so they should be obtainable in the near future. The main challenge now lay with those 2 herbs. Yunjin glanced over the list. Xianyu Ginseng, by Gua. Chapter 144. Xianyu Ginseng. Yu Zhao expressed his concerns, stating that Xianyu Ginseng is a low-tier earth-grade medicinal herb that requires meticulous cultivation, although it only needs to be 100 years old. Its survival rate is alarmingly low. Finding specimens that are even 10 years old is a daunting task. On the other hand, Bai Gua is a high-tier celestial-grade herb, but it is exceedingly delicate and necessitates a substantial amount of moisture for its growth. Typically, one can only catch a fleeting glimpse of it in the depths of vast oceans. Bai Gua requires 500 years of growth. Regrettably, we have no leads on either. Yu Zhao articulated this with great familiarity, demonstrating his diligence in researching the various herbs needed for the Butian Dan, enabling him to recount the specifics with such immediacy. Xianyu Ginseng, Bai Gua. Yunjin's expression grew grave. Indeed, these 2 herbs seem to pose significant challenges. Master brother, if we cannot locate the finished product, would seeking seeds be a more feasible option? Yunjin suggested. I have made some progress in my planting techniques and am now a 3rd-tier planter. With some modifications to my methods, I could even surpass a 4th-tier planter in practical application. If we can find the seeds, I will exert all my efforts to catalyze their growth. After all, the required growth periods for these 2 herbs are not excessively long. As for the difficulties in cultivation, with my simplified system, I should be able to accumulate sufficient emotional energy in the coming days to resolve this issue. Yu Zhao quickly replied. I have a few seeds of Xianyu Ginseng here. However, I have no leads on Bai Gua. Then let us focus on cultivating the Xianyu Ginseng first. Yunjin stated decisively. Yu Zhao produced several tiny seeds and, after a moment of determination, declared, as for Bai Gua, I shall set out to find it myself. Rest assured, junior sister, I will retrieve it no matter what. Very well, Yunjin conceded, adding, Master brother, please take care. Their bond required no further words. Yu Zhao nodded and prepared to depart. He was not embarking on this quest blindly. He possessed the means to issue a bounty to gather clues, which he would then pursue one by one. With less than a month remaining and junior sister needing time for alchemy, he estimated he had roughly 10 days to work with. In these 10 days, he would utilize all his connections to find Bai Gua. Otherwise, he could never forgive himself for failing to acquire this final herb. As Yu Zhao ready to descend the mountain, he encountered the returning Si Wanning. They promptly decided to embark on this quest together. To keep a low profile, Si Wanning altered her appearance and posted a bounty in the market, offering a reward in crystal stones for any information leading to Bai Gua. The rewards varied based on the detail of the provided descriptions, with a substantial bonus for anyone who could directly procure Bai Gua. Due to the generous rewards, many soon took notice, and Yu Zhao and Si Wanning began to gather various leads. They sifted through the obviously false information, eventually narrowing it down to 5 viable leads. Subsequently, they set out on separate paths, promising to notify each other via communication tokens upon discovering Bai Gua. At Tianjin Peak, Yunjin meticulously analyzed the Xianyu Ginseng. Xianyu Ginseng, low-tier earth grade. This ginseng requires a balance of the 5 elemental energies during cultivation. Any deficiency or excess of a single element will result in the ginseng wilting. The notion of elemental balance piqued Yunjin's interest. In this world, she was the epitome of such balance. While others possessed various elemental roots, their cultivation often led to imbalances, with some elements becoming stronger while others weakened. Yunjin, however, had refrained from practicing any attribute-specific techniques, relying solely on a singular profound method. Her spiritual energy was entirely balanced. Could she utilize her spiritual energy to nurture the Xianyu Ginseng? As she pondered this, she arrived at the spirit field. Yiqing sensed the change in the restrictions and quickly emerged, respectfully addressing her, Master. Yunjin glanced around the spirit field. It was evident that Yi Cheng had invested considerable effort. The once barren Tianjin Peak spirit field was now organized and thriving. Disciple, find an empty spirit field. I wish to plant something, Yunjin instructed. Yes, Master, he replied. After a moment and Oppos, thought, he added, Most of the fertile spirit fields have already been sown with seeds. There are still some empty ones, but they may not be as fertile. That is of no concern, Yunjin reassured him. While Xianyu ginseng requires a balance of the 5 elements, it does not demand overly rich soil. With this, Yiqing felt relieved. He guided Yunjin to a corner where the land remained untilled and appeared desolate. Master, I shall use the earth manipulation technique, Yiqing said earnestly. Just as he was about to begin, Yunjin halted him. There is no need. I will handle it myself. The Xianyu ginseng thrives in an environment of complete elemental balance. Thus, she intended to create a truly harmonious setting for it. With that, Yiqing respectfully stepped aside, watching with curiosity. Though his master was young, she had already achieved miraculous feats. The more Yiqing practiced Yunjin's techniques, the more he sensed the vast intricacies within them. Though he had reached the 2nd tier, theoretically matching his master during their previous spar, he found himself lacking when it came to practical application. This left him feeling ashamed, as his talent was regrettably inferior. Despite Yunjin's personal guidance, he struggled to grasp the techniques, wasting her considerable efforts. As Yiqing reflected on this, Yunjin commenced her work. She swiftly tilled the land using the earth manipulation technique, and then infused the soil with her elemental spiritual energy. Just as her energy was nearly depleted, she consumed a pill and continued the infusion. Yiqing was not moved by her lavish use of medicinal pills. Rather, he was curious about what kind of spiritual plant required such an abundance of elemental energy. Yunjin spent the entire night infusing the land with her spiritual energy. By dawn, the soil was suffused with a balanced elemental energy, creating a rare environment conducive to growth. However, such artificially induced balance would not last indefinitely. Without continuous energy infusion, it would gradually lose its unique properties. While maintaining the elemental balance, Yunjin retrieved the seeds of the Xianyu ginseng. There were 3 seeds in total. She planted 1, knowing that due to the high tier of the Xianyu ginseng, simplifying its cultivation process would also require a high number of simplification attempts. As she currently lacked sufficient attempts, she could only proceed with the trial herself. Chapter 145, Precious Seeds Soaking in the Spiritual Field Infused with the 5 Elements Ethereal Energy. It was evident that the Xianyu ginseng seeds were particularly fond of this environment. Yunjin could even sense a wave of exhilaration emanating from the seed itself. This first step had been successfully accomplished. According to legend, around 80% of Xianyu ginseng seeds withered the moment they were planted. After all, other cultivators did not possess the same advantages as Yunjin. They had to seek out 5 practitioners of differing attributes and maintain an absolute balance in their spiritual energies, gradually altering the environment of the spiritual field. Any slight miscalculation or imbalance could cause the fragile ginseng seeds to retreat into themselves immediately. However, Yunjin was free from such worries. The spiritual field she had crafted was undoubtedly in perfect equilibrium concerning the 5 elements' energies. Yet, this was merely the first step. The next phase involved inducing germination. The most common method employed was the little rain technique. However, the Xianyu ginseng seeds were particularly delicate, demanding strict adherence to the quantity and duration of rainfall. Furthermore, each seed had its unique requirements. Yunjin endeavored to establish a deeper connection with the ginseng seeds using her mental energy. With Xinyinya's assistance, her mental prowess had surged, allowing her to faintly perceive some nuances. Armed with this insight, Yunjin attempted to employ the little rain technique. The rain imbued with spiritual energy fell, and the seed eagerly absorbed it. Yunjin meticulously regulated both the quantity and duration of the rainfall according to the seed's needs. Approximately 2 hours later, the Xianyu ginseng seed finally sprouted a tender shoot. The second step of germination had also been a success. The subsequent phase was to induce growth, a process that would require considerable time. The most challenging aspect was that Xianyu ginseng emitted a unique aroma that irresistibly attracted insects. When the swarm arrived, it could potentially be even more overwhelming than during the last competition. To complicate matters further, the ginseng seeds were exceedingly timid. Should they witness the extermination of pests, they might succumb to fear. If kept from sight, they would still indulge in anxious thoughts that could lead to their demise. They also exhibited a dependency on their cultivator. The one who planted them would have to be their sole caretaker. If they detected their cultivator tending to other spiritual plants, jealousy could cause them to wither away. This dependency made it challenging for even highly skilled cultivators to devote excessive time to nurturing just one type of spiritual plant. As for lesser cultivators, their abilities might fall short. It was no wonder these fragile seeds struggled to survive. Even if they did endure, they rarely reached impressive ages. After all, caring for the emotional well-being of such delicate seeds over an extended period was a feat beyond the average individual's capabilities. Yunjin, having formed a spiritual golden core, had experienced a significant boost in her mental energy. Otherwise, she might not have been able to persevere. Yiqing observed Yunjin's meticulous actions, his eyes gleaming with admiration. His master was truly extraordinary. Ordinary cultivators could not cultivate Xinyu ginseng. Watching her, he realized that his own planting techniques could significantly improve. Yicheng became increasingly engrossed in the process. As the Xinyu ginseng continued to grow, it soon began to exude a remarkable fragrance. Yicheng, Yinjin cautioned. Various insects will be arriving shortly, so be careful not to intervene. The nature of the Xinyu ginseng dictated that only its designated cultivator could attend to it. Should Yicheng intervene or inadvertently create a bloody scene, the plant could immediately retreat into itself and wither in despair. Yicheng promptly complied, stepping back to give Yunjin the space she needed. Before long, a multitude of insects swarmed towards the spiritual field. The tender shoot of the Xinyu ginseng visibly trembled, its leaves fluttering as if about to fall. Without hesitation, Yunjin sprang into action. Her pest extermination technique had been enhanced to the 3rd tier, significantly improving her capabilities. Eliminating these pests was a trivial matter. However, once she finished dealing with one wave, she turned to find that the leaves of the Xinyu ginseng had already begun to yellow. In a rush, Yunjin employed the little rain technique in an attempt to rescue it, but to no avail. The little sprout quickly lost its vitality. Yunjin found herself at a loss for words. Glancing at her panel, she noted that she had accumulated some attempts and inquired of the system. What caused the Xinyu ginseng to wither? The system, having deducted her attempts, replied earnestly, the noise was too loud, startling it. What a ridiculous reason! Yunjin nearly lost her composure. The pest extermination technique inherently produced some noise. How was she supposed to address this? Should she establish a soundproof barrier exclusively for the Xinyu ginseng? Would it be frightened to death by the silence? It seemed imperative to find a balance in this situation. Taking a deep breath, Yunjin turned her attention to the remaining 2 seeds. There were still 2 attempts left. She was determined to succeed. Once more, she planted a seed. The previous steps proceeded smoothly, and soon she reached the critical juncture again. When the ominous swarm of insects approached, Yunjin first channeled a portion of her mental energy to soothe the Xinyu ginseng, simultaneously striving to minimize the noise generated while accurately dispatching the pests. With this dual approach, the Xinyu ginseng successfully weathered the initial wave. However, much like the flesh of a legendary monk, the ginseng seemed to attract an incessant stream of insects, some of which were particularly adept at concealing themselves. Yunjin continuously scanned the spiritual field with her mental energy, ready to calm the Xinyu ginseng at the first sign of trouble. This high-intensity cultivation required her unwavering focus for at least 10 more days. If anything went awry during this period, all her efforts would be rendered futile. There could be no room for error this time. With concentrated resolve, Yunjin's mental energy was at its peak, her spiritual golden core within her consciousness swirling energetically, replenishing her spent mental reserves. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 7 days. The Xinyu ginseng grew steadily. If all went according to plan, by the 10th day, success was assured. This ginseng could not falter. Otherwise, even if she had a 3rd seed, the subsequent alchemical processes would be jeopardized by time constraints. In the vast expanse of the boundless sea, Yu Zhao pursued a lead. The legendary fruit had an immense demand for water, rooting itself on islands that would sap the moisture from other spiritual plants in the vicinity. Thus, it thrived in water-rich environments, often found on seemingly barren islands. Yu Zhao had been searching for several days, with the only guidance being a vague direction provided by another. He could only explore gradually, unable to pinpoint the location immediately. His anxiety mounted as news from his junior sister remained elusive. Failing to locate the fruit would render all previous efforts pointless. Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace and continued to search. At that moment, he suddenly spotted an island. Yu Zhao's eyes brightened. This island lay at the center of the endless sea. Yet it bore no greenery. The fruit. It must be the fruit. He swiftly descended upon the island. This island held some intrigue. At that moment, a modestly dressed elder also arrived simultaneously. Yu Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The elder exuded no trace of a powerful presence, had it not been for the unusual location. He could easily be mistaken for an ordinary old man. Yet how could an ordinary elder possibly appear in this boundless sea? Thus, only one final possibility remains. The old man's cultivation far surpasses his own, reaching even the realm of returning to one's true essence. What an utterly terrifying level of mastery that would be. Chapter 146. My precious disciple the elder also noticed Yu Zhao and cast a curious glance in his direction. Senior, Yu Zhao immediately responded with respect. The elder chuckled. What is this? You've sensed it too? Yu Zhao let out a wry smile. These naturally endowed spirit plants were indeed the domain of the capable. Since this elder had arrived alongside him, it was only fair that they relied on their own abilities according to the rules. But how could he possibly be a match for this elder? Seeing Yu Zhao's troubled expression, The elder couldn't help but laugh. Young man, you wish to acquire the bifruit as well, do you? Here's the deal. If we find more than one, we shall share. If there's only one, it will be mine. I happen to be in need of some rare spirit plants to present as a gift to my yet-unmet disciple. This elder was none other than Qinglian, who had traveled a great distance. The remote Qinglian kingdom lacked even a long-distance teleportation array, so he had mostly relied on his own flight, which naturally took some time. Fortunately, he had finally caught up. A mere half-month should still be enough time, right? Yu Zhao was in desperate need of the bifruit, and his junior sister had mentioned that the success rate was not guaranteed. It would be wise to prepare several materials. Yet, he was acutely aware that the elder's willingness to share was already a significant courtesy. Were it anyone else, even if they took everything, he would have no grounds for complaint. With a respectful nod, Yu Zhao contemplated, should there truly be only one fruit? He might attempt to purchase it with spirit stones. He had accumulated a fair amount of wealth, and his recent business dealings with Yunjin had added to his coffers. Although Yunjin had said he could spend freely, Yu Zhao was determined not to touch her funds. Presenting his entire savings should suffice to procure a single bifruit. If it fell short, he might have to borrow a little from his junior sister. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Yu Zhao gradually calmed down. Come, let us go take a look, Qinglian said with a smile. Yu Zhao quickly followed suit. With an incredibly powerful spiritual sense, Qinglian merely swept his gaze and pinpointed a specific area. Following closely, Yu Zhao soon discovered the location where the bifruits thrived. It was a rocky outcrop by the coast, where the fruits grew in the crevices of the stones. At first glance, there appeared to be nothing remarkable. But beneath the surface, the roots of the bifruits were voraciously absorbing moisture, causing the surrounding waters to ripple continuously. The area around them was barren and yellowed. No other plants could be found. To Yu Zhao's delight, there were indeed 2 bifruits, and they appeared to be around 500 years old, perhaps even older. According to the elder's earlier statement, he would be willing to share one. With this thought in mind, Yu Zhao felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, should the elder change his mind, he would have no recourse. Qinglian glanced at Yu Zhao, chuckling, clearly showing no intent to retract his offer. You are quite fortunate. We have 2 bifruits. Let us divide them equally. Do you have a water attribute box to contain the bifruits? Yu Zhao hastily produced a verdant box. Qinglian nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the 2 fruits soared toward them. Qinglian collected one for himself, while Yu Zhao cherished the other. Observing Yu Zhao's demeanor, Qinglian couldn't help but chuckle. Though the bifruit was precious, it was of little consequence to him, merely a casual acquisition. However, for practitioners at the nascent soul stage, it could be considered a treasure. Yet, this young man was not of the water attribute. Perhaps it was intended for someone else? Qinglian had no intention of probing deeper. His thoughts were solely occupied with his future disciple. Young man, may I ask you something? Qinglian inquired. Yu Zhao promptly replied, please, senior, go ahead. He was also eager to establish a rapport with Qinglian, hoping to secure the other bifruit for himself. Are you a citizen of the Qinglian kingdom? Qinglian asked. The endless sea was in close proximity to Qinglian, making it plausible that Yu Zhao hailed from there. Indeed, I have lived in the Qinglian kingdom since childhood. Yu Zhao affirmed eagerly. Qinglian nodded in satisfaction. He would indeed need someone local to guide him. Since you are from Qinglian, are you aware of the recently emerged genius alchemist girl? Yu Zhao's expression shifted to one of confusion. Surely you've heard of the genius alchemist girl who improved the Foundation establishment pill formula? She was last seen in the market between the Tianqing sect and the Huangshe sect. The specificity of Qinglian's words left no doubt in Yu Zhao's mind. Was it possible he hadn't heard of her? Have you not heard? Qinglian inquired, puzzled. Yu Zhao cleared his throat. Such talent has certainly reached my ears. Oh? Qinglian's excitement grew. Do you know her? Yu Zhao's expression became peculiar, yet he replied, alas, such a genius is beyond my reach. I have only heard tales of her. It is rumored she may even be a disciple of a sacred place. That is utterly impossible, Qinglian asserted with conviction. Yu Zhao felt a flicker of doubt. Qinglian raised an eyebrow. He was well aware of the personnel within the Xiandan sect. Not only the Xiandan sect, but none of its affiliated elite sects possessed such a disciple. Qinglian offered no further clarification, only stating, not knowing her is of no consequence. You should know the location of that market. Guide me there, and I shall reward you handsomely. Yu Zhao's gaze shifted. Guiding him was indeed simple, but what business could this mysterious elder have with his junior sister? Why the hesitation? Qinglian's brow furrowed slightly. Yu Zhao sighed, senior. You may not be aware, but many are in search of this genius girl. Among the esteemed sects of Qinglian, there is a 7th-grade alchemist. A 7th-grade alchemist, no less. That individual personally visited the market, intent on finding her. It is said he even promised that, should she agree, he would take her as his true disciple. If you harbor ill intentions toward her, you may find yourself at odds with that 7th-grade alchemist. Yu Zhao mentioned Qiyu, hoping to dissuade the elder from any malicious thoughts. A seventh-grade alchemist? The elder's brows knitted together, anxiety evident on his face. Where's that girl? She hasn't truly agreed, has she? Yu Zhao shook his head. She has yet to make an appearance. The elder burst into laughter. Well done. Just as I anticipated from my chosen disciple, you are astute. A mere seventh-grade alchemist is hardly worthy of her allegiance. Quickly guide me. I must not let my precious disciple escape. Yu Zhao's expression shifted subtly. This elder was indeed seeking to take his junior sister as a disciple? Moreover, what had he just said? A mere seventh-grade alchemist? A seventh-grade alchemist. And yet, he deemed it trivial. What stature must this elder possess? Yu Zhao suddenly recalled the elder's earlier mention of the sacred place. How could he be so certain that his junior sister was not a disciple of such a place? The implication struck Yu Zhao profoundly. Chapter 147. The Quest for the Genius Maiden. After much contemplation, Yu Zhao suddenly gained a sense of confidence. This mysterious and formidable elder must have originated from a sacred place, likely the Xian sect. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so dismissively of a seventh-grade alchemist. What, then, was the true identity of this elder? Could he be an eighth-grade alchemist, or even a ninth-grade one? Yu Zhao's heart raced at the thought. He was momentarily conflicted. Such a terrifying existence, should he wish to take action, would make short work of not only his junior sister and himself, but the entire Tianqing sect would stand no chance against a mere finger of his. The elder had expressed a desire to take his junior sister as a disciple. If she acquiesced, it would be akin to soaring to the heavens. The so-called contract would be rendered meaningless, and even the Tianqing sect would be unworthy of her stature. Yet, Yu Zhao understood that Yun Jin might not share this inclination. His junior sister likely harbored her own ambitions. After some consideration, he resolved not to interfere. If this elder was truly as he suspected, the Baichao Pavilion would also be unable to withstand the pressure. It was only a matter of time before he sought out the Tianqing sect, at which point his junior sister could make her own decision. With this thought in mind, Yu Zhao spoke. Senior, allow me to guide you. Qingyun nodded in agreement. Yu Zhao had spent considerable time traversing this stretch of sea, but Qingyun found his speed lacking and whisked him away in a whirlwind, leaving Yu Zhao to merely point the way. After several days of flight, the elder's swift maneuvering allowed them to traverse the endless sea in less than the time it would take to burn a stick of incense. Upon arriving at the market, Yu Zhao's face contorted under the strain of such rapid movement. He made an effort to compose himself before saying, Senior, this is the place. Good, good, splendid. Qingyun responded, visibly pleased. I mentioned earlier that I would reward you. Do you have any particular desires? Yu Zhao pondered for a moment before replying, Senior, I wonder if you might part with another baigua. Qingyun furrowed his brow. To him, a single baigua was of little consequence, but for merely guiding him, it hardly warranted such a reward. Was this lad perhaps being excessively greedy? Yu Zhao sensed the misunderstanding and hastily clarified, Senior, I meant to say that I would purchase it with spirit stones. The baigua is exceedingly important to me. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could set a price. Upon hearing this, Qingyun's demeanor softened. It was not that he was particularly attached to the baigua. Rather, those who knew their place were always more endearing. After a moment's thought, Qingyun conceded, Very well, my disciple does not particularly need this one baigua. I shall gift it to you, on the condition that you provide me with further details about my future disciple. After all, Yu Zhao, being a local, was likely to have more insight. Yu Zhao, intrigued yet bemused, agreed. He then elaborated on Yun Jin's performance during her various assessments, narrating the events with great flair and interest. Although Qingyun had already viewed the recordings, he listened with rapt attention once more, finding satisfaction in the recounting. Without any new revelations, he casually tossed the box containing the baigua to Yu Zhao, who gratefully accepted it. After some contemplation, Yu Zhao suggested, if you seek information, you might consider visiting the Baichao Pavilion. Given the elder's status, a mere inquiry would surely yield results. He might as well do a good turn. Very well. I shall do just that, Qingyun replied, a sense of eagerness evident in his demeanor. Yu Zhao, understanding the situation, took his leave. 2 baigua should suffice. He promptly informed Si Wanning to return to the sect. Meanwhile, news from Yusong Yin arrived, confirming the successful acquisition of the Qingjin Gua. Despite some difficulties along the way, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Yu Zhao could not help but feel a surge of excitement. If his junior sister's endeavor was equally successful, they would finally have gathered the materials for the Tianbu Dan. After so many years, a glimmer of hope for his master's recovery had finally emerged. After Yu Zhao departed, Qingyun made his way directly to the Baichao Pavilion. In a secret chamber, Chen Changrong was struggling to manage a difficult conversation with Qiyu. Just then, a shadowy figure, one of the pavilion's shadow guards, suddenly emerged. Quick, follow me. The shadow guard urged, urgency lacing his voice. Qin Changrong had yet to process this when he noticed Qi Yu's face shift in alarm as he too rose to his feet. However, before they could make a move, Qing Yun's figure appeared before them. Qin Changrong was taken aback by the sudden entrance of this figure. What is happening? There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy. How did this person appear here? Senior, the shadow guard and Qi Yu both bowed without hesitation. They were unsure of the elder's identity, but the lack of concealment in his presence was enough for them to sense his strength. In the world of cultivation, the strong prey upon the weak. He was clearly a formidable figure deserving of their respect. Qin Changrong, startled, hurriedly mimicked their gestures. Qing Yun casually seated himself and raised an eyebrow. Which one of you is Qin Changrong? He had learned along the way that his precious disciple seemed to have a close relationship with Qin Changrong of the Baichao Pavilion. I am. Qin Changrong quickly stepped forward. Qing Yun assessed him, a gentle smile gracing his face. Come, sit down. Taken aback by the unexpected attention, Qin Changrong complied. Qi Yu and the shadow guard remained motionless, uncertain of how to respond. Qing Yun's demeanor was exceedingly benevolent. I have heard that you are acquainted with that genius alchemist maiden. Qin Changrong's heart raced in astonishment. So this elder had come seeking her. He quickly replied. It is merely some business dealings. Oh, I require more detailed information, Qing Yun stated nonchalantly. Qin Changrong hesitated. What? Are you unable to speak? Qing Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Quickly, speak the truth, the shadow guard urged, tension evident in his voice. He could withstand the pressure from others. But this elder Andapos, his strength was beyond his capacity to contend with. Should Qin Changrong remain silent, they all might meet a dire fate. Qin Changrong gritted his teeth and finally said, Senior, I promised her I would keep her affairs confidential. At such a moment, Qin Changrong had chosen to be obstinate. The shadow guard grew anxious, ready to interject, but Qing Yun laughed heartily. You are indeed a trustworthy friend. My future disciple has not misjudged her choice. Qin Changrong's expression soured. Alas, another who wishes to take her as a disciple. He glanced at Qi Yu. Brother, you now have a competitor. Observing Qin Changrong's reaction, Qing Yun turned to Qi Yu and inquired, And you are? Qi Yu clenched his jaw. I am Qi Yu of the Yi Qi sect, a 7th grade alchemist. Ah, so it is you, Qing Yun remarked, raising an eyebrow. The one who wishes to compete for my disciple. Qi Yu, you may return to your Yi Qi sect. With me here. That maiden cannot possibly choose you as her master. Although startled, Qi Yu could not help but protest. Your strength undeniably surpasses mine, yet she is a genius in alchemy. I fear it will come down to skill in the end. You seem rather unconvinced, Qing Yun chuckled, producing a token and placing it on the table. Qi Yu and Apos, S pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 148, Journey to the Tianqing sect. This token was unlike any other. It was a striking azure hue adorned with intricate cloud patterns. It was a unique token, and its owner was a name that resonated throughout the realm of alchemists. Qi Yu felt a surge of trepidation and hastily bowed in reverence. Qin Changrong and the shadow guard were unfamiliar with the token, yet seeing Qi Yu's demeanor, they too were left in a state of bewilderment. Admittedly, Qi Yu's cultivation level might not have been particularly high, but he was a 7th grade alchemist. In this land, alchemists were revered as the most noble of professions. The status of a 7th grade alchemist elevated his standing significantly. Yet now, Qi Yu had yielded so swiftly, displaying an extraordinary level of respect. Who, then, was this elder? Qing Yun chuckled lightly, stowing the token away, and nonchalantly remarked, Do you still wish to contest with me? Qi Yu quickly responded, Naturally, I would not dare. Qing Yun nodded in satisfaction. Although his rival lacked competitiveness, it nonetheless eliminated one opponent. Qi Yu cautiously inquired, Elder, do you intend to stay here? I wonder if I might accompany you, serving you tea or fetching water. This was the legendary 9th grade alchemist. Any morsel of wisdom shared would be enough for him to learn for 8 to 10 years. If only he could receive a bit of guidance. Perhaps he could break through his current limitations. This was an unparalleled opportunity for him. Seeing Qi Yu's astuteness, Qing Yun nodded nonchalantly, As you wish. Overjoyed, Qi Yu immediately positioned himself behind Qing Yun, adopting a sycophantic posture. Now, where were we? You cannot divulge any information about my future disciple, can you? Qing Yun glanced at Qin Changrong. At that moment, Qin Changrong was in a daze, his heart racing with apprehension. Elder, a businessman values his credibility above all. How should I address you? Qi Yu interjected, Do you not know the identity of the elder before us? He had clearly settled into the role of a sycophant. Qin Changrong was momentarily taken aback by this stark contrast in behavior. Qing Yun cleared his throat. Enough. We must not leverage our status against others. Although I am a 9th grade alchemist, this is not a reason to coerce anyone. Qin Changrong was instantly aghast. He had begun to piece together the puzzle. Yet hearing it confirmed by Qing Yun sent shivers down his spine. A 9th grade alchemist. It was said that the legendary Qinglian sect had only 3 supreme 9th-grade alchemists. This elder must be one of them. In plain sight, this represented the pinnacle of alchemical expertise in this realm. Observing Qin Changrong's astonishment, Qin Yun smiled gently, emphasizing, "I am a person of modesty, and I detest using my status to intimidate others. You need not feel any pressure, none at all." Qin Changrong managed a bitter smile. How could he not feel pressure? He hastily replied, "Elder, if she were to learn of your identity, she would surely be overjoyed to become your disciple. However, many are currently seeking them in the marketplace. They are rather low-key and do not wish to attract attention. Consequently, our transactions have halted. The inventory at the 100 Herbs Pavilion consists solely of previous stock, and I am truly unable to contact them at this moment." Qinglian frowned slightly. "You cannot reach them either? How troublesome. Is there truly no other lead?" Qin Changrong appeared conflicted. To have a 9th-grade alchemist personally take on a disciple was an extraordinary stroke of fortune, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If this chance were to slip away, that prodigious young woman would surely regret it. After all, the situation was becoming increasingly clear. The pair, Ren Wuxing and his sister, were either from a super sect or a sacred ground. Now that this elder from the sacred ground was present, having evidently not recognized them, it could be deduced that they were disciples of a super sect. If this elder were to accept the young woman as a disciple, it would facilitate her transition from a super sect to a sacred ground. How could she not be elated? Should this opportunity be missed, the young woman would bear a lifelong regret. Qin Changrong felt both happiness and sorrow for her. It seemed she would likely ascend to the sacred ground, and once she did, their dealings would naturally cease. However, he had already reaped sufficient benefits from this windfall. Individuals like them were never destined to remain confined to the small confines of the Azure Blue Kingdom. The world beyond was vast, and they would inevitably seek to soar. In the future, it was likely that opportunities to meet would become scarce. Suddenly, Qin Changrong recalled something, his expression shifting subtly. Noticing this change, Qin Yun quickly inquired, "What is it? Have you thought of something?" Qin Changrong hesitated for a moment before responding. "It is nothing particularly significant. It's just," he lowered his voice and recounted their clandestine support for the Tianqing sect's Tianjin Peak. On that day, Zhao Wujing had ordered the marketplace not to supply seeds to the other peaks of the Tianqing sect. It was Ren Wuxing who intervened, allowing him to provide the seeds, which were then delivered by Tianjin Peak to the various peaks. I suspect they might harbor some animosity towards Zhao Wujing and wish to bolster Tianjin Peak in opposition to him. Qin Changrong shared his conjecture. This was the only lead available. Tianqing sect, Tianjin Peak, Zhao Wujing. These names were entirely foreign to Qin Yun. Qin Changrong quickly explained the context. Only then did Qin Yun manage to grasp the situation, raising an eyebrow. A mere middle-tier sect's leader. If he truly had a grievance with his disciple, it could easily be resolved. Zhao Wujing's father is an elder of the Qingxiao Pavilion, Qin Changrong added. Qin Yun snorted disdainfully. "And what of the Qingxiao Pavilion? Am I to be intimidated?" Qin Changrong hastily shook his head, not daring to elaborate further. "The Tianqing sect, is it? I shall pay a visit in person." Qin Yun rose immediately, unwilling to linger. Leaving his precious disciple unattended even for a day posed the risk of her being whisked away by someone else. This matter could not be delayed. "I am somewhat familiar with the Tianqing sect. Elder, allow me to guide you," Qi Yu offered eagerly. Qin Yun nodded in approval. This Qi Yu, despite his other flaws, was indeed quite perceptive. The two promptly set off, prioritizing discretion. Qin Yun instructed, "It is merely a middle-tier sect. We shall infiltrate quietly. The priority is to first reach Tianjin Peak and ascertain their connection to my disciple." "Understood," Qi Yu readily complied. At Tianjin Peak, as Yu Zhao arrived at the sect, Yun Jin was in the process of nurturing a Xianyu ginseng. News had already reached Yu Songyan days earlier, who had returned even before him. The group gathered, and with all the medicinal materials arranged together, they were now fully prepared to refine the sky-replenishing pill. A glimmer of joy flickered in Yun Jin's eyes. After such relentless effort, they had finally arrived at the moment of crafting the sky-replenishing pill. Chapter 149. As Yun Jin exits the closed door, Yu Zhao hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Earlier on my journey, I encountered someone." He briefly recounted the encounter and added, "It is highly likely that this person is a senior from the sacred land. He seems to be here for you." "Another one seeking to take me as a disciple?" Yun Jin was somewhat bewildered. "Has my recent popularity reached such heights?" "You noticed the key phrase," Yu Zhao said. "Catching on." Yun Jin hastily shook her head. "It's nothing. Senior brother, let's not dwell on the identity of that senior for now. The medicinal herbs are ready, and I need to quickly concoct the elixir. If I succeed, we shall not falter at the upcoming sect conference." Yu Zhao's expression grew serious. "Very well. I shall protect you during this process." Yun Jin smiled mysteriously, shaking her head. "No need for that. I have discovered an excellent place for alchemy. Yuzha looked puzzled. Yunjin chuckled. I intend to utilize the earth fire chamber. Although it lacks sufficient spiritual energy, it does not greatly affect me. The key advantage is its soundproofing and light-blocking features, ensuring privacy. Yuzha was taken aback. Could that work? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed feasible. Wasn't it merely a matter of insufficient spiritual power? Yunjin had always relied on elixirs for her cultivation, so this factor posed no obstacle for her. The only potential disturbance could be the earth fire's influence on the alchemical furnace. However, Yunjin's furnace operated autonomously, so it likely would not be affected. Aside from these considerations, the earth fire chamber was indeed an excellent choice. It was secure and protected her privacy, making it the perfect venue for crafting the heaven-mending elixir. Time was of the essence. With a plan in mind, Yunjin rented the earth fire chamber for a month and entered it with her herbs. She anticipated she would not need the entire month to emerge, but it was wise to secure ample time. The door to the earth fire chamber soon closed tightly, sealing its interior in mystery. Senior brother, third junior brother. Siwan Ning rushed over, breathless, her face alight with anticipation as she looked at the two. What has happened? Yuzha replied. Junior sister has begun her alchemy. Already started? Siwan Ning and Appo's expression tightened. They had labored long and hard for this heaven-mending elixir, gathering points and seeking herbs. Though the chances of success were slim, they had persevered. Yet, junior sister's emergence had infused this seemingly hopeless endeavor with a glimmer of possibility. A third-rank alchemist challenging a seventh-rank elixir. It sounded like a legend. Yet, they inexplicably felt that with junior sister, it might truly be achievable. Regardless of the outcome, let us not place too much pressure on junior sister, Yuzha advised gently. He feared that if expectations were too high, failure would be unbearable. Siwan Ning and Yu Song-yin nodded in agreement. Siwan Ning softly said, I understand. Little Jean has only been cultivating for 2 months. She has already wrought many miracles, but we must not demand that she continue to do so. That would be exceedingly unfair to her. Yuzha nodded, stating quietly, for now, all we can do is wait. The three of them waited silently outside the earth fire chamber. Its soundproofing and light-blocking properties were so effective that they heard and saw nothing. Ultimately, they returned to the Sword Peak. However, as soon as they arrived, they spotted 2 figures by the lake, gazing in their direction. One was an elderly man with white hair and a smooth, ruddy complexion, whose eyes seemed to harbor boundless wisdom. The other was a well-known 7th-rank alchemist, Qiyu. Upon seeing them, Yuzha's heart sank momentarily, yet it was quickly replaced by a sense of inevitability. Oh, you are. Qinglian looked at Yuzha in surprise. This young man was unmistakably the one he had encountered at sea, despite having disguised himself at the time. Such a ruse could not escape his keen perception. Senior, Yuzha greeted respectfully. Qinglian scrutinized Yuzha, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed something amiss with the young man. Junior knows why the senior has come. Perhaps we should discuss it inside? Yuzha suggested. Qinglian nonchalantly nodded. Siwan Ning and Yu Song-yin exchanged puzzled glances. Yuzha subtly shook his head, signaling them to leave. Having spent time with the senior, he sensed a certain amiability, yet he was undeniably a formidable expert. A single whim from such a master could bring ruin to the entire Qinglian sect. Yuzha wished to spare his junior brothers and sisters from unnecessary risk. Though confused, Siwan Ning and Yu Song-yin understood that remaining would only complicate matters for Yuzha, so they anxiously watched as he led the 2 men inside. Inside, Yuzha calmly brewed tea for the guests. Qinglian chuckled. Your composure is quite commendable. Yuzha offered a wry smile. My life and death rest in your hands. Senior, whether in fear or steadiness, I find it best to present myself with dignity. Qinglian raised an eyebrow. Oh? It seems you indeed harbor some secrets. Why did you not mention that you are a disciple of the Qinglian sect? And where is my treasured disciple? Do you know her? Yuzha pondered for a moment before responding. Senior, I possess certain insights into that alchemical prodigy that are unknown to most. Qinglian's eyes lit up. Speak quickly. If you can help me find my treasured disciple, I shall overlook our previous encounters. Yuzha replied calmly. However, I cannot divulge this information at present. Qinglian narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. Was this young man toying with him? Yuzha hurried to clarify. The one familiar with that prodigious girl is, in fact, my junior sister. However, she has just entered the earth fire chamber for seclusion and may not emerge for a while. Perhaps it would be best to wait until she is finished before you inquire further? Becoming a disciple of a 9th-rank alchemist is indeed a momentous occasion, but ultimately, it is a decision that must be made by my junior sister. Qinglian frowned. Is it true that she will not emerge for a while? Indeed. Yuzha replied with a bitter smile. What if I demand her to come out now? Qinglian pressed. Yuzha responded. Then it is likely that you shall never hear of that prodigious girl again. Bold. You dare threaten a senior. Qiyu could not help but scold. Qinglian waved his hand, silencing him. He regarded Yu Zhao with a knowing gaze. Are you certain that waiting for your junior sister is the only way to obtain the information? Yu Zhao, feeling cornered, nodded resolutely. Qinglian raised an eyebrow. Very well. Arrange for me a place to stay. I shall remain here until she emerges. Stay here? Yu Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Is that unacceptable? Qinglian retorted with a snort. If there are indeed leads, it shall be well and good. If you deceive me, there will be consequences. Yu Zhao had no choice but to acquiesce. At Tianjin Peak, Qingyun and Qiyu settled down discreetly. In the earth fire chamber, Yunjin took a deep breath and opened the alchemical furnace. Chapter 150. Reunion. Before her lay an array of medicinal herbs, some abundant and others scarce, leaving her with only enough to concoct 2 batches. Should both attempts fail, there would be no recourse left, although a recipe existed. The upcoming sect conference would inevitably be missed. The memories of her past life flooded Yunjin's mind, particularly the image of Linya, white-haired and solemn, drawing his sword against the demon lord. She resolutely vowed to prevent Tianjin Peak and her fellow disciples from meeting such a tragic fate again. If change was to be initiated, it must begin with the creation of the heaven-mending pill. Taking a deep breath, Yunjin meticulously placed each herb into the cauldron according to a simplified alchemical method. The primary challenge of this alchemical endeavor lay in maintaining a consistent infusion of spiritual power at the nascent soul stage. Currently, she was at the early golden core stage, and even with the assistance of medicinal aids, her advancement had slowed. The higher one ascended, the greater the demand for spiritual energy. Thus, she estimated that she might only reach the mid-golden core stage before the sect conference, falling short of her initial expectation of the late golden core stage. Yet, a surprising twist awaited her. With Shen Yinye's assistance, her soul's power had surged to the god transformation stage, surpassing Wan Jun's capabilities. This enhancement of spiritual strength would provide her a significant advantage in combat. With the mid-golden core cultivation paired with her potent soul power, defeating Wan Jun appeared exceedingly feasible. Her current focus, however, remained steadfastly on the heaven-mending pill. As the herbs entered the cauldron, Yunjin unleashed her full spiritual power. At that moment, she transitioned from the early golden core stage to a wave of intensity. First wave, she murmured, her energy surging to the late golden core level. Yet, it still lacked sufficiency. Second wave, she declared, amplifying her power once more until it reached the nascent soul standard. The cauldron began to operate autonomously, responding to her concentrated output. This state of maximum energy expenditure was immensely draining, and Yunjin had prepared numerous replenishing elixirs, consuming them as soon as her reserves dipped below half. The quality of her elixirs was exceptional, each one equivalent to 10 regular ones, allowing for easier absorption of medicinal properties. Otherwise, she might struggle to maintain her energy levels. This process was expected to last 3 days and nights, during which she could afford no distractions. Any lapse could result in a failed pill. Once again, she silently expressed gratitude to Shen Yinye for his assistance. The elevation of her soul's power had proven invaluable, enabling her to endure this arduous alchemical task. With all distractions cast aside, she immersed herself in sword practice. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Shen Yinye cleared his throat. Ling Fei, let us seek out Yunjin. We haven't seen her today. Ling Fei replied. Is it not likely she is preoccupied with preparations for the sect conference? Shen Yinye expressed a hint of regret. Her spirit beast remains rather weak. Had it achieved the golden core stage, I could impart some of my own research on beast mastery to her. As it stands, the spirit beast cannot assist her at this moment, which means I am unable to help either. Ling Fei sighed. Let us simply wait patiently. Initially, Shen Yinye had appeared indifferent, but after aiding Yunjin in awakening her beast mastery talent, his demeanor had shifted dramatically, displaying an enthusiasm that left Ling Fei somewhat unsettled. Nonetheless, it was a positive sign that Shen Yinye held Yunjin in such high regard. At least his involvement would ensure that even if she lost the upcoming contract, her life would likely be spared. If we cannot find Yunjin, why not visit Tianjin Peak and engage with others? Shen Yinye suggested. Her master is focused on healing and cannot appear for long. But what of her senior brothers and sisters? We could seek them out. Ling Fei, feeling exasperated, replied, they too must be preparing for the conference. Shen Yinye remained undeterred. From what I gather, Yunjin harbors deep feelings for Tianjin Peak. If her seniors could advocate for me, the chances of her accepting me as a disciple would significantly increase. Reluctantly, Ling Fei acquiesced to Shen Yinye's plan. At Tianjin Peak, Qingyun and Qiyu were presently free from danger. Yu Zhao had summoned Si Wan Ning and Yu Song Nian, introducing them as esteemed elders without elaboration. Recognizing Si Wan Ning and Yu Song Nian observed him displaying a disciple's respect before an elder, leading them to speculate on the elder's identity. Even without Yu Zhao's explanation, they behaved with utmost deference. Qinglian glanced at Si Wanning and Yu Songnian before his gaze settled on Yu Songnian. "Oh," he exclaimed softly. "Elder, this is my third junior brother." Yu Zhao hurriedly made the introduction, his eyes flickering with interest. This peculiar ailment afflicting his third junior brother had troubled them for quite some time. It was said that the finest alchemists were often the best herbalists, and perhaps this elder possessed insights into the matter. Qingyun indeed sensed something amiss, but chose not to elaborate further. How intriguing, he mused, offering a faint smile. He showed no inclination to divulge more, and while Yu Zhao felt a pang of impatience, he refrained from pressing. Such figures as Qingyun would speak only when inclined. To force the issue would be folly. The atmosphere grew tense as they cautiously sipped tea, each refraining from uttering unnecessary words. Just then, Gu Jinghong ushered Ling Fei and Shen Yinyi into the room. "The scenery at Tianjian Peak is quite splendid," Shen Yinyi remarked with a chuckle, his fondness for Yunjin extending to appreciation for her surroundings. In Yunjin's absence, Gu Jinghong typically maintained a neutral demeanor. Upon seeing Yu Zhao and the others hosting guests, he paused momentarily but then stated, "Elder Ling has brought a friend for a visit." Yu Zhao's heart sank. Under normal circumstances, they would welcome Ling Fei's presence with open arms, but now, he instinctively glanced at Qing Yun, who smiled reassuringly. "No need for concern. I can entertain myself with tea. There is no need for formality." Yu Zhao nodded, albeit hesitantly, and invited Ling Fei and Shen Yinyi inside. Shen Yinyi initially appeared nonchalant, yet his expression shifted slightly upon meeting Qing Yun's gaze. The elder's cultivation was unfathomably deep to Shen Yinyi. He seemed no more than an ordinary man. Yet, how could an ordinary person occupy such a position? The only other possibility was that this elder's cultivation vastly surpassed his own. Having reached the tribulation transcendent stage, Shen Yinyi pondered the implications of this realization. Chapter 151. The Arena of Fate. Qing Yun glanced at Shen Yinyi and chuckled. The Beastmaster sect? It seemed he possessed a unique skill that allowed him to perceive deeper truths, for with a mere glance, he had unveiled Shen Yinyi's true identity. The mention of the Beastmaster sect startled Yu Zhao and the others. The Beastmaster sect, one of the 4 sacred grounds? What was someone from a sacred ground doing here? Shen Yinyi, having his identity revealed, grew serious. He respectfully bowed and stated, "I am Shen Yinyi, indeed a disciple of the Beastmaster sect." Qing Yun casually nodded. "Don't just stand there. Find a seat and make yourself at home." His demeanor was quite relaxed. While the others felt somewhat awkward, Shen Yinyi hurriedly sought a place to sit. Qing Yun inquired, "Given your cultivation level, you must hold a significant position within the Beastmaster sect. What brings you to this modest sect?" Shen Yinyi quickly replied, "I am here to visit a friend." "Oh?" Qing Yun glanced at Ling Fei and smiled. "Your relationship seems quite profound. The path of immortality is devoid of affection, should there be a vast difference in cultivation levels. Even the closest of friends may become strangers." Ling Fei, a bit nervous, nodded. "Shen and I were friends long before we began our cultivation journey." Qing Yun chuckled. "That is indeed rare." Shen Yinyi hesitated and cautiously asked, "Elder, are you here for any particular reason?" Qing Yun discerned his apprehension and replied, "What? Are you worried I might harm a few juniors? Do not fret. I merely seek to ask someone a few questions, and then I have other matters to attend to." Shen Yinyi felt relieved. He had intentions of taking Yunjin as a disciple, and if this mysterious elder held any grievances against the Heavenly Sword Peak, he would need to find a way to mediate. However, it seemed there was no animosity, for if there were, a mere thought from this elder could erase the Heavenly Sword Peak from existence, and they would not be here enjoying tea and conversation. Shen Yinyi could not help but inquire, "Elder, who do you wish to question?" He looked curiously at Yu Zhao and the others. What was so special about them? Qing Yun did not hide his intentions, stating, "I am looking for someone named Yunjin." Yunjin? Shen Yinyi was immediately taken aback. Qing Yun narrowed his eyes. "What? Do you know her?" Shen Yinyi did not conceal the truth, hastily saying, "To be honest, I have another reason for staying at the Tianqing sect. After testing, I found that Yunjin possesses exceptional talent in beast mastery, and I wish to take her as my disciple, hence my waiting here." Exceptional talent in beast mastery? Qing Yun was somewhat surprised. The Qinglian kingdom was rather remote on the continent, with only one super sect, which was at the bottom tier among super sections. The Tianqing sect was merely a medium sect. How could such a place produce a prodigy in beast mastery? Moreover, it was the very person he was searching for. Yunjin. Yu Zhao and the others were equally stunned. Hadn't their junior sister contracted a rolling beast? When had she become a prodigy in beast mastery? The most astonishing part was that they merely reacted with surprise, finding nothing absurd about it. After all, it was their junior sister. Even if she suddenly claimed to be a reincarnated being of the Great Ascension stage, they would believe her without hesitation. She is currently in seclusion. Once she emerges, I will accompany you to inquire, Qinglian mentioned. Qinglian cast a glance at him, amusement dancing in his eyes. Are you worried I might pose any danger to her? Rest assured, as long as she answers my questions properly, I will not harm her. Qinglian felt a bit more at ease. The two leisurely sipped their tea. Qinglian couldn't help but boast. To find a prodigy in beast mastery here is indeed rare. However, it pales in comparison to my soon-to-be disciple. Oh, elder. You too seek a disciple? Qinglian asked, intrigued. Qinglian couldn't help but feel proud. My disciple's alchemical talent is nothing short of stunning. Once I take her under my wing and refine her skills, she will undoubtedly emerge as a genius in alchemy on this continent. In 1,000 years, she could even become a 9th-grade alchemist. At that time, with 2 9th-grade talents, my name, Qinglian, shall be etched in history. Qinglian's words revealed an abundance of information, leaving everyone in awe. The person before them was an alchemist, and a 9th-grade alchemist at that. Qinglian was equally shocked. Qinglian's status surpassed even the leaders of sacred grounds, a truly pinnacle figure. Yet, regarding his disciple's talent, Qinglian felt a twinge of defiance. He could not help but boast. My disciple is even more remarkable. When she awakened her talent, countless divine beast phantoms appeared behind her. Should she return with me to the Beastmaster sect, she will surely become a top-tier powerhouse. Heh, beast mastery is merely a minor path, Qinglian scoffed. Qinglian's expression shifted instantly. What? Beast mastery? A minor path? He acknowledged Qinglian's strength but found such a statement intolerable. Qinglian retorted. Beast mastery is profound and complex, allowing one to harness the spirits of all beasts. That is the true grand path. Qinglian shook his head. Alchemy is the truly profound and encompassing path. The two engaged in a casual debate. As their conversation progressed, Qinglian conceded, I admit, I am no match for you, elder. But in 100 years, shall we let our disciples compete? Let it be a contest. Qinglian readily accepted. Ling Fei interjected. Wait, haven't you both yet to take on disciples? Are you already betting on them? Yu Zhao and the others were left speechless. What was happening? Were they not speaking of the same person? Were they to pit their junior sister against herself? The others were somewhat exasperated. Yet Qinglian and Qinglian were thoroughly pleased with the wager. After all, their disciples could never be defeated. Yu Zhao observed the two, feeling a mix of helplessness and an inexplicable sense of concern. Such exceptional talent could also bring trouble. Suddenly, 2 masters had appeared, and their junior sister couldn't possibly apprentice to both. Originally, only Qinglian and Qi Yu were present, but with Qinglian's arrival, he too intended to wait for Yunjin to emerge from her seclusion. Yu Zhao felt a headache coming on. Once their junior sister emerged, it would be an arena of fate. At the Tianqing sect, Old Sword awaited anxiously. He had received word from the sect that the Qinglian Sword sect was sending someone to personally escort Yunjin away. With the Qinglian Sword sect involved, the contract would surely be resolved. Old Sword had received this news days ago, but had kept it to himself. He planned to surprise the girl when the time came. He was also curious about the identity of the person sent by the sect. After all, the higher the status of the escort, the more the sect valued Yunjin. Given her remarkable talents, they should be sending a formal disciple to come for her. As Old Sword eagerly anticipated, a voice fell upon the air, Yang Yuan. This was Old Sword and Appo's secular name. He looked up to see the distant, indifferent face of Zhongli. His heart sank. This was more than just a formal disciple. He recognized Zhongli as the chief disciple of the sect leader. Had he not been born without the innate sword body, he would undoubtedly be the next successor. Chapter 152. The Schadenfreude of Qinglian. Elder Jian struggled to contain his expression as he exclaimed, the chief disciple? In the Qinglian Sword sect, there exists but one chief disciple, a title fiercely contested each year based on strength. For the past century, this prestigious position has remained unchallenged by any other. The name of Zhongli seems indelibly etched into the role of chief disciple, never having faltered. Although classified as a disciple, Zhongli has cultivated for 5 centuries, attaining the tribulation stage, his swordsmanship far surpassing that of his peers, rendering many sect elders no match for him. Rumors abound that should the Qinglian sword body remain elusive, Ji Wuxi may bestow the position of sect leader directly upon Zhongli. This is ostensibly against the rules, yet surprisingly, few voice opposition to such news. Zhongli's extraordinary talent often rivals that of the innate sword body. This remarkable figure of the Qinglian sword sect, a treasure jewel in Ji Wuxi and Appo's heart, had come in person for a mere Yunjin. Elder Jian longed to maintain his composure, yet his features betrayed his true feelings. Zhongli cast a glance at Elder Jian, nodded slightly, and then directly addressed him. Take me to see Yunjin. Despite his attempts at concealment, a note of urgency laced his voice. Beyond the directive from his master, He yearned to observe the ring once more. If he confirmed Yunjin to be a descendant of the Yun family, he could finally repay the debt of gratitude he had owed for years. Yes. Elder Jian responded promptly. The girl is likely in seclusion at Tianjin Peak. I shall escort the chief disciple there at once. I'm sure Yunjin will be overjoyed to see someone from the Qinglian Sword sect. The Qinglian Sword sect represents the dream of every sword cultivator. Moreover, to have Song Li himself come to collect Yunjin signifies her immense worth within the sect. She would not merely be an ordinary disciple like Elder Jian. This time, Yunjin was truly destined to soar. Elder Jian's eyes sparkled with joy. He genuinely felt happy for Yunjin. Song Li nodded, his voice cool and collected. Hurry. He wished to delay no longer, eager to meet Yunjin at the earliest opportunity. Sensing Song Li's impatience, Elder Jian hurriedly led the way to Tianjin Peak. At Tianjin Peak, Qingyun and Shun Yinya, though sipping tea, felt as if they were indulging in wine, their conversation becoming increasingly animated. As they regaled each other with tales, they began to speak with a slight slur. Their companions, including Yu Xiao, watched with exasperation. The two seemed utterly consumed by thoughts of their yet-to-be-accepted disciple. One boasted of a future disciple, a once-in-a-century beast-taming genius, while the other claimed his would be a once-in-a-millennium alchemy prodigy. The banter continued until Gu Jinghong, with a serious demeanor, ushered in two more guests. Yu Xiao, bewildered, wondered what was amiss. What day is it? Why do guests keep arriving? Elder Jian? Who is this? Yu Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety. The individual beside Elder Jian remained silent, yet his very presence radiated an aura as sharp as a sword, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. As Elder Jian began introductions, Qinglian squinted, a smile creeping across his face. Interesting. Young Song Li. What brings you to this place? Surely you are not here to accept a disciple as well? Song Li, surprised to see Qingyun, respectfully bowed. Individuals of Qingyun's stature were seldom encountered, yet Song Li held a high position within the Qinglian Sword sect and had met Qingyun on several occasions. Since we are all here, let us share a cup of tea, Qingyun cheerfully suggested. This is Shen Yinye of the beast-taming sect. Shen Yinye nodded at Song Li. Song Li, a prodigy of the Qinglian Sword sect, was indeed recognizable. However, as a fellow tribulation stage cultivator, Shen Yinye felt confident in his own abilities, particularly regarding his spirit beasts, which he had kept relatively low-key over the years. Greetings, Brother Shen. Song Li acknowledged before taking a seat. Master Brother. Can you guess where this one hails from? Siwan Ning whispered, a mix of excitement and trepidation lacing her voice. Yu Zhao sighed. All three major holy lands have graced us with their presence. Elder Jian's arrival brought an imposing aura. There was no mistaking him as a sword cultivator. This individual undoubtedly stemmed from the Qinglian Sword sect. Now, it seems we have 3 of the 4 great holy lands here, excluding the Qishao sect. Yu Xiao's heart raced. Could it be that Song Li has come for our junior sister? An unsettling image flashed through his mind of the 3 great masters vying for the junior sister, leading to a catastrophic clash that left the Tianqing sect in ruins. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Song Li, pray tell, what brings you here? Qingyun inquired casually, his expression relaxed. The alchemy talent he sought likely posed no conflict with Song Li. Setting down his teacup, Song Li inclined his hands toward the east and replied, on my master's orders, I am here to escort a disciple. What sort of disciple warrants your personal attention? Shun Yinya's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He recalled that Ling Fei had mentioned Yunjin's exceptional talent in swordsmanship, yet he had dismissed it at the time. Now, however, with the chief disciple of the Qinglian Sword sect arriving at Tianjin Peak to escort a disciple, Shun Yinya felt a surge of anxiety. Song Li, with unwavering honesty, stated, I seek to take Yunjin to the Qinglian Sword sect. He glanced around, noting, it seems Yunjin is not present. Yu Xiao, wearing a pained expression, quickly explained, our junior sister is in seclusion, if all goes well. She should emerge in 3 days. In seclusion? Song Li was taken aback but nodded. Then I shall wait here. Very well, Yu Zhao replied, his thoughts racing. This small Tianjin Peak truly housed hidden talents. Qingyun, listening intently, chuckled, pointing at the increasingly anxious Shen Yinya. Song Li. It appears Yinya also wishes to take Yunjin to the beast-taming sect. I wonder whom she will ultimately choose. Qingyun relished the unfolding drama, unconcerned with the outcome. He would later glean information about the prized disciple from Yunjin herself. The others regarded Qingyun with sympathetic expressions, puzzled by his apparent delight. The beast-taming sect? Song Li frowned. We cultivators should rely solely on our swords, not place our hopes in spirit beasts. That is not the true path. Shen Yinya scoffed. Sword cultivators? Mere brutes, contracting with all living things and connecting with the heavens. How can that not be the true path? It is merely your inability to comprehend this that clouds your judgment. Song Li's gaze sharpened, a fierce intensity igniting within him. Qingyun, observing the tension, found amusement in the prospect of a confrontation brewing. Chapter 153, the 7th rank, the heaven supplementing pill. Previously, Qingjun and Xinyinya felt no sense of rivalry between them. Despite their mutual boasting, the atmosphere remained harmonious. However, with Song Li's overt intentions to compete for Xinyinya's favor, the atmosphere instantly shifted to one of tension. Song Li coldly declared, "What use is mere talk? Come, let us engage in battle." In an instant, a sword hung in the air, and the small bamboo house belonging to Yu Zhao began to sway precariously. "Am I afraid of you?" Xinyinya scoffed derisively. The next moment, a colossal lion-like beast abruptly materialized, effortlessly toppling the bamboo house. Qingyun, holding a table, managed to keep the tea upon it undisturbed, his expression one of amusement, as if he were merely a spectator at a show. Seeing the two about to clash, Yu Zhao felt exasperated and quickly interjected. "Let us postpone such matters until junior sister exits her seclusion. You all have traveled far. Allow me to arrange accommodations for everyone to rest." Xinyinya and Song Li continued to glare at each other, their standoff lingering. After a long silence, Xinyinya snorted, "I have no desire to ruin this Tianjin peak. I shall heed your words. Let us cease hostilities for now." He glanced at Yu Zhao. "You are the senior brother of Yun girl, are you not? When she emerges, you must convey to her the unreasonable nature of this sword cultivator. Had I not exercised restraint, Tianjin peak would have been in ruins." Qingyun chuckled softly, finding Xinyinya's demeanor somewhat amusing. Song Li maintained a stern expression. "Spare us the idle chatter. Yun Jin will undoubtedly make the right choice." Xinyinya merely sneered in response. The tension remained palpable, yet both individuals reluctantly sheathed their powers. Yu Zhao sighed in relief and promptly arranged for the three to be separated. In the Earth Fire Room, Yun Jin was wholly absorbed in her alchemical endeavors. Attempting to refine a 7th-rank pill with 3rd-rank capabilities proved to be quite a challenge. For anyone else, even if the prerequisites were met, their spiritual power would likely falter before completion. Fortunately, she possessed an advantage in this regard. Day after day, she maintained a maximum output of spiritual energy, the alchemical furnace remaining in a remarkably stable state. Finally, the moment of culmination arrived. Staring intently at the furnace, she found herself immersed in a state of complete absorption. In that instant, everything around her transformed. The furnace's operation seemed to unveil profound rhythms in her perception. Yun Jin's pupils constricted as vast amounts of information were dissected and integrated within her mind. When the furnace ceased its operation, an extraordinary fragrance filled the Earth Fire Room. Though the furnace had yet to open, Yun Jin felt a sense of enlightenment wash over her. This time, she succeeded on her first attempt. Moreover, it seemed she had gained additional insights. Not rushing to open the furnace, she seated herself, meticulously attuning to the profound sensation she had just experienced. Time passed, and spiritual energy began to swirl around her, sometimes rapidly, at other times slowly, seemingly devoid of pattern, yet brimming with endless truths. Simultaneously, the golden core within her dantian began to orbit in sync with the same rhythm, amplifying its efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy tenfold. Yun Jin gradually opened her eyes, a glimmer of understanding flickering within. It was an artistic conception. Just moments ago, while observing the operations of the furnace, she had grasped the 12th artistic conception, the conception of rotation. Much like the conception of waves, it belonged to the mid-tier conceptions. What intrigued Yun Jin was that this conception of rotation seemed to harbor deeper layers yet to be uncovered. In the realm of Tai Chi, it emphasizes using minimal force to yield maximum results. The rotation of spiritual energy, too, appeared to hold similar applications in battle, dissipating force, amplifying strength, all within a mere thought. This conception proved immensely useful, likely akin to the conception of waves, which she would frequently employ in the future. Yun Jin was even more curious about the potential of higher-tier conceptions. If mid-tier conceptions possess such formidable effects, what of the upper-tier or supreme conceptions? Surely, they would wield earth-shattering power. Yet these were contemplations for another time. After a moment's reflection, she shook her head, setting those thoughts aside. The most pressing matter was to open the furnace and retrieve the pill. Holding her breath, Yun Jin cautiously opened the furnace. In an instant, an incredibly radiant light surged upwards. Were it not for the formidable barrier of the Earth Fire Room, it would have undoubtedly astonished the entirety of Tianqing sect. 1 rune, 2 runes, until finally, 7 distinct patterns emerged. Ultimately, the brilliance coalesced, returning to the furnace, which then settled into a profound tranquility. Yun Jin raised her hand, and a translucent pill emerged from within the furnace. She gazed at it intently. This was the 7th-rank Heaven Supplementing Pill. After more than 2 months of diligent effort, she had successfully challenged the creation of the Heaven Supplementing Pill with her golden core cultivation. She had triumphed. While joy was certainly present, A more profound feeling of inevitability enveloped her. From the day she entered the sect, she had set her sights on refining the heaven-supplementing pill. Now that she had finally achieved it, it merely felt like the fulfillment of a predetermined plan, not an unexpected delight. A slight smile graced the corners of her mouth as she began to ponder how her master would react upon seeing this heaven-supplementing pill. However, she feared she would not have the opportunity to witness it, for she had no intention of exiting her seclusion just yet. Her 3 days of maximum output had left her spiritual energy in a highly agitated state, and with the golden core now rotating, the absorption of spiritual energy had accelerated significantly. Her condition was optimal for enhancing her strength. She resolved to remain in seclusion until she broke through to the mid-stage of the golden core, leaving the retrieval of the heaven-supplementing pill to her senior brother. Yunjin sent a message to Yu Zhao, informing him of the successful refinement of the heaven-supplementing pill and requesting him to come collect it. At Tianjin Peak. 3 days had passed. Qinglian glanced at Yu Zhao. Has your junior sister still not emerged from her seclusion? Xinyin and Songli turned their attention as well. Yu Zhao, feeling somewhat pressured, replied, perhaps unforeseen circumstances delayed her? Just as he spoke, his communication token suddenly illuminated. Upon seeing this, a flicker of joy crossed his face. It worked. She truly succeeded. This was the heaven-supplementing pill. Just one would allow the master to return to peak form. What is it? Qingyun inquired curiously. Esteemed seniors, I must attend to an urgent matter. So I beg your indulgence. Yu Zhao, now lost in excitement, left behind a hasty remark and dashed away. Si Wanning and Yu Songnian exchanged knowing glances, their expressions betraying a mix of joy and disbelief. Why the sudden exuberance? Qingyun narrowed his eyes. Time was indeed drawing near. Could it be that Yunjin had exited her seclusion? Had her cultivation advanced? Surely it need not provoke such enthusiasm. As Qingyun pondered this, Songli rose silently and followed suit. Xinyin hurriedly trailed behind. Qingyun raised an eyebrow. He too would investigate the situation. Chapter 154. Despicable. Utterly despicable at the entrance of the Earth Fire Room, Yu Zhao held a small box, trembling with excitement. When Yunjin informed him of the successful creation of the Butian Dan, he was overwhelmed with joy. His heart soaring as he realized he held a 7th-grade elixir, something he had never encountered in his lifetime. Now, he possessed the physical manifestation and had even inhaled its fragrant aroma. At long last, his heart found solace. The Butian Dan. This was indeed the Butian Dan. His master would be saved. The Tianjin Peak would be saved. Embracing the box tightly, a look of reverence graced Yu Zhao's face. Although Qingyun had departed last, he arrived first. However, upon his arrival, he found Yu Zhao smiling foolishly while clutching the box. But where is Yunjin? Where is my disciple? Xinyin and Songli soon followed, with Xinyin immediately inquiring about his disciple. Songli cast a cold glance at him and remarked, shameless. What does it matter if it was bound to happen? Xinyin snorted dismissively. As they conversed, their gazes converged on Yu Zhao, their expressions conveying a singular question. Where is she? How could they have arrived just a moment too late and found no trace of Yunjin? It was only then that Yu Zhao, shaken from his ecstatic reverie over the successful creation of the Butian Dan, sheepishly explained. My junior sister suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy, as if she was about to advance to the mid-stage of the golden core. She entrusted me with this and then returned to seclusion. Though Yu Zhao spoke the truth, he couldn't shake off the growing anxiety. In his excitement, he had forgotten to inform Yunjin that a group of prominent figures was searching for her. Now, she had once again entered seclusion, and he dared not disturb her for fear of hindering her cultivation. But what was he to do about these 3 eminent individuals before him? If any one of them were to lose their temper, the entire Tianxing sect would be doomed. Qingyun narrowed his eyes, momentarily setting aside concerns about Yunjin. Instead, he focused intently on the box, his gaze flickering with a hint of thunder, as if he could see through the box to its contents. Young man, he said slowly, where did you acquire this elixir? He sensed a lingering, potent fragrance of herbs, compounded by what he had discerned through secret methods. Qingyun's expression shifted as he realized that the elixir within the box was entirely transparent, adorned with 7 distinctive stripes. The residual aroma unmistakably indicated that this was a 7th-grade Butian Dan. Moreover, it was of perfect quality. What astonished Qingyun further was that the fragrance had not yet fully dissipated, clearly indicating it was a freshly concocted elixir. Where had Yu Zhao obtained this newly refined Butian Dan? In that instant, Qingyun recalled Yu Zhao's request for baigua fruit. The recipe for the Butian Dan included this very fruit. The pieces fell into place. Yu Zhao sought the baigua fruit to concoct the Butian Dan. Crafting the Butian Dan required at least 3 days and nights, meaning Yu Zhao had only just acquired the elixir. Someone had successfully refined it and then given it to Yu Zhao. Suddenly, Qinglian's thoughts raced, and he looked incredulously at the tightly shut door of the earth fire room. Could it be that Yunjin was inside? Elder, Yu Zhao stammered, trying to explain. Qinglian's expression grew urgent. Could it be that more than just Yunjin is within? Ling Fei and Sword Elder hurriedly arrived. Catching the tail end of the conversation, Ling Fei instinctively remarked, "That's impossible. Only one person can be in the earth fire room at a time. Only one person." The freshly concocted 7th grade elixir. Qinglian suddenly turned his gaze sharply at Yu Zhao. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Yu Zhao forced a smile and said, "Elder, please let me explain. Yunjin, is she the prodigious alchemist?" Qinglian asked softly, his eyes fixed on Yu Zhao as if trying to bore a hole through him. Originally, Yu Zhao had intended for Yunjin to decide whether to reveal her identity. But now it seemed the truth could no longer be hidden. He nodded cautiously and said, "Perhaps, possibly. What are Yu Zhao and Qingyun discussing? Yunjin? The alchemical genius?" Xinyan Yi and Song Li exchanged glances, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense of dread. After competing with each other for days, they discovered that their greatest rival was not one another. Sword Elder looked bewildered. Isn't the girl a once-in-a-century talent in swordsmanship? She has only recently mastered the Qinglian Sword Technique. She must be exceedingly busy. How could she possibly find time to be an alchemist? It is well known that alchemy is a profession that demands considerable time and resources. Even if Yunjin possessed such talent, did she truly have the time and conditions to practice? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding here. Song Li seemed to share this sentiment. Speaking softly, Elder Qingyun, there may be some error in this matter. I have inquired and learned that Yunjin seems to possess talent in planting arts, but I have never heard of her alchemical prowess. Indeed, it must be a misunderstanding, Xunyan Yi hurriedly added. If Qingyun were to join in the competition for her, the likelihood of him accepting this talented disciple would diminish greatly. Qingyun, sensing the Butian Dan within the box, wore an inscrutable expression and suddenly stated, "I have heard that your master, Linya, sustained severe injuries in his youth and requires the Butian Dan to mend his dantian. This matter cannot be delayed. Let us go and see Linya." Qingyun abruptly changed the subject, and Yu Zhao hesitated slightly. "Meet my master?" "This." Qingyun smiled, as a 9th grade alchemist and also a 9th grade pharmacist. "I can assist Linya in absorbing the potent Butian Dan, which may be somewhat painful for him after so many years of injury. With my presence, I can alleviate his suffering and address any unexpected situations that may arise. This is also for the good of your master. What do you say?" Yu Zhao, swayed by Qingyun's reasoning, felt a flicker of hope. Though uncertain of Qingyun's true intentions, he sensed no malice. If Qingyun were to harbor ill intentions, they would have no means to resist. Furthermore, the Butian Dan was exceedingly rare, and their understanding of it was limited. With Qingyun's assistance, many troubles could indeed be avoided. Gratefully, Yu Zhao cupped his hands and said, "Then I shall trouble you, Elder." A smile crept onto Qingyun's lips. "Then let us depart." Xunyan Yi and Song Li, sensing the situation turning unfavorable, sought to follow. Qingyun promptly interjected. "The use of the Butian Dan may lead to various complex situations. It is not suitable for too many outsiders to be present. You two should remain at Tianjian Peak." Xunyan Yi and Song Li inwardly cursed their misfortune. Qingyun undoubtedly possessed information they were unaware of, and it was clear he was determined that Yunjin was the person he sought. He was prepared to confront Linya directly. Despicable. Utterly despicable. Chapter 155. The height of shamelessness. Once Qingyun entered the fray, its competitive edge became overwhelmingly formidable, at least in matters of healing elixirs. Xinyan and Song Li found themselves at a loss, exchanging helpless glances. Although they were reluctant, Qingyun presented a compelling argument, leaving them with little recourse. To follow him forcibly would be inappropriate. Waiting idly at the entrance of the fire room was equally unfeasible. After all, Yunjin's duration of seclusion remained uncertain, though she would undoubtedly emerge before the sect's grand assembly. Their entry had cleverly circumvented the watchful disciples outside, each employing their unique skills to gain access. They were not disciples of the Tianqing sect, and intruding upon another sect was hardly proper. Despite their lack of fear, being discovered before they could unveil their identities would lead to complications. Remaining at the entrance of the fire room risked exposure, and hiding was hardly an appealing option. A silent agreement passed between Song Li and Xunyan, realizing that their previous rivalry was now overshadowed by Qingyun's presence. He had become their primary competitor, compelling them to unite. Xunyan smiled and said, "Senior, while I am not an alchemist, I possess a white jade bug with a healing ability that has reached the 7th level. Once Linya emerges, using this skill could significantly aid in his recovery." Song Li promptly added, "According to reports, Linya will face a formidable opponent upon his emergence. As a fellow sword cultivator, I can assist him in refining his sword intent through our shared legacy." With enhanced capabilities, defeating his adversary would be assured. Their intentions were clear. Qingyun was not the sole one capable of providing assistance. Qingyun's expression darkened, wishing to monopolize this opportunity, but it was evident that the two would not relent. Complicating matters further, several seniors Yu Zhao cautiously interjected, "My master is awaiting me. Shall I proceed first?" He was on the verge of tears, feeling the weight of displeasing these powerful figures. However, he could not afford to delay his master. Should his junior sister's painstakingly crafted elixir go to waste due to his tardiness, he would face dire consequences. Such critical matters could not be postponed. "Let us go together," Shen Yinya enthusiastically urged, grasping Yu Zhao's arm. Song Li, unable to exhibit such warmth, awkwardly touched Yu Zhao's other arm to convey camaraderie. Seeing the two occupy either side of him, Qingyun was incensed, his frustration evident. These two juniors were utterly outrageous. He glared at them and declared, "You may accompany me, but must wait outside and not disturb the process." Regardless, he resolved to seize the initiative first. "Understood," Shen Yinya readily agreed, and Song Li nodded in assent. Qingyun snorted, suddenly seizing Yu Zhao by the nape. Before Song Li and Shen Yinya could react, Qingyun and Yu Zhao vanished from sight. The expressions on Song Li and Shen Yinya's faces soured. Damn it! Such instantaneous movement could only be mastered by those at the Great Ascension stage. Without further ado, they each employed their skills and hastened to pursue. Linya's residence was perched atop the highest peak. To prevent his cultivation from dissipating too rapidly, he spent most of his time in meditation, rarely daring to venture outside. With the Grand Assembly approaching, he was fully focused on absorbing spiritual energy. However, with each intake, despair deepened within him. Despite his efforts, his dantian was damaged. As he absorbed energy from one side, it leaked from the other. Even with relentless effort, his cultivation continued to decline at a painstakingly slow pace, now reduced to the level of the spirit transformation stage. Such a cultivation level was destined to lead to his demise at the Grand Assembly. Taking a deep breath, Linya resolved within himself. He had exhausted every method available. Yet his cultivation remained beyond repair. In light of this, he would stake his life to secure a final glimmer of hope for his disciples. Linya possessed one last secret technique. When activated, his cultivation would rise against the odds, potentially surpassing his original level of integration. However, this heightened state could only be sustained for a few hours, after which he would perish within a month. Linyu had long contemplated this decision. Using the secret technique would enable him to maintain his position as peak master, and others would undoubtedly be left in disbelief at his restored cultivation. Zhao Wuji would hesitate to act against him. This could buy him some time. Should Yunjin lose the contract, he could utilize his integrated cultivation to shield her. Although the backlash would lead to his demise, having already accepted his fate after using the secret technique, he considered it a means of repurposing his life. In the time that remained, he would use his peak power to delay Zhao Wuji's followers, ensuring his disciples escape from the Azure Blue Kingdom. He had faith in their cleverness. They would find a way to survive. Linya's heart was heavy with reluctance and concern. Yet, this was the only solution left. After activating the secret technique, he would require time to reach peak combat effectiveness. Considering the time, he realized it was nearly time to proceed. Taking a deep breath, he began. He had no intention of revealing this plan to his disciples. He would fabricate an excuse to send them away, and by the time they learned the truth, he would likely have already fallen. A fleeting expression of attachment to the mortal realm crossed Linyu's eyes as he resolutely prepared to activate the secret technique. Just as he reached the midpoint of his technique, a communication talisman suddenly flew in. Linyu nearly choked on a mouthful of blood. He had set up a barrier in this secluded space, allowing only a select few to send messages. His disciples, aware of his seclusion, would not normally disturb him. The secret technique could not be completed now, and Linya, concerned about any urgent matters, hastily ignited the communication talisman. However, Yu Zhao's message was vague, merely stating that he had brought a few guests for a visit. Guests? Linyu felt a flicker of suspicion. His eldest disciple was always prudent and never vague about significant matters. Were these guests truly of such importance? Puzzled, Linyu opened the barrier and went out to greet them personally. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he saw Yu Zhao accompanied by three unfamiliar figures, whose cultivation levels he could not discern at all. What sort of individuals had his eldest disciple entangled with? Is that you, Brother Lin? Qingyun beamed. You may call me Qingyun, just refer to me as older brother, Qingyun. Linyu was unfamiliar with this name and the stature it implied. However, sensing Qingyun's formidable cultivation, he was taken aback and quickly responded, Brother Qingyun, what brings you here? Realizing the situation was amiss, Shinyenya stepped forward, Brother Lin. Let us regard each other as equals. Henceforth, you shall call me Brother Shan, and I shall call you Brother Lin. Song Li appeared bewildered. Were these two truly so shameless? After a moment of contemplation, Song Li bluntly stated, I believe I am younger than you. Simply call me younger brother. Qingyun and Shun Yinya exchanged incredulous glances at Song Li. This seemingly earnest fellow was unexpectedly so brazen. Chapter 156. Painless absorption. Lin Yu was utterly perplexed by the scene before him. He could only force a smile as he invited everyone to come in for a conversation. Qingyun chuckled softly, saying, There's no need for those two to enter. I'll accompany you inside. Your health requires my assistance for proper nurturing. Shun Yinya and Song Li felt a twinge of reluctance but chose not to cause any disturbance at that moment, thus remaining outside and refraining from advancing further. Lin Yu was increasingly bewildered. Master, let us speak inside, Yu Zhao whispered. Lin Yu promptly agreed. Upon entering the cave dwelling, Lin Yu was about to present fine tea and wine for hospitality. Qingyun waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need for such formality, my dear Lin. Little Yu, quickly bring out the items. Yu Zhao complied promptly, retrieving a small box containing the coveted bouillon dan. Open it, and take a look, Lin, Qingyun said, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Lin Yu, not daring to delay, cautiously opened the box. Inside, a transparent pill floated gracefully, and an enticing aroma wafted toward him. Just a gentle whiff invigorated his senses, causing his eyes to glimmer with excitement. This is a pill of perfect quality, Lin Yu realized, noting its high grade. It was clear that such a remarkable feeling could not arise from anything less. Qingyun, what is this? Lin Yu inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Qingyun smiled gently, naturally. It is the very pill you urgently require. Urgently require? Lin Yu's expression shifted slightly. He looked again at the pill. Indeed. It was the bouillon dan he desperately needed. However, instead of joy, a sense of unease washed over him. Qingyun, such a precious gift is too much for me to accept. Any offering must be reciprocated, he insisted, fully aware of this fundamental truth. He felt unworthy of receiving the bouillon dan without the means to repay it. Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, a mix of amusement and exasperation crossing his face. Dear Lin, you misunderstand. This pill is not for me. You have quite a few remarkable disciples. Disciples? Lin Yu glanced at Yu Zhao, still somewhat bewildered. Yu Zhao gently explained, Master, the materials for the bouillon dan were collectively gathered by us. This pill was personally refined by our junior sister. You need not worry about its safety. In just a few sentences, a wealth of information flooded Lin Yu's mind. The bouillon dan. His disciples had indeed managed to gather the necessary materials, and Yunjin had truly refined it. Lin Yu's lips trembled, his hands shook, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, his voice grew hoarse. Where is Xiaojin? Yu Zhao replied softly, Our junior sister is currently in seclusion, preparing for the sect conference. Lin Yu's eyes glistened with moisture. She is merely in the golden core stage, yet has managed to concoct a 7th grade pill. She must have paid a tremendous price. Yu Zhao, you all are foolish. Lin Yu exclaimed. How could someone of Xiaojin's extraordinary talent sacrifice her foundation for a useless person like me? Yu Zhao's expression shifted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, will this truly damage her foundation? Engaging in such defiance against nature will surely incur retribution, he lamented. Lin Yu's heart sank further. Your junior sister's seclusion might actually be a means of quietly healing herself. Yu Zhao felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Xiaojin always appears capable of anything. I have indeed overlooked her burdens. Lin Yu was about to say more when Qingyun cheerfully interjected, There is no need for worry on this matter. I am, at the very least, a 9th grade alchemist. Regardless of the cost she incurred, with me here, her foundation will remain intact. Lin Yu was taken aback. Barely? 9th grade alchemist? Are those two terms even compatible? Qingyun seized the opportunity. In truth, my accomplishments in alchemy surpass that of a mere alchemist. I came here drawn by Yunjin's talent. Dear Lin, I intend to accept her as my direct disciple, passing on my legacy. Do you think it appropriate for me to be her master? Qingyun's humility was palpable. Lin Yu felt as if he had been struck anew. An alchemist of higher rank than an apothecary, surely, this indicated a 9th grade alchemist. Such an individual stood at the pinnacle of the continent, yet they were eager to take Yunjin as a disciple. Lin Yu was overjoyed for Yunjin, but still cautiously replied, As long as Xiaojin is willing, it is indeed suitable. Both Lin Yu and Yu Zhao shared the sentiment that it ultimately depended on Yunjin's wishes. Qingyun smiled slightly, not rushing, and said, Lin, the young lady is still quite young, easily swayed by sweet words. You must inform her that our path as alchemists is the rightful one. In the future, as one pill is refined, countless powerful individuals will seek it. What a delight that would be. Those sword cultivators only know how to fight, lacking any wisdom. And those beast tamers, spending all their days with spirit beasts, I find them rather unpleasant. Such individuals should be kept at a distance from Yun. Lin felt as though he had received an arrow to the knee. After all, he was also a sword cultivator. Qinglian quickly realized he had misspoken and sought to amend. Of course, dear Lin, you are not like those ordinary sword cultivators. It's just that sword cultivators must improve through battle, which is undeniably more perilous compared to alchemists. As elders, who wouldn't wish for their juniors to thrive? These words struck a chord with Lin, prompting him to nod repeatedly in agreement. Indeed, becoming an alchemist would greatly enhance one's safety. Qinglian finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. Then it is settled, dear Lin. Once Yun emerges from her seclusion, you must persuade her thoroughly. In a daze, Lin nodded. Qinglian, brimming with enthusiasm, added, the potency of this Bouillon Dan is formidable. You should consume it while I protect you. Lin could only acquiesce with a nod. Yu Zhao, sensing the situation, discreetly stepped aside. With a solemn expression, Lin consumed the Bouillon Dan. The significance of the phrase Bouillon was not to be taken lightly. This pill was indeed extraordinary. As soon as it settled in his abdomen, he felt a powerful reaction emanating from his dantian. An intense warmth surged within, accompanied by sensations of both pain and itchiness. A clear indication of the self-repair process of his dantian. Under normal circumstances, as the process progressed, the discomfort would gradually intensify, and the itchiness would become increasingly unbearable. Lin had prepared himself for such eventualities. However, in the next moment, an incredibly refreshing sensation swept through him. Lin instinctively opened his eyes. Qinglian watched him with a smile, merely giving a gentle nod. Lin immediately understood that it was the elder who had intervened. He quickly closed his eyes again, focusing on absorbing the medicinal properties. Qinglian stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. With his presence, Lin was assured a painless absorption. As for the two outside, what right did they have to compare? They were merely defeated opponents. Chapter 157. The Sound of the Celestial Star Bell. Lin spent 5 days refining the Celestial Restoration Pill. During this time, Qinglian stood by his side, meticulously nurturing him with what attributes spiritual energy, facilitating a pain-free absorption process. Once Lin fully absorbed the medicinal power, he opened his eyes, gazing at Qinglian with a look of gratitude. Brother Qinglian, I am truly indebted to you, Lin said, feeling somewhat bashful. He could hardly fathom why he deserved such kindness. Qinglian smiled gently. It was merely a trifling matter. Yet, as he spoke, he subtly rubbed his shoulders, hinting at his exertion. Lin immediately understood, feeling a mix of helplessness and admiration. He recognized that Yun Jin's alchemical talent was extraordinary. But who could have anticipated it to such an extent? Even the renowned experts of the 9th tier came personally to take her as a disciple, seemingly concerned about their ability to recruit her. Lin, try circulating your spiritual energy, Qinglian suggested. Lin nodded and promptly began to channel his energy. His dantian had been completely restored, and the Celestial Restoration Pill was of perfect quality, its immense power not only repairing his dantian but also providing ample reserves. The medicinal potency not only propelled his cultivation back to peak levels but also nourished his meridians. This was the essence of perfection. The potency was tenfold greater than that of a standard Celestial Restoration Pill. Filled with elation, Lin circulated his energy several times, and suddenly, he felt the barrier between the mid and late stages of integration beginning to tremble. Over the years, after numerous trials, his soul realm had broken through to the late stage of integration several years prior. Now, under the impetus of the perfect Celestial Restoration Pill, it seemed his spiritual power was also on the verge of advancing. As Lin hesitated whether to attempt to break through, a gentle surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, accompanied by Qingyun's voice. Lin, feel free to give it a try. Encouraged by Qingyun's spiritual energy, Lin unconsciously began to challenge the barrier. Qingyun's energy was both gentle and formidable. Whenever Lin encountered a point of stagnation, this energy surged forth, allowing him to easily break through. In just an hour, with Qingyun's assistance, Lin astonishingly broke through to the late stage of integration. Yu Zhao, observing from the side, was utterly astounded. Was this the prowess of a top-tier expert? Although Qingyun's greatest strength lay in his alchemical skills, his spiritual cultivation was equally extraordinary. Throughout the entire process, not a single bead of sweat graced Qingyun's forehead, indicating how effortlessly he managed it. However, as Lin completed his advancement and was about to open his eyes, Yu Zhao distinctly noticed Qingyun breaking into a sweat. Lin opened his eyes, seeing Qingyun drenched in perspiration, feeling a mix of gratitude and guilt. Brother Qingyun, I have troubled you once again. Not at all. Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. Your advancement is what matters. Lin felt so moved that he wished he could offer his very life to Qingyun. Yu Zhao sighed inwardly, reluctant to admit it, but recalling Qingyun's previous evaluation. The sword cultivator possesses brute strength, but lacks wisdom. He glanced at Lin and sighed deeply. Master, must you demonstrate such teachings in person? Lin, since you have broken through, the two uninvited guests at the entrance are no longer needed. How about I assist you in sending them away? Qinglian suggested with a smile. Lin Yu appeared perplexed. Is that appropriate? What could possibly be inappropriate? They are merely a nuisance. Qinglian replied earnestly. In the corner, a tiny insect buzzed. Senior Qinglian, this is malicious competition. It was the voice of Shun Yinya. Qinglian shot a glare at the insect. Damn beast master. He had been so focused on Linya that he hadn't noticed the little creature hiding so well. Evading his senses. Feeling a bit awkward, Linyu addressed the two seniors. Please, do come in. He quickly dispelled the barrier. Shenyinya and Songli entered immediately. Upon seeing Linya, Shenyinya broke into a radiant smile. Brother Lin, I observe that your spiritual energy is surging, yet your state appears unstable. Little Bai, go. With a snap of his fingers, a white jade insect emerged, landing on Linya's forehead. In a daze, Linyu felt the insect begin to organize the spiritual energy within him. Before long, he sensed that the medicinal power of the celestial restoration pill had been entirely absorbed, and his meridians had even grown stronger as a result. Before Linyu could express his gratitude, Songli, sensing something amiss, suddenly unleashed a sharp sword intent. Linyu was caught off guard and was instantly drawn into a realm of swordsmanship, forced to undergo the baptism of sword energy. When the sword realm dissipated, his swordsmanship level had ascended a notch. Linyu was utterly bewildered. What merit had he to receive such treatment? Cautiously, he inquired, Brother Shin and Song, are you also here to take on disciples? Shun Yinya beamed. Your disciple, Yin Jin, possesses remarkable talent as a beast master. I intend to take her as my sole disciple. Songli spoke softly. I come on behalf of my master, with the intent of bringing Yun Jin to the Qinglian Sword sect. My master wishes to take her as his closed-door disciple. Who is your master? Linya instinctively asked. Songli had anticipated this question and smiled slightly. Merely the headmaster of the Qinglian Sword sect. Linya was taken aback. So now, even the headmaster of the Qinglian Sword sect could be referred to merely as merely? What significance did the title hold? Qinglian snorted. That Ji Wuxi has sought me for pills before. Songli retorted. In the world of sword immortals, there is only my master. Shenyinya grew anxious, feeling that his own status had diminished in comparison. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, what does it matter what you say? What if Yin girl simply prefers to interact with spiritual beasts? Interests and hobbies are of utmost importance. The three engaged in a verbal sparring match once more. Linya remained silent, casting a glance at Yu Zhao, who nodded with some difficulty. Indeed, these three esteemed individuals were here to vie for his little junior sister. He had witnessed such scenes numerous times before. As their argument escalated, a sudden, melodious ringing echoed above the Tianqing sect. 1 chime, 2 chimes, 3 chimes, 5 in total before it ceased. Linya squinted, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his eyes. Within the Tianqing sect lay a treasured artifact known as the Celestial Star Bell. How powerful was this bell? The very name of the Tianqing sect derived from it. When significant events transpired within the sect, the headmaster would ring the Celestial Star Bell. During the Grand Sect Assembly, it would ring continuously for 3 days, the first 2 days with 5 chimes, and the final day with 6. The ringing of the Celestial Star Bell heralded the imminent Grand Sect Assembly. Zhao Wujing must be eagerly anticipating it. Yet, he was unaware that he had fully restored his cultivation, even surpassing his previous capabilities. This time at the Grand Sect Assembly, the Tianjin Peak would not face defeat. Chapter 158, the frantic summoning. The sound of the bell resonated. Qinglian listened for a moment, slightly raising an eyebrow. This magical artifact is indeed quite intriguing. The treasured relic of the Tianqing sect received a rather understated appraisal from Qinglian. However, no one considered his assessment to be amiss. Such artifacts are immensely valuable to a medium-sized sect, yet for Qinglian, Shenyinya, and Songli, it was merely an amusing trinket. What significance does this bell hold? Noticing the solemn expressions on Linya and Yu Zhao's faces upon hearing the chime, Qinglian curiously inquired. Linya narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. The Tianqing bell has begun to toll, signifying the commencement of preparations for the sect assembly. For the next 2 days, it will ring 5 times each day, culminating in 6 rings on the day of the assembly. That day will determine the new leaders of the 10 peaks. The contractual duel between Yun Jin and Wan Jun will also take place on that day. How fascinating. The expressions of Qinglian and his companions subtly shifted. They had lingered with Linya for quite some time, and now the sect assembly was imminent. Yun Jin would certainly be emerging from her seclusion. Exchanging glances, they detected a hint of wariness in each other's eyes. The final confrontation was at hand. The choice of Yun Jin would soon be revealed. As for the duel between Yun Jin and Wan Jun, they regarded it with indifference. Battles of greater magnitude might seem extraordinary to outsiders. Yet it was not uncommon for disciples of the sacred grounds to triumph over those from the outside. Given Yun Jin's exceptional talent, Even without advanced training in the sacred grounds, she could likely achieve victory. Conversely, if Yunjin were to suffer defeat, it would present an opportunity for them to showcase their own prowess. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts and instinctively distanced themselves from one another. Qinglian chuckled. Lin, my dear brother, with your current cultivation, you could not only assume the role of a peak leader, but also that of the sect master. With just a word from you, I could help elevate your status. Isn't Zhao Wuji at odds with you? In that case, let him relinquish his position. Linya was taken aback and hurriedly replied, Brother Qingyun, prior to the decline of my strength, my cultivation exceeded that of Zhao Wuji. However, his father is an elder of the Qinxiao Pavilion, and as such, his position as sect master is unassailable. Linya sighed heavily. How he longed to unseat Zhao Wuji. Unfortunately, as long as that elder remained, Zhao Wuji's position would be secure, leaving no room for others, regardless of their cultivation level. Just an elder of the Qinxiao Pavilion. After all, Qingyun remained unfazed. Just say the word, and I shall resolve this matter for you. Linya fell silent, realizing that his mind had been clouded of late. In this era, even an elder of the Qinxiao Pavilion was not to be trifled with. He sensed that the conversations had taken on a rather peculiar tone. Despite recognizing Qingyun's extraordinary status, Linya managed a wry smile. Brother, your assistance can only last for a day, not a lifetime. For now, let and Appos secure the position of peak leader first. The elders of the Qinxiao Pavilion and the Tianqing sect are not to be compared. The elders of the Qinxiao Pavilion view the tribulation stage merely as a basic threshold to attain a position. One must be a standout among those who have crossed the tribulation. Zhao Wuji's father, Zhao Ling, is a peak tribulation cultivator, and he is likely not far from achieving the Great Ascension stage. Once he breaks through, he will rise to a high rank within the Qinxiao Pavilion. At that point, Zhao Ling may no longer regard the Tianqing sect and will eventually take Zhao Wuji away. Thus, they must endure until Zhao Wuji departs. Linya and Appos' thoughts seemed somewhat lackluster. Yet they were quite reasonable in this age of the four sacred grounds dominating the cultivation world. Linya felt a sense of calculation in his heart, while Qinglian contemplated. Opting not to press further on the topic, he smiled and redirected the conversation. The sect assembly is about to begin. Surely, Yunjin will emerge from her seclusion soon? By tomorrow evening at the latest, Yunjin should be ready to emerge, Linya stated. The sect assembly is the day after tomorrow. Yet it is likely that Yunjin will emerge a bit earlier to allow herself preparation time. While he said this, Linya was not entirely certain, as his young disciple often surprised him with the unexpected. Tomorrow evening, she will emerge. Qingyun and the others rubbed their hands together in anticipation. That disciple was surely theirs to claim. With the assistance of his companions, Linya's cultivation had stabilized, and he even had the potential to break through. As the time approached, Linya promptly joined the others at the base of the mountain to await her arrival. Qingyun seized the opportunity to engage Linya and Yu Zhao in further conversation. He soon confirmed that Yunjin had no mysterious alchemist master behind her. She was entirely self-taught. Yu Zhao even suggested that Yunjin could analyze a medicinal pill merely by seeing it. Such a terrifying talent made Qingyun's eyes shine with excitement. This genius was a gift from the heavens to the alchemical lineage. With his presence, no one would dare to claim this unparalleled alchemist. Songli discreetly distanced himself from the group and surreptitiously activated a communication token. Realizing that Qingyun intended to claim Yunjin, he sensed the situation was dire and immediately informed Ji Wuxi. Song Li's concern for Yunjin was largely due to the ring she possessed. In terms of swordsmanship talent, he believed Yunjin was extraordinarily gifted, yet not to an unfathomable degree. However, bringing Yunjin back was a task assigned by his master. With Qingyun present, attempting to seize her would likely place him at a disadvantage. Wouldn't that be a form of summoning? At that moment, a response from his master arrived. Yunjin, she must be a disciple of my Qinglian Sword sect. Delay Qingyun, I shall come at once. Song Li's eyes brightened. His master's emphasis on Yunjin was entirely unexpected. To ensure her capture, his master intended to come in person. When it came to combat prowess, how could an alchemist compare to a sword cultivator? This was certain to be a successful endeavor. Shen Yinya, observing the furtive actions of Qingyun and Song Li, gritted his teeth. He had initially planned to secretly claim Yunjin to startle his fellow disciples. Who could have anticipated that the competition would escalate to such a fervent level? Relying solely on himself would likely be insufficient. Shen Yinya promptly sent a message to his master. His master, the real person Liuli, was a formidable beast master at the Great Ascension stage, with numerous spiritual beasts at her disposal and an array of cunning tactics. She held a distinct advantage in the contest for disciples. Among the three, Qingyun appeared to be comfortably biding his time, unaware that both Song Li and Shen Yinya had begun their frantic summoning. Qinglian Sword Sect. Ji Wuxi decisively issued several commands. then set aside sect matters to depart immediately. He had some rapport with Qing Yun, but Yun Jin very likely possessed a natural sword body, an heir he had long sought, no matter how deep their friendship. Should it come to competing for Yun Jin, he would draw his sword. Qing Yun, you rogue, just wait. Ji Wuxi vanished into the horizon with an imposing demeanor. The members of the Qinglian Sword sect exchanged hushed whispers. What had come over the sect master? He appeared ready to slay someone. Was it merely a foul mood? Perhaps to vanquish demons? Likely so. Apart from the demonic clan, no one else could evoke such an expression from the sect master. Beastmaster sect. The real person Lioli received Xinyan's message. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. A prodigious talent awakening with myriad divine beast phantoms? Such a genius should not be lured away to practice alchemy or swordsmanship. This seemed quite inappropriate. With a wave of her hand, a fiery phoenix appeared. She ascended gracefully, and together they swiftly vanished into the distance. Chapter 159. The insignificant ants. The following evening, several individuals anxiously awaited. Qingyun paced outside. Having retained a sense of caution since the last encounter with Yu Zhao at the Earthfire Chamber, he had marked a coordinate at the entrance of the chamber, enabling him to teleport there instantly when the time was right, ensuring that he would be the first to see Yunjin. Currently, he sensed the situation at the coordinate, ready to move at the slightest change. Although Song Li and Xin Yin you could not teleport, they each employed their own means to ensure they would be the first to detect any sign of Yunjin emerging from her seclusion. The three appeared increasingly tense, while the members of Tianjian Peak exchanged resigned glances. Si Wanning lowered her voice, remarking that in comparison, they seemed indifferent to their junior sister's plight. Yu Songnian nodded in agreement, and Linya and Yu Zhao shared their own feelings of helplessness. After all, Yunjin was merely in seclusion. There was no real danger. They found it difficult to exhibit the same level of anxiety as Qingyun. Time flowed steadily, and the group waited throughout the night. As dawn broke, Yunjin had still not emerged. Today was the day of the sect conference. Qingyun turned to Linya, saying, if Yunjin remains in seclusion, she will surely miss the appointed time. Linya quickly reassured him, that won't happen. The contract stipulates a timeline, and the contract's power will alert her. She should be emerging shortly. While the reasoning made sense, their anxiety persisted. Song Li discreetly glanced at the communication token. His master was significantly faster than him and would arrive today. If they could just keep Qingyun occupied and prevent him from whisking Yunjin away immediately, there was hope. Shunyan Yi shared a similar thought, and the two began to persuade Qingyun to remain patient. Qingyun regarded them with skepticism, but before he could ponder further, the Tianqing bell rang once more. Linya listened intently as it tolled. Once, twice, 5 times, 6 times. This time, it rang 6 times in total. The sect conference was indeed today. All disciples of the Tianqing sect, even the frail 5th disciple Zhao Wuji, had returned to the sect. Within the cave, the barrier lifted as Ruan Jun slowly opened his eyes. The 3-month period had arrived. During these 3 months, he had received Zhao Wuji's unwavering support. The elixirs he had previously hesitated to use were generously provided by his master, amounting to 2 full bottles. This had elevated his strength from the late Yuanying stage to the peak of Yuanying. Although he had not yet broken through to the transformation stage, he would accept any challenge from Yu Zhao without hesitation. Ruan Jun was no longer the same person he had been 3 months ago. In addition to his cultivation progress, his greatest gain was the set of needle-like magical artifacts bestowed by his master. These artifacts were of high caliber and excelled in stealth and surprise attacks. On the arena, Yunjin would likely not even realize how she had met her demise. Contemplating this, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Ruan Jun's lips. Today marked Yunjin's doom. He rose and exited the cave, heading straight to meet Zhao Wuji, where Luo Yi awaited. Ruan Jun greeted him with a smile. Congratulations, Master Luo, on taking over Tianjin Peak. Luo Yi could not suppress his own smile, nodding in agreement. Come over for tea later. It's merely a matter of dealing with a useless opponent. What are the chances of losing? None at all. Soon, Zhou Li Zhou Dai and the 5th disciple Han Xiaoyu approached. Ruan Jun casually glanced over Zhou Li and Zhou Dai before focusing on Han Xiaoyu. How is your health, junior brother? He inquired. Han Xiaoyu, with a golden serpent coiling around his hand, displayed a faint, peculiar flush on his pale face. He chuckled softly, replying, it's about the same. Ruan Jun expressed concern. Once your cultivation improves further, you should recover completely. Han Xiaoyu nodded obediently. Ruan Jun waited for a moment. But when he did not see Yi Danxiao arrive, he could not help but ask, where is our junior sister? He had not seen her during his seclusion. Although he later reflected that Yi Danxiao might have been using him, he felt no resentment towards her. If it weren't for Yunjin's wickedness, Yi Danxiao would not have resorted to such measures. Thus, Ruan Jun felt a flicker of tenderness at the thought of her and eagerly wished to see her again. Ruan Jun, come in. Zhao Wuji's authoritative voice suddenly resonated from within. Ruanjun quickly cupped his hands in greeting to the others and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback to find not only his master present, but also an unfamiliar man. The man appraised Ruanjun and smiled. Your disciple is quite impressive. With solid cultivation. Zhao Wuji smiled in return. Little Jun is my first disciple. I have watched him grow. To be honest, I regard him as my own son. A glimmer of warmth flickered in Zhao Wuji's eyes as he spoke. Li Heng chuckled. I understand. With your father still in seclusion, I appreciate your willingness to come. Master Wuji. Ruanjun's expression shifted slightly as he grasped the man's identity. This stranger was evidently from Qinglian. The respect Zhao Wuji showed him indicated that Li Heng must possess at least the strength of a tribulation stage cultivator. Ruanjun's demeanor became increasingly respectful. Li Heng smiled. Since Wuji personally sent for me, how could I not come? However, I believe you are somewhat overthinking things. Yunjin has only been in the sect for 3 months. There is no way she can defeat Ruanjun. Zhao Wuji chuckled. I am not concerned about that. I invited my uncle here too. A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Wuji's eyes. The people of Tianjian Peak are simply too obstructive. I truly wish to see them no longer exist. A subtle smile graced Li Heng's lips. Rest assured. Zhao Wuji sighed in relief, but still felt a twinge of pain. Though Li Heng was indeed his father's junior, merely relying on personal connections was insufficient to enlist his help. Zhao Wuji had nearly emptied half of his fortune to persuade Li Heng to make this journey. Originally, this need not have been so complicated, but recalling Yunjin's several unexpected turnarounds, Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and invited Li Heng. With Li Heng's presence, he was eager to see how the people of Tianjian Peak would turn the tables. He intended to let them experience despair bit by bit before ultimately delivering them to their demise. Zhao Wuji glanced at Ruanjun, whose expression had become increasingly animated, and said, Little Jun, the reason I called you in to hear this is that I want you to understand. The individuals from Tianjian Peak are nothing but ants. As my foremost disciple, your status is inherently noble. Those ants can be crushed with a mere flick of our fingers. You need not regard them at all. Ruanjun quickly nodded in agreement. Zhao Wuji then nodded in satisfaction. Once you personally sever Yunjin's head, perhaps that stimulation will allow you to break through to the transformation stage. At that point, you must sincerely thank her. That is only fitting, Ruanjun replied. The 3 men could not help but laugh simultaneously. Chapter 160. Undying and unyielding master uncle. Let us venture forth together, Zhao Wuji remarked with a smile. Harboring no intention to conceal the presence of Li Heng, he was determined to make it abundantly clear to everyone around him. Although Zhao Wuji faced temporary setbacks, his lineage was exceptionally profound. With just a word, he could summon people from the Qingxiao Pavilion. As for someone like Linya, he would likely never encounter such heights in his lifetime. Reflecting on the despair that might wash over Linya and his companions upon Li Heng's appearance, Zhao Wuji felt a surge of relief, alleviating any pangs of regret for the substantial portion of his wealth he had invested. Did the disciples of the Tianqing sect believe they could defy him? This was the perfect opportunity to enlighten them. If one is but an ant, they should not dare to leap. Otherwise, they would only face early annihilation. As Zhao Wuji and his companions emerged, those waiting at the entrance immediately bowed in deference. Zhao Wuji cast a glance over the crowd, ultimately settling his gaze upon Han Xiaoyu. Approaching him, he patted Han's shoulder, saying, Now that you have returned, there's no need for you to leave again. I have devised alternative methods for your recovery, which should prove more effective than that hot spring. Thank you, Master. Han Xiaoyu replied, his face brimming with gratitude. Previously, when Yu Danxiao was absent, he was the youngest disciple and had always been frail. Han Xiaoyu once feared that Zhao Wuji might abandon him. To his surprise, Zhao Wuji had poured his heart into finding ways to improve Han's health, enabling him to reach his current level of cultivation. Such care could only be matched by that of a biological father. Zhao Wuji patted his shoulder once more and coldly inquired, Is everything prepared for the Grand Assembly? Luo Yi promptly replied, Respected Master, everything is ready. The disciples from all peaks have gathered in the plaza. The 10 peak masters are already awaiting on the high platform. Zhao Wuji nodded and remarked, Luo Yi, I hope that next time, among those who greet me on the platform, you will be one of them. Luo Yi couldn't help but smile. Rest assured, Master. This time, the position of peak master is as good as mine. Zhao Wuji felt satisfied, believing that Luo Yi would indeed surpass Linya. Soon, very soon, in just a few days, he would finally rid himself of the thorn in his side that Linya represented. From that point onward, the Tianqing sect would remain a bastion of his authority. In the expansive plaza, a multitude gathered. The disciples of the Tianqing sect convened once every decade. On the central high platform, the 10 peak masters were seated, leaving the center seat conspicuously vacant, a position clearly reserved for Zhao Wuji. Qingyun, Xinyinya. and Songli concealed themselves in the void, perfectly masking their presence. Qingyun's consciousness relentlessly monitored the situation in the earth-fire chamber. The assembly was about to commence. Yet Yunjin had yet to emerge. With the contract battle scheduled for the first day, if Yunjin did not appear soon, would she arrive in time? Linya occupied his seat, his expression tinged with concern. He worried that something might have gone awry with Yunjin. If that were the case, he might need to seek Yang Hui's assistance to force her out. However, Linya's worried demeanor was misinterpreted by others. Among the peak masters, some were genuinely concerned, while others reveled in schadenfreude. Yet, they all shared one consensus: Linya's position as peak master was likely beyond preservation. As everyone awaited in silence, a streak of light cut through the sky, revealing Zhao Wuji's figure in the center. As the crowd prepared to bow, Zhao Wuji waved his hand, and beside his seat, another lavish chair materialized. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Zhao Wuji chuckled. "Allow me to introduce someone. Li Heng, the steward of the Qingxiao Pavilion." He articulated each word with an air of pride. Though Zhao Wuji himself possessed only average talent, he was not without advantages, such as a distinguished lineage and connections that others could only dream of. The presence of a Qingxiao Pavilion steward startled several peak masters, and Linya was momentarily taken aback. With someone from the Qingxiao Pavilion in attendance, Zhao Wuji evidently intended to conclude matters decisively this time. Had it been earlier, Linya would have been filled with dread. Yet now, his expression was merely peculiar. In the next moment, the formidable figure of Li Heng materialized beside Zhao Wuji like a phantom. "My master uncle happened to pass by and has come to observe the battle. You need not feel constrained. Simply perform as you would," Zhao Wuji declared with intent. The presence of a Qingxiao Pavilion steward seated beside him, clearly favoring Zhao Wuji, was hardly conducive to fostering a relaxed atmosphere. Zhao Wuji was deliberately applying pressure on the gathered assembly. Everyone instinctively recalled one name: Yunjin. She was about to face Wan Jun. Was she not under immense pressure? They scanned the area, only to realize that Yunjin was conspicuously absent. Zhao Wuji noticed this and narrowed his eyes. Bound by the contract, he was not concerned about Yunjin fleeing. He merely regretted not witnessing her despair in person. However, time would afford him ample opportunities to savor that moment later. Zhao Wuji deliberately turned his gaze toward Linya, stating, "Linya, where is your esteemed disciple?" She was so adamant about establishing the contract. Wan Jun has acquiesced to her wishes and accepted the contract. Now that Wan Jun is here, where is Yunjin? Has she suddenly had a change of heart? Alas, with the contract in place, is it not a tad too late for her to reconsider? Linya raised an eyebrow and replied, "Master need not worry. My disciple is currently in the earth-fire chamber, and she should soon be responding to the summons of the contract." In seclusion? Zhao Wuji chuckled. Indeed, she should focus on her cultivation, a foundational stage challenging the nascent soul stage. With a bit more effort, she might endure to the second round. "Let us wait and see," Linya responded calmly. Zhao Wuji had already regarded the disciples of the Tianjian Peak as mere fodder, indifferent to the situation, and continued with a nonchalant tone. "Thus, the grand assembly of the sect is hereby convened. The first day shall feature the disciples' battles, with each peak dispatching 5 disciples to compete. As Tianjin Peak lacks 5 members, all shall participate. As the sect leader, I shall humbly yield a spot, so this time, my disciples will number 4. Zhao Wuji's words radiated unwavering confidence. He was certain that with these 4 disciples, he would secure the top ranking, especially with Wan Jun, who he believed would undoubtedly clinch first place. A single first-place score almost equated to the total scores of the top 10. Should Wan Jun secure first, the overall top score would be assured. Zhao Wuji cast a taunting glance at Linya before continuing. Tianjian Peak will field 4 participants, while the remaining peaks will present 5, culminating in a total of 53 contestants. As per the customary rules, a lottery will determine the matchups, ultimately establishing a ranking. Different ranks yield varying scores. The first receives the most, while the 53rd receives the least. The total scores of the competing disciples will establish each peak's rank in the disciples contest. This ranking, combined with the peak master standings, will determine the overall ranking of each peak. The resources allocated for the next decade will also follow this ranking. There exists a special circumstance this time: the contract battle between Yunjin and Wan Jun. The two will first participate in the lottery. If they do not encounter each other, they will face off separately after the ranking matches conclude. Should they meet directly during the lottery, a life and death battle will commence. In ordinary matches, death is not permitted. However, the battle between Yunjin and Wan Jun, as dictated by their contract. Zhao Wuji paused momentarily before intoning, "It shall be a fight to the death." Chapter 161. The Disciples' Tournament commences, to the bitter end. These 4 words seem to resonate with an endless aura of bloodshed. A smile unconsciously crept onto Wan Jun's lips. To the bitter end? He relished the notion. Now, let the drawing of lots begin. Zhao Wuji cast a glance at Linya. If your disciple has yet to arrive by the time the competition starts, we shall consider it a loss, and their points will be counted as 0. Linya remained remarkably composed. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master. Each peak had submitted their lists of elite disciples well in advance. Now, under the watchful gaze of all disciples within the sect, the tournament, which would determine the rankings of each peak, was officially inaugurated. 53 participants would draw lots, with one ultimately exempt from a match. This fortunate individual would advance directly to the next round. In the realm of cultivation, while strength was paramount, fortune also played a crucial role. To be exempt from a match was part of that fortune, and thus, no one protested this seemingly unjust rule. Everyone aspired to be that favored child of destiny. The participating disciples approached in succession to draw their lots. Lot number 1 faced lot number 53, lot number 2 matched with lot number 52, and so forth, with the remaining lot number 27 serving as the exemption. As each individual retrieved their lot, the last remaining one belonged to Yunjin. There was no rush to examine Yunjin's lot. The crowd first glanced at their own. Wan Jun calmly observed his own draw. He had drawn number 1, a splendid number. In this disciples tournament, Wan Jun would undoubtedly claim the top position. He immediately turned his gaze towards Yu Zhao. Apart from Yunjin, he was most eager to challenge Yu Zhao, wishing to prove to him that he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Regrettably, Yu Zhao had drawn number 33, preventing them from clashing in the initial rounds. The disciples from Tianjin Peak had also not matched up against Wan Jun. The only pairing between the sect master's disciples and those from Tianjin Peak was none other than Zhou Li and Si Wanning. Si Wanning regarded Zhou Li with eager anticipation. Her swordsmanship had significantly improved lately, and Zhou Li was a formidable opponent, an ideal opportunity for her to test her current abilities. Wan Jun glanced at Zhou Li and stated, "Third junior brother, this concerns our master's honor. This time, victory is imperative, defeat is not an option." Si Wanning was not an easy adversary, and Zhou Li felt a pang of nervousness but could only acquiesce. He and his brother had never garnered much favor from their master, and if they were to lose this time, it would not only cost the sect points but would also make their future quite difficult. Hence, he had to secure a win. Having mutually confirmed their opponents, everyone realized they had all found their matches. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. "Oh dear, it seems I have arrived late." Yunjin strolled leisurely over, her face adorned with a radiant smile, utterly devoid of the tension and fear others had anticipated. She appeared remarkably composed. Zhao Wuji squinted, instinctively assessing Yunjin and Appo's cultivation level. His expression shifted slightly. How long had it been? Yunjin had already reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Moreover, her spiritual energy was robust and abundant, suggesting she was not far from the late stage of the Golden Core. Such a level of cultivation among elite disciples was not unheard of. However, this was Yunjin, nearly a new disciple of 3 months. Other new disciples were still struggling in the Qi refinement stage. Had she truly embarked upon the Golden Core path? Was such an accomplishment even possible for one with 5 spiritual roots? Even a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root would find it hard to achieve such an extraordinary feat. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted again, but he soon regained his composure. What did it matter if she was mid-stage Golden Core? Wan Jun had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. With such a significant gap in realms, how could Yunjin prevail? Is this truly Wan Jun's opponent? Li Heng remarked with interest. A mere Golden Core cultivator warrants such concern? Zhao Wuji replied softly, "Uncle Master, when I invited you, she was still at the foundation establishment stage." Li Heng looked at Zhao Wuji in disbelief. After a brief pause, Zhao Wuji continued. "She has only been on the path of cultivation for 3 months. 3 months to mid-stage Golden Core?" Li Heng's pupils constricted in disbelief. "That is impossible." Zhao Wuji, though reluctant to acknowledge it, confirmed it is indeed the case. 3 months ago, she was merely a mortal. I am at a loss to explain how her cultivation has accelerated so dramatically, even if she had fortuitously consumed some extraordinary treasure to hasten her growth. What of her spiritual realm? How has her soul's realm kept pace? Or does that treasure enhance spiritual realms as well? What caliber of treasure could achieve such a feat? Li Heng's demeanor grew serious as he scrutinized Yunjin with newfound consideration. Yunjin finally made her entrance. Though merely a mid-stage Golden Core disciple, others instinctively parted ways for her. She traversed the path unimpeded to the drawing box. With a gentle smile, she withdrew the last remaining lot. Upon inspecting it, she raised an eyebrow and declared, "Dear seniors, thank you for your kindness. It appears I shall be exempt from the first round." Wan Jun observed her, offering a faint smile. "No matter. Perhaps we shall meet in the next round." Yunjin expressed surprise. Ruan's senior brother, are you so eager for your demise? Wanjun's expression soured. Those words should be directed at me. Yunjin chided. Ruan's senior brother, we cultivators must not merely spar with words. We must take action. Let the arena reveal the truth. Wanjun. Wasn't it Yunjin who initiated this? He gritted his teeth. Enjoy your fleeting moment of triumph while it lasts. Yunjin nodded earnestly. Thank you for your blessings, senior brother. Wanjun? Was that truly a blessing? He turned away, unwilling to engage with Yunjin further. The results of the drawing had been announced. Yunjin had indeed drawn the exemption lot, making it impossible to gauge her strength just yet. While the crowd felt a tinge of regret, their attention soon shifted to the upcoming matches. Contestants 1 and 53, 2 and 52, 3 and 51, please take the stage, Zhao Wuji announced coldly. The first round of 3 matches commenced simultaneously. Wanjun ascended the stage slowly. His gaze fixed not on his opponent, but coldly upon Yunjin, making a gesture as if to decapitate. Yunjin smiled back at him, then, with a flourish, conjured his stall, swiftly arranging an array of snacks and teas. For those watching the match, a thirst quencher awaits. Tea is free for all. During these dull days, don't you wish to amuse your palate? A bag of seeds for just 1 inferior spiritual stone, handcrafted snacks that will leave you craving for more. The sound stone began broadcasting her voice automatically. Wanjun. Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji glared at Linya in frustration. The disciples' tournament is of utmost importance. Does your disciple not consider the sect's affairs at all? Chapter 162, the 7th level of the Lotus Sword Technique. Linya was taken aback by Yunjin's sudden and audacious maneuver. However, since it was Yunjin's initiative, it began to seem entirely reasonable. If Yunjin were not to employ such clever tactics, Linya would truly be at a loss. Master, Linya chuckled, speaking earnestly. This clearly demonstrates how much importance Xiao Jin places on this conference. Preparing all these items must have taken considerable time. Xiao Jin also believes that merely waiting to watch the arena matches is overly tedious, hence sacrificing her personal time to create so many things. Such dedication is genuinely moving. Zhao Wujia cast a cold glance at Linya. You certainly possess a talent for sophistry. At this moment, Linya was unperturbed by Zhao Wujia's demeanor, boldly stating, sophistry? What is there to argue about? Is there a single sect rule that prohibits setting up stalls during the Grand Assembly? There is none. Therefore, we cannot voice any objections. Zhao Wujia was incensed. The sect rules do not state that one cannot commit suicide, yet no one has done so. Linya was taken aback. What? Master, are you contemplating suicide? Absolutely not. You are the very soul of our Tianqing sect. If you were to take such drastic measures, I cannot imagine the suffering it would bring to us all. He hastily corrected himself. The pain. Zhao Wujia's expression darkened completely. Ever since Yunjin's arrival, Linya had become increasingly eccentric. It was one thing for Linya to act irrationally, but must he also follow suit? Everyone knew Linya was shameless. Could he really afford to be shameless alongside him? Zhao Wujia turned away, choosing to ignore Linya. After all, it was only a few days left. He regarded Linya's antics as a desperate struggle. In the face of impending demise, a person might indulge a bit more, which could be forgiven. Zhao Wujia shifted his focus to the arena matches. In the brief moment that had passed, the victor of the first arena had been determined. Wanjun, holding a curved blade artifact, had it poised at his opponent's throat, exuding an air of elegance. Junior brother, I concede. The defeated disciple collapsed to the ground, clearly shaken. His cultivation was at the nascent soul stage, yet despite being in the early nascent soul phase while Wanjun was at its peak, he had not withstood even 3 moves, which was quite astonishing. The first arena, Wanjun wins, the judge declared. Wanjun smiled slightly, his gaze directed at Yunjin. Junior sister Yun, I truly hope to encounter you in the next match. The crowd's attention inevitably turned toward Yunjin. With a faint smile, she replied, I hope so too. However, at this moment, Wanjun squinted his eyes. Suddenly, Yunjin's tone became fervent. Senior brother Ruan, would you care for a snack? Wanjun's expression darkened immediately. How could Yunjin maintain such a nonchalant demeanor after witnessing such a battle? Did she not regard herself with any seriousness, or did she simply wish to provoke fate? Wanjun smirked, leaping off the arena and coldly retorting, Junior sister Yun, are you aware that you are surely doomed? Is this your way of preserving some funds for your coffin before your demise? Yunjin smiled gently. Indeed. Senior brother, would you mind taking care of the business? Wanjun found it laughable and tossed a high-quality crystal stone. No need for change. Such generosity? Yunjin's eyes sparkled as she promptly pocketed the crystal stone, then set out a collection of spiritual plants and ores that she currently had no use for. Eagerly looking at Wanjun, Senior brother Wan, for all these, 50 high-quality crystal stones will suffice. Wanjun had initially intended to humiliate Yunjin, but his expression darkened. What was this nonsense? Did she take him for a fool? Too expensive? That S49, no less. With a darkened face, Wan Jun departed. Yun Jin called after him. Senior brother Wan, can't you part with such a trifling amount of crystal stones? Wan Jun remained silent, prompting Yun Jin to mutter. I thought senior brother Wan was quite generous, yet it appears he's merely putting on a show. In the void, Qing Yun watched with amusement. This disciple was quite interesting. It seemed the Xiandan sect would become lively in the future, he remarked cheerfully. Feng Yu and Li Yun had previously boasted about their disciples before him. Now, it seemed his own disciple could easily outshine their 7 or 8 disciples combined. The Xiandan sect? Song Li said calmly. It's not far from Qinglian Sword sect. Senior Qing Yun, you should come for a visit, and don't forget to see junior sister Yun when you do. Initially, Song Li had harbored uncertainty about whether Yun Jin would become his direct disciple. However, now, he had merely sent a message, and his master had personally come? Did this not prove something? Yun Jin was destined to be his little sister. Is that so? Unfortunately, the Beastmaster sect is somewhat distant from you, making future visits inconvenient. But rest assured, I will convey your sentiments to Yun Jin, Shun Yinya replied confidently. The Beastmaster sect was the closest. His master, the Great Ascension Stage Liuli Junren, was soon to arrive. Though Qing Yun was also at the Great Ascension Stage, alchemists did not prioritize cultivation. If it came to a contest, he would not stand a chance against his master. Yun Jin was already fated to belong to the Beastmaster sect. The three of them in the void exchanged glances, each perceiving a palpable hostility. There was but one Yun Jin. Let each rely on their own abilities when the time came. The disciple matches proceeded methodically. A total of 26 contests unfolded at a pace far swifter than anticipated. Many battles concluded in an instant. Yu Zhao and Yu Songyan both successfully completed their first round of matches. At this moment, it was finally time for Si Wan Ning. Her opponent was Zhou Li. Regarding the Zhou brothers, Zhou Li and Zhou Dai, Si Wan Ning held no animosity. In fact, she felt a twinge of sympathy for them. However, this was an arena match. Only by exerting her utmost would she truly respect her opponent. Moreover, Si Wan Ning was determined not to let the Tianjian Peak lose. Even if there were only 4 participants, they would fight fiercely for first place. Senior brother Zhou, Si Wan Ning clasped her hands. My apologies. A radiant longsword materialized in her hand. Zhou Li's expression turned serious as he brandished a spear. In the next moment, their figures morphed into shadows, clashing in battle. Their combat was evenly matched. One excelled in swordsmanship while the other in spear technique, resulting in an exhilarating exchange. Meanwhile, the other 2 matches taking place simultaneously drew no attention. All eyes were riveted on this high-level confrontation that had emerged prematurely in the first round. Zhao Wujie narrowed his eyes. He was aware of Zhou Li's skill. Having spent years honing himself in the field, he should have the upper hand over Si Wan Ning in practical combat. At that instant, the arena shifted dramatically. Zhao Wujie's expression also subtly altered. He witnessed lotus blossoms unfurling, petals swirling in the air. Zhou Li was momentarily dazed. In the next heartbeat, Si Wan Ning's sword was poised at his throat. His spear fell limply to the ground as he murmured, 7th level sword technique. Si Wan Ning's swordsmanship had ascended to an entirely new realm. Reaching the 7th level. Chapter 163. The Cat and the Mouse. Thank you, Brother Zhou, Si Wan Ning spoke softly. Zhou Li, though defeated, acknowledged her skill with sincerity. Sister Si, you are truly remarkable. You are the first to master the 7th level of the Lotus Sword Technique in these years. Si Wan Ning, however, attributed her success to Yun Jin, choosing only to smile slightly. Your progress has also been significant, brother. Zhou Li shook his head with a wry smile, stepping down from the ring. On the sidelines, Zhou Dai looked at him with a worried expression. The brothers exchanged glances, both aware that their future would likely be fraught with challenges. On stage, Zhao Wujie's expression was indeed grim. He snorted coldly, considering Zhou Li and Zhou Dai to be the least capable among his disciples. Keeping them around was merely a waste of resources. Useless fellows, Wan Jun sneered, raising his hand and striking Zhou Li's face with a resounding slap. Zhou Li looked at him in disbelief. Master brother you. Zhou Dai immediately stepped in front of Zhou Li, noticing a glimmer of coldness in Wan Jun's gaze. Master brother. Si Wan Ning's sword technique has reached the 7th level. It would be difficult for anyone else to defeat her. Excuses. Wan Jun retorted with a mocking smile. Is it not due to your own inadequacies? Have you not trained diligently? Why have your skills not improved over the years? If you continue like this, you will bring shame upon our sect. Zhou Dai, if you cannot reach the 3rd round, neither you nor your brother shall call me master brother again. Wan Jun's attitude was unyielding. Gu Jinghong stood beside Yun Jin, observing from a distance, his brow furrowing. Yun Jin glanced at him and said nonchalantly, What? Are you feeling sympathy for them? Gu Jinghong lowered his head and replied, Their situation is indeed not easy. Yunjin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. She regarded the pair of twins with a contemplative expression. Yi Cheng was expelled by Zhao Wuji, which surprisingly delighted her. Should these twins find themselves without a place to go, she would not mind taking them in. Gu Jinghong's heart sank at the thought of his master's intentions. He realized that he should have refrained from expressing any sympathy. As Zhou Li and Zhou Dai, looking forlorn, noticed Gu Jinghong's gaze, they exchanged puzzled glances. They were in disarray, yet their second brother seemed to regard them with envy and jealousy. The first round of battles continued until the sun set, concluding all matchups. Zhao Wuji announced the start of the second round of drawings. The first round yielded 26 successful participants, with Yunjin receiving a bye, totaling 27 advancing individuals. This round would also have one bye, assigned to the solitary number 14. Everyone's attention turned to Yunjin. She blinked and asked, "Am I to draw first?" The crowd nodded in unison. Unfazed, she stepped forward and casually drew a slip. Upon glancing at it, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry," she said, revealing a red slip. It was precisely number 14. The crowd's expressions shifted subtly at her consecutive byes. Zhao Wuji's expression also changed slightly. Having reached his level of cultivation, he understood that fate truly played a role in this world. 2 consecutive byes. This could only indicate that Yunjin's fortune surpassed that of the other contestants by a significant margin. Such overwhelming outcomes were not to be ignored. Yunjin must not be allowed to flourish any further. She must be eliminated in the arena. If his predictions held true, Yunjin might continue to receive byes. However, there would come a time when she could no longer be spared. At that moment, no amount of luck could save her from absolute strength. On the first day, all members of the Tianjian Peak advanced. During the night, Qingyun and others refrained from appearing, wishing not to disturb Yunjin's focus before her battle. Soon, the second day arrived. This time, there were a total of 13 matches, plus another bye for Yunjin, resulting in 14 slots. Members of Tianjian Peak once again all advanced, and Zhou Dai successfully reached the third round, prompting Ruanjun to regard the brothers with a more favorable expression. In the third round, there were no byes. The 14 participants drew lots, forming 7 pairs. 7 winners would emerge from this round. Remarkably, Ruanjun faced Yu Songyan, while Yu Zhao confronted Zhou Dai. Si Wanning faced a formidable opponent from another peak. Yunjin was set to engage in her first battle against a senior of the late Golden Core stage. With only 7 matches, each was expected to be fiercely contested. The fact that all members of Tianjin Peak reached the top 13 was already an impressive feat, yet it was far from sufficient for claiming victory. Especially with Yu Songyan facing Ruanjun, the outcome seemed almost predetermined. However, given Yu Songyan's nature, he was likely to fight to the bitter end. Yunjin felt a pang of concern. Without her involvement, Yu Songyan would likely not persist in a reckless struggle. Yet, she would eventually face Ruanjun, her third brother. Though cold in demeanor, had a warm heart and would likely expend himself to deplete Ruanjun's strength in their confrontation. Above all, she wished to shield Yu Songyan from any harm. Determined, Yunjin approached Yu Songyan, her expression grave. "Third brother, I am confident of victory against Ruanjun. You must trust me. My battle is mine to handle." She was unwilling to allow Yu Songyan to pay an irrevocable price for her sake. Yu Songyan listened earnestly, then smiled slightly, reaching out to ruffle Yunjin's hair. Without uttering a word, he ascended the stage. Even Yunjin found herself uncertain of her third brother's true thoughts. All she hoped was that he would not be too stubborn. In this round, Yu Zhao also took the stage to battle Zhou Dai. Si Wanning and Yunjin would compete in the subsequent match, both anxiously watching from the sidelines. A smirk appeared on Ruanjun's face as he declared, "Yu Songyan, you are no match for me." Yu Songyan remained silent, standing quietly. Ruanjun, aware of Yu Songyan's character, grew impatient with idle chatter and launched his attack directly. Yu Songyan evaded effortlessly, moving like a floating reed amidst Ruanjun's swordplay. He never drew his sword, adhering to the principle of hiding one's blade. He would not strike unless the opportunity arose. When he did, it would be a cataclysmic event. This was Ruanjun's first encounter with Yu Songyan, and his strength vastly surpassed Yu Songyan's, allowing for an easy victory. However, why ended so swiftly? Though killing was prohibited in the arena, tormenting a Tianjian Peak disciple was far more entertaining. Ruanjun smiled as he wielded his curved blade, leaving a series of wounds on Yu Songyan's body. Despite the blood flowing, Yu Songyan continued to evade. Third brother, Yunjin's face paled. She wished for Yu Songyan to concede. Yet she knew he possessed his own pride. Ruanjun was toying with him, and it was clear to all, including Yu Songyan, that he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength. But since Ruanjun had not delivered a finishing blow, the game would continue. Wait for an opportunity that could turn the tide. The wounds are multiplying, Yet Yu Songyan's demeanor grows increasingly composed. The third junior brother. Si Wanqing dares not look. Yu Zhao has already subdued Zhou Dai and has returned to the stage, his expression devoid of emotion as he observes the battle. If Ranjun emerges victorious, they shall speak little of it. Yet, he insists on employing this cat-and-mouse approach. Yunjin slowly rises, the Tai sword at her waist trembling. In her eyes, it seems as if flames are igniting. Excellent. This time, she is thoroughly enraged. She will ensure that Ranjun pays him back in kind for the injuries inflicted upon her third senior brother. Chapter 164. Am I foolish? On the high platform, Lin Yu observed with an unusual calmness. However, the hand concealed within his sleeve involuntarily tightened. He refrained from uttering a word, for it was unnecessary. The rules of the arena dictated that as long as no life was in jeopardy, he had no reason to intervene. Yu Songyan himself likely did not wish for such interference. His disciples were all born with a proud spirit, although Yu Songyan was typically reticent. His pride was no less than anyone else's. Despite his numerous injuries, he never once contemplated surrender. Lin Yu could see that Yu Songyan was still diligently seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Regardless of the eventual outcome, this was a journey of growth for Songyan. Lin Fengzhu. Zhao Wuji suddenly chuckled. I must say, I feel a bit embarrassed. My eldest disciple has become overly playful. Your disciple, too, is rather obstinate, despite the evident disparity in cultivation. He refuses to concede. If this continues, he may truly jeopardize his foundation. He eagerly glanced at Linya, anticipating a display of anger. Yet, Linya's demeanor was excessively composed. He sat there like a colossal block of ice, responding to Zhao Wuji's words with a mere indifference. Song Yin is a child of his own convictions. He will make the right decision. Zhao Wuji frowned slightly, his irritation growing at Linya's reaction. He raised an eyebrow and continued, Indeed, the sect rules are clear. No matter what, Xiaojun will not endanger Yu Songyin's life. However, when the time comes for him to face your beloved little disciple, I wonder if your disciple will enjoy such good fortune? Zhao Wuji's words carried an undercurrent of malice. Yu Songyin would not be killed, nor was there a need for such an outcome. But what of Yunjin? If her situation were to deteriorate, would Lin Yu maintain his composure? In a battle against Yunjin, Xiaojun would certainly not hold back. At that moment, he would unleash all his fury, methodically tormenting her. The scene would undoubtedly be spectacular, Zhao Wuji mused, excitement bubbling within him. A mere new disciple daring to alter the course of Tianqing's sect, challenging his authority. It would all be her own doing. Lin Yu lifted his gaze to his little disciple. Yunjin was intently focused on the combat in the arena, her concentration so profound that it seemed she wished to imprint every detail upon her memory. For the first time, Lin Yu sensed that this time, Yunjin was genuinely enraged. She had faced many attacks before, each time retaliating fiercely. Yet those schemes were aimed solely at her, and she had never felt that surge of indignation. But this time, it was her companion who was harmed, her third senior brother, who, though taciturn, had always cared for her. Anger ignited within Yunjin, a conflagration of fury that blazed in her heart and shone in her eyes. Very well. Initially, she had only desired to swiftly sever Xiaojun's head. This time, she would ensure he savored the anguish her senior brother was enduring, piece by piece. In the arena, Xiaojun grew increasingly agitated as Yu Songyin showed no sign of resistance, allowing him to inflict wound after wound. If it were anyone else, it would suffice. But this was Yunjin's third senior brother. He could even see the fury in Yunjin's eyes. This was excellent. With Yunjin enraged, the intensity of their battle would only heighten, making her more susceptible to emotional turmoil. Although victory was assured, employing additional tactics would certainly ensure a safer outcome. Xiaojun sought not just to torment Yu Songyin, but also to incite Yunjin's emotions, hoping to disrupt her focus during the fight, thereby increasing his chances of victory. However, at the moment Xiaojun glanced towards Yunjin below the platform, Yu Songyin's expression transformed. He had evaded for so long, successfully lowering Xiaojun's guard, even taking the time to scrutinize his junior sister's expression. Now, the moment for retaliation had arrived. A dagger, concealed until now, suddenly appeared in Yu Songyin's grasp. He braced himself against an incoming attack, and in the next instant, he materialized behind Xiaojun with an almost supernatural swiftness. He had concealed his sword for years, never once revealing it in previous battles. But now he had drawn it forth. The longer a sword is hidden, the greater its power upon unsheathing. And this sword had been hidden for a decade. The moment the blade emerged, Xiaojun sensed something awry, but it was too late. The sword and Appo's light surged forth, and he instinctively attempted to defend himself. In an instant, the brilliance of the blade enveloped the entire arena. What transpired within remained obscured. Zhao Wuji abruptly rose to his feet. The might of Yu Songyin's strike was indeed formidable. If Xiaojun were to be defeated here, it would be an immense humiliation. As the brilliance faded, Yu Songnian stood in the corner, pale and bloodied, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. He had seized the finest opportunity to deliver a perfect strike, regardless of the final outcome. He had given his all. To strive was to know no regret. Xiao Jun stood at the center of the arena, a gaping wound in his chest. At the last moment, he had shifted his body, avoiding a fatal strike to his vital points. The wound rapidly healed, soon leaving scarcely a trace. Yu Songnian felt a twinge of regret. The disparity in their cultivation was simply too great. Even with his decade of hidden prowess, this was the extent of the damage he could inflict. Xiao Jun, however, was consumed by madness. After emerging from seclusion, he had believed himself the foremost among the younger generation, intending to sweep through the disciple competition with an invincible demeanor. Yet, here he was, injured while merely entering the top 7, wounded by none other than the disciple he had toyed with all along. The humiliation was unbearable. Xiao Jun's gaze turned frenzied. Initially, he had sought to humiliate Yu Songnian, but now, though he was unable to kill, he intended to obliterate Yu Songnian's chances of continuing his path as a cultivator. The curved blade in Xiao Jun's hand began to shimmer with a sinister glow. This time, he resolved to unleash his full might. Just as Xiao Jun prepared to strike, Yu Songnian, standing at the edge of the platform, suddenly smiled at him and leaped down. Xiao Jun, his attack, poised to unleash, merely struck the arena's barrier, failing to create even the slightest ripple. Below the platform, Yu Songnian waved his hand, declaring, "Senior brother Xiao is formidable, I concede." Xiao Jun's composure shattered. Concede? At this moment, you choose to admit defeat? Yu Songnian's concession declared him the loser, with Xiao Jun emerging victorious. Yet, the victor wore a dark expression, devoid of any joy. Meanwhile, the defeated Yu Songnian appeared at ease, happily engaging in conversation with others from Tianjin Peak. Xiao Jun descended the platform with a scowl, coldly addressing Yu Songnian, "Coward." Yu Songnian merely smiled faintly, choosing to ignore him. He was no fool, having exhausted all his trump cards. Why would he insist on a futile struggle against Xiao Jun when he knew he could not prevail? He simply preferred silence, not a lack of intellect. Perhaps it was Xiao Jun who was lacking in reason, as conveyed through Yu Songnian's gaze. Xiao Jun was momentarily taken aback, angered, and turned away in frustration. Since the arrival of Yunjin into the sect, the individuals of Tianjin Peak have truly become increasingly irksome, one more so than the other. Chapter 165. Finally confronted by the third senior brother as Wan Jun departed, Yunjin hurriedly handed over a few third-rank recovery pills. Yu Songnian could not help but say, "Junior sister, it's nothing serious, just a minor flesh wound." Wan Jun intended to toy with him slowly. Although his wounds appeared alarming, they were not particularly grave. Nonetheless, they were painful. Yunjin, however, was somewhat stubborn. Yu Songnian's gaze softened slightly as he consumed a recovery pill. Under the effects of the pill, his wounds healed swiftly. He spoke gently, "Junior sister, be cautious of his hidden moves during your battle with Wan Jun." Hidden moves? Yu Zhao and the others were momentarily taken aback. Yu Songnian elaborated. After my hidden sword struck him, he instinctively attempted to wield a magical artifact. At that moment, he clearly held his most frequently used artifact, the fiery curved blade. This action indicates that, besides the fiery curved blade, he possesses even more formidable artifacts. However, he ultimately restrained himself and did not reveal that artifact. Otherwise, I could have helped you gather more intelligence. This was the first time Yu Songnian had spoken so extensively in one breath. Yunjin felt a touch of gratitude. To put it plainly, the third senior brother was endeavoring to uncover Wan Jun's true capabilities on her behalf. Yunjin earnestly replied, "I will be cautious." Only then did Yu Songnian reveal a relieved smile, feeling that he had somewhat aided his junior sister. "Well, it's my turn now," Si Wanning chuckled. "Third junior brother, this time my ranking will surpass yours." Though Yu Songnian entered the sect later than she did, he possessed the complete inheritance of the prestigious Yu family. Had it not been for that peculiar petrification ailment, he would have been a prodigious talent. When he joined, he was already at the nascent soul stage. But his cultivation had since declined, and he was likely at the late golden core stage now. In a battle, Si Wanning acknowledged that she would not be a match for Yu Songnian's elusive swordplay. However, this time, she was optimistic about surpassing her third junior brother in ranking and restoring her second senior sister's prestige. Yu Songnian had reached the top 13, while Si Wanning, if victorious, could enter the top 7. Yu Songnian smiled, unperturbed, merely encouraging, "Sister, do your best." Yunjin blinked. "I too shall finally go up and stretch my limbs. If I don't move soon, I'll rust." Her words implied a sense of grievance, as if she were being sidelined. Had this not been a 7 versus 7 match? The others might have suspected Yunjin could claim a bye. In the face of such an unfair advantage, everyone could only silently express their disdain. Si Wanning and Yunjin each took to the arena. Siwan Ning faced a disciple from the Mingyue Peak, who was already at the nascent soul stage. Siwan Ning was merely one step away from the nascent soul stage, and she hoped to leverage her 7-layered lotus sword technique to fight above her level. However, her lack of combat experience ultimately led to her being defeated and knocked off the stage. Yun Jin, by contrast, was more fortunate. Her opponent was a late Golden Core senior brother. This battle drew significant attention, as everyone was eager to see how Yun Jin, a Golden Core practitioner, measured up against a seasoned Golden Core adept. If Yun Jin were to lose this match, Ruan Jun would have no reason to worry. Many speculated that even if this prodigy were to win, it would be a hard-fought victory. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yun Jin simply flicked her sword, and the senior brother was instantaneously sent flying off the stage. Yun Jin had achieved a swift victory. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Even Ruan Jun's expression darkened. Yun Jin's prowess was not that of an ordinary Golden Core practitioner. A late Golden Core cultivator could not even gauge her true abilities. However, he mused that dealing with a late Golden Core opponent would take but a single move. Yun Jin appeared at ease. Perhaps she had already exerted all her strength. When the time for life and death battles arrived, he would certainly demonstrate the vast chasm between them. Below the stage, Siwan Ning sighed in disappointment. Well, her plan to restore her sister's glory had failed once more. Yet, upon observing Yun Jin, she remained composed. Even if she had surpassed her third junior brother, she could not possibly overshadow her junior sister. She resolved to embrace her role as a laid-back senior sister. Achieving the top 13 was already a commendable goal for both Yu Songyan and Siwan Ning, and neither felt particularly regretful. Soon, the top 7 were determined. This time, the top 7 consisted of Yu Zhao and Yun Jin from the Tianjin Peak, Ruan Jun, and another nascent soul disciple, Qinshan, from the Master S sect. The remaining 9 peaks collectively secured merely 3 spots. The situation had become quite clear. Whichever disciple from Tianjin Peak or the Master S sect claimed victory would emerge as the points champion of the disciples' competition. Would it be Ruan Jun, Yu Zhao, or perhaps Yun Jin? The finals would take place the following day. In the draw for the 7-4 matches, Yun Jin, as expected, drew a bye, while the remaining 3 would produce 3 victors to join Yun Jin in the top 4. In the top 7 matches, Yu Zhao did not face Ruan Jun, allowing both to advance, while the other winner turned out to be a disciple from the Lingqi Peak. In the top 4, Tianjin Peak secured 2 spots, leaving only Ruan Jun from the Master S sect. Zhao Wuji's countenance was somewhat grim, yet he remained unfazed. The first-place points were substantial. As long as Ruan Jun secured the championship, they would still claim the top position. In the top 4 matches, the battles commenced. Ruan Jun drew first, his eyes glinting with malice. This time, he had a significant chance of facing someone from Tianjin Peak. If he faced Yun Jin, he would eliminate her. If he faced Yu Zhao, he would incapacitate him. Yun Jin narrowed her eyes, knowing that with her luck, she would most likely draw the weakest opponent. She vaguely sensed that her fortunate streak was linked to her suppression of Yidanxia. Luck was an elusive concept, and Yun Jin could not discern its depths. Among the other 3, the disciple from Lingqi Peak was the weakest. If Yun Jin faced her, it would be akin to Ruan Jun confronting the senior brother. Yun Jin squinted. For the first time, she did not wish for her overwhelming luck to manifest. In this round, she aimed to face Ruan Jun. She wanted to thwart him in the top 4. In her heart, Yun Jin continuously reinforced her desire to draw Ruan Jun. She was uncertain of its efficacy, but it was better than nothing. Soon, the 4 individuals drew their lots. Number 1 faced number 4. Number 2 faced number 3. Yun Jin was number 3, and number 2 was. Yun Jin locked eyes with Ruan Jun, who also met her gaze. They both smiled simultaneously. What an unfortunate coincidence. They both wished to draw each other. Yun Jin, it seems fate has destined you for an early demise. Ruan Jun revealed a malicious grin. Yun Jin's eyes sparkled. Is that so? I believe fate cannot bear to part with me. Ruan Jun's expression turned cold, while Yun Jin remained smiling. Their gazes locked, and an undercurrent surged between them. Chapter 166. The first battle of Taiyue. The inevitable confrontation between Ruan Jun and Yun Jin was a truth universally acknowledged. Yet, Yun Jin had been fortunate enough to avoid conflict thus far, a testament to her current auspicious fortune. Many believed she would face the weakest opponent. However, the turn of events was startling. Yun Jin was directly matched against Ruan Jun. This development sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd. Yu Zhao felt a twinge of anxiety and cast a concerned glance at Yun Jin, solemnly advising, "Junior sister, do take care." Yun Jin responded with a faint smile, assuring him, "Senior brother, there is no need for concern." She had never entertained the thought of defeat, neither in the past nor would she in the future. With each battle, she would forge her indomitable sword heart. Ruan Jun? Merely a stepping stone in her ascent. At that moment, Zhao Wuji rose, his impatience palpable. Contestants from both groups, please take the stage. Yu Zhao and another disciple ascended to Platform 1, while Yun Jin and Wan Jun took their positions on Platform 2. Even as he stood on the stage, Yu Zhao found his gaze repeatedly drifting toward Yun Jin. Wan Jun had secluded himself for 3 months, and such time would surely not have been squandered. Coupled with Zhao Wuji as possible clandestine assistants, Wan Jun had undoubtedly grown stronger since 3 months prior. Yu Zhao acknowledged that should he face Wan Jun again, he would lack even the slightest confidence. Though his junior sister possessed extraordinary talent destined to outshine both himself and Wan Jun in the future, the present circumstances were undeniably precarious. Yu Zhao cast a blind glance into the void. Surely, the esteemed seniors were observing from the shadows. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, they would likely ensure Yun Jin's safety. Let the battle commence. The judge declared. Senior brother Yu, I may attack first. His opponent seized the moment. Noticing Yu Zhao's momentary distraction, returning to focus, Yu Zhao wore an apologetic expression. Junior sister, we ought to take our time in this duel. However, my mind is restless, so I must conclude this fight swiftly. His opponent blinked in confusion, yet before she could respond, Yu Zhao unsheathed his sword without hesitation. In an instant, he unleashed the full force of the sevenfold void-breaking sword technique. The disciple from Lingqi Peak felt her pupils constrict. This was Yu Zhao's void-breaking sword technique. She had studied it extensively and devised various countermeasures. Now was the moment to, but before she could act. The sword light flashed, and Yu Zhao's blade came to rest firmly before her, the fierce sword aura pinning her in place. Junior sister, I concede. Yu Zhao spoke softly. In one swift stroke, he triumphed. The disciple's complexion turned pale. She had anticipated a disparity in skill, yet she had never envisioned being so easily vanquished in the semifinals. The gulf between them was far greater than she had imagined. I admit defeat, she declared, sincerity in her voice, and gracefully exited the stage. Forgive me, Yu Zhao offered a quick, apologetic glance before hastily leaving the platform. The manner of his victory felt somewhat undignified, but he could not shake his concern, eager to witness Yun Jin's battle. Thankfully, the Lingqi Peak elder understood, whispering, a swift conclusion is preferable. It allows us time to witness the true pinnacle of competition. All eyes turned to the remaining platform. Upon the stage, Wan Jun and Yun Jin exchanged tentative blows, both seemingly holding back their strength. Wan Jun, eyeing Yun Jin with a cold smirk, created distance between them. In the next moment, a blazing curved blade materialized in his hand. Junior sister Yun, I had intended to savor this encounter. However, it seems my treasure is now eager for action. Rather than prolonging the duel, I find myself wishing to claim your head at the earliest opportunity. Oh? Yun Jin feigned disappointment, smiling brightly. I do enjoy a leisurely engagement. Yet, since senior brother insists with a light chuckle, the Taiye sword appeared in her grasp. The sight of this sword caused Song Li's pupils to constrict in shock, nearly revealing himself. Fortunately, Qinglian intervened just in time to prevent exposure. Song Li, what is the matter? Qinglian chided him. If he were to be revealed at such a critical moment, it would hinder his enjoyment of witnessing his disciple's prowess. The Taiye Song Li murmured, still dazed. That is the Taiye's sword. Taiye? Both Qing Yun and Xinyin Yi exchanged curious glances. In their perception, while the sword was indeed remarkable, it hardly warranted Song Li's reaction. They regarded Song Li with confusion as he slowly shook his head, offering no explanation. Yet, his gaze upon Yun Jin had shifted significantly. The Taiye's sword, a creation of his own whim, had been placed within his ring. Although this sword possessed the potential for growth, its initial attributes were exceedingly extreme, requiring an abundance of materials to refine it to a higher star level, something Song Li had never been confident in achieving. Moreover, having already crafted his own destined sword, he had no intention of diverting his energy toward the Taiye. Nevertheless, the sword was so unique that Song Li could never bring himself to part with it. He could not explain why, but in a moment of inspiration while preparing the ring, he had inexplicably placed the Taiye sword inside, almost immediately regretting his decision. He left a message for the Yun family's descendant to seek him out at Qinglian Sword sect for a trade, believing that a member of the Yun family entering the world of cultivation would be a complete novice, lacking background and resources. She would be unable to elevate the Taiye sword's status. Song Li dismissed his earlier action as a moment of folly, for cultivators revered fate and destiny. Having placed it within the ring, he felt no reason to withdraw it. This led to the moment Yun Jin beheld the Taiye sword. Yet now, even Song Li could scarcely fathom that Yun Jin would indeed choose the Taiye sword, and from the looks of it, it had evidently ascended to 2 stars. This indicated that Yun Jin must be at least a second-tier artifact refiner. Song Li's gaze upon the Taiye grew fervent. It appeared that Yun Jin had developed her own method of refinement, her own approach to ascending stars. A flicker of competitive spirit ignited within him. He was eager to discover the nature of Yun Jin's ascension strategy. Would it surpass his own? The inaugural battle of the Tai sword is dedicated to you, senior brother. Yun Jin beamed at Ruan Jun. Should this sword sever your head, your name may echo through eternity. I shall preemptively congratulate you. Chapter 167. The dual sword intent. Ruan Jun gazed at the oddly shaped Tai, a sword, and couldn't help but scoff. A mere gimmick. Is that so? Yun Jin replied with a light chuckle, channeling her spiritual energy into the Tai sword, unleashing a beam of sword light that sliced through the air. At that moment, Yun Jin's cultivation level was at the mid-stage of the golden core, yet with the enhancement from the Tai sword, her power surged to rival that of the nascent soul stage. To Ruan Jun, this attack was still manageable. He swung his blade to disperse the sword light. Though his expression subtly shifted, a mere ordinary attack could receive such a tremendous boost? This sword was rather extraordinary. In the void, Song Li's expression grew increasingly grave. That strike had at least doubled in power. If he followed his star-ascending plan, he likely could not achieve such results. Had Yun Jin truly discovered a superior path to ascend? More observation was warranted. Song Li fixated on the arena, his eyes unblinking. Such theatrics. Ruan Jun sneered. Taking the initiative to attack. Possessing a singular fire attribute root, paired with his blazing curved blade, he was a formidable force. A torrent of flames spiraled into a vortex and surged toward Yun Jin. Yun Jin stood firm, holding the Tai sword, motionless. She did not evade. Ruan Jun's spirits lifted. Was she intending to endure his assault? He welcomed the challenge. In an instant, the flames engulfed Yun Jin, rendering the arena a domain of fire. Was this how she would lose? Yu Zhao gripped his sword tightly. In the next moment, from within the flames, a surge of waves erupted. The waves morphed into the shape of a water dragon, breaking free from the inferno, and as the water dragon opened its maw, the previously fearsome flames were entirely absorbed, turning the tide in an instant. The water dragon, having consumed the flames, surged forward toward Ruan Jun. His pupils constricted. The might of this water dragon was no less than his own. He was at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. At this moment, he could not afford to ponder further. Flames stacked upon one another formed a colossal wall of fire. Water could extinguish fire, but only if they were of equal caliber. He refused to believe that Yun Jin and Appo's spiritual energy could surpass his own. Ruan Jun anticipated a fierce impact from the water dragon. However, just as it reached him, it suddenly soared into the air. In the next instant, it opened its jaws. Ruan Jun's pupils dilated in shock. What the? Inside the water dragon's mouth, unbeknownst to him, lay a bolt of lightning. The lightning struck down with ferocious speed. Ruan Jun was caught off guard and could only hastily defend himself. The next moment, the lightning broke through his defenses and struck him mercilessly. Ruan Jun trembled violently, his form blasted into a charred silhouette. The golden core technique combined with the water attribute divine ability, thunder in water. Upon its immediate execution, it yielded remarkable results. Yun Jin chuckled, Brother Ruan. You wear that look rather well. Ruan Jun clenched his teeth. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone believed Ruan Jun would secure an overwhelming victory over Yun Jin. Even if there was a minuscule chance of her winning, it would surely come at a grievous cost. Yet now, in their first clash, Yun Jin had gained a decisive advantage. Below the stage, Sword Elder chuckled, noting the enhancement from the wave sword intent and the water thunder divine ability. Little Yun truly harbors many secrets. Elder Ming stroked his beard, astonished. He sensed the aura of a profound technique in that last move. Yun Jin had indeed pushed her technique to a new level. The current technique was at least a high-grade profound scripture. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the profound scripture encompassed 5 attributes, and Yun Jin had only utilized one thus far. What might the other 4 divine abilities entail? Initially, Elder Ming had worried for Yun Jin, but now he found himself filled with anticipation. Ling Fei, holding the rambunctious Gon Gon, watched the battle unfold. Gon Gon, witnessing its master display such prowess, writhed with excitement, seemingly eager to join the fray. Ling Fei gently patted its head. Your cultivation is still too low. Once you reach the golden core stage, you can assist your master. Gon Gon felt a wave of despair, believing its progress was swift enough. Alas, its master was simply too extraordinary. With a sigh of melancholy, Gon Gon silently devised a new training regimen. On the stage, spiritual energy surged, and Ruan Jun quickly returned to his original state, coldly regarding Yun Jin. Very well. This time you've truly provoked me. Yun Jin's expression remained impassive. I eagerly awaited. Ruan Jun ceased speaking, his figure darting forward like a specter. Wielding his fiery curved blade, a technique he had mastered with considerable expertise. The combination was nothing short of astounding. Yun Jin remained unperturbed. The Tai sword was unsheathed. Waves of sword intent and rotating sword intent were simultaneously infused. As the two clashed, Ruan Jun felt something amiss. He was aware of Yun Jin's profound swordsmanship. He knew she had mastered the wave sword intent. However, Yun Jin's spiritual energy was finite, and with no access to medicinal pills on the stage. If he could just stall for time, victory would surely be his. Yet now, Yun Jin's swordplay seemed to incorporate a peculiar rotation. This rotation caused his attacks to veer off course, preventing them from landing. Meanwhile, Yun Jin adeptly utilized this rotation to mitigate the force of her own strikes, rendering her defenses impenetrable. What is this? Ruan Jun pondered, bewildered. Was this a new sword technique? Another realm of understanding? Qing Yun's eyes brightened. The rotation allows for both the reduction and amplification of force at will. This concept is intriguing. Song Li remained speechless, captivated. The rotation reminded him of the yin-yang fish on the Tai's sword. As a child, he had once encountered a magnificent yin-yang fish that spun gracefully, seemingly harboring boundless mysteries. At that time, he could not grasp its significance, yet the enigmatic sensation lingered in his heart. When he later forged the Tai's sword, part of his inspiration stemmed from that yin-yang fish. Now, Yun Jin's grasp of this concept appeared intimately connected to the rotation of the yin-yang fish. This sword intent, in conjunction with the Tai's sword, was a perfect match, exponentially amplifying its power. His intuition had guided him when forging the Tai's sword, a subconscious action. Yet now, it was evident that Yun Jin comprehended a portion of the sword's profound meaning. The rotating sword intent significantly reduced her spiritual energy consumption, and Ruan Jun, who had hoped to exhaust her energy, soon realized that his own rate of consumption was even faster than hers. A wave of unease washed over Ruan Jun, prompting him to instinctively withdraw from the fray. However, Yun Jin's sword momentum shifted, trapping him in place. Ruan Jun's heart raced as he beheld Yun Jin's enigmatic smile. Brother Ruan, it seems it is now my turn to strike. Yun Jin beamed, appearing utterly harmless. Chapter 168. The way of the man returns to the body. Ruan Jun's expression shifted slightly. He spoke sharply. Yun Jin, do you truly believe you can surpass me? Let me demonstrate why it is so challenging to engage in a higher-level confrontation. Yun Jin seemed oblivious as she unleashed her dual sword intent, advancing towards Ruan Jun at an unexpected angle. Ruan Jun's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, he focused intently on Yun Jin, unleashing a powerful mental force. Indeed, this was precisely what Ruan Jun had contemplated, the means to firmly suppress Yun Jin. He had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, and his soul's power was equally at its peak. But what of Yun Jin? Although she possessed some peculiarities, she was merely at the golden core stage. No matter how exquisite her swordplay or extraordinary her techniques, what of her soul power? Her mental strength? Therefore, there was no need for him to engage in a contest of spiritual energy or techniques. He could simply overpower her with his mental prowess. The moment Ruan Jun altered his approach, Zhao Wujing couldn't help but chuckle. Excellent. Truly, he was Ruan Jun's esteemed disciple, within such a short span. He had identified Yun Jin's true weakness. In the path of cultivation, enhancing soul power was significantly more arduous than increasing spiritual energy. Yun Jin's ability to elevate her spiritual power to the golden core stage within a mere 3 months was already astonishing, likely due to her consumption of rare heavenly treasures. However, regardless of the treasures, reaching the golden core stage should have been her limit. Her soul power could only be at most at the golden core stage. Meanwhile, Ruan Jun, his soul power was unequivocally at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. This vastly surpassed Yun Jin by a whole tier. Under such circumstances, as long as he exerted his mental power, what could Yun Jin use to resist? In the void, Xin Yin also chuckled. Others were unaware, but he knew best. To become a beast master, the most crucial aspect was soul potential. He had witnessed Yun Jin's soul potential firsthand. Moreover, during the awakening ceremony, he had distinctly perceived that Yun Jin's soul power had already advanced to the transformation stage. This was even a level beyond Ruan Jun's nascent soul peak, and it spanned a significant tier. To think one could suppress Yun Jin in terms of soul power? That would truly be courting disaster. As the onlookers observed with a mix of tension, anticipation, and schadenfreude, Ruan Jun launched a direct mental assault on Yun Jin. She sensed his intentions, but astonishingly made no attempt to evade, instead choosing to attack with her sword. A flicker of delight flashed in Ruan Jun's eyes. No resistance? Precisely. The moment his mental force made contact with Yun Jin, it would be sufficient to utterly shatter her. Then, regardless of how formidable her sword techniques were, they would be instantly suppressed. With hopeful anticipation, Ruan Jun watched as his mental power penetrated Yun Jin's sea of consciousness. Excellent. Next, he would concentrate his mental energy and completely obliterate her consciousness. Ruan Jun's mental force coalesced into a sharp blade, aiming to pierce through Yun Jin's consciousness. Of course, Yunjin's mental power would undoubtedly attempt to resist. But would resistance be effective? It would be futile. However, just as Ruan Jun's mental force coalesced, he discovered something astonishing. Where was Yunjin's mental power? There was not a trace of resistance. Did this mean he would achieve an effortless victory? Ruan Jun chuckled lightly, maneuvering his mental force to wreak havoc. In that instant, he beheld a swirling golden core. Ruan Jun was momentarily taken aback. A golden core? How could there be a golden core within the sea of consciousness? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the golden core began to spin rapidly. Suddenly, his mental force was ensnared in a colossal vortex, entirely absorbed by the golden core. What was this? Panic seized Ruan Jun's expression. The battle occurring within the sea of consciousness was invisible to others, yet Zhao Wujing was confident that Ruan Jun would undoubtedly wield overwhelming combat power. At that moment, the seemingly imposing Yunjin might very well collapse in an instant. Zhao Wujing was filled with anticipation. Yet, in the next moment, Ruan Jun suddenly clutched his head, screaming in terror. Meanwhile, Yunjin's sword approached him without hindrance. She gazed at Ruan Jun, a slight smile gracing her lips as she deftly avoided a fatal blow, delivering a strike to his arm instead. Wasn't it amusing to toy with senior brother like a cat with a mouse? Now, let him experience the taste of being toyed with. Ruan Jun desperately fled, barely escaping with a remnant of his mental force intact. In that moment, his gaze towards Yunjin transformed entirely, tinged with a hint of fear. What sort of monster was she? What was the true nature of her soul power? He realized that not only was he unable to shatter her, but before that bizarre golden core, he lacked even the capacity to resist. With no options left, Ruan Jun could only evade frantically. Yet, it was as if he were reliving his previous battle with Yusongyan. Yunjin's expression remained cold, relentlessly pursuing him with her sword, each strike landing upon him. At this moment, Ruan Jun had become the very embodiment of Yusongyan from before. The audience in the arena was momentarily dazed. Before this clash officially commenced, who could have anticipated such a scene? It was neither the expected overwhelming victory of Ruan Jun over Yunjin, nor a stalemate between equals, nor a miraculous reversal by Yunjin. From the outset, she had boldly and decisively dominated Ruan Jun, a mere golden core cultivator, yet she fought against Ruan Jun, a peak nascent soul. As if it were a father playing with his son, utterly devoid of any resistance, Ruan Jun was the one in such a position. Junior sister, remarkable. SWNNing suddenly exclaimed. Zhao Wujing's gaze immediately turned sharp as he shot a glance at SWNNing. Undeterred, she continued to shout loudly. Yusongyan, though unable to vocalize his thoughts, felt a soft warmth flicker in his eyes. Junior sister, she is avenging him. Others clearly recognized this turn of events. They whispered among themselves, filled with trepidation. Yunjin certainly holds grudges. Indeed, now, not only should one avoid offending her, but it would be best if the people from the Heavenly Sword Peak did not provoke her either. To offend those from the Heavenly Sword Peak might be more terrifying than inciting Yunjin herself. After all, Yunjin had always been straightforward in her retribution. However, this time, because Ruan Jun had bullied Yusongyan, she was returning the favor one by one. Ruan Jun's wounds multiplied, transforming him into a bloodied figure. In a state of panic, he paradoxically became more composed. He was now in a predicament akin to that of Yusongyan before. Wasn't it Yusongyan who had ultimately struck him with the hidden sword? Now, he could take advantage of Yunjin's moment of triumph to strike back with the needle-like treasure bestowed by his master. Ruan Jun forced himself to calm down, searching for an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Zhao Wujing, observing Ruan Jun's expression, understood what his disciple intended to do. His heart involuntarily clenched. That needle-like treasure was incredibly sharp and sufficiently concealed, presenting a genuine possibility for a turnaround. Chapter 169, Annihilation. Yunjin gazed at the suddenly composed Ruan Jun and recalled the words of her third senior brother. Ruan Jun still possessed a true trump card that he had yet to reveal. At this moment, he was desperately seeking an opportunity to employ this final card, but alas, he was fated never to find it. A cold smile graced Yunjin and Appo's lips. She, too, had played enough. In the next instant, her aura surged to its zenith. Qinglian Sword Technique. Simultaneously, she infused her Teia sword with a golden attribute divine power, sharpness. The originally gleaming Teia sword became even more radiant. With a swift and fierce motion, Yunjin struck down with all her might. Wait, Ruan Jun's pupils constricted in horror. He was on the brink of madness. Where were the vulnerabilities? Where was the opportunity? He had yet to use his trump card. He barely managed to dodge, but the sword severed his arm. Agonizing pain coursed through him, shattering his composure. He no longer cared for opportunities. He unleashed a needle-like magical artifact. Regrettably, Yunjin's mental energy enveloped her entirely. Though the artifact boasted remarkable concealment, It could not evade her divine consciousness at the transformation stage. With a gentle swing of her sword, the needle-like artifacts tumbled to the ground, all cleaved in two by her sharp blade. Was the artifact destroyed just like that? Ruan Jun was utterly dumbfounded. His face drained of color, terror etched in his eyes. On the high platform, Zhao Wuji could no longer remain seated. He stood abruptly. Unlike Gu Jinghong and the Zhou brothers, Ruan Jun was his most promising disciple, destined to inherit his legacy and manage the Tianqing sect after he ascended to the Qingxiao Pavilion. If Ruan Jun were to perish here, it would drive him to madness. Masterly, Zhao Wuji instinctively glanced at Li Hong. Bound by their contract, he could not intervene. He could only place his hopes on Li Hong. Li Hong hesitated momentarily and spoke softly, "Nephew, this contract is a decree of heaven. If I forcibly intervene, I will not only suffer backlash but also bear the consequences." This implied a polite refusal. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, his expression tinged with despair. Was there truly no way out? On the arena, with the blood of Taya dripping, Yun Jin advanced step by step towards Ruan Jun, who had long since lost his initial calm demeanor, replaced by overwhelming fear. He collapsed to the ground, despairingly pleading, "Junior sister Yun, if you think about it carefully, we have no deep-seated animosity. This is all because of Yi Danxia, now that she has been imprisoned. There is no grudge between us. Junior sister Yun, spare me this once, just this once." Ruan Jun begged desperately. Yun Jin approached, standing before him. Her voice calm as she declared, "In a contract battle, there is no mercy. Brother Ruan, it is too late to regret now." She raised her sword, completely locking onto Ruan Jun, rendering him immobile. Despair flickered in Ruan Jun's eyes. Was he to die? He was the chief disciple of the sect master, with a bright future ahead. Yet now, he faced death. All of this stemmed merely from Yi Danxia's petulance. Wait. Zhao Wuji could not contain himself, his voice sharp. Yun Jin glanced at him. With gritted teeth, Zhao Wuji implored, "Spare Ruan Jun. I promise to grant the others from Tianjin Peak a chance at life." This meant that if Ruan Jun was not spared, the rest would meet their doom. The threat was clear to all present. Yet Zhao Wuji could not concern himself with that. To save Ruan Jun's life, he would resort to threats, no matter the cost. A battle of life and death. There could be no compromise. To ask Yun Jin to spare Ruan Jun was tantamount to asking her to end her own life. If she lived, all from Tianjin Peak would perish. Zhao Wuji had shed all semblance of dignity. Yun Jin narrowed her eyes slightly, and Ruan Jun, seizing a glimmer of hope, exclaimed, "Yes, you cannot kill me. You care too much for those from Tianjin Peak. You wouldn't want them to die, no matter how formidable Yun Jin was. For the sake of those she cherished, she would be compelled to concede." Zhao Wuji turned to Linya. "Linya, you know I have never spoken falsely. As long as Ruan Jun survives, you and your disciples shall live. Otherwise, you all will perish. You should be able to discern the weight of a newly initiated disciple's life against that of all your students." His tone was resolute, confident that Linya would make the right choice. Linya let out a cold laugh, addressing Yun Jin directly, "Xiao Jin, stop playing." A slight smile graced Yun Jin's face as she replied, "Very well." Then, with a flash of cold light, the Taya sword fell without hesitation. In an instant, Ruan Jun's head rolled onto the ground, tumbling away. He was not yet dead. His eyes were wide open in disbelief, staring at Yun Jin. He couldn't fathom how she dared to actually kill him. "Little Jun," Zhao Wuji roared in anguish. Yet he could not bear the backlash of the contract. He could only cede helplessly. Ruan Jun fixed his gaze on Yun Jin. "Master, you will avenge me. Yun Jin, you will accompany me. You must." A smile curled at the corners of Yun Jin's lips. "Then you must. Wait patiently." As her words faded, a beam of sword light pierced through Ruan Jun's escaping nascent soul, scattering it into oblivion. His eyes finally closed in despair. The light of heaven flickered. The contract was fulfilled. The victor, Yun Jin. As the battle concluded, the barrier gradually dissipated. The sword wept blood, and Yun Jin stood alone at the center of the arena. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Zhao Wuji stared at Ruan Jun's lifeless form, gritting his teeth. The sound of grinding filling the air. His most promising disciple was dead, slain by a mere newcomer with only 3 months of training. The atmosphere became stifling. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai dared not speak, silently stepping back. The senior brother was the sect master's heart. With his tragic death, the master would undoubtedly seek vengeance. And they were wise to distance themselves. Even the favored Han Xiaoyu hesitated to approach, gazing at Yun Jin with a hint of shock in his eyes. This was the senior brother, and he had perished just like that. "Yun Jin," Zhao Wuji forced the words through clenched teeth. "You are remarkable, truly remarkable. Thank you for the praise, sect master," Yun Jin replied calmly. Zhao Wuji glared at her fiercely. "Very well. My chief disciple is dead, and you stand there, indifferent. If so, I shall make you understand what a living hell is. Linya, Must die? Yu Zhao? Must die? Si Wan Ning, Yu Song Yen. All must die. He vowed to ensure they all perished before her eyes, listening to her cries of regret, before finally sending her to join Wan Jun. Chapter 170, Tomorrow. I anticipate Zhao Wuji slowly approached the lifeless form of Wan Jun, whose eyes remained wide open in a haunting expression of death. A sharp pain pierced Zhao Wuji's heart as he gently closed Wan Jun's eyes with trembling fingers. He cast a chilling glance at Yunjin, filled with an overwhelming desire to rend her into pieces. Yet, he restrained himself. Allowing her to die so easily would invite scorn, but more importantly, it would be too lenient for Yunjin. He intended for her to endure a life steeped in fear and suffering, to awaken each day consumed by endless regret. Cradling Wan Jun's corpse, Zhao Wuji descended the platform, his disciples caught in a tumult of complex emotions. Han Xiaoyu appeared profoundly shaken, suddenly coughing violently as he hastily retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his lips. Zhao Wuji, his voice hoarse, admonished, Xiao Wu, do not grieve excessively. Your health must be prioritized. Han Xiaoyu nodded softly in response. Zhao Wuji then regarded Zhou Li and Zhou Dai, who stood silently, devoid of expression. Was this all? A surge of inexplicable fury ignited within Zhao Wuji. Wan Jun had been their senior brother. Did they not feel even a shred of sorrow at his tragic demise? Infuriated, Zhao Wuji unleashed his pent-up rage, delivering a series of swift kicks to Zhou Li and Zhou Dai's chests. Unaware of the unfolding chaos, the two were sent sprawling, gasping in agony as they expelled a torrent of blood, their bodies crumpling in pain. Yet, they dared not voice discontent. Instead, they scrambled to their knees in trepidation. Should Zhao Wuji turn his wrath upon Yunjin, it would incite public outcry, but striking his disciples was a different matter entirely. Master against apprentice was entirely justifiable. Even if sympathy were to arise, no one would dare to speak against him. Remain kneeling. Zhao Wuji barked before ascending the high platform. He gathered Wan Jun's remains and coldly announced, next match, Yunjin versus Yu Zhao. Begin. His interest in the disciples' competition had waned. His thoughts were solely consumed by the imminent challenge of the peak master. Lin Yu was but a wasted talent. Luo Yi would certainly not falter. Today, the humiliation Yunjin inflicted upon Wan Jun would be avenged by Luo Yi on the morrow. Yu Zhao chuckled softly. Who could have anticipated that the final showdown would be between him and his junior sister? The burden he had carried for years since his arrival in this realm had finally been lifted, and he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. After years of traversing through the fog, he finally experienced the clarity of the moonlight, though the Tianqing sect was too small to retain his junior sister. The miracles he had witnessed over the past 3 months surpassed anything from his previous life. Standing opposite Yunjin, Yu Zhao offered a gentle smile. Junior sister, what is your perspective? Yunjin's lips curled into a playful smirk. Senior brother, it is natural that we engage in a fair contest. She summoned her Tai, Acerd once more. Must we truly be so ruthless as fellow disciples? Yu Zhao replied with a wry smile. Yunjin chuckled. Senior brother, I have long desired to face you in battle. She lifted her sword, poised to attack. In that instant, Yu Zhao leapt from the platform, exclaiming, I concede. Yunjin? Yu Zhao wore a triumphant grin. As the senior brother, being thoroughly beaten by his junior sister in front of an audience would be utterly humiliating. There was no way he would allow that to happen. Was the championship bout really concluding in such a hasty manner? The referee hesitated, glancing at Zhao Wuji, who, with an impassive demeanor, declared, Champion of the disciple competition, Yunjin. He was utterly indifferent to how the competition unfolded. His sole desire was to hasten the passage of time. He yearned for Lin Yu's demise, for Yunjin's demise, for the death of all. When Wan Jun's head was severed by Yunjin's sword, the crowd had already surmised that the victor would indeed be Yunjin. Yet, when a new disciple, having entered merely 3 months prior, truly claimed the first position in the disciple competition, a profound silence enveloped the arena. 3 months. To ascend to the pinnacle among disciples in such a short span was unprecedented. This unparalleled talent, it was almost unheard of. Initially, it was believed that for the next few centuries, the most illustrious disciple of the sect would be Yi Danxia, a girl of heavenly roots, destined for greatness if she continued her cultivation. In a mid-tier sect, she was the absolute jewel of the realm. Yet, unexpectedly, a 5-element root disciple, Yunjin, had triumphed with an unmatched vigor, surpassing her peers to claim the top spot. At that moment, many recalled Yunjin as fervent declarations. She had proclaimed, I shall not let the heavens obscure my vision, nor shall the earth bury my heart. At the time, they dismissed it as mere jest, yet now, gazing at the sole figure standing on the stage, they found themselves momentarily entranced. Perhaps there would come a day when she truly ascended to the pinnacle, attaining genuine freedom. Sword Elder observed Yunjin with a glimmer of pride in his eyes, recalling her resolute words. She had asserted, the path of the sword is one of unwavering progress. Who else but I shall prevail? On that day, he recognized that though she was a fledgling disciple, she possessed an indomitable spirit. Such a swordsman was formidable. If allowed to continue her winning streak, she would forge an invincible belief, becoming a force to be reckoned with. Now, Yunjin was already traversing this path of invincibility. Linya regarded his young apprentice, a gentle warmth flickering in his gaze. He remembered the day Yunjin had confidently declared, I shall emerge victorious, and you shall cheer for me. At the time, his reaction had been to lightly thump her on the back of the head, incredulous that she would dare challenge someone at the nascent soul stage within a 3-month time frame. Yet now, this audacious apprentice had indeed taken Wanjun's head. The wonders she possessed were far from limited. Recalling the 7th grade elixir he had consumed, Linya understood better than anyone the vastness of Yunjin's future. After this sect gathering, regardless of whom Yunjin chose to follow, her days within the Tianqing sect were destined to conclude. Linya sensed an impending sense of loss. Yet he felt immense joy knowing Yunjin was poised to embrace a resplendent future. All he could do was ensure that she emerged victorious on the morrow, sparing her the worry of those left behind. This apprentice of his was destined to soar high above the clouds. Engrossed in his reflections, Linya was suddenly jolted back to reality by Zhao Wuji's cold gaze. Tomorrow, I anticipate. Linya regained his composure and smiled. Tomorrow, I too await with eager anticipation. Chapter 171. To take away and discuss the disciple Sai concluded unexpectedly, bringing closure to the event. The others dispersed, leaving only Zhou Li and Zhou Dai, who remained kneeling in place, paralyzed by fear. Both men bore the marks of Zhao Wuji's brutal kick, enduring not only physical agony but also mental torment. Were it not for each other's company, they could scarcely fathom enduring this ordeal alone. The brothers had weathered many storms together, yet now, their eyes reflected a hint of bewilderment, uncertain of which path to tread in the future. Zhao Wuji's disdain for them ran deep. As disciples, they could not defy their master. In this moment, they found themselves envying Gu Jinghong. Although he had become a servant, he had managed to extricate himself from the quagmire, carving out new possibilities. As for them, they were destined to endure day after day, year after year, potentially facing death by beating one day. Perhaps, in that, lay a form of release. Night fell, enveloping the world in silence. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai knelt numbly when Gu Jinghong approached them, calmly extending a porcelain vial. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai looked up in surprise. Second brother, what is this? Zhou Li inquired. Gu Jinghong replied with an impassive expression. My master instructed me to bring this. It contains a superior recovery pill. You have been grievously injured by the sect leader's kick, and this elixir is just what you need. Zhou Li's expression brightened as he reached for it, but Zhou Dai intervened, offering a wry smile. Second brother, please thank junior sister Yin for her kindness on my behalf. However, our master intends to punish us. If we endure, we may yet evade consequences. Should we take the elixir, it may only incite further wrath from our master, and the resulting punishment is utterly unpredictable. Gu Jinghong raised an eyebrow, unfazed, and tucked away the vial. My master said the same. However, he also mentioned that I should at least make a show of it. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai exchanged glances, taken aback by his bluntness. Gu brother, Zhou Dai could not help but ask, what is your intention? Gu Jinghong raised an eyebrow. I am merely here to convey a message. Zhou Dai nodded. I am all ears. Gu Jinghong spoke softly. The three of us have never been favored. Now, despite my status as a servant, I find myself far more at ease than the two of you. If you wish to survive, you must find a way to dissolve this master-disciple relationship. As long as this bond exists, Zhao Wuji can act against you without fear of intervention from others. Only by severing this bond can there be a glimmer of hope. Zhou Dai's expression shifted subtly. He did not outright reject the notion, but cautioned, yet, betraying the sect is hardly commendable. Gu Jinghong raised an eyebrow. Then he must be made to relinquish you willingly. Seeing Zhou Dai furrow his brow, Gu Jinghong further suggested, consider Yicheng. Zhou Dai's expression flickered. He wanted to inquire further, yet Gu Jinghong turned and departed. With a sigh, Zhou Dai withdrew his gaze. Brother, Zhou Li whispered, is second brother suggesting we emulate Yicheng? Zhou Dai managed a bittersweet smile. I would indeed wish to, but our circumstances differ from Yicheng's. Firstly, they are direct disciples, and their connection to Zhao Wuji is far more clandestine. Secondly, they hold some value. Why would Zhao Wuji easily cast them aside? If he truly disliked them, he could keep them close and grind them down slowly. Releasing them? That is utterly inconceivable. Yicheng's escape largely relied on the cooperation of Master Ma. But how could Zhao Wuji possibly provide such assistance? Without his cooperation, we cannot be expelled from the sect. Nor can we forge a new beginning. Unless... Zhou Dai's gaze suddenly sharpened. This junior sister Yun possesses an air of mystery. Her summoning of Gu Jinghong surely entails more than mere conversation. By specifically mentioning Yicheng, could it be that she possesses a method to compel Zhao Wuji to dismiss them? If that were true, Zhou Dai's eyes sparkled with hope. Should the upcoming competition allow all members of the Tianjin peak to withdraw unscathed, perhaps he should seek out this Yun Jin to consult her thoroughly. Of course, should Yun Jin assist them, they would undoubtedly owe her a debt. Yet, in Zhou Dai's view, they would prefer to join Tianjin peak rather than languish under Zhao Wuji's oppressive thumb. Brother, what are you contemplating? Zhou Li questioned, noticing Zhou Dai's pensive demeanor. A hint of confusion on his face. Zhou Dai merely smiled. Nothing of consequence. We shall discuss it later. Zhou Li's expression turned to one of resignation. His brother, so adept in many ways, always shrouded in mystery. Yet, he bore no ill will. His own intellect paled in comparison to his brother's. Such ponderous matters were best left for Zhou Dai to unravel, knowing his brother would not lead him astray. With this thought, Zhou Li felt a sense of relief. As night deepened, Shen Yinye stealthily departed from the Tianqing sect, making his way to a nearby mountain. He soon spotted a graceful figure, his heart leaping with joy as he rushed forward. Master, you have finally arrived. Before him stood the esteemed Liuli Jinren of the Beastmaster sect, who had indeed made her entrance. Liuli Jinren smiled faintly. I arrived earlier today, but fearing that Qinglian might detect my presence, I dared not approach too closely. However, I did observe Yin Jin's battle from a distance. This girl is no ordinary talent. Shen Yinye nodded vigorously. She is undoubtedly a natural beastmaster, not to mention the complete illusion I witnessed during her awakening. Her soul's realm has evidently reached the transformation stage. 3 months, and she has attained the transformation stage. Her soul's potential is beyond imagination. Liuli Jinren marveled. What remained unspoken was her suspicion that Yun Jin might be the reincarnation of some great figure. Otherwise, such rapid progress in cultivation could not be achieved, no matter how many rare treasures were consumed. Yet, amidst this information, Liuli's resolve crystallized into a singular thought. This disciple must be secured. Liuli Jinren declared, tomorrow, once the sect-wide gathering concludes, Yun Jin should be at ease. At that moment, I shall strike from the shadows and take her away. Therefore, you must remain vigilant and ensure that Qin Yun remains oblivious to my presence. Shen Yinye's spirit surged. Disciples understand. Meanwhile, another figure approached a nearby mountain peak. Song Li wore a grave expression. Master, you have finally arrived. Ji Wuxi nodded, despite the haste. I have made it in time. Song Li, listen closely. Once the competition concludes, I will act immediately to take Yun Jin away. Are you aware of the saying first come, first served? We must instill in Yun Jin the significance of the sword cultivator's prowess before the others can react, ensuring they are rendered ineffective. Song Li's eyes lit up. Disciples understand. Having observed today's competition, he realized that Yun Jin was not merely a swordsmanship prodigy, but also a genius in forging. This little junior sister, he was determined to claim her for himself. Chapter 172. The Challenge of the Peak Master Under the Serene Night Sky. Qin Yun lay in blissful anticipation, already envisioning how he would secure the prodigious disciple the following day. With mere juniors like Song Li and Shun Yinyi, what competition could they possibly pose? They were but trifling youths. When the time came, he could simply intervene and take Yun Jin away. Whether she consented or not was irrelevant. Proximity to the source would grant him the advantage. There would be ample time to persuade her gradually. Tomorrow, he would surely acquire an exceptional apprentice. As Qin contemplated, a slight smile graced his lips. The next day, oblivious to all that transpired, Yun Jin arrived early, accompanied by her seniors, waiting at the entrance. When the hour struck, Linya emerged slowly. Master, the group bowed in unison. Linya smiled faintly and calmly declared, let us proceed. His demeanor was relaxed, his expression tranquil, as if he were not embarking on a journey that could determine life or death, but rather attending a grand banquet. Yet, none found this peculiar. The current Linya had surpassed even his peak form. Not even Zhao Wuji, should he personally participate, could rival him, let alone the insignificant Luo Yi. Victory for Linya was inevitable. The only question was how he would achieve it. With serene composure, Linya walked ahead, followed closely by several disciples. In the central square, a crowd had gathered in anticipation. As the Tianjin Peak group arrived, the onlookers instinctively parted to create a path. They were acutely aware that today might very well determine the fates of those from Tianjin Peak. Linyu had been grievously injured for years, rendering victory nearly impossible. If anything were to befall him, even Yun Jin's formidable talent would be of no avail. A nascent genius, no matter how fearsome, could not wield substantial power. Only Linyu stood as the true pillar for Tianjin Peak. As long as he remained unharmed, the sect would thrive. Should misfortune befall him, the consequences would be dire. Yu Zhao led his junior disciples into the ranks of challengers, while Linya ascended the high platform, standing resolutely beside Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji cast a cold glance in his direction. The previous night, he had not slept at all. He had personally buried Ruan Jun in the graveyard. Ruan Jun had been his first disciple, and they had shared nearly a century together. Throughout that time, Ruan Jun had consistently met Zhao Wuji's expectations. His talent and character had mirrored Zhao Wuji's own. Ruan Jun was the successor he had meticulously prepared. Unlike any other disciple, Ruan Jun had received the most of Zhao Wuji's passion and energy. Yet now, Ruan Jun was gone. All his efforts had been for naught. Beyond harboring resentment towards the people of Tianjian Peak, Zhao Wuji even felt a twinge of animosity towards Yi Danxia. Had it not been for that young disciple inciting Ruan Jun, this outcome might have been different. However, with Yi Danxia imprisoned in Heshan, Zhao Wuji could find little fault to lay at her feet. All his fury and hatred were instead directed at the individuals of Tianjian Peak. They, all of them, must pay the price for Ruan Jun's demise. To ensure absolute certainty, the previous night, Zhao Wuji had painfully bestowed upon Luo Yi a remarkably sharp treasure. Determined to avoid any unforeseen events, he instructed Luo Yi that, although the rules forbade the killing of Linya, it was acceptable to humiliate him as thoroughly as Yun Jin had humiliated Ruan Jun the day prior. He was resolute in exacting revenge for Ruan Jun. At that moment, Zhao Wuji cast a sinister glance at Linya. Lin Peak Master, did you sleep well last night? Linya offered a slight smile. I appreciate the concern, Master. I fared quite well. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. Yet, I cannot say the same for myself. Then I am relieved, Linya instinctively replied, quickly adding, No, I meant to say, Master, do take care of your health. Zhao Wuji had no patience for Linya's banter. He merely stated, devoid of emotion. I believe today's competition will be quite spectacular. Linya chuckled softly. I share that sentiment. Zhao Wuji merely scoffed, eager to witness how long Linya could maintain his facade of composure. Zhao Wuji stepped forward, his gaze coldly sweeping over the assembled crowd. He made no effort to conceal his displeasure, speaking indifferently. Today marks the Peak Master Challenge. The 10 Peak Masters of the Tianqing sect shall accept challenges from the entire sect. Each Peak Master shall have their own platform. Any who wish to challenge a specific Peak Master may ascend the stage. Should you emerge victorious, you shall receive a reward from me and earn a substantial amount of sect points. If you can triumph in consecutive challenges against a Peak Master 10 times, you will unconditionally obtain the position of Peak Master. Zhao Wuji's eyes flickered towards Linya as he continued. It is worth noting that in the past 9 sect gatherings, Luo Yi has defeated Linya, the Peak Master, 9 consecutive times. Should Luo Yi succeed once more, the Peak Master of Tianjian Peak will be replaced. Zhao Wuji's voice was icy, subtly laced with a hint of murderous intent. Yet Linya's countenance remained composed, a faint smile lingering, as if he harbored no trepidation. The other Peak Masters regarded him with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Was Linya concealing a trump card or merely feigning nonchalance? Most likely the latter. If he possessed a secret weapon, why had he not unveiled it in previous years? Tianjian Peak would not have been pushed to such a precarious position otherwise. Fang Mingwei and several others allied with Tianjin Peak quietly sighed, contemplating that no matter the outcome, they must find a way to safeguard Linya and his disciples. This was not only for the sake of Tianjin Peak, but also for their own survival. Otherwise, they risked becoming the next victims of treachery. Now, let the Peak Master Challenge commence. The 10 Peak Masters, please take your positions on the stage, Zhao Wuji declared coldly. The 10 Peak Masters did not hesitate and ascended the platform. The disciples below were filled with excitement. Opportunities to witness masters of the peak level were rare, often only encountered during sect gatherings. According to the challenge list submitted the day prior, the first challenger stepped onto the stage. Challengers ascended one after another. Although it was a challenge, the atmosphere on most platforms remained lighthearted. The 10 Peak Masters had been selected based on their prowess. Defeating them, let alone consecutively, was a formidable task. Many challengers sought merely to engage with these masters, never truly expecting to defeat or replace them. The sole exception was Linya's platform. Having suffered 9 consecutive defeats, he was on the brink of losing his position. His first opponent, unsurprisingly, was Luo Yi. A relaxed smile adorned Luo Yi's face as he gracefully leaped onto the stage. Lin Peak Master, Luo Yi raised an eyebrow. I presume this shall be our final confrontation. In the years to come, I may find myself reminiscing about this moment. Chapter 173. A single strike. Linya nodded in agreement. Expressing his sentiment, it seems I shall no longer have the opportunity to duel with Brother Luo. Therefore, we must cherish this moment. Luo Yi, perceiving Linya's words as bravado, couldn't help but smirk maliciously. Since we both are so reluctant, let us engage in a battle today. taking our time until we are thoroughly satisfied. Initially, he intended to swiftly conclude the fight, for his sole ambition was to claim the position of the master of Tianjin Peak. Alas, Yun Jin's audacity in slaying Ruan Jun had incited the masteress' wrath. Zhao Wuji had commanded him to slowly torment Linya, and how could he possibly disobey? Slowly? Linya shook his head. There is no need for such delays in a battle with such a stark disparity in power. Luo Yi chuckled. I presume your strength has diminished to the divine transformation stage. Indeed, the gap in our capabilities is quite substantial. He mistakenly believed Linya was pleading for mercy. However, this time, even for the powerful artifact bestowed upon him by Zhao Wuji, he could not afford to let Linya escape easily. Linya smiled calmly and replied, Brother Luo, a single strike will suffice. Luo Yi furrowed his brow. A single strike? Was Linya suggesting he wished for an abrupt conclusion to the battle? Unfortunately, that was merely a fanciful hope. As Luo Yi opened his mouth to respond, Linya leisurely raised his hand. Luo Yi laughed, Master Lin. Are you eager to strike first? Very well, I shall grant you that opportunity, allowing everyone to witness your feeble state. He was acutely aware that only by rendering Linya utterly miserable would he reap greater rewards from the master. Very well, Linya beamed at him. In the next moment, his previously obscured cultivation began to ascend dramatically. Divine transformation stage? No. Luo Yi's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, Linya's cultivation soared directly to the integration stage. Moreover, it did not stop there. His power continued to surge. Zhao Wuji abruptly stood, a glimmer of chilling intent flashing in his eyes. What was happening with Linya's cultivation? Why had he suddenly returned to the integration stage? And not merely at the initial level, he effortlessly broke through to the mid-integration stage, and his strength continued to climb. Zhao Wuji's heart trembled. Linyu had been injured at the mid-integration stage. How could he possibly advance further after all these years? It was worth noting that Zhao Wuji himself was only at the late integration stage. Not to mention, Linyu was a sword cultivator with an exceptionally sharp offensive capability. In a contest of equal cultivation, he had no chance against Linya. As Zhao Wuji struggled to believe his eyes, Linya suddenly glanced back at him. In the next moment, with a subtle smile, Linya's power surged once more. Late integration stage. At this juncture, the battles on the other 9 platforms came to a halt. The other peak masters observed Linya's situation with varied thoughts. Fang Mingyue's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Despite her constant worry for Linya, he had seemingly restored his cultivation without her awareness. No, not merely restored, he had even ascended to a higher level. Long Yi's expression darkened instantly. Linya? This naive fool had concealed such depth. Had they all been deceived for so many years? Luo Yi, too, sensed something amiss. His expression shifted dramatically. He was oblivious to Linya's true condition, but he understood that he could no longer afford to delay and must strike immediately. Fortunately, he possessed the powerful artifact recently bestowed by Zhao Wuji, and perhaps he could still contend with Linya. A compass materialized in Luo Yi's hand as he prepared to activate it. In that instant, Linya smiled at him. In a heartbeat, a streak of sword light cleaved through the air. Linya had drawn his sword. This strike seemed to unleash all his pent-up fury and resentment. It was a declaration for all to witness. Linya had returned. The blow surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, crashing upon Luo Yi. The compass spun momentarily before being shattered by the sword light, yet the force of the sword continued unabated. Luo Yi instinctively attempted to defend himself, but the overwhelming power was beyond his capacity to withstand. In a mere instant, he was sent flying into the air. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself heavily sprawled outside the arena. Bang! Luo Yi lay on the ground, utterly immobile. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Linya cast a smile at the onlookers. It seems my sword has not yet dulled. No one responded. All remained entranced by that single strike, unable to comprehend its implications. Wasn't this Master Lin gravely injured? How could this strike appear even more refined than before? Previously, Linya's swordplay was indeed exquisite, yet it had always seemed to lack something. Now, that sword concealed in essence a cry of a sword cultivator, giving Linya's blade a soul. In the void, Song Li observed the strike, nodding slightly. Impressive. At this level, Linya has indeed opened a path to joining the Qinglian Sword sect. I have won, Linya declared with a smile. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? No one stepped forward. On Linya's list of challengers, there had only ever been Luo Yi. No one else. Linya smiled softly. Then I shall take a moment to rest. He settled down into a meditative position, radiating an air of leisure. Zhao Wuji fixed his gaze on Linya, his chest heaving with agitation. He had desired Yun Jin's demise, yet here she stood unscathed. He wished for Linya's death, only to find that Linya had unexpectedly advanced in strength. How had this transpired? Had he misjudged Linya all along? Had he not truly been schemed against, but rather feigned his injuries? Had he intentionally lost 9 times, secretly enduring humiliation while honing his skills? Was his true aim to shatter all expectations on the 10th attempt, delivering a resounding slap to his own face? Was this the true nature of Linya? Not a simpleton, but a cunning and calculating individual? Zhao Wuji's breath quickened. All these years, he had been toyed with by someone he had never deemed worthy of his attention. Linya must have found his antics utterly amusing. Linya. In this moment, Zhao Wuji's hatred for Linya surpassed even his animosity towards Yunjin. No one could bear the indignity of being made a fool for so long. In the crowd, Siwan Ning suddenly spoke softly. I believe the master has misunderstood something. Yu Zhao tugged at the corners of his mouth. Not just a misunderstanding. It is an absolute misinterpretation. Yet what could he say? He couldn't very well explain that his master was genuinely oblivious. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath and suddenly turned his gaze to Li Heng. Li Heng understood and subtly nodded. He had accepted Zhao Wuji's request to eliminate Linya. Therefore, he must eliminate Linya. Not only must it be done, but it must be executed openly, under the watchful eyes of all. Only then could it instill fear in the hearts of the Tianqing sect. Did Linya believe he had achieved victory and secured his fate? No. This was merely the final flourish before his tragic downfall. Chapter 174, Linya, a matter of concern as the battle on Linya's side concluded. The other arenas seemed to awaken from a dream, resuming their contests. Yet, several of these skirmishes were marked by a palpable distraction. Initially, many anticipated a decidedly one-sided confrontation. A relentless onslaught. Indeed, the outcome was overwhelmingly skewed, yet the victor was entirely unexpected. Linya emerged triumphant, exhibiting an unmatched prowess. The crowd was astonished by Linya's profound cunning, their thoughts swirling with uncertainty. Linya was the most formidable sword immortal, on par with Zhao Wuji in their earlier encounters. Now, having diligently cultivated to the late stage of integration, he stood in stark contrast to Zhao Wuji, who had also reached the same level. However, in a duel between the two, victory would likely favor Linya. This implies that, in the absence of the elder masters, Linya would reign as the most potent force within the Tianqing sect. Nevertheless, sheer combat strength alone could not alter the underlying dynamics. Zhao Wuji's innate talent was rather ordinary. Had it not been for his father's influence, he likely would not have ascended to the stage of integration. His rise was the result of a vast accumulation of resources that ordinary individuals could scarcely aspire to obtain. He sought the position of sect leader. And at a crucial moment, his chief rival, Linya, had conveniently sustained severe injuries. While circumstances may differ elsewhere, within the Tianqing sect, a mid-tier sect, Zhao Wuji wielded considerable power. Linya's prolonged concealment could be viewed as a testament to his resilience and deep strategic thinking. His ascension to the late stage of integration caught many by surprise. As for Zhao Wuji, despite his lack of progress, he could effortlessly summon a transcendent expert from the Qingxiao Pavilion. His father was also on the cusp of breaking through to the Great Ascension stage. This illustrates the weight of their background. How could Linya's individual strength contend with such a formidable lineage? Although Linya had claimed victory, Zhao Wuji's petty nature suggested that his forthcoming days would be fraught with difficulties. Meanwhile, Linya had chosen to reveal his strength at this juncture. Did he not possess further schemes in mind, given his profound intellect? The public began to speculate that Yunjin's rapid growth might owe much to Linya's mentorship. Could it be that Linya was backed by some mysterious force? The crowd elevated Linya's image significantly. The invisible battle, which initially favored Zhao Wuji, remained so on the surface. Yet, for Linya, anticipation lingered. Perhaps he had additional strategies to counter the transcendent expert? At this moment, Linya wore an inscrutable smile, fully aware that Zhao Wuji had painstakingly summoned Li Heng, who would not merely observe. Yet what of it? There exists a saying, a master's worth is reflected in their disciple. If Li Heng truly disregarded his reputation, Linya could simply cry out for help. His allies, such as brother Qingyun, would surely come to his aid. Such familial bonds were beyond Zhao Wuji's envy. Choosing a disciple requires discernment, and Linya was unperturbed, even contemplating various matters. In the audience, the members of Tianjin Peak were notably tense, with only Yunjin displaying any hint of anxiety. Her brow furrowed slightly, as she had anticipated Zhao Wuji would seek external aid. Her initial plan involved asking Elder Ming to summon the Elder Masters from their seclusion. A glance at Elder Ming revealed a subtle nod, indicating that should Li Heng act shamelessly, the Elder Masters, already aware of the situation, would not remain passive. Years prior, the 3 Elder Masters had favored Linya as the sect leader, recognizing his superior merits and connections. However, Linya's sudden incapacitation, coupled with Zhao Wuji's father's overwhelming pressure, resulted in the leadership position falling to Zhao Wuji. The Elder Masters, powerless at the time, retreated into seclusion. Yet their presence still served as a subtle deterrent against Zhao Wuji's excesses. Now that Linya had regained his strength, the Elder Masters would undoubtedly be pleased. Yunjin had previously mentioned to Elder Ming the need for the Elder Masters to observe the events discreetly. While she did not explicitly state Linya's recovery, the Elder Masters had always held high expectations for him. Her message would surely draw their attention. In comparing Linya with Zhao Wuji, despite the latter's affiliation with the Tianxing sect, his lofty regard for his father's influence rendered him dismissive of the sect. In contrast, Linya was a product of the sect and Appo's own cultivation. Had Linya not suddenly fallen from grace, they would have supported him wholeheartedly. Now, witnessing Linya and Appo's complete recovery and even advancement, how could the Elder Masters allow him to be harmed by Li Hong? After careful consideration, Yunjin felt that the combined strength of their current resources should suffice to withstand Li Heng's onslaught, granting her a modicum of reassurance. She also reflected on the disparities in their circumstances. Zhao Wuji could casually summon a transcendent figure from one of the four sacred lands, while she had to painstakingly strategize and gather forces merely to contend with him. As the Peak Master Challenge approached its conclusion, Yunjin leaned towards her seniors, whispering her concerns about Li Hong potentially launching a sudden attack. Although the Elder Masters would likely intervene, caution was warranted. A fierce confrontation lay ahead. Yunjin's expression was serious, and her companions were momentarily at a loss for words. Only the junior sister remained oblivious, while the senior figures were nearly at odds over her. Compared to them, Li Hong did not seem so formidable after all. Junior sister, fret not, Yu Zhao reassured her. Though he could not elaborate further, Yunjin nodded, her demeanor still grave. Li Heng represented the most daunting challenge yet. Surpassing this hurdle would stabilize Tianjin Peak for the time being. As the challenges unfolded, Zhao Wuji announced with a stoic expression, "The Peak Master Challenge concludes here." He spoke with measured tones. All 10 Peak Masters have successfully defended their positions, particularly Linya, who has shown remarkable progress by defeating Luo Yi. He is truly deserving of the title of Peak Master. Zhao Wuji unexpectedly praised Linya, causing subtle shifts in the crowd's expressions. "Congratulations, Peak Master Lin," Zhao Wuji said, his smile lacking sincerity. Just as Linya prepared to respond, a voice echoed, "Wait." Li Hong stands up slowly. There is something amiss with Linya. Chapter 175, Doubting Your Collusion with the Demonic Path. Li Hong suddenly spoke up, and no one was surprised. Instead, there was a collective sense of inevitability. Li Hong had traveled a great distance, and it was clear he did not come merely for a casual visit. Would Linya and the Tianjin Peak manage to evade scrutiny this time? A chill ran through the crowd as they awaited further developments. Li Hong fixed his gaze on Linya, his brows slightly raised. "Linya, I must inquire how you have restored your strength. As I understand, your injuries were grave, with even your dantian shattered. Under such circumstances, how did you manage to recover your cultivation?" With a hint of mockery, Li Hong continued. "Could it be that you consumed a celestial restoration pill? Such a potion may not be particularly rare among the 4 great sacred lands. Yet, Linya, you are merely the Peak Master of a mediocre sect. What grounds do you have to possess such a divine elixir?" At this moment, Zhao Wuji interjected, "Masterly, are you suggesting?" No, that cannot be true. Peak Master Lin is a man of integrity, even if he did not use a celestial restoration pill. He must have restored his strength through legitimate means. I still have faith in him." Li Hong cast an exasperated glance at Zhao Wuji. "Wuji, you are far too gullible." After sustaining such grave injuries, Linya not only fully regained his strength but has even advanced further. If he did not consume a celestial restoration pill, then he must have practiced some form of wicked technique. Zhao Wuji appeared shocked. "Master, are you implying?" "No, that is impossible. Linya is certainly not that kind of person." The two engaged in a verbal duet, drawing varied expressions from the onlookers. Everyone recognized that Zhao Wuji was merely acting, and that Li Hong was stirring up trouble. Yet, the gravity of the situation loomed large. How could Linya explain himself? Li Hong had no intention of granting Linya an opportunity for explanation. He gazed at Linya with indifference. It is well known that the demon clan, in its quest for power, has modified demonic techniques to allow human practitioners to cultivate them. The hallmark of these wicked methods is their rapid cultivation speed and overwhelming power in the early stages, rendering them a shortcut to success. However, it is universally acknowledged that such practices lead ultimately to the loss of reason and a descent into madness. In recent years, the demon clan has been increasingly active in the shadows. While the cultivation world appears tranquil on the surface, beneath, it is rife with turmoil. Those among you who frequently undertake sect missions should be acutely aware of this. Li Hong spoke with righteous fervor. Individuals who practice these wicked techniques are akin to reserves of the demon clan, spies embedded within the human race. Moreover, these practices are insidiously concealed, making it difficult to apprehend practitioners immediately. Lin Ye's situation is evidently suspicious, and in my capacity as the leader of the demon-breaking alliance, I suspect he has come into contact with these demonic techniques. I must conduct an examination. As he spoke, he produced a demonic breaking order. This token, far superior to those of the Zhou brothers, exuded an air of authority and gravitas. Zhou Li and Zhou Dai watched in trepidation, their pupils contracting. Li Heng held the esteemed position of a leader within the Demon-Breaking Alliance, a prestigious organization formed by the 4 great sacred lands, encompassing numerous sect masters. The minimum requirement for entry is the Golden Core stage, and membership is contingent upon accruing contribution points. The leader is none other than the legendary Ji Wuxi, renowned for vanquishing myriad demons with a single stroke. Below him are 12 elders, unparalleled experts from various sections. Each of the 50 hall masters is at least at the ascension stage, and beneath them are 300 leaders, each a formidable figure of at least the tribulation stage. Li Heng's status as a leader signifies not only that he is at the tribulation stage, but likely among its elite. In recent years, as the demon clan has grown increasingly audacious, the power of the demon-breaking alliance has expanded correspondingly. It is entirely permissible for figures like Li Heng to question Lin Ye. Furthermore, should Li Heng uncover any wrongdoing, he possesses the authority to execute on the spot. Clearly, Li Heng intends to leverage this power to eliminate Lin Ye, despite the collective awareness of his ulterior motives. Yet, what does it matter? They are mere scum, incapable of causing a stir. If he can fabricate a reason to kill openly, it would be a form of respect for Lin Ye. Should he choose not to provide a reason, even a casual execution would be of no consequence. Li Heng fixed his gaze on Lin Ye. Will you resist my examination? His intent was clear. He would find fault even where none existed. The outcome for Lin Ye seemed predetermined. In the void, Song Li's expression turned icy. His master, Ji Wuxi, was the very leader of the demon-breaking alliance, and he himself was also a leader. The immense power granted to the alliance was meant to combat wickedness in the demon clan. Yet, what was Li Heng doing now? Song Li was certain his master was watching from the shadows, likely more furious than he was. Song Li's demeanor was cold. If Li Heng's actions were merely a reasonable inquiry, then the examination would undoubtedly prove Lin Ye's innocence. In that case, perhaps he was simply overly suspicious. However, if he truly sought to wrongfully accuse Lin Ye, a glint of coldness flashed in Song Li's eyes. Li Heng would undoubtedly meet his end. His master harbored an unyielding disdain for evil and would not tolerate such shamelessness. I have not practiced any wicked techniques, nor do I have any collusion with the demonic path, Lin Ye stated calmly. If the leader lacks ulterior motives, I shall not fear any examination. You are implying that I have ulterior motives? Li Heng sneered. I perceive your own guilt. He extended his hand, drawing Lin Ye toward him, intent on conducting a forced examination. Wait. A voice, urgent and commanding, rang out. The 3 supreme elders could no longer contain themselves. They were a kindly old woman, a woman of cool demeanor, and a burly man with a face full of flesh. These were the 3 supreme elders of the Tianqing sect, the only 3 experts at the tribulation stage. Standing before Li Heng, the cool woman spoke first. Though she appeared the youngest, she seemed to hold the highest status. She said softly, seniorly, this child Lin Ye has grown under my watch. His village was ravaged by the demon clan. He has no possibility of collusion with them. Indeed, Lin Ye is a man of integrity. His severe injuries were incurred while executing a task related to the demonic path, another elder added. Furthermore, Lin Ye is a member of the Tianqing sect. If there are doubts, the investigation should first be conducted by our sect, the last elder stated. Lin Ye had only just regained his strength, and with his age and talent, he was likely to become another expert at the tribulation stage for the Tianqing sect. They would spare no effort to protect him. Li Heng regarded the 3 supreme elders with a smile. So, you intend to obstruct the law enforcement of the demon-breaking alliance? Have you forgotten that the alliance possesses the authority to intervene directly in investigations? I merely believe that you are being overly hasty, the woman replied. Hasty? I have merely stated my intention to conduct an examination. How is that hasty? Do you all feel guilty? Li Heng retorted with a cold laugh. Chapter 176. Senior. Save me. Several elders, including Zhao Wujing, expressed their faith in Lin Ye. However, the matter concerning the demonic path was of great significance. My esteemed Master Li bears a mission to investigate Lin Ye. This is his duty. Moreover, with such doubts lingering, failing to conduct a thorough investigation would unjustly implicate Lin Ye in a conspiracy with the demonic path. A meticulous examination would, in fact, serve to affirm his innocence. Would it not? Zhao Wujing appeared exceptionally impartial. The expressions of the several supreme elders grew somewhat grim. They wished to voice their thoughts but found themselves at a loss for words. They could not directly state their suspicion that Li Heng intended to wrongfully accuse Lin Ye. Given Li Heng's status, uttering such a claim would only provoke his ire further. Linya contemplated before suggesting, then let's seniorly examine your techniques. Rest assured. Seniorly hails from a sacred ground and is also the master of the demon-breaking alliance. For the sake of the sacred ground's reputation and the alliance's integrity, he will conduct a thorough investigation and ensure a fair outcome. The woman had no other recourse but to attempt to persuade Li Hang, hoping he would refrain from taking things too far. Li Hang perceived her intent and shot her a sidelong glance, a smile dancing on his lips. Oh, is this an attempt to invoke the name of the Qingshao Pavilion and the demon-breaking alliance to pressure me? However, the premise of tarnishing one's reputation relied on being discovered. Yet, how could these individuals discern his methods? They could not see through them. If Linya truly conspired with the demonic path, then he would simply be executing justice by eliminating another thorn in the side of the demon-breaking alliance. In such a case, he would be commended rather than punished. Li Heng merely stated, "Then I shall commence." His hand rested upon Linya's crown. In the next moment, wisps of white vapor emanated from Linya's head. Within the mist, a sword faintly materialized. This was the sword technique Linya had mastered. Following this, various techniques he had practiced manifested as ethereal shadows, intermittently appearing within the white vapor. The onlookers were momentarily astonished. These techniques indeed aligned, suggesting that Li Heng was genuinely conducting a serious examination. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on Tianjin Peak grew tense. They understood that Li Heng would undoubtedly employ some form of strategy. The question now was what kind of strategy he would employ. Yin Jin's heart hung precariously in the balance. If Li Heng were to resort to force, it remained uncertain whether the three supreme elders could withstand it. As Lin Ya's techniques paraded before them like a fleeting spectacle, it seemed there was no issue at hand. The density of the white vapor began to diminish, nearly evaporating altogether. The supreme elders let out a slight sigh of relief. It appeared that Li Heng truly intended only to conduct a simple examination. With no issues arising, it should suffice to prove Lin Ya's innocence. However, just as they began to relax, an abrupt change occurred. The white vapor, which had nearly dissipated, suddenly transformed into black mist, and soon, a black sword emerged from within. The sword exuded dark energy, a malevolent aura surging forth. The members of Tianxing sect widened their eyes in disbelief. This was demonic technique. The aura. It was undoubtedly not a legitimate technique. Moreover, they clearly observed that this energy emanated from Linya's very being. What was happening? Could it be that Li Heng had not wronged Linya after all? Had he truly colluded with the demonic path, recovering his strength so swiftly? Demonic race. Evil path. These terms resonated powerfully throughout the realm of cultivation. The crowd instinctively recoiled a few steps in fear. It was said that those who practiced demonic techniques could easily go mad. With Linya's current cultivation at the late stage of integration, should he lose control, few would survive. Master Lin. Zhao Wujing gazed at Linya in shock. How could you commit such acts? How could you truly conspire with the demonic path? Have you forgotten? Your family, your kin, were all harmed by those of the demonic path. To secure your position as the peak master and restore your strength, you have chosen to forget your hatred and ally yourself with the demonic path. I am utterly disappointed in you. Zhao Wujing wore a pained expression. The three supreme elders also displayed subtle changes in their demeanor. They could not believe that Lin Yu would conspire with the demonic path or practice demonic techniques. Yet, the scene before them seemed to provide irrefutable evidence. The sinister aura undeniably emanated from Lin Yu's body. This they could sense. Still, they remained unconvinced. Lin Yu, do you still have anything to say? Li Heng observed him with a smile that was not a smile. Had it not been for my unique method of investigation, your techniques, so deeply concealed, might have escaped my notice. Zhao Wujing, unable to contain himself, gazed intently at Lin Yu. He could hardly wait to witness Lin Yu's despair and anguish. Lin Yu knew he was innocent, and he also understood that Li Heng acknowledged his innocence. Even the others might not entirely believe that Lin Yu practiced demonic techniques. However, what could they do? The evidence lay plainly before them. Lin Yu was doomed to perish today. Zhao Wujing felt a sense of gratification. Lin Yu had concealed himself for so long, scheming with such cunning. He certainly deserved the label of being shrewd. But what of it? No matter how intricate his plans, they were mere illusions in the face of absolute power. Lin Yu must have been both furious and terrified, perhaps wishing to kneel and confess his sins. Alas, it was all too late. Yet, to Zhao Wujing's surprise, the fearful visage he had anticipated from Lin Yu did not materialize. Lin Yu remained calm and collected. He gazed steadily at Li Heng, declaring, "What crime can be fabricated without justification? Senior Li, you surely know in your heart whether I have conspired with the demonic path." Li Heng let out a cold laugh. "The facts are evident before us, and I am indeed aware." Lin Yu remained undaunted. The demon-breaking alliance and the demon-breaking order exist to consolidate power against the demonic race. The creator of the demon-breaking order likely never envisioned that one day it would be wielded as a tool to ensnare its own. Your skill in framing others is remarkable. I wonder how many innocent mortals have perished at your hands, falsely accused of colluding with the demonic path. Such a person, no matter how high their cultivation, is but refuse. You are unworthy to wield this token. Lin Yu met Li Hang's gaze defiantly, his voice firm. I fear nothing. Today, I will confront you directly. Do you know? I have allies behind me. Li Hang, incensed by Lin Yu's defiance, bellowed, Lin Yu, colluding with the demonic path and practicing evil techniques. These charges are irrefutably substantiated. Yet you show no remorse, even defaming others in a war of words. As the master of the demon-breaking alliance, I shall execute you on the spot, with all present as witnesses. With a flick of his hand, a seal materialized. It soared into the air, rapidly enlarging, and then descended upon Lin Yu with great force. Li Hang's fury manifested in a terrifying might, causing the very mountain where Tianqing sect resided to tremble. Wait, the three supreme elders positioned themselves before Lin Yu. This matter has yet to be clarified. We must await further. However, before they could finish their sentence, Li Hang coldly waved his sleeve. The three supreme elders were unexpectedly propelled backward, their expressions shifting dramatically. Though all were at the tribulation stage, the disparity between Qin Shao Pavilion's tribulation stage and theirs was insurmountable. Together, the three could not withstand a single strike from Li Hang. However, one cannot allow Li Hang to act with such impunity. The three esteemed elders exchanged glances, and suddenly, the woman resolutely declared, "Form the formation." The others nodded in agreement, poised to take action. Beneath the seal, Lin Yu let out a sudden, anguished cry. "Elders, do not concern yourselves with me." The elders were momentarily taken aback. Was Lin Yu implying that he was prepared to face death without regard for their safety? They were simultaneously moved and pained, their resolve to protect Lin Yu strengthening. In the next moment, they heard Lin Yu's desperate screams, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Help! Ancestors, help! I do not wish to die yet." The crowd was left bewildered. One moment, he implored them not to assist, and the next, he was pleading for his life. Had Lin Yu lost his mind? Chapter 177. A familiar ring, a sardonic chuckle escaped Li Hang and Apos' lips. "Lin Yu, I pose the question, who can you summon for salvation now? Who possesses the power to rescue you from your impending doom?" "I, Li Hang, stand here representing the Demon Subjugation Alliance. Even celestial monarchs must yield before our authority. Prepare to meet your end." With imposing might, the seal descended. A cold smile played upon Li Hang's face. Lin Yu, of course, bore no allegiance to the demonic path. However, Li Hang's pronouncements held sway. With Lin Yu silenced, the truth would be buried alongside him. A flicker of malicious glee danced within Zhao Wuji's eyes. He had persistently sought to vanquish Lin Yu through his own strength. Yet, why bother? He was born into privilege. Lin Yu, devoid of any lineage, could only aspire to prostrate himself at his feet, regardless of his efforts. "Little June, await my arrival. Lin Yu will soon join you. Subsequently, the rest of Sky Sword Peak shall follow, one by one. And then, there is Yunjin. I shall subject her to agonizing torment, until her life ebbs away amidst boundless regret." A sheen of perspiration formed upon Lin Yu's brow. He wooed and Apos, he truly orchestrate his own demise, would he? Instinctively, Lin Yu squeezed his eyes shut. However, as the seal loomed above him, it abruptly halted. Lin Yu's eyes snapped open, revealing a glimmer of elation. Salvation had arrived. Undoubtedly, a senior expert had intervened. Li Hang's countenance underwent a sudden transformation. He bellowed, "Who is it? Who dares to lurk in the shadows, unwilling to reveal themselves?" From the void, Song Li emerged, his expression impassive. He fixed a frigid gaze upon Li Hang. "Li Hang, your arrogance knows no bounds. This is..." Yunjin's composure wavered slightly. She recognized the figure as Song Li, the entity residing within her ring. In the original narrative, his appearance was slated for a later juncture. Why had he surfaced so prematurely? Yunjin cast a glance toward Yu Zhao and the others, noticing their utter lack of surprise. A realization dawned upon Yunjin. Song Li's presence here, for reasons unknown, was likely known to her master and his companions, explaining their tranquility. Was she the only one consumed by anxiety? A faint smile touched Yunjin's lips. "Insolent fool! Who are you? What brings you to intrude upon the Heavenly Star sect?" Zhao Wuji, witnessing Lin Yu's imminent demise, was suddenly thwarted by an unexpected savior. His rage knew no bounds. Consumed by unbridled hatred, Zhao Wuji unleashed a full-force attack upon the airborne Song Li. Song Li remained unmoving, merely casting a chilling glance at Zhao Wuji. That single look sent tremors through Zhao Wuji's being, as if he had been targeted by an unparalleled blade. Regret washed over him for his rash assault. But it was too late. The attack hurtled toward Song Li. Song Li stood his ground, unwavering. A surge of sword energy emanated from his person, shattering the attack into oblivion before it could even approach. Song Li maintained his serene posture, while Li Heng's face underwent a complete metamorphosis. Zhao Wuji might not recognize the newcomer, but Li Heng certainly did. This individual was a titan of immense stature. But what brought him here? And why had he intervened to protect Linya? Li Heng's emotions churned. Finally, he forced a servile smile. Brother Song Li, I have just unearthed a traitor of the human race, colluding with the demonic path. I was about to execute him. Since you are here, perhaps you would like to take charge? Song Li's eyes narrowed. Are you certain of his demonic ties? What was Song Li implying? Had he discerned something? Li Heng's mind raced, yet he maintained his stance. Indeed, the vile aura was palpable to all. As a representative of the Demon Subjugation Alliance, I am duty-bound to eliminate such a traitor. My actions are justified and beyond reproach. Song Li let out a mirthless chuckle. He stated flatly, Li Heng, it appears Linya's accusations are not unfounded. Your methods likely result in the unjust condemnation of countless innocents. You are unworthy of remaining within the Demon Subjugation Alliance. Song Li drew his sword, pointing it directly at Li Heng. A sheen of perspiration dotted Li Heng's brow. He would be no match for Song Li in a true confrontation. The gulf between him and those paragons from middle-tier sects was vast. The disparity between him and Song Li was even greater. This was a true, peerless genius. Li Heng could only rely on his deception, clinging to his fabricated narrative. Brother Song Li, you have been misled by Linya. I have never practiced demonic arts. Even if I sought to frame Linya, I could not conjure a malevolent aura. Linya himself emanated it. Furthermore, his sudden recovery and rapid cultivation advancement are indicative of demonic practices. Where have I erred to warrant such accusations? Li Heng feigned aggrieved innocence. Song Li's expression remained severe. He knew Li Heng was fabricating a lie. However, his expertise lay in offensive techniques, not in divining subtle manipulations. He could not discern the intricacies of Li Heng's scheme. Brother Song Li, if you accuse me of framing him, present your evidence. Otherwise, even if this matter reaches the alliance leader, I am without fault. Li Heng adopted an air of righteous indignation. In the void, Qinglian chuckled. He had been right. These swordsmen were skilled in combat, but dull-witted. He could see through Li Heng's ruse, while Song Li remained oblivious. Excellent. His future disciple must have witnessed Song Li's ineptitude. Now, it was his turn to shine. Qinglian smoothed the hem of his robes, preparing for his grand entrance. A voice suddenly cut through the air. Brother Song Li, surely you are not fooled by such a clumsy ploy? Qinglian leaped forward, preempting him. Qinglian? Damn it. He was stealing his thunder. Qinglian grew wary. These beast tamers, with their myriad of spiritual beasts, dabbled in everything. If Qinglian exposed Li Heng's trickery, how would he demonstrate his own value? Qinglian grew anxious. He feigned nonchalance, following closely behind. Indeed, a trifling ruse, easily discerned. Qinglian conjured a cloud beneath his feet, enhancing his ethereal appearance. As soon as he appeared, he eagerly sought Yunjin's gaze. See, my dear disciple, am I not impressive? Yunjin merely offered a puzzled look. Qinglian's heart sank, but he quickly regained his composure. He had yet to display his true abilities. Just wait, he would soon captivate Yunjin completely. Li Heng's face paled as he witnessed the successive appearances of Qinglian and Qinglian. He recognized Song Li, primarily due to Song Li's immense fame. Qinglian and Qinglian were unknown to him. However, the mere fact that they stood alongside Song Li suggested their extraordinary status. Senior Qinglian, perhaps you should return. I possess a truth-seeking beast that can differentiate truth from falsehood. Once unleashed, he will be forced to confess. Shun Yinya declared. Senior Qinglian? The name sounded familiar. Li Heng pondered, his expression shifting. Qinglian? Qinglian of the Profound Pill sect? No. It cannot be.